The protagonist's skeletal and physical attributes have been revised, strengthened solely through the enhancement of metallic exceptional capabilities, while always remaining his own corporeal form. May I leave a name? I am the son of the god King Odin, the god of war, Leon Stark Odinson. When venturing into the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. The golden-haired, green-eyed, Super Saiyan Leon, exuding a golden aura and accompanied by flickering deep purple arcs of electricity, proclaimed thus. With memories in slumber, reincarnating into the Marvel Universe, Leon becomes the fraternal twin of Iron Man, Tony Stark. In the year both turned 38, Tony is abducted by the Ten Rings, while Leon is fortuitously arranged for a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, he completes a hidden mission, unlocking a daily sign-in system, awakening past life memories, and begins to take control of the narrative, starting as a soldier boy template with super self-regeneration, instantly becoming a super Deadpool. Nevertheless, Leon remains humble, believing himself insufficiently powerful, diligently signing in while collecting stamps, occasionally visiting the adjacent universe, ultimately emerging neither bald nor weak. Ironclad armor? Sign in, Starry template. Kryptonian Superman? Sign in, Super Saiyan. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Natasha? Sign in. Wait, what is happening? Chapter 1. Leon Stark. In the beautiful country of Las Vegas, during the ceremony for the highest annual honors. Clad in formal military attire, Colonel Rhodes stands at the podium introducing the most significant award recipient, with the audience comprising military and political elites, as well as business magnates and their entourages. Tony Stark, dreamer, genius, patriot. From a young age, as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he quickly garnered attention due to his remarkable intellect. At 4, he created a circuit board. By 6, he constructed his first engine. At 17, he graduated with top honors from MIT. Following his father's passing, Howard's lifelong friend and partner, Obadiah Stane, took over Stark Industries. It wasn't until Tony's return at 21, having turned over a new leaf, that he became the new executive president of Stark Industries, wielding supreme authority over the weapons empire. Tony ushered his father's legacy into a new era, developing intelligent weaponry, advanced machinery, and satellite-guided strike technologies. Today, Tony Stark has reshaped the weapons industry, defending the freedoms of the beautiful country and safeguarding national interests worldwide. A pause ensues, and applause erupts from the audience. Colonel Rhodes continues, as the military liaison for Stark Industries, I am fortunate to work alongside such a true patriot, who is both my mentor and friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this year's highest honor to Mr. Tony Stark. As his words conclude, applause fills the room. However, as the time for the award recipient to take the stage arrives, Tony Stark has yet to appear. Tony, Colonel Rhodes, holding the trophy, scanned the room but found no sign of his target. He awkwardly glanced toward the circular table in the center, which only accommodated 2. As their eyes met, Obadiah was about to rise to accept the award on Tony's behalf, but Leon preemptively stood and made his way to the stage. Observing this, Obadiah could only return to his seat, a mere 2.5 centimeters from leaving, wearing a forced smile as he watched Leon accept the trophy. Upon Leon's ascent, the audience erupted with gasps of admiration. The reason was simple. Leon was exceptionally handsome, flamboyant yet dashing. Beneath his carefree and mature exterior lies an elegant aura cultivated over time. A mere hint of mischievous smile radiated unparalleled masculine charisma. This individual is none other than Tony Stark's twin brother, our protagonist, Leon Stark. Perhaps due to their fraternal nature, the Stark brothers do not resemble each other identically, with Leon being significantly more handsome than Tony. As the second son of Stark Industries, he is a notorious playboy within the elite circles of the beautiful country, spending his days idle amidst revelry and indulgence. This is also why Colonel Rhodes did not mention him during the introduction of Tony earlier. For aside from that strikingly handsome visage and a physique that he maintains to facilitate effortless socializing, Leon possesses little else of merit. He is so impoverished that he is left with nothing but money. Were it not for Tony freezing his bank account, fearing that Leon might perish from lack of social interaction after a week indoors, he would have never reluctantly attended this award ceremony. Is making friends not enticing? Oh my God. Thank you for saving me, Leon. Otherwise, I would have been so embarrassed I could have excavated a mansion with my feet. Rhodes whispered, relieved. You're welcome, Rhodes. Leon replied with a smile, then turned to the audience, trophy in hand, casually gesturing as he remarked, Oh, this damn trophy is truly magnificent. As soon as Leon uttered this crude statement, Applause erupted from the guests, a testament to Stark Industries' influence. Even if he were to exclaim a profanity, he would still receive applause. Subsequently, Leon calmed the audience with a gesture, and silence fell once more. Haha, thank you all for your support. Clearly, I am not Tony, but if I were, I would express my honor and joy at receiving such a distinction. Everyone knows that Tony's greatest strength is also his greatest flaw. He becomes utterly consumed by his work. Leon spoke eloquently, boasting about his brother without the need for notes. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was indulging himself at a nearby casino. After the award ceremony concluded, Rhodes and Leon sought him out immediately. At that moment, he was accompanied by a young model, rolling dice. I can hardly believe you stood me up to revel here with a model, Rhodes lamented. They assured me you would feel honored by my presenting the award. Of course, I am immensely honored to receive Colonel Rhodes' award, Tony replied, then glanced at Leon, who was already with someone, having just gone all in on the table. So, where's my little trophy, Leon? I sent her home. Leon indicated the model in his embrace, showcasing her skills. She seems delightful. Tony shrugged with a smile, unsure whether he referred to the trophy or the model. I can't believe it. You two brothers are equally extravagant. Colonel Rhodes covered his face, unable to bear the sight. However, the 2.5 centimeters of space between his fingers offered little concealment. Rhodes' hypocritical demeanor was nothing new to Tony and Leon, who exchanged knowing smiles. Behind the brothers stood Happy, their robust assistant and bodyguard, diligently overseeing their surroundings to ensure their safety. The group partied from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning. After the event, Rhodes repeatedly reminded Tony, "You must present your latest achievements to the military tomorrow. Please do not be late." I know, Tony replied dismissively, turning to Leon, who had already devoured 3 rounds and still had an appetite for takeout. Leon, why don't you go in my stead? You wouldn't want to. Hey, don't. Leon immediately shook his head in refusal before Tony could finish. If you threaten me with another frozen bank account, be careful. One night, I might just take a knife to your neck, do you believe me? Even Pepper wouldn't be able to stop me, I assure you. Fine, Tony shrugged, lamenting, Leon, you still do not grasp the art of explosion. What art of explosion? Leon rolled his eyes at Tony. Wait until you get blown up by our missiles, then you will learn. Outside the hotel, the 2 brothers, surrounded by Happy and a cadre of bodyguards, were preparing to get into their car when an alluring OL-clad woman with black stockings and blonde hair approached. Leon's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 2. 30 years on the East River, 30 years on the West River. Do not underrate a young woman's poverty. Mr. Stark. Excuse me, Mr. Stark. I am Christine Avohart, a reporter from Vanity Fair. May I ask you a few questions? The female journalist, Christine, found herself obstructed by 2 towering bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses. As she called out, she was uncertain whether she was addressing Tony or Leon. At least Leon believed she was calling for him. Tony had already settled into the luxurious limousine, while Leon lingered outside the car, embracing a young model. Upon casting a glance at Christine's appearance, Happy leaned in to whisper to his companions, "She's quite the looker." Really? Both Tony and Leon expressed interest simultaneously, but Leon, capitalizing on his advantageous position, acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he shoved the model, whom he had yet to formally befriend, into Tony's arms. "Brother, she's all yours." "You rascal." Tony chuckled, wrapping his arms around the model's slender waist and beckoning Happy to drive off first, lest the journalist sought an interview with him, potentially embarrassing his brother. As they departed, Tony admonished, "Just have fun, but be cautious. Don't endanger anyone's life. I want to be home tonight. I'll head straight to the airport." Acknowledging Tony's understanding, Leon nodded in agreement. As the limousine disappeared from view, he turned to his bodyguards. "All right, let her through," with the boss's orders. The bodyguards immediately granted Christine passage. "Quite a pleasant evening, I assent it." Christine approached, her professional smile forming as she glanced at the rear of Tony's vehicle. If Miss Christine has braved the cold winds outside merely to pose such mundane questions, I fear there is little of substance for us to discuss, Leon remarked dismissively, raising his hand to signal for the bodyguards to escort Christine away. Panicking, Christine quickly abandoned her flirtatious tone and seized the rare opportunity to conduct a serious interview. "Mr. Leon, some refer to your brother as the contemporary Da Vinci. What are your thoughts on that?" "Baffling. He does not paint," Leon replied. "Oh, if Miss Christine refers to the art of drivel, then indeed, Tony is a master. However, it is evident that I am far more deserving of the title Da Vinci," Leon confidently asserted. Christine's lips twitched as she pressed on. "What about your brother's other moniker, the Merchant of Death? What is your perspective on that? Cool. Leon whistled, stroking his chin, providing a brief answer while unabashedly scrutinizing Christine's physique with an aggressive gaze. It was unclear whether Christine was aware or oblivious. But despite the chilly air outside, the buttons of her white shirt were inexplicably undone. That's a problem. It requires a remedy, Leon mused, drawing upon his extensive experience in treatment. Let me guess, you're from Brown University? Uh-huh, Christine replied with a proud hum. I knew it. Only a rebellious and free-spirited institution like Brown could cultivate someone as articulate as Miss Christine, Leon continued, his tone laced with sarcasm. Miss Christine, this world is far from perfect, but we have no choice. We must strive in our respective positions to transform this imperfect world into the one we desire. If one day we no longer need to wield weapons to maintain peace, I assure you, I will persuade Tony to switch careers and build children's hospitals. You've rehearsed this rhetoric numerous times, haven't you? Christine countered. Of course, Leon readily admitted. Every night before I sleep, I practice in front of the mirror. I can tell, Christine replied, offering no semblance of flattery. Why not come home with me and witness firsthand how I practice? In response to Leon's straightforward proposition, Christine maintained a composed yet polite smile. Could you please answer my questions more seriously? Fine, Leon shrugged and replied earnestly. I studied abroad in the Dragon Country. And to this day, I vividly remember one of my professors stating, there is a significant difference between possessing a sword and not wielding one. And dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, while truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. I hold great respect for and align with his philosophy. Weapons were not created to take lives, but to showcase strength, thereby deterring others. Only then can we shield the populace from the ravages of war. Stark Industries' cutting-edge weaponry accomplishes precisely that. Christine clearly found Leon's rhetoric unsatisfactory, retorting, that's merely a self-serving narrative. No, it is a fact. My father helped defeat the Nazis and was involved in the Manhattan Project. Many, including your university professors, regard him as a hero. Many also claim he profited from national calamity. Christine interjected. Leon chuckled. Then why not report how we have saved millions of lives through advanced medical technology or how we have addressed famine through smart agricultural technology? Those projects are all funded by the military, honey. Wow. Christine found herself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, selling weapons equates to selling war. You profit from it. Doesn't that ever leave you feeling ashamed to the point of insomnia? Not at all, Leon denied, laughing lightly. Although I wouldn't mind losing sleep over you. It must be said, facing Leon's gaze, so tender it could enchant even a dog, Christine, despite her mental preparations, found herself irresistibly drawn in. Her throat tightened, and her tongue brushed her lips. Everything was left unspoken. On the drive home, it felt as though kindling had been ignited by a fierce blaze. Even a seasoned driver like Leon struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel, had it not been for Tony's foresight. Having equipped Leon's sports car with Jarvis's subsystem for driving assistance, it's likely they wouldn't have made it home without incident. Jarvis, the AI butler Tony developed, named after Howard Stark's old housekeeper, possessed such computational prowess that driving was a simple task. They arrived home without incident. But a tumultuous night that would leave Leon restless was inevitable. The following day, a radiant Christine awoke while the overworked Leon remained sound asleep. Gently tracing her fingers over Leon's mature and handsome face, a look of satisfaction crossed Christine's features as she savored the moment, planting a kiss on his cheek. After rising, Christine, clad only in a white bath towel, wandered barefoot through the high-tech villa perched on the seaside cliff. Here, an array of futuristic gadgets, rarely seen by the outside world, seemed to be piled without cost, giving the impression she had stepped into a realm of the future. Within the expansive coastal villa, Christine's exclamations of wonder echoed. She wandered until she reached a cylindrical elevator door that appeared to lead to the basement and attempted to press the down button. Error. You do not have permission to enter this area, Miss Christine. Oh my, what is this? A mechanical male voice startled her. In an era when the concept of artificial intelligence was still nascent, Christine was genuinely taken aback. At that moment, a gentle female voice echoed from behind her. That's Jarvis. He manages the entire house. Turning at the sound, Christine found herself face-to-face with a capable-looking professional woman clad in a secretary outfit. Her golden hair tied back in a short ponytail. I brought your clothes. They've been dry-cleaned and pressed. There's a car ready outside, and you can go wherever you wish. Pepper Potts handed the freshly ironed clothes to Christine. You must be Miss Potts, Christine remarked. Indeed, Pepper replied. After following Tony and Leon for so many years, they still have you doing laundry? Without a hint of modesty, Christine took the clothes and changed right in front of Pepper, unabashedly showcasing her youth and assets. In response, Pepper merely smiled faintly. I will attend to any request from Mr. Stark, for he is my employer, and Leon is like a brother to me, despite my being his elder. However, occasionally dealing with the remnants of my brother's late-night escapades falls within my purview as his sister. Are there any further inquiries, Miss Christine? Pepper inquired with a smile. Chapter 3. Full coverage, half cargo. I start at 8. Meanwhile, at the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, amidst the so-called beautiful military testing grounds, aptly dubbed a junkyard, Tony flawlessly demonstrated his latest creation, the Jericho missile, to military officials. Both parties were exceedingly pleased, already popping champagne. It was Tony's custom to express his respect and appreciation for significant clients with a case of champagne for every deal surpassing $500 million. To peace. To peace. Tony toasted, and the officers present echoed his sentiment, the atmosphere lively and jubilant. Suddenly, Obadiah called Tony via video. Hey, Obi, Tony said, holding his rotating screen phone to the side, while Obadiah, propped against his headboard, appeared as though he had just awoken. I can't sleep without knowing the outcome. How did it go? Well, I took the lead, and unsurprisingly, it's as festive here as Christmas, Tony replied, flipping the phone screen to share the scene with Obadiah. Now I can rest easy. After their conversation, Tony casually boarded an armored vehicle meant for the return journey, though it was not the one originally designated for him. Rhodes suggested that it would be better for Tony to ride in the same vehicle as him, but Tony dismissed the suggestion with, I've already boarded. Why are you telling me this? Unable to argue further, Rhodes acquiesced, reasoning that no one would dare to kidnap the globally renowned arms dealer near an Air Force base. However, reality was quite surreal. On the return journey, Tony's convoy was indeed ambushed with heavy artillery fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Most soldiers in the convoy were caught off guard, riddled with armor-piercing rounds before they could react. Tony miraculously escaped through another side door, only to find his phone had no signal. His assailants were evidently well prepared. What the hell? Can someone tell me what is happening? Tony shouted, when suddenly, a missile landed beside him, causing his pupils to dilate in terror. The missile's casing bore the ironic insignia of Stark Industries. Leon, you jinx, was all he could manage to exclaim before he was hurled away by the blast. The proximity of the explosion compromised his bulletproof vest, and soon, blood was gushing from his chest, rendering him unconscious. News of Tony Stark's assault by terrorists and uncertainty surrounding his fate rapidly spread, fueled by those with ulterior motives, and reached Pepper, who had been closely monitoring Tony's situation. At the Malibu villa, Leon, still in a deep slumber, was roused by the sound of muffled sobs. Jarvis, what is happening? He inquired. Sir, Jarvis began, but before he could finish, a tearful Pepper rushed into his embrace, as if grasping at a lifeline. Leon, Tony, he might be. She wept, her words barely coherent. Jarvis then informed Leon of the attack on Tony, suggesting he might already be dead. What? Leon exclaimed, waking up to a world that felt as if it had collapsed. The thought of a future without Tony was unfathomable. Pepper, rest assured, a rogue like Tony will pull through. I'm heading to find Stan right now. Pepper, in a state of panic, could scarcely move. Leon carried her to the living room sofa to rest before speeding off in his sports car towards Stark Industries. Jarvis, call Stan. Yes, Master Leon. The call connected. Hey, Leon, you must have heard about Tony by now. Is there any news? I'm on my way to the office, Leon said as he drove. Suddenly, a fully insured semi-truck loaded with cargo appeared, driving in reverse directly toward his sports car. Leon reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel to the side, executing a drift, and slamming the brakes. Jarvis worked the vehicle's stabilization system to maintain balance. The screeching of brakes and tires echoed as they fought against the momentum. But they came to a stop just in time. Yet, the massive truck seemed intent on Leon, showing no signs of stopping. Shit. With a deafening crash, Leon's car was sent careening off the cliff. The airbags deployed immediately, but Leon had already lost consciousness. Boss, the target has been neutralized. The masked driver of the truck watched as the car rolled down the cliff. Are you certain he's dead? A voice on the other end questioned. I will go down and ensure it. Don't worry. Hurry, the police will be here soon. After ending the call, the assassin prepared a jet ski from the truck to check the wreckage, only to discover that Leon still had a pulse. To ensure there were no loose ends, he dragged Leon from the wreckage and emptied a Desert Eagle clip into his skull. The sight was so gruesome that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Then, he transported Leon's body to a remote area of the sea, binding it with chains and stones before sinking it to the ocean floor. By the time the authorities arrived, Leon's body would have been devoured by predatory fish, leaving only remnants of digested waste. Unbeknownst to the assassin, however, Leon's heart continued to beat beneath the waves, seemingly protected by an enigmatic force. System power kit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the collided with 2 truck system unlock task. The daily sign-in system has been activated, and novice protection is now enabled. Query: does the host wish to bind this system? Please respond with yes or no. Detected severe head trauma. The host's consciousness is not clear, lacking independent thought and decision-making capabilities. The daily sign-in system has been automatically bound. Ding! Binding complete. Beginning to draw the novice gift package. Ding! Novice gift package drawing complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Soldier Boy template, along with a complimentary Soldier Boy outfit, including an anti-explosion tactical uniform and a tungsten steel alloy shield. Notice: the novice protection will cease once the host's consciousness is fully restored. What the hell? For a fleeting moment, Leon's awareness flickered back to life before sinking into oblivion once more. Without novice protection, even with the Soldier Boy template integrated, he would have perished immediately, due to the grievous nature of his head injury, which had literally been shattered by a bullet in a physical sense. Leon found himself in a dire predicament. However, thanks to the Soldier Boy's remarkable self-healing abilities and the protective measures afforded by the system, the fatal wounds he sustained began to mend gradually. During this period, the memories of his previous life, long forgotten, resurfaced under the influence of the system's immense power. Chapter 4. I Am Soldier Boy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Leon, cast into the depths of the sea, gradually regained consciousness. Most of the injuries on his body had healed, with only a few exposed flesh wounds on his face, resembling bullet craters, still slowly recovering. Ward? What exactly happened to me? Gazing at the dark depths of the ocean, separated by a faint blue energy membrane, Leon struggled to comprehend his surroundings. A torrent of memories from his past life surged within his mind. Detection complete. Host consciousness has awakened. The newbie protection will be lifted in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What? As the countdown concluded, the translucent blue energy membrane enveloping Leon dissipated instantly, and the terrifying pressure of the deep sea bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Unaware of the extent of his newfound prowess, Leon instinctively swam upwards with all his might. With a resounding snap, the iron chain that bound him to the stone, thick as 2 fingers, was effortlessly severed as if it were but cotton candy. Gasping for air, Leon finally emerged on the shore, escaping the clutches of asphyxiation, and greedily inhaled the fresh air. Sprawled out on the beach, he took a moment to gather himself before examining what had transpired. As it turned out, he had been a student from Huagua in his previous life. While engrossed in the final episode of the 3rd season of The Boys on the Streets of New York, he had been both amused and enraged by a betrayal among the characters, leading him to inadvertently run a red light and be struck by a fully insured semi-truck, transporting him to this Marvel universe as Leon Stark, the twin brother of Tony Stark. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon, as fate smiled upon him once more, allowing him to unlock a daily sign-in system. This extraordinary ability, as its name implies, enabled him to receive random rewards through daily check-ins, encompassing everything from celestial phenomena to the minutiae of quantum dust, an infinite array of possibilities, contingent upon sheer luck. Evidently, Leon's fortune was commendable. He had drawn a Soldier Boy template from the newbie gift pack. In this universe, which bore a striking resemblance to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Soldier Boy represented the pinnacle of power within the realm of the boys, far surpassing the original Captain America. He casually scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it toward the ocean's surface. The impact produced a sound akin to gunfire, astonishingly powerful, and this was merely a fraction of his capabilities, truly terrifying. Subsequently, Leon engaged in various tests of strength and defense, such as crushing stones with his chest and uprooting willows. In sum, he felt like a veritable Superman, immensely formidable. In the original narrative, Soldier Boy demonstrated remarkable abilities, from using a machine gun for dental hygiene to employing lasers for facial cleansing, with extreme resilience against toxins and impressive defensive capabilities. In peak condition, his strength could easily eclipse that of a typical soldier, not to mention his ability to obliterate a 100-story building with a single blast from his chest cannon, capable of weakening or even nullifying other superpowers derived from bodily mutations. Leon dared not experiment recklessly. Although this world was not as perilous as depicted in comics, there were still many who could outmatch him. Not to mention, the formidable Ancient One was far beyond his current capabilities. Should a confrontation arise, he would be swiftly defeated. Nonetheless, Leon harbored no fears of Ancient One seeking trouble with him, as he was no villain, merely someone who enjoyed making friends. Why would she come to him? To befriend him? Initially, he planned to cultivate his strength, ultimately aiming to protect his Earth without indulging in vanity. Query: would you like to sign in today? System: let me see your limits. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super self-regeneration. Super self-regeneration, regardless of the injury sustained. You can regenerate in a remarkably short time, provided that at least one cellular component remains intact. Recovery time may be extended in this state. Description: I hear the echoes of eternal life, refusing to succumb to death. Oh my, what an explosive start. Leon could hardly contain his elation. This ability clearly encouraged him to venture forth with confidence. In an instant, the ghastly scars on his face returned to their pristine state, leaving no trace of his previous injuries. Ding. First sign-in completed. Character panel has been activated. As the system's voice faded, a semi-transparent, pale blue character panel appeared in Leon's vision, visible only to him. Host: Leon Stark. Abilities: Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regeneration. Items: Soldier Boy Suit. Note: system-generated items will be automatically stored in the system space, retrievable or returnable within a radius of 100 meters. 100 meters? That is more than sufficient. Contemplating this, Leon glanced down at the tattered cloth hanging from his body, a pitiful sight. Always one to prioritize his appearance. He quickly retrieved the Soldier Boy suit from the system space and donned it, instantly enhancing his charisma to a new level. The once cumbersome shield now felt effortlessly manageable in his hands, a testament to the stark disparity in power. I am King Soldier Boy? As the exhilaration of newfound strength subsided, Leon's exuberant grin gradually faded. He had not forgotten that his older brother, Tony, was likely still imprisoned by the 10 Rings in some cave in Afghanistan, laboring under duress. Obadiah, you scoundrel, once I rescue Tony, you shall face the consequences. After awakening the memories of his past life, Leon could easily surmise who had dispatched the assassin to orchestrate his fateful accident. Obadiah Stane had long ceased to be human in his quest to monopolize Stark Industries, viewing both Tony and Leon as his greatest obstacles. Now, under the full force of his abilities, Leon's speed surpassed that of the vast majority of household vehicles, given that the site of his accident was relatively close to home. In no time, he returned to the seaside villa, only to find Pepper absent, likely preoccupied with matters concerning Tony and himself. Chapter 5, Jet Glider. Young Master Leon. Welcome home. It is a great relief to see you safe. Upon scanning his face to enter, Jarvis greeted Leon with a hint of excitement in his voice, suggesting a nascent sense of human emotion. Jarvis, how long has it been since Tony's incident? Young Master Leon, it is now the 85th night. What? 85 days have passed. An urgent sense of time weighed heavily upon Leon. In the original narrative, Tony Stark spent approximately 3 months in captivity before his escape, though the film does not clarify whether it was a little over or nearly 3 months. The 10 Rings organization accepted Obadiah's commission to assassinate Tony. However, they changed their plans at the last moment, seeking instead to enlist Tony's help in manufacturing the Jericho missile to fulfill their ambition of world domination. The members of the 10 Rings secretly rescued Tony, who fortuitously survived the missile blast, and imprisoned him in a cave. They granted him a mere 7 days to create the Jericho missile using the raw materials provided by the 10 Rings. In response, Tony devised a clever ruse, utilizing the supplied materials to forge the Mark I armor, which enabled his successful escape. Tragically, the scientist Odinson, who revived Tony, donned the armor to protect him and ultimately remained forever in that cave. This marked the inception of the Marvel revival film, Iron Man. Odinson's sacrifice paved the way for the future Iron Man. Although, theoretically, Tony should be safe now, the reality of death looms. After all, the unpredictable presence of Leon introduces the possibility of unforeseen variables in the plot. Moreover, Leon, who serves as Tony's life mentor, wishes to save Odinson as well. With Odinson's assistance, Leon believes his own life would be considerably more comfortable, free from worries, allowing him to focus solely on his educational endeavors. With a fingerprint and password unlocking the door, Leon descended in the elevator to Tony's workshop and parking area, which he humorously dubbed Tony's funhouse. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of his target and inquired, Jarvis, is the Jet Slider operational? Master Leon, the Jet Slider remains in standby mode. However, due to design limitations, it imposes significant strain on the pilot. Without Mr. Stark's permission, I cannot initiate its activation. Come on, Jarvis. What time is it? Sometimes, one must be flexible with their principles and learn to adapt. Master Leon, I am not human. I am merely the artificial intelligence created by Mr. Stark and can only operate within the parameters he has established. Yet to me, you are family. J.A.R.V.I.S. fell silent for a moment, and beside Leon, the hidden elevator leading to the underground test parking lot slowly opened from within the wall. A smile graced Leon's lips as he took the elevator deeper underground. However, upon exiting, he was confronted by an imposing blast-proof alloy door reminiscent of a bank vault. Master Leon, I can only assist you this far. In Mr. Stark's absence, I am unable to open this door. That's all right, J.A.R.V.I.S. You've already been a tremendous help. With a grin, Leon delivered a forceful punch to the metal door, creating only a small dent, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly, with a few fragments cascading onto his shoulders. Given more time, he estimated he could have smashed the door open by hand, but that would take too long. While the chest cannon might obliterate it in a short time, the resulting destruction could devastate whatever lay inside, potentially even the entire villa. Master Leon, according to Mr. Stark, this metallic door is designed to withstand a nuclear blast. It is exceedingly difficult to breach through physical means, J.A.R.V.I.S. stated. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed as Leon had already smashed through the foot-thick reinforced concrete wall beside the door with his shield. J.A.R.V.I.S. fell silent. Leon waved his shield, chuckling. This door is tougher than the wall. If that's the case, the wall just became a door. My brother isn't professional enough. J.A.R.V.I.S. This is what I meant about being adaptable. When he returns, remind him to reconsider the wall's material. It's far too fragile for any real defense. Having boasted a bit, Leon crouched and slipped through the opening he had created, entering the garage that Tony had specially constructed for him. The space was modest, resembling a cylindrical section, with various tools for manufacturing and modification adorning the circular walls. The floor was level with metal plates, covering an area of approximately 100 square meters and standing 4 meters high, seemingly carved from the rock itself. The most striking feature was the colossal motorcycle-like machine parked at the center of the garage, significantly larger than a typical family car. This was a concept Leon had dreamt of and had persistently urged Tony, his genius cat, to help bring to life. Chuckling with delight, Leon gently caressed the cold metallic surface of the massive motorcycle named Jet Sliger. J.A.R.V.I.S. began to elaborate. In accordance with Master Leon's imaginative dreams, Mr. Stark equipped the Jet Sliger with multiple experimental arc jet ports on both sides and the rear of the vehicle, coupled with the omnidirectional wheels specially designed by Mr. Stark for this motorcycle. The Jet Sliger boasts maneuverability far surpassing that of conventional motorcycles. It can perform various extraordinary maneuvers, including but not limited to self-rotation, lateral sliding, and near-ground hovering. Furthermore, Mr. Stark has also added a submersible module, achieving tri-environment capability, land, sea, and air. Underwater, it can reach speeds of up to 100 km/h. On water, up to 650 km/h. On land, up to 1,300 km/h. And in the air, up to 2,500 km/h. The entire vehicle operates on electric power, fueled by a medium-sized arc reactor, capable of maintaining peak power for a week in full charge, without considering mechanical wear and engine heat dissipation. Wait, a medium-sized arc reactor? Leon raised an eyebrow, humorously chiding. That damn liar, Tony. I previously asked him to reduce the arc reactor's size to serve as a power source, and he insisted it was impossible, claiming such advanced technology is simply unfeasible. Turns out he completed it. Master Leon, in fact, the day after you proposed the idea of shrinking the arc reactor, Mr. Stark had already finished the design and construction of the medium-sized arc reactor, J.R.V.I.S. informed him. Leon fell silent at this revelation. Denying his emotions would be disingenuous. Tony truly was a brilliant genius. J.A.R.V.I.S. Let's start it up. With the shield retracting into the system, Leon mounted the Jet Sliger. J.A.R.V.I.S. refrained from mentioning the shield's disappearance, instead reiterating. Master Leon, the Jet Sliger's design is not yet perfected. The pilot experiences pressure exceeding 3 times that of a fighter pilot during acceleration and turning, which an ordinary person cannot endure. Do you think I am ordinary? Hurry up, Leon urged, aware that time was of the essence. As you wish, Master Leon. Recognizing Leon's determination and recalling his extraordinary display of strength in smashing through the wall, J.A.R.V.I.S. ceased further objections. With a roar reminiscent of a jet taking off, the Jet Sliger's cockpit and engine activated simultaneously. the metal floor beneath it transformed, revealing a circular launch pad 6 meters in diameter that began to rotate downward into the launch track. Meanwhile, beneath the coastal villa, a cliffside trembled. With a rumble, the rock face parted, revealing a luminous metallic track brimming with technological sophistication. A dark rocket, nearly invisible to the naked eye, shot forth, racing toward Afghanistan over the Pacific Ocean. It was the jet Sliger, with Leon aboard. J.A.R.V.I.S. I leave the driving and customs issues to you. It is my honor to serve you, Master Leon. Chapter 6. The Eve of Dawn. The Pacific Ocean. On the tranquil sea surface, Leon's jet glider soared through the low-altitude coastal air at a staggering velocity of 204 Mach. It appeared there was little strain involved. Seated in the cockpit, Leon felt as if he could comfortably drift into slumber, for the mere burden of a dozen or 20 GS was nothing to him. Once in a state of uniform linear motion, it felt no different from driving his car on an ordinary day. Now integrated with the Soldier Boy template, he found it effortless to endure. Master Leon, should I inform Miss Pepper and Colonel Rhodes of your safe return? Let us hold off on that for now. I'll let them know after I rescue Tony. Understood. Jarvis, how much longer until we reach Afghanistan? At the current speed, we are projected to arrive at the Afghan border in approximately 5 hours, with an expected arrival time of 2:50 a.m. tomorrow. All right, I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive. Certainly. Good night, Master Leon. Good night, Jarvis. Jarvis dimmed the brightness of the jet glider's display, where a small green arrow gradually approached a red section, signifying danger in the destination. Leon slowly closed his eyes. However, sleep eluded him, and his thoughts began to wander. One might say he was lost in fanciful daydreams. For instance, how should he present himself to a disheveled Tony? Or perhaps it was wiser not to inform Pepper of his whereabouts beforehand, as he feared her excessive concern. Better to let her continue believing that Leon might have perished. As for Rhodes, while he trusted him, the same could not be said for the rest of the military personnel, who might well harbor Obadiah's infiltrators. Relying on such scattered forces was far less effective than Leon acting independently. Master Leon, Master Leon. We have arrived. Jarvis's voice rang in Leon's ears, prompting him to slowly open his eyes, the faint starlight illuminating the barren land ahead. In the silent, dark world, the jet glider was the sole beacon of light. Jarvis, what exactly are we doing? Leon mumbled, still groggy. Rescuing Mr. Stark, Master Leon. Oh right, we need to save Tony. Gradually regaining clarity, Leon suddenly widened his eyes, realizing a significant oversight. Jarvis, do we know where Tony is? We do not, Master Leon. Oh, this was indeed awkward. In the haste of departure, Leon had unconsciously assumed that his prophetic intelligence and the enhanced combat prowess of the Soldier Boy template would enable him to easily rescue Tony. However, the reality was starkly different. Relying solely on fragmented information gleaned from past cinematic experiences, Leon had no concrete knowledge of Tony's whereabouts, only recalling that he was held captive in a cave guarded by the 10 rings. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Leon possessed both strength and cunning. Since Tony had departed from the Bugram airfield, it would suffice to eradicate all surrounding terrorists, starting from this airbase. Surely, he would uncover Tony's location. Wasn't he that how a game of Minesweeper was played? By stepping on every minefield, one would eventually find a safe path. I'm a genius, Leon mused, considering himself a man of exceptional intellect. At this moment, his superior wisdom informed him that it was time to employ his superhuman strength. Just as he marveled at the perfection of his plan, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Query, would you like to sign in today? System, do not disappoint me. Ding. Sign in for today has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, capable of firing an unlimited number of high-powered 50 AE caliber rounds. Quality, everlasting. Description, the first shot heralds my arrival, the second announces your departure. Yet, ponder this, could it merely be a handgun? Why is there a quality section? And what does everlasting mean? Leon was skeptical. He retrieved the so-called Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the system space and fired off several hundred rounds before ceasing. Remarkably, aside from the smoke curling from the muzzle, the firearm seemed entirely unscathed. But that was not the end of it. Leon produced the tungsten steel alloy shield from Soldier Boy, wielding the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, and struck it forcefully against the shield. Bang! After an overwhelming sound, the handgun remained intact, while the shield shattered. Clang, clang, clang. Gazing down at the scattered fragments of the tungsten shield at his feet, Leon turned his attention to the pristine Desert Eagle in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. By my word, this is some conceptual weaponry, Leon exclaimed. What a pity for my shield. Tony must compensate me with a piece of vibranium. Jarvis, make a note of that. Don't forget to mention it when we return. Of course, Master Leon. As he stored the fragments of the shield back into the system space, Leon planned to melt them down upon his return. Such versatile equipment could not be discarded, and an idea was already forming in his mind. At the outpost of the 10 Rings, a nearby member of the explosive gang had just called to report that a madman had single-handedly taken out their personnel, claiming he was coming for the 10 Rings. How amusing, they thought. One man. Huh, that's quite the boast. Perhaps they were high on something. If they had truly been wiped out, how could anyone be left to notify us? Good point. Why are you yelling? Just go to sleep. Nobody's watching us. Whether our eyes are open or closed, tomorrow will come all the same. What is the point of staying up? Valid argument. Shut up. Sleep, you moron. As the 2 10 Ring soldiers finally closed their eyes, a chilling voice whispered ominously in their ears, still sleeping? Time to collect you. Leon swiftly crushed the skulls of the 2 soldiers, watermelon juice splattering everywhere as he muttered, "Don't believe me? Well, here I am." From his elevated position, he gazed at the artificially carved cave on the rocky outcrop not far away, a smile creeping across his lips. Bingo, I've hit the jackpot. At this moment, on the eastern horizon, clouds began to glow with a pearly white, heralding the warm dawn. Meanwhile, within the cave where Tony and Ethan were imprisoned, their excitement rendered them unable to sleep. Lying on their beds, they whispered about their escape plans for the day. Although their suits had been constructed, the challenge lay in how to don them. As the 10 Rings had set up surveillance in the cave, any movement on their part would be instantly detected and thwarted. Chapter 7, Clash. The hero emerges, yet it is Soldier Boy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Bang. 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 He is not human. He is a monster. Bullets have no effect on him. What about my Italian cannon? Forget your Italian cannon. Even the anti-tank gun is useless against him. While Tony and Ethan grappled with the challenge of wearing their suits, a cacophony of gunfire and screams erupted from outside the cave. Suddenly, after a blinding flash, the world fell silent once more. Lying on the bed, Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, and Ethan quickly rose to peer through the monitoring window at the entrance. "Now is our chance, Tony," Ethan exclaimed excitedly. "There is not a single guard outside." "Really? Oh my goodness." Tony, filled with excitement, attempted a somersault but failed spectacularly, tumbling off the bed and, in a fortunate twist of fate, reaching under it to retrieve a bomb intricately bound with duct tape. After confirming that there was no one guarding the cave outside for the moment, he affixed the explosive device to the handle of the iron door. The moment someone pushed the door open from the outside, the bomb would detonate, buying precious time for Tony and his companions. "Ethan, hurry up and help me don the armor," he urged. Right. A moment earlier, at the 10 Rings gang's hideout, Leon aimed to achieve a flawless infiltration, relying on his formidable physical defenses and an infinite supply of bullets from his Desert Eagle to carve a path of destruction. However, his marksmanship left much to be desired. It often took 7 bullets to take down a single foe. After all, he had not dedicated himself to practice and had only recently transitioned from a pampered playboy with little strength. Nonetheless, with the advantage of unlimited ammunition, Leon managed to unleash a firepower from the Desert Eagle akin to that of a machine gun. Sensing the tide turning, the bald leader of the 10 Rings gang hastily directed his scruffy subordinate, "Quickly send someone to relocate Tony Stark and Ethan. I will follow shortly." "Yes, boss." The scruffy subordinate complied and promptly led a group towards the cave. Meanwhile, Leon, who had been monitoring the situation around the cave, fired a few shots but missed his targets. He decided to abandon subtlety, channeling a brilliant energy that began to gather at his chest. After a brief 3-second build-up, with a thunderous boom, a beam of terrifying light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from Leon's chest. He spun on the spot, the chest cannon following suit, obliterating everything within its sweeping arc with astonishing ease. Exhaling deeply, Leon clenched his fist. Feeling slightly drained after such a powerful shot, not something he could rely on as a regular tactic. However, the sheer might was undeniable. Leon surveyed the 10 Rings hideout, now resembling a landscape scorched by lava, and couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Is there anyone left? A gust of wind blew, yet no response came. The scent of charred remains wafted up from the ground, making him grimace in disgust. It appeared that the gang had been completely annihilated in the onslaught. Inside the cave, Tony and Ethan were nearing the completion of their armor assembly. "Hurry, Ethan. I think I hear footsteps," Tony urged anxiously. "Almost done. What is the next step?" Ethan asked as he tightened the last screw and dashed to the nearby computer desk. "Now, we just need to input the power command. Press F11. Wait for the progress bar, then press Ctrl-I, and finally hit enter. The footsteps grew ever closer, reverberating ominously in Tony's heart, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "I'm all set, Tony," Ethan declared as he hit the enter key, and the progress bar for activating the iron armor began to load rapidly at 10% per second. "Okay, Ethan, find a corner to hide. Let me deal with them. And then we can escape this wretched place together," Tony advised. "You might not know this, but I'm a master at hide and seek." In a moment of levity, Ethan, relying on his slender frame, concealed himself inside an empty missile shell, perfectly blending in as long as it remained undisturbed. Excellent. Seeing this, Tony felt reassured. Dividing his focus between the progress bar on the screen and the approaching footsteps outside the iron door. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." He silently bolstered himself as the loading bar reached 100. The lights in the cave flickered and then went dark. Silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, a thunderous crash akin to a battering ram echoed from the entrance, the heavy iron door caving inward with a distinct fist imprint. Outside, Leon withdrew his fist, eyeing the imprint with a scoff. "This is just too soft. It didn't shatter on the first hit?" He followed up with a kick, sending the iron door flying. Boom. The bomb that Tony had set detonated, catching Leon off guard and hurling him backward. "Oh right, I almost forgot about that." Coughing and covered in dust, Leon stood up unscathed, brushing himself off as he leaned against the cave entrance with an air of casual indifference, mingled with a hint of melancholy. "Hey, you scrawny old man, let us go." However, what greeted Leon was a fist the size of a sandbag. Thud. Leon smirked, effortlessly catching it with one hand. "Hey, Tony, it's me, your dearest brother Leon." He rolled his eyes, exasperated at the need to prove his identity. "You must be joking. I know that guy well enough." Tony retorted, not convinced that Leon possessed the strength to decimate such a thick iron door with a single punch. Due to the rudimentary conditions, the helmet of the Mark I armor lacked night vision capabilities. In the dim light of the cave, Tony could not recognize the dust-covered Leon, and the audio system in his helmet had been temporarily compromised by the recent explosion. Desperate to escape, Tony unleashed a flurry of erratic punches at Leon. "Well, if reason fails, we'll have to resort to physics." Leon sighed, dodging Tony's hooks before delivering a straightforward, yet powerful strike that sent Tony crashing into the ceiling. When Tony fell back down, silence reclaimed the cave. Chapter 8. I am the sixth. When Tony regained consciousness, he found himself in the Mark I armor extracted from the cave by Leon, who had also located Ethan, hidden within the missile casing, through a thorough search. After a heartfelt explanation from Leon, Ethan finally accepted Leon's identity as Tony's brother. Upon witnessing the aftermath at the Ten Rings hideout, Ethan was compelled to believe, for the brutality was undeniable. The majority of the gang members had been reduced to nothing but ash, their remains entirely obliterated in a gruesome spectacle. Shortly thereafter, Tony, who had been knocked unconscious, finally awoke. "Ouch, my jaw." He grimaced as the Mark I helmet retracted. "Tony, are you all right?" Ethan approached with concern. "At least I'm still alive," Tony replied with a wry smile, suddenly recalling something. "What about that imposter who claimed to be my brother, Leon? I'll blow him to pieces." "Who are you talking about?" Leon returned after washing his face. The morning sunlight illuminated his strikingly handsome features, blending elegance with an air of mischief, leaving one momentarily awestruck by his charm. "Leon, you're just in time. There was an imposter pretending to be you." "Wait, Leon? How are you here?" Tony exclaimed, staring at Leon in disbelief. "The imposter you mentioned is actually me, you foolish older brother." Leon smirked, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "But how did you suddenly become so powerful? And what else with that suit? Are you cosplaying?" Tony queried. "Wait, you didn't inject yourself with the super soldier serum, did you?" "It must be that. However, that doesn't make sense. The serum shouldn't have such potent effects. Moreover, 9 out of 10 recipients turn into lunatics, while 1 is merely half-crazed." Tony experienced a flurry of thoughts, contemplating the source of Leon's extraordinary powers with the information at his disposal, blissfully unaware that it all stemmed from the existence of a system. All right. I'll explain it to you slowly later. It's a long story. Then let us cut to the chase." Tony was determined not to let Leon dismiss the matter lightly. What if the powers Leon had acquired posed some uncontrollable risk, akin to how the super soldier's serum magnified a person's innermost desires? Tony could not accept that. It was imperative to address any potential hazards promptly. After all, he was his only brother. Reluctantly, Leon recounted the simple version of how he had been struck by great fortune, leading to his acquisition of superhuman abilities, albeit omitting any mention of the system's existence. Nonetheless, he spoke the truth to Tony, leaving no room for criticism. "Leon, can you fly now?" Tony inquired with curiosity. Not yet. Do you take me for Superman? Leon chuckled, playfully punching Tony's chest. The latter smiled wryly. Well, that's splendid. Let me show you what it means to be an aerial acrobat. With that, Tony, like a child eager to showcase his toys, eagerly demonstrated the flight capabilities of the Mark I armor. He activated the manual ignition on his left arm, and with a plume of environmentally questionable gray and white exhaust, he shot skyward. Woohoo! Leon, did you see that? This is a one-of-a-kind suit capable of carrying a person, Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, before he could ascend much higher, the makeshift jet propulsion system of the Mark I malfunctioned midair, leading to a chaotic descent. Leon, witnessing the calamity, could only facepalm. You wanted to show off, and now look at you, plummeting. What should we do, Leon? Ethan instinctively turned to Leon, concern etched on his face. What else can we do? We catch him, of course, Leon replied, indulging his brother. He calculated Tony's landing trajectory, then leaped with precision, grabbing Tony clad in his armor and using himself as a cushion as they crashed to the ground together. The impact was tremendous. And despite Leon's efforts to soften the blow, the shoddily constructed Mark I shattered upon contact. Pushing himself away from Tony, who had only sustained minor scrapes, Leon quipped. That was quite the flight. Next time, maybe skip the flying. That was just an accident, Tony said, a hint of embarrassment tugging at the corners of his mouth. Once we get back, I promise to create an improved version. When that happens, I'll impress you. Humph, who needs that? Leon scoffed. By then, I might just be able to fly myself. This playful banter encapsulated the brothers' dynamic, each refusing to yield verbally, yet soft-hearted beneath the surface. Ethan raised his hand timidly. How do we leave this place? The 10 Rings armored vehicles are all wrecked. Most of them are reduced to molten metal. Upon hearing this, Tony swiftly turned to Leon, who did not disappoint. He pointed decisively at his Bluetooth headset and commanded, Jarvis, bring the jet glider to us. Understood, Master Leon, Jarvis responded. Within 15 seconds, the jet glider, stationed 5 kilometers away, arrived at their location. The jet glider? You actually brought that thing out? You're quite reckless. Tony marveled, realizing Leon's physical prowess had significantly improved. However, the cockpit of the jet glider could accommodate no more than 2 passengers. Simple, Leon shrugged. We'll squeeze in. There's always room. Sir, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Jarvis's voice resonated from the vehicle system. Oh, Jarvis. Hearing your voice again has moved me deeply. Tony expressed, somewhat exaggeratedly, his longing for Jarvis, lamenting the absence of his presence. Subsequently, the 3 of them arranged themselves in a sandwich formation, Tony in front, Leon in the middle, and Ethan at the back. Leon, your handgun is poking me. Handgun? You idiot. Let us go home. Amidst the bickering between Leon and Tony, the jet glider gradually departed from the now desolate 10 Rings base. Half an hour later, a disturbance emerged from beneath a pile of rubble. Soon, a bald man, his body marred by burns, emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was the leader of the 10 Rings. He had survived. When Leon fired the chest cannon, the bald man had immediately sought refuge behind a makeshift stone barricade, burrowing into a trench. Although he ended up buried, he had narrowly escaped death, his skin scorched and radiating heat, yet still alive for the time being. He glared in the direction Leon and the others had taken, his malevolence evident, growling, Stark. You lot will pay for this. For what? Right now? Leon, appearing like a specter, materialized behind the bald man, plunging his hands into the man's chest and brutally tearing him in half. The Iron Tyrant had been birthed from this man's misguided endeavors. So Leon had kept a close watch on him from the outset. I thought you were good at hiding. You made me lose the cover girl for the upcoming year to Tony, after delivering a couple of kicks and setting the body ablaze to obliterate any evidence. Leon felt satisfied as he rejoined Tony and Ethan, who were waiting a short distance away. Chapter 9. Kids, I'm back. Within Afghanistan, the trio made no attempt to linger for safety's sake. Instead, they leisurely navigated homeward aboard the jet glider. Hours passed, and suddenly, the sound of armed helicopters sliced through the air. Hey, over here, Rhodey. Tony shouted excitedly, waving. The armed helicopter descended, and several Special Forces soldiers followed the weary Rhodey to where Leon and Tony stood. Rhodey didn't inquire about Leon's presence or how Tony had escaped. Instead, he jokingly remarked, next time, you 2 brothers should try to ride in the same vehicle, all right? Tony gave a wry smile, while Leon shrugged nonchalantly, and Ethan observed with a grin. With Rhodey's assistance, Tony, not wishing to squeeze into the glider with Leon, took Ethan on a large transport aircraft. Leon, pleased with the arrangement, boarded the plane as well. As for the jet glider, under Jarvis's control, it had already departed for the airport. As soon as they disembarked, emergency stretchers rushed toward the brothers, which Tony impatiently waved away. Happy had been waiting in a car for some time. Pepper's eyes glistened with tears, a mixture of joy and relief as she beheld the safe return of the brothers. In a childlike manner, Leon swiftly leapt into Pepper's embrace, exclaiming, "Pepper, I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Leon," she replied. Now, off with you." Tony, witnessing this, felt his eyelids twitch in annoyance as he pulled Leon away, striding toward Pepper. "Oh dear, are you crying? Is it because you were worried about your missing boss?" "No, I'm happy. It saves me the trouble of having to find another job." Pepper, with a tender heart yet a stubborn tongue, replied, "Is that so? Ugh." Before she had a moment to register his response, Tony leaned in and kissed her. Nearby, Leon, Rhodey, and Ethan observed the scene with amused, almost maternal grins, while the other soldiers present had long since grown accustomed to such displays. After all, Tony Stark's reputation as a notorious playboy was well-deserved, though Leon Stark proved to be somewhat more earnest than one might expect. Little did they know that Leon genuinely regarded Pepper as both an older sister and a future sister-in-law, maintaining a boundary he would never cross into romantic entanglement. Were he to do so, Tony would surely devise an anti-Leon suit to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. Wait, an anti-Leon suit? Suddenly, the thought struck Leon, and he cast a serious glance at Tony's retreating figure. Surely, he must already have a draft in mind. After a considerable pause, Tony's lips parted, and with a serious demeanor, he declared, "It's time to get to work, children." He glanced back at Leon, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Tony and Ethan climbed into the vehicle alongside Happy and Pepper, redirecting their course from the hospital Pepper had initially chosen to the press conference venue that Tony had insisted upon. Just before departing, Leon called out, "Hey, you lanky old man, don't forget your burgers." He retrieved 2 Whoppers from the seat of the jet glider and expertly tossed them through the car window to Tony and Ethan, an arrangement he had preemptively coordinated with J.A.R.V.I.S. "Well done, you sly dog," Tony exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of his burger with a look of utter satisfaction. Following their harrowing experience, Tony resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Leon had no objections, but he saw no need to attend the press conference. All he desired was to return home for a hot shower. J.A.R.V.I.S. "Be sure to wash my uniform and patch up the torn areas," he instructed. "Of course, Master Leon." Upon returning to the seaside villa, Leon was greeted by a figure that felt both unexpected yet entirely predictable at his doorstep. "Mr. Leon, may I have a word with you?" It was a gentleman possessing a demeanor akin to Ethan's, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit. Approaching Leon with an air of familiarity. "And you are?" Leon inquired, raising an eyebrow as he signaled J.A.R.V.I. south to park the jet glider. "Greetings, Mr. Leon," the man replied, shaking Leon's hand amicably before introducing himself. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Oh, for heaven's sake. What a convoluted department name. Why not just use an acronym? S.H.I.E.L.D. Sounds better. Let us just call it the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency," Leon quipped, simplifying the name for the organization before it could be uttered in full. "That's a fair suggestion. I shall relay it to my superiors," Coulson replied, his eyes brightening at the thought, as he too had long found the department's name unwieldy. S.H.I.E.L.D. It has a pleasant ring to it, he mused. "However, why aren't you affiliated with the Department of Defense, the FBI, or the CIA, but rather this department I've never heard of before?" Leon pressed, genuinely curious. "Compared to DOD, FBI, and CIA, we operate with greater independence and focus," Coulson explained before continuing. "Mr. Leon, I would like you to elaborate on your escape alongside Mr. Tony." As he spoke, Coulson handed Leon a photograph, which Leon took and examined. The image depicted an extremely blurred crimson beam from a vantage point above. While others might fail to discern its significance, Leon recognized it immediately as a shot of the chest cannon he had fired at the Ten Rings hideout. The intense radiation released during the cannon's discharge rendered the satellite image more obscure than any of the teacher's pixelated images. The radiation levels in that area had spiked abnormally, hinting at a nuclear reactor explosion, which had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, capturing this particular photograph. Following an investigation, it was confirmed that this location was precisely where Mr. Tony had been abducted. "Mr. Leon, can you identify which weapon emitted that beam?" Coulson inquired with a polite smile. Leon found himself at a loss for words. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was downright astonishing. Or was it some sort of villainous enhancement? After all, Aside from Agent Coulson, only Hill, Sharon Carter, and the likes of the Black Widow and Hawkeye seem to have pure intentions within S.H.I.E.L.D. The rest could easily be counted among Hydra's reserves. It was a mystery how that man, who Leon would begrudgingly consider the strongest undercover agent, had attained the position of director. Agent Coulson, as you know, I'm merely a younger sibling. For the finer details, you'll have to wait for my brother to disclose them. It shouldn't be long, Leon stated, choosing not to elaborate further. With that, he turned and stepped into his home, denying Coulson the opportunity to enter. Gazing up at the towering white walls that loomed over him, Coulson's benign smile faltered slightly, leaving him to ponder what thoughts occupied his mind. Before long, a Bluetooth call came through. Back in his vehicle, preparing to return, Coulson answered. How did the operation go? Sir, the target is not inclined to cooperate. Damn. He.S. quite tight-lipped. The voice on the other end replied after a momentary silence. Since He.S. proving unyielding, go and establish contact with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. As for Leon Stark, well, Natasha is currently on a covert mission in the Far East, and probably won't be back for a couple of days. So send Sharon instead. Isn't that kid notorious for his flings? Let him indulge. Understood. Meanwhile, Leon, blissfully unaware of the elaborate plans S.H.I.E.L.D. had concocted for him, would undoubtedly have expressed, is there such a delightful surprise in store? Chapter 10. How the Iron Body is forged after finishing his shower. Leon returned to the living room, where the massive screen was replaying Tony's momentous decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Mr. Stark, what exactly transpired during your abduction? I witnessed young lives extinguished by the very weapons I intended to create for their protection. I realized that the current system operates without accountability, and I had unwittingly become a part of it. With those words, Tony abruptly rose from his seat at the podium, declaring, I have come to a profound understanding. I must possess the ability and responsibility to contribute more to this imperfect, yet beautiful world, beyond merely manufacturing weapons that explode. He continued, thus, I have decided to close Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. As his announcement echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment rippled among the gathered journalists. Obadiah, seated nearby, immediately sprang to his feet, eager to seize the opportunity to mitigate the fallout from Tony's declarations. However, words once spoken are like water spilled. Tony's resolve was unshakable, and the closure of the weapons division had become an irreversible decision. Leon lost interest in the subsequent replay and switched off the television, intending to retreat to his room for much-needed rest to recuperate from the past few exhausting days. Just then, J.A.R.V.I.S. interrupted Master Leon. There is a call from Stark Industries. Put it through. Leon, what are you up to? I want to be returning home tonight. Pepper insists I stay at the office to handle the aftermath of the weapons division shutdown. If I come home to find that cover girl we agreed upon lounging in your bed, beware, I might just kick your sorry ass. Oh, poor Tony. My heart aches for you, Leon replied, chuckling. After their playful banter, he promptly hung up. What a joke. As if he would heed Tony's warnings. I shall do as I please. Sleep. Good night, Master Leon. Good night, Jarvis. By the time Leon awoke, his hair resembling a bird's nest, it was already noon the following day. Tony had returned home after a busy morning, hammering away in his workshop and underground garage below. Bang, bang, bang. For heaven's sake, can you let a person sleep? Leon grumbled while yawning and descending in the elevator. Leon, you arrived just in time. Upon seeing Leon, Tony produced a brand new miniature arc reactor and handed it to him. Please help me replace this. Couldn't you have asked Pepper to do this trivial task? Leon inquired, glancing at Tony, who had stripped off his shirt and settled comfortably. I fear it would cause her undue worry. Her stress levels are already quite high. As he spoke, a rare softness graced Tony's expression. That is true, Leon acknowledged, swiftly assisting Tony in replacing the arc reactor. And what shall we do with this old one? Leon tossed the little device that had saved Tony's life. Do as you wish. Once dressed, Tony immersed himself back into the creation of his suit, determined to finish the second armor before addressing his kidnapping ordeal. Initially, Tony had scoffed at the notion of personal power, believing that wealth could solve any problem. However, following the recent abduction incident and witnessing his brother Leon acquire superhuman abilities, his perspective began to shift. Setting aside other considerations, he felt compelled to reclaim his mantle as the elder brother before Leon. After all, having to rely on his younger sibling to rescue him from similar situations was quite unbecoming for a billionaire and mechanical genius. Tony would not permit Leon to outshine him alone. If they were brothers, they would shine together. Encouraging himself, Tony became increasingly engrossed in his work. So much so that he failed to notice Leon doodling on the back of his shirt. The mechanical arm assisting Tony, however, did take note. But when it attempted to alert him, Leon crushed the steel pen it held into a lump. The arm promptly ceased its movements, pretending not to have witnessed Leon's antics. Bored, Leon tossed the old arc reactor aside, soon losing interest in Tony's monotonous assembly of armor, as he could not comprehend it. "System, are you there?" Leon called out in his mind. Query, would you like to check in today? System, I hear you. Please wait a moment. Leon's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a red, blue, and white shield emblazoned with a 5-pointed star, nestled in a corner of Tony's workshop. It was a high-quality replica of Captain America's vibranium shield, the original of which remained encased in ice alongside the captain in the Arctic. Approaching it to validate a hunch, he set down the old arc reactor and picked up the replica shield, initiating the system check-in. System, I can hear the echoes of fortune. Activate. Leon, why are you shouting all of a sudden? Get out. Tony snapped. All right, brother. Farewell. Leon tossed aside the replica shield and exited with unusual decisiveness, barely able to suppress the exuberant smile, threatening to break free. Upon returning to his bedroom, he could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! I did it. I actually did it. The system's notification reverberated in his mind, a melodious sound akin to heavenly music. Bring on more. I love it. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations. The host has received the system's exclusive, non-toxic, harmless, and side-effect-free native physique, adamantium skeleton. Adamantium skeleton, composed of the hardest known metal on Earth, the formula for which has been lost. This skeleton is indestructible, highly heat-resistant, non-toxic, and harmless, representing a natural enhancement of bone structure, unaffected by magnetic forces. With super self-regeneration functioning normally. Introduction. Congratulations, you have advanced further on the path of transcending humanity. Note, the adamantium skeleton will be regarded as the host's innate physique, growing stronger in accordance with the host's own strength, with no upper limit. Awesome. My suspicions were indeed correct. Reflecting on previous check-in rewards, Leon was now almost certain that the system's rewards were directly related to his state, environment, and the objects he interacted with. Perhaps it also had connections to the characters around him, a point he would need to verify later. In any case, confirming that the system's rewards could be manipulated within a predictable range significantly increased their operability. Just as Leon envisioned himself, soon capable of punching Superman and kicking Thanos. A sudden, excruciating pain coursed through him, as if it had penetrated to his very bones. Damn. Note, the adamantium skeleton begins to strengthen. Huh, it's starting now? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were a painless machine. Complaining to the system in his final moments of consciousness, Leon succumbed to the pain and fainted. Ah, the youth. They can simply fall asleep without a care. He lay curled up on the soft, plush double bed, eyes rolled back, foam bubbling at his mouth, occasionally convulsing. While he seemed present, he had actually departed for a while. On the other side, Tony's Mark II armor was taking shape. As fate would have it, the brothers were harmoniously and diligently forging their iron bodies that transcended humanity in their own ways. Chapter 11. Oh, starlight, dazzle them. The beauty of youth lies in the fleeting nature of time. A day passes in the blink of an eye. When Leon awoke, yet another day had slipped away. At his bedside, Tony sat with his back against a chair, hands resting on the backrest, attentively watching Leon with his stunning hazel eyes while sipping a glass of murky green vegetable juice. Hey, scrawny little boy, you finally woke up. Did you know you set a Guinness World Record? Upon seeing Leon regain consciousness, Tony downed the remaining vegetable juice from his large beer mug, then pulled out an ultra-thin tablet, swiftly operating it to display a heart rate fluctuation graph more thrilling than a roller coaster. Peak heart rate of 315. Kid, you're invincible. And your weight is rather abnormal, exceeding 200 kilograms. I guarantee no girl would want to be pinned under you after hearing that number. I had to exert myself tremendously to bring you to the medical bay at home. Can you explain what happened? Tony inquired, observing Leon as he dressed. I merely conducted a minor test of my superpowers. It's nothing to worry about. In short, I've grown even stronger. Leon replied nonchalantly, quickly shifting the topic. By the way, if my weight is now over 400 pounds, how could you, with your skinny arms and legs, possibly move me? Good question. Tony automatically dismissed Leon's slander, eagerly leading him down to his workshop. However, watch out. Bang. As Leon took just a couple of steps through the living room, he suddenly stepped into thin air and fell heavily. What the? His startled exclamation came as he realized there was a hole. Thanks for the last-minute warning, Tony. Leon laughed in frustration. Tony, have you awakened your inner goof? Taking to dismantling the place, or what? How could there be such a large hole? And you even covered it with corrugated cardboard. I truly appreciate that. Just doing a minor test, like you, Tony retorted. Tony struck a pose resembling the galactic pinch, mimicking Leon's earlier tone. A mischievous smirk playing on his lips as he shrugged. Damn it, you did that on purpose. I shall remember this grudge. Have Jarvis note it down. Leon clapped his hands, rising to survey his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the Mark II suit, encircled by dozens of mechanical arms, its silver sheen gleaming in the light. Notably, in the transparent display case against the wall, lay Tony's maiden creation, the Mark I, which had been retrieved by Jarvis while piloting the jet glider. Leon had chosen to accompany Tony on the airplane instead of riding his beloved motorcycle, thus leaving the cockpit of the glider vacant. What do you think? Tony asked, excitement mingling with a hint of pride as he observed Leon, who was thoughtfully scrutinizing the Mark II, chin in hand. Though the technological prowess is quite comparable, the performance disparity between the Mark II and the Mark I is akin to that of heaven and earth. The flight capabilities have been significantly refined. Allow me to demonstrate. Without waiting for Leon's response, Tony approached the suit, and with the assistance of the mechanical arms, began donning the armor piece by piece. However, once fully equipped, a sudden whoosh followed by a crash echoed through the space. Tony had taken flight only to crash down, leaving yet another hole in the ceiling. Gazing at Tony, who had once again crumpled $1 million sports car, Leon's lips curled slightly in disdain. Is this it? This is your excuse for creating a hole and causing my fall? That was merely an accident, Tony replied, awkwardly rubbing the non-existent nose on his helmet, then inquired of Jarvis. Jarvis, where's the auxiliary flight system? Sir, you disabled the auxiliary flight system during your first test flight, Jarvis responded. Well, it seems the flight control system requires further optimization, and the icing issues encountered at high altitudes also need addressing, Tony remarked, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he lay amidst the wreckage of the sports car, contemplating solutions to the issues faced during the suit's testing. Leon, witnessing this, felt a sense of resignation but chose not to disturb Tony. He always operated this way, encountering problems and resolving them, often forgetting what he was doing in the process. Perhaps that is the essence of genius, Leon mused. He then placed a hand on the Mark II's armor, feeling its cool surface. Query, would you like to check in today? Hungry, food. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Starlight template. Starlight template, superhuman physical attributes, focusing on defense and endurance, energy absorption, energy conversion, energy release, the extent of which depends on personal aptitude and proficiency. Description, good child, when hungry, consume more energy to recharge. Oh wow, luck is on my side. Indeed, it seems that what I lack comes to me in abundance. Thanks to this check-in, Leon not only reinforced his physical prowess, becoming sturdier, but also gained the ability to fly, a significant enhancement to the Soldier Boy template's greatest drawback. While the speed of flight remains uncertain, at least he could now hover. Moreover, based on the performance exhibited during the climactic finale of Starlight's third season, although he fell, it was evident that he could indeed fly. Magnificent, no further words necessary. By the way, Soldier Boy template, superhuman physical attributes, nearly comprehensive enhancement, but more focused on strength, defense, endurance, and resistance. In peak condition, strength, defense, endurance, and resistance surpass those of the average human. I am a living nuclear bomb, equivalent to a mobile nuclear reactor, capable of releasing massive amounts of thermal radiation, possessing terrifying power that can temporarily silence or even completely nullify the abilities of acquired superhumans, though this effect does not extend to innate superhumans. Description, there are disparities even among superhumans. You are a superhuman too, correct? Host, Leon Stark. Abilities, Soldier Boy template, super self-regeneration, adamantium alloy skeleton, Starlight template. Items, Soldier Boy suit, Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, quality, never wears out. Compared to the agony endured while enhancing the adamantium alloy skeleton, Leon experienced almost no discomfort integrating the Starlight template. Grasping it firmly, he instantaneously refined it. After a cursory glance at his current status panel, Leon playfully slapped Tony, who was lost in thought, rousing him from his reverie. Hey, look, I'm going to show you something. What? Before Tony could react, Leon began absorbing the surrounding electrical energy. His physical attributes far surpassed those of Starlight, allowing him to wield the same ability with greater intensity. It was as if he were voraciously consuming the electrical energy in the environment, even siphoning power from the Mark II, causing the small arc reactor on Tony's chest to overload, crackling with arcs of electricity. The jolt left Tony momentarily stunned. Unable to utter a word, let alone stop Leon. As he absorbed and converted the electrical energy, Leon's eyes glimmered with golden light, and his palms glowed similarly. He then thrust his hands downward, propelling himself upwards, his body gradually lifting as if he were precariously about to fall at any moment. This scene utterly mesmerized Tony. What on earth? Wasn't this exactly the scenario he had experienced during his test flight yesterday? When did Leon learn to fly? This ability was infinitely more convenient than assembling a suit piece by piece. It mirrored Tony's own test flight with the Mark II almost precisely. However, as a novice flyer, Leon struggled to control his direction, awkwardly swaying through the air, akin to someone desperately trying to find the optimal angle and height while using a toilet to avoid splashes. Under Tony's guidance, a veteran of aerial mishaps, Leon gradually began to find his bearings. After all, flying through innate superpowers differed from relying on a technological suit. Without electronic systems for additional assistance, he could only rely on practice to master his newfound ability. Ding! Fingerprint password unlocked. In a sleek office outfit, Pepper entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee. You too. Before their gaze could fully focus, there were 2 loud crashes. Unsurprisingly, yet another pair of million-dollar sports cars had been crushed into heaps. Leon, weighing over 400 pounds, along with Tony, clad in the Mark II armor, which added another 380 pounds, lay sprawled on their respective seats. The 2 brothers exchanged amused glances, laughter gradually erupting between them. Ha ha ha! Only Pepper, startled and spilling coffee everywhere, remained bewildered, utterly perplexed by the antics of the 2 brothers. Chapter 12. A flower in bloom should be plucked while it blooms. After cleaning up the spilled coffee, Pepper prepared 2 fresh cups. Leon and Tony concluded their introspective moments and followed her to the living room, where they settled into individual armchairs. Sipping their coffee, they admired the breathtaking sea view shimmering with golden ripples beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tony inquired, gathering. Leon responded, "Is it an invitation from Obadiah?" The brothers turned in unison to Pepper, who nodded in affirmation. To welcome the duo back from their harrowing ordeal, Obadiah had specifically tasked Pepper with summoning them, as their phones had proven unreachable. Unreachable? How could that be? Tony questioned, bewildered. "Sir, prior to commencing armor production, you mentioned that you wished for no interruptions, so I instructed Jarvis to reject all external communications." "Ah, it seems there is indeed such a matter. Tony, is the company yours or mine?" Faced with Pepper's dissatisfied gaze, Tony awkwardly cleared his throat twice and diverted the topic. When Pepper rose, snatching the half-drunk cup of coffee from Tony's hands, and with her elegant, black-stockinged legs, left him with a graceful silhouette. "Now, just look at the time." Upon hearing this, Tony glanced at Leon. Leon shrugged indifferently, just heading off to escort the shell-less Iron Turtle for a moment. The evening swiftly approached. At a 5-star hotel near Stark Tower, Obadiah had extravagantly booked the entire venue, causing a flurry of reporters to rush in. By the time Tony and Leon, looking presentable, arrived in their respective vehicles, the hotel exterior was already encircled by journalists and onlookers. Thankfully, security was barely sufficient to prevent the crowd from blocking the hotel entrance. Tony's vehicle was the classic silver Audi R8. Although relatively affordable, it was a favorite of his. Upon exiting, a hotel staff member promptly approached to assist with parking. However, another staff member, meant to assist Leon, was left dumbfounded because Leon's ride was a jet glider. Unlike a conventional motorcycle, the jet glider lacked brakes, throttle, or handlebars, featuring only 2 integrated control knobs and a large screen. Mr. Leon, I'm truly sorry, but I don't know how to operate your motorcycle." What should we do?" Even with Leon's notorious reputation, his status rendered any form of insubordination impossible. In this moment, the staff member faced the smiling Leon, sweating profusely and struggling to articulate her words. "No worries, don't be so tense. I won T-Bite," Leon said, patting the shoulder of the flustered female staff member reassuringly. "Just lead the way, and it will drive itself." Every word Leon uttered was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they seemed elusive to her understanding. The arrival of Tony and Leon ignited a frenzy in the crowd. After all, this marked the Stark brothers' first formal appearance following their 3-month disappearance. The previous impromptu press conference did not count. As they traversed the red carpet, the brothers were the center of attention, akin to major celebrities attending a press conference rather than a mere dinner. Among the elite invited by Obadiah, a reporter infiltrated the gathering, catching Leon's eye. This was not due to any prior entanglements, but rather her striking presence. "Hey, Leon, do you remember me?" approached a blonde woman in a shoulder-bearing purple evening gown. "Of course I remember, darling," Leon replied, affectionately embracing her waist and sharing a bold French kiss in front of numerous reporters. Observers whispered among themselves, some questioning. Is he not worried about scandal? However, familiar faces quickly chimed in, laughable. His reputation was already in ruins. What scandal could possibly arise? Moreover, Leon's mature charm, coupled with his carefree demeanor, attracted a considerable following in a nation that celebrated freedom. Ah, Mr. Leon, I want to have your babies, shouted a towering man in suspenders with a middle parting. But his voice was swiftly drowned out by a chorus of female responses. Such scenes were nothing new for Leon, who had organized several fan meet and greets, exclusively for his attractive and well-endowed female admirers. It was common for him to be surrounded by beautiful women upon entering an event. However, in an unprecedented turn of events, Tony, who walked ahead, declined the advances of a socialite with whom he once shared a fleeting romance, his gaze searching for something. With Obadiah, the evening's host, basking in the limelight during a media interview, Leon and Tony decided to procure some refreshments. Navigating past the throng of journalists, the brothers temporarily parted ways. Tony approached a bar, just ordering a glass of Scotch whiskey when Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him. Mr. Stark, and you are? Tony inquired, puzzled. Agent Coulson. He replied with a smile. Ah, from that S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, right? Pepper mentioned you. I hear you were looking for Leon. Tony recalled. It's S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Stark, Coulson corrected. All right. Sipping his whiskey, Tony waved his hand dismissively, suddenly raising an eyebrow as his gaze locked onto a stunning woman in a blue evening gown with wavy blonde hair. Indeed, it was Pepper, who had arrived at the hotel before Tony and Leon. I understand this period has been quite torturous for you, but we need you to prepare a report. We still have many questions, and some details may slip your mind over time. How about we schedule a meeting for the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Tower? Coulson suggested delicately. That sounds agreeable, you're quite right. I'll go find my secretary to arrange this. With an unwavering gaze on Pepper's silhouette, Tony downed his whiskey in one gulp, exchanged pleasantries with Coulson, and made his way toward the solitary Pepper. Though their relationship was tinged with ambiguity, the final barrier remained unbroken. Pepper harbored reservations, perceiving Tony as her superior while considering herself merely an employee. Relationships often falter under such disparities. Furthermore, facing the peculiar stares of colleagues added to her apprehension. The core issue was Tony's notorious playboy lifestyle, which hardly instilled a sense of security. Yet, following the recent kidnapping incident, Pepper's perspective began to shift. Tony felt similarly compelled to offer her some form of reassurance. As the saying goes, seize the flower while it blooms, lest one be left with empty branches. Meanwhile, Leon and the blonde woman, the reporter Christine, with whom he had previously conversed, had found a private room. Chapter 13. Tony, I don't understand. How did you survive the accident? By sheer luck. Where have you been for these 3 months? Floating in the sea. How did you deal with those kidnappers? With superpowers. How is that possible? I heard you used a nuclear bomb, didn't you? That's a rumor. Is that all you have to say to me? Directly speaking, I can say one thing. A type of plant. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Are you even human? Afterward, in a state of disbelief, Christine retrieved several photographs and a key from her bag, presenting them to Leon. Is this what you call taking responsibility? Leon asked, flipping through the images, which depicted a group of refugees coerced into assisting armed thugs in transporting military arms, various high-tech weaponry from Stark Industries. Your expression suggests you are not surprised. This small town, Gemera, has been occupied by a fully armed terrorist group, wielding weapons purportedly discontinued by Stark Industries. If these photographs become public, Stark Industries will face a severe trust crisis, and shares that have already plummeted will continue their descent to rock bottom. With her disheveled hair and the sweat still glistening on her collarbone and face, Christine leaned against the headboard, wrapped in a white bedsheet, revealing a pair of delicate porcelain feet. She gazed at Leon, who was placing a photograph down by the bedside and beginning to dress. What do you want to say? Leon inquired. Stark Industries is currently in the gravest of dangers. A moment's negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. Do you not intend to take action? Perhaps investigate who authorized the shipment of these weapons? Christine subtly reminded him. For in a certain sense, aiding Leon was tantamount to aiding herself. Though it was merely speculation at this point, after some investigation, Christine had tentatively pinpointed their uncle, Obadiah Stane, as the source of her suspicions. Next, if she could incite Leon's doubts about Obadiah, his brother Tony would undoubtedly initiate an inquiry upon learning of it. In this manner, the situation would become considerably simpler. Christine had meticulously devised this plan, yet she could not have anticipated Leon's sudden revelation. I know. It's all Obadiah's fault. Whether it's my accident, Tony's abduction by the 10 Rings, or the release of these weapons. What? Leon's abrupt confession left Christine who had mentally prepared herself to continue persuading him, utterly stunned. Was this truly the same Leon Stark, who prided himself on being the most notorious playboy? Christine suddenly found him to be an enigma. When did these photos come to light? Just yesterday. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, my dear. Leon leaned down to place a soft kiss on Christine's forehead, and even after he left the room, she remained in a daze. Why did this acknowledgement from him bring her such joy? Christine's heartstrings were unusually stirred by the gentle caress of Leon's kiss. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she dragged the bedsheet with her as she prepared to rise and dress. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she furrowed her brows in pain, gasping softly, her legs giving way as she fell back onto the bed. Ouch! Truly a brute. Not even a pile driver has your tenacity. Just as Leon exited the room, Pepper approached, appearing somewhat agitated. Leon. Hey, Pepper. Stan has been searching for you everywhere, and I've been looking for you for half an hour. What have you been up to for the past hour? Surely, you weren't. She did not finish her thought, but the intensity in her gaze grew increasingly threatening. Not at all, Leon replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he waved the photographs Christine had given him. I've been busy dealing with a journalist friend. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the room swung open from within. Leon, you tore the zipper of my evening gown. Hurry and have someone bring me a new one. Oh, and hello there, Miss Pepper. Christine, clad in nothing but a white sheet covering her essential parts, exchanged bewildered glances with Pepper, causing Leon to feel an acute sense of awkwardness in the atmosphere. Pepper's scrutinizing gaze flitted between Christine and Leon, who had just finished their rendezvous, and she quipped with a hint of mockery, Leon, is this what you call being busy? Well, why not? Leon shrugged nonchalantly. The scene shifted. Pepper, no longer wearing a smile, had dragged Leon to meet Tony in a VIP lounge. Hey, my boys. What grave sin have you committed to provoke our gentle and virtuous Miss Pepper? Tony teased. Don't even get me started, Tony. Noticing Pepper's watchful glare, Leon's lips twitched, reluctant to provide Tony with any fodder for amusement. Once he realized that only he and Tony were present in the lounge, he asked, where are Rhodey and Ethan? I haven't seen them. Rhodey has a mission with the Air Force and couldn't make it. As for Ethan, our chief scientific advisor, he's preoccupied with the company's transition. I gave him some time off, but he was reluctant. He said he wanted to be alone. Tony replied with a shrug. I see. Leon nodded. I think I understand why Ethan wants to be alone. With that, he handed the stack of photographs to Tony. This is Gamora. I believe it's Ethan's hometown, right? Tony accepted the photographs, and his initially relaxed expression grew serious as he flipped through them one by one. This is what happened yesterday, Leon supplemented. Pepper. Besides Leon and me, who else in the company has the authority to approve weapon shipments? Setting the photographs down, Tony wearily rubbed his forehead and asked. The board and Mr. Stan. Pepper interjected, her expression shifting to disbelief as she realized the implications. But he's your uncle, Tony and Leon. I hope that's not true. Tony sighed. The reality often proved to be more fantastical than fiction, and he had already distanced himself from it. Leon remarked, before leaning closer to whisper into Pepper's ear. Pepper, I need to ask you for a favor. Remember to bring Happy along. Okay, I'm on it. Pepper earnestly replied, dashing out in her high heels. The lounge fell into a prolonged silence. Leon, you mentioned that nearly the entire company is managed by Obadiah, along with my superior technical support. What more could he possibly desire? Tony suddenly inquired, perplexed. At this, Leon exhaled deeply. Were it not for the memories of his past life now intertwined with his own, his mood would likely not differ much from Tony's. After all, it was a betrayal by those he trusted most. Perhaps that was the essence of human nature. Once one possesses a sheep, they desire two. With two sheep, they crave three. Human greed rolls forth like a boulder down a mountain, once set in motion. It cannot be halted. Chapter 14. Obadiah, am I supposed to wake up at 8? At the rooftop bar of the hotel. It was exclusively open for Obadiah and his invited guests today. By the time Leon and Tony arrived, Obadiah had been waiting for quite some time. The food had grown cold, yet Obadiah seemed to have foreseen this, having ordered a selection of cold dishes and desserts that Leon and Tony favored. The flickering candlelight on the dining table danced in the gentle breeze, casting a glow on Obadiah's half-smiling, bald visage. Hey, Tony, Leon, my fine young lads. You certainly kept this old man waiting. Upon their arrival, Obadiah greeted them warmly. What can I say? We're just that persistent, Leon jested. Tony chimed in, Obi. You really should have summoned a few young models to keep you company while waiting for us. Oh, please, with my old limbs, spare me that, will you? I wish to live a few more years, Obadiah replied, embracing Leon warmly before patting Tony's shoulder. Indeed, if one could live longer, who wouldn't he want that? Leon shrugged. Please, sit down. I ordered all your favorites, Obadiah beckoned enthusiastically. Thank God, you two are back with me. Ever since Howard and Maria, Tony and Leon's mother, passed unexpectedly, you are all I've got left. Haha, we should indeed be thankful, Leon agreed. Where's Pepper? Why isn't she with you? She had something come up last minute. You know how busy she always is. That's all right. The most important thing is that you two brothers are here. The three gathered around the candlelit white round table, resembling a typical family gathering. Leon eagerly picked up a knife and cut a small piece of cold roast beef, sending it to his mouth with a silver fork. However, after only a couple of chews, he suddenly paused. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Obadiah, who had been closely observing the brothers dining, quickly noticed Leon's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. No, because it was simply too delectable. The after effects felt overwhelming, Leon casually remarked. Then, as if driven by an insatiable hunger, he swept all the food from the table into his stomach with the force of a tempest scattering leaves. Not even Tony's portion was spared. The scene left Tony and Obadiah, who had yet to take a bite, utterly astonished. Burp. After letting out a satisfied belch, Leon suddenly widened his eyes, clutching his throat as if poisoned, frothing at the mouth. Then, with a roll of his eyes, his head fell onto the round table, and he fell silent. Leon? Obadiah, your dish. It's poisoned. The span from Leon's poisoning to his demise was a mere 25 seconds. And Tony was left in shock. By the time he realized the food was toxic, Leon seemed beyond saving. Just as he turned to confront Obadiah, a buzzing sound interrupted him. Obadiah held a small device resembling a car keychain and an egg switch, releasing infrasound at a specific frequency, causing Tony's neck to bulge with veins before he was instantly paralyzed, robbed of any ability to resist. What a gluttonous lad. You could have walked away so easily, Tony. Huh. Obadiah pushed Leon's lifeless body, intending to take his spot and converse with Tony, only to find that he couldn't budge him. As if he were trying to move a block of iron. He resigned to sit opposite Leon and Tony, launching into the classic monologue of a villain. Do you remember this, Tony? Obadiah extracted his noise-canceling Bluetooth earphones and waved the device in his hand. This is your developed portable infrasound weapon, regrettably. Due to the indiscriminate propagation of infrasound, it was never approved for production by the government, but it's quite handy, isn't it? Such a pity, Tony. Why did you and Leon return? If you were to die like that, it would have been better for both of us. We wouldn't be embroiled in this mess now. The media below certainly wouldn't suspect the purpose of my summoning them today. After all, who would imagine that the recently escaped Stark brothers would be murdered by an assassin in such a public spectacle? And I, Obadiah Stane, will take full control of Stark Industries. Tony, I co-founded Stark Industries with your father, dedicating my life to this company, only to find myself overshadowed by a mere wastrel who knows nothing but women. Bam! What the hell? Is his head made of iron? In a fit of rage, Obadiah struck Leon's head with a fist. Yet, Leon's skull remained unscathed, while Obadiah's knuckles cracked, fracturing painfully. I hadn't intended for it to come to this. But your existence complicates matters immensely. With that, Obadiah, with great difficulty using his injured right hand, donned a white glove on his left, then retrieved a handgun from his coat, disengaging the safety and aiming it at Tony's head. However, at that very moment, the poisoned Leon suddenly revived and erupted from the table. Complicated? Then let us not complicate matters. Bang! Obadiah's gun discharged. Yet, Leon caught the bullet mid-flight, crushing it effortlessly. You. How is it possible? Obadiah stuttered. Leon kindly responded. How did I not die from the poison? Guess. Bam. 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 Overwhelmed, Obadiah emptied the magazine at Tony and Leon. Leon shielded the paralyzed Tony behind him, and the bullets struck him as if merely scratching an itch, resulting in 8 new holes in his clothing. How can this be? Are you human or a ghost? Faced with the resurrected Leon, impervious to bullets, Obadiah fell onto his backside, the emptied handgun slipping from his grasp and sliding to Leon's feet. Leon bent down to retrieve it, and, under Obadiah's incredulous gaze, kneaded the gun as if it were dough, transforming it into a lump and then clapping his hands together to flatten it into a disc. Stan, you know nothing of power. Bang! The disc struck the ground, accompanied by the collapse of Obadiah's once hopeful heart. Now, he finally understood why Leon had survived the car crash and why Tony had escaped from the 10 Rings. It turned out he had been the one kept in the dark all along, unaware that his own partner had developed the ultimate weapon. Howard, you sly devil. Was this all part of your scheme? Obadiah seethed with impotent fury. Leon was confused as to why he was suddenly dragging his father into this. Had he known that Obadiah was envisioning his ironclad form as a product of Howard's research, he would have likely laughed uncontrollably. Any final words? Leon advanced step by step towards Obadiah. Without uttering a word, Obadiah crawled away on all fours, desperately trying to escape Leon. Soon, Leon halted his approach. For Obadiah had nowhere left to flee. Behind him lay the myriad lights of homes and the towering heights of the sky. At that moment, Tony, having just recovered from his paralysis, shakily approached Leon, who steadied him and confronted the cornered Obadiah, asking, "Why?" Despite being paralyzed moments ago, Tony had remained fully aware, absorbing every word Obadiah had spoken. "Why? Huh?" Obadiah sneered. "There's no reason, Tony. As long as you remain in this position, you too will inevitably self-destruct. I'll be waiting for you in hell." "Enough, enough. Your role has concluded, and the vanquished must exit." Whoosh. Bang. Leon raised his hand, a flash of light emanating from his palm. Obadiah was hurled away by the golden shockwave. 13 seconds later, a dull thud echoed from below. Given the sound, it was highly probable that Obadiah had met a disastrous end. "Oh my God." Tony looked at Leon, somewhat exasperated. "Why did you act so quickly?" "I still had many questions." "Is it my fault then?" Leon shrugged nonchalantly. By the time Pepper arrived with the evidence linking Obadiah to the 10 rings and the assassins plotting against Tony and Leon, Leon had already closed the coffin on Obadiah, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. One could only say that plans rarely withstand the test of change. Chapter 15. The Sister in Purple is quite charming. Shock. The mastermind behind the scheme to assassinate the Stark brothers is revealed to be their uncle, Obadiah Stane, one of the founding fathers of Stark Industries. Is this a manifestation of humanity's corruption or a descent into moral decay? Yesterday, Obadiah Stane tragically took his own life by jumping from the top floor of a 5-star hotel, with numerous crimes against him swiftly reported by vigilant citizens, including but not limited to harboring assassins, premeditated murder, racial discrimination, interfering in foreign affairs, seducing underage girls, and providing weapons support to various terrorist organizations abroad. That concludes this report. We will continue to monitor developments regarding this matter. Stark Tower. Obadiah's office has now become Leon's office. Leaning back in his chair, Leon closed the news window on his computer, shaking his head with a sigh. Had I known this would happen, would I have acted differently? If you had behaved yourself and not stirred up trouble, I would never have found myself in this position. Indeed, with Obadiah's absence as a key company figure, Leon was once again conscripted by Pepper. Pepper forcefully placed the position of executive director upon Leon, a role that was originally intended for her in the original narrative. Gazing at the plummeting stock of Stark Industries on his computer screen, Leon smirked. "Just wait, you'll regret this soon enough." Following the scandal involving Obadiah, the already precarious Stark Industries stocks plummeted once more. Numerous investors, treating their shares like hot potatoes, hastily sought to cut their losses. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this turmoil was merely a growing pain before Stark Industries ascended to new heights. In a few days, when Tony publicly declared his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries would experience a resurrection, reclaiming its former glory. Everything would return to its rightful place. Leon had already begun to acquire stocks from disillusioned investors, taking in as many as he could. Initially, he intended to kindly advise these investors not to give up their shares too hastily, to trust in Stark Industries and in Tony. However, their foul-mouthed tirades proved too much for him to bear. While it was one thing to mock Tony's health, as it was indeed a fact, their slander against Leon, claiming he would never rise again, was simply intolerable. Thus, Leon resolved to abandon his moral compass. He would wait for the stocks to surge before exploiting the situation to his advantage, ensuring that those indiscreet individuals would be left to face the harsh winds of fate. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside Leon's office. "Come in," he replied, clearing his throat and adopting a pose with his fingers interlaced beneath his chin. However, upon seeing Pepper enter, he immediately reverted to his true self, collapsing onto his chair like a fish out of water, devoid of dreams. Clad in a black silk secretary outfit, Pepper approached his desk, a stack of documents in hand, and inquired, "Leon, how is the executive director's chair treating you?" "Don't get me started, Pepper," Leon replied with a wry smile. "If there were a subject on charming women, I would surely ace it, but managing this company? I fear I'm utterly inadequate. Aren't you worried I might ruin our family business?" "Leon, given the current state of the company, we might not even last long enough to witness that," she retorted. "As the second son of Stark Industries, it's time for you to set an example." Understanding Leon's nature, Pepper laid a stack of profiles featuring both young and mature women before him, continuing, "Even if you do nothing else, Merely sitting in the office will create the impression that the once notorious Leon Stark is now diligently striving for the company's survival. That alone would suffice, even if, in reality, you are just in a different setting to pursue women. You do understand me, Pepper. Long live understanding. Leon exclaimed, touched, reaching for the profiles to evaluate their merits, only to have Pepper's hand pressed down on his. Leon, don't misunderstand. These are good candidates applying for the position of your secretary, not prospective concubines, she warned, narrowing her eyes. I understand, Leon waved his hand dismissively, pulling the stack of profiles from beneath her palm and beginning to scrutinize them earnestly. Meanwhile, Pepper emphasized, Leon, these girls are all PhD graduates in economic management from prestigious universities, fully capable of assisting you in managing the company. At this, Leon raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying message in Pepper's words, and asked, so, Pepper, who do you think I should select? They're all quite impressive. I'm a bit overwhelmed, he admitted. With a playful glare at Leon, Pepper decisively extracted the bottommost profile from the stack. As Leon had not yet reviewed all the materials, he followed her gaze with curiosity. Sharon Carter, graduated from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, fluent in Russian, French, Mandarin, and Italian, possessing dual PhDs in finance and management, as well as marketing and real estate. And she is your junior? Does that imply a sort of mentorship? Leon teased, recalling that Pepper, too, was an alumna of the same university. Indeed, Pepper nodded, affirming, nevertheless. She is undoubtedly the most capable and versatile talent in business and diplomacy among the candidates, precisely what you lack. Indeed, Leon acknowledged, accepting the profile from Pepper and examining it closely. Oh, she even spent some time as an exchange student at Qingbei University in China? Yes. So I believe you two will have much to talk about. She's the one, Leon decided. Pepper, you should bring her directly to me. There's no need for all this formality. It's for your secretary, not for me. Pepper shot back, rolling her eyes. And we ought to provide each candidate with an equal opportunity. Pepper, as we just discussed, everyone has their own interests. True equality has never existed in this world. All right, our young master is now occasionally dispensing such philosophically profound sayings. That's quite the improvement, she chuckled softly, as if soothing a child. Oh, please, Pepper, Leon replied, exasperated. Don't speak to me like that. It gives me goosebumps. Okay, I've already informed her. She should be arriving shortly, Pepper said, sending a message on her phone. Then turned to Leon with a warning. Carter is a good girl. Do not get any ideas. She has a law degree, and you might end up facing a harassment lawsuit. All right, Pepper, I promise I won't lay a hand on her, Leon said, though inwardly he mused. I'll only focus on her sister. A lamb delivered to his doorstep was not Leon's style to refuse. Moreover, she hardly fit the mold of a good girl. Being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, leaving him with no qualms about his intentions. Rather than let her become entangled with Captain America, only to be abandoned and turn into a villain, it was better for Leon to take advantage of her now. Leon was in dire need of a capable and high-quality secretary. Chapter 16, Sharon Carter, captured by Leon. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Pepper's departure, another series of knocks resounded from outside Leon's office. Come in, accompanied by the sound of stiletto heels clicking against the floor. A young woman clad in a purple off-shoulder bodycon dress, her slightly plump thighs adorned with sheer black stockings, entered the room. She was none other than Sharon Carter, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent masquerading as a brilliant graduate student to approach Leon. According to the dossier Pepper provided, she was born in 1986, making her just 22 years old this year. Leon, born 2.5 minutes after Tony, was a full 16 years her senior, if he wished. He could almost be her father. Had he not been privy to her true identity, her age alone would have made it difficult for him to associate her with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. She should have been an innocent girl just stepping into society. What on earth had S.H.I.E.L.D. done to her? Leon felt a surge of disdain and condemnation, then raised his thumb in approval. Well done. Hello, Mr. Leon. I'm Sharon Carter, here to apply for the position of your secretary. It's a pleasure to serve you. How pleased are you? Leon's opening line left Carter momentarily speechless. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously, he laughed heartily, gesturing for Sharon to take a seat. All right, she replied with a smile, smoothing out the wrinkles on her dress as she sat down across from Leon's desk, her demeanor slightly reserved. It is uncertain whether she was genuinely anxious or merely feigning it with her acting skills. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the office. Leon remained silent, his gaze fixated on Sharon Kate, his eyes roaming over her figure as if he were intent on devouring her with his stare alone. After a prolonged silence, Sharon-Kate could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by Leon and hesitantly parted her lips, adorned with a glossy pink hue, to speak. I apologize, Mr. Leon. I assumed I was only coming for an interview today, hence my lack of a uniform. If you find it inappropriate, I can return home to change. Upon uttering these words, she attempted to rise, but Leon raised a hand to halt her. Hey, sit down, there's no need for that. Leon stood from his office chair and moved behind Sharon-Kate, placing his hands on her exposed shoulders. At the moment of contact, he could distinctly sense her body tremble momentarily, though she swiftly suppressed it. Noticing this, a smirk appeared on Leon's lips. After all, Sharon-Kate was indeed a well-trained agent. Her acting skills were impressive, perhaps even tinged with a hint of genuine emotion. In any case, the situation had taken an intriguing turn. It is known that one of Leon's favorite pastimes is to transform a seemingly blank sheet of paper into a canvas painted in his own colors. Just as he contemplated how to subtly convert Sharon-Kate into an ally, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Leon, there's a call for you from Stark Villa. Jarvis's voice, relayed through the Bluetooth earpiece, disrupted his train of thought. Take it. Leon, slightly displeased, withdrew his hand from Sharon-Kate's shoulder and stepped aside. Upon witnessing this, Sharon-Kate felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that Leon Stark would take advantage of their first meeting. However, the real Leon Stark was indeed more handsome than in photographs. Stealing a glance at his back with admiration, she began to silently ponder how to extract the intelligence Director Fury sought from him. Ideally, if the task could be accomplished without communication, that would be splendid. Yet, if dialogue were unavoidable, Sharon-Kate felt it might not be entirely unacceptable. After all, to be fair, despite Leon Stark's notorious reputation, his devilishly handsome demeanor and immense wealth rendered him the object of desire for women of all ages, from elderly ladies teetering on the brink of the grave to youthful maidens just awakening to the pangs of love. If one were to rank the subjects of their nocturnal fantasies, Leon Stark would undoubtedly claim the top position. It could be said that his striking appearance, vast fortune, and penchant for adventure combined to create an allure akin to a nuclear explosion. Hey, bro Tony, are you ready, my uniformed lad? The Grim Reaper is about to step out. Leon, you know I'm always prepared. Tony, that's good. I'll be waiting for you at home. Oh, by the way, the item you requested has been repaired. Leon, really? I'll be back shortly. After a brief phone call with his brother, Leon intended to depart immediately, only to find that Sharon-Kate had anticipated his intentions and interjected. Mr. Leon, where do you think you're going? Miss Pepper instructed that until the crisis at the company is resolved, you must remain in the office for the next few days. Oh, is that so? Leon's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he advanced toward Sharon-Kate, swiftly executing a wall push. Then let me ask you, Kate, are you my secretary or Pepper S? I'm certainly your secretary, Mr. Leon, Sharon-Kate stammered. Her gaze dropped, unable to meet his, resembling a child chastised by an adult. Since you are my secretary, you should heed my commands. Now, Kate, I order you to step aside. But Miss Pepper, Kate, you wouldn't want to be dismissed on your very first day at the company, would you? And no, I wouldn't. That's right. Obedience makes for a good girl. Leon playfully patted Sharon-Kate's cheek before stepping out. You'll handle the company affairs. I trust you'll do well. Once Leon departed the office, a wave of relief washed over Sharon-Kate. She had felt an immense weight upon her shoulders moments before. Leon Stark seemed to know her vulnerabilities, effortlessly rendering her incapable of resistance with a mere phrase. Biting her lip, Sharon-Kate rose, leaning against the wall. She realized that her stockings had snagged on the floor. With no one around, she slipped off her high heels, her bare feet touching the floor as she attempted to remove the torn stockings, hands resting on the hem of her fitted skirt. However, suddenly, bang, the door to the executive office swung open, unlatched. By the way, I think you look splendid just as you are now. Dress like this in the office from now on. No need to mimic Pepper S.O.L. uniform. I'm tired of seeing that. Oh, the air fell eerily silent. Upon seeing the scene in the office, Leon froze for a moment before hastily closing the door. After pondering outside for a moment, he hesitantly reopened the door to advise Kate. Dear, public urination is prohibited in the office. If you really must go, the restroom is just a few steps away. I didn't. You're misunderstanding. Leon's misinterpretation left Sharon-Kate mortified, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. As she launched into a series of denials, Leon had already closed the door again, leaving with a mixture of confusion and respect. Unable to clarify the misunderstanding on the spot, Sharon-Kate was left feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 17. The optimal combination of genius and fool. At the coastal villa. After leaving Stark Tower, Leon found a secluded corner and took off into the sky, swiftly returning home. Welcome back, Master Leon. Where's Tony? He.S. downstairs in the workshop making final adjustments to Mark III. Mark III? Finished so soon? Leon was taken aback by Tony's efficiency, especially since Mark II, the official version, had scarcely been donned by Tony a few times. It seemed to confirm the saying Leon had previously quoted. Human desires are like boulders rolling down a mountain. Once they begin, they can never be halted. Once Tony acquired one suit of armor, he would yearn for a second. After the second, a third would inevitably follow. The same applied to Leon. After having one woman, he would desire another. After the second, a third would surely follow. Chuckling softly, Leon descended in the elevator to Tony's workshop. The first thing to catch his eye was a stylish, gold and red suit of armor, exuding maximum fashion. Wow, you're back quite quickly, Leon. I thought Pepper would have kept you standing in the corner. Upon Leon's return, Tony set down the screwdriver he had been using, wiped the sweat from his brow, and took the vegetable juice handed to him by a mechanical arm, approaching Leon with a teasing grin. Haha, likewise. Even though I've seen the upgrades to Mark III in the movie, I still decided to indulge Tony's vanity and desire to share. Pointing at Mark III, he inquired, "What's this?" Mark III, an upgraded version of Mark II. The moment the subject of the armor was broached, Tony became animated. He gulped down the vegetable juice in hand and continued. In order to adapt to the high-altitude environment, I undertook a comprehensive upgrade of its electronic sensors, while the pressurization and exhaust systems are also being diligently improved to function seamlessly in the vacuum of space. Furthermore, the armor's exterior has been transformed with the use of the titanium alloy from the Seraphim satellite, resulting in a significantly lighter overall weight and greatly enhanced strength, capable of withstanding the impact of a tank shell with minimal damage. How have you addressed the issue of acceleration loads? And what about shock absorption? This suit of armor is worn by you, not me. Any immense impact could potentially reduce your internal organs to a pulp in an instant, right? This is a matter of great concern to Leon, and one that fans of Marvel in the previous life were most curious about. Yet the comic authors and film directors have conspicuously failed to clarify how Tony resolved this issue. Bingo! Leon, you've hit the nail on the head, Tony exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he snapped his fingers. He then beckoned a mechanical arm, affectionately nicknamed Dum Dum, to bring over a touchscreen display. He pointed at a series of design schematics on the screen, which were utterly incomprehensible to Leon. As he enthusiastically began to explain, the question you've raised pertains not only to the iron armor, but also to the jet glider, as both face a series of unbearable load challenges due to their excessive speeds. I must admit, even for a genius like me, this issue remains quite the challenge. Fortunately, I have successfully overcome it with finesse. By utilizing the anti-inertia field generated by this device, I can counteract the overwhelming acceleration loads. An anti-inertia field? Is this even still science? Even with the blueprints plastered in front of him, Leon could not fathom how inertia could possibly be negated. It felt as though he held the answer key in his hands while a master instructor explained, yet he remained utterly bewildered. Tony, you truly are a genius, Leon exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Do you think I am anyone less? I am Tony Stark, the finest mechanic of this century. Tony beamed with pride, thoroughly relishing his brother's admiration and awe. Follow me. Your jet glider has also undergone a thorough upgrade. As he spoke, Tony led Leon down to the next floor in an elevator, passing through a 1-meter-thick password-protected blast door, entering the modified jet glider hangar. Due to various delays, this was only Leon's second time in this space since the initial activation of the jet glider. It seemed that Jarvis had effectively communicated Leon's renovation suggestions to Tony. Now, not only the password-protected door, but even the surrounding walls had been replaced with 1-meter-thick, monolithic titanium alloy steel plates. Once this place is completely sealed off from the outside world, it is likely that only superhumans like Leon, or perhaps even an entity like Azazel, would be forced to reflect on their actions within these confines. At this moment, the jet glider stood like a graceful and aloof beauty, poised at the center of the space, awaiting Leon's presence. Wow, this is incredible. Leon's fingertips danced delicately across the leather seat of the jet glider, akin to playing the piano. The Jet Glider 20 boasts fully upgraded energy, propulsion, defense, and electronic systems. In addition to the titanium alloy material and the anti-inertia field generator previously mentioned, I have equipped her with a formidable weapon system, including 32 NTR X-Wife missiles, each possessing the power equivalent to a cruiser's main cannon upon the sacrifice of a single X-Wife, and 2 plasma beam cannons with a power output comparable to the full power chest cannon of Mark III. The NTR X-Wife missiles, as their name suggests, are a specialized NTR-enhanced version designed exclusively for Leon, following Tony's deconstruction of Hammer Industries' ex-wife. At first glance, they appear simply to have a wider caliber due to NTR modifications. But their power, range, and controllability are in an entirely different league. Now, it not only overcomes the excessive load issues faced by the pilot, but has also elevated its maximum speed to Mach 5. While the upgraded medium-sized arc reactor can sustain cruising at maximum power for an entire month, it is truly the epitome of a violent motorcycle. So what do you think? Do you like it? Tony asked, his lips curling in a smug smile as he looked at Leon. Tony, you can have all the CoverGirl slots for the next year. I'm satisfied with this beauty alone. Leon's excitement was palpable, as he made a decision that defied tradition. No, a gesture of gratitude towards Tony. You brat, this is what you said. I will be waiting for you outside the launch silo, not giving Leon a chance to reconsider. Tony gave a hearty pat to his chest and hurried off to don his armor. Oh no, was that a hasty decision? As rationality returned, Leon felt a pang of regret, but upon recalling the multitude of captivating female characters waiting for him to pursue, his spirits were instantly lifted. He retrieved the soldier boy uniform, repaired by Jarvis, from the system space and donned it, even putting on the slightly unwieldy helmet. However, with his striking features, it took on a unique charm, a blend of thrill and allure. This was precisely the contrast Leon desired, a prelude to eventual elevation. Ah, and there's this. As Leon finished changing into his battle attire, he suddenly recalled something and approached a metal workbench cluttered with various mechanical parts. There lay a silver-black metal shield, reminiscent of the Dongpeng Tei trademark, which had been restored by Tony at Leon's request. Adorning the shield was a note that read, "For my shield boy." The shield's design largely retained its original specifications, with the most significant alteration being an increase in thickness from 2 fingers to 3, giving it a more substantial appearance that could not be easily moved by an ordinary person. Leon's request regarding the shield was to reforge all the remnants of the tungsten steel alloy shield he had accidentally shattered, maintaining its original form while applying a half-centimeter thick layer of vibranium protection seamlessly around it. Thus, Leon's shield would retain its familiar weight while acquiring the kinetic energy absorption and rebound capabilities of vibranium. Moreover, a half-centimeter thickness is undeniably more substantial than Captain America's ultra-thin, form-fitting vibranium shield. Although Captain America's shield is rumored to have been infused with some synthetic adamantium by Leon's father, Leon's entire skeletal structure is composed of adamantium, making him more than a match. At worst, Leon could be bold enough to incorporate his own bone remnants into the mix, as his super regenerative capabilities could easily restore him. However, Leon hesitated due to the pain involved, and since adamantium is incredibly durable, he had never dared to attempt it. Chapter 18 Jarvis. I was clearly here first. Finally, this is it. Leon exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. He concentrated and attempted to store the refurbished Soldier Boy shield produced by the system into the system space. Success. In the blink of an eye, the shield in Leon's hands vanished, contained within the system space that only he could access. At that moment, Leon had a profound realization. As long as the overall shape of the equipment remains unchanged, and perhaps retains some of its original components, upgrading equipment produced by the system is entirely feasible. Consequently, the operational functionality and convenience of the system space have vastly improved. With this thought, a surge of inspiration flooded Leon's mind. But he temporarily suppressed it as he boarded the jet glider, preparing to embark on a mission to deliver warmth to the terrorists of Gemera. At that moment, the system's prompt suddenly resonated in Leon's ears, and it dawned upon him that a new day had commenced, allowing him to check in once more. Query: would you like to proceed with today's check-in? System: my requests are modest. Bestow upon me an imperial steed, he declared. Activate. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired RC. RC, a female Autobot from Transformers Prime. In an alternate timeline, she lost all her cherished Autobot companions and her beloved human partner, drifting alone in the vastness of space with a shattered form, gradually succumbing to a halt in thought. Beneath her aloof and unfeeling exterior lies a heart that burns with warmth and gentleness. Due to her myriad experiences, she yearns intensely for an everlasting partner, one that will not fade away. Her spark, having undergone mutation through the passage of time, has awakened a transformation unlike that of ordinary Autobots. Motorcycle mode, combat mode, and partner mode. Introduction. Sometimes, the species of the target need not be rigidly defined. After all, human XP is free, is it not? Note: RC is utterly loyal and will never betray, but due to personal experiences, Her emotions may occasionally fluctuate, so a bit of patience may be required from you. RC? Leon recalled her as the sole female member of the Autobot Elite Guard, as well as the unequivocal heroine of Transformers, Prime. Tall and statuesque, responsible and resilient. She is both beautiful and fierce, likely the ideal partner for the vast majority of young men. Those who have watched Prime find it hard not to adore RC. Ironically, in his previous life, Leon had been infatuated with RC during his youth. Yet, it seemed this alternate timeline's RC had suffered immensely. Her tragic circumstances were layered with a multitude of powerful yet sorrowful traits. Which wretched author concocted such a backstory? Moreover, had the system's version of RC truly become a cybernetic vegetable? A sense of concern washed over Leon as he summoned RC from the system's confines. However, what stood before him was Ward FA. This heap of scrap metal was RC. Staring at this dilapidated motorcycle, a war-torn Iraqi version. Its paint so corroded that no trace of its original color remained, Leon was taken aback. This was so rusty that it seemed even scrap metal dealers would reject it. RC? Leon tentatively called out. ZZZZ. Crackle. As Leon called her name, the remaining headlight flickered to life, but after a moment of electrical short-circuiting, the solitary light exploded with a bang. It appeared that RC had met her end. Leon fell silent, beginning to question whether the system had orchestrated this cruel fate. If he was merely checking in, why had it resulted in such a dire outcome? System, say something, Leon mentally shouted, wishing desperately to save RC as a form of redemption for the countless lives he had extinguished in his youth. Warning, the static equilibrium of RC's dormant state has been disrupted. Her spark will extinguish in 25 seconds. Notice, if the host wishes to prolong RC's life force, please transfer her spark into any sufficiently energized motorcycle before then. As the system's words echoed, RC's shattered motorcycle form began to tremble, a sign of her impending collapse. Her spark? Where exactly is it? Leon frantically pondered, akin to a midwife in a state of panic. Yet, as soon as his metal hands touched RC's frame, she disintegrated into a pile of genuine scrap. Oh no. I'm sorry. Just when Leon thought all hope was lost, a core, a spherical energy entity radiating a blue-violet hue with a faint pink glow, emerged from RC's remains. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of Ultron's birth. Not merely similar. It was identical. Under Leon's astonished gaze, RC's mutated spark seemed to autonomously disperse, expanding into a spherical neural network unit that projected itself toward the nearest motorcycle, Leon's own mode of transport, the Jetfire. As RC's mutated spark fully integrated, a surge of blue-violet arcs coursed across the surface of the Jetfire. Subsequently, several cold, blue-violet patterns symmetrically adorned its previously silver-black body, while the interior of the cockpit subtly gained gentle pink embellishments, invisible to the untrained eye. Now, it should be referred to as Jetfire RC. The thrill coursed through Leon's veins, his hands trembling. Just as he was about to greet the reborn RC, he heard Jarvis's slightly mournful voice through his Bluetooth headset. Master Leon, I have been ejected from the Jetfire system by an unfamiliar AI. Should I report this to Mr. Stark? No. The AI that ejected you is my doing. Please, do not mention it to Tony just yet. I intend to surprise him. Leon exclaimed enthusiastically. Very well. In his excitement, Leon failed to notice Jarvis's disappointment. I was here first. Hey, RC partner mode. Leon commanded. Command error. Huh. Then combat mode. Command accepted. Transforming to combat mode. A mature, emotionless voice emanated from within RC's frame, and for the second time, Leon sensed something was amiss. Why did RC's voice sound more artificial than Jarvis? The genuine AI? A sense of foreboding crept over him. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, RC soon showcased Cybertron's renowned technology, the Cybertronian compression technique. She transformed from a standard motorcycle size into an imposing female transformer warrior, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with long legs, a slender waist, and a delicate face. An arc reactor, serving as the power source for Jetfire, was embedded in the center of RC's chest, resembling her heart. Due to the limited height of the hangar, she had to kneel before Leon. Hello, RC, I am your new partner, Leon. With every irrational factor compensated by the system, Leon confidently addressed RC by name and extended a friendly hand. Greetings, Leon. I am Jetfire, codename RC. It is my honor to serve you. Chapter 19. The Cyber Widow outside the launch tube at the cliff beneath the coastal villa. Tony, clad in Mark III, hovered in midair, feeling bored and silently grumbling. What is that kid doing? Why is he so slow? Just then, a whoosh echoed from the already open launch tube, and Leon piloted Jetfire, shooting out and accelerating towards the horizon without pause. Hey, This is a blatant provocation. Tony raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet, immediately increasing the power output of his armor's palm and Saul's to chase after Leon. The two brothers were like two playful birds, joyfully chasing each other through the sky. Since Leon merely wished to test Jetfire's acceleration and load resistance, he felt utterly comfortable as he reached Mach 5 in just 13 seconds, finding it significantly more enjoyable than driving normally. He began to decelerate, waiting for Tony, who was being left farther and farther behind. Soon, Tony caught up, throwing a playful retort at Leon. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Blaming me for your inability to keep up?" Leon shrugged nonchalantly, continuing with his characteristic flair. "I used to think Mark III could fly this fast too. But using your brain, it's hardly conceivable. 25 Mach is already the pinnacle of what can be achieved today." Tony rolled his eyes and replied, with the same technological support. "A large jet glider like the one I built can simply be loaded with materials. However, when it comes to armor suits, there are numerous considerations to weigh. After all, the armor is designed for human use, and it must maximize the limited space to achieve optimal performance and cost-effectiveness, balancing weapon systems, power systems, and various auxiliary systems." As Tony began to ramble about his armor, Leon listened with gratitude, quietly playing the role of an attentive audience. "Then why not create an unmanned version?" Leon suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Good question. I've asked Rhodey something similar before," Tony responded. "He said that no matter how well an unmanned fighter performs, it cannot match human adaptability, so AI can only serve as an assistant, with the final decisions resting in human hands." I find his argument quite reasonable. After all, AI is a creation of humanity and can never surpass it. Perhaps in the future, I might develop some unmanned suits to serve as company bodyguards and sentinels. But my own suit must be the most formidable. "That makes sense," Leon nodded, thinking to himself. "Let us hope that when you have a brainwave and consider creating Ultron, you can maintain this original intention. By the way, how did you source the vibranium for my shield? I've heard that Wakanda typically doesn't T-sell it, no matter how much money one might have." Very few people were aware that vibranium was sourced from Wakanda, and Leon and Tony happened to be among that select few. "What do you mean you can't buy it even with money?" "That's just because those who can't get it aren't wealthy enough. If it were me." Well, yes, it is true that you can't buy it even if you're wealthy." Tony's frustration was palpable as he continued. "Those indigenous folks in Wakanda are so obstinate, it's impossible to reason with them, and they strut around like they own the world." "So how did you manage to acquire the vibranium for your shield?" Leon asked, conjuring an image of a bearded middleman, Ulysses Claw, the designated supplier of vibranium in the Marvel Universe. If Tony's source was indeed him, Leon planned to procure another batch, saving him the trouble of searching the black market. Although the Wakandan natives were rather arrogant, he had heard that their former king, T'Chaka, was quite decent. Upon learning that Leon merely wished to purchase vibranium for a shield, he readily agreed to provide the raw material free of charge. "Free is the most expensive. Isn't it?" Leon inquired. "So what is the catch?" When Leon posed this question, some might wonder if such a seemingly generous system had ulterior motives, waiting for him to be sold out. Nonsense. A system as simple, effective, and conscientious as this, if it truly sold Leon out, he would still have to commend it. "You're hard to fool," Tony chuckled in response. "King T'Chaka mentioned that his daughter, Shuri, is quite fond of modern high-tech products and asked me to remember to bring her along to the next Stark Industries Tech Expo. Is that so?" Leon fell into contemplation. Tony might have only a superficial understanding, but Leon, with his memories from a past life, was quite aware. On the surface, Wakanda appeared to be a primitive and backward tribe, yet their technological prowess was, in reality, centuries ahead of the outside world, owing to their access to a vibranium vein. However, despite their advanced technology, they still resorted to primitive hand-to-hand combat, which, while largely influenced by traditional customs, seemed somewhat laughable. Leon didn't quite understand, but expressed respect nonetheless. In addition to the little-known vibranium, Wakanda possessed another rare specialty, almost unknown to outsiders, the heart-shaped herb that birthed the superhero Black Panther. With these two elements, Leon would inevitably have to journey to Wakanda. Whether through physical infiltration or other means would depend on their willingness to accommodate him. Wait, Tony circled around the jet glider, noticing that the surface of the vehicle had been adorned with several strokes of blue and purple spray paint, and he found himself momentarily speechless. "Please don't tell me you had me standing outside in the cold for a quarter of an hour just for these childish paint strokes?" Before Leon could answer, the jet glider performed a sudden tailspin, and Tony, caught off guard, was blown away by the exhaust. Immediately, a somewhat coy yet alluring voice emanated from Tony's armor communicator. "You're the one playing house, aren't you?" "Oh no, RC is upset. Yet, despite the playful banter, Leon felt a surge of joy. For RC's recent behavior clearly indicated that she was not merely a cold machine devoid of emotional awareness. She simply preferred silence and exhibited some degree of introversion. What the heck? What is this? She can talk. Tony, taken completely off guard by RC's sudden voice, lost his flying posture, spiraling into a 720-degree turn before plummeting toward the ocean surface, too weary to attempt a self-rescue. He directly called out to Leon, "I'm coming." Leon promptly responded, and amidst RC's astonished gaze, illuminated by the bright headlights, he opened the car's roof window and leaped from the cockpit of the jet glider, with his eyes, palms, and the soles of his feet radiating golden light. He swiftly pursued Tony. In no time, Leon caught up just before Tony's crash, wrapping his arms around the armpits of the Mark III, gliding across the ocean's surface and sending up a spray of waves. Then, they soared into the sky, chasing after RC. However, a distance was consistently maintained between Leon, Tony, and RC. She seemed to desire solitude. Tony's jest was merely a catalyst. The profound shift in worldview was the true reason for RC's need for quietude. Everyone is gone. It's just me left. Would a cyber widow yearn for tranquility? Reflecting on RC's current state, Leon spoke to Tony beneath him. Bro, can you fly a bit faster? Put some effort in. Leon began to grasp RC's emotions. She needed guidance. I'm already going as fast as I can. You don't realize how heavy you are. What is going on with the jet glider? Where's Jarvis? Jarvis, give me an explanation. Stop this thing now. Sir, I currently can't control the jet glider. The AI named RC that Master Leon found has sidelined me, Jarvis explained, a hint of melancholy in his tone. What? An AI can just be found? Tony felt utterly perplexed by Jarvis's words. Chapter 20. You are the only one I desire. Gazing at RC not far ahead. Though he knew she would return on her own, Leon made a decisive choice. Brother, lend me some power. Without waiting for Tony's consent, Leon placed a hand on the small arc reactor embedded in his chest, swiftly absorbing the energy released within. Soon, the Mark III's systems went dark, leaving Tony in complete darkness, with only the minuscule eye holes of his helmet providing any semblance of vision. As Leon once again radiated a golden light, he embraced Tony tightly, propelling him at a rapid two-stage acceleration towards RC. The Starlight template initially could only absorb electrical energy, although Leon himself was akin to a nuclear reactor, brimming with energy. He struggled to harness it effectively at present. However, once he mastered the superpowers bestowed by the Starlight template, this minor shortcoming would swiftly be overcome. Shit, Leon, are you trying to kill me? The arc reactor is about to overload. Stop, Tony exclaimed. Hold on, brother, I'll be quick, Leon reassured him. Then turned to the now nearby RC. Hey, RC, this is Tony, my twin brother. He was just joking with you earlier, no offense intended. Twin brother? I hope he understands that a girl's attire is a matter of utmost seriousness, RC replied thoughtfully after a moment. Due to Leon's striking handsomeness, RC felt that Tony bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Leon shook Tony lightly, prompting him to speak. Tony quickly grasped the source of the misunderstanding and responded, RC, I apologize. I never meant to imply that a motorcycle could also embody a sensitive and delicate girl. So, I take back my earlier words. RC, you are a beautiful girl. After all, that motorcycle was crafted by me. What father wouldn't he adore the child he has painstakingly nurtured? Of course, I don't mean to imply you are my child. It's merely a metaphor. After a brief silence, RC replied, I should apologize as well. Leon's brother. I shouldn't have been so rude to you. Long live understanding. Tony whistled cheerfully, and Leon felt relieved, promptly halting the energy absorption from Tony's arc reactor that sustained both his life and armor. With energy supply restored, Mark III's systems rebooted immediately, swiftly returning to normal flight under Tony's control. However, as Leon lost external energy, the golden light around him extinguished, causing him to plummet towards the sea below. Initially, Tony considered allowing Leon to engage in a brief freefall as retribution for his thoughtless energy theft. Yet, RC, displaying her integrity, promptly dove down to catch Leon, allowing him to straddle her driving seat, her waist. Thank you, RC. No, it is I who should be doing this, Leon. When Leon realized that RC was not truly human, she decided to abandon the pretense. Oh, thank heavens, you're finally willing to speak to me normally, Leon exclaimed. What followed should have been RC opening her heart to him, receiving comforting words in return, culminating in a romantic embrace. However, thereafter, RC fell silent again. It seemed she had yet to emerge from the shadow of her fallen companions, leaving her alone. Leon pondered the long road ahead for their rapport. Yet, he felt no urgency. For a high-strung, cool-headed woman like RC, who had lost everything, the simplest way to win her over was to showcase his strength. This notion was also documented in RC's operational manual. Haha. Sitting on RC's waist, Leon chuckled heartily upon realizing the nuance of the situation. Observing Leon's mirth, RC began to doubt her choice of being beneath this savior. Did he truly seem like a good person? Moreover, none of her partners had met a favorable end, and RC feared that Leon, as her rescuer, might follow in their tragic footsteps. Noticing the dimness of RC's emotions through the vehicle's screen brightness and the strength of the anti-gravity field, Leon initiated a comforting dialogue. After showering her with compliments from head to toe, the reserved and traditional RC could hardly withstand it. Leon, don't say such things. There are plenty of motorcycles in this world, but you are the only one I desire. Chapter 21. The hero emerges. Leon's heartfelt revelation caught the self-doubting RC by surprise, rendering her speechless once more. At that moment, Tony's voice intruded, disrupting the burgeoning intimacy between Leon and RC. I say, now is not the time for flirting. We're almost there. In the far distance, barely visible, lay Jimera, a territory occupied by terrorists, shrouded in the ominous clouds of war, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud from afar. Tony, when's your next date with the cover girl? Leon inquired with a smile. Why do you ask? Tony replied, puzzled yet cautious. Nothing much. Leon chuckled, revealing his true intent. Just thought I'd take the opportunity to kick your butt in front of her. With that, Leon activated RC's two-stage acceleration, leaving Tony behind amidst the jet stream's fiery tail. By the way, RCM, do you know why the anti-gravity field generator malfunctioned just now? It shouldn't be like this. Tony wouldn't leave such a glaring design flaw. What Leon truly wanted to ask was what the anti-gravity field generator represented for RC. But he refrained from being too direct, fearing it might trigger her sensitivity. However, even so, RC hesitated, reverting to her silence once more. Fine. I want to press the matter, Leon sighed, shrugging. In truth, RC's reluctance to answer stemmed from nothing more than shyness. To her, the anti-gravity field was, in a sense, a manifestation of her affection for her driver. Here, affection does not necessarily refer to romantic love. It could encompass friendship, care, esteem, devotion, tenderness, and compassion, among others. Ultimately, such emotional development might be a bit premature for Leon and RC, who had only recently begun to bond. But how could one expect a woman who had endured solitude for countless years and suffered from post-war trauma to remain composed? As for the nature of RC's affection for Leon, only she truly understood. After all, love is the most unreasonable of emotions. Hint, RC's partner mode has been unlocked. Woohoo! Leon exclaimed with excitement, unable to mask his delight. Leon, what are you laughing about? RC asked, puzzled. I just thought of something joyous. Leon grinned, continuing, RC, partner mode. What? Before RC could fully process it, her body instinctively obeyed Leon's command, beginning to transform, this time compressing her form. Soon, the jet glider, which had been the size of a car beneath Leon, vanished, replaced by a cybernetic enchantress, adorned in hues of silver, gray, and black, with purple accents at her knees, waist, chest, shoulders, and cheeks, an alluring figure almost as tall as a person. RC, this mode of yours is quite stunning, Leon genuinely complimented. However, RC seemed unappreciative, covering her chest with her hands, casting a mortified glare at Leon, before promptly reverting to her motorcycle form. Leon, should you ever again switch me to partner mode without prior notice, I vow to ignore you for an entire week. RC was truly infuriated, her chest tightening with indignation. After all, her partner mode, also known as the Emperor's new clothes mode, equates to a state of complete undress for an ordinary person. As for why a robot would possess such a concept, one can only attribute it to the wonders of Cybertronian beings. Leon had not anticipated that merely requesting her to switch to partner mode would evoke such a profound reaction from RC. It seemed he had inadvertently trodden upon a sensitive issue once more. This was indeed an essential point of knowledge to retain. He must jot it down. Jarvis, make a note of this. But Jarvis was no longer present, and it appeared that Leon would have to prepare a physical notebook for RC to avoid the discovery of any electronic records. Cybertronian language was fascinating, Leon thought, and he was eager to learn. After some twists and turns, Jimera was finally within sight. Suspended thousands of meters in the air. Leon leapt from RC's waist in a leap of faith. Having witnessed Leon's prior display of flight prowess, RC was initially unconcerned. It was only when his descent accelerated, showing no signs of slowing, that genuine panic set in. She dove after him with great urgency. but it seemed it was too late. Leon, RC exclaimed in alarm. However, under her astonished gaze, Leon executed a superhero-like landing, penetrating the earth to a depth of half a meter like a steel needle. Aside from a cloud of dust that erupted around him, he stood up as if nothing had happened, his poised and mature figure towering over the ground. The hero has arrived. Following closely behind, Tony, clad in Mark III, also executed a buffered superhero landing beside Leon. Lastly, RC, in her motorcycle mode, arrived a tad late. Yet, as soon as she touched down, she transformed, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds, into a 5-meter-tall humanoid combat mode. Duong, duong. The sound of metal clashing echoed as RC, incensed, delivered a slap to each of the brothers posing, sending them sprawling to the ground. Why did you hit me too? Tony protested upon seeing RC in combat mode, incredulous at her fierceness. But upon witnessing her effortlessly lift Leon by the collar and hurl him into the air, demanding answers, Tony fell silent. This woman seemed formidable indeed. Where on earth had she come from? Let this be the last time, Leon. RC was nearly short-circuited by Leon's antics. She could guarantee that in the brief time they had known each other, her emotional fluctuations rivaled those of the past several centuries, a sheer whirlwind of stimuli. In a scene unfolding before the eyes of terrorists conscripting local citizens in Gemera, it appeared more surreal than any tale from the Arabian Nights. In this day and age, motorcycles had seemingly come to life, hadn't they? After receiving Leon's repeated assurances, RC finally set him down. Seeing this, Tony approached Leon and pointed to RC in her combat mode, who could barely reach their shoulders when standing atop one another, saying, Leon, I think I require an explanation regarding this, Miss RC. There's nothing to explain. Didn't T. Jarvis already mention it? She was found. With that, Leon swiftly summoned his tungsten steel vibranium shield into his left hand, while his right hand drew the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the holster at his thigh, entering a full state of readiness. Seeing Leon's dismissive explanation, Tony lost interest in pressing further. He began charging his palm cannon, aiming it at the bewildered terrorists. Hey, brother, let us make a deal. What do you say? You handle these guys, and I'll destroy their stockpiled weapons. Sounds good, Leon replied. Tony stowed his palm cannon and turned to RC, instructing, although I'm unclear about your origins, I entrust Leon to you, RC. Understood. RC solemnly nodded as her arms transformed into dual plasma beam cannons. This time, until the embers were entirely extinguished, she would not relent in her protection of her partner. Chapter 22. Tony took off from his position, soaring towards the nearby munitions depot. These weapons were all supplied by Obadiah to the terrorists, each marked unmistakably with Stark Industries insignia. For Tony, who had recently announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division at a press conference, the existence of this arsenal was a blatant slap in the face. Thus, he readily agreed to Leon's proposal for separate actions. All right, who's in charge here? With that, Leon swiftly fired a shot, eliminating a masked assailant attempting to ambush him from behind. Truth be told, it was merely luck that allowed Leon to interrupt the ambush. Ultimately, it was RC's plasma cannon that sent the assailant to his demise. The aftermath was utterly devastating. However, this single shot and blast ignited the ferocity within the terrorists. They began chattering among themselves, drawing their weapons to aim at Leon and RC, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Leon raised his shield in a symbolic defense while turning to RC, who was entirely unfazed, and inquired, What are they babbling about? Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, Russian, it's a mix. They say that you and I are monsters. RC replied nonchalantly, having mastered these languages in an instant for Leon's sake. Is that so? Then monsters and monsters make quite the pair, Leon quipped, nudging RC playfully, then shifted the conversation, but with so many languages. It's no wonder they're merely a bunch of inconsequential terrorists. They deserve every bullet they get. Leon had no interest in learning the terrorists' languages, yet he remained patient, not forgetting the primary purpose of their mission. He called out to the Gemeron citizens, those being held captive, hiding in the shadows, or attempting to flee. Who among you is related to Ethan? Leon had done his homework prior, knowing that in this world, Ethan's family was still alive. Assuming Ethan spoke English, he presumed his family would as well. After a prolonged silence, no one replied. The gunfire from the terrorists continued unabated. Yet, Leon paid it no mind, even shielding RC from several rounds that her titanium alloy body would struggle to withstand. During this exchange, RC's iridescent eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Leon's resilience. Perhaps he was indeed her true partner. After nearly 2.5 minutes of unrelenting fire, the terrorists' ammunition reserves finally dwindled. Oh ho! Leon lowered his shield, a smirk forming on his lips. Are you all out of bullets? No one responded. Only the sound of gulping and swallowing could be heard. Under the previous onslaught, they had failed to harm their enemies while inadvertently losing several comrades to bullets deflected by Leon's S.H.I.E.L.D. The bizarre scene sent chills down their spines. RC, their threat level has diminished significantly. You're well versed in languages. Go find Ethan's family. I'll handle these guys. All right. Good luck to you all. RC nodded and, with her hand on her hip, strutted away, her final words directed at the terrorists. A mighty tiger had charged into a henhouse with its claws ground to nubs. The outcome was inevitable. Hey, gentlemen, do any of you speak English, Nihongo, or Hwasha? I am here from the community to extend warmth. Do not be anxious. Do not fear. Just lay down your weapons, and I assure you, you will all be treated American style. With that, Leon, to demonstrate his sincerity, approached a familiar-looking, bearded black man among the terrorists, brandishing his 50E Desert Eagle. He then fired 8 shots into the sky, depleting the magazine to its theoretical maximum capacity, and declared, "You see, my gun is now devoid of bullets." However, upon witnessing Leon empty his firearm, the bearded black man, presumably the leader, gestured, and the remaining terrorists boldly encircled him, brandishing an assortment of tactical knives. They seemed to believe that this enemy, who appeared impervious to his gunfire, could be vulnerable to their meager blades. To Leon, this scene was reminiscent of a comical skit. One of the terrorists, sporting a small mustache and fluent in Nihongo, exclaimed, "Hey, you can speak Nihongo? Well, in Akihabara, there's an old saying, CC material way junjia, which I believe you have heard of. So kindly set down your shield and work with us." Bang! Upon finally hearing a language he understood, Leon was moved to reward him with a delectable American peanut. The fortunate terrorist had exploded like a watermelon, collapsing before his comrades. For the encircling terrorists, the gunshot was akin to the Grim Reaper knocking at their door. Chaos ensued as they dared not wager whether Leon still had bullets remaining. Yet, Leon seized this opportunity, declaring, hey, once you arrive, you shan't depart. Within a 25-meter radius, anyone could become a sharpshooter. Bang, 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 bang. Under the illusion of infinite ammunition, Leon's Desert Eagle unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun. The encroaching terrorists were rendered into a sieve, each enduring at least a dozen 50 AE peanuts before succumbing. Only the bearded leader remained, frantically fleeing from Leon. At that moment, he was filled with self-satisfaction. A bunch of fools. Fortunately, I am astute. I had long suspected that the grotesque individual was highly suspicious. Who could withstand such a barrage without a scratch? He is no man, but a monster. Seeing this, Leon smirked. Indulging in a playful whim, he inverted his grip on the gun and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled the Desert Eagle towards the fleeing black man. Empowered by superhuman strength, the gun soared like a mortar. With a resounding crash, it shattered the man's leg. The bearded black man collapsed, clutching his severed limb as he howled in agony. My goodness, was that accurate? Leon marveled at his throwing hand. They had been at least 100 meters apart. Such precision was unfathomable for a novice like him. Could it be that he possessed a latent talent for throwing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Prompting immediate action, he casually picked up an empty AK from the ground, fashioned it into an iron sphere, and switched to his left hand, deliberately aiming for the man's head. Bang! The AK, now an iron ball, was catapulted with the force of a cannon, covering the 100-meter distance in less than 0.1 seconds. Under Leon's eager gaze, the bearded black man's head did not explode, but rather lost half of his left ear. Blood gushing forth. Was the trajectory leftward? Leon murmured regretfully. Yet, he had confirmed his earlier suspicion with dedicated practice. He could master the art of throwing akin to Captain America with his vibranium shield. As he contemplated this, Alcie's voice resonated in Leon's earpiece. Leon, I have located them. They are hiding in a discreet cellar, so those men have not discovered them. Should I bring them to you now? No need. Take them far away. Leave the rest to me and Tony. All right, but be careful. With your assurance, I promise I won't lose a single hair, Leon vowed. Concluding the call with Alcie, he then hurled the shield, striking the bearded black man in half, sending him to his eternal rest. Paying homage to both 25th and Captain Carter. What a thrill. The sensation of pinpoint accuracy was exhilarating for someone accustomed to errant trajectories. Simultaneously, Leon finally recalled why the man seemed familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the bearded little leader from the Ten Rings organization that had previously abducted Tony. Leon surmised they were likely twin brothers. However, that mattered little now, for both were dead. After the encounter, Leon took a couple of steps forward. mentally summoning the tungsten vibranium shield and Desert Eagle back into his hands through the system's spatial transition. Just as he prepared to rush towards Tony, a thunderous crash echoed above, and Tony plummeted from the sky, landing unceremoniously at Leon's feet. Unlike their last separation, Tony's Mark III armor now bore numerous pockmarks. Its golden red finish marred. The most prominent was a crater left by the anti-aircraft shell that had sent him crashing down. Well, isn't that Iron Man? Need a helping hand? Leon teased, his tone laced with sarcasm. Forget it, I can handle it myself, Tony attempted, only to find himself stuck in the crater. Awkwardly, he extended his hand toward Leon. I suppose I could use a hand after all. Now that's more like it. Leon chuckled, clapping his thigh before grasping Tony's hand and effortlessly pulling him out of the dirt. Subsequently, with the brothers' combined efforts, the remnants of the terrorists scattered throughout the town of Jimera were systematically eliminated. Soon, only the displaced, whose homes had been reduced to rubble, remained. Grateful, they gathered around Tony and Leon, kneeling in reverence. Though Leon struggled to understand their words, it was evident they were expressions of gratitude. Brother, how does it feel to be a hero? Leon inquired. Not bad, Tony replied. Aside from the initial thrill, I now feel more sympathy and sorrow. This is merely the beginning. There is much work left to do. That said, let's leave the rest to Ethan, Leon remarked with a smile. I trust that once reunited with his family, he will be highly motivated. Indeed, Tony concurred, and as his words settled, Leon offered him a lift. Under the watchful, reverent gazes of the Jimera populace, the two brothers ascended into the sky. They soon executed a lateral acceleration, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 23. Just moments ago. On the way back, Leon said to Tony, Brother, remember to prepare a small arc reactor for me when we return. Otherwise, my flying abilities will be rather inconvenient. Oh, that. I actually prepared an extra one before we departed, Tony replied. What? Why didn't you give it to me? Leon questioned. You never asked, Tony retorted. Tony's tone was laced with a hint of cunning despite his apparent exasperation. I thought you wouldn't need it, the green tea remarked. You rascal, Tony. Leon chuckled, initially intending to divulge information regarding the new element to Tony upon returning home, but now, it seemed, he had not even inquired. Suffer a bit more, my dear brother. May the Ancient One bless you. As long as this deity is alive, it will be difficult for you to meet your demise. Hey, Leon, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed, startled, as he noticed Leon reaching toward the arc reactor embedded in his chest. My dear brother, if you wish to avoid being targeted and shot down by the squadron of Rod's department, you best remain still and let me take the reins, Leon declared. Without waiting for Tony's consent, he commandeered the energy output of Tony's arc reactor and activated the Starlight template's superpower, propelling both of them in a brilliant golden arc, swiftly bypassing a patrolling fighter jet. Meanwhile, Archie was escorting Ethan's wife and daughter via a safer and steadier aquatic route. The two parties had agreed to rendezvous at the seaside villa. What the hell? Did something just fly by? Exclaimed a pilot of an F-22 fighter jet, currently patrolling at a speed of Mach 15, unable to contain his astonishment. Upon spotting a bizarre golden arc flash past him, he immediately notified Edwards Air Force Base in California. However, the intelligence received indicated that the object was traveling too swiftly, conservatively estimated at over Mach 5, and its radar cross-section was minuscule, only registering for a fleeting moment before vanishing entirely. At this moment, Edwards Air Force Base was in disarray due to Leon's astonishing display, with an unidentified high-speed stealth object looming like the sword of Damocles over them. If this was the technology of an enemy nation, they would be at a grave disadvantage. Damn it, what on earth is that thing? Has the National Security Agency made any statements? What about the CIA? What? They called to ask if it was us? Damn it. Hurry and summon Colonel Rod from the Weapons Development Department. If we don't ascertain what that unidentified flying object is today, no one at Edwards Air Force Base will get a wink of sleep. Soon, Colonel Rod arrived. What happened? He inquired. See for yourself, an officer urged, as he opened a less than 25-second video captured by the fighter jet's onboard camera, showcasing Leon and Tony far ahead. The radiant golden light emitted by Leon rendered the visual almost indecipherable. With only a golden arc flashing past the jet, its direct and purposeful flight path clearly not the work of nature. What are the projected locations of the unidentified flying object? Colonel Rod suddenly asked after watching the video repeatedly. Central Pacific, Malibu coastline, Los Angeles. Upon hearing Malibu coastline, Colonel Rod raised an eyebrow, unable to absorb the subsequent locations. This was because Tony and Leon's seaside villa was perched atop a cliff along the Malibu coastline. Wait a moment, let me make a call. Meanwhile, Tony, having returned home, was struggling to remove his Mark III armor with the assistance of Leon and the bewildered Dazed. Just then, Rod called. Beep, beep, beep. Connected. Hey, Rod, what's the good news? Tony greeted. Tony, I need a favor from you right now. Interesting, I'm all ears. Just now, an unidentified flying object radiating golden light overtook one of our patrol jets. Cool, it must be moving pretty fast, Leon interjected. Leon, you're there too? Rod responded. Yeah, I was just racing with Tony outside. All right. What I need to tell you is that the unidentified flying object is heading toward your house. If you know anything, I hope you can let me know quickly so I can prepare a response. Nothing's wrong. Al, Leon, be gentle. Tony retorted. What are you two up to? Rod inquired. Oh, nothing much. Tony just took a tumble when he got out of the car because his legs gave out, and I'm applying hydrogen peroxide to him, Leon explained. This is pure slander. Be careful with that area, Leon, for the sake of your future nephews and nieces. Tony protested. Rod, I'm a bit busy. I have to hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Disconnected. Rod glanced at the phone he had just hung up, smirking. Before the call, he had a 90% certainty that the unidentified flying object was Tony. Now that certainty had escalated to 100%. Knowing Tony's tendencies, he was sure he was up to something involving high-tech weaponry. Rod firmly believed that otherwise, he would have already dispatched a squadron of jets for protection. The unidentified flying object was one of their own. With that thought, Rod shed his military uniform and hurried to Tony and Leon's residence, determined to uncover what the brothers were concocting. At Stark Tower, in the Department of Scientific Research and Development, Ethan sat in his office, repeatedly watching the live broadcast replay. Unable to suppress his sighs, the 15-mile radius surrounding Gemera could only be described as a hell on Earth. It had become a modern depiction of bloody colonization. Farmers and herders were forced to flee their homes, and countless children were coerced into joining terrorists, with their lands seized by warlords. The armed warlords were allegedly supported by the now-deceased Obadiah Stane. Refugees were displaced, wandering for shelter, forced to reside in the ruins of other villages. Maya, Ayaya, I'm coming to find you. Ethan, who are you looking for? Leon and Tony entered without knocking. Tony, I believe I am unfit to continue serving as the chief scientific advisor for Stark Industries. As a husband, as a father, I, Maya, Ayaya. Ethan's words faltered as he spotted his wife and daughter standing unharmed before him, having followed Leon and Tony. How did you end up here? Ethan exclaimed, embracing his wife and daughter. Leon and Tony observed with maternal smiles. It was Mr. Leon and Mr. Tony who saved us, Maya explained tearfully, while Ayaya added. And Sister Archie. Tony, Leon, I truly don't know how to thank you, Ethan said, his eyes reddening with emotion. It's simple, Tony replied with a snap of his fingers. Grinning. I've established a charitable foundation for Gemera's relief efforts, and the position of president is still vacant. Absolutely. Ethan responded eagerly, willing to do whatever it took, even if it meant facing danger, for the chance to revitalize his homeland. Gemera Relief Foundation? Leon questioned, glancing at Tony. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Just now, Tony said, turning to wave his hand dismissively, leaving Leon and Ethan with a striking silhouette. Damn it, he got to show off again. Leon muttered in frustration, chasing after him and leaving time and space for Ethan and his family. Chapter 24, S.H.I.E.L.D. Kid? S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Man. After resolving matters with Ethan and his family, Leon and Tony returned home to find Rod already seated in the living room, having been granted access by Jarvis. Tony, Leon, I think I need an explanation, Rod said, wearing a friendly smile as he regarded the brothers. Leon and Tony exchanged glances, the former shrugged, indicating his indifference, while the latter nodded. Leading Rhodey to the underground workshop where the Iron Man suits were stored, they held complete trust in Rhodey, a rare companion with whom the brothers could engage in heartfelt banter and converse as equals. In this Marvel universe, Rhodey was akin to the elder brother figure from Iron Man 1, not the sidekick seen in Iron Man 2 and subsequent films. After Tony's explanation, Rhodey gazed at the three suits displayed in the showcase, unable to contain his astonishment. Oh my god. You mean to say you single-handedly took down that gang of armed warlords in Gamora Town along with the Stark weapons Obadiah, sold them using just this suit? To be precise, it was a joint effort between Leon and myself, Tony corrected, but even without Leon, I would have managed just fine. Yes, Leon rolled his eyes, unwilling to debate with Tony, as he was indeed stating the truth. If Tony relied solely on the Iron Man suit, then what about you, Leon? Rhodey inquired, turning his gaze towards Leon. Leon smiled slightly, raising his hand to unleash a repulsor blast that effortlessly shattered a panel of bulletproof glass in the workshop. He was no longer short on energy. Upon returning home, Leon had acquired a compact arc reactor that Tony had prepared in advance. As long as he didn't recklessly overuse it, the reactor would suffice for quite some time. Goodness! Superpowers? Rhodey exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, which Leon found quite gratifying. After all, possessing superpowers without flaunting them was akin to wearing exquisite attire in silence. With Rhodey's supportive banter, Leon was determined to keep him safe from the Skrulls. Rather than adopting a defensive stance, it would be better to take the initiative. A thief can only be successful for so long. The same goes for guarding against them. It seemed the Skrull extermination plan needed to be prioritized. Leon certainly did not wish for a future scenario where he inadvertently trained a Skrull disguised as a goblin. A thought that sent shivers down his spine. He was a staunch human supremacist. Apart from races that aligned with his aesthetic preferences, all others were heretics. Tony Ott. Having witnessed the superpowers of Tony and Leon, Rhodey's worldview seemed to shatter, and he suddenly grew shy. Not waiting for him to finish, Tony waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. Rhodey, Mark II is prepared just for you. Oh, Tony, you truly are a gem. Rhodey exclaimed, excitedly embracing Tony, while Leon captured this delightful moment with his phone, reminiscent of a scene from a comic book. Afterward, Rhodey eagerly requested Tony to take him for a flight, and Leon showcased his superior speed in the air, provoking Tony to wish he could immediately whip up Mark IV or Mark V. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. 2.5 hours later, Rhodey departed the seaside villa, content but without the Mark II. Not only because it had yet to undergo the latest system calibration, but also out of consideration for Tony's secret identity as Iron Man. It must be said that as a good friend, Rhodey had nothing but admiration for Tony and Leon, which was precisely why Leon was willing to reveal his superpowers in front of him and why Tony was inclined to gift him a suit. Such camaraderie is rare and precious. After bidding farewell to Rhodey, Tony promptly prioritized the Mark IV armor and commenced its execution, while Leon moved his bedroom to the second underground level, transforming the mechanical maintenance room meant for ARC-HIE into his living quarters. In order to foster a deeper bond with ARC-HIE, Leon decided that if he were not spending the night at another sister's place, he would always sleep beside ARC-HIE. Leon, you are no longer a child. ARC-HIE remarked, observing him lounging beside her. Compared to you, I am but a child, Leon retorted, but before he could finish, ARC-HIE spun around and flung him from the driver's seat. Leon, do you not realize how impolite it is to discuss a girl's age? ARC-HIE, now in battle mode, admonished, delivering a playful thud to the sprawled Leon. Yet, Leon always played by his own rules. He gazed at ARC-HIE with sincerity, proclaiming, ARC-HIE, you are beautiful just as you are. You, ARC-HIE, blushed, then quickly reverted to her motorcycle form, turning her rear towards him, unable to face him directly. Seeing this, Leon smirked, plan successful. The simplest way to charm a pure-hearted elder sister like ARC-HIE was to be straightforward, provided one was sufficiently handsome and had already secured a place in her heart. This was advice passed down to Leon by none other than Henry Cavill himself. The next day, in the underground level of the seaside villa, Leon and ARC-HIE's mechanical maintenance room and bedroom, Leon groggily awoke from his slumber, having dreamt an absurd dream of taking the place of Sun Wukong, trapped under the Five Elements mountain. Kristen, have you gained weight? Leon mumbled, reaching out to touch the softness resting upon him. Huh, what is this hardness? The unusual sensation jolted Leon fully awake. He then realized there was no Kristen, only ARC-HIE in her motorcycle form, inexplicably close to his bedside. Her screen illuminated as if she were waking up. Who is Kristen? ARC-HIE inquired. A journalist friend, Leon replied vaguely, and ARC-HIE did not press further. Both were unaware of the awkwardness permeating the situation, resulting in an unspoken understanding. After a moment, ARC-HIE suggested, Leon, perhaps you should check today's headlines. Oh, let me see. With a swift movement, Leon flipped onto ARC-HIE's waist, and her screen began retrieving the day's top news. The first thing that caught his eye was none other than Rhodey's face. Oh no, it was Leon's own large photograph. He appeared radiant, grinning like a child, seemingly in the act of throwing a shield, at the moment confirming his talent for throwing. It was unclear who had captured this shot, but it showcased Leon's charm to a 7 out of 10, although the distance and helmet obscured part of his face, making the image slightly blurry. Most would struggle to connect this image to Leon at first glance. Shocking. The hell demon that manifested in Gamora Town has been eradicated overnight. The resurrection of the Son of God, Superman. According to the on-site reporters, the liberators of Gamora Town were two superheroes hailed as saviors by the local residents, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy. S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy? Why not call himself S.H.I.E.L.D. Man? Leon chuckled in irritation, realizing the absurdity of the report was indeed pinned by Tony. Iron Man, clad in a full suit of armor, remains an enigma. However, the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boy is suspected to be none other than Stark Industries' second son, Leon Stark, suggesting Iron Man may be his brother, Tony Stark. The report concluded with a disclaimer: the above report is purely speculative. Please do not take it seriously. Hey, they've even included a disclaimer. Leon's mouth twitched. Which journalist is this unprofessional? I ought to deal with them. Enraged, Leon activated quantum speed reading, scrolling to the bottom line, only to find the name, Kristen. Chapter 25, Biological Stance. RC, stay at home quietly. I am currently quite irate and intend to seek retribution, lest you be inadvertently harmed in the process. Very well. Just remember to exercise restraint, for we would not want to incur any fatalities. Of course, I assure you. After providing RC with these instructions, Leon descended to the lower level, where Tony was still energetically tinkering with his Mark IV suit, seemingly having been awake throughout the night. Good morning, Tony. Good morning, Leon. Who are you planning to confront with such ferocity? Tony inquired, setting down the screwdriver and accepting a cup of coffee handed to him by the ever-diligent dummy. Don't mention it. You haven't seen today's headlines, have you? Leon replied, smirking as he gestured for Tony to take a look, while he opened the glass case housing the Iron Man suits and reached towards Mark III. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System: I trust you understand without further elaboration. Initiating. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the biological stance. Biological stance, comparable to Superman's. A treasure you deserve, with specific manifestations tied to the vitality of the organism. Description: leave it to me. Entrust me with everything. Yes, my brother. I adore you. System: I love you 3,000 times. With that exclamation, Leon, under Tony's bemused gaze, shattered the window of Tony's workshop and eagerly leaped into the Pacific Ocean. After a brief silence, Leon exuberantly shouted as he soared from the depths of the sea, the waves he created reaching towering heights, while the clouds above graciously parted for him. Remarkably, his body emitted no light, nor did he employ the stellar template's superpowers. Yet he flew through the sky at astonishing speed. This is the effect of the biological stance. Beyond defying various physical laws, its greatest advantage is liberating Leon from the shackles of gravity and external energy dependencies, allowing him to roam freely in the air. However, the biological stance does not stand in opposition to the stellar template's superpowers. Just then, as his speed surpassed Mach 5 and continued to ascend, golden light began to shimmer around Leon, executing a secondary aerial acceleration that propelled his speed beyond Mach 10. Phew. Flying is the epitome of enjoying freedom. In Manhattan's Upper East Side, a certain standalone apartment was the scene of Christine, who had been tirelessly working through the night, now luxuriating in her bathtub. Submerged in a milky bath, only her head and a pair of delicate feet remained above the surface, resting on either end of the tub. Her lustrous golden hair was elegantly styled into a bun, secured by a purple butterfly hairpin. With her eyes closed and a contented hum escaping her lips, she relished the moment. After an hour of indulgence, Christine finally emerged from the tub, and after drying herself off, she modestly draped a towel over her form and exited the bathroom. After all, she was in the comfort of her own home, with nothing to hide. However, the moment she stepped out, Christine instinctively screamed. A man had mysteriously appeared in her home. His back turned to her as he perused the reports she had hastily completed the previous night. Just as Christine was about to fully scream, the man seemingly teleported to her side, wrapping one arm around her waist while his other hand covered her mouth. Shh. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Christine. Leon? Upon hearing his voice, Christine immediately recognized him. It's me. Leon released his grip, repositioning the startled Christine to face him, though the towel she had been using slipped from her grasp, leaving her exposed. Christine stammered, her brain struggling to process the shocking sight before her. How did you get in here? Although in her own home, she felt an odd sense of guilt as she whispered. Why? I simply used the key to enter. What did you expect? Leon jingled the keychain in his hand, prompting Christine's memories of when she had last handed him the key along with a photo of Gamora after their conversation. So, how can you be so certain it's me? Didn't you consider the potential consequences of mistaking someone else? The legal department at Stark Industries is not to be trifled with. You should know what I mean. Leon, with a somewhat rough demeanor, hoisted Christine and threw her onto the living room sofa, looming over her as he interrogated. The moment I laid eyes on that photograph, I recognized you. Do I need further justification? Even if you turned to ash, I would still identify you. Moreover, even if I happened to be mistaken, I wouldn't lose anything. I might even gain a little. After a brief moment of panic, Christine quickly regained her composure, leaning back on the sofa with her legs crossed, smiling at Leon. Even if that's me, why did you choose to name yourself S.H.I.E.L.D. boy? There are far more appealing names like S.H.I.E.L.D. guy, Superman, or Iron Man. Leon pressed on. The moniker S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is truly ludicrous. My dear, it's merely a playful jest. Shifting her legs, she drew attention with her captivating pose. Christine pouted. How could you have such enormous news and not give me a heads up? I had to pull an all-nighter to get your article done. Are you really that petty? Denying me a bit of indulgence? Petty? Huh. Leon lifted Christine's chin, compelling her to gaze up at him. You've just exposed my identity. Are you not concerned about inciting my wrath? Not in the least. Oh, you had no intention of concealing your identity. That half mask is no different from the towel I was using to cover myself. The psychological effect outweighs the practical. Any discerning individual could quickly recognize you through facial recognition algorithms. I merely expedited the timeline a bit. My dear, am I correct? Christine playfully tilted her chin into Leon's hand, batting her eyelashes at him with an innocent expression. It had to be said. Christine was like a worm in Leon's stomach, intuitively guessing his thoughts. Leon had indeed never intended to conceal his identity from the start. Tony shared the same sentiment. The two brothers had initially strategized to wait until their stock plummeted to rock bottom, seizing the opportunity to reclaim shares from the board members who had sided with Obadiah, and ultimately revealing their ace. By leveraging the celebrity effect of superheroes, they aimed to resurrect Stark Industries and promote a wave of clean energy technology centered around the arc reactor. However, the timing was nearly perfect. With Christine's timely assistance, Leon planned to reveal his true identity, for he did not wish to carry the pedestrian title of S.H.I.E.L.D. boy. Such a name was too relatable and failed to embody his charisma. He must realign everything before the public's perception of him as a superhero became entrenched. Yet, before that, Christine, I am exceedingly furious right now. Are you prepared to bear the brunt of my ire? Leon's hand brushed through Christine's still damp hair, applying pressure as if it were a mountain. Christine's fiery gaze met Leon's, and she playfully replied, Spare me, O mighty king. Chapter 26, The Official Alibi. Later, in Christine's bedroom, the room's occupant lay in a dazed state, resembling someone with Parkinson's, while Leon had already dressed and was on the phone with Tony. I'm afraid I can't wait any longer, brother. Remember to call Rhodes. All right. On the other end of the line, Tony fully comprehended Leon's current state of mind, yet jestingly remarked, I think the nickname S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is rather charming. It conveys youthfulness and warmth. Haha. In response to Tony's playful banter, Leon merely chuckled softly before hanging up. It was acceptable for Tony to refer to him in that manner, but if villains or younger superheroes were to address him similarly, wouldn't that be a blow to his pride? Just imagine the youngest Spider-Man greeting Leon with, Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. boy, I'm your superfan Spider-Man. The contrast was almost too splendid to bear. The mere thought sent a wave of embarrassment coursing through Leon, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Hey, Christine, wake up. Clap, clap, clap. After dressing himself, Leon approached the bedside and gently tapped Christine's cheek to rouse her. Christine, still groggy, blinked her eyes open. Tony and I are holding a press conference this afternoon to affirm our identities. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up, Leon chuckled. Hiss. The instinct of a journalist jolted Christine awake. With a swift motion, she performed a sit-up, her disheveled, sticky blonde hair tumbling over her face, only to immediately wince in pain and collapse back onto the bed. Observing this, Leon's palm emanated a warm, gentle golden glow that enveloped Christine's abdomen. She felt a soothing warmth surge within her, alleviating much of the discomfort. Is this your superpower? Christine inquired, a faint blush of embarrassment gracing her cheeks. I thought you were just joking last time. Oh, how disheartening. I offered my sincere intentions, only to be met with suspicion. How rude, Leon lamented, channeling his inner green tea spirit. Not one to let him off easily, Christine extended a long leg from beneath the covers, playfully nudging Leon out of the room. The afternoon soon arrived. Following a day of public speculation, netizens had begun to form a preliminary understanding of Iron Man as a superhero. Just as in the original narrative, they were captivated by the dazzling iron armor, speculating about Iron Man's true identity and whether he was indeed Tony Stark. However, due to Christine's deliberate guidance, public opinion regarding Leon was polarized to an extreme. That S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is clearly a knockoff of Captain America. Our captain is the most Dior. How can you say such things about my brother Leon? He's 1,000,000,000 times more handsome than your Captain America. Do you even believe that? With that creepy helmeted look of his, if he stood on the street, the police would likely mistake him for a perverted criminal. Are you just now getting online? That's Leon Stark. Setting aside his background, character, and personal life, can you find a man more handsome than him in America? Count me out. Attached image, JPG. Exactly. What a joke. If I looked like that, even if you offered me a sports car and a mansion, I wouldn't want it. Wow, your logic is astounding. Leon Stark or not, I've heard Stark Industries is on the verge of collapse. He'll soon be a stray dog on the street. 666, my friend above. Take my advice. Throw away your phone and move to a new place. Otherwise, Stark's people will come knocking. Stark Industries is a thing of the past. Hammer Industries will soon become the new leader in weapon manufacturing, leading America to new heights. Are you a hired gun from Hammer Industries? You're not even trying to pretend. With Hammer Industries' terrible quality control, if they shoot 10 rounds of ex-wife and one goes off, consider it a win. No, dude, that's not fair. The narrative had firmly established S.H.I.E.L.D. boy as Leon's illegitimate offspring, monopolizing half of public discourse. The remainder consisted of naysayers, casual onlookers drawn in by headlines, legitimate fans of Captain America, and hired trolls from Hammer Industries. Honestly, all sorts of nonsense are surfacing, Leon scoffed, tapping the Bluetooth earpiece at his right ear. Alcy, I'm here. Keep a record of those who speak ill of me and slander my name online. I intend to visit each of them personally. Are you sure? There are quite a few of them. Of course. The internet is not a lawless realm. Do they truly believe I won't trace them back through the wires? Dream on. Given Leon's current speed, even with a bit of effort, it's not beyond his capabilities. After all, he is not Superman, the ever-nice guy. Refraining from blasting them with laser beams is already a sign of Leon's restraint. In New York, at Manhattan Square, the press conference was a bustling affair. However, a large, fan-shaped area was cordoned off between the podium and the crowd by burly security guards clad in black suits and sunglasses. Journalists lined the sides of this area, facilitating both photography and note-taking while ensuring the central space remained unobstructed. This void had been deliberately left by Leon. Backstage, upon Leon's arrival, Pepper was simultaneously complaining and applying makeup on Tony. Sharon Carter, serving as Leon's secretary, stood respectfully to the side, her gaze frequently darting towards the entrance as if she were a sentinel awaiting her master. Upon seeing Leon arrive, she immediately brightened, approaching him to assist with changing into formal attire. No need for a change. Just fix my makeup. Leon waved his hand and instructed. Understood, Mr. Leon, Sharon replied obediently, dressed in a sleek black, sleeveless form-fitting dress. Subsequently, Leon took a seat on the sofa beside Tony, allowing Sharon to attend to her task. Hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. boy. Tony set down the headline newspaper and greeted Leon with a smirk. Oh, come on, brother. Leon rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. I promise this nickname will be history after today. Leon, I also promise that if you dare sneak off with Tony like this again, I will resign. Pepper smiled at the brothers, having previously employed her resignation as a threat to rein them in. Only this approach could convey the severity of the situation to them. All right, Tony conceded. You're the boss. I'll follow your lead. Leon shrugged, reluctantly agreeing. Yet the exchanged glance between the two brothers spoke volumes. They would dare again. At that moment, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived uninvited, briefly exchanging glances with Sharon before handing each brother a script. Coulson, what does this mean? The brothers inquired, to which Coulson explained, this is a task from the director regarding the Gamora incident. While you were on the yacht, we prepared absolute authentic customs documents stating that you spent the entire day vacationing on Avalon Island, with 50 witnesses to corroborate. Is this an official alibi for us? Leon raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mr. Leon. Coulson nodded in affirmation. This is to ensure the safety of you and Mr. Tony. All right, sounds good. Tony remained noncommittal. Coulson, hearing this, let out a relieved sigh, believing he had received their approval. Chapter 27. I Am Homelander. In New York, at Manhattan Square, on the podium, Rhodes, representing the military, was elucidating the truth behind the Gamora incident and setting the stage for today's main character. After a bout of official jargon that could wear one's ears down, he finally reached his conclusion. I express my profound sympathy for the plight of the people of Gemora. However, I can assure you that the American government had no involvement in these events. As for the Iron Man and Captain America, who valiantly rescued Jimera from peril, their true identities remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, under the weight of public opinion, the Stark brothers, caught in the whirlwind of scrutiny, will soon issue a statement. Please note, they will not entertain any questions. Thank you. With that, Rhodes stepped down to hand over to Tony. Upon realizing that Leon was not by Tony's side, a sense of foreboding crept into Rhodes' mind, prompting him to inquire. Where's that kid Leon? He mentioned feeling a bit anxious and went to the restroom, Tony casually replied. At a time like this? Rhodes was at a loss for words, fervently hoping that Leon would arrive in time, lest it become an official debacle. Then, Tony ascended the stage and began to speak. Hello, splendid. The microphone hasn't been damaged by Rhodes, Tony jested, eliciting a light chuckle from the audience. He then retrieved the script handed to him by Coulson from his pocket. Well, it's been a while since I've seen all of you. And I must admit I'm a tad nervous. I suppose I'll stick to the script. Just yesterday, armed warlords who had taken over the town of Jimera were vanquished by two superheroes clad in armor and wielding shields. Some allege that the Captain America among them is my brother Leon, while others assert that the dashing figure known as Iron Man is, in fact, me. Oh, for heaven's sake, take a good look at me. Do I seem like the kind of person capable of such monumental feats? If you were to wake up every day next to a different companion like I do, you would understand that such a scenario is utterly implausible. At this moment, Christine from the press corps raised a challenging question. Mr. Stark, we simply wish to know if you and Mr. Leon are indeed the superheroes that the online discourse speculates. Please provide a straightforward answer instead of dismissing your suspicions in such a crude manner. Upon hearing this, her fellow journalists gasped in astonishment. Weren't we supposed to refrain from asking questions? Are you out of your mind? Noticing this, Tony smirked, recognizing the setup. Christine was a plant, deliberately positioned by the press corps to buy time, with her lines meticulously prepared. In truth, I know this may sound a bit far-fetched, but the official statement has been quite clear. As for suspicion, Miss Reporter, interrupting my declaration is one matter. Casually speculating or insinuating that I am a superhero is quite another. I never claimed you were a superhero, Christine corrected. Did I not? Well, that's splendid, otherwise. It might border on the fantastical, Tony chuckled, his gaze occasionally drifting to the distant sky. Tom should be about right. Clearly, I am not cut out to be a hero. I possess numerous character flaws and have made countless mistakes, most of which you are well aware. Aside from the formal opening lines, I have been speaking off script, and at this point, I am rather like a wild stallion that has broken free. Observing this, Rhodes could no longer remain a passive spectator. He hastily ascended the stage and approached Tony, advising, stick to the script. If you continue to improvise, S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to have a difficult time. Okay, Tony replied. Yet his attention remained fixated on the distant sky until a glimmer of golden light began to shine. He smirked at the journalists and the crowd, slowly proclaiming, in truth, the reality is, I am Iron Man. The moment his words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in exhilarated cheers, save for Christine, who was already privy to the truth. The journalists, unable to contain their curiosity, surged forward to inquire if his earlier statement held any veracity. However, that was not the end of the spectacle. Raising a hand to calm the reporters, Tony then pointed skyward, declaring, let me say it 1,000 times. I am also Iron Man, and this is the truth you seek. The assembled journalists and onlookers followed his gesture and gazed upward. In the direction of the sun, a figure radiating golden brilliance defied gravity, hovering majestically, gazing down upon the masses as if a deity amongst mortals. Then, with a resounding boom, this figure descended from the heavens like a second sun. In an instant, it broke the sound barrier, landing precisely in the designated fan-shaped area of Manhattan Square. A blinding gust of wind swept through, and the marble floor of the plaza cracked ominously, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. In the midst of the chaos, a soldier boy, sans helmet yet exuding an irresistible magnetism, emerged, Leon, embodying an aura of dark elegance. Captivated by his entrancing presence, the journalists and audience collectively held their breath. Step by step, Leon approached the podium, and Tony gracefully stepped aside to grant him the floor. An unfortunate accident has bestowed upon me my current powers, transforming me from a frivolous scoundrel into a superhero. We have faced assaults, much like the recent turmoil in Jimera. Before taking the stage, some insisted I and Tony recite the same tired platitudes to make our people more accepting of and appreciative for peace. But Tony and I did not wish to follow that path. Do you know why? Leon leaned in, and the crowd responded in unison. Why? Because I believe that it is God who has granted me this power. He has endowed me with strength and the profound responsibility to save humanity. Therefore, Tony and I set forth to Gemera to root out the demons of war and fear and eliminate them. Anyone who dares to stain this beautiful world, who seeks to harm our good people, is my enemy. No matter where they hide, I will ensure they taste the judgment of God. That is my conviction. To do what I can, to do what I must, to do what is right for the people. A true man, a true hero, should not cower. Rather, he should stand tall, allowing his justice and strength to illuminate every corner of the world. Am I not the one chosen by God to save you? Protecting our homeland, safeguarding our nation, preserving this beautiful planet. Is it not the sacred mission entrusted to me by God? Yet, even with this newfound power, I have never forgotten who I am. It is my homeland that nurtured me. Whether in the past, present, or future, I will engrave my loyalty to my homeland upon my heart. So remember my name. I am Homelander, and you, my friends, are the true heroes. Homelander, Homelander, Homelander. As Leon concluded his speech, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Both journalists and bystanders could not help but erupt in fervent chants of Homelander's name. From this day forth, there would be no more Captain America, only Homelander. Chapter 28, Man. With the superhero identities of both Leon and Tony laid bare, America was left in a state of shock. After all, prior to this revelation, the two brothers were synonymous with hedonism, their disparity from the archetype of strength and justice seemingly insurmountable. No one could have anticipated such a surreal turn of events. Thus, when the brothers finally returned home after engaging with the frenzied journalists and fans, the hour was late. J-A-R-V-I-S. Welcome home, gentlemen. The lights in the living room flickered to life under Jarvis's control, revealing a scene that left both Tony and Leon momentarily astonished and amused. There sat R.C. in her partner mode, elegantly clad in a sleeveless, off-shoulder, high-neck gray sweater that barely covered her backside, poised with impeccable posture on the sofa. Nearby, sprawled awkwardly on the floor, was a bald, one-eyed African-American man, bound in a tortoise-shell fashion with rope, his appearance utterly disheveled. "Who are you?" Tony inquired, bewildered. "This is another mode of R.C., my brother," Leon explained, moving closer to her. "What? This is R.C.? How can such a massive motorcycle transform into something so diminutive? This defies all logic," Tony exclaimed, his worldview momentarily shaken. While he could somewhat rationalize R.C.'s combat mode as a reconfiguration of hollow structures and mechanical components, the utterly illogical technology of size compression and transformation was truly the essence of black magic. "Dear brother, there is no need for such astonishment. Cybertronians are inherently like this." R.C. calmly articulated the facts as she understood them. "All right," Tony scoffed. "If Leon can gain superpowers, then the existence of aliens is hardly surprising. However," he added, "though I am indeed Leon's brother, I am not merely Leon's brother. I have my own name, Tony. If you could, I would appreciate it if you referred to me as Mr. Stark, R.C. "Very well, Mr. Stark," R.C. acquiesced. Tony, feeling somewhat resigned, sensed that R.C. was still holding a grudge and decided to let her have her way. "And who is this gentleman?" he asked, gesturing to the man on the floor. "An hour ago, this gentleman managed to bypass the electronic security key of the villa and stealthily entered. To mitigate any potential threats, I informed Ms. R.C., who promptly subdued the intruder," Jarvis elucidated. Upon hearing this, Leon nearly burst into laughter. He could vividly imagine that this unfortunate soul had intended to sneak into his and Tony's home, only to inadvertently find himself at the mercy of R.C.'s firearm. Judging by his bruised and battered appearance, it was evident he had endured quite a beating. "I see. I thought he was an alien as well," Tony remarked, now grasping the situation and in a mood to jest. At that moment, Nick Fury stirred awake, and his first words were a classic exclamation, "Motherf! What the hell are you, a monster?" Thud. R.C., visibly displeased, delivered a swift kick, sending the disrespectful man back into slumber, causing both Leon and Tony to wince in sympathy. Half an hour later, Nick Fury awoke once more, but this time he was more cautious, observing his surroundings. Upon discovering he was untied and that the troublesome figure was absent, he dared to cautiously mutter, "Motherf! What in the world is that iron lump?" "That is not a lump. It is my beloved motorcycle, Mr. Fury," Leon replied, reclining on the sofa, propping his head with one hand, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he scrutinized Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Tony had donned the Mark III's right arm, pointing the palm cannon at Nick Fury, questioning, "Mr. Fury, I would like an explanation as to why you intruded upon our home. Without a satisfactory answer, I fear you may not see the sun rise tomorrow. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D. Who dares to kill me? Who can? Nick Fury initially intended to retort boldly, but realizing that both brothers were not to be trifled with, he internally conceded, I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have misunderstood. I am actually a good person. As he spoke, Nick Fury forced a smile, revealing a gap in his teeth in an attempt to appear amicable. Seeing this, the brothers exchanged glances, standing to assist Nick Fury to his feet, enthusiastically patting his shoulders. Ah, so you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought you were just some petty thief. Ha ha ha, what a misunderstanding. Indeed, just a misunderstanding. They echoed, laughing. Nick Fury, while smiling outwardly, was inwardly cursing. Damn it, as one of the few level 10 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have never felt so humiliated. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, their conversation gradually shifted towards more serious matters. I am Iron Man, I am Homelander. These declarations sounded impressive. But did you truly believe yourselves to be the only two superheroes in existence? No, dear Starks, there are many more like you in this world, though you remain oblivious to their presence. That sounds quite formidable, Leon scoffed, feigning admiration. If what you say is true, then where are they now? Tony countered nonchalantly. Even if they have existed all along, where are they? Over the years, aside from Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was created by my father, I have never heard of any other superheroes. If they are merely cowering in corners, what kind of superheroes are they? Super bears, perhaps. Leon chuckled at this remark. You're right, super bears. Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. As for Captain Marvel, his trump card, she was light years away. And unless the Earth faced an existential crisis, she wouldn't be deployed lightly. The only operatives he could readily mobilize were Hawkeye Clint Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. They could handle minor incidents, but larger threats were beyond their scope. Thus, Nick Fury found himself with few superheroes at his disposal. This was precisely why he sought to invite the Stark brothers, who possessed considerable power and resources, to join the Avengers he was about to assemble, to bolster his ranks. Indeed, my superhero initiative is in its nascent stage, Nick Fury candidly admitted. That is why I need individuals of your caliber to join. An organization of superheroes must surely have a name to match, no? Tony inquired. Avengers, Nick Fury replied without hesitation. Wow. Tony raised an eyebrow. That sounds quite appealing. What do you think, Leon? I could lend my support, but I want to be the leader and have absolute autonomy. If you agree, I will join, otherwise, I might as well form my own Justice League. Leon laid out his demands, expressing his desire for freedom and control. If that could be afforded to him, he would be inclined to join, otherwise, he would rather not. With power comes the luxury of such demands. Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. There was no need to elaborate on Tony Stark. He was a quintessential late-game powerhouse. Besides being wealthy, he was a world-renowned genius in weapon development, with few possessing his intellect. In terms of combat capability, his Iron Man suit was also formidable. As for Leon Stark, he was a pure powerhouse. With supersonic flight, a steel body, superhuman strength, and unknown energy projection capabilities, Nick Fury viewed him as a potential counterpart to the Hulk. However, without having witnessed their true strengths in battle, Nick Fury could not make a definitive judgment. One thing was clear, Leon Stark was far more stable than the Hulk. After much deliberation, Nick Fury finally extended his hand towards Leon, saying, "Pleasure to collaborate." Observing this, Leon smirked and reciprocated the gesture, "Pleasure to collaborate." Meanwhile, Tony rolled his eyes, remarking, "Why has no one ever asked for my opinion?" Chapter 29 Leon, let me have a look. Just before departing, Nick Fury suddenly recalled something and retrieved 2 photographs from his pocket, handing them to Leon. Upon inspection, Leon noted with intrigue that one depicted the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem on a metallic monument within the headquarters, while the other was a high-resolution close-up of Leon holding his shield during a daytime speech. Why does your shield bear an identical likeness to our S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem? Nick Fury inquired. No, the causal relationship is misconstrued. It should be, why does the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem resemble my shield? With a flick of his wrist, Leon summoned a flash of golden light, instantly reducing the photographs to ashes. Noting Fury's twitching lips, Leon mused that his inquiry had been unnecessary, though he could surmise it was likely linked to Howard Stark. After all, the Stark brothers were blissfully unaware. Yet, how could Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., remain oblivious? Howard Stark was undeniably one of the organization's founding figures, and it was understandable for him to leave a personal legacy for his offspring. Had Leon been privy to Fury's thoughts, he would have been in stitches, amused by Fury's imaginative deductions. Having resolved this matter, Leon and Tony naturally ascended to the ranks of the Avengers' founding members. Henceforth, anyone joining the Avengers would undoubtedly address Leon as boss. However, in the following period, America appeared devoid of significant events, and Leon reverted to his previous hedonistic lifestyle. He occasionally ventured forth as a representative of his homeland, delivering justice to the oppressed while maintaining his popularity and public appeal. To this end, he established a social media account entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D, who served as both his vehicle and an embedded journalist. In an abandoned apartment building housing a drug operation, an armed tactical team was stationed outside, while Leon strutted in confidently, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D in her partner mode. Notably, to accompany Leon without drawing the public's ire, S.H.I.E.L.D utilized her built-in holographic projection technology to disguise herself as an almost perfectly realistic human female. Since she sought Leon's approval, he, as a seasoned LSP, reveled in the arrangement. As the adage goes, 3D realms cannot exist without Tifa, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem. Indeed, Leon had S.H.I.E.L.D masquerade as Tifa. Truth be told, aside from their differing races and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s somewhat cooler demeanor, their similarities were striking: intelligent, beautiful, resilient, and courageous. Nearly every laudatory term applicable to women could be aptly associated with both. "Hey, gentlemen, you know I have always been at odds with vice and drugs," Leon declared as he entered the lair. The two drug dealers engaged in weighing and packaging crystalline powder visibly panicked at his entrance. Upon regaining their composure, they hastily reached for their firearms tucked in their waistbands, only to be met with a swift strike from Leon's palm cannon, obliterating their upper bodies, leaving only charred remnants of their lower halves to topple backward. Bang, bang. Leon then proceeded to another room, where prepared drug traffickers armed with AKs unleashed a hail of gunfire upon him. However, under the desperate gaze of the traffickers, the barrage of bullets failed to breach his defenses. The deformed projectiles clattered to the floor like beads falling from a broken necklace, their sound a chilling harbinger of death. Ah! From the perspective of the special forces outside, the apartment echoed with the terrified screams of fleeing criminals, but with each flash of golden light from within, the cries diminished in unison, instilling a profound sense of dread. Soon, silence enveloped the world. Unlike the indiscriminate light waves of starfire, Leon's concentrated palm cannon left no trafficker unscathed. After ensuring all drug dealers were vanquished, Leon wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and turned to S.H.I.E.L.D, asking, "Have you finished recording?" "Yes," S.H.I.E.L.D affirmed, her Tifa disguise's enchanting eyes projecting the footage of Leon's decisive actions. It must be said, the exhilarating sensation of such a harvest was indeed gratifying. Leon reviewed the footage and instructed S.H.I.E.L.D, as per usual, edit out the scenes that showcase my formidable prowess. Then create 2 versions for upload to my YouTube account. One should be age-restricted with censorship, while the other must be uncensored and reserved for adult viewers only. Requiring a subscription for access, $30 for a monthly membership, $198 for an annual membership, and $998 for a lifetime membership, granting unlimited access to all premium content. "All right. As you wish, boss," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, placing her hands on her hips as she began editing in midair. Mere moments later, both versions of the video were uploaded and, benefiting from the association with his homeland, passed through the review process in record time. Due to the special effects, each of Leon's vlogs rivaled the extravagance of Hollywood's blockbuster films. The combined effect of his superhero persona and S.H.I.E.L.D's masterful editing rapidly propelled Leon's YouTube following beyond the 100 million mark, with numbers continuing to grow steadily. As Leon and S.H.I.E.L.D exited the derelict apartment building, they were greeted by a throng of adoring drug enforcement operatives awaiting their return. "Homelanders, Miss Tifa, thank you for your efforts." "Hey, fellas, don't mention it. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. You are the true heroes here," Leon responded, skillfully wrapping an arm around S.H.I.E.L.D's waist before they soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the awestruck operatives. Having completed the daily tasks of the Homelanders and returned to Stark Tower, Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing down at the bustling pedestrians below, resembling ants in their hurried movements. Nearby, Sharon Carter, his dedicated secretary, donned a form-fitting black dress, stood silently upon his return, appearing somewhat melancholic. Concerned, he inquired, "Mr. Leon, have you encountered any troubling matters?" "Troubling matters?" Leon turned to face Carter, snapping his fingers. "That's not your concern. Have you completed today's tasks?" "Yes, all done," Sharon replied, smoothing the creases of her dress, her demeanor slightly flustered in Leon's presence, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Already? Let me see, Leon said, nudging her towards the desk. Facing the computer screen, Sharon opted not to sit, but rather leaned slightly forward, resting one hand on the desk's edge while deftly maneuvering the mouse. The sound of clicking filled the air as she navigated through numerous classified Stark Industries documents on the screen. Then, Sharon dutifully began explaining the intricacies of her work to the hands-off Leon. Chapter 30 Leon's Little Fan. The once pivotal weapon division, a major source of revenue for the company, has been completely excised, replaced by the burgeoning new energy industry, which is rapidly filling the void left by the cessation of arms production. It is anticipated that within a mere 6 months, the losses from the weapon division will be fully recuperated. Additionally, due to your and Mr. Stark's superhero identities, investors have regained their confidence in Stark Industries. The stocks you advised me to sell were snapped up the moment they hit the market, surging to an astonishing increase of 666 times by the close of trading yesterday. These developments were foreseen by Leon and Tony, prompting Leon to focus solely on the points of interest he had, only half listening to Kate's chatter, until he heard a name that sent a shiver down his spine. An intern from Seoul University in Han Country? Leon halted mid-motion, inquiring, "What is her name?" "S.H.I.E.L.D." Kate replied, somewhat listlessly. So it is her. A stirring sensation coursed through Leon. He found himself making a common error that men worldwide often commit, indulging in the present while contemplating the past. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. already established a connection with Stark Industries during this period? Afterward, Leon resumed his stance by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression taking on a righteous gravitas akin to that of a sage, even his naturally alluring charisma slightly dimmed. "Kate, please summon S.H.I.E.L.D." "Huh. All right, Mr. Leon," Kate responded, her expression a bit bewildered. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly agreed and awkwardly steadied herself against the office wall as she exited to find Zhao. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at Leon's office door. "Knock, knock. Come in." "Hello, Mr. Leon. I am S.H.I.E.L.D., an intern from the research department." Turning from the window, Leon regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with keen interest. She wore a simple long dress that elegantly accentuated her slender yet voluptuous figure, worthy of the varied appraisals of mountain ranges from different angles. Her long legs, both slender and curvaceous, were clad in modest cream-colored stockings. Though not identical to her appearance in Avengers, Age of Ultron, the resemblance was striking. Despite her youthful naivete, she exuded a maturity befitting a seasoned woman, with only time needed to further refine her essence. Unlike Sharon Kate, who often relied on nepotism, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a legitimate Ph.D. candidate in cell biology, albeit without the formidable connections of S.H.I.E.L.D., necessitating her start as an intern. Even though she had already established a mentor-like friendship with Tony during the timeline of Avengers, Age of Ultron, she had yet to connect with him, remaining a hidden gem awaiting discovery. Earlier, I reviewed your doctoral thesis on the feasibility of biologically inspired nanotechnology for cellular regeneration. The concept of the regeneration cradle you mentioned struck me as profoundly promising, yet I wonder why it hasn't been developed? Leon inquired, stepping closer to S.H.I.E.L.D. Because Ethan, the consultant, is unavailable, I approached Mr. Stark about it. However, he asserted that the Iron Man suit represents humanity's future. Dismissing my proposal of biological nanotechnology as mere folly, S.H.I.E.L.D. responded, her gaze cast downward, too timid to meet Leon's eyes, revealing a shyness that contrasted starkly with her otherwise confident demeanor. Leon could not help but click his tongue. This certainly sounded like something Tony would say, though it seemed unlikely to have come directly from him. "Oh, dear S.H.I.E.L.D., I must apologize on Tony's behalf. He was likely engrossed in tinkering with his Iron Man suit, and didn't he fully absorb your presentation? You know how he becomes consumed by his work, completely oblivious to anything outside his immediate focus," Leon elucidated. "You are too kind, Mr. Leon," S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, flustered by Leon's apology, hastily waving her hands and bowing. "I completely understand, Mr. Stark. I, too, sometimes become so absorbed in my work that I neglect everything else. Perhaps this is a common trait among geniuses?" Leon interjected with a smile. "Not at all." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cheeks flushed visibly, her head bowing even lower as if it might disappear into her chest. Was she truly so susceptible to flattery? Leon found her bashful reaction amusing. S.H.I.E.L.D. was still a naive young woman in her early 20s, freshly emerged into society. And despite her brilliance, she remained a blank slate upon which anyone could inscribe their thoughts. Not to mention, she was now facing Leon, a figure equipped with nearly unparalleled hardware and software. Query: shall I proceed with today's sign-in? System: what capabilities do you possess? Open. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, Host, you have received the Regeneration Cradle. Regeneration Cradle, a culmination of biological nanotechnology and 3D printing technology, capable of printing any desired biological or non-biological item, provided the materials are suitable and sufficient. Introduction, create you. What does it matter to you? Finally, the moment had arrived. Hearing the system's melodious declaration, Leon felt tears welling in his eyes. A full month had passed since he and Tony had divulged their identities as citizens of the homeland and Iron Man. Perhaps the system's novice protection period had lapsed, or perhaps Leon's fortune had shifted from that of a sovereign to a commoner. Regardless, for the past month, he had been bewildered by the seemingly meaningless items he had signed in for: endless instant noodles, boundless milk tea, infinite sunflower seeds, unending balloons, and countless pairs of stockings. Leon often felt as though he was left with nothing but money. He had no need for such trivialities. If Leon were in a post-apocalyptic wasteland where money was useless, these endless items might have practical value, elevating him to a near-divine status. However, given Leon's wealth, he could buy enough of these items, such as stockings, to circle the globe several times over. Even if granted 800 lifetimes, he could never exhaust his resources. Nevertheless, within the month's sign-in rewards, aside from the endless series of items, there were a few that, while not significantly enhancing Leon's abilities, could not be deemed entirely useless. Super Deadpool Suit, a suit made from ordinary materials, yet capable of infinite regeneration. Introduction, it is indeed Deadpool within the suit. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Carbonado Alloy Twin Swords. As the name suggests, these twin blades are forged from carbonado alloy, possessing physical hardness comparable to vibranium and a toxicity that targets self-healing abilities, capable of inhibiting the regenerative capabilities of those with healing factors. Introduction, when speaking of dual wielding, who comes to mind? Super elastic fiber underwear, ultra thin and form-fitting, offering exceptional cushioning and rapid rebound, perfectly adaptable to any body type. Quality, never wears out. Introduction, mother no longer needs to worry about her son being ambushed. Among these, Leon's favorite was the super elastic fiber underwear, which he had obtained through his interaction with Dr. Bruce Banner. Never wears out. With this single attribute, Leon deemed it a divine artifact, especially as it could perfectly protect his modesty, an absolute marvel. At present, the sturdiest item he possessed was this very pair of underwear. The long-awaited rewards had finally arrived. The Regeneration Cradle was in his grasp ahead of schedule. Upon grasping its true function, Leon immediately conceived an elaborate plan to enhance his capabilities. Yet as he contemplated the intricacies, he unwittingly committed the same blunder as Tony, inadvertently sidelining S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared unconcerned, harboring her own clandestine thoughts. She discreetly lifted her gaze towards Leon, quickly averting it, her curiosity palpable. After several furtive glances, she noticed Leon's indifference and grew increasingly audacious, beginning to gaze at him openly. It was not until Sharon Kate entered, adorned in a form-fitting purple dress and sheer black stockings, that S.H.I.E.L.D. gasped softly and hastily lowered her head. Yet this time, Leon, having regained his focus, caught her subtle movements. Intrigued, he beckoned Sharon Kate to his side. Kate, I wish to establish an independent department dedicated to the research of 3D biological printing technology for S.H.I.E.L.D. Please gather a team and facilitate her transition shortly. Understood, Mr. Leon. Sharon Kate replied, promptly departing to commence her preparations. Leon had no intention of revealing his possession of the Regeneration Cradle, save for instances where he or those close to him were gravely injured. This technology was still under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation and not yet finalized. Thus, it would be inappropriate for him to utilize it overtly. It was essential for S.H.I.E.L.D. to follow the standard trajectory in her research of the Regeneration Cradle, as it represented her intellectual labor and should rightfully be completed by her. Of course, had the individual involved been a man or someone of lesser appeal, the circumstances would have been altogether different. Mr. Leon, thank you for your support and recognition. I assure you I will diligently work on the Regeneration Cradle and will not disappoint you. S.H.I.E.L.D. promised, her gaze toward Leon brimming with gratitude. I believe in you, Leon encouraged, gently patting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shoulder. He leaned closer, whispering, feel free to express any requests directly to me, as long as I can fulfill them. Do not feel any embarrassment. S.H.I.E.L.D., you should possess confidence. In my eyes, you are a genius on par with Tony. You hold such value. You are worthy, do you understand? It is rare to encounter a young lady with such lofty aspirations. Your insights have greatly benefited me. There is immense potential ahead. Oh, I'm not that remarkable, S.H.I.E.L.D. replied shyly, her face buried in her chest, utterly unable to meet Leon's gaze. Actually, today is my birthday. I wonder if you have time tonight. What am I saying? No. I meant to ask if you could sign something for me, as your fan. Zhao Hailuan stumbled over her words, finally fumbling to produce a photo of Leon dressed in a soldier boy outfit, which she had kept on her person, and presented it to him. Of course, after Leon signed, Zhao Hailuan promptly bowed in farewell, then executed a once-in-a-lifetime dash, hastily escaping the scene that made her feel socially mortified. Such is youth. Watching Zhao Hailuan's panicked retreat, Leon couldn't help but smile, reflecting on her flustered demeanor. After a moment, he redirected his focus. Alcee, how far are we from South Sudan? Leon inquired. 665 kilometers. Alcee's sultry voice resonated through Leon's Bluetooth earpiece. Over 12,000 kilometers. Huh, Leon mused, estimating that at his current pace, without delays, the round trip would take approximately 2.5 hours, which should be feasible. In Africa, South Sudan, at the Salva Giant Pier, stood what was once a major river tributary cutting through the African inland, now dried up into a desolate expanse of yellowish mire through the relentless passage of time. A handful of rusting, stranded cruise ships lay scattered about, now occupied by the vibranium smuggler, Ulysses Clow, who had established it as his base for illicit activities. Due to the difficulty of procuring vibranium, Ulysses Clow had also ventured into the trade of conventional arms, engaging in any lucrative underhanded dealings he could find. Today, Ulysses Clow was to receive a significant client who demanded all the vibranium in his possession, brazenly proposing a zero-cost acquisition. Bye. Accompanied by a powerful soundtrack, Leon, clad in a full Deadpool ensemble and wielding dual carbonadium katanas, made his grand entrance, flanked by Ulysses Clow and his numerous henchmen. This scene could seamlessly segue into the opening of Deadpool 3. Zero-cost acquisition? You've got to be kidding me, Leon quipped, adopting a mockingly timid stance reminiscent of a bashful maiden, twisting his body with exaggerated flair, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ulysses Clow, visibly irked, growled, "He-s unarmed. Capture him alive. I want to personally deal with this insufferable punk." With that command, Clow's henchmen, armed with daggers, brass knuckles, and spiked clubs, surged towards Leon. Leon, with a smirk, allowed himself to be engulfed by the throng. Then starburst stream. As Leon unsheathed his katanas, the entire derelict cruise ship trembled. Amidst the flurry of blades, countless limbs were severed, scattering outward from Leon as he effortlessly dispatched several opponents with each strike, their bodies crumbling like fragile tofu beneath his might. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Some attempted to fire their weapons, only to find themselves cleaved in half along with their firearms. Soon, the dozens who had encircled Leon were nothing but souls claimed by his blades. At this juncture, Ulysses Clow finally realized that Leon was no mere pushover. Shit, he-s a super soldier. Don't throw yourselves away, shoot him, he shouted, seizing an AR-15 from a nearby henchman and opening fire on Leon. Leon, in response, deftly wielded his katanas to deflect the bullets while advancing toward Clow. The sound of bullets ricocheting off steel rang out continuously. Initially, Clow believed that Leon was blocking every shot. However, upon noticing the constantly torn and mended fabric of Leon's suit, he began to sense something was amiss. The bullets posed no threat to this individual. Is he mocking me? What kind of monster are you? I am Deadpool. As Leon swaggered towards Ulysses Clow, shaking his head, he found that Clow's henchmen had already been dispatched. Those who had managed to maintain their distance were now paralyzed with fear, feigning death on the ground. Vibranium, Leon declared, resting his blade against Clow's throat. Don't panic. It's yours, all of it. Clow hastily replied. Chapter 32. Neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile guns. The neighbor is my granary. Within an inconspicuous toxic waste recycling station aboard the derelict cruise ship, Ulysses Clow, under the intimidation of Deadpool Leon, reluctantly pulled a concealed switch. Immediately, barrels filled with toxic waste began to descend like an elevator. In their place, 13 canisters containing raw vibranium emerged. This vibranium is the most costly material I have here, conservatively valued in the billions, serving as the foundation of the empire I have built. Now, it is all yours, Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses Claw wore an expression of deep resentment, a mixture of anger and frustration, yet he dared not unleash his fury. Indeed, it was commendable. The quantity of vibranium before him, though not vast, each can weighing 5 kilograms, totaling a mere 65 kilograms, was sufficient for Leon to execute his forthcoming plans. One might assume that 65 kilograms of vibranium is considerable, but one must remember that while this weight is roughly equivalent to that of a slim adult, vibranium, being a lightweight metal, possesses a density only 1/3 that of steel. If this 65 kilograms were to be a solid cube, its sides would measure less than 30 centimeters, scarcely larger than an adult's palm. After packing the 13 cans of vibranium into a sack, Deadpool Leon patted Ulysses' Claw on the back, who was wallowing in despair as if his beloved had been stolen away. Hey, buddy, cheer up. I only require the vibranium, not your life. As long as you're alive, billions will follow, and vibranium will come your way. I believe in you, Claw. You are remarkable. Leon spoke these words with utmost sincerity, making an unsuspecting observer think the two were the best of friends. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deadpool, Ulysses' Claw replied, managing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Once Leon had departed, Claw's forced grin fell away, and he began to kick the lifeless bodies of his subordinates scattered on the ground. What are you all doing? Get up, get up. The man has left. Claw bellowed through gritted teeth, yet the underling he had deemed to be playing dead remained utterly still. At that moment, a nearby corpse suddenly raised a hand, remarking, Boss. P.S. Truly dead. I'm still alive, though, haha. Hey, you fool. Are you getting cocky with me? Get lost. Meanwhile, having secured the vibranium, Leon hastened to the Atlantic coast of West Africa, where he rendezvoused with S.H.I.E.L.D, who was awaiting him submerged beneath the ocean. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's somewhat incredulous gaze, Leon promptly disrobed, leaving only a pair of super-elastic fiber underwear, before donning his familiar Soldier Boy suit once more. He then utilized S.H.I.E.L.D's bike mode to speed back at a staggering Mach 10. As for Deadpool's disguise, Leon intended to employ it solely during nefarious undertakings, reserving it for scapegoat duties. In his everyday life, he preferred the Soldier Boy attire and the heroic persona of a patriot. Why didn't you eliminate them all? Are you thinking smack? Before S.H.I.E.L.D could finish her thought, Leon playfully slapped her bike's rear, grinning as he responded, my dear S.H.I.E.L.D knows me well. The reason Leon spared Ulysses' Claw's life was to ensure he remained alive to continue gathering vibranium for him. After all, what did that old saying from apocalyptic novels suggest? While neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. As long as Leon continued to strengthen himself, Ulysses' Claw would be but a tool at his disposal. By the time Leon had completely acquired the vibranium mines of Wakanda, Ulysses' Claw would be rendered utterly useless. As twilight descended, S.H.I.E.L.D walked alone along the bustling streets of Manhattan, frequently glancing back at Stark Tower, unable to suppress her sighs. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D was beset by worries. Burdened by the expectations of those she admired, she yearned to achieve results in the Rebirth Cradle project promptly, willingly putting in extra hours, only to be forcibly dismissed by the secretary, Sharon Carter. She claimed it was under strict orders, asserting that overtime was detrimental to one's health and development. Yet, having already surpassed her developmental phase, she pondered whether further growth would attract undue attention, potentially disrupting her daily life. S.H.I.E.L.D looked down at herself, barely able to see the tips of her toes. If she continued to grow, what might become of her? In her frustration, she purchased a cup of milk tea from a roadside vendor to alleviate her stress, as the sweetness always brought a sense of relief. Suddenly, a knife-wielding vagrant came rushing towards her, shouting, closely pursued by a young police officer armed with a taser. Move aside. Clear the way. If you block my path, I'll stab you. The vagrant yelled. Don't run. If you keep running, I'll shoot you. The vagrant, high on ice, had initially been apprehended by the officer but seized the opportunity to escape while the officer was reporting back to his superior. According to American protocol, the presence of such a vagrant posed a substantial threat to public safety, justifying preemptive action. However, the evidently inexperienced officer did not perceive the imminent danger. He clung to the hope of capturing the vagrant alive, for no one wished to experience the burden of taking a life. Ma'am, please step aside. He has a knife. It's dangerous. The officer urgently warned, his hand inching towards his Glock holstered at his thigh. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D, paralyzed by the vagrant's violent demeanor, stood frozen in place, unable to move. With a jolt of pain and panic, S.H.I.E.L.D was violently knocked to the ground. Damn it! The vagrant, too, stumbled, realizing the officer had drawn his weapon. He swiftly altered his approach, pressing the knife against S.H.I.E.L.D's throat. Don't come any closer. Put your gun down. If you dare to shoot, I'll stab this girl. He threatened vehemently. Schlick. The vagrant's knife sliced a shallow wound on S.H.I.E.L.D's neck, pressed tightly against her skin. It was evident that any sudden movement or stimulus could provoke the vagrant into inflicting irreversible harm upon her. Stay calm. Don't do anything foolish. We are near Stark Tower. The Patriots will arrive shortly. Damn the Patriots. I could drown one with a single piss. Mr. Leon. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. The officer's weapon trained on the vagrant, while S.H.I.E.L.D, terrified, cried out Leon's name. The tension surrounding the vagrant escalated, pushing him to the brink. Just as he contemplated surrendering, a thunderous sound echoed from above. Boom! Leon, the Patriot, descended from the skies. His speed was inconceivable. Before the vagrant could react, Leon crushed his wrist, along with the knife. Ah, my hand! The excruciating pain sent the vagrant sprawling to the ground, wailing. Mr. Leon. Leon's timely arrival enveloped Zhao Helen in an unmatched sense of security. She leaped into his arms, sobbing louder than before. It's all right, Helen. You are safe with me, Leon reassured her gently, patting her back while casting a cold, lethal glare at the vagrant writhing on the ground, clutching his injured hand. Wonderful. The Patriot has arrived. That beautiful girl is safe. The onlookers, mostly Leon's fans, erupted into cheers, while the young officer approached Leon, bowing deeply. I sincerely apologize, Patriot. I failed to ensure this lady's safety, and I had to trouble you to intervene. No, you did remarkably well, my friend. You are the true hero, Leon replied with a smile, patting the officer on the shoulder. He then addressed the gathered crowd. This vagrant has a timed bomb implanted in his body, and it will explode in 9 seconds. Everyone, please disperse. I need to detonate it safely. Upon hearing his words, the crowd scattered in a frenzy. The vagrant, bewildered, even forgot the pain of his severed hand. I have a bomb? How was I not aware of this? When he met Leon's gaze, which bore the essence of death, he was acutely aware that the people of his homeland were conspicuously intent on his demise. You have been deceived. The vagrant began to speak, but before he could finish, Leon effortlessly hurled him into the sky, subsequently obliterating him with a devastating energy blast. A rain of blood descended from above. Yet prior to this grim event, Leon had already taken Zhao Hailuan into his arms and soared away from the scene. Chapter 33. Ultron, please settle the copyright fee, thank you. New York, Manhattan, Upper East Side, outside a private apartment, Zhao Hailuan's abode. Leon gently placed the shaken Zhao Hailuan on her feet. After she unlocked the door, she turned to him, saying, I must apologize, Mr. Leon. I seem to have sullied your uniform. Do not fret, Hailuan. It is imperative for you to understand that nothing is more important to me than your safety, Leon replied, his face adorned with an infectious smile. He turned, preparing to depart, but Zhao Hailuan, summoning her courage, called out to him. Why not come in for a moment? I can help clean your uniform before you leave. At her words, Leon's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned back to see Zhao Hailuan biting her pale lip, her delicate hand trembling on the doorknob, gazing at him with a tender, pitiful expression. It was a sight that might have even escaped Zhao Hailuan's own awareness of its captivating allure, rendering Leon unable to refuse her invitation, and thus he acquiesced. 3 hours later, Leon gently kissed Zhao Hailuan's forehead as she lay unconscious, then carefully lifted her from the bed and placed her into the regeneration cradle provided by the system to mend her neck wound. However, a minor mishap occurred during the process, as Leon lacked prior experience with the regeneration cradle and, believing it merely required placing the individual inside and activating it, he was unaware of its factory settings. The cradle was designed to repair all bodily injuries, emphasizing all. Thus, it not only perfectly healed Zhao Hailuan's neck wound, but also restored injuries elsewhere in her body. Upon learning of this, S.H.I.E.L.D could not help but question whether Leon had done it intentionally. Leon fervently protested his innocence, exclaiming, How was I to know this cradle was so powerful and could repair anything? Nevertheless, the deed was done, and all he could do was be more cautious next time, enduring a little more suffering alongside Zhao Hailuan. The following morning, when Leon awoke in Zhao Hailuan's pink double bed, she had already left for work, leaving him uncertain of her feelings regarding the previous night spent together. Query, shall today's check-in commence? System, I have an early shift at 8. Ding. Today's check-in has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the Tsunade's necklace. What on earth? The system's notification startled Leon, triggering a flashback of anxiety. The Tsunade's necklace was notorious for its ill fortune. Whoever wore it met with calamity. If you wish for my demise, you need not be so cryptic, he grumbled inwardly. Summoning the necklace from the system's storage, he refrained from even touching it, opting instead to obliterate it with a single energy blast. As long as I can run swiftly, the Grim Reaper shall always be a step behind. Regarding this matter, I have something to say, a voice chimed in. At the coastal villa, in the underground second floor of Leon's sanctuary, recognizing his own intellectual limitations, Leon entrusted S.H.I.E.L.D with the management of Vibranium, the regeneration cradle, and the extensive instructions provided by the system. His sole responsibility was to maintain his dashing demeanor. Remarkable, S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed before the futuristic cradle. having swiftly absorbed the operational dynamics of the vibranium and the cradle. This metal, known as vibranium, not only integrates seamlessly with cellular tissue, but also forms a cohesive bond, akin to an innate unity. Isn't that self-evident? Leon shrugged. What else would I have gone through such lengths to acquire it for? Do you wish to integrate vibranium into your own body? S.H.I.E.L.D speculated, only to immediately dismiss the notion. That is impossible. The regeneration cradle can only print biological tissue from scratch. It lacks the capability to decompose cellular structures, and your bodily tissues are too resilient for such a feat. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could elaborate further, Leon demonstrated his extraordinary command over his own cellular structure. The skin, muscle, and fascia of his palm receded like a tide, revealing a gleaming silver alloy beneath, a manifestation of his super self-regeneration ability, though he had only passively utilized this power once upon its acquisition. The unyielding nature of his body had prevented any subsequent activation. Yet, as time progressed, his mastery over this ability had undeniably grown, allowing him to control the decomposition, reorganization, and transfer of his own cellular tissues, a skill gradually acquired over time. Though he had yet to achieve the exquisite precision of transforming into a woman like Muzan Kibutsuji, Leon was fully capable of breaking down his tissues into individual cells and reorganizing them, which sufficed for his current objectives. How is this possible? S.H.I.E.L.D gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate a cucumber of considerable girth, oblivious to the need to close it. My dear, I can accomplish far more than you can fathom. Leon playfully patted S.H.I.E.L.D's cheek, his curiosity piqued as he brushed against the mechanical components. However, upon feeling the hardness of the titanium alloy, he abandoned the thought. Perhaps the versatile vibranium could resolve this issue. But for now, he lacked the surplus vibranium to squander and intended to wait until he had further refined his physical control before providing S.H.I.E.L.D with a comprehensive upgrade. Chapter 34, The Vibranium Body. Are you prepared? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, observing Leon reclined nude within the cradle. Oh no, within the regeneration cradle. If we are to bond all of your bodily tissues and cellular structures to vibranium atoms, it will take approximately 2.5 hours. During this time, you must maintain full consciousness. You will feel as though countless ants are crawling over you, inflicting a maddening itch and excruciating pain. This torment cannot be alleviated by anesthetics. If you harbor regrets, now is the time to voice them. To be frank, given S.H.I.E.L.D's understanding of Leon, she doubted whether he, accustomed to a life of privilege and indulgence, could endure such suffering. His outward confidence and composure were rooted in his affluent background and formidable strength. Should he lose these, she feared his willpower might falter against that of an ordinary laborer. However, Leon's response took S.H.I.E.L.D by surprise and stirred her emotions. She realized that only at this moment did she truly comprehend the man standing before her, named Leon Stark. How much pain can one endure? Leon chuckled, his gaze resolute and devoid of hesitation. Rather than wait until I am powerless to protect my loved ones and regret it later, I prefer to seize every opportunity to grow stronger now. S.H.I.E.L.D, I vow to be your eternal partner, unyielding and everlasting. I promise you this, so let us begin. With that, Leon closed his eyes, awaiting the infusion of vibranium atoms. Should you fail to keep your word, I shall unearth you from your grave, S.H.I.E.L.D whispered, a voice only she could hear. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she commenced the process. With a firm press of the activation button on the control screen of the regeneration cradle, Leon's cellular structure began the intricate process of complete bonding with the vibranium atoms. Just as it commenced, Leon could not suppress a wail of agony. The sensation was akin to the torment he experienced during his fusion with the adamantium skeletal framework, yet it was far more unbearable. To make matters worse, he had to maintain absolute consciousness, enduring the pain while simultaneously distracting himself with the task of disassembling his own tissues into individual cells for bonding with the vibranium atoms. It felt like 1,000 cuts inflicted upon himself. The word pain scarcely encapsulated the experience. When Leon first contemplated surrendering, he inquired of R.C. how much longer it would last. Her response plunged him into despair. We are far from the end. Only 3 minutes have passed. What? Only 3 minutes? How does it feel as though a year has gone by? In an instant, Leon's resolve shattered, and he regretted not borrowing the time stone from the ancient one beforehand. Even though the chances were slim, it would have been worth a try. Damn! He cursed vehemently, ceasing to torment himself with inquiries to R.C. about the duration, and instead focused intently on enduring the agony of the cellular bonding process. Time crawled at an agonizing pace. To Leon, it felt as though eternity had passed. Gradually, he began to feel numb. It seemed as though his body's self-preservation mechanism was kicking in. Yet, this was a perilous sign. He could not afford to lose control over his own body. He seized that sensation of pain, almost masochistically stimulating his nerves, forcibly awakening his mind to persist in this harrowing ordeal. He could not succumb. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, 5 minutes. The last 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. As RC uttered the final countdown, the thread of willpower that Leon had been desperately holding onto snapped. Unsurprisingly, he plunged into a profound slumber. This psychological trauma could not be healed by the super self-regeneration. Leon could only recover with the passage of time. However, upon the pleasant chime of a system notification, a smile instinctively crept upon Leon's lips. Notification: you have achieved the vibranium body through your own efforts. This ability has been certified by the system, allowing synergy with super self-regeneration and adamantium skeleton. Vibranium body. While maintaining your corporeal form, your body has received comprehensive enhancements characteristic of vibranium, significantly boosting strength and defense, as well as granting the abilities of kinetic absorption and energy deflection. Introduction: the human physique has its limits. Do you no longer wish to be human? Note: vibranium body will be regarded as the host's innate constitution. The stronger you become, the stronger it becomes, with no upper limit. Note: super self-regeneration functions normally with vibranium body. Note: vibranium body, as a trait, is unaffected by magnetic control. Host: Leon Stark. Abilities: Soldier Boy template, super self-regeneration, adamantium skeleton, starlight template, biological stance, vibranium body. Items: Soldier Boy suit. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, quality: indestructible. RC, regeneration cradle, super elastic fiber underwear, quality: indestructible. Super Deadpool suit, carbonado alloy twin daggers, endless instant noodles, infinite milk tea. Never-ending sunflower seeds, limitless balloons, unending stockings. The passage of time was indeterminate. When Leon finally awakened once more, RC, in holographic projection form, had transformed into Tifa, blocking the entrance of Leon's sanctuary, caught in a tug-of-war with Tony and Pepper, who were anxious for Leon's safety. I will say it once more: RC, step aside. Tony, clad in Mark IV armor, began charging his palm cannon, threatening RC. I have already stated, Leon's brother, RC calmly explained, Leon is resting inside, and must not be disturbed. This was a half-truth. The regeneration cradle was conspicuously present within, and Leon had not had the opportunity to retract it into the system space before losing consciousness. Furthermore, Leon had instructed that until the regeneration cradle was fully developed by Zhao, even his brother Tony could not expose its existence without necessity. Thus, RC remained steadfast in fulfilling Leon's last request, preventing anyone from entering during his unconscious state, even Tony and Pepper. RC, I know you share a close bond with Leon, and I trust you would not harm him, but he has been inside for so long without emerging. As his family, we are merely concerned for his safety and wish to confirm that he is truly just resting. Pepper implored, tears welling in her eyes. RC's eyes flickered with sympathy. Yet the situation did not warrant a level of necessity that would compel her to reveal Leon's secret. I share your concerns for him, but you truly cannot enter. Then there is nothing to discuss. Pepper, step aside. Chapter 35. Misunderstanding resolved. The terrifying power of Leon. With Leon's safety and very existence shrouded in uncertainty, Tony's anxiety reached a fever pitch, prompting him to take action rather than remain passive, firing his palm cannon at RC. Buzz. RC raised her hand to block the beam, and through the holographic projection, one could faintly see her metallic arm reddened from the heat. After several deflections of Tony's palm cannon, even RC's titanium alloy body began showing signs of melting. Reluctant to harm Tony, yet needing to maintain her operational capacity, RC decided to take the initiative, engaging Tony in close-quarters combat. In that moment, despite his armor being upgraded to the 4th generation, Tony found himself comprehensively outmatched by RC, a battle-hardened and agile warrior. Their physical prowess and agility were in entirely different realms. Tony could not land a single blow on RC. In the confined, artificially excavated space, RC exhibited the prowess of a lone warrior, impervious to all. The clang of metal echoed incessantly. The Mark IV armor bore the brunt of RC's iron fists and relentless strikes, continuously denting under the onslaught. And Tony could distinctly feel the armor's deformation pressing against his chest. Yet, as RC refrained from delivering lethal blows, Tony managed to hold his ground, relying on the armor's defenses and JARVIS, real-time predictive actions. Damn, How did I not know you were this formidable in close combat? Tony exclaimed, surprised. Having always believed that RC, who lingered in Leon's shadow, was merely a long-range glass cannon, he was utterly taken aback. If given the chance, he certainly wished to dismantle RC to uncover her inner workings, though he knew Leon would never permit it. TSK, you have yet to discover just how much more there is to know, Leon's brother, RC replied proudly. Oh really? Tony arched an eyebrow beneath his helmet and retorted. Has Leon ever mentioned that in life and work, one must be adaptable? What? RC was momentarily taken aback. Now Pepper. Seizing the opportunity while RC was distracted, Tony tackled her into a powerful back throw, refusing to release his grip, while Pepper seized the moment to slip past the two into Leon's sanctuary. After all, defeating RC was not their goal. Ensuring Leon's safety was paramount. You cannot. RC struggled fiercely to break free from Tony's grasp, crawling towards the door in an attempt to intercept Pepper, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Pepper entered. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed from within Leon's abode. The entangled RC and Tony exchanged a glance, momentarily suspending their confrontation and hastily rushing into Leon's sanctuary. Inside, they found Pepper, astonished, with one hand covering her mouth and the other shielding her eyes, though her fingers were splayed wide, peeking at Leon, who stood bare before them, having just stored the regeneration cradle within the system. Holy SH! Tony exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he inquired of Leon, during your disappearance. Did you subsist solely on protein powder? Huh. Leon, just awakening and bewildered by the situation, was approached by RC, who, with great reluctance, utilized her arm to modestly shield his vital parts. She then projected his current appearance for him to see. Before him was a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue, nearly flawless and exuding an aura of strength that could only be likened to that of a demigod. Indeed, Leon had evolved from a lean silhouette in clothing to a form where even the absence of attire could not conceal the extraordinary, godlike musculature that now defined him. Without appearing bulky, Leon had achieved a level of rugged handsomeness that bordered on the extraordinary, with the words of a certain celebrity echoing in his mind. The path to handsomeness has never known a true master. Leon perhaps stood poised to fill that void. After thorough explanations from Tony, Pepper, and RC, Leon finally grasped the extent of his slumber, a staggering 2.5 months. Tony jestingly declared that Leon had set a new Guinness World Record, while Pepper expressed her frustration that Leon hadn't informed her and Tony of such a significant matter beforehand, leading them to mistakenly misjudge RC, the dutiful guardian of his well-being. Indeed, Leon explained to Tony and Pepper that through this uninterrupted slumber, one that must not be disturbed, he had gained strength. He even coined the process of awakening his superpowers through sleep with an impressively grandiose name, the sleep of Leon. Once Tony and Pepper departed, Leon eagerly began to assess his newfound abilities. Testing his defensive capabilities proved difficult, but in terms of strength, he discovered that the once formidable blast-proof alloy door he could barely dent with a punch could now be effortlessly shattered. As for his speed, Leon and RC had ventured out to test it. In a fully powered state, Leon had surpassed the 20 Mach mark, even while battling the increasingly daunting air resistance. If he activated the biological position or ventured into the vastness of outer space, his speed would only increase. In simple terms, Leon felt himself to be frighteningly powerful. Yet, after a brief moment of inflated pride, he quickly sobered, pondering who he could truly contend with, Odin, the Ancient One, or Thanos. Then, a more pressing concern dawned on him. While role-playing as a citizen of his homeland was trivial, he had just secured the affection of S.H.I.E.L.D and had now been missing for 2.5 months. Surely, that innocent girl wouldn't have encountered any problems, would she? RC, has S.H.I.E.L.D come looking for me during this time? Leon inquired urgently. She did come, but I turned her away in your name, RC replied. What? Leon's lips twitched in disbelief as RC rolled her eyes. What did you expect me to do? I can't leave here. During the first month, she remained quite composed. I even chatted with her online using your account. However, after several rejections for a meeting, she became noticeably colder during the second month. In the last 2 weeks, she hasn't sent a single message. It seems your account has been blocked. RC placed a hand on her shapely waist, a hint of schadenfreude evident in her voice. Great. Given the circumstances, what was once a thoughtful little warm blanket has probably been left to fray, Leon mused. I must remedy this situation swiftly. Setting aside all else, Leon recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D deserved his utmost attention more than anyone else. By the way, I've been maintaining the activity level for your homeland citizens. Just be sure not to say anything foolish like, it's been 2.5 months, I've missed you so much. When you meet your fans, RC reminded him. Wow, RC, I absolutely adore you, Leon exclaimed, excitedly wrapping his arms around her waist and taking the opportunity to plant a kiss on her holographic visage. Curious to know. How did you manage that? RC deftly pulled away his hand, disdainfully wiping the moisture from her face, and pointed to her temple, rolling her eyes. Use your brain. Chapter 36. The Black Robe World Crossing Card. Here I come, Lena. It is not that one must become a hero to gain recognition. Rather, it is through garnering recognition that one may become a hero. Do not underestimate the bonds between us brothers. O Iron Tyrant Obadiah. In the name of Leon Stark, citizen of my homeland. In the name of Tony Stark, Iron Man. I shall deliver justice upon you. Prepare yourself. This is our exhilarating combo technique. The Armstrong Rotational Acceleration Jet Armstrong Cannon. Before them, the vast screen formed from the glass curtain wall of Stark Tower displayed Iron Man Tony in Mark III armor, unleashing his full power upon Leon, clad in a soldier boy ensemble and brandishing a shield in defense, only to have his energy absorbed entirely by Leon's shield. Subsequently, Leon inexplicably clasped the shield to his chest, extending his arms to unleash a supercharged beam from his chest that obliterated the Iron Tyrant Obadiah. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the two brothers stood united, accompanied by a narratively intense and inexplicably fervent voiceover. The Stark brothers, reborn in a miracle. The scene shifted, revealing the colossal logo of Citizen of My Homeland. Iron body gradually emerging on the screen, now shrouded in darkness, rendered in Leon's signature opulent golden font. The world premiere of the first superhero origin film featuring real citizens of my homeland, Citizen of My Homeland, Iron Body, in 3D, 4D, IMAX, Blu-ray, Red Ray, Green Ray, Any Ray, is now showing worldwide. Wait, what? I didn't even participate in this. Leon pondered aloud while watching the promotional advertisement for the origin film he had not actually starred in. RC has conjured up an entire Hollywood-style superhero origin movie out of thin air. Truly, she is a genius. But who on earth concocted such an abstract plot? When it comes to abstraction, I would crown them as the strongest. Moreover, will anyone actually watch this film? Leon couldn't help but question. Hey, citizen of my homeland. May we take a photo with you? Just as Leon was lost in thought, a black and white duo of quintessential American high school students approached him, backpacks in tow, eagerly greeting him. Of course. Come here, my friends. Leon wore an infectious smile, graciously waving to the two students. Their faces instantly lit up with ecstatic joy as they positioned themselves on either side of Leon, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment with a flurry of photographs. Once the snapshots were taken, the two high schoolers rummaged through their backpacks to retrieve a set of collectible cards featuring their idol, hoping for Leon's autograph. Just as Leon reached out to accept the cards, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar, yet distant figure hurrying past, seemingly eager to distance themselves from him. Oh, my apologies, my friend. It appears I have a new mission, Leon remarked, gesturing to his Bluetooth earpiece before vanishing from sight. Despite their disappointment, the two high schoolers felt immensely satisfied merely to have taken a picture with Leon. Moreover, the reality of their idol was even more charming than his photographs. He resembled the boy next door, transforming their enthusiasm into unwavering devotion. If the normal boys were smitten, the girls, with their heightened standards for attractiveness, were utterly bewitched. Meanwhile, Helen found herself confronted by Leon, who swiftly intercepted her hurried steps. Who are you? I don't know you, Helen retorted, her countenance icy and exuding an air of maturity, as if she had no recollection of Leon, attempting to sidestep him. You don't recognize me? Leon murmured softly, allowing her to pass without protest. As she walked away, disappointment and a hint of grievance crossed Helen's face. Had she truly lost the courage to reclaim their connection? Suddenly, Helen gasped as Leon swiftly lifted her off the ground, soaring into the sky. Do you remember me now? He teased. You still dare to ask? They found themselves atop a cloud tinged with crimson, suspended at an altitude of 2,500 meters. Leon, embodying a divine presence, rested with the exhausted Helen upon this celestial throne. Where have you been for the past 2 months? I know the person I was chatting with wasn't you, Helen inquired, her fingers tracing circles in the air as she scrutinized him. How do you know it wasn't me? Leon questioned, intrigued. A woman's intuition, Helen winked playfully. Listen, I have a proposition for you, she continued. I prefer that icy demeanor you had earlier, the one that's impossible to resist. Can you revert to that? No way, Leon replied. Yes, that's the expression I adore, the mix of frustration and helplessness. Keep it up, it's delightful to behold. Helen felt a pang in her chest, angered yet oddly compliant. as if she were a dumpling tossed to a dog, yielding without a sound. As they resumed their conversation after their long separation, they sought to bridge the gap of the past 2 months. Leon, Helen suddenly addressed him. Leon was taken aback, as it was the first time she had called him by his name without an honorific. I don't care how many other women you're involved with. As long as you still think of me, you are mine, Helen boldly declared, challenging him to a duel of affections. What could Leon say in response? He remained silent. Time passed swiftly, and another month slipped by. During this interval, the system had not provided any noteworthy rewards, and Leon was beginning to acclimate to the uneventfulness, a rather alarming development indeed. Until today, when, on a whim, he and Helen spent an entire day indoors. The system, seemingly sympathetic toward Helen, finally tasked Leon with something to occupy his time. Query: will you check in today? I'm tired, let it be. Leon's thoughts were unperturbed as he entered a sage-like state. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the Black Cloak World Travel Card. Black Cloak World Travel Card. Using this card, you can designate your entry into the world of the boys, where you will randomly obtain a simulated identity or directly replace a character from the original storyline. Quality: one-time use. Description: in the Marvel Universe, you may only develop in a discreet manner, but in the Black Cloak world, you will strike with full force. Chapter 37. The First World Crossing System. I want to leave at 8. Leon exclaimed. A Black Cloak World Travel Card? What utter rubbish. He thought disdainfully, but immediately recognized the anomaly. Holy shit. I have a child. His exuberance awakened Helen, who, rubbing her sleepy eyes, questioned him about his claim of fatherhood. It's nothing. I merely dreamt we had a child named Azu. Leon replied spontaneously without needing to prepare a script. What? Our child? Helen's face flushed crimson as the realization struck her. Having just celebrated her 20th birthday, the thought of motherhood had never crossed her mind. If Leon truly desired children, what would she do? Panic surged within her as she recalled the pain of childbirth. Leon, she began. But he silenced her with a comforting gesture. Helen, it was just a dream. I told you, your safety is what matters most to me. Helen murmured, touched, as she nestled against Leon's chest, soon drifting back into a peaceful slumber. The following day, after clarifying to Helen that he would be disappearing for a while, Leon visited Stark Tower to deliver the same news to Tony and Pepper. You won't even be staying at home this time. Will you be leaving Earth entirely? Tony jested. When you return, should I prepare to say, life goes on without you. This house no longer has a place for you? Shut it. If I'm not here, this house will inevitably fall apart, Leon retorted lightheartedly, hinting at a future he could not accept. He needed to create a world with Tony in it. A world without him held no value. Surely, you don't want Pepper to be a widow, right, brother? Leon thought. He and Tony exchanged fist bumps as he earnestly explained, I truly have matters to attend to, and will likely return with local specialties. Trust me, you'll love them. Leon's tone was confident. No boy could resist the allure of superpowers. If he could bring back a sample of Compound 5, allowing Tony and Banner to work on it together, he had no doubt they would develop a perfect version without side effects. In that case, Pepper and Leon's female friends could all have a share, a delightful prospect indeed. Pepper, don't miss me too much, Leon joked. Who would miss you, you little rascal? Pepper feigned indifference while gripping Leon's hand, a sense of unease nagging at her that he would be venturing far from her. It's all right, Pepper. There's nothing to worry about. You know how strong I am. No one can harm me in that place, Leon reassured her, affectionately kissing her cheeks. Finally, he turned to Sharon Carter, who obediently donned her black pencil skirt as a work uniform, and cautioned her. Kate, do remember to diligently attend to my tasks. I shall be conducting an inspection upon my return. I will, Mr. Leon. Kate nodded gracefully and assured, I shall tidy everything up and await your return for the inspection. After all matters were conveyed, after all affairs were duly settled, Leon ascended into the sky under the watchful gaze of several onlookers, then executed a lateral acceleration, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean lay the site of Leon's former demise. It was devoid of light, sound, and filled solely with an oppressive silence. As he effortlessly endured the immense pressure of the ocean's depths, Leon retrieved the Black Cloak World Crossing card from the confines of the system's space. With a firm grasp, he activated it instantly. Notification: you have utilized the Black Cloak World Crossing card. In 10 seconds, your body will traverse into the world of the boys. Please prepare yourself mentally in advance. What is there to prepare for? Leon was perplexed by the system's notification. Yet, at the moment the 10-second countdown concluded, enlightenment struck him. Bang! It felt as though he had been struck from behind with a heavy blow. Despite his formidable physical condition, he was rendered unconscious in an instant. This was perhaps the greatest physical trauma Leon had endured since acquiring the system, if such a blow could be classified as physical damage. A flash of white light enveloped Leon as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Notification: you will traverse into the Black Cloak world as Soldier Boy, connecting you to the time-space node. System: I'm going to be late for my 8 a.m. class. The Boys is essentially a dark parody of multiple superheroes from Marvel and DC, featuring an R-rated narrative centered around anti-heroes. Following the invention of Compound V by the Vought Corporation in the last century, which catalyzed the creation of superheroes, this world has evolved into one where superpowered individuals coexist with ordinary humans. Among these superpowered beings stands the Vought Corporation's flagship superhero idol group, the Seven. They assist the government in combating evil and maintaining peace under the guise of vigilantes, while simultaneously engaging in idle activities. However, appearances can be deceiving. The seemingly noble Seven are, in reality, depraved individuals. Compound V not only endowed them with superhuman abilities, but also magnified their inner desires. Consequently, the Seven frequently find themselves embroiled in scandals, and whenever such incidents arise, the Vought Corporation swiftly intervenes to clean up their mess. The existence of the Seven brings unimaginable profits to Vought, thus they are determined to ensure their survival at all costs. Death is preferable to failure. Heroes must only die gloriously on the battlefield. Yet, even heroes can falter. The leader of the Seven, in a moment of reckless indulgence, inadvertently caused the death of Huey Campbell's girlfriend while she was publicly displaying affection. This left Huey with little recourse. Under the Vought Corporation's public relations management, the leader issued a televised apology, but Huey sensed no sincerity, only hypocrisy. Unwilling to accept this, he sought revenge, and it was at this juncture that a man named Butcher approached him. Thus began the saga of the Boys. Chapter 38. Is this the world of the Boys? Butcher appears ruthless and employs any means necessary against superhumans. Yet, he is also a pitiable man, adorned with a greenish hue. His misfortune stems from the fact that the very entity he despises, the Homelander, has not only threatened Butcher's wife with his life, but has also fathered a child with her who possesses innate superpowers. What a twisted irony this is. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, Butcher assembled a group called the Boys, a motley crew of ordinary individuals and superhumans. To confront the Seven, their ultimate aim is to eradicate the Homelander, the very symbol of superhumanity. However, the disparity in power between them and the Homelander is staggering, leading to repeated failures. By chance, Butcher learns of a potential secret weapon hidden away in a facility in Russia that could counter the Homelander. With the assistance of a temporary Compound V sponsored by Queen Maeve, Butcher and Huey, both temporarily endowed with superhuman abilities, lead their comrades from the Boys to infiltrate the location of this weapon. They find themselves in a dimly lit laboratory reminiscent of last century's decor. However, when Butcher forcibly pries open the rusty casket containing the so-called secret weapon, he discovers Holy shit. Soldier Boy, he is still alive? Butcher, Huey, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie all bear expressions of disbelief. Only Kimiko, with her endearingly naive demeanor, tilts her head curiously at the strikingly handsome man before her. Hey bro, I'm still alive. Surprised, are you? I am Soldier Boy after all. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? You? Or you? A bunch of pathetic weaklings. Don't you see I'm not even dressed? Your leather coat looks splendid. It's mine now. Clad only in a pair of ultra-elastic fiber underwear, Leon, with a physique reminiscent of a Greek sculpture, breaks free from the iron casket that confines Soldier Boy and strides toward the Boys with an imposing presence. His intent is clear. He reaches for the black leather coat draped over Butcher. Hey, brother, take it easy. There are plenty of uniforms on the ground. Just grab one. Butcher gestures frantically while retreating, only to be caught by Leon, who seizes him by the collar and lifts him off the ground. I want this one. Swish. Leon's sudden aggression sends a jolt of tension through the room. Huey, having gained the ability to teleport through the temporary Compound V, appears beside Butcher and Leon, naively believing he can pry Leon's grip loose. Let him go, Huey cries out while tugging at Leon. Huey, don't provoke him. Butcher cautions, though his warning is clearly outpaced by Huey's speed. How intriguing that with such powers, you choose to stand your ground rather than flee, Leon muses, glancing at the gritting Huey, tightening his grip on Butcher's hand like a hydraulic clamp. The disparity in strength is evident. Commendable courage, but I am not addressing you. Bam! Leon delivers a swift kick, nearly puncturing Huey's abdomen. He soars through the air like a cannonball, crashing through a wall, and silence follows. Huey, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and Butcher exclaim in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The two men hastily pick up the rifles from the fallen guards, opening fire on Leon from several meters away. Leon's eyes glimmered with a fiery red light as two beams of orange-red laser shot forth, aimed directly at them. Kimiko, seizing the moment, takes up Huey's cause, relentlessly attempting to wrestle Leon's arm with claws, teeth, and elbows, all her available means of attack. But can such assaults truly affect Leon? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. After an extended barrage lasting several seconds, Breast Milk and the Butcher's rifle first expended their ammunition. Following this, the Butcher's laser eyes began to overload, forcing him to close them and surrender. Wow, what were those two beams of laser just now? Glow sticks? They felt rather exhilarating. Don't stop, keep firing. Leon shook the Butcher he held, impatiently urging him onward, completely disregarding the fact that Shimiko was still gnawing at his calf. When the Black-Robed Patrol discovered that Leon remained unscathed, not a single hair out of place, they simultaneously felt a surge of hope and a plunge into deep despair. How could this be? The Butcher's face was contorted with disbelief. It is important to note that while his laser eyes were certainly not on par with those of his homeland's people, they could conservatively be estimated to possess about 60 to 70% of their power. Yet, even still, unleashing them mere inches from the soldier boy's face, even aiming at the most vulnerable part of the human anatomy, his eyes, proved utterly futile. Surely, the physical defenses of his homeland's people could not be so exaggerated? With this thought, the Butcher abandoned any notion of confronting Leon head-on. After all, it is not shameful to be outmatched. True strength lies in knowing when to yield. Eradicating the homeland's people was their foremost objective. The stronger the soldier boy, the more advantageous it would be for their plans of devouring the enemy. Hey, listen to me, soldier boy. The What Company created a new version of you after learning of your demise. He is, I told you to keep shooting. Can't you understand my words? Without waiting for the Butcher to finish, Leon released his grip on the collar, seized him by the throat, and gradually tightened his hold, slowly robbing him of the right to breathe. Now, immediately, right now, Leon's eyes shimmered with a golden glow, but like two light bulbs. They could not concentrate their brilliance into a beam, dispersing just as they neared convergence. Damn it, the Butcher had never felt death so close. The instinct for survival compelled him to struggle fiercely. After a brief moment of gathering strength, two orange-red beams of laser shot forth from his eyes once more. Yes, this is how it should be. Leon eagerly absorbed the laser emitted by the Butcher, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, utterly elated. Chapter 39. You, who approached me, ignited such fervor within me. Oh, the Butcher's expression twisted as he emitted a pained howl, on the verge of asphyxiation. He felt as if his eyes were about to burn out. He wanted to close them to cease the laser's emission. Not enough? Keep going. Leon sensed the Butcher's movement, clasped his hands together, gripping the Butcher's head tightly, his fingers digging into his eyelids, forcing him to continue until Leon was satisfied. This brutal scene terrified both Breast Milk and Frankie, who, as mere mortals, could only watch helplessly, praying that the Butcher could endure. Finally, WRYYYYYYYYYYYY. Accompanied by an ecstatic cry akin to Dio's, Leon discarded the Butcher as if he were trash, and then closed his eyes, preparing for 25 seconds. Suddenly, he looked up at the ceiling, and two blazing golden beams shot forth, instantly melting through the ceiling and splitting the clouds above. In that moment, the midnight darkness became vividly clear. Good grief, he can also use laser eyes, Frankie exclaimed, shielding the indignant Breast Milk behind him, both realizing they may have made a grave mistake. What was unleashed this time was not merely a secret weapon capable of annihilating the homeland's people, but a demon even more terrifying than they. Cough, cough. The Butcher, hunched over on the ground, suddenly coughed twice. Seeing this, Frankie and Breast Milk hurried to assist him, concernedly asking, Butcher, are you all right? Haha, at least I'm not dead. It's just that my eyes seem to be both blind and not blind. Saying this, the Butcher tapped his head. The figures of Breast Milk and Frankie appeared as if pixelated, mere blurry silhouettes. After a brief moment of recovery, the Butcher, undeterred, gave Breast Milk and Frankie a look that said he would handle everything and fearlessly approached Leon once more. Setting aside the Butcher's moral character, he truly deserved the title of a song of courage, though his golden spirit seemed to have darkened somewhat. Oi, mate, feeling a bit calmer now? The Butcher smirked, that signature wicked smile gracing his lips. You were imprisoned by the Book Alliance for decades. We rescued you. I think we need to find another place to sit down and talk. Okay, but before that, Leon needs to change his clothes, he said, reaching out once more towards the Butcher. No way, not again. The Butcher's face was one of exasperation, but this time, he had learned his lesson. offering no resistance as Leon stripped him down to only a pair of red shorts. Nearby, Frankie stifled laughter, his lips twitching, though he dared not laugh aloud. Desperately covering his mouth, Breast Milk, despite harboring hatred for the soldier boy who had slain his family, had never witnessed the butcher in such a disheveled state. He turned away, unable to suppress the smirk at the corners of his mouth. Before long, Leon donned the battle-worn attire of the butcher and then knocked Shimiko, who had been clinging on, unconscious with a punch, tossing her aside without a second thought. The butcher caught her. Meanwhile, Breast Milk and Frankie discovered the barely alive Huey amidst the rubble and fashioned a makeshift stretcher to place the severely injured Huey upon. Butcher, he needs medical attention, Breast Milk said, his eyes filled with concern for Huey. I know, but we cannot neglect this side either. The butcher glanced at Leon, who was heading outside without a word, beckoning the members of the black-robed patrol to follow quickly. Wait. Leon had taken only 2 steps when he suddenly raised his hand, gesturing for the butcher and his companions to halt. What is it? The butcher inquired. I almost forgot. Leon turned to face the butcher. In a swift motion, he unleashed a laser that sent the butcher flying backward, then picked up 2 rifles from the ground, aiming them at Breast Milk and Frankie, unleashing a barrage until the magazines were emptied. This is what I forgot, Leon whistled, then added, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, laser for laser, bullet for bullet. Fair, isn't it? The fate of the butcher remained unknown, while Breast Milk and Frankie each suffered several gunshot wounds to their right arms and thighs. Good grief. Why are the trajectories of these 2 guns veering left? Leon exclaimed. I have undergone professional training. During my battles against the Nazi filth, I hit every mark. It must be a problem with these 2 guns, don't you think? Leon clasped his hands, crushing the 2 rifles with misaligned trajectories into heaps of scrap metal, then turned to look at the writhing Breast Milk and Frankie with a grin that bore the weight of nuclear calamity. Yes, it must definitely be the gun's fault. Frankie hurriedly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Breast Milk glared at Leon, his face a mask of anger and hatred. Seeing this, Frankie thought quickly, urging Breast Milk to lower his head. Though Breast Milk was reluctant, he understood that with the enemy being so much stronger, a reckless charge would serve no purpose. For the sake of his surviving family, he clenched his teeth and nodded in reluctant agreement with Leon's twisted logic. You're right, the guns are imprecise. That's right. Leon maintained a contagiously infectious smile, patting Breast Milk on the thigh where he had been shot, though the pain made Breast Milk grimace. He could only offer a forced smile to Leon, as Frankie whispered urgently in his ear, Breast Milk, please don't act impulsively. I'm not done living yet. For me, for Huey, for the butcher, for the extermination of the Homeland's people, you must endure. Ultimately, it was proven that the butcher's own strength could not be easily extinguished by his laser eyes. Before long, he stood before Leon, brimming with vitality. Yet his countenance was as dark as coal. I trust you are finally satisfied? If there are any lingering grievances, it would be prudent to address them now. Let us proceed. Leon flashed a grin, while the butcher and his companions followed closely behind, their minds sharply attuned, fearful of inciting Leon's ire once more. They returned to a familiar yet altered America, where the malevolence in the streets was palpable. As they traversed the path, Leon was akin to a child wandering into a grand garden, curiously touching here and peering there. The butcher and his associates were unperturbed. To them, Leon's comprehension of the world seemed frozen in time, a relic of decades past. However, the truth was that Leon was merely intrigued by the coexistence of superhumans and ordinary individuals, approaching this new reality with an attitude of learning. After all, what he had witnessed through the lens of television was but a narrow glimpse, a mere tip of the iceberg. The reality was evidently far more fantastical. Oh my God, Huey, the sight of you approaching ignites a sensation within me that I have never experienced before. Chapter 40. Now that we are entrenched in the ranks of the Seven, the moneyed recluse continues to exert his influence. Hold on, could that feeble figure in a cloak be the so-called Patriot? In the streets? Leon pointed towards a massive poster of the Patriot and turned to inquire of the butcher and his companions. Indeed, the butcher replied, shaking his head and approaching Leon with a sinister grin. After the Vought group declared you deceased, he became your successor. Leon chuckled as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, pointing at the butcher's hooked nose as he retorted, mind your words, mate. I am Vought incarnate. No one can replace me, no one. With that, Leon strode off with purpose in a random direction. The butcher and his companions exchanged knowing glances, smiles creeping onto their faces, and decided to follow, regardless of where Leon intended to go. The more the soldier boy despised the Patriot, the more advantageous the situation became for them. Merely by opening a box for Leon, the entire Black Noir squad had been decimated, prompting the Butcher and his crew to adopt a more cautious approach towards Leon. Fortunately, it seemed that as long as they did not actively offend him, they could reason with him amiably. Isn't that expected? Leon mused, for he was not insane. Even the soldier boy was, after all, the only character in the narrative who consistently upheld the spirit of the contract. This realization filled the Butcher with elation. At the very least, when it came to dealing with the Patriot, he felt he had a 90% assurance of success. Due to the expedited encounters between the Black Noir squad and Leon, Huey's temporary compound V had yet to wear off. The ordinary hospital was ill-equipped to tend to his injuries. Thus, the Butcher procured a large suite in a hotel for the severely wounded Huey, with Leon's room conveniently adjacent. In Huey's chamber, the members of the Black Noir squad were like wounded wolves, trembling and licking their wounds under the intimidating presence of Leon, the lion. Ow, Frankie, have you been sneaking another hit? Milk, in agony, cast a mournful glare at Frankie, whose hands trembled uncontrollably as he used tweezers to extract a bullet. I have, but just a smidgen. You know that stuff has anesthetic properties. I'm not reckless about it. Frankie flashed a sheepish smile, then, with sudden resolve, plunged the tweezers deeper. Fuck. Milk cursed in pain, his once coffee-colored lips now pale. Upon witnessing Frankie extract the bullet along with a sizable chunk of flesh, he promptly rolled his eyes back and fainted, overwhelmed by both pain and anger. The Butcher sat alone by the window, his upper body bare, vigilantly watching the hotel exterior while applying ointment to the burn that spanned from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, securing it with a white bandage. Huey lay motionless on the only double bed in the room, clad in a hospital gown, his breathing gradually stabilizing. At least he was not dead. Thanks to the capabilities gained from the temporary compound V, Huey possessed not only enhanced strength and endurance, but also a distinctive ability to heal. Meanwhile, Leon leaned against the doorframe, idly toying with his Desert Eagle, laden with infinite bullets. As he questioned the members of the Black Noir squad, have you truly been embroiled in a clandestine struggle with that Patriot for quite some time? I think I need to reconsider whether to collaborate with you, he mused. Trust me, mate, the Butcher interjected confidently, now fully clothed. No one understands those bastards better than us, nor dares to confront them with greater resolve. You were betrayed by the other members of the original superhero group, the Payback. The Insect Man was already killed by a missile when you were captured. I recently dispatched the explosives expert, so do not thank me. However, the other 5 members remain at large. The Crimson Countess, the TNT Twins, Mindstorm, Noir. I will help you extract them one by one, allowing you to deal with them personally. That is my sincerity. And our only request is to add one more name to your revenge list. The Butcher proposed to Leon. The Patriot? Indeed. Why him? Because you are not the only one thirsting for vengeance. At this, Leon raised an eyebrow, tapping his finger contemplatively against the Butcher's chest. Listen, mate, while I could locate them myself, you best not make me wait too long. My patience is finite. Pleasure doing business with you. The Butcher grinned wickedly as he extended his hand towards Leon. Not so fast. Leon continued to toy with his Desert Eagle, refraining from shaking hands. What? The Butcher's expression was one of confusion. Understand this. I have languished in that damned laboratory for decades, deprived of female company all that time. Leon's tone was fervent, as if to underscore his point. Are you suggesting the Butcher began to piece together Leon's implication? I require a woman to help me recall what it feels like to be a man. As he spoke, Leon shot the Butcher a knowing wink, his lower body making an exaggerated salute reminiscent of an Asian dance king. The Butcher's eyes twitched, yet he comprehended Leon's current sentiments. After all, they were both men, and men understood men best. Any man, regardless of orientation, who had experienced such pleasures and was then forced into celibacy for decades would inevitably long for those sensations upon liberation. Moreover, the fact that Leon, possessing nearly limitless power, could still negotiate amiably was a testament to his restraint. What are your requirements? Beautiful, strong, healthy, and younger. Is that all? Understood, leave it to me. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Butcher readily acquiesced. Leon's request prompted him to immediately remove ordinary individuals from the list of potential candidates. Drawing from the previous encounter with the female and her landlord, it seemed that only a superhuman with extraordinary endurance and physical enhancement would meet Leon's criteria. Little did the Butcher know that Leon was now a being of biological stature, capable of engaging with both ordinary people and superhumans alike. Otherwise, Zhao Hailuan and others would have long since succumbed under Leon's considerable weight. Deep in thought, the Butcher suddenly recognized a glimmer of hope. It appeared that one of the extraneous members of the Black Noir squad fit Leon's specifications. However, she was already spoken for. Should he pursue this path? The butcher found himself torn, for after all, she was a friend of his brother. The soldier boy must eliminate a few more troublesome superhumans. Chapter 41. The Breached Defense of Maeve. Observing that the butcher seemed perplexed by his request, Leon remained unperturbed. After all, haste makes waste. There were only a few female superhumans that met Leon's criteria, and the butcher had an even more limited selection at his disposal. Thus, Leon was almost on the verge of revealing names to the butcher. However, doing so would exceed the bounds of the character he was embodying as the soldier boy, for he was a remarkably dedicated performer. With a click, Leon disengaged the safety of his Desert Eagle, adhering to the principle of alignment. Gripping the firearm with both hands as he aimed at the butcher's head, who was lost in contemplation. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System: give me a favor. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received the favor of the gunslinger Strelatus. The favor of the gunslinger Strelatus. Due to your lackluster shooting skills and reluctance to improve, the gunslinger Strelatus has taken pity upon you. When you fire a gun, your accuracy enters a Schrodinger's cat state. The more you desire to hit your target, the less likely you are to succeed, and conversely, the less you wish to hit. The more elusive your aim becomes, yet your probability of hitting the target is never zero. Introduction. The path of the gunslinger lies within. Good gracious. A conceptual divine skill. Not only did it eliminate the most tedious aspect of aiming that Leon despised, but it also granted him an invincible buff, where any attempt at shooting could potentially hit the target. The gunslinger Strelatus is quite benevolent. Should the opportunity arise, Leon would surely wish to befriend her. Bang. Eager to test the rewards from his first check-in since arriving in the world of the Black Cloak, Leon pulled the trigger. His target was, of course, the butcher, who was closest to him. Leon had mentally conditioned himself to desire hitting the butcher, yet the actual outcome he hoped for was to miss. With a single gunshot. Although the muzzle of Leon's Desert Eagle was nearly pressed against the butcher's forehead, the bullet veered off course, narrowly grazing the butcher's right earlobe. The trajectory correction was so impressive that even Yin Shuangying would commend it. The sharp pain in his ear jolted the butcher awake, while the gunfire startled the infant in the room, causing both him and Frankie to gaze in bewilderment toward the door. Only the severely injured Huey lay on the bed, unresponsive, while the carefree Kimiko merely stirred slightly, curling up in the corner of the room, still blissfully asleep. What on earth just happened? The butcher touched the blood on his earlobe, his expression darkening with anger. Nothing much. Just suddenly recalled some past events, Leon replied nonchalantly, holstering the Desert Eagle, now endowed with infinite bullets, into the right side of his thigh holster, thoroughly satisfied with the experiment's outcome. If his shots could veer off so absurdly when he aimed intentionally, then the system's enforced hits would likely be even more outlandish. Leon even mused about the possibility of firing a few nuclear projectiles at Thanos' abode when he had the chance, for surely, with enough attempts, one would find its mark. The mere thought of this filled Leon with an unusual sense of delight. Very well. Seeing that Leon showed no further signs of aggression, the butcher could only endure his frustrations in silence, resigned to his predicament. At that moment, from the stairwell, a girl clad in thick layers with a mask covering her face, her slender frame resembling a mere skeleton, hurriedly approached the room. Ignoring the conversation between Leon and the butcher at the door, she entered the room and removed her mask, making a beeline for Huey's bedside. "Oh my God, Huey!" Starlight exclaimed, her face filled with concern as she cradled his pale, weakened cheeks in her hands. At the door, the butcher raised an eyebrow at Leon, who was assessing Starlight, then leaned in to whisper, "What do you think of her?" "Goodness." Leon responded, taken aback by the question, his gaze incredulous. "Buddy, you truly are a good friend to Huey. To even extend a hand to a friend of his is quite remarkable." Leon began to feel somewhat out of place among the Black Cloak crew, realizing that when it came to audacity, the butcher took the cake. Leon admired the butcher's ruthless determination to achieve his goals, merciless to enemies, loyal to friends, and even harsher on himself. Damn it, Leon had not initially considered this. However, now that the butcher had stirred the pot, he found it wasn't such a bad idea after all. She barely meets the standard. But if only she were a bit more robust, a fuller figure would be preferable. I have a penchant for voluptuous forms. If she were a tad older, that would be even better. After all, women are like fine wine. The older, the more exquisite. But beauty is a prerequisite. Leon concluded his dialogue with the butcher using the soldier boy's famous saying, given how obvious Leon had made his hints. If the butcher couldn't decipher whom he was referring to, then the Black Cloak crew seemed to lack any real purpose. Leon was willing to indulge in this playful charade, as it offered him convenience. The thought of seeking someone out to woo slowly felt too cumbersome, and being forceful contradicted his principles. "Where are you going?" the butcher inquired, watching Leon head towards the stairwell. "Going out for a spin, and to retrieve my uniform and shield," Leon replied, not bothering to look back, merely waving a hand at the butcher behind him. After leaving the hotel, Leon turned and twisted his way into a somewhat secluded underground parking lot. After a brief moment of gathering energy, he unleashed a pulse from his chest cannon, causing the nuclear radiation to disrupt the surveillance cameras. Seizing the opportunity to summon S.H.I.E.L.D. in his soldier boy suit from the system's storage. "Apologies for the wait, my beauty." Leon tossed the soldier boy suit into the cockpit of S.H.I.E.L.D. in motorcycle mode, then skillfully mounted the seat, giving her rear a playful pat. "Leon, could you be a bit more serious and refrain from groping me?" S.H.I.E.L.D. retorted, though she had grown weary of resisting. After all, Leon wouldn't heed her words. Still, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of propriety, lest she become indistinguishable from Leon's other women. On the other side, the butcher had already departed the hotel and discreetly contacted Maeve, one of the current members of the Seven. As previously mentioned, the butcher's temporary compound V had been provided by her. United by a common goal, to deal with the Homelander, the butcher had established a connection with Maeve unbeknownst to the others. "What did you say? The soldier boy is still alive?" Upon being summoned by the butcher and informed about Leon, Maeve felt as if the sky had fallen on her. "The reason I chose to collaborate with you was to eliminate that bastard Homelander. And now you tell me you've unleashed an even stronger bastard. Fucking squid." Chapter 42, Maeve's Acknowledgement. "Fucking squid." Maeve fumed, seizing the butcher by his collar and lifting him off the ground. "Calm down, Maeve. The soldier boy is not like the Homelander. Although they are both bastards, the soldier boy is a bastard who can be reasoned with. He can undoubtedly help us take down the Homelander," the butcher explained, gripping Maeve's arms for support, his face turning as red as a liver, hastily justifying himself. After all, his temporary compound V was nearing its expiration, and should Maeve toss him aside, he would be left severely incapacitated. "Make sure you're speaking the truth." Maeve seethed as she hurled the butcher onto the sofa, then inquired, "What price must you pay?" "Not me, but you," the butcher replied, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Me?" Maeve questioned, pointing at herself in confusion, only to suddenly realize the implication, her pupils constricting in shock. "You sold me as the price to the soldier boy?" "Indeed. The cost for the soldier boy to agree to eliminate the Patriot is you, Maeve. You should feel fortunate. This is our singular opportunity, the closest we've ever been to ridding ourselves of that bastard Patriot. The price is merely your hospitality towards our secret weapon during this time. You won't even need to engage in battle. How safe and advantageous is that?" The butcher maintained his signature malevolent grin, rationally dissecting the situation for Maeve. "Huh." Maeve scoffed coldly, a chill coursing through her body as she remarked, "Butcher, I now believe you to be more despicable than the Patriot or the soldier boy. Are you even human? After witnessing the vile true nature of you so-called noble superheroes, I have long ceased to regard myself as human. For humans cannot vanquish demons." With that, the butcher abruptly sat up from the sofa, seized a bottle of champagne from the coffee table, and downed it in one gulp before shattering the empty bottle against the ground. "So what's it going to be? Do we proceed or not?" "Damn it." Maeve, trembling with rage, smashed her fist into the coffee table, but under the butcher's relentless gaze, she ultimately nodded, furious yet resigned. Because having betrayed the Patriots, she found herself with no escape. If she wished to survive, her only option was to plunge headlong into the abyss. It wasn't her first time, after all, and she could consider it a bite from a dog. Maeve thought to herself, glaring fiercely at the butcher. "When do I go find him?" "Now." The butcher's lips curved into that familiar wicked smile. Maeve vowed she would one day tear that grin from the butcher's face. Downstairs at the motel, a euphoric Frankie was circling around the motorcycle form Alcyone that Leon had brought back, chattering excitedly. "Holy shit. This is absolutely the most stunning motorcycle I've ever seen. Stark. Where the hell did you get her? I want one too." With the system's enhancements, Leon used his real name, stepping off the bike to pat Frankie on the shoulder. Employing the same dismissive line he had once used on Tony, found it on the roadside. "You've really struck gold, haven't you?" Frankie, in a blissful haze, had no inkling of Leon's ruse and reached out to touch Alcyone's front headlight. But Alcyone would not tolerate such insolence. With a roar, she abruptly started her engine, blasting Frankie away with a plume of freshly emitted exhaust, sending him tumbling into a nearby trash bin. While he emerged unscathed, his hair was completely singed off. This spectacle was witnessed by the butcher and a visibly perturbed Maeve, just returning from their escapades. "What transpired, my friend?" The butcher inquired as he approached. Nothing much. Leon shrugged. Just my beauty got a bit riled up by that guy. Your beauty? You mean this motorcycle? The butcher glanced at the futuristic-looking S.H.I.E.L.D, tempted to touch it, but wary due to Frankie's prior misfortune. Doesn't seem like something you just found lying around. The butcher raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Leon lovingly caressed S.H.I.E.L.D's front headlight, explaining, to compensate for my inability to fly, the United Federation specially crafted this jet glider vehicle for me, which I named S.H.I.E.L.D. You mean it can fly? The butcher and Maeve exchanged a glance. This both a fortuitous and ominous revelation. It bolstered their confidence against the Patriots, yet raised concerns about the potential escalation of events. Though the butcher had initially planned his course of action, he had not yet descended into madness. Setting aside other matters, he would never choose to annihilate all superhumans, at least not for now. As the topic of S.H.I.E.L.D concluded, Leon took a keen interest in Maeve, who resembled a starlet. To conceal her identity, she donned casual attire that was nonetheless alluring. An oversized gray off-the-shoulder sweater barely covering her hips, paired with semi-transparent black stockings and shiny brown knee-high boots. While Leon whistled appreciatively before casually draping an arm around Maeve's shoulders, treating her as an old acquaintance without a hint of hesitation. Wait, hold on. I'm not ready for this. Although Leon appeared far more handsome than Maeve had anticipated, she felt a sense of gain, yet his directness caught her off guard. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but he leaned in, whispering in her ear, "Shoo, time waits for no one, my beautiful lady. After all, you wouldn't want to squander a golden opportunity to deal with the Patriots by making me wait too long, would you?" His words left Maeve feeling oddly unsettled, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she donned a composed, alluring smile and defiantly challenged, "Decades have passed. Are you still capable? Don't tell me you can't even handle a woman like me. Huh, who do you think I am? I'm the damn soldier boy, fuck." 25 hours later, the door to Leon's room swung open. Maeve leaned against the wall as she made her way to the restroom. The butcher, who had been unable to sleep in the adjacent room, noticed her and followed, his heavy black circles revealing his fatigue. Upon entering the restroom, he discovered that, despite the passage of time, Maeve appeared as if nothing had happened, her complexion radiant as she hummed a tune while touching up her makeup at the sink. "What do you think of him?" the butcher asked, his expression somewhat conflicted. Although he and Maeve shared no substantial relationship, merely a partnership against the Patriots, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within after the night's events, reminiscent of the feelings he experienced upon first witnessing the Patriot and his wife in a video. "Not bad. Significantly better than I expected." "Oh, I mean in terms of personality, his abilities, you know." Maeve replied without glancing back at the butcher, continuing her makeup routine. "Unlike that giant baby, he seems like a normal person." "I know that sounds odd, but it's the truth." The butcher fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. Chapter 43, Avengers, Blood for Blood. Although Maeve initially resisted Leon's forthrightness, after experiencing the sheer might of his physical prowess, she willingly placed her life in his hands. For the Patriot was no match for even a single finger of Leon's. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on Leon's door. "Come in, it's unlocked." Creak. The butcher pushed the door open. The floor was littered with countless peach pits, causing his eyes to twitch in disbelief. What the hell? Is he starving? If he is hungry, why not ask for takeout or something instead of just gnawing on this? And how did such a massive box even come to be? The butcher's face was etched with confusion. During the altercation between Leon and Maeve, an abundance of system-produced, pre-washed peaches was acquired, a veritable treasure trove. Their texture was soft and smooth, the flesh succulent and juicy, exuding a sweetness that was neither cloying nor astringent. Each bite seemed to glide effortlessly down one's throat, akin to Zhu Beiji's indulgence in ginseng fruit. Adhering to the principle of not letting good fruit go to waste, Leon devoured the entire box of peaches in a single day. Maeve, having shared in this bounty, grew lethargic and opted to forego meals. Ultimately overindulging to the point of nausea, she might never wish to associate with the term peach again. After all, even the most delectable treats can become tiresome when consumed in excess. What was that? Upon rising, Leon generously donned his super elastic fiber underwear and soldier boy ensemble right before the butcher's eyes. "Chet, why are you only dressing now?" the butcher instinctively scolded, quickly turning away, yet unable to repress the replaying images in his mind, an indelible vision he would likely never forget. "Is that a human?" Leon, maintaining a flat tone, interjected, "Butcher, I prefer not to repeat myself." The butcher instantly felt a constricting sensation akin to a serpent coiling around him and hastily clarified, "I have fully grasped the intelligence regarding the Scarlet Countess and can escort you to her at any moment." "Then why delay?" Take me to that ungrateful wretch now. Following Maeve, it was time to attend to serious matters. Leon was set to launch an assault in his soldier boy form, never forgetting that his prowess stemmed primarily from the system. Without it, he would merely be a wealthy yet ineffectual dandy, possessing a lucid self-awareness. In the dead of night, the Scarlet Countess, also known as the Crimson Countess, was engaging in a paid live stream from her modest rented wooden cabin, catering to her 779th VIP patron. Since the dissolution of the Blood Debt team, she had resorted to utilizing her superhuman physique to partake in peculiar activities that most would find difficult, catering to a niche audience and thus eking out a living. Soon, under the urging of her mysterious 779th VIP user, she retrieved a special prop sent to her for this occasion from a delivery box. On the opposite side of the video, he was quite impatient. Outside the window, having stealthily enjoyed the paid stream for a considerable time, Leon turned to the butcher beside him with an air of interest. How about we place a wager? The content of the wager was obscured but involved guessing quantities after the Scarlet Countess completed a live stream segment she had previously left unfinished. Leon guessed all, while the butcher estimated half. What are the stakes? Leon asserted, if I lose, I will assist you with a personal matter. If you lose, procure me some compound number 5. Agreed. With the wager established, both Leon and the butcher lapsed into silence, concentrating earnestly on their counting. Moments later, the butcher inquired, how do we calculate this? Leon merely shrugged. For now, I concede your victory. For now? The butcher raised an eyebrow, only to see Leon shatter the door lock with a shield and boldly stride into the Scarlet Countess's sanctuary. Bortfa, is that truly you? Oh my god. The Scarlet Countess, in a doggy position on the bed, turned to see Leon and was struck with a panic that made her wish to flee, yet escape was futile. Oi, darling, there is no deity here. Only the harbinger of your demise. With that signature wicked grin, the butcher followed closely behind Leon, expertly obliterating the Scarlet Countess's live streaming equipment with a laser beam. To align with Leon's actions, the butcher dutifully injected himself with a vial of temporary compound number 5. Query, shall today's sign-in be conducted? System, are you a brother or a sister? Ding, today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete collection of Scarlet Countess's QQ props. The complete collection of Scarlet Countess's QQ props. Description, there is nothing you can conceive of that the Scarlet Countess does not possess. F.I.N.G. Squid. Leon cursed in frustration, exasperated by yet another batch of nonsensical rubbish. Leon, please let me explain. Release me. You scoundrel. What are you planning? Hurry. Let go of me. You have no idea how terrifying he truly is. The Crimson Countess trembled with fear, her voice quaking as she attempted to leap from the window, only to be firmly restrained by the butcher, who had anticipated her move. Now she belongs to you, boss. The butcher grinned wickedly, glancing back at Leon, whose emotions had descended into fury. Madam, you have truly disappointed me. Leon approached the bedside, taking control of the Crimson Countess's head from the butcher. No, please. You wicked devil. The Crimson Countess pleaded incessantly, but Leon paid her no mind. He forcefully pried open her jaws and unleashed a torrent of seething fury. Afterward, he relaxed, a captivating smile gracing his features as he turned to the butcher. Now it seems you've won, yet I have not lost. Regarding the wager, I will assist you in resolving another matter, and you will procure me compound number 5. We both have a bright future ahead. Agreed. The butcher could hardly contain his eagerness for Leon's proposal. Now, the headshot girl had a resolution. Chapter 44. The Fearsome Ancestor. You give the path. At the Watt Group, Deep Sea, the then head of the Criminal Analysis Department, was scrutinizing surveillance footage surrounding the Crimson Countess's murder under the supervision of the Patriotic Man and Ashley. Stop. Rewind 1 frame. Patriotic Man suddenly commanded. Yes. Deep Sea complied, rewinding the footage, causing both Patriotic Man and Ashley to lean in closely. Soldier Boy. Having been influenced by Soldier Boy's illustrious deeds since childhood, Patriotic Man instantly recognized Leon, his expression turning rigid. How can this be? Deep Sea, with his fish-like intellect, ventured an opinion. Soldier Boy likely perished 40 years ago. Could this be role-playing or computer effects? Shut up, Deep Sea. You don't even know what computer effects are. With Patriotic Man backing him, even Ashley, an ordinary person, felt empowered to berate the inept Deep Sea. Both of you be silent. Patriotic Man roared, then muttered. Look at his face. That is undoubtedly him. What should we do now? Deep Sea inquired, feigning expertise while being utterly oblivious to the implications of Soldier Boy's reappearance. For what? And Patriotic Man. I don't understand. If Soldier Boy is alive, where has he been all these years? Why did he kill the Crimson Countess? Were they not a devoted couple? Damn it. Gazing at the surveillance footage where Soldier Boy seemed to wink at the camera, Ashley felt a surge of dread. Fearing Patriotic Man might connect the dots and hold her accountable, she quickly proposed, regardless of its authenticity, we control nearly all news resources. I will contact the What News department to announce that we have apprehended Soldier Boy. Shut up, Ashley. Patriotic Man growled through clenched teeth, eyes blazing. Do you wish to inform the world that Soldier Boy, the hero among heroes, has risen from the dead and murdered the Crimson Countess, his former girlfriend? Before me. He embodied what? His statue still stands in front of the Watt Tower. Ashley, look me in the eyes. Tell me. I am deeply remorseful, my compatriot. It was my failure to consider the situation adequately. Ashley obediently gazed into her compatriot's eyes, her fear causing tears to well up, her voice trembling. Anger aside, the compatriot ultimately reigned in his laser-like glare, having no intentions of eliminating Ashley. After all, who else could he rely on for assistance? That dim-witted fool from the deep sea, who could only manage octopuses. Damn it. Is there truly no one in the entire company who possesses the intelligence and dedication I do? Oh my God. The compatriot, in a state of anxiety that even caused one of his bristles to fall out, incessantly tugged at his hair. If news of the Soldier Boy's survival were to leak, it would spell doom for both Watt and me. What the hell? How could such misfortune befall me? It is utterly unjust. This is so infuriatingly unfair. The compatriot stepped aside, leaning against the wall, his anxiety manifesting even as a ringing in his ears. Nearby, Deep Sea and Ashley exchanged glances, having never witnessed their compatriot in such a state of panic. They dared not even breathe. After a lengthy pause, the compatriot regained his usual arrogant demeanor, though his voice still trembled as he pointed at Deep Sea and Ashley, proclaiming, "Listen, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will locate him and eliminate him. And you, my friends, must destroy all recordings. No one must see them. If he falters, the consequences will fall upon you." With reddened eyes, the compatriot glanced at Deep Sea and then at Ashley, not waiting for their affirmations before hurriedly summoning the ever-silent Saiyan-style, who had been pretending to be invisible, to depart the criminal analysis department. Upon exiting, the compatriot could not suppress his inquiry to Saiyan-style, the Soldier Boy's former teammate. What exactly prompted the Soldier Boy to murder the Countess of Deep Red? But Saiyan-style remained resolutely silent. All right, the compatriot acquiesced, refraining from forcing Saiyan-style to speak, suddenly feeling a sense of comfort as he patted his shoulder. Saiyan-style, you are my true mentor and friend. I am grateful for your unwavering companionship in facing these challenges. Sincerely, the compatriot expressed. Others, like Deep Sea and the locomotive, are utterly worthless. You are my sole pillar of support. When he uttered these words, the compatriot was entirely sincere, for Saiyan-style, a veteran from the era of blood debts, had accompanied him throughout his life under the arrangements of the Watt Group, akin to a father figure. However, just after parting ways with the compatriot and stepping into the elevator, Saiyan-style utilized his small dagger to extract the Watt locator from his arm, casually tossing it to a nearby female employee who stood there in shock. Indeed, he was preparing to flee. Saiyan-style understood the Soldier Boy's brutal nature all too well, thus he dared not linger any longer within the Watt Group. Fleeing might grant him a chance at life, but remaining would surely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, having dealt with the Countess of Deep Red, Leon and the Butcher returned to their makeshift base at the hotel. As Leon intended to enter his room for a brief rest while awaiting the system cooldown, he was intercepted by American Sweetheart. Saiyan-style is not to be sought, yet he typically remains at the Watt Tower, making it difficult to catch him alone. I suggest you first handle the TNT twins and Mindstorm. I have gathered sufficient intelligence on them. Very well. I shall take a brief respite and call for you once I locate them. Wait. Starlight, emerging from Huey's room, called out to Leon. What is it, American Sweetheart? Leon approached Starlight, towering over her by a head, with a physique reminiscent of a formidable ancient Greek statue, exuding an undeniable air of intimidation. Gulp. The disparity in their sizes, height, and combat prowess caused Starlight to swallow nervously, summoning her courage to confront him. You harmed Huey. Oh, indeed, Leon readily admitted, then sidestepped the astonished Starlight to greet Huey, who was now awake and resting against the headboard. My friend, how are you faring? I suppose I'm fine. At least not dead. Huey replied nervously, his throat tightening at the sight of Leon, the very individual who had nearly kicked him to death. As long as you're alive, it's all right. I owe you an apology, Huey. Apology? No. Since the locomotive incident, Huey had developed a form of PTSD regarding the word apology, feeling as though Leon harbored ill intentions, and he hastily rejected the notion. No, this is what you deserve. My friend, Leon insisted, approaching Huey's bedside with a serious expression. You know I was imprisoned by those bastards for far too long. I never intended to harm you. You merely sought to assist your comrades in escaping, yet I retaliated with undue severity. This apology is your due, Huey. I am not a villain. Chapter 45. Leon, I am a good person. I am not a villain. Leon gazed at Huey with genuine sincerity. Observing this, Starlight, who had intended to continue holding Leon accountable, found herself at a loss to confront him after he had sincerely apologized to Huey. Instead, she stared in astonishment, silently questioning the butcher. Is this for real? Is he truly the soldier boy? Wasn't he supposed to be a villain? Starlight had never encountered a superhuman with such a seemingly normal demeanor. How could someone so handsome possibly be a villain? Surely, he had been unjustly maligned in the past. Who knows? The butcher shrugged, merely grimacing without uttering a word. Frankly, he too began to doubt the veracity of the information Mallory had provided regarding the soldier boy. After all, to this point, there had been no concrete evidence to substantiate the claims of the soldier boy being a scoundrel. All that existed were Mallory's one-sided assertions. Without any video or audio documentation, the years had rendered such evidence obsolete. Even if it existed, it was likely rendered useless. So, you won't resort to unwarranted violence any longer, right? As a good person, that is? Huey cautiously inquired. Of course, unless they provoke it themselves. The criteria for such judgments rested solely in Leon's hands. He did not articulate that the most perfect lies are those that contain grains of truth. That is splendid. Leon, thank you. Stark, you truly are a remarkable person. The members of the Payback Squad felt an immense weight lifted from their chests upon hearing this. They even began to believe that the soldier boy could be a genuinely good addition to their team, with the exception of Mother S. Milk, who remained sullen and said nothing further. Leon, I too owe you an apology. Starlight, feeling somewhat embarrassed, approached Leon with outstretched hand. I should not have spoken so loudly without fully understanding the circumstances. You are a good person, and I welcome you to our team, even if only temporarily. Long live understanding. Instead of shaking Starlight's hand, Leon generously embraced her in front of Huey, pulling her into a hearty hug. At that moment, Starlight was unsure whether to accept or decline, her hands frozen in midair, hesitant to rest upon Leon's back. After all, Huey was still nearby. Yet, it probably didn't matter. After all, Leon seemed to merely wish to offer a gentlemanly embrace, without any further advances. As for Huey, he harbored no objections. As he was currently reveling in the joy of the soldier boy joining their ranks, wishing Leon would hold on just a bit tighter, even contemplating lending a hand himself. After all, Leon was a good person, wasn't he? Huey gradually developed a mental imprint of Leon, shaped by the stark contrast in how he was treated by him. At this moment, Leon could only exclaim, character design is truly a remarkable thing, even if only 1 out of 100 fools believes in it. That is still a considerable profit. Oh, I apologize. I seem to be losing my composure. You know, Annie, it has been far too long since I last encountered a girl, let alone one as charming, petite, and understanding as you. After embracing Starlight for a few seconds, Leon gracefully initiated a separation. No, it's fine, Starlight blushed and remarked. If it's just a hug, feel free to embrace whenever you wish. Neither Huey nor I mind. Yes, indeed, Huey responded, though an inexplicable sense of strangeness began to stir within him, yet he nodded in generous agreement, trusting Starlight and Leon. Upon hearing this, Leon's lips curled into a subtle smile. Splendid. He actually said he didn't mind. With that, Leon felt free to indulge. Consequently, Leon and the members of the Black Hood Enforcers found themselves quite at home together. However, even he began to feel a tinge of confusion. Was this soldier boy truly the devil he sought to avenge? Watts Tower, the conference room of the 7 superheroes. Maeve had vanished without notice for a day and a night. While this was not an extraordinary event, the patriotic figure of her ex-boyfriend and current team leader felt compelled to express his concern as soon as she reappeared. However, as he approached Maeve, he immediately recoiled, pinching his nose as if avoiding a mop that had soaked in filth, and disdainfully exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Maeve, take a whiff of yourself. I'm certain you've been marinating in heather flower extract perfume throughout your disappearance. Do you intend to exact revenge on me through such self-destruction?" He fumed. And what of it? Maeve rose from her chair and approached him step by step. Yet, the scent emanating from her seemed to possess an inherent deterrent effect on him. As she advanced, he retreated, his face twitching, until he found himself cornered against the wall. "Maeve, you seem rather unruly of late. It would be wise not to let me discover any schemes against me." With that, he swiftly punctured the wall of the conference room as if it were tofu, and fled the scene in haste. The mere thought of breathing the same air as Maeve filled him with nausea and even dread. Huh. A pitiful narcissist plagued by delusions of persecution. Maeve scoffed inwardly. She then raised her hand to sniff her own scent. Puzzled, it seemed odorless. As she had certainly washed herself thoroughly. Why could he still detect it? Moreover, judging by his panicked demeanor, could he perhaps be afraid of the soldier boy? Was it akin to a powerful beast marking its territory? Maeve couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, her phone rang. Beep, 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 connected. Darling, I miss you. Once the call connected, Maeve's silence was deafening, but then she realized this might serve as a perfect opportunity to validate her earlier conjecture. Chapter 46, The Gathering of Heroes. The temporary lodging of the Black Hood Enforcers. Leon's room. Maeve, after a day and night of exhaustion, collapsed onto the bed in her black and white maid outfit. Nearby, Leon stood by the window, now donned in his soldier boy attire, polishing his shield while communicating with Alcy through a Bluetooth headset. Is the difference between here and our world substantial? About 90% similarity. Aside from various place names, the layout is almost identical. The Stark Tower is positioned where Watt's Tower is. Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned that this belongs to another world, I would thought it was a parallel universe of our original world. Is that so? Leon mused, narrowing his eyes. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. It was the butcher, who had learned his lesson after leaving an indelible shadow the last time he entered. He merely announced from outside, "Oi, mate. It's time to send the twins on their way." "Let us go," Leon replied, eager to see whether the blood debt redemption squad consisted solely of rubbish. This time, due to the involvement of numerous innocent parties, nearly the entire Black Hood Enforcers mobilized for the mission. Among them, Frankie, who had long been fascinated by the gathering of heroes, was particularly eager. Outside a sprawling mansion, the butcher gazed through binoculars at the chaotic gathering within, exclaiming, "Oh, for the love of, what an atrocious mess. How can the gathering of heroes still be running?" After observing, the butcher handed the binoculars to Leon, who raised his hand to decline. "There's no need for that. A mere few hundred meters distance is no different from what transpires right before my eyes." "Oh, you possess such abilities?" The butcher raised an eyebrow, the binoculars frozen in midair. Leon was currently adjusting his vision by manipulating the contraction of his pupils and the thickness of his lens, achieving a visual clarity that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the binoculars. The more he explored the potential of super self-regeneration, the more he realized its capabilities exceeded his expectations. The literal interpretation of self-regeneration was merely its most basic application. It was truly remarkable. "I don't want it. I want to take it." Frankie eagerly snatched the binoculars from the butcher's hands, reveling in the view, his mouth making a clicking sound as he wished he could join in. Meanwhile, Huey also expressed a desire to see, but felt somewhat embarrassed to do so openly with Starlight supervising him nearby. At that moment, as if in a cinematic interlude, Leon whimsically recited a line from the soldier boy. "You know, I was the one who founded the Gathering of Heroes. The first event was held in 1952. Initiated by me and another superhuman, Liberty Girl. She was quite a fiery and formidable woman. Had I not already been with the Crimson Countess at that time, I might have fathered a child with her by now. That child would likely be in their 30s or 40s by now." Huh. Upon hearing this, the butcher, Huey, and Starlight exchanged glances. Liberty Girl was none other than the Storm Girl they had been contending with. After being grievously wounded by the patriotic son, Ryan, it was rumored she had committed suicide on the day of Ryan's birthday. Understanding this, the members of the Black Hood Enforcers tacitly avoided mentioning Storm Girl, lest they provoke the soldier boy's fragile psyche. "Damn it," Leon suddenly exclaimed with a laugh. "Although I founded it, they have clearly surpassed me. The decadence is astounding. Some scenes are downright nauseating. What on earth is that? Not a shred of true masculinity. Heretics must be eradicated." "Wait, hold on." Just as Leon finished speaking, Huey and the others barely had time to react before they witnessed Leon unleash a single-eyed heat vision that effortlessly severed the superpower of the heart sausage from several hundred meters away. "Holy crap, my little baby, how could you be cut off? How will I survive without you?" Beside the outdoor swimming pool of the manor villa, the heart sausage himself fell to the ground, lamenting. It was evident that his superpower, upon breaking free from his master's control, did not immediately perish but rather instinctively slithered towards the nearest location, as long as it could reach that place. "Oh my goodness, you actually severed it. Did you not vow to refrain from causing needless harm?" And Chet, snatching the telescope from Frankie's hands, Huey, upon witnessing the heart sausage's superpower detach from its body and even defy heaven's order, hastily threw the telescope back to the sullen Frankie without uttering another word. "If you wish to look, then look. I find no appreciation in it." After calming the tumult within his stomach, Huey turned to Leon with concern. There are many people inside. As long as they do not impede me, there shall be no trouble. But just now who told him to disgust me? I didn't ask for this. Leon's expression was grave, devoid of pretense. As he continued, here's the deal. I will grant you 3 minutes to evacuate those you deem good people. The rest shall be regarded as heretics to be eradicated. What caliber of individuals are they to dare offend the founder of the superhero alliance? Upon hearing this, Butcher and the others exchanged glances. Then, he decisively handed a tube of temporary compound V to each powerless member of the team. Huey and Frankie did not refuse, but Milk steadfastly upheld his moral stance. Huey, did you not promise me to cease injecting this harmful substance? Starlight questioned Huey, attempting to snatch the temporary compound V from his grasp, only to have Huey swiftly inject himself first, ultimately seizing only an empty syringe. Annie, this is not the time for such disputes. I must regain my superpowers. As Huey felt the resurgence of his superhuman abilities, he endeavored to reason with her. To swiftly evacuate those innocent civilians and superhumans, my teleportation ability is indispensable. Damn it. This time, it's a one-time exception. Having completed the injection, Huey's rationale was undeniable, leaving Starlight with no choice but to accept, as time was of the essence. With Soldier Boy's strict adherence to the contract, 3 minutes meant precisely that, no more, no less. In Chapter 47, The Spirit of the Contract. To ensure mutual support, the members of the Black Cloak squad paired up. Huey teamed with Starlight, while Butcher partnered with Frankie. By the way, Frankie, upon his initial injection of the temporary compound V, not only gained the basic physical enhancement typical of superhumans, but also awakened a unique personal ability, immunity to toxins. As to why Frankie was aware of his immunity, it was because he had secretly indulged in some substances prior to departure to invigorate his spirits. But upon awakening his superpowers, the stimulating effects vanished instantaneously. Leon speculated that Frankie's excessive drug use had inadvertently resulted in his drug resistance manifesting as a superpower through the temporary compound V. One could only say, what a talent. Naturally, the remaining Milk was paired with Leon, awaiting news outside the Manor Villa. As for Kimiko, due to the communication requirements of this mission, the Black Cloak squad chose not to include her and instead assigned her to guard the home. Before the Black Cloak squad set out to evacuate, Leon pulled Butcher aside. Give me a tube of that stuff. Why? You don't need it. Saying this, Butcher tossed a tube of temporary compound V to Leon, who caught it and turned to reveal Milk not far behind him. I don't need it, but he does. If he inadvertently offends me and I accidentally kill him, what then? If possible, I'd like to be a good person. This is for his safety. That makes sense. Butcher acquiesced to Leon's reasoning, recognizing the likelihood of such a scenario, trusting both Milk and Leon. After Butcher departed, Leon returned to Milk, who was peering through the telescope to observe the situation at the Manor Villa. Hey, bro, it seems we are left with just the two of us now. Leon smiled. You appear to harbor some grievances against me. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to clarify things. After all, we are now part of the same team, and such barriers are unprofessional. Upon hearing this, Milk lowered the telescope and turned to face the soldier boy he wished to despise, but could not bring himself to do so. You killed my family. Which one? All of them from the past. Honestly, I can't recall a single one. Leon spoke truthfully. After all, he was merely a figurehead, not the actual soldier boy. Once again, that dissonant feeling arose within Milk. He was torn, for although his enemy stood before him, his heart felt perpetually hollow. Hey, bro, listen to me, Leon consoled, patting Milk's shoulder. Perhaps the one who harmed your family was an imposter disguised as me, committing vile acts. After all, fame attracts controversy. This is a common tactic employed by certain detractors to tarnish my name. Stark, you scoundrel. Memories of the past intertwined with present images, leading Milk to begin doubting whether Leon's words held the truth. He could not discern. He genuinely could not. Damn it. What is real? Milk's head throbbed painfully as he struck the lawn with a clenched fist. Observing this, Leon smirked and tossed the tube of temporary compound V he had acquired from Butcher at Milk's feet. Bro, I believe what you need right now is this. Some matters cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. You have restrained yourself for too long, and now you merely need to vent. Once you have released this pent-up frustration, perhaps clarity will follow. Leon's voice resonated in Milk's ears like a devil's whisper. Gritting his teeth, Milk resolutely seized the temporary compound V from the ground and plunged it into his carotid artery for the swiftest and most potent effect. With the injection of the temporary compound V, Milk could not suppress a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. followed by his muscles and veins glowing a translucent crimson, ultimately converging to form 2 points on his upper body. In the end, twin beams of laser, akin to Butcher's heat vision, shot forth uncontrollably. Boom, boom. The 2 camphor trees behind Leon toppled over in response. TSK. The superpower awakened from this compound V is too similar, and the laser emitted from there lacks any appeal whatsoever. Leon had anticipated that Milk, who was extremely resistant to superpowers, would exhibit remarkable strength upon awakening his abilities, especially considering the examples set by Butcher and Huey. Reality, however, proved him mistaken. Yet, it was somewhat reasonable. Butcher detested the homeland, thus his superpower manifested as identical laser vision. Huey loathed locomotives, resulting in an alternative speed, namely teleportation. Milk despised Soldier Boy. Ergo his superpower could be dubbed as Chest Cannon's little sister, which Leon referred to as Chest Blast. Although it seemed Leon had yet to demonstrate his chest cannon in front of Milk. Leon, dear brother, the appointed time has arrived. Suddenly, a charming alarm from preschooler S.H.I.E.L.D resonated through Leon's Bluetooth earpiece, curving his lips into a smile as he waved at the transformed Milk behind him. The frolicking ends here. Now let those inherently malevolent superhumans feel the sting of pain. Milk, with a grim expression, nodded emphatically. He felt unprecedentedly invigorated and was determined to make those superhuman bastards kneel and sing their submission. Inside the Manor Villa, Wardlaw. How on earth did you manage to do that? Just as Huey had confronted the conductor, who had come seeking vengeance against Blue Hawk for his brother, he delivered a punch with his superhuman physique, only to be halted by Starlight, standing nearby. She pointed at her wristwatch and declared, 3 minutes have already elapsed. Huey, Leon will be here shortly. We cannot afford to squander time on him. With that, Starlight turned to the conductor, who appeared somewhat dazed from the encounter. Conductor, though you hardly deserve a warning, I implore you to vacate this place immediately. Now, at once, if you wish to avoid death. With that, Starlight seized Huey and departed, leaving the conductor's expression fluctuating between rage and confusion. At that moment, Blue Hawk fortuitously came into view, igniting the fury that simmered within the conductor. His heart, already strained to the limit, compelled him to disregard all caution as he launched himself at Blue Hawk, forcefully pressing his head against the ground before departing at supersonic speed. As Leon, clad in a soldier's attire, entered the villa with the lactating companion in tow, the ground bore witness to a chaotic tapestry of pastel pink and scarlet paint, stretching from the entrance to the exterior of the villa. Chapter 48, Leon, God is a Girl. Upon their arrival, Leon and the lactating companion were greeted by the Butcher and others, who had gathered early in anticipation of Leon's punctuality. Without hesitation, the lactating companion unleashed a direct blast of her power, obliterating the head of a pair of superhuman lovers entwined in a drug-induced embrace, much to the Butcher's bewilderment. What have you done, MM? He exclaimed, utterly perplexed. The lactating companion, her face adorned with the Butcher's signature wicked grin, reveled in the chaos. Leon, who observed the spectacle from the sidelines, couldn't help but think it was all rather enjoyable. At that moment, a figure, nearly naked and holding a plastic bag containing an octopus, prepared to leap from a window across the way, evoking a sense of familiarity within Leon. With a swift motion, he unleashed a photovoltaic shockwave, sending the figure, window, and a portion of the wall crashing outward. He gestured to Huey, who promptly understood and utilized his teleportation ability to venture outside and collect the corpse. Leon, how do you possess my powers? The members of the Black Cloak Patrol were astonished by Leon's unexpected display of a new ability, one they had never witnessed before yet seemed oddly familiar. Starlight, feeling a closer bond with Leon, boldly inquired, Darling, what else can you do? More than you can possibly imagine, Leon replied with a smile, skillfully wrapping his arm around Starlight's slender waist and whispering in her ear, If you wish to know more, come to my room tonight, and I shall teach you how to further harness your powers, just like this. With that, Leon raised his hand toward a minuscule superhuman termite trembling in a corner of the villa's hall. With a resounding bang, he fired a concentrated beam of golden light from his palm, obliterating the termite into a fine dust, leaving only a small molten hole in the wall. Just then, Huey returned to the villa's hall, teleporting in with Deep Sea and his octopus girlfriend, Timothy. Starlight, seizing the opportunity while Huey had his back turned, pushed Leon away and turned her face, flushed with embarrassment. Huey glanced back, noticing Starlight's back turned to them, her previously pale neck now tinged with a hint of red. However, the other members of the Black Cloak Patrol were engrossed in their own thoughts, maintaining a state of detachment. Huey, filled with excitement, tossed the semi-unconscious Deep Sea before Leon, reminiscent of a dog presenting a catch to its master. Leon, how do you plan to handle him? He inquired. Annie, what are your thoughts? Leon directed Huey's question to Starlight, recognizing her unique insight regarding Deep Sea. Given their tumultuous history, although unsure why Leon sought her opinion, Starlight recalled the bullying she had endured from Deep Sea upon her arrival in the superhero team. Though ultimately spared thanks to Queen Maeve's intervention, a surge of anger welled within her. She swiftly delivered a kick that shattered Deep Sea's lower half and proposed to Leon. This is his just retribution. However, he does not deserve death. He is merely a fool who lacks common sense. Let him go, all right, Leon? Her eyes bore a hint of pleading. Your wish is my command, American sweetheart. Leon, in a display of chivalry, gently took Starlight's hand and kissed the back of it. This gesture, though modest, did not unsettle Starlight. Instead, it brought a smile to her face, reflecting her appreciation for Leon's understanding. Huey shared her sentiments, believing that incapacitating Deep Sea would serve as the most fitting punishment for his past misdeeds. However, it seemed Leon had discerned Huey's inner conflict. As he released Starlight's hand, straightened his posture, and remarked, but do not allow a fleeting moment of kindness to come at the expense of your own dignity. Within reason, we should do as we see fit. With that, Leon shattered Deep Sea's less than brilliant skull with his shield, leaving Huey stunned by the gruesome scene. Starlight, unable to bear the sight of Deep Sea's demise, averted her gaze, yet found a sense of relief in her heart. Oi, the person you are looking for is over here, the butcher called out from the doorway of another room, gesturing to Leon with a shake of his head. Very well. Leon nodded, shield in hand, striding toward the door without paying heed to the reactions of the remaining members of the Black Cloak Patrol. They were not worthy of his concern. Inside the room, the TNT twins were bound tightly by the butcher. Upon Leon's entrance, they gazed at him with terror, struggling vehemently, though their efforts were in vain. Hey there, kids, I'm back. Leon greeted them as if they were old friends, removing the lollipop that had silenced them. Leon. The TNT twins, once able to speak, were soon in tears, pleading for mercy. It wasn't our fault regarding that incident in Nicaragua, we swear to God. Oh, how delightful. Leon replied, raising an eyebrow with a mocking grin. You two have confirmed for me that God is indeed a deceitful harlot. Query. Shall today's attendance be recorded? System, you are my God. Ding. Today's attendance has been completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the endless explosive bomb. Fuck. More of this trash. Leon truly found himself at odds with this blood debt squad. It really isn't our fault. The sudden turn of events left the TNT twins feeling hopeless, and they quickly continued to plead. Then tell me, whose fault is it? Speak, and I shall guarantee you a chance at survival. As he spoke, Leon wore an infectiously charming smile. It's Shinsei. Yes, it was all him. He forced us. It was he who betrayed you to the Russian poet. I implore you, Leon, for the sake of our camaraderie, spare us. The TNT twins clung desperately to the notion of salvation, casting aspersions upon Shinsei, despite the fact that he was already as dark as a lump of coal. Shinsei? Leon inquired, seeking confirmation. The TNT twins nodded eagerly in agreement. Humph. Leon couldn't help but let out a cold scoff. Without water backing him, Shinsei wouldn't dare utter a word in my presence. However, since you have spoken, I shall honor my word and let you go. Leon, filled with disappointment, turned away, casting a knowing glance at the butcher before exiting through the door. Disinterested in the unfolding events. Thank you. Thank you so much. Leon, you are a good man. The TNT twins, taken aback by Leon's unexpected mercy, were overwhelmed with gratitude, their relief manifesting in heartfelt tears. They quickly turned to the butcher, who remained in the room, and commanded, Leon said he has spared us. Why aren't you coming over to untie us? In response, the butcher sauntered over to the TNT twins, shaking his head with a sinister grin. He has spared you. But I never said I would do the same. What? The butcher's words abruptly froze the smiles of the TNT twins, who boasted of their past camaraderie with Leon. How dare you? Without allowing the TNT twins to finish, the butcher unleashed a deadly glare, sending them to meet their maker. TCH. Truly two imbeciles, utterly devoid of awareness. It seems Leon is the only sane individual in the blood debt blood repayment team. The butcher mused, growing increasingly skeptical of Mallory's intel regarding the soldier boy. Chapter 49. Starlight. I fear Huey may misunderstand. Afterward, Leon and the fully darkened maternal milk effectively expelled every last one of the superhuman scoundrels remaining in the manor, which had been repurposed for the gathering of heroes. Oh no, annihilated. Gazing at the now desolate estate, Leon flicked the bloodstains from his shield and turned to the members of the Black Cloak Vigilantes. This commotion has drawn considerable attention, and we have eliminated a member of the Superhuman 7. I suspect the patriot you want me to deal with will be arriving soon. Isn't that even better? The butcher stepped forward, eagerly proposing to Leon, why don't we team up and lie in wait here, then dispatch him seamlessly? We can proceed with our previous arrangement as planned. Butcher, are you attempting to instruct me in my duties? Leon's expression remained impassive as he regarded the overly excited butcher. And no, you are the boss, you call the shots. Under Leon's cold, unyielding gaze, the butcher's once fervent demeanor dulled considerably. It is not yet time for that, butcher. We agreed that you would assist me in locating blood debt blood repayment, and I would help you deal with the patriot. Besides, I have a habit of saving the best for last during meals. So do not attempt to instruct me, butcher. I have warned you before. This shall be the last time. Leon pointed a finger at the butcher's hooked nose, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. I understand. The butcher nodded, drenched in sweat, fully aware that he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. After Leon's team dealt with the TNT twins, they returned to the inn that served as a temporary base for the Black Cloak vigilantes. Shortly after the butcher stepped out, he returned to seek Leon again, having hit a dead end in his investigation of Mindstorm. Bro, what you must understand is that Mindstorm enjoys secluded spaces because he can hear everyone's thoughts. Consequently, he has purchased dilapidated cabins in various remote locations and wanders aimlessly near them like a madman. Leon spoke without turning to the butcher, engrossed in a vintage color television, gripping a game controller while remotely battling S.H.I.E.L.D in King of Fighters 97. These clues are too vague, the butcher lamented. If we were to investigate every suitable location, it would take at least a few weeks, if not months. We do not have that kind of time to waste. I told you Mindstorm is insane. He is a damned bipolar patient. Aside from me, the others in the blood debt blood repayment team keep their distance from him. Wait, the butcher suddenly interrupted, bipolar patient? Indeed. Did I not mention this before? I distinctly recall having said so. And no, you mentioned it. I simply forgot. In order to avoid provoking Leon during their interactions, the butcher had honed his skill of fabrication to near perfection. Oh, for heaven's sake. Alcy, couldn't you let me win just once? In the television's display, Leon's character was swiftly defeated by Alcy's remote-controlled Dragon 2, who executed a flawless combo, finishing him off without hesitation. Noticing this, the butcher raised an eyebrow. After acquiring this vital information, he hurriedly exited Leon's room, eager to avoid incurring his ire for an unfounded grievance. Once the butcher departed, an unconvinced Leon, relentlessly bested by Alcy, succumbed to his gaming addiction, only to shatter the television in frustration. After consuming an entire bottle of sleeping pills, he peacefully lay down to indulge in a restorative slumber. As his eyes fluttered shut and reopened, the night swiftly progressed. Knock, knock, knock. A slender figure, akin to a stealthy feline, tiptoed to Leon's room, cautiously tapping at the door with the gentlest of touches. Creak. The door swung open. Leon, it's me. Starlight had barely finished speaking before Leon yanked her into the room. Bam. Annie, I've been waiting for you. I haven't slept all night. Though Leon's ability to weave falsehoods was not yet at the level of the butcher, he was not far behind. I am sorry. I waited until Huey fell asleep to come here, fearing he might misunderstand. Starlight weakly pushed against Leon, attempting to symbolically prevent him from advancing further. Thud. Upon inadvertently locking eyes with Leon's intensely affectionate stare, Starlight's heart skipped a beat. After taking a deep breath, she inexplicably closed her eyes. Chapter 50. The Entrance. Open the door. However, the scenario Starlight had anticipated did not unfold. Instead, Leon swept her into his arms and opened the window, leaping onto Alcy, who was poised in motorcycle mode below. Alcy, slightly bemused, transported the pair to a nearby grove, maintaining a low-speed mode throughout. During this time, Starlight, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation, dared not open her eyes, her previously fair complexion now reddening like a ripe apple. Only when Alcy's engine quieted did Leon gently set her down. Once her feet were firmly on the ground, Starlight finally opened her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she turned to Leon, asking with pretended ignorance, Leon, what are we doing here? Engaging in the activities you desire, Leon replied without hesitation. Huh. Starlight's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiling teapot. What are you thinking, dear? Leon chuckled, ruffling Starlight's hair. Did you not come to learn how to control your superpowers? What else could we possibly do? And no, that is not it. Starlight shyly lowered her gaze, though it was evident her intentions were far less concealed than those of Zhao Hailuan, who had buried hers much more effectively. Leon could still vividly recall the almost mortifyingly awkward expression on her face, one that could make her dig a seaside villa with her toes out of sheer embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Leon couldn't help but wonder, was this little girl truly that innocent? Why did it always feel as though he was the one being ensnared? Did high-end hunters frequently present themselves as prey? But what did it matter? As long as there was something to indulge in, that was all that counted. Leon chuckled softly to himself, and then proceeded to engage in the serious business at hand. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was a training session for superpowers. This secluded spot ensured that their practice wouldn't disturb anyone else. After all, would he want to practice with a blinding light bulb of a power emanating from him in a hotel? In that case, he could well imagine a butcher wanting to end him. Leon teased. Indeed. Starlight shyly mumbled in agreement. Then let us begin. With that, Leon stepped behind Starlight, one arm wrapping around her waist while the other rested on the back of her hand, their fingers intertwining. And no, do not be anxious, my dear. Leon patiently explained. Calm yourself and feel the flow of energy in my palm. Only by keeping our hands firmly pressed together will we achieve the best results. Is that so? Starlight wanted to inquire whether it was necessary to press so closely in other areas as well. However, upon seeing Leon's earnest expression, she merely moved her lips without uttering more. Night fell with a gentle breeze. It indeed felt more comfortable to be so close, as the transfer of warmth between them made the experience of feeling the energy flow less chilling. Starlight couldn't help but rationalize that she was providing Leon with a reason. In truth, Leon had not contemplated much. He simply felt the energy flowing from him. Indeed, you can feel it, can't you? Leon remarked. But I seem unable to absorb it. Starlight frowned, clearly dissatisfied. She then exerted herself even more to draw in the energy, but still failed to grasp the essence. My dear, it is no wonder you cannot absorb it. If you could, it would be quite miraculous, Leon thought. Having trained extensively to reach a point where he could freely absorb, transform, and release his core energy. Borrowing a phrase from Sai-Shao, little sister, you are still 2 millennia away. Now, let us try again and see if you can absorb it. Leon silently converted his core energy into electrical energy. Indeed, this time I can absorb it. Leon, look, I've done it. Starlight exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly turned to share her joy with Leon, only for him to slyly lean in closer. And then came an unspoken secret. The memories between us, all carefully collected. I apologize. I did not expect you to before she could finish. Starlight swiftly turned her head back and playfully covered Leon's mouth, preventing him from continuing his teasing. I know. It is all my fault. I should have been more mindful of boundaries, Starlight admitted, feeling guilty. What just happened was merely an accident, correct? Leon asked, a hint of cunning in his voice. Starlight nodded like a chick pecking at grain, fearing that whatever Leon had just said, she would only respond with a soft to express her agreement, seeking a sense of justification. Then it's settled. Let us continue, Leon said, licking his lips. Since she had already paid her tuition, he felt obliged to reciprocate with something genuine. Now, you place your hand over mine. Starlight obediently nodded and placed her hand on the back of Leon's. Boom. Leon unleashed a palm blast that severed a tree directly in front of them. Wow. Leon, how did you do that? Starlight asked in astonishment. This time, however, she had learned her lesson. She suppressed the urge to turn around immediately. But upon realizing what had happened, she felt a tinge of regret. After all, there were other greedy souls besides Leon. Shall I take it slow this time? Starlight hesitantly nodded. Leon then commenced a 2.5-minute build-up for another palm blast. This time, Starlight was particularly attentive, and an illusion of capability began to form in her mind. It was akin to solving a problem by referencing the answer key. Just as someone once said, her present prowess was solely a product of her own efforts. It was all the same principle. Should we give it a try? Starlight nodded. Without waiting for Leon to suggest it, she proactively placed her hand back beneath Leon's palm. What could Leon say? She was quite sensible. Subsequently, he released a bit of energy from his palm for Starlight to absorb. After all, in this remote wilderness, where else could he procure electricity for her? He had to provide it himself. Boom. Failure. Starlight looked down in disappointment, having unleashed a diffuse photovoltaic shockwave that sent the yellow-green leaves tumbling from the tree. Why is it that the steps are the same, yet the results are entirely different? Starlight asked, feeling dejected. Do not worry. I am here, Leon reassured her, gently patting Starlight on the head. He then leaned closer to her ear and softly said, Annie, as long as you wish, no matter how long it takes, I will be by your side. Leon, Starlight murmured, feeling touched, gradually losing herself in the moment. The two continued their practice until an unexpected incident occurred. Starlight lost control of her superpower, partly due to Leon inadvertently releasing a bit too much energy from his palm. Suddenly, Starlight began to float slowly into the air, only to lose momentum and plummet back to the ground. Leon, I'm going to fall. Fear not, Annie, I will catch you. Leon slid in, much like Tony catching a falling aircraft, using his own body as a cushion for Starlight. However, this time, it was not as stable. Both Leon and Starlight found themselves in a precarious situation. One was cunningly careless, and the other had completely forgotten that her superhuman physique would not sustain any real harm. In short, it became a tale of human nature. 3 hours later, her friend arrived. Suddenly, a notification from Leon's Bluetooth headset alerted him, and a smirk crept across his face as he remained unfazed. The American sweetheart, still glowing with excitement, was blissfully unaware of what awaited her. Outside the grove, a rustling sound approached. "What are you doing?" Awakening to find Starlight missing. Huey followed the light's direction until he spotted Starlight glowing like a beacon behind a tree. Upon seeing Huey, Starlight was momentarily stunned. However, bang, 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 bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted from the shadows behind the tree, only ceasing when a bullet found its mark with a solid thud, causing Huey to fall to the ground, clutching his chest. As he walked towards them, the feeling of being stirred within me was one I had never experienced before. Chapter 51. The Illusion of Mirrors. The next day, in Huey's room. Upon awakening with a start, Huey promptly removed his shirt in front of the astonished gazes of the rest of the boys in black, then began to check for non-existent gunshot wounds. How could this be? Why are there none? "Annie, did you sneak off to the grove outside the hotel last night?" Huey pressed, his tone firm. "Huey, what on earth are you talking about?" Starlight's voice trembled as she spoke, making it sound as though she were furious. "But I clearly saw you," Huey insisted relentlessly. Starlight struggled to articulate her words. At that moment, Leon stepped forward to explain to Starlight. "Huey, my friend, as a true man, you should trust Annie. Annie was actually with me last night. I can vouch for her." The moment these words escaped his lips, not only was Huey taken aback, but so too were the other members of the Boys in Black, and even Starlight herself appeared perplexed. They all cast incredulous glances at Leon, each expressing their surprise in their own unique ways. "No way, dude. You just casually blurted that out." However, to their astonishment, Leon gestured for RC, who was parked outside the hotel, to autonomously drive over and hover in midair outside the window, projecting the scene of Leon diligently instructing Starlight in the use of her superpowers. Yet, the location was not in the small grove, but rather in the remote underground parking lot where Leon had initially summoned RC and the Soldier Boy ensemble, complete with surveillance cameras. In the footage, aside from the unavoidable proximity of their bodies during the training, Leon and Starlight appeared completely innocent, devoid of any unnecessary actions. Indeed, the footage had been skillfully edited by RC to eliminate any ambiguities. She seamlessly merged the nearly flawless AI-generated imagery of Leon training Starlight with the environmental factors of the underground parking lot, performing a digital sleight of hand. Unless an AI with computational power surpassing RC's could discern any clues, this presented an impeccable video evidence of their innocence. Moreover, RC had also fabricated a surveillance clip of Huey stumbling and knocking his head on the bathroom floor, rendering him unconscious. This was the reason why the entire Boys in Black team had gathered for when they found Huey. He had already been asleep on the bathroom floor for an indeterminate time. "I'm sorry, Annie and Leon, but in that fleeting moment, I truly misjudged you both. I don't know why, but the dream I had last night felt strikingly real, as if it were unfolding right before my eyes." After watching the video, Huey sheepishly rubbed the still tender spot on the back of his head, sincerely apologizing to the two involved for his misunderstanding. "It's all right. Men understand men best. I empathize with your feelings, Huey. I should have been more considerate and mindful of your perspective. In the future, I'll be sure to include you in my training sessions with Starlight," Leon said earnestly, as if he truly meant it. No. Huey quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No need to call me. Just train your superpowers without me. Having an outsider like me, who lacks the same abilities, standing by would only be a distraction. Please, don't bring me along. I'll get upset if someone does." With that, Huey, filled with embarrassment, rose and headed to the shower, as he had spent the night on the bathroom floor and now felt a distinct odor clinging to him. "I am truly despicable. Leon and Annie have shown me such sincerity, yet I've harbored suspicions like a petty person." Seizing the moment while Huey was in the shower, Starlight discreetly pulled Leon aside, away from the attention of the other Boys in Black. "Leon, how did you manage that?" "We clearly SH.I.E.L.D." Seeing that they were alone, Leon casually wrapped an arm around Starlight's waist, placing a finger on her lips, and then whispered, "My dear, I have far more capabilities than you can imagine." After Huey finished his shower, Butcher summoned the entire Boys in Black, announcing, "I have a general grasp of the location of the Mindstorm, but this time I plan to take only Huey and Leon with me." "Why? I want to go too." Starlight, who was fond of Little Doe, interjected. Hey Annie, this situation is unique. The fewer people, the better. Only the daring and meticulous Butcher and I, with my teleportation abilities, are truly suited for this. You needn't worry about my safety. Who's worried about you? What I'm concerned about is Leon. Huey attempted to reach for Starlight's hand, but she stepped back, inadvertently moving closer to Leon. Annie, I'm sorry. Ever since the last misunderstanding regarding Starlight and Leon, Starlight has become distant. Huey thought Starlight was still upset and that she was merely speaking out of anger. Unsure how to mend things, he could only apologize. It's all right, Annie. Leon, with a familiar and generous demeanor, casually draped his arm around Starlight's shoulders, confidently asserting, I will ensure Huey's safety, so you need not worry. As he spoke, Leon subtly mimicked a gesture from the original narrative, mirroring what Soldier Boy had done when the hotel maid left. He then threw Starlight a wink laden with meaning understood only by the two of them. Starlight, taken aback by Leon's boldness, found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 52, The Mindstorm, finally revealed. The satellite map indicated that the Mindstorm was approximately within a 25-kilometer radius, situated to the west. 25 kilometers? Damn, if I'd known, I would have taken 2 motorcycles. Clad in his Soldier Boy ensemble, Leon rode on his exclusive vehicle, the motorcycle mode RC, while Butcher and Huey commandeered a randomly acquired Hummer. Upon reaching the end of a road deep within some woods, the Hummer's size proved too cumbersome to proceed, forcing the trio to stop by the roadside. As soon as they disembarked, Huey eagerly pulled out his tablet to check their proximity to the Mindstorm. Excitement bubbling within him as the day of reckoning against the Patriots drew closer. Hearing the distance, Butcher cursed under his breath. Covering 25 kilometers in this rugged mountainous area would take at least an hour on foot. Reflecting on this, having enjoyed the advantages of superhuman physical capabilities, he promptly retrieved the remaining tubes of temporary compound number 5 from the Hummer's trunk. Oi, Huey. Butcher tossed a tube of the temporary compound number 5 to Huey, who caught it, puzzled. Is it really necessary to take it so early? Of course not. Butcher grinned wickedly. If you wish to traverse this 25-kilometer rugged terrain with your ordinary human physique, then be my guest. At his words, Huey felt a shiver of dread at the mere thought. While he had confidence in his physical abilities, he ultimately conceded, saying, Then I suppose I'll take it. Seeing this, Leon smirked and approached Butcher, retrieving 2 tubes of temporary compound number 5 from his bag and tossing one to each of them. 1 tube is insufficient. We'll need 2. The Mindstorm is not to be trifled with. Butcher and Huey exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We haven't tested the effects of taking 2 tubes at once. Huey chuckled, reminiscent of an innocent child. Butcher, being the action-oriented type, immediately injected the tube Leon had given him into his body. Huey, following suit, injected his second tube as well. Whether it was a psychological effect or an actual enhancement, both Butcher and Huey felt undeniably stronger than when they had only injected 1 tube. At this moment, they were unaware of the side effects of temporary compound number 5. Maeve and Starlight, privy to the true nature of the compound, knelt before Leon, lacking any sources of intelligence. They were evidently showing signs of dependency on the temporary compound number 5. After all, as the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I not seen the light. With a smile, Leon observed Butcher and Huey as they injected the second tube of temporary compound No. 5 into their bodies, suddenly realizing that he was increasingly leaning towards the path of hedonistic pleasure. Who cares? Who doesn't enjoy a little fun? Leon shook his head with a light chuckle, then turned back to retrieve a pair of tactical goggles akin to Cyclops from the X-Men series from the cockpit of motorcycle mode RC. RC, I entrust the forthcoming vision to you. Leave it to me. The sultry voice from Leon's Bluetooth headset resonated, and immediately, motorcycle mode RC ascended, providing Leon with a perspective akin to that of a video game. In a certain sense, the threat posed by Mindstorm outweighed that of the adversaries from his homeland. This was somewhat reminiscent of Superman. Although Leon's physical resistance had become commendable, his magical resistance was negligible, barely surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Just as the Soldier Boy in the original narrative boldly sought vengeance against Mindstorm, exuding an air of invulnerability. Even if Leon were to encounter difficulties, it was unlikely he would succumb to Mindstorm's control. Nevertheless, the possibility of being controlled to death could not be entirely dismissed. In any case, Leon was currently far stronger than the Soldier Boy himself and had taken appropriate precautions. Given Mindstorm's diminutive stature, the prospect of him successfully controlling Leon without notice was a distant dream. This underscored the importance of intelligence. On this matter, Bruce, the Batman, held the most authoritative voice. I have located him, RC suddenly announced, followed by a deep-seated perplexity. Why go through such trouble? You could simply command me to apprehend him. Hey, Arcee. I am not fond of the term command, Leon corrected with an earnest expression that was devoid of pretense. You are not my servant, but rather my partner, my family, my beloved. All right, I understand. Overwhelmed by Leon's unabashedly sentimental words, Arcee hastily stifled him with a few shy sounds of discontent. In addition to his bipolar disorder, Mindstorm harbored a considerable degree of paranoia, and the quaint cabin he occupied was laden with high-energy explosives. Should any mishap occur, you could be harmed. And if you were injured, it would pain me, Leon. Arcee's voice was filled with emotion. At that moment, the butcher, fully prepared, approached Leon with an inquiry. Okay, can you now enlighten us on what to expect? Leon turned back, extending a finger toward the butcher and Huey. You need only heed one warning. Avoid making eye contact with him. Close your eyes. What if? Huey asked, his throat tightening with anxiety. There is no what if, Leon declared confidently. As long as you keep your eyes shut and refrain from eye contact, there is nothing to fear. I will handle everything. You merely need to lead the way. Be the bait. The last thought remained unspoken by Leon. Upon hearing this, the butcher and Huey exchanged knowing glances, instinctively engaging in a continuous battle of eyelids. The mind control that even the superhuman soldier boy feared posed an even greater risk to them, who were merely temporarily enhanced. In any case, prudence bore no harm. Thus, the trio ventured into the wooded area that Mindstorm had temporarily claimed as his stronghold. After walking a few hundred meters, Leon raised his hand to signal the butcher and Huey to halt. He then pointed to a tripwire beneath his feet, which had been triggered but not yet activated. The three exchanged glances, silently opting to take a longer route to avoid the densely packed minefield, lest they alert Mindstorm and prompt him to prepare for their arrival. Before long, the trio cautiously approached the wooden cabin. Outside, an orange-red lawnmower, still reverberating from its recent shutdown, sat idle. Bang! The leader, Leon, who had deliberately taken the lead, let out a casual exclamation of F, as he was suddenly propelled into the air by a high-energy bomb triggered beneath his feet. The butcher and Huey behind him met the same fate. Seizing the chaos, he dashed towards Butcher. Arcee, do you need me to intercept him with ex-wife or the beam cannon? Arcee inquired through Leon's Bluetooth headset. No need for that, Leon quickly interjected. Do you think he's as resilient as us? What if we reduce him to pulp and he can't deliver? The surrounding earth was still laden with a considerable number of high-energy explosives. Having recently returned from his grandmother's house, Leon could only place his faith in mysticism. Luck is on my side, he silently affirmed. In a flash, Leon drew the long-forgotten Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from his thigh holster and, with his eyes closed, unleashed a flurry of indiscriminate fire toward the direction Arcee indicated as Butcher's location. Bang, 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 bang. The peculiar sound of bullets striking resonated, and Leon realized without a doubt that Mindstorm had been hit. As a type specializing in mental enhancement, his physical prowess was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary human. Next, Leon executed a soaring leap, landing beside Mindstorm, who had been struck in the leg. With a single punch, he knocked him down and hastily emptied the shoulder bag of the still closed-eyed butcher, using it to envelop Mindstorm's head. Hurry, system. Quickly sign in while it's hot. Query. Would you like to sign in for today? Don't ask. Just sign. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations. The host has obtained immunity to mind control. Immunity to mind control. You will be immune to any form of mental control. Introduction. Stand up. You who refuse to be a puppet. Nice. At last, I've struck gold. Chapter 53. The Moth. Hey, Dan, Mindstorm's real name. I've been watching you since childhood, you old rascal. Leon exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement as he restrained Mindstorm. No. Leon, let me explain. That wasn't my idea. Mindstorm, dazed by the punch Leon had delivered to capture him, failed to comprehend Leon's words, frantically deflecting responsibility. In his desperation for survival, his speech quickened to an astonishing pace. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Dan. I know you want to say it was all the idea of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mindstorm, taken aback that Leon had preempted his prepared lines, momentarily paused. Beside them, the butcher and Huey, having discerned from the sounds that Leon had managed to control Mindstorm, cautiously opened their eyes. Upon seeing that Mindstorm's head was completely covered by Leon, they finally felt at ease, exhaling deeply. Hey, Dan, listen to me. Leon relaxed his grip slightly on Mindstorm, allowing him a moment to catch his breath before continuing. I'm in a good mood right now, so letting you off the hook isn't out of the question. How does that sound? I'll give you a chance to escape. After I count to 10, I'll make my move. Whether you seize this opportunity to survive depends entirely on your own abilities. You know I am a man of my word." As he spoke, Leon wore an infectious smile. The Butcher and Huey, witnessing this, felt a shiver run down their spines. Based on their understanding of Leon, the promise was undoubtedly genuine. But really, a flicker of hope ignited within Mindstorm as he acknowledged the soldier boy's sense of honor. "Of course it's true," Leon affirmed, then released his hold on Mindstorm, allowing him to rise and flee into the complex terrain of the deep forest. "Faster. Run faster. As long as I can reach that place." Mindstorm repeatedly urged himself internally, sprinting at full throttle. In that moment, adrenaline coursed through his veins like a volcanic eruption. However, with the chilling call of death echoing in the air, all of Mindstorm's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. 10. As the first sound of the 10-second countdown echoed, Leon honored the agreement and hurled his tungsten vibranium shield with a swift motion of his left arm. The blade-like edge of the shield sliced through the upper half of the Mindstorm with alarming precision, cleaving it in two. The creature was utterly and irrevocably dead. "I knew it," Huey remarked, turning around to catch a glimpse before instinctively covering his eyes, unable to bear the gruesome sight of the Mindstorm's demise. "Such a pity, Dan. I had already given you a chance." "Huey, go retrieve the shield for me," Leon said, clicking his tongue in irritation, unwilling to fetch the shield himself since it lay beyond the system's recovery range. "All right, leave it to me," Huey replied eagerly, seizing the opportunity to prove himself. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only his empty clothing. 25 seconds later, Huey stumbled back to Leon, awkwardly carrying the shield in both hands. "Duong." The shield emitted a dull, resonant thud as it hit the ground. "Good heavens, why is your shield so heavy?" Even with the temporary enhancement from Compound 5, Huey struggled, akin to an adult attempting to lift 2 buckets of water with one hand. Transporting it alongside his superpower proved even more arduous. "It seems your teleportation abilities are not as robust as I had anticipated. If you find the time, do practice more. I have great faith in you." "Huey," Leon suggested, patting Huey's slick shoulder. He then stepped firmly on the slightly raised edge of the shield, causing it to rebound back into his left hand with a swift and seamless motion. Now, the only remaining task for the Blood Debt Squad was to confront one of the current members of the Seven Noir. The Butcher glanced at Leon and proposed, "In that case, let us eliminate them both together." With that, Leon turned and walked away. Upon hearing this, both the Butcher and Huey could hardly contain their excitement and quickly followed suit. By the time the trio returned to the inn, the hour had grown late, and the others were fast asleep. Leon entered his room and closed the door behind him, while the Butcher and Huey, feeling a bit unwell, promptly retreated to their respective quarters. Given that they had temporarily made this in their base, the Butcher had secured the entire floor, ensuring each member of the Black Cloak Vigilante had their own room, including Starlight, in their separate rooms, after expelling a noxious greenish substance from their bodies. Both the Butcher and Huey stood before their sinks, gazing into the mirror at their gaunt reflections, resembling individuals afflicted with a terminal illness. They couldn't help but voice the same perplexing question: what on earth is happening? Meanwhile, in Leon's room, he was on the phone with his nominal son. Courtesy of Archie, the call connected with a series of beeps. "Who is this?" came the confused voice of Soldier Boy on the other end. "Ahem, ahem." Leon cleared his throat and replied with an enigmatic tone, Son, it's your father." Chapter 54, The Reunion of the Nominal Father and Son. In the Watt Corporation, the members of the Seven, including the Crimson Countess, TNT Twins, Deep Sea, and Mindstorm, fell one by one to Soldier Boy. The relentless cycle of vengeance weighed heavily on the shoulders of the current leader of the Seven, the Patriot, who felt a pressure he had never experienced before. Death loomed like a massive mountain upon his heart. It was possible that Soldier Boy's next target would be himself, despite his confidence in his own abilities. His opponent was none other than Soldier Boy. What if? No. "Ashley, I don't care about anything. You're hired specifically for crisis management and public relations. You must resolve this for me. If you fail, I swear I'll laser you to death." The only recourse for the Patriot was to vent all his frustrations onto his aide, Ashley. Beyond that, he felt utterly lost. After unleashing his emotions upon Ashley, the operator at Watt Corporation transferred a mysterious call from someone claiming to be Soldier Boy. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, the Patriot answered, only to be met with a piece of news that transformed his despair into disbelief and joy. After combing through every file in the Watt Corporation and confirming the veracity of the caller's information, a naive smile blossomed on the Patriot's face. It felt akin to a one-life video game, finally reaching the final boss's door with a 70% chance of victory, yet still facing a 30% risk of being crushed to death by overwhelming power. The moment he opened the door, he discovered that the final boss was none other than his biological father. What a shocking and liberating revelation. Yes, yes, yes. The monumental shift in his mindset sent the Patriot into a euphoric frenzy. Just then, Ashley, who had recently absorbed the Patriot's outpour of stress, entered his office, leading Noir, who had previously fled. Upon seeing Noir, the Patriot's innocent smile instantly faded. Ashley, sensing the shift, carefully closed the door behind her and discreetly retreated. Noir, I knew you would come back, the Patriot said, a warm smile returning to his face as he clapped Noir on the shoulder. Soldier Boy will come for us. We will unite to defeat him. Noir, having returned, wasted no time in laying out his demands on a blank sheet of paper, informing the Patriot that he believed evasion would not resolve the problem. Given his understanding of Soldier Boy, he knew that Soldier Boy would eventually find and kill him. The only path to survival was to join forces with the Patriot to eliminate Soldier Boy, thereby vanquishing the fear that haunted him. He is a wicked villain. We must kill him. With no direct response from the Patriot, Noir presented another prepared piece of paper, making his case once more. At this, the Patriot's expression turned to one of mixed emotions, resembling a child yearning for paternal affection, as he embraced Noir and confessed, "He is my father, you know?" Upon hearing this, Noir froze, aware that the Patriot could see through any deceit. He could only nod in a daze. Damn it, lies do not cut like a knife. The truth inflicts the deepest wounds. The Patriot muttered in disappointment, his expression a blend of relief and regret, before he punched through Noir's chest. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You should have told me earlier. With blood on his hands, the Patriot left, leaving Noir, whom he had treated with sincerity, crumpled on the floor, reaching out as if to grasp something, yet finding nothing to hold on to. The following day, at the inn being used as the temporary base for the Black Cloak vigilante, Leon had preemptively incapacitated Maeve and Starlight to ensure they could act without restraint today. They had already been transported to a safe zone far from the What Corporation by a motorcycle-riding Archie. Furthermore, the entire Black Cloak vigilante was mobilized. Even though they had come to realize that Compound 5 harbored some unknown side effects, the Butcher and Huey felt compelled to act, unwilling to be crushed like mere ants caught in the aftermath of superhuman battles, in a scene of utmost significance for the homeland. How could those who have sacrificed so much not bear witness to it in person? After a flurry of preparations and transitions, the evening arrived swiftly. The water tower, ablaze with lights, shone brighter than ever, akin to the most resplendent star amidst a constellation of dazzling celestial bodies. Yet, who could foresee that this was its final moment of glory before impending eruption? Wow, you must have traversed quite a distance to reach this place, Haven TU? The figure in the dark office remarked. The Homeland person was watching some black and white propaganda films shot by Soldier Boy in the past, and upon noticing the arrival of Leon and the Black Cloak enforcers, he turned to greet them. Indeed, you have proven quite elusive, Haven TU? When did the Homeland become so adept at hide-and-seek? The Butcher taunted with a sinister grin. Where's the Noir? Leon scanned the office briefly, noticing only the Homeland person, suspecting that a little Homeland entity was hidden in the adjoining room. He is dead, the Homeland person replied. I took his life with my own hands. Why? Because he failed to inform me about you. That was his gravest sin. At this revelation, Leon remained expressionless. While the Black Cloak enforcers were taken aback, had the Homeland person truly descended into madness, even slaughtering his own ally? Now, it is just me here. I merely wish to converse with you, the Homeland person said, approaching Leon with a gesture of his hand. I understand the taste of betrayal by comrades. As long as you ally with me, those worthless fools will pose no threat to us. None shall stand a chance. Then who shall lead? Leon raised an eyebrow, unfazed. That is a question, unless we determine it right now. Why must we compete? You are, after all, my father. The Homeland person spat the word with gritted teeth, then pointed incredulously at the Butcher. Is it because he has led you to do this? He is nothing but a damned, ordinary man. Do not be swayed by this wretched bastard. The Butcher hastily interjected, sensing the situation slipping from his grasp. How can he possibly be your son? You were confined in the laboratory for so long. It is impossible. Silence. Butcher. I am. The Homeland person shot a glance at the Butcher, tempted to eliminate him with a laser, but to prevent further escalation, he restrained himself and explained to Leon, I am your son. I am your flesh and blood. That is what truly matters. Chapter 55, A Father's Affection for His Son. Perhaps, Leon smirked, seeing Leon's indifference. The Homeland person hurriedly brought forth a golden-haired boy resembling him to a significant degree from the adjacent room. Ryan. The Butcher faltered instantly. For this boy was the prodigy that the Homeland person had coerced his wife to bear, a child destined to be a superhuman, whom he had promised to care for before her passing. This is my son, Ryan, your grandson, the Homeland person expressed with genuine emotion. Grandpa, Ryan cautiously greeted Leon. Though it had been anticipated, the notion of being called grandfather at his prime, when he would remain eternally youthful, felt somewhat absurd to Leon. Look, aside from me, you have family. We are your family, the Homeland person spoke with fervor, nearly moved to tears. Had Leon not been acutely aware of the Homeland person's infantile nature cultivated by Vought Corporation and his inherent brutality, he might have almost believed him. At that moment, the Homeland person's emotional display might very well transform into a lethal threat in the future, much like what he had done to Vaught's vice president, Madeline. It is a pity I have missed so much. I truly wish I could have raised you, imparting wisdom and values, Leon earnestly stated. So do I. But it matters not. We are no longer alone. Now we have each other, the Homeland person mused, glancing at Leon and then affectionately ruffling Ryan's hair, feeling on the verge of attaining the family he had always desired. Yet, as Leon approached the father and son duo, resting a hand on the Homeland person's shoulder, he admonished with a sense of disappointment. Maybe had I raised you, you would have turned out better, rather than becoming a weakling who cries incessantly, yearning for external validation. But now it is too late. You have become the very failure that Vought intended. Wait, weakling? Failure? The Homeland person's expression grew perplexed. While the Black Cloak enforcers wore faces of delight, for Leon had articulated precisely what they had longed to say. Child, you are deeply disappointing. With that, Leon gripped the Homeland person's chin. Upon witnessing this, the Black Cloak enforcers rushed forward to restrain the Homeland's arms, the Butcher and the Milkman holding down the stronger right arm, while Huey, Starlight, and Frenchie managed the relatively weaker left arm. Question, shall we proceed with today's sign-in? System, do not make me beg on my knees. Open. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Hockey. Hockey, you possess the complete mastery of Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Conqueror's Hockey. Introduction, only with Hockey can one transcend all things. Splendid. John, I have always known you were destined for greatness. Leon thought, his heart swelling with pride, and he tightened his grip further, causing the Homeland person's chin to emit cracking sounds under the strain. What are you doing? Let him go. Quickly, release him. The Homeland's son, Ryan, sensed the danger and began to strike at Leon and the Butcher, but at his young age, his feeble strength was no match for the adult superhumans, let alone Leon. However, while Ryan's physical strength may require further development, the power of his laser vision was already potent enough to obliterate most superhumans, Stormfront being a prime example. Thinking of this, Ryan's eyes began to glow a fierce crimson as he looked at Leon. No, Ryan. The Butcher and the Homeland person called out in unison. Yet it was too late. With a shudder, two beams of crimson laser, deeper in hue than those of the Butcher and the Homeland person, erupted from Ryan's eyes, aimed directly at Leon, who was suppressing the Homeland person. Kid, I've been waiting for you. Leon smirked as he raised his shield to block. The lasers shot forth from Ryan's eyes were deflected by Leon's tungsten vibranium shield, redirecting them towards the wall of the dark office, easily piercing through, and ultimately crashing down upon the external walls of the water tower. I didn't mean to. 25 seconds later, as the laser ceased, Ryan stammered in panic upon witnessing the destruction he had wrought. Bang! But Leon would not show mercy, swiftly retaliating with a shield that sent Ryan flying. Ryan! The Homeland person and the Butcher exclaimed in simultaneous concern, exchanging a knowing glance, while Huey, the Milkman, and Frenchie could only murmur their dismay. In a startling turn of events, the Homeland person and the Butcher, typically adversaries, joined forces to unleash lasers towards Leon. However, a dramatic twist unfolded when Leon, equipped with the Starlight template, chose not to absorb the external energy attack. The energy deflection effect of his vibranium body activated normally. The result was that, at that very moment, the lasers shot from the Homeland person and the Butcher, upon contact with Leon's skin, were instantaneously redirected. Puff, 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 puff. Beside him, Huey, Breast Milk, Frankie, and Himiko were instantaneously obliterated by the two beams of dynamically shifting lasers. In a fleeting moment, the black-robed enforcers were nearly annihilated, leaving only the Butcher standing. Frozen in shock. Bang! Leon raised his leg and sent the Butcher flying. The Butcher's body crashed through the opposite wall of the obsidian office, lying motionless on the ground. Why? Butcher, why have you made such a foolish choice? Answer me. I know you are not dead. One hand firmly grasping the Patriot, Leon slowly approached the Butcher while questioning him. You cannot kill that child. The Butcher rose dazedly, resembling a puppet devoid of soul. You said that vengeance was paramount. What does a mere child mean to you? Leon challenged. He is my wife's son, The butcher replied. Wait a moment. The Patriot was involved with your wife? And you dare to save that bastard? Leon appeared to be struck by an unprecedented blow, momentarily losing his composure, taking 4 or 5 seconds to regain his senses before questioning the butcher again. Have you lost your mind? I made a promise. The butcher replied with a face full of sorrow. Are you sure? Leon retorted, suppressing a laugh. The one you seek revenge against is right here in my grasp. And now you wish to retract? The butcher insisted. Do not kill him. Fuck. Leon cursed, then expressed his frustration. You are weaker than him, and to save that bastard. You and he have already led to the deaths of all your comrades. Now you want to aid this scoundrel who has been with your wife and the offspring he fathered with her? Butcher, you have truly disappointed me. With that, 2 blazing beams of golden light shot from Leon's eyes, while the butcher retaliated with 2 orange-red lasers to defend himself. However, under Leon's overwhelming violent force, the butcher could not withstand even a moment and was brutally bisected by Leon's golden beams. Bang, bang, bang. Thus, the black-robed enforcers were entirely eradicated. Chapter 56. I am the nuclear bomb. Clap, clap, clap. Now, only you remain, my dear boy. Leon patted the Patriot's face, grinning with a nuclear smile. Aye, aye, aye. The Patriot was so terrified by Leon that he could barely utter a coherent word. Faced with violence he could hardly resist, the Patriot, accustomed to overwhelming others, completely revealed his inner infantile nature. Enough, enough. Leon interrupted impatiently, then pressed a finger against his Bluetooth earpiece on his left ear. Alcee, release our son of Satan. As you command, boss. After a 2.5-hour evacuation buffer, it will launch and is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Alcee's voice sounded somewhat excited. After all, this was a powerful firepower capable of effortlessly obliterating Texas or even the entirety of Gaul. It was a final resort specifically prepared by Russia to deal with any out-of-control soldier boys. For this reason, Alcee, perpetually in a semi-activated state, was inadvertently captured by the simultaneous thrill of street racing and internet surfing. How splendid. Okay. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, Alcee's sultry voice emanated from the water tower, broadcasting to all connected audio devices. Warning. A certain indiscriminate viral weapon being researched at the Water Corporation laboratory has gone out of control. To prevent the disaster from escalating, the water tower will be completely sealed off in half an hour, and 2.5 hours later, it will be entirely eradicated through firepower coverage. Please stay as far away from the water tower as possible during this time. Evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, the entire world fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted into chaos like boiling water. Leon, uninterested in the external turmoil, had already warned those individuals. Those who disbelieved would remain to witness this unprecedented grand fireworks display in human history. The price, of course, would be death. Water proclaimed that we are unafraid of nuclear bombs, and many believed so. I no longer cared to discern right from wrong. Let the facts speak for themselves. What? The Patriot was utterly terrified. Is that all you've got? Leon disdainfully pinched his nose, then shot a laser at the Patriot's lower half, scorching it to a crisp to prevent him from panicking further. Oh, how could I possibly withstand a nuclear bomb? That's just water's propaganda. Shoo. Leon placed a finger on his lips, signaling the Patriot to be silent. If you continue to prattle, I will crush you now, but if you endure, I shall spare your life. You know I am a man of my word. With that, a captivating nuclear smile spread across Leon's face. Circumstances dictate. The Patriot nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Soon, boom. A Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile, carrying a terrifying pressure, soared through the sky. And America's air defense system failed to intercept it. Upon reaching the vicinity of the water tower, its 40-megaton TNT equivalent nuclear warhead fell with pinpoint accuracy, like the sword of Damocles, towards the water tower. Is it here? Leon's left eyelid twitched, and he began to tremble, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. Or perhaps a blend of both. After all, this was Leon's first encounter with a nuclear strike, facing the pinnacle of human firepower. Even his calm demeanor instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation. Bang! Clutching the Patriot, he burst through the ceiling and soared to the rooftop of the water tower, confronting the overwhelming pressure. With a mere thought, Leon's soldier boy suit was absorbed back into the system space, leaving only an indestructible super-elastic fiber underwear as his attire. John, do you know? Gazing at the approaching nuclear warhead above, Leon suddenly spoke. Huh. The Patriot trembled in confusion. Once, there was a man who dared to challenge a nuclear bomb. He honed his skills, sharpened his mind, and forged his body. Yet he could never reach the supreme pressure of the nuclear bomb. However, he did not give up midway. After fervently training, he suddenly realized a profound truth. To avoid being vaporized by the nuclear explosion, one must become the nuclear bomb. With that, Leon's eyes gleamed with golden light, and he raised his hand as if to embrace the impending explosion of the nuclear warhead, his mouth curving into a wild grin that stretched to his ears. Stop! Stop! How can a person withstand a nuclear bomb? We will all die. You madman. I don't want to die. The Patriot begged in terror. Leon feigned ignorance, merely chanting, John, let us now inscribe this supreme majesty upon our bodies together. I am atomic. Boom. The terrifying explosion instantaneously engulfed the water tower. Leon, at the forefront, stood firm like a nail embedded in the void, unwavering as he endured the thermal radiation and kinetic shockwave of the nuclear explosion. In that moment, the kinetic absorption and energy diversion of the vibranium body took effect, while the newly acquired domineering provided a certain level of resistance. However, due to the armament hockey being nearly at ground zero, it was as fragile as a steel plate. The Conqueror's hockey could be utilized immediately, but without grasping the essence, its enhancement to himself was negligible. Thus, it was the vibranium body that endured nearly all of the initial wave. After a significant deviation, the minimal degree of thermal radiation struck Leon's form, akin to an ordinary individual being doused in boiling water. However, it was the kinetic impact that constituted the bulk of the nuclear explosion's ferocity. Once the kinetic energy reached saturation, it was subsequently released, creating a fleeting vacuum environment, which was then instantaneously filled with even more potent kinetic shocks. As his flesh began to melt and sustain damage, the super self-regeneration activated immediately, initiating an incessant cycle of disintegration and regeneration. During this period, the energy absorption of the Starlight template and the Soldier Boy template bore the brunt of the initial explosion's damage, relegating the vibranium body to a secondary role. A considerable amount of thermal radiation and kinetic force was absorbed by Leon, while a minuscule fraction of gamma rays and neutron streams penetrated his body, yet it felt as innocuous as a gentle breeze. Ultimately, after the core of the explosion, which reached tens of millions of degrees, had been so thoroughly attenuated, the Eidolon alloy skeleton, which began at 500,000 degrees and continued to rise as Leon's strength grew, remained resplendent as ever, steadfastly preserving Leon's form from the devastation wrought by the nuclear blast. Henceforth, the outcome was unequivocally determined. Chapter 57, Fragments of the Godzilla Template, the Fireworks Enthusiast Leon. When the nuclear explosion had completely subsided, Leon, who had been at the epicenter, re-emerged. His previously minor scrapes and bruises now imperceptible due to the restoration provided by super self-regeneration. As for the compatriot in Leon's grasp, he had merely resisted for less than 25 seconds, leaving nothing but a handful of ashes that Leon still clutched tightly. Perhaps, if the compatriot had fled at supersonic speeds, utilizing his pseudo-steel physique, he might have survived the nuclear catastrophe. However, had he remained immobile at the heart of the explosion, akin to Leon, his survival would have been utterly impossible. Rest in peace, poor John. Leon scattered the final remnants of the compatriot's ashes over the nearly obliterated ruins of the water tower. The structure had completely collapsed, its concrete reduced to ash. Its steel reinforcements melted into molten iron, with only a few remnants connecting to the foundation, allowing for faint recollections of water's former glory. As far as the eye could see, centered around the water tower, Leon's view was one of utter devastation. Countless skyscrapers had been reduced to mere precarious steel frameworks. Under such a forceful impact, even beings of superhuman ability could not hope for survival. Yet, the devastation wrought by this nuclear explosion extended far beyond mere structural collapse. With an explosive yield equivalent to 40 megatons of TNT, the theoretical radius of damage from the detonation was calculated at 238 kilometers. However, the debris from the urban landscape amplified the shockwave's destructive effects, resulting in an actual damage radius beginning at 30 kilometers. In areas unseen by Leon, the shockwave continued its relentless assault, akin to the hand of the divine, leaving ripples upon the earth. It persisted in its onslaught, wreaking havoc and obliterating all until silence reigned, etching an indelible scar upon the map of America. The following day, due to the overwhelming yield of the explosion, the American government was too apprehensive to dispatch personnel to the radioactive dust and nuclear fallout-laden zone. This situation could endure for several years. Thus, the area within the nuclear blast zone temporarily became Leon's solitary paradise, even making it difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D, who had not prepared for radiation, to approach. After wrapping up this endeavor, Leon contemplated requesting his brother to provide S.H.I.E.L.D with specific upgrades. Standing amidst the remnants of the water tower, Leon summoned the system. eager to discover what rewards awaited him after orchestrating such a magnificent display of devastation. Query: would you like to check in today? System: I hear the echoes of the nuclear blast. Open. Chime: today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Godzilla Template Fragment X1. Godzilla Template Fragment. After collecting 10 Godzilla Template Fragments, you can automatically synthesize a complete Godzilla template. Description: who dares say I cannot fly? Who dares say my stubby legs cannot paddle vigorously beneath the water? I will unleash atomic breath and obliterate you. This. Leon's mood was quite nuanced. While he often paid homage to the flamboyant remarks of a certain Egyptian beauty, proclaiming his desire to abandon humanity, the truth remained, such bravado aside. How could Leon ever relinquish his humanity? Is it not delightful to forge friendships? Though Leon's experiences were vast, they were limited to aesthetically pleasing humanoid beings. He was not as indiscriminate as the third brother, who embraced everything from snakes to lizards and exhaust pipes. System: if possible, I still wish to remain human. Leon negotiated silently with the system. Though Godzilla possessed immense power, Leon recalled witnessing a scene in a comic where Godzilla's atomic breath effortlessly vanquished Superman, the fully evolved Superman. In an attempt to save the mischievous child who could transform into Shazam, chose to withstand the full force of Godzilla's atomic breath, resulting in his demise. While the details were hazy, the essence remained. The ability to unleash atomic breath capable of obliterating Superman was undoubtedly enticing. Yet if the price was to forsake humanity, he would rather forego it. There would be ample opportunities to grow stronger in the future, so he could afford to wait. However, the system seemed to perceive Leon's hidden concerns and promptly revealed the complete information for the Godzilla template. Godzilla template: the monster among monsters, the king among kings, the human among humans. Your race remains unchanged, yet you acquire all of Godzilla's abilities, receiving a 25 enhancement when in human form and a 100 enhancement when in monster form. Description: the planet cannot speak, hence the emergence of Godzilla. Holy moly! Such a boon exists. To obtain all of Godzilla's powers while retaining a human identity, wouldn't that render him a monstrous version of Ultraman? Truly a guardian of my planet. Leon instantly sprang to his feet, swiftly swapping his Soldier Boy attire for a Super Deadpool ensemble before soaring into the sky. He commenced what he dubbed the Nuclear Fireworks Tour. Naturally, his target was the American military base housing the nuclear arsenal. On the first day, Leon ignited 25 nuclear warheads and signed for a box of endless matches. On the second day, he ignited 125 nuclear warheads and signed for an eternal spark, which he promptly gifted to Alcee. On the third day, he ignited 250 nuclear warheads and signed for a box of pigeon eggs, which, when roasted in the heat of the nuclear explosion's residual air, were delectably scrumptious. On the fourth day, he ignited 250 nuclear warheads and signed for a rather amusing, yet ultimately useless ability: the man with background music. The man with background music. As a man with background music, you may, at any time and in any place, allow anyone to hear any designated BGM of your choosing. Description: strutting like the wind. I am always accompanied by flair. On the fifth day, Leon ignited 500 nuclear warheads and signed for yet another box of pigeon eggs. On the sixth day, with America's nuclear stockpile dwindling, Leon procured an additional 5,000 nuclear warheads from a neighboring source, resulting in yet another box of pigeon eggs. On the seventh day, Leon, in a fit of madness, gathered nuclear warheads from around the globe, igniting a staggering 12,500 in one go, only to once again receive a box of pigeon eggs. Until the entire Neon province was obliterated and the island itself was decimated by the nuclear explosions Leon had ignited, the system failed to produce any further noteworthy rewards. Leon has finally resigned himself to his fate. The arcane does not rescue the unworthy, and the core cannot alter destiny. His ambition to amass 10 Godzilla template fragments by incessantly detonating nuclear bombs has officially met its demise. Consequently, Leon redirected his gaze towards the diverse abilities of superhumans. Chapter 58, Praise the Fool, Return to Marvel. The Waters Corporation, alongside the patriotic forces, was obliterated by a sudden nuclear strike. The emergence of the super anti-hero Deadpool, who wreaked havoc by seeking nuclear sites, plunged nations into a state of panic. Although only a minion from America had been sacrificed thus far, who could guarantee that the next nuclear missile wouldn't land upon them? Amidst this era of anxiety, the once mighty Soldier Boy miraculously resurrected and vanquished the Super Deadpool. This was, of course, a script entirely penned and directed by Leon, designed to garner sufficient righteousness for his forthcoming superhuman completion project. America. 60 kilometers from the ruins of Waters, a new edifice of the Judicators Alliance was erected. Donning the guise of soldier boy once more, Leon was actively collaborating with the officials of America, whom he had completely under his control, to sift through and identify suitable superheroes capable of shouldering the monumental task of judging superhumans. This was to prevent incidents akin to the uncontrollable chaos wrought by Deadpool. Led by Leon, who proposed the initiative and served as captain, the Judicators Alliance was founded, featuring Queen Maeve and Starlight from the original superhero team as its elders, with the American officials providing endorsement, manpower, and financial resources. Moreover, to facilitate future sign-ins, Leon personally undertook the task of screening potential superhumans as reserve members of the Judicators Alliance. In Leon's office, he conducted a single evaluation each day. As time passed, superhumans with varying abilities entered and exited. Mary Morrow, a black female protagonist from Generation V with blood control powers, checked in with a pack of sanitary pads and was promptly dismissed by Leon without delay. Jordan Lee, one of the protagonists with gender transformation abilities, was not signed in by Leon but allowed to linger for an additional 3 hours to discuss her views on the future of the Superhero Academy. After all, should a personality split result in a void persona akin to Sentinel, or should someone like the summoner Li Jiayu subtly transition from a male to a female self-identity? Leon would be left to weep for his sister. Kate Dunlap, another protagonist from Generation V endowed with telepathy and mind control, had Leon sign her in, but she had already secured mental control immunity from previous sign-ins. Repeating the same ability yielded no further benefit, as it had already reached its maximum capacity per the system's literal interpretation. Nevertheless, to reward her contributions to the survival of superhumans, Leon engaged in a 3-hour dialogue with her. After numerous sign-ins with notable characters from the original series, Leon continued his evaluations but seemingly fell under a curse, unable to sign anything of significance thereafter. Damn it, just a load of rubbish, Leon exclaimed in frustration, overturning his desk. After regaining his composure, he inquired via Bluetooth to RC, who was outside recruiting. Is this all the superhumans we have? Yes, Leon, RC replied. 999 superhumans have responded to your call, eager to secure a place in the newly established Judicators Alliance. What about the remaining one? I want them all. The only remaining fugitive superhuman is a black woman known as the Sage. The Sage? Indeed, she seemed to have sensed something the night you, as Soldier Boy, killed the Crimson Countess and has since gone into hiding. How intriguing. A smile crept across Leon's face as he continued. RC, provide me with the location of her last known whereabouts. I refuse to believe she can simply vanish. Upon receiving the area information from RC on his computer, Leon cast a brief glance before soaring through the office's ornate dome. A week later, after an exhaustive search, Leon found himself once again near the refugee aid station adjacent to the Judicators Alliance building. He descended from the heavens, resembling a deity, as the crowd erupted in adulation. Unfazed by their reverence, he seized a white girl who was collecting bread and bottled water and ascended once more. Upon reaching the rooftop of the Judicators Alliance building, Leon cast the girl aside, shattering her legs with a single shield strike, and confronted her from his elevated position. You utilized the superhuman healing factor to transform overnight from a black woman to a white one, altering your appearance, musculature, and skeletal structure. And yet, to elude detection, you returned right under my nose. You truly are a remarkable talent, but I fail to understand why you would hide from me. Hiss, because my superbrain tells me you are likely to kill me. Despite the agony that contorted her face, the Sage replied with profound depth in her eyes. I must admit, this display is rather intimidating. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow, stepping closer and placing his hand upon the Sage's head. Shall I inquire if today's sign-in should proceed? System, I hear the echo of wisdom. Activate. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Fool. The Fool, your IQ is 100. For every point of IQ sacrificed, you gain a 1-point enhancement in ultimate power. Description, no matter how strong you become, the Fool shall always be above you. Therefore, praise the Fool. Become the Fool. Surpass the Fool. Notice, your personal panel has been updated. Please check. Host, Leon Stark. Abilities, Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regen, Adamantium Skeleton, Starlight Template, Biological Position, Vibranium Body, The Mercy of Gun God Starlight, Mental Control Immunity, Charisma, Man with Background Music, The Fool. Items, Soldier Boy Suit, Desert Eagle with Infinite Bullets, Quality, Never Wears Out, RC, Fire Seed, Never Extinguished, Regeneration Cradle, Super Elastic Fiber Underwear, Quality, Never Wears Out. Deadpool Battle Suit, Carbon Alloy Twin Daggers, endless instant noodles, infinite milk tea, unending sunflower seeds, limitless balloons, unending stockings, countless firecrackers, and an abundance of matches. The complete QQ item set of the Crimson Countess, Godzilla Template Fragment 1. The Fool? How intriguing. This is my first time signing a buff type skill, and it appears quite powerful, disregarding the need for IQ sacrifices. By the way, system, is there any chance my IQ could become negative? Leon suddenly had a whimsical thought and posed the question to the system, but there was no response. He would have to explore this on his own. Having contemplated this, Leon redirected his attention back to the sage. If you were to approach me willingly, despite any grievances I might have towards your race, how could I possibly harm one of my own? Therefore, did your superbrain inform you that today would be your last? Under the immense pressure of life and death, the sage faltered, stammering and failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. It seems you're not clever enough after all. Leon donned his signature, infectious smile, and as golden light flickered in his palm, a powerful shockwave shattered the sage's superbrain. To prevent any potential resurgence, Leon proceeded with a meticulous laser cleansing. Until the wise one was reduced to mere ashes, Leon felt a profound sense of relief. Such a superhuman with a rather peculiar thought process posed a potential threat if left unchecked. Thus, Leon's grand design for the enhancement of superhumans came to a close. Although only a single newly emerged fool could be showcased, its potent effects, capable of lasting until death, were more than satisfactory overall. With the matters at hand concluded, Leon engaged in an in-depth discussion with his two trusty companions, Maeve and Starlight, for several days, before sensing that Tony might be encountering difficulties. System, it is time to return. Notice, the host is about to return to the Marvel Universe. Wait, upon my return, if I wish to venture back here for a brief visit, how shall I manage that? What is remembered echoes eternally. How utterly unhelpful. Leon thought with an internal eye roll at the system before inquiring, what about the time? If it were to take centuries before I could sign in again and receive the Black Cloak World Travel Card, I would be fine. But wouldn't my friends simply turn to ashes? Perhaps by then Leon would be powerful enough to easily breach the dimensional barrier, yet time remains uncertain. What if, from you, to you, as both the end and the beginning? Well then, that settles it, time to return. Boom. Having said that, Leon tapped the permanent compound number 5 he had specially prepared for Tony and the others in his pocket, and then decisively knocked himself unconscious with a single punch. As long as Leon fainted quickly enough, the system's blunt force would always be a step behind. This was the enlightenment of the fool. Chapter 59, A Glimmer of Hope. Tony on the path of joy. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, the site of Leon's past demise. In a flash of white light, Leon, clad in nothing but a pair of super-elastic fiber underwear, reappeared at the origin point prior to his traversal. The immense underwater pressure jolted the unconscious Leon awake, and he immediately ascended to the surface, erupting into a spray of waves that soared several meters high before he shot into the depths of the clouds. Exclaiming, "What the hell? System, where is my compound number 5? The absence of my regular attire is inconsequential, but you must have left the compound no. 5 in my pocket. What am I to present as a gift to Tony?" Explanation: during world traversal, only the host and system-produced items can pass safely. Other individuals or items will be regarded as foreign entities and eliminated. What? Why didn't you inform me of such a crucial matter sooner? Leon was perplexed. When he initially traversed, he had been fully clothed, yet upon arrival, he was left with only a shimmering pair of super-elastic fiber underwear. Initially, he had thought it was a glitch in the system's initial settings, mistaking it for a reconfiguration akin to a Soldier Boy scenario. But it turned out this was the situation. What to do now? Leon lacked both the intellect and ability to concoct a new tube of compound number 5 for Tony. Ordinary souvenirs would hardly impress him. After all, Leon had promised to bring back something he knew Tony would absolutely adore. Wait. In a moment of exasperation, Leon suddenly remembered something and hurriedly summoned Arcee from the system space. Ah, Leon, what is it? Although Arcee, in her arbitrary mode, did not experience energy consumption or wear and tear within the system space, she still maintained her self-awareness. The space was an infinite expanse of pure white, entirely independent from Leon's other system outputs, similar to the concept of equipment slots. Out of boredom, Arcee typically passed the time by sleeping, entering a standby mode. This was why, upon emerging from her slumber, her partner mode exhibited a distinctly human-like yawn, as she had anticipated a lengthy return. Arcee, do you have the data on compound number 5? Leon asked in a flurry of urgency. Oh, I do have it, but nice. Arcee, you are my savior. Leon exclaimed with excitement, pulling the still sleepy Arcee into an embrace, fervently kissing her cherubic face. even inadvertently leaving a slight indentation due to his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, while Leon was busy transforming into a nuclear bomb in the Black Cloak world, Tony found himself ensnared by palladium poisoning, the toxicity of his blood deepening. Realizing his days were numbered, he, with his brother away and no one else to turn to, reluctantly transferred the company to Pepper as a second choice. Meanwhile, he sought to find enjoyment in this fleeting time, secretly hoping to hold on until his brother's return. Now, Leon had returned, and as Tony's blood toxicity reached 53, he was unaware and accompanied by Pepper and Happy, attending a high society gathering at the Monaco Racing Club in Europe. However, the gathering was a facade. Racing was the true agenda. While engaged in a lively discussion with Elon Musk regarding his electric engines and future rocket launch plans, Pepper suddenly caught sight of a shocking image on the wall-mounted television. Tony, clad in professional racing attire, approaching an F1 race car. "Oh my God, Tony, what on earth are you doing?" After hastily bidding farewell to Musk, Pepper urgently beckoned Happy, who was carrying the Mark V suitcase, to head to the racing venue outside the club. The live broadcast of this scene left even Justin Hammer, president of Hammer Industries, who was being interviewed by journalist Christine, momentarily speechless. Surely, there are safer ways to court death? For an ordinary person to drive an F1 car was akin to a character from a Chinese drama declaring intentions to fire artillery at her husband, an invitation to disaster. Justin Hammer chuckled to himself. He dared not act against Tony, but inwardly scorned, believing he would take first place. On their way to the racing venue, Pepper hurriedly navigated in her high heels while questioning Natasha Romanoff, the secretary she had specifically hired after her promotion to arrange Tony's itinerary. Naturally, she was disguised as Black Widow, tasked with assessing whether Tony truly possessed the awareness and virtues of a superhero. Simultaneously, she monitored Tony's palladium poisoning closely, ready to provide medical assistance should he wander off and perish without S.H.I.E.L.D. being any the wiser. Her role was similar to that of Sharon Carter, who had been Leon's personal secretary, but while Sharon had gradually transformed into a true workhorse, tirelessly attending to Leon's needs, Natasha's presence was now essential due to Leon's temporary absence. "Natasha, do you know he intends to race?" "Ms. Pepper, I only just found out myself." "Oh my God." Pepper's face was a tapestry of anxiety and anger. "Tony, you best not get into trouble. Or else." Chapter 60. Leon's 5 lines. "Are you crying?" The roar of the F1 engines thundered continuously on the racetrack, as the 5 red lights, signaling the start of the race, illuminated sequentially before extinguishing. The competition erupted instantaneously. Boom. Whether it was due to his acclimatization to the speed of the Mark armor or sheer talent, Tony, positioned in 4th place, surged forth with impressive momentum from the outset, not only maintaining pace, but also poised to overtake. The car in 5th position was left trailing in his wake. Tony, as Pepper and her entourage hastily reached the spectator stands, the race had already commenced, and she could only silently pray for Tony's safe completion of the race. On the racetrack, Tony drove car number 4 with relentless speed, swiftly overtaking the preceding car number 3, ascending to 3rd place, and inexorably closing in on car number 2. At that moment, a disheveled staff member clad in orange, amidst the gasps of the spectators, appeared on the racetrack, wielding 2 long whips as he slowly approached the speeding F1 cars. With each step he took, the work uniform he wore revealed burnt marks, soon exposing the small arc reactor concealed beneath and the incompletely armored exoskeleton he donned. This man was Whiplash, the antagonist from Iron Man 2, whose real name was Ivan Vanko. He had fashioned the exoskeleton armor, codenamed Whiplash, utilizing the arc reactor technology left by his father, Anton Vanko, a former nuclear physicist, with the intent to avenge his father's legacy against Stark, who had appropriated the arc reactor technology. However, the arc reactor technology was a collaborative effort between his father, Anton Vanko, and Howard Stark, father of Tony and Leon. In pursuit of profit, Anton had conspired with enemy military officials just as the research was nearing completion, leading to Howard Stark's decisive intervention, which ousted him from the project. Thus began a feud that would extend into the next generation. Boom. As the leading car number 1 barreled towards them, Ivan Vanko stood his ground, swinging his whip with ferocity, the whip crackling with blue and white arcs, effortlessly sliced through car number 1, cleaving it in 2. The wreckage of the speeding car disintegrated mid-air, and upon hitting the ground, it erupted in flames. Noticing the impending danger, car number 2 executed a lightning-fast drift to evade Ivan, who spared it for his true target, Tony Stark, driving car number 4. A sinister smile crept across Ivan's stubbled face as he raised his whip, poised to strike Tony's vehicle in half. Holy shit! Tony exclaimed instinctively, grasping the steering wheel tightly and veering his car while shouting, "Jarvis, set the anti-inertia field to maximum." "Sir." Jarvis' subsequent words were lost on Tony as the whip severed the front of car number 4. The anti-inertia field generator was instantly rendered inoperative, and Tony, along with the rear portion of the car, was flung into the air by the force of inertia. Bang, bang, bang. Car number 4 spun in a dizzying 720-degree roll. Fortunately, the anti-inertia field momentarily countered the force, and the F1 safety device, humorously dubbed the flip-flop halo system, provided significant protection, having been unexpectedly activated ahead of its intended 2018 debut, ultimately saving him. When the car finally ceased its tumultuous roll, Tony felt disoriented but was, at least, still alive and physically intact. After a moment's respite, he clambered out from beneath the overturned vehicle in a somewhat disheveled state. Ivan Vanko, seeing his target of vengeance still alive, approached menacingly, wielding his formidable electric whips. Meanwhile, oblivious F1 drivers, spotting a figure on the track, attempted to swerve but lost control, careening into crashes and explosions. Chaos erupted, panic spreading like a toppled line of dominoes. Damn it, how does he possess a small arc reactor? Tony thought, acutely aware that he was merely a mortal without his Iron Man suit, utterly incapable of confronting Ivan, who boasted a menacing exoskeleton. Instinctively, he contemplated retreat. Yet, upon witnessing the frantic crowd fleeing, a sudden resolve gripped him. He turned back and shouted at Ivan, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." "Is that so?" Ivan retorted, cracking his whip. Tony barely managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding being electrocuted. Realizing direct confrontation was futile, he opted to lead Ivan away from the throng of people. However, Ivan, aided by his exoskeleton, was considerably faster and soon caught up to him. The crackling sound of the high-voltage whips filled the air, the acrid scent of scorched atmosphere wafting towards Tony. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Happy, embodying a racing champion, collided with an unsuspecting Ivan Vanko, sending him flying. "Tony, do you have any idea how worried I've been about you?" Pepper exclaimed as she exited the car, but Tony, disregarding her concerns, silenced her with a gesture, swiftly commandeering the Mark V suitcase from her grasp. "Pepper, it's not over yet. It's dangerous here. Get back in the car and wait for me with Happy. As for him, I will handle it. I promise you'll be safe." Watching Ivan rise once more, Pepper recognized her presence would only hinder him. With a reluctant glance at Tony, she hurried back into the car, fleeing the scene with Happy. Now, it was time for round 2. Once clad in the Mark V armor, despite its reduced defensive capabilities for portability, Tony felt an exhilarating sense of security wash over him. He provocatively beckoned Ivan, who merely smirked before unleashing a rapid series of electric lashes aimed directly at Tony. The flimsy defenses of the Mark V, akin to paper, offered no resistance against Ivan's high-voltage strikes, and in an instant, Tony found himself incapacitated, ensnared by the whips, and flung through the air. Bang! After crashing through a wall, he lay trapped beneath the debris, struggling futilely like his future protege, Spider-Man. "Damn it! Move, you cumbersome piece of machinery!" he shouted at the Mark V. Tony Stark, the despicable thief, the arrogant hypocrite, the foolish incompetent. Next year on this day will be your demise. Submit and join my father in death. Unfortunately, the space beneath was already occupied. Startled by a mocking voice from behind, Ivan froze. Then, there was silence. For Leon had arrived, obliterating him and his whip ensemble with a single blast from his palm cannon. Then, Leon stood upon the concrete wall beside Tony, extending a hand to help him up while teasingly quipping, "Oh dear brother, are you crying?" "Sir, the Mark V system has rebooted," Jarvis announced in Tony's ear, prompting him to perform a sit-up, flipping the concrete slab off himself, and dismissively swatting away Leon's hand. "Get away. That was just an accident. Give me a little more time, and I could have taken him down without your help. But, hey, it's good to see you back. I thought you were tied up with some woman somewhere." "Oh please, brother, you're practically a mind reader." Tony, filled with joy, enveloped Leon in a bear hug, which Leon reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. With Leon's return, Iron Man 2 commenced and concluded in swift succession. The insignificant Ivan Vanko was dispatched with remarkable ease, leaving little to be said. Although he was indeed a rare technological talent, the presence of Tony, coupled with his nefarious intentions, rendered his impressive abilities merely a harbinger of doom. Just like a sage, Leon had no intention of allowing such a person to linger. In the inner sanctum of the Monaco Racing Club, with Leon at the helm, it was undoubtedly one of the safest places on Earth. Thus, the elite guests, initially planning to depart, generously continued the celebration in his presence. Backstage, Leon meticulously peeled away the damaged components of the Mark V armor from Tony, akin to stripping paper from a surface. Fortunately, Tony emerged with only minor bruises, while Pepper, amidst her incessant verbal reprimands, tenderly applied ointment to his wounds. Tony, if you ever act so impulsively without notifying me in advance again, I will resign. Please, Pepper, you are the boss now. What will happen to the company if you resign? I don't care. I'm resigning regardless. Ouch, be gentle. That hurts. Tony exclaimed in agony. You still know pain, do you? Pepper retorted, a mix of humor and frustration evident in her voice as she pressed harder. Nearby, Leon and Happy, two conspicuous figures, exchanged glances, both suppressing laughter as they subtly shook their shoulders. Mr. Leon, I'm grateful you were here. Otherwise, I might have been dismissed by Miss Pepper, Happy remarked. The Black Widow, Natasha, clad in a fitted white blouse and a form-fitting skirt, bowed respectfully to Leon, her demeanor exuding a blend of deference and cunning. Her posture delicately balanced on the edge of allure. Leon widened his eyes at the scene. System, should I proceed with today's sign-in? Huh. What can the Black Widow possibly sign in for? Though a fleeting thought crossed Leon's mind to engage in the sign-in, he mused that the system was rather quick and overly sensitive. However, adhering to the principle of since I'm here, he decided to take a chance and attempted to sign in with Natasha. Activate. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained protection against offspring. Protection against offspring. As long as you desire it, you shall never attain the reality of having progeny. Description. With only women in your heart, your prowess shall be unmatched. What the hell? Leon gasped, his mother tongue slipping out. Thankfully, it was a controllable ability. Had he drawn an absolute misfortune entity, he shuddered at the thought. Although he currently had no aspirations for children, the distinction between having a sword but not using it and having no sword at all was stark. Leon could choose not to have children, but lacking the ability to do so. Was he still a normal man then? By the way, system, is there anything in the pool related to what I currently desire? Indeed, such as root cause avoidance entity. Stop right there. I do not wish to hear more about that matter. He thought, fearing the principle of what you think about, you bring about. If the system were to manifest something from his thoughts, he would truly despair. With these thoughts lingering, Natasha's image in Leon's mind gradually morphed into something indescribable. Truly, she was a formidable operative from the Red Room. Mr. Leon, are you all right? Natasha inquired, noticing the shock on Leon's face akin to a roller coaster ride. I'm fine. I just need a moment of quiet, he replied, hastily avoiding further interaction with Natasha and employing a once-in-a-lifetime teleportation to escape the backstage. He needed to rediscover his sense of masculinity to prevent the psychological shadow from evolving into an indelible mark on his psyche. Not long after, Leon had exchanged his soldier boy attire for a sharp black suit. As a proud representative of his homeland, his entrance into the club made him the focal point of attention. After elegantly raising his glass and exchanging pleasantries with various dignitaries, Leon made a beeline for a seat opposite Justin Hammer, casually wrapping his arm around Christine's waist. Hey, Justin, I must say, your ex-wife is quite the asset, Leon remarked with a double entendre. Thank you for the compliment, Justin replied, his lips twitching in irritation at the veiled jab. Though powerless to retaliate, he could only muster a forced smile, conceding, it is indeed an honor for my ex-wife to receive the recognition of a superhero from our homeland. Chapter 62, New Element in the Blink of an Eye. Leon found himself back in the familiar confines of his seaside villa, specifically his bedroom. The next day had dawned, and Christine lay sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep on her bare back. Upon waking, Leon chose to let her be. After all, Christine possessed an impressive level of self-management. Upon rising, she would not require Pepper to tidy up the mess, as she would take care of it herself. Instead of seeking out Tony immediately, Leon made his way to Stark Tower to check on Helen Zhao, who was engrossed in a crucial phase of developing the regenerative cradle and was too busy to acknowledge Leon. Resigned, Leon asked J.A.R.V.I.S. to offer her some advanced technological guidance, hoping she would finish her work promptly before returning to his office to review Sharon Carter's progress. After completing the review, the afternoon had rolled around. Leon returned to the seaside villa to find Tony, who was busy repairing the damaged Mark V suitcase armor in his workshop, simultaneously infusing it with new ideas. Despite its somewhat underwhelming performance, the Mark V remained Tony's sole portable armor. It was essential for emergencies, having endured until Leon's timely rescue, which justified Tony's willingness to give it another chance. Hey, my shield boy, you didn't come see your big brother right after waking up. I'm a bit injured over here, Tony remarked. stroking the small arc reactor embedded in his chest, the very source of his life and the culprit behind his palladium poisoning, addressing Leon in a teasing tone. "Oh, come on. Big brother, S.H.I.E.L.D. boy is a thing of the past," Leon replied, rolling his eyes at Tony before stepping closer and tapping the arc reactor. "Ding ding ding. What is your blood toxicity level now?" At this, the forced smile on Tony's face faltered, and after glancing toward the entrance of the workshop to ensure Pepper was absent, he sighed and shrugged. "I'm not sure how you found out, but honestly, my blood toxicity has surpassed 60. If this continues, I might just go join my parents in the afterlife within a month. Leon, I have but one request. Take good care of Pepper. The company doesn't matter, but please look after her. Of course, if you dare to take her to bed, I will." Tony paused dramatically, then, with a heavy sigh, placed a sincere hand on Leon's shoulder and continued, "Let Pepper do whatever she wishes, but you, Leon, must never make the first move to provoke her. Understand?" Bursting into laughter at Tony's serious admonition, Leon wiped away tears of mirth, exclaiming, "Big brother, what do you take me for? A genius in wooing, a billionaire, a charming rogue, and a superhero," such as Tony's immediate response. "Wow. Well then," Leon sighed, taken aback by Tony's high opinion of him. While it may be true, hearing it from Tony felt rather discordant. He expected Tony to be more acerbic, to mock him with greater fervor. It appeared that Tony truly believed his demise was imminent. With that thought, Leon ceased his rambling and snapped his fingers, summoning S.H.I.E.L.D, his partner mode resembling Tifa, to his side. Before them, a 3D holographic projection materialized, depicting the miniature city model that Howard Stark, Tony's father, had utilized to illustrate a vision of the future. "Do you remember this, brother?" Leon inquired. "Of course," Tony replied, casting a sidelong glance at Leon. "I just showcased that vintage footage at the Stark Tech Expo not long ago." "All right then," Leon nodded. "Let me ask you this. Brother, how can we completely eradicate the palladium poisoning afflicting you? Unless a new element that can replace palladium is discovered, it is impossible. I have exhausted every element, and none suffice. At this juncture, I am left with no viable options," Tony lamented, his tone steeped in despair. "Perhaps you have not explored all possibilities," Leon countered. "Why must you confine your search to existing elements? Can a genius like Tony Stark not create a new element from scratch? That is indeed a possibility. But time is of the essence," Tony replied, the flicker of hope in his eyes extinguishing almost as quickly as it appeared. He possessed absolute confidence in his technological prowess. It was merely the constraints of time that rendered it unattainable. "No, there is still time," Leon asserted, gazing at Tony with conviction. "Now is precisely the moment to forge a radiant path into the future." Intrigued, Tony straightened, arching an eyebrow at Leon to continue. "Dad once remarked that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He intended to initiate a race for new energy that would leave all competitors in the dust, but due to the limitations of his era, that plan was ultimately shelved. That is the future." Leon gestured towards S.H.I.E.L.D, who promptly began eliminating superfluous structures from the holographic city projection. Soon, a novel spherical holographic model emerged, one that Leon could not comprehend. "My goodness, this is a new element," Tony exclaimed, his intellect immediately grasping the profound significance of the hologram before him. "Wait, why did Dad only confide in you and not me?" Leon chuckled. "Oh brother, do you wish for me to remind you of how you conducted yourself back then? I was merely a love-struck fool, while you were a reckless rebel. It's no wonder Dad chose to share this secret with you." Tony's face flushed with embarrassment at the memory of his rebellious youth. He muttered defensively, "But I changed after that." "That was only after Mom and Dad's incident," Leon interjected, the mention casting a shadow over the conversation. Tony fell silent, the pain in his heart palpable. After a long pause, he finally composed himself, playfully punching Leon's chest. "Leon, why didn't you tell me about this crucial new element sooner? If you had, I wouldn't be in such dire straits." Tony glared at Leon with a mix of reproach and longing. "You never asked," Leon replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. "You little rascal," Tony retorted, a smile breaking through. "That incident was ages ago, and you're still holding a grudge? How petty. Well, who knows who started with the tricks first?" Leon said, placing his hands behind his head, a smirk on his face. All right, I admit my fault," Tony conceded, bringing the discussion to a close. After all, if they were to tally their transgressions, both brothers had their share of blame. Chapter 63, Iron Man, Forever. In the sanctum of Tony's workshop, he gazed at the 3D holographic projection of the new element, shaking his head in disbelief. "Dad, you've been gone for 20 years, and yet you still managed to teach me lessons," he mused, reflecting on the legacy of his father and the depth of paternal love. At that moment, J.A.R.V. S completed its analysis of the new element, sir. The new element proposed by Master Leon can entirely replace the palladium currently in use. However, under our existing conditions, we are unable to synthesize it. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow, his confidence rekindled now that he knew he was not facing imminent death. He adopted his familiar cocky demeanor and addressed his array of mechanical arms and intelligent tools in the lab. All right, team, it's time for a substantial upgrade. And you, Leon, he added, since you seem to be preoccupied with flirting, why not stay and lend me a hand? How do you know I'm not busy with important matters? Leon retorted, rolling his eyes before wrapping his arm around Alcie's waist, justifying, besides, once we create the new element, it'll be time for Alcie's upgrade as well. Thus, with the unparalleled mechanical genius of Tony and the unwavering support of Leon, the duo embarked on an astonishingly swift renovation of the workshop. First came the demolition. Tony's tools were no match for Leon's fists. With powerful strikes, he quickly dismantled the old structure of the workshop. Next, they focused on the construction and assembly of the new element synthesizer. Whatever shape and size of metal components were required, Leon would use his laser hands to create rough prototypes, which Tony would then refine with precision machinery. Once the preliminary tasks were complete, the remaining steps were simple enough for Leon to manage. All right, perfectly balanced, Tony announced before a closed-loop metal pipeline, placing his hand on the valve, glancing at Leon, who was now clad in nothing but his underwear. Let us hope all this effort doesn't go to waste in one go. Leon nodded affirmatively, ready to shield the laboratory from the impending onslaught of the prism rays meant for synthesizing the new element. He had volunteered to act as a human shield, confident that these rays could not surpass the might of a son of Satan. Good luck, Tony said. JARVIS. Activate the prism accelerator. Without further ado, he twisted the valve, though he soon realized he had overestimated his strength, only managing to budge it slightly. I'll handle it, Alcee interjected, stepping forward to take over the task from Tony effortlessly. Grateful, yet vowing to regain his strength after resolving his imminent peril, Tony watched as Alcee easily turned the valve. As the valve turned, a cold white beam of fine rays was directed through the prism set within the pipeline, striking Leon's chest with a powerful impact. He willingly absorbed the energy, refusing to let it deflect. Wow, this is quite exhilarating. Leon could feel his skin being seared. Although it had not yet reached the point of breaking, he could already sense a persistent pain. Subsequently, RC continued to twist the valve, while Leon shifted his position in sync with the prism ray. Eventually, the prism ray entered the equilateral triangular new element synthesis device situated at the center of the prism accelerator without incident. With a resounding hum, a dazzling white light erupted, and Jarvis timely congratulated, "Sir, congratulations. You and Master Leon have created a new element." Upon hearing this, Leon, who had completed his transformation in a mere second, raised an eyebrow. "Jarvis, you can talk. So, while I and Tony are engaged in chaos, one of us is responsible for the chaos, and the other for the mayhem. Is that right?" Following this, Tony used tweezers to extract the new element, placing it into a newly prepared small arc reactor casing that matched it. Eagerly, he replaced the old one without even conducting a test. Knowing the outcome, Leon refrained from stopping him, instead curiously inquired, "How does it feel?" "Wow, it's incredibly powerful. It's like a brand new car with a ferocious engine, and it even has a coconut scent." After a near suffocating exhale, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Of course, this was a result of both the psychological and physiological relief from the palladium poisoning. Tony was still Tony, and without the Iron Man suit, he was as weak as the old Leon. Query: shall we proceed with today's sign-in? Let's turn the tide. Open. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the new element small arc reactor housing. New element small arc reactor housing. Perfectly compatible with any new element core for Iron Man. Quality: never wears out. Description: I am Iron Man forever. Well, although this item holds little value for Leon, merely serving as a somewhat sturdier projectile, it seems perfect for Tony. With this thought in mind, Leon swiftly utilized his finely honed speed from over 30 years of practice to extract the newly installed small arc reactor from Tony, only to replace it in the blink of an eye with the newly signed, indestructible version. "Hey, Leon, what are you doing?" Tony exclaimed in pain, looking at Leon with confusion. "This vibranium is too brittle. I'll swap it for something harder." "What? Is there anything on Earth harder than vibranium? You didn't make it from your own bones, did you?" Glancing at the vibranium casing Leon was tossing in the air, then back at the unfamiliar housing on his chest, Tony's mind raced with possibilities. Incorrect, but 100 points for creativity. Tony's words reminded Leon that since the new element issue was resolved, it was time to address the new material for the Iron Man suit, coinciding perfectly with RC's upgrades. But before that, Chapter 64. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. RC. Send a copy of the formula for Compound 5 to Jarvis and let him study it at his leisure. Compound 5? What is that? The local specialty I mentioned before. Local specialty? Upon hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow. Even the excitement of forging Mark 6 temporarily faded, as he was certain Leon would relish this. Jarvis. Quickly project it for me to see. Sir, projecting now. As Jarvis's voice faded, a series of molecular structures and elemental formulas that Leon could not comprehend appeared, instantly immersing Tony in thought. After a moment, he returned to reality, stroking his chin in contemplation. What do you think? Leon inquired eagerly. Well, it is indeed somewhat intriguing. Tony nodded instinctively but quickly shifted his tone. However, it requires phased injections during childhood to achieve stable, permanent effects, which is quite problematic. I have no morbid desire to experiment on infants. Moreover, the awakening of superpowers is too unpredictable. Injections in adults almost guarantee fatality. Leon, it's fortunate you only provided the formula and not the finished product. Otherwise, it would be akin to committing fratricide. Tony playfully punched Leon's chest. Even if Leon had provided the finished product, Tony would never inject it immediately. His habit was to control every situation within manageable limits. Previously, he had sought thrills knowing his end was near. Now that death was not imminent, he certainly would not seek self-destruction. Do you need me to bring Dr. Banner over? Leon asked. Not necessary. Tony confidently waved his hand. It's not starting from scratch. With a detailed formula, I can handle it alone. Give me a week, and I'll pursue a PhD in this field of biology. I already have a rough draft for the improvement plan. Huh, so you're learning on the fly? Truly, you are something else, Tony. Leon was speechless, utterly bewildered by the world of geniuses. All right, then take your time with your research and call me when you're ready. With that, Leon turned to leave. Thanks, Leon. The simple and brief words of gratitude from behind made Leon pause. He did not respond, but merely smiled faintly, waving casually at Tony. Brothers in spirit. Next, he needed to devise a way to procure some vibranium. After departing from Tony's workshop, Leon glanced down at his soldier boy uniform. Although the Watt Company had crafted it to be quite durable, it seemed there was room for enhancement. Leon mused, having nearly forgotten this aspect due to his own formidable nature. Perfectly, RC's upgrades also required a substantial amount of vibranium. Why not upgrade while he could? After all, it might come in handy one day. With that thought, Leon immediately soared into action. He first transformed into a Super Deadpool, stealthily infiltrating Klau's hideout in South Sudan to check on the growth of the chives he had previously planted. To his dismay, Leon found nothing but disappointment. Before he even revealed himself, his observation hockey sensed only a thumb-sized piece of vibranium within the abandoned ship S.H.I.E.L.D. Just this minuscule amount? Leon was oblivious to the hardships of managing resources. Ulysses Klau had gone to great lengths, even losing several capable henchmen, just to gather this meager vibranium. It was no wonder that after all these years, he had amassed so little. Words would only bring tears. After hacking into Ulysses Klau's computer and phone via RC, confirming his paltry vibranium stash, Leon found himself at a loss. He could only have RC lavish him with a former wife and then redirected his efforts toward the British Museum, where he successfully acquired the vibranium shovel that had flowed out of ancient Wakanda. A simple task. In Eastern Africa, clad once more in his soldier boy ensemble, Leon hovered at over 20,000 feet, squinting his eyes to focus his vision as he gazed down at Wakanda, camouflaged as a primitive tribe behind a vibranium illusion barrier. It was time to deliver a small shock to these proud primitives. With that thought, Leon's figure instantly broke the sound barrier, transforming into a meteor hurtling from the heavens, destined to collide with Wakanda's camouflage and defensive barrier below. Simultaneously, within the inner edge of Wakanda's vibranium barrier, the Black Panther and his son, currently the reigning Black Panther and King Chaka, alongside his son, the future Black Panther and King Chala, were adorned in the humble garb of primitive tribes. They returned amidst a well-equipped female royal guard, having just dispatched a few would-be thieves attempting to pilfer vibranium at the border. This mission to protect vibranium is synonymous with safeguarding Wakanda, and unlike the portly, aged figure he had become in Civil War III, Chaka was at the zenith of his strength, though he had begun his descent. To prevent a future devoid of capable leadership, Chaka had deliberately brought his son Chala along, not only to hone his skills and character, but also to pave the way for his future reign. Father, in recent months, the vibranium thieves have grown increasingly audacious. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and crush these miscreants in their infancy, the impetuous T'Challa suggested to his father. T'Challa, my son, you may indeed be correct, but Wakanda is not yet prepared to expose its true self to the predatory world beyond, T'Chaka replied, his gaze penetrating as he regarded T'Challa. Why? T'Challa queried, perplexed. Our technological prowess far surpasses that of the outside world. Why, father, do you persist in this timorous stance? Is the oracle of the panther goddess Batet merely instructing us to cower within this land, impoverished save for its vibranium? T'Challa, mind your words. Do not forget. I am the king. T'Chaka's demeanor shifted from that of a kindly father to that of a formidable monarch, his mere presence silencing T'Challa. The young prince, lips pursed in silence, reluctantly bowed his head, aware that his father understood his lingering defiance. T'Challa, the world is not as simple as you perceive. Wakanda's glory stems from vibranium, yet it may also lead to our ruin, T'Chaka imparted, his tone grave. Upon hearing this, a vision of a divine golden figure flashed through T'Challa's mind, and he nodded in understanding. I understand, father. Observing his son's maturity, T'Chaka offered a reassuring pat on T'Challa's shoulder, smiling gently. My child, I am growing old. The future is destined to be yours. When that time comes, you may act freely. But remember this, while vibranium may grant Wakanda temporal strength, it cannot ensure everlasting prosperity. My only request is that you safeguard our nation and our people. After all, should vibranium be lost, the nation may remain, but if the people are lost, the homeland ceases to exist. Yes, father. T'Challa's heart surged with renewed vigor from his father's earnest counsel, igniting a fervent desire to embrace his destiny as the Black Panther and King, leading Wakanda to new heights. At that moment, however, a resounding thud echoed from the sky, jolting T'Challa back to reality. Confusion clouded his expression as he looked up to witness the unthinkable. The sky over Wakanda was collapsing. Chapter 65. Vibranium miners with astonished eyes. The Black Panther duo watched as Leon shattered the vibranium barrier with a powerful punch, landing with the grace of a superhero beside them. He shielded the two, glaring menacingly at the futuristic buildings across from them, as well as the nearby royal guard led by Okoye. An attack. Okoye, mistaking Leon's intentions, bellowed fiercely, rallying her troops to protect their king and heir. But Leon simply raised his hand, palm facing the group, and unleashed a devastating shockwave that sent the royal guard flying. It must be noted that while Okoye was remarkably unattractive, she possessed a certain rugged charm, though she was undeniably outmatched, especially in the presence of Leon, who found most humans on Earth to be quite weak. In the distance, the border troops of Wakanda, alerted to the potential assault on their king and heir, gathered rapidly. Yet, as they prepared to move, a peculiar and hearty laughter echoed across the scene, the booming sound of the man with the self-provided background music reverberating through the air. Conqueror's Haki. As the laughter rang out, Leon's will surged forth, enveloping all in its vicinity, with the exception of the Black Panther duo, who he had deliberately spared. Those within his gaze, Wakanda's army and civilians alike, were seized by an indescribable terror, collapsing and convulsing in fright. It can be said that the Conqueror's Haki is indeed a divine skill for instilling fear, proving to be both efficient and effective. Leon was thoroughly pleased with the overwhelming impact of his initial release of this power. Turning to the still-dazed Black Panther duo, he addressed them, T'Challa, my friends. Are you unharmed? I had no idea Wakanda had been so deeply infiltrated by an alien civilization. Had I not come personally to procure vibranium, I might have remained oblivious to the fact that Wakanda had become a victim of extraterrestrial colonization. I apologize for the suffering you have endured, my dear friends. Your savior from the homeland has arrived. Leon opened his arms wide, delivering a fervent speech. T'Chaka and T'Challa exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Should they thank him for his unintentional revelation of Wakanda's true plight? However, before T'Chaka could divulge the reality of their situation, Leon cunningly interrupted. No need for gratitude. Let me first deal with these cunning, shameless aliens. With that, Leon's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he unleashed a continuous laser barrage, shooting down several alien spacecraft that were assembling in the distance. The apex of the Black Panther Palace was inadvertently severed by the onslaught. Then, Leon ascended, poised to dive into the fray. Hold on. Have mercy. T'Chaka and T'Challa, disregarding their royal demeanor, leapt forth, each grasping one of Leon's legs, pulling him back down from the air. Of course, this was only possible due to Leon's cooperation. Otherwise, he could have easily lifted them all into the sky. Such a situation is unnecessary, my friends, Leon remarked, perplexed. Your people are in dire straits. As a representative of justice and righteousness, I must sound the drums of freedom for them. No, you misunderstand. You've got it all wrong. Chaka, panicked, jumped about. Desperate to prevent the hard-earned legacy of Wakanda from being transformed into molten ruins under Leon's misguided intentions. T'Challa was both amused and frustrated. Leon had genuinely intended to help, but Wakanda's insular policies had led to such a misunderstanding. It was an absolute mess. I was indeed correct. Wakanda can no longer afford to remain in self-imposed isolation. The visitors this time are compatriots, but who knows what sort of individuals may come next. The arrival of Leon has prompted T'Challa to fully grasp what his responsibilities towards Wakanda should entail. He assists his father in elucidating the true state of Wakanda to Leon. After an extended period, deep within the vibranium mines of Wakanda, Leon observes the incessantly moving magnetic levitation transport trains carrying raw vibranium. Under the exhaustive explanations from the Black Panther duo, he finally comprehends everything. So it is. Under the watchful, slightly twitching gazes of the Black Panther father and son, Leon begins to explore as if he were in his own home, examining this and stepping on that. He flies over to an exposed vibranium vein, effortlessly extracting a small chunk of the rich, black purple or that glimmers with a blue hue. Query: shall today a sign-in be carried out? System: I can hear the resonance of vibranium. Activate. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title of Vibranium Miner. Vibranium Miner. You will receive 10 opportunities to mine daily, refreshed at midnight, and these cannot be accumulated. There are both manual and automatic options. Automatic mining has a 90 chance of yielding 1 kilogram of vibranium, a 9 chance of 10 kilograms, a 0.9 chance of 100 kilograms, and a 0.09 chance of 1,000 kilograms, and so forth. For manual mining, the system will generate a mini-game interface visible and controllable only by the host, with a randomly updated vibranium vein map each day. And the harvest depends entirely on the host's skill. The mined resources will be automatically stored in the system space, and both manual and automatic methods carry a certain probability of yielding rarer adamantium. There is no guaranteed minimum for these probabilities, and the final interpretation rights belong to the system. Introduction. Do you trust your luck, or do you trust your skills? Chapter 66. The Royal Treasury. Holy shit. Leon, brimming with excitement, crushes the vibranium ore in his hand. Truly, Wakanda is remarkable, delivering vibranium right from the outset. Moreover, this is not merely a vibranium miner title. Leon's eyes are solely captivated by 4 other words. The Royal Treasury. System, give me a tenfold draw. Let me see what your capabilities are. Automatically mining for you now. As the system's voice fades, only Leon can perceive the perspective wherein every second the system presents him with a textual and visual representation of his quantified mining results. After 10 seconds, today's automatic mining is complete. Your total harvest is 18 kilograms of vibranium and 1,000 kilograms of adamantium. Incredible. They don't even bother pretending anymore. Leon is directly rewarded. However, this amount of vibranium is somewhat lacking. Contemplating this, he turns to the slightly reserved Black Panther father and son, and with a flash of speed, he instantly reappears at their side from hundreds of meters away. T'Challa, my friends, this is utterly surreal. I never anticipated that you would elevate Wakanda's technological prowess to such heights solely through vibranium. I fear that even if I were to speak of it, few in the outside world would believe me. Leon squints, wearing a playful expression that straddles amusement and intrigue. Mr. Leon, you flatter us, T'Challa humbly replies. Wakanda is but a small nation that has remained secluded for far too long and is not entirely prepared for engagement with the outside world. Oh, T'Challa, what do you imply? Leon inquires, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Leon, your visit is for vibranium, and Wakanda is willing to provide you with raw vibranium free of charge for the long term, provided you can keep this secret until we are ready to connect with the outside world. T'Challa earnestly bows to Leon, while T'Challa, witnessing this, wishes to interject but is silenced by a look from T'Challa. That is perfectly agreeable. T'Challa, you are my eternal friend. Leon assists T'Challa to his feet, and as they stand, the 2 cunning old foxes exchange a knowing glance, silently sealing a genuine agreement. Meanwhile, the younger T'Challa remains perplexed, observing the camaraderie between his father and Leon, utterly bewildered as to why his father appears so elated after what seems like a significant loss for their nation. Why is he so eager to offer Leon Stark vibranium when he hasn't even requested it yet? With these questions swirling in his mind, T'Challa accompanies his father T'Chaka as a guide for Leon, exploring Wakanda for over a week. In truth, there is little of interest to see. The landscape is filled with monotonous steel jungles, while Leon shows no interest in the genuine, verdant beauty of Wakanda's outskirts. His primary focus lies in assessing which peculiar items might hold sign-in value. Ultimately, none prove worthy. The vibranium miner remains the standout. During this time, Chaka's daughter Shuri expresses a desire to join, but Chaka sternly forbids it, seemingly fearing that the illustrious Leon might take advantage of his daughter, a line he refuses to cross as a father. This thought causes Leon to chuckle, setting aside the fact that Shuri is still a minor. Her frail physique alone would compel Leon to maintain a respectful distance. True talent is rare, and while she may be genuine, she certainly does not align with Leon's aesthetic preferences. As evening falls, Leon, akin to a being of celestial origin, carries a cargo box brimming with vibranium, along with 2 heart-shaped herbs that Chaka insisted he take, soaring into the sky. Upon passing through a vibranium barrier that automatically opens, and as it closes behind him, Chala finally dares to voice his concerns to his father. Father, why did you agree to provide Leon Stark with vibranium for free and even give him the heart-shaped herbs of the Black Panther lineage? How is this not treason? Chala, as a king, you have much to learn. You cannot judge matters solely on their surface, Chaka replies, his gaze profound as he places a reassuring hand on Chala's shoulder. There's wisdom in the saying, you should not strike a man who offers a smile. Did your mother never impart this knowledge? This is the best outcome. Wakanda has merely sacrificed a small amount of vibranium and 2 heart-shaped herbs in exchange for an ally powerful enough to obliterate our nation should it come to that. Do you not see this clearly? As he speaks, Chaka gestures towards the somewhat disheveled central district of Wakanda behind them, which has yet to fully recover. Chala's pupils constrict at the sight, and he falls silent. Leon's visit has imparted upon him the most vital lesson of life, recognizing one's own vulnerabilities, acknowledging the strength of others, and maintaining a state of humility. For weakness is a fundamental sin, but ignorance is even graver. Meanwhile, with all his might unleashed, Leon returns to his coastal villa with Tony in under an hour, laden with his bountiful gains. As he descends from the heavens, holding the vibranium-laden cargo box aloft like a deity, Tony, who had come out to greet him, stands utterly astonished. My goodness, so much vibranium. Leon, did you steal all of Wakanda's vibranium? No, this is just the beginning. Leon sets the cargo box down with precision and begins to share his experiences in Wakanda with Tony. The partner program A.R.C. is at Leon's side, employing 3D holographic projections to nearly perfectly recreate the scenes that unfolded. After fast-forwarding through Leon's extraordinary adventure, Tony is left utterly astounded by the advanced technology of Wakanda. His worldview shattered. Although Su Rue's attendance at the Stark Technology Expo had previously piqued Tony's curiosity, her apparent depth of knowledge starkly contrasting her primitive tribal origins, one could still attribute her prowess to her interests and the unwavering support of her entire tribe. However, upon witnessing the true technological prowess of Wakanda, he could only utter one remark. What a bunch of old schemers. They hoarded an entire mountain of vibranium, comfortably observing the exorbitant market price of vibranium, which soared to tens of thousands of dollars per gram, a sheer insanity. How much would one need to acquire an entire mountain of vibranium? As Tony pondered this, he found himself utterly bewildered. Is there truly something in this world he cannot procure? Chapter 67, Superhuman Serum. Setting aside this matter, Tony inquired, so, how's the research on Compound 5 coming along? This was what Leon was most curious about. Otherwise, he might linger in Wakanda a while longer, fearing that Tony might sneak off and cause some calamity. After all, biochemical experiments are far from the straightforward testing of Iron Man suits. Who do you think I am? Tony chuckled delightfully, eagerly ushering Leon into his workshop and tossing him a vial of a translucent, pale blue reagent. What is this? Leon asked, intrigued. This is the Superhuman Serum, derived from the Compound 5 formula combined with the Super Soldier Serum formula left by my father, Tony explained proudly. It eliminates the drawback of requiring injection during infancy for stable, permanent effects, making it suitable for all age groups. While it cannot guarantee the awakening of superpowers, its capabilities for physical enhancement are maximized, extending lifespan, enhancing physical fitness, and boosting recovery abilities, as well as resistance to known and unknown bacteria and viruses. The more Tony elaborated, the more Leon felt that the name Superhuman Serum was aptly chosen, as its effects completely overshadowed those of its prototypes, Compound 5 and the Super Soldier Serum. He was, however, left wondering about the specifics of the enhancement levels. You haven't injected it yet, have you? Leon queried. What do you take me for? I have no interest in becoming a guinea pig, Tony retorted with a laugh, tossing a vial of superhuman serum to Leon. All right, I knew it, Leon replied, catching the vial and shrugging in resignation. He had once boasted to Tony about his remarkable drug resistance, claiming he could handle any potent substance thrown his way. Even if he were to falter, he had countless save points to revert to. With that, Leon crushed the vial of superhuman serum in his hand and swiftly absorbed it. The serum coursed through his body, propelled by the rhythmic beating of his heart, transforming him from within. Soon enough, the reassuring chime of the system echoed in his ears. Notification. Your body has undergone modification by the superhuman serum, resulting in a comprehensive yet subtle enhancement of physical attributes. And then, nothing more followed. Well, at least I gained some physical enhancements without cost. With this, Leon formed a general understanding of Tony's superhuman serum. The side effects had indeed vanished, and the effects were extraordinarily potent. It was noteworthy that Leon's current physical attributes were already comparable to those of an ordinary superhuman: outstanding defense and considerable strength. The fact that the superhuman serum could still provide even a modicum of enhancement was impressive. How's that? Is it powerful enough? Tony asked curiously, noticing Leon's prolonged silence. Quite impressive. You truly are remarkable, my friend, Leon remarked, giving Tony an admiring thumbs up. Then let's proceed. Hurry and inject me, Tony exclaimed, eagerly lying back on the stretcher. With a thought, Leon activated the syringe filled with another vial of superhuman serum. Question: would you like to proceed with today's sign-in? Yes. Beep. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, the host has received a common magnet. What does this have to do with the superhuman serum? Leon exclaimed, perplexed, feeling something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it, akin to an elderly person with dementia searching for a spoon. Then, he proceeded to inject Tony with the superhuman serum. 2.5 minutes later, as Leon observed the tools around Tony, screwdrivers and adjustable wrenches, beginning to levitate, he was momentarily taken aback. So, they had been waiting for him. Hey Leon, from now on, please call me the Master of Magnetism, Tony declared, arms crossed, hovering above the ground on 2 adjustable wrenches. Surrounded by a perfectly arranged array of screwdrivers, it appeared he was reveling in a moment of grandeur. You're impressive, Leon offered, before vanishing from Tony's line of sight, leaving Tony feeling somewhat deflated, as if his moment of boasting had been abruptly curtailed. However, Leon's primary objective was not to witness Tony's display of prowess, but to fetch Pepper from Stark Tower. Before long, Leon returned with Pepper in his arms to Tony's workshop. At that moment, Tony was deeply engrossed in experimenting with his newfound abilities, oblivious to Leon and Pepper standing before him. Tony, hey, Pepper, you're here, Pepper chided Tony. Tony snapped back to reality, but his still unfamiliar powers caused the surrounding tools to clatter to the ground, with several hefty wrenches hitting him on the head. Fortunately, Tony's enhanced physique meant he was unharmed. My friend, do you have any more of that superhuman serum? Leon inquired. I only made 3 vials. There's 1 left, just enough for Pepper, Tony replied, aware of Leon's intentions for bringing Pepper. During their journey, Leon had informed Pepper of the superhuman serum's benefits, particularly emphasizing aspects that would appeal to her: eternal youth, radiant beauty, and the allure of everlasting allure. Thus, Pepper had no objections and readily agreed to the injection. After all, what beauty-conscious woman could resist the temptation of eternal youth? In no time, Pepper received the superhuman serum, but unlike Tony, she did not awaken superpowers. Instead, she appeared even younger, with skin that glistened with vitality. Moreover, tests revealed that Pepper's physical attributes were significantly superior to Tony's, who had awakened superpowers. She was practically a counterpart to Queen Maeve, having stabilized what could be deemed a true superhuman longevity gene. By now, Leon and Tony had a clearer understanding of the superhuman serum's specific effects. It resembled the mechanics of character enhancements in a game. Each individual's starting point varied, and so did the extent of enhancements. The differing effects observed among Leon, Tony, and Pepper post-injection highlighted this. The stronger one was, the more pronounced the effects of the superhuman serum would be. However, the overall enhancement might be less significant in comparison. Conversely, the weaker an individual was, the relative effects might not be as pronounced, yet compared to their original state, the enhancement could be astonishing. For instance, if both Tony and Pepper experienced an enhancement level of 1000, Leon might receive less than 1. However, that small enhancement could yield a power increase greater than the combined total of Tony and Pepper's enhancements. In more specific terms, Tony allocated 300 points to physical enhancement, while the remaining 700 were dedicated to awakening and enhancing superpowers. Pepper allocated all her resources towards enhancing her physical attributes, naturally placing her in a dominant position over Tony. Poor Tony, from this moment forth, may find himself in a state of perpetual passivity. Chapter 68, Arshi's New Form. Given the multitude of responsibilities at the company, Pepper herself had little desire to embrace the life of a superhero. Thus, after the injection of the superhuman serum, Leon promptly returned her to Stark Tower. Upon returning to Tony's whimsical abode at the coastal villa, Leon inquired, "Brother, how is the yield of the superhuman serum?" "That is precisely what I was about to discuss," Tony replied, projecting an endless array of compound formulas in a holographic display before Leon. Several of the synthetic conditions for the high molecular compounds in the superhuman serum are rather stringent, requiring a touch of fortuity. Therefore, achieving a direct success with 3 vials on my first attempt is indeed a stroke of luck. Unlike the super soldier serum, this is not a potion that can be easily mass-produced. "That's of no concern," Leon remarked. "In fact, it is fortuitous. As long as it can be provided to our trusted allies, that suffices." Leon nodded, unfazed by the yield of the superhuman serum, as he wished to avoid a situation where it became as ubiquitous as the evil-repelling sword manual, where everyone practiced while those who did not were left vulnerable to assault. "Brother, do you have the formula for the superhuman serum committed to memory?" Leon asked. "Of course, I have personally refined it. How could I possibly forget?" Tony replied with confidence. "Excellent," Leon commanded. "Jarvis, send an electronic copy of the formula to Archie and delete all remaining electronic archives." "Leon, are you suggesting?" Tony instantly grasped Leon's intentions. "Indeed," Leon affirmed with a nod. "Such a strategic resource as the superhuman serum must remain in our hands, lest it fall into the grasp of someone like Nick Fury, who takes without permission." "Indeed," Tony concurred, realizing the necessity of Leon's caution. Perhaps Fury had not yet descended to such depths of unscrupulousness, but there were certainly other hackers who might seek to breach Jarvis. While Tony had unwavering confidence in Jarvis, there was always the possibility of their success. Heroes are as numerous as the grains of sand on a riverbank, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a supervillain specializing in cyber warfare to emerge. After the brothers reached a consensus, they swiftly implemented measures to secure the confidentiality of the superhuman serum formula. Subsequently, Leon requested Tony to produce several vials of the serum for her use. Among these, Leon had already determined that 1 vial would be injected into Zhao Haluan once she successfully developed the strategically valuable regeneration cradle as a form of reward. Another vial was intended for Rhodey, but they anticipated he might hesitate to accept it, having recently acquired a set of ironman armor worth several minor fortunes. The military also required attention, so they decided to hold on to it for the time being, awaiting the opportune moment. As for others, Leon and the women were merely casual acquaintances without deeper feelings, and they would reconsider the matter after time had revealed true intentions. Once all matters related to the superhuman serum were resolved, Leon and Tony finally had the opportunity to focus on Archie's body upgrade, a development Leon had eagerly anticipated. When Leon retrieved 1,000 kilograms of amorphous Edmund alloy from the system's storage, covered by a protective light blue membrane, Tony was immediately captivated by the lustrous silver metal. It appeared extraordinary. Upon learning from Leon that the Edmund alloy surpassed the known hardest metal, vibranium, Tony insisted on using it as the material for crafting Mark VI armor. However, Leon decisively declined. "Why?" Tony exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Did his brother no longer care for him? "Not at all," Leon replied, exasperated by Tony's melodramatic antics. "These materials are designated for Archie's upgrade. I have prepared alternative materials for your armor." "Well, that changes everything," Tony said with a dramatic shift in demeanor, his previously teary-eyed expression transforming back into his habitual confident bravado, much to Leon's amusement. Thereafter, the brothers collaborated seamlessly, with Tony redesigning the system configuration and schematics for the jet glider based on the new element. Meanwhile, with assistance from Jarvis and the mechanical arm, Leon meticulously crafted corresponding precision molds according to Tony's schematics. Had Tony's control over his superpowers been more adept, this step could have been bypassed altogether. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Before long, all the molds for the new body were completed. Next, it was time for the magnetic maestro to perform. Leon initially intended to undertake the task himself, but Tony insisted on showcasing his abilities. With a flourish, Tony raised his hands like a conductor, gracefully orchestrating the movements of his fingers. Under his command, the liquid Edmund alloy, still protected by the system, floated forth from the translucent, pale blue membrane, automatically dividing itself into the necessary quantities for each component. At this moment, Tony turned back to glance at Leon with great pride, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Look how impressive I am. Come on, stop showing off, brother, Leon said, exasperated yet amused. If you keep this up, the Edmund alloy will solidify before you know it. And when it comes time to work with it, you'll be the one with a headache. I assure you, S.H.I.E.L.D won't spare you. At this remark, Tony raised an eyebrow and began to notice the liquid Edmund alloy growing increasingly viscous and challenging to manipulate, gradually transitioning into its unyielding form. Realizing this, Tony wasted no time, as it was his brother's external brain and the body of his sister-in-law at stake. With swift precision, the liquid Edmund alloy was injected into the molding apparatus at an astonishing speed, cooling and solidifying into the impervious standard Edmund alloy components. These comprised only the rigid chassis and armor components. Tony inquired, "Are you planning to use vibranium for the tires and other flexible parts?" "Yes," Leon nodded. "Those will be crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D herself." From the outset, Leon had conferred with S.H.I.E.L.D about the design. Her rigid components would be forged from the indomitable Edmund alloy, while the tires and other flexible components would be woven from the versatile vibranium through the regeneration cradle. Currently, the preparations were underway in Leon's whimsical abode on the floor below. "Thank you, Tony," S.H.I.E.L.D said as she elegantly exited the elevator in her partner mode, bowing graciously to express her gratitude. "My goodness, Leon, did I just miss here?" Tony asked incredulously, seeking confirmation from Leon. Before he could receive a response, S.H.I.E.L.D, passing by, assured him, "You did not miss here, Leon's brother." As she said this, the partner mode S.H.I.E.L.D playfully winked at Leon, who chuckled and shrugged, covering his mouth in mock surprise. "Well, I must have misheard after all," Tony said, slightly disappointed. Later, in partner mode, S.H.I.E.L.D, with Leon's assistance, transported the components of her new body into Leon's whimsical abode. But not long after, she insisted on sending Leon away. His distractions and incessant fiddling with the body components were severely hampering the assembly efficiency. Reluctantly, Leon ascended to Tony's whimsical abode to assist Tony in assembling Mark VI. The schematics had long been designed. It was merely a matter of securing the materials to complete it, and Leon estimated it would be even faster than assembling S.H.I.E.L.D's new body. Leon meticulously compared the holographic projections of the components presented by Tony, first transferring the flesh and blood from his right shoulder to his right hand entirely into his main body. Only the lustrous, system-enhanced active adamantium skeletal structure remained visible. Hey, Tony exclaimed, his eyelids twitching, hastily interjecting, "I was just joking, Leon. Why are you taking this seriously?" "No, Tony, I am quite serious. My bones are indeed composed of the most resilient regenerative material currently available on Earth, making it the optimal choice for crafting your armor. This has been predetermined from the outset." As he spoke, Leon nonchalantly severed his right hand's adamantium skeletal structure at the joint, his brow unfurrowing. It appeared somewhat intimidating. Yet Leon exerted no real force. The tendons connecting the bones were willingly controlled by him, shedding away. Seeing Leon's decisiveness, Tony refrained from further protests. "We're brothers," he thought to himself. Chapter 69. R.C. Leon, I'm ready. Are you? In no time, under Leon's active manipulation and continuous regeneration, the Mark VI armor, crafted from active adamantium, emerged freshly minted. With a somewhat weighty heart, Tony donned the armor piece by piece with Leon's assistance, his right arm restored to its former glory. While it could be automated, Tony desired a more ceremonial approach for wearing armor crafted by his younger brother, and Leon indulged him, opting for a hands-on experience. "How does it feel?" Leon inquired, a smile gracing his features as he gauged Tony's control over the Mark VI armor. "Somewhat heavy," Tony responded after taking a few steps. If the ultra-thin and lightweight Mark V felt like wearing a short-sleeved shirt, the Mark VI, constructed from active adamantium, felt akin to donning a thick leather jacket. Tony estimated it would take some time to acclimatize and regain the agility he had with previous armors, but every moment was worth it. The indomitable defense alone would grant Tony peace of mind for future adventures. "Shall we venture outside for a spar to test the waters?" Leon suggested, pointing towards the Pacific coastline beyond the window, raising an eyebrow. Before Leon could finish his sentence, Tony abruptly took flight, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Observing this, Leon smirked and instantly broke the sound barrier to pursue, overtaking Tony and landing a swift punch that sent him crashing into the sea. Boom! 100-meter wave erupted into the air. Leon hovered above the ocean's surface. The torrential downpour of seawater seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, cascading around him. After a brief interval, Tony emerged from the water as if intoxicated, circling around before returning to Leon's side. "Leon, were you trying to kill me?" Tony playfully punched Leon's chest, laughing. "This was merely a test of defensive capabilities," Leon retorted, raising a finger in feigned innocence. The results seem promising, he mused. Despite the punch being devoid of any augmentative force, it had been a genuine strike, yet it left no mark on the armor's back. The hardness of Leon's bones surpassed even his expectations. With this suit of armor, which Leon could don and doff at will, combined with the superhuman physique and abilities awakened by the superhuman serum, Tony had undeniably upgraded from his former self. The safety index had significantly risen, allowing Leon to venture forth with newfound confidence. Following a series of tests, the current Mark VI compared to its original iteration displayed limited improvements in firepower, speed, and maneuverability. However, the defensive performance, given the difference in materials, was overwhelmingly enhanced. Even if Leon were to attempt a forceful dismantling, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. It was reminiscent of the strongest spear versus the strongest shield, albeit in essence, both belonged to Leon. Above the surface of the Pacific, the brothers' battle raged on. Bang, bang, bang. Clad in the Mark VI armor, Tony found himself besieged by Leon, whose speed manifested countless afterimages as he circled and struck. During the trial, Tony requested to witness Leon's full power. Such a delightful request was one Leon was more than willing to fulfill. Bang! With one final punch. Enhanced by the energy amplitude and armed color of the hockey, Leon unleashed the ultimate power. Tony, encased in the Mark VI armor, plummeted like a meteor into the ocean's depths, the terrifying impact even overturning the seabed. Boom! A colossal earthquake and tsunami surged forth, carrying a cataclysmic momentum far and wide. Leon, however, swiftly countered with another punch to mitigate the repercussions, lest his own home bear the brunt of the devastation. Subsequently, Leon dove into the depths, rescuing Tony, who, despite the protective anti-inertia stance, was left dazed by the tremors. How do you feel now? Still think you can handle it? Leon asked with a teasing smile, lifting Tony as one would a kitten. All right, you are impressive, Tony replied, offering the highest praise among boys before promptly fainting. Oh dear, it seems I may have gone a tad overboard. Despite this, the smile on Leon's face remained unwavering. Noticing a noticeable dent on the chest plate of the Mark VI, Leon estimated it had resulted from his recent punch. With a gentle touch, he smoothed over the dent, and the scratches disappeared in an instant, restoring the armor to its pristine condition. Active adamantium not only boasted unyielding hardness, but also remarkable toughness, a striking contradiction. One could only say products of the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. My brother's bones are indeed remarkably useful. What was that saying? The magnetic field is already invincible. Multiple sets of bone armor pave multiple paths. At that moment, Leon's Bluetooth headset crackled to life with RC's shy yet alluring voice. Leon. I'm ready. Do you want to? Boom. Before RC could finish, a meteor streaked across the sky towards their coastal villa, the tremendous sonic boom drowning out her voice. Chapter 70. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Do not rely on the weakness of your opponent. Instantaneously returning to the coastal villa, Leon entrusted the unconscious Tony to little Daudu's care before eagerly rushing into the lower level of his workshop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sleek silver jet glider adorned with black and purple accents, silently stationed at the center of the room, with a black soldier boy uniform, now revamped with vibranium weaving, resting on the driver's seat. Bang! He slammed the blast-resistant alloy door shut. In a swift motion, Leon shed his attire, leaving only a pair of super-elastic fiber underwear, and promptly approached RC in her motorcycle mode. He first tried on the vibranium uniform. Had Leon not inquired whether he could store himself within the system space, coupled with the fact that adamantium was unsuitable for uniforms and could only be fashioned into armor, he would have crafted a suit of active adamantium for himself. Otherwise, any uniform he donned would be futile, lacking the hardness of his core self. Despite possessing biological stasis protection, humans are inherently insatiable. In retrospect, the nature of adamantium is purely hardness, making it more suitable for crafting sharp melee weapons akin to Wolverine's claws. On balance, vibranium, with its equally outstanding hardness and energy-absorbing properties, was far more fitting for external defense, making it an excellent choice for weaving uniforms. As for the drawback of vibranium becoming dull under specific soundwave frequencies, the omnipotent biological stance simply stated, what flaw? Consider it arranged. Leon merely desired a uniform that could be donned at a moment's notice. Of course, he could emulate Mystique's ability to manipulate her super self-regenerative cellular powers to fabricate an ensemble. However, Leon considered that approach to be little more than a form of nudity. Unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrained from resorting to such methods. Subsequently, Leon took his place in the cockpit of the jet glider, twisting the throttle twice. RC's engine responded with a roaring rumble. RC, partner mode. After familiarizing himself with his new vehicle, Leon resolved to get down to business and promptly issued the command. Accompanied by a series of mechanical transformation sounds, RC morphed into the partner mode that Leon was well acquainted with, but that was not the end of it. Nanomolecules of vibranium emerged from the internal structure of partner mode RC, enveloping her entirely and forming a layer of biochemically realistic vibranium skin. Each strand of hair appeared lifelike, with every smile and frown seemingly natural. This was RC's frequent emulation of Tifa. However, this time it was not a mere illusory hologram. It was a tangible, vividly realistic presence. Adhering to the established configuration of partner mode, the current manifestation of RC as Tifa was akin to the Emperor's new clothes, leaving Leon momentarily entranced. How have you transformed into this again? I rather like the previous form, Leon remarked, wiping away the imaginary nosebleed. Should I revert? RC Tifa, cradled in Leon's arms, blinked her lively crimson eyes and gazed up at him with a playful smirk. No need. Since I've transformed, let us keep it this way for now. Leon followed his instincts, knowing that time was abundant for future endeavors, allowing for a plethora of variations to be explored without haste. His habit was to savor the finest delicacies, preferring to leave them for last. Meanwhile, as Leon immersed himself in his mechanical endeavors, Tony awoke leisurely, wisely refraining from disturbance. After fruitlessly attempting to manipulate the Mark VI via magnetic control, he promptly coated it with a layer of vibranium for protection. This enhancement facilitated his unpowered flight and aerial maneuvers. With vibranium's energy-absorbing properties added, the already formidable defensive capabilities of the Mark VI were elevated, and under Tony's magnetic manipulation, this protective layer was impervious to sonic dampening or excessive impact damage. Even if it were to be damaged, Tony merely needed to smooth it out and reapply it. One could say that under Leon's influence, Tony had not exhibited a fear of inadequate firepower, but signs of an emerging fear of insufficient defense were becoming apparent. After all, if he encountered a formidable opponent like Leon, who could defeat seasoned fighters with sheer brute force, Tony felt that his superior intellect might not even come into play before he was dispatched. Just as Tony was enamored with the Mark VI they had crafted together, J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly alerted him. Sir, Miss Pepper has sent a message requesting your presence at the office. Okay, Tony nodded, replying, J.A.R.V.I.S. Bring the car around. Wait. Glancing at the Mark VI suit beside him, Tony immediately changed his mind. I think I'll just wear the suit directly. It's faster and safer. Now equipped with his new toy, he was eager to showcase it. Tony was so exhilarated that he would have worn the Mark VI even to the restroom, had Leon not firmly declined Tony's request to install a urine filtration system. Tony might have delighted Pepper with an exhibition of the suit's capabilities. Across the street, Justin Hammer, ever vigilant of his rival, chanced upon Tony's descent onto the rooftop of Stark Tower through his telescope, his lips curling in irritation. Damn it, how has he acquired yet another new suit? The one who knows you best is always your adversary. Justin immediately recognized the Mark VI, distinct from Tony's recent Mark IV and V. He hasn't changed women this frequently, has he? He remarked to his African-American secretary standing nearby. Mr. Hammer, if I may, it seems you are overly concerned with Tony Stark's Iron Man suits. His secretary replied patiently. Tony Stark's record for changing women was 2 hours per person, spanning an entire week. Currently, he updates his suits at an average of 1 every 2.5 months, which is a mere fraction of his previous pace. Is that really what I want to hear? Are you finding joy in contradicting me? Justin fumed, hurling the telescope at his secretary. Bang! The impact left the secretary with a bloodied head, yet he maintained a professional smile. Find a way to deal with him. If Leon Stark cannot subdue him, I can understand. But if you cannot handle a mere mortal like Tony Stark, you might as well take your own life. Useless, Justin shouted in frustration. Boss, while Tony Stark may lack a superhuman body, he possesses his Iron Man armor, the secretary added. Do you have muscles for brains? Can't you deal with him when he isn't in the armor? I'm at my wit's end with all of you. Justin was genuinely exasperated. Stark Industries' decision to halt its weapons division could have allowed Hammer Industries to grow and thrive. Conversely, Stark Industries' pivot to clean energy was nothing short of a fantasy. These two favorable circumstances should have brought Justin joy, yet Hammer Industries failed to flourish, and Stark Industries was experiencing a renaissance, surpassing Hammer Industries in total transactions for the second quarter. Witnessing Tony Stark's newfound wealth was more painful than his own financial losses. Why was it that Tony, both a superhero and a billionaire, was accompanied by an extraordinarily powerful brother, reaping all the advantages in life? Justin could not comprehend this disparity. Chapter 71. A Vast Opportunity. Willing participants. A week later, Mr. J, the African-American secretary, found himself utterly speechless as he had been closely monitoring Tony's movements. For days, Tony had donned a suit as a gentleman around Stark Tower, but once he exited the office, the Iron Man armor was affixed to him. Even at gatherings and in the restroom, he refused to shed it, rendering any opportunity for an ambush elusive. Initially, Mr. J had little hope for successfully assassinating Tony Stark, but his boss's irrational anger compelled him to pursue the task. He feared that if he continued on this path, Tony Stark would remain unharmed while the hired assassins would eliminate him instead, as their principle was to be paid only upon task completion. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. On this day, the opportunity finally presented itself. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have all targets been locked? Sir, all suspicious individuals have been identified. Clad in casual attire, Tony, wearing a disguise of a mask and glasses, was alone at the Eastern milk tea shop near Stark Tower, purchasing milk tea. Recently, a new flavor of milk tea, reminiscent of stockings, has emerged, piquing the interest of Tony Stark, who relishes trying novel experiences while simultaneously dealing with some unsavory characters. Indeed, Jarvis had long since identified the group of assassins intent on harming Tony through surveillance set up by Stark Industries nearby. However, Tony had been preoccupied with various corporate matters and had been reluctant to address the situation until now. With a moment of leisure at hand, he decided to test a particular feature of the Mark VI armor. Slurp, slurp, hiss. To his astonishment, the drink indeed bore an odor akin to that of stockings. After just a couple of sips, Tony felt as though his very head might be overwhelmed by the pungent scent. The sensation was indescribably intense. Jarvis, is it possible that the enchanting lady did not infuse her stockings into the juice? While Tony sipped the stocking-flavored milk tea, he cast a sidelong glance at the Asian woman in the tea shop who was preparing beverages for other patrons, quietly inquiring. Sir, after analysis, the source of that peculiar odor is primarily butyric acid produced by glutinous rice that has not fully fermented. In low concentrations, it is harmless to humans and even beneficial for intestinal health, Jarvis elucidated. Very well. After finishing the milk tea, Tony savored the aftertaste and suddenly remarked, I believe this could inspire a fragrance tailored for a niche market. Jarvis, make a note of that. Sir, the project has been initiated. Shall I contact Miss Potts now? No need. This minor matter does not require troubling Pepper. I shall handle it personally upon my return. As a super genius entrepreneur, Tony astutely recognized the vast business opportunity encapsulated in this seemingly innocuous cup of milk tea. It was certainly not due to his own preferences. After purchasing another cup of the milk tea, Tony wandered aimlessly, only to collide with a 10-year-old girl with porcelain-like features and golden pigtails around a corner. Rather than scream upon her fall, the little girl immediately grasped his leg as if she had found a savior. Uncle, can you fix cars? Dear, what seems to be the trouble? Tony, overwhelmed with paternal affection, lifted the adorable child with one hand. The little girl promptly expressed her concern, explaining that her alluring mother had been stranded in the underground parking lot for quite some time, unable to fix the car and in desperate need of assistance. Upon hearing this, Tony promptly agreed to accompany the little girl to help her mother. Overhead, on a rooftop overlooking the parking lot, MRJ lowered his binoculars and hastily cautioned. The target has taken the bait. Be prepared. The boss demands that not a trace be left. Remember, do not allow him to call for Lee Stark, or we are all done for. Fear not. As long as the payment is secured, we shall handle it. Within the underground parking lot, a group of assassins clad in identical black tactical gear concealed themselves in the shadows, with their leader crushing a communication device in his grasp. Before long, Tony, guided by the little girl, ventured deeper into the underground parking structure. Dear, where is your mother? Tony set the girl down, scanning the area for any sign of a stalled vehicle. It was just here. Uncle, please wait here. I will go find Mommy. The girl chirped before bounding off into the darkness, leaving Tony alone in the light. Slurp, slurp. He continued to savor the stocking-flavored milk tea. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Almost immediately, the little girl was seized by a burly, armed assailant who emerged from the shadows before Tony. Uncle, I'm sorry. I lied to you. Mommy. The little girl, tears streaming down her face, was inconsolable. Do not fear, for I am here. I am Iron Man. Tony reassured her, removing his mask and smiling calmly at the encroaching assassins. Tony Stark, it is indeed rare to meet you under such circumstances. The leader of the assassins sneered, gripping the terrified child. I must apologize. It seems you have miscalculated, Tony responded, surveying the surrounding assassins without a hint of trepidation. Chapter 72. embrace the darkness. I know what you were thinking. Tony finished the milk tea in one gulp and calmly reasoned. As long as this semi-enclosed space blocks electronic signals, neither Lee nor my suit can be summoned. Therefore, you believe you have me cornered here. Impressive, Tony Stark. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. The leader of the assassins chuckled triumphantly. I am not a monster. If you take your own life here, I shall spare the girl. What do you say? Ha ha. With a laugh, the leader tossed a dagger at Tony's feet. The dagger clattered to the ground. Yet Tony remained unfazed, chuckling in response before composing himself. You underestimate the bond between brothers. As soon as I call for him, he will arrive at my side without delay. Why, you ask? Because I am Iron Man, Tony Stark, the elder brother of Lee Stark. Could it be? The leader's pupils dilated. Suddenly, Tony raised his arms dramatically, as if summoning something. For a moment, nothing transpired. Phew, nearly fell for that. The leader wiped the sweat from his brow and waved his hand decisively. Attack. He might be caught in traffic, Tony awkwardly explained, only to be engulfed by a hail of gunfire. Simultaneously, responding to Tony's summons, the Mark VI armor, stored in his office at Stark Tower, disassembled into individual components and swiftly shattered the bulletproof glass of the outer wall, racing toward the underground parking lot. Adhering to the principle of the shortest distance between 2 points, these armor components did not ascend the stairs, but spiraled directly downward into the earth. Boom. The gunfire subsided, but the tremors persisted. As the smoke from the gunfire dissipated, countless bullets, having missed their mark, coalesced around Tony, forming a rotating halo of iron. What the hell? Wasn't Tony Stark just an ordinary man without superpowers? The intel was false. Realizing Tony was unharmed and bizarrely manipulating the bullets they had fired, the leader of the assassins began to reconsider. He subtly retreated a couple of steps, shielding his subordinates behind him. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as dozens of armor components burst through the reinforced concrete ceiling, instantly arriving before Tony. Darling, I've been waiting for you, Tony grinned. And before the despairing gazes of the assassins, one by one, the components adorned him with the Mark VI armor, though they possessed superior firepower. In the face of this astonishing spectacle, they appeared paralyzed, possibly deeming it futile to act. Clang. As the final piece of the helmet enveloped Tony's face, death came knocking at the door. Jarvis, lock onto all targets. Sir, completed. As soon as Jarvis's voice faded, Tony, clad in his Mark VI armor, executed a graceful spin and leapt into the air, transforming into a whirling dervish. The searing crimson beams emanating from his gauntlets swiftly decapitated all the assassins present, their heads toppling to the ground with a sound reminiscent of a child's playful mischief. Uncle, seizing the moment while the lead assassin's corpse still hung in the air, a blonde-haired little girl with twin ponytails strained to break free from his grasp. Upon landing, she darted toward Tony. Oh dear, are you all right? Tony crouched, retracting his faceplate to reveal a warm smile as he opened his arms to the girl. However, just as the little girl was about to leap into his embrace, her cheeks suddenly puffed out, and from her tiny mouth, which could barely accommodate a lollipop, she expelled 2 violet-hued silver needles with uncanny precision, targeting Tony's exposed eyes. With a sickening thud, the needles embedded themselves into his flesh. Tony's head jerked back as if struck, and the little girl fell into his armored embrace. Her youthful face pressed against his chest plate. Uncle, are you cold? Can I warm you up? She inquired, her innocent smile illuminating her cherubic face. Yet, beneath this facade, she was the true executor of this deadly mission. Dear, to be honest, I am rather saddened. Tony slowly righted his head, revealing that the silver needles, laced with neurotoxin, hovered eerily still, maintaining a precise distance of 25 centimeters from his eyes. The little girl's smile vanished, panic flooding her features as she struggled to escape his hold, only to be ensnared tighter in Tony's embrace, his grip unyielding as if he were a hydraulic clamp. How can this be? I distinctly heard the impact. The girl's voice, once sweet, now transformed into a raspy wail reminiscent of an elderly crone. Is this what you mean? With a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Tony mimicked the sound of the needles embedding into flesh, aided by a metallic spring hidden within his throat, producing a disturbingly realistic auditory illusion. You scoundrel! You toyed with me! The girl shrieked, her expression twisting grotesquely. No, my dear, let us not resort to such harsh words. The essence of life lies in seeking joy within the realms we can control, Tony explained patiently, lifting her chin with a playful glint in his eye. Why not call out Uncle in your sweetest little voice? Perhaps my mood will improve, and I shall spare you. Really? Truly? The little girl's demeanor shifted to one of pitiful innocence, her big, watery eyes gazing up at Tony with a sweetness that made his heart race. Of course, It is a ruse, my dear. Tony's previously cheerful smile faded, his tone growing somber. Children are treasures of the world, and to exploit their innocence for malevolent purposes renders you more foul than the rats that scuttle through the sewers. With such a gifted and legal physique, what compels you to tread the path of an assassin? Having taken so many lives, you must surely be prepared to lose your own. Before the little girl could respond, Tony tightened his grip around her arm. No, please, no, damn it. The blonde-haired assassin wailed, squirming and clawing, her desperate attempts to escape proving futile against Tony's unyielding strength. He regarded her with a detached gaze as she slowly succumbed to the embrace of darkness and death. Perhaps in your next life, you might choose to be a better person, dear. With a resounding crack, Tony released her, and the girl fell limply to the ground, as fragile as a withered flower. Chapter 73, The Scientific Electromagnetic Canon, Leon's Wonderful Adventure. On the rooftop, MRJ awaited news from the assassin, Ellie, but the prolonged silence below filled him with an ominous sense of foreboding. Just as he contemplated retreat, a golden beam, entwined with deep blue arcs of electricity, pierced through the ground, walls, and ceiling, obliterating his head with terrifying accuracy. Thud! MRJ's headless corpse collapsed to the floor, through the gaping hole at his feet. One could gaze downward to find Tony in the underground parking lot, casually tossing a shiny coin into the air. Wow. This is my first time using this trick, yet I hit so precisely. A grin spread across Tony's face. Sir, you seem quite upset, Jarvis interjected suddenly. A bit, yes. Tony shrugged, confiding in Jarvis. If today she had targeted someone unprepared, like Pepper, and if Pepper had not yet received the superhuman serum, I shudder to think of the outcome. Leon is right. Sometimes I must be more ruthless, unleashing all my cruelty upon my foes, leaving them no room to harbor malicious thoughts. Jarvis, inform Leon that I have reconsidered my previous rejection of his proposal. Understood, sir. With that, Tony soared upward to inspect MRJ's remains, intending to ensure the man was truly dead. However, what met his gaze was a revolting sight that shattered his perception. What in the world? A goblin? Meanwhile, on the other side, having acquired a new vehicle, Leon eagerly hit the highway, indulging in a week of reckless driving. The newly installed neurosensory system left him feeling as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. If only he had bones. At the coastal villa, while Alcee and Tifa gathered CDs, Leon seized the opportunity to retrieve 2 heart-shaped herbs that Chaka had insisted he take. After consuming one, a prompt appeared before him. Notification: you have ingested heart-shaped herb, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of your physical attributes. Notification: as a qualified chosen one, you are about to enter the spiritual realm of the Panther goddess Batet. Notification: until you are witnessed by the spiritual entity of the Panther goddess Batet, you will remain in an unobservable shadow stealth state. Then, Leon's perspective shifted, projecting him into a shadowy realm enveloped in thick fog, with visibility limited to 25 meters. He grumbled inwardly, what can I even see in this murk? As he wandered, curiosity piqued his interest in the legendary Panther goddess's appearance. Before long, he stumbled upon the edge of what appeared to be a swamp, astonishingly clear and inviting, with a depth just enough to submerge his infinite attack power card. The DD pistol. The water was warm, yet not scalding, perfect for a soothing soak. With a determined resolve, Leon shed his spiritual garb, leaving only a pair of super elastic fiber underwear that would never wear out, even in the spiritual realm. With a splash, he dove into the water, finding his vision instantly obscured. Unperturbed, he relished the warmth while exploring the depths. As he ventured deeper into the thermal springs, the water soon surpassed his height, leaving him unable to touch the surface even when stretching his arms. Suddenly, he heard a distant, melodious voice, one that resonated with a profound sense of greatness, singing with blissful abandon. His interest piqued, Leon eagerly listened. Swiftly plunging towards the source of the seductive voice, Leon navigated the murky depths where visibility was even poorer than the dense fog above. He swam instinctively, the alluring voice drawing nearer. Suddenly, he collided with something soft, and the enchanting voice abruptly ceased. In that moment, Leon felt an unexpected grip tighten around his neck, akin to a vice. The force so immense that even his now superhuman strength could not break free. Ward, is that you? You possess such strength? With a burgeoning realization, Leon exerted all his might to pry the vice away while paddling vigorously upwards, miraculously propelling both himself and his captor out of the water. With a splash, Leon emerged, only to discover that the darkness beneath the surface was profound, while the fog above had dissipated, revealing the swamp's waters shimmering under the ethereal moonlight. As he gazed skyward, He found himself blinded by the brilliance, prompting him to ponder, what obscures my vision? Bang. Warning. You have been expelled from the mental realm of the wrathful goddess Batet. Hiss. I must admit, her foot shape is quite lovely, Leon mused as he caught a glimpse of the imprint left on his face, inexplicably tangible in the physical realm. Prompt. Would you like to check in today? System. I desire to adopt a cat. Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the collar of the goddess Batet. Collar of the goddess Batet. This collar allows infinite access to the goddess Bastet's mental realm. Defeating her will earn you her eternal loyalty. Quality. Indestructible. Description. Find me, conquer me, take me away. Chapter 74. Goddess Batet. Find me, conquer me, take me away. After reviewing the latest check-in rewards, Leon promptly retrieved the collar of the goddess Bastet from the system space. It resembled a black circular ring, fashioned from a material akin to both genuine leather and silk, adorned with delicate white lace on both sides. At first glance, it seemed less like a collar and more like, whatever. It's not for me to wear. Chuckling, Leon shook his head before grasping the collar, projecting his consciousness once more into her mental realm. Warning. You have entered the mental realm of the goddess Batet. Warning. Your presence has been detected by the goddess Batet. As this entry was not executed in shadow stealth mode. As his perspective shifted, Leon was once again enveloped in a swirling mist of dark purple, visibility plummeting below 25 meters. Just as he contemplated activating his observation hockey to discern his surroundings, a furious roar erupted, nearly blasting him in the face. Leon's pupils contracted as a massive shadow, comparable to a freight truck, loomed before him. By the time he realized it, he was forcefully hurled away. This sensation was eerily familiar. Leon almost believed he was about to be transported again. Fortunately, the attack was more bluster than substance, and he remained unscathed, suspended in midair. Confusion flooded his mind. Sister, has my speed diminished? Otherwise, despite the opponent's rapidity, he shouldn't have felt so sluggish. If the goddess Batet truly possessed such strength, what hope did he have? Perhaps it was wiser to return to his driving. The system seemed to momentarily falter before responding. Warning. You are within the mental realm of the goddess Batet, and your senses have been significantly dulled. Warning. In the darkness. The goddess Bastet's attributes have escalated to 200, with agility greatly enhanced, stepping into a higher divine realm. So, I must contend with her in her home turf? This feels akin to battling a game boss. Leon grimaced inwardly. Although he had activated his observation hockey, visibility remained below 10 meters, merely affording him a fleeting moment to react. The goddess Batet was evidently a deity renowned for her swiftness and agility. Impudent fool. Bastet's voice resonated with indignation as she approached him with astonishing speed, her claws poised to strike. Leon attempted to evade, but her speed overwhelmed him, leaving him with scratches reminiscent of cat claws across his face. This time, Leon was genuinely rattled. It seemed Bastet's claws were far sturdier than her head. Ouch, that stings. I like it, he declared resolutely, licking away the blood that welled from his wounds, only for them to miraculously heal instantly. Ready for another bout. Yet, having grown accustomed to overpowering foes, he found himself perplexed by his current predicament. With his speed diminished, he was relegated to a defensive stance, occasionally landing a blow on Batet, but she proved to be no fragile adversary, easily absorbing his attacks. Once she darted beyond 10 meters, he found himself unable to pursue, and in no time, she regained her full vitality. Faced with such a quick recovering, agile boss, Leon lamented, I can't inflict any damage at all. Now, he comprehended the frustration his previous opponents must have felt when contending with him. Thus, a seemingly invulnerable tank confronted a swift, regenerative assassin, leading to an unending clash. Enough. Do you think I am merely a fat cat? With his face marred by scratches, Leon unleashed his conqueror's hockey, momentarily stunning Batet. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his reluctant final power boost, the Fool's 100. His wounds healed, his intelligence momentarily diminished, his body instinctively obeyed the final commands of his mind. In the blink of an eye, Leon surged forward, delivering a forceful jab to her chin, followed by a mocking gesture of a middle finger, all while flashing a devilish grin, his mind descending into oblivion. You. Bang. Warning. You have been expelled from the mental realm of the wrathful goddess Batet. Hiss. Now everything's in order, he mused, noting the symmetrical footprints left on his face. In the real world, Leon examined himself in the mirror, deliberately leaving the footprints intact, ensuring a perfect balance on both sides of his face. Snap. Snap. He captured a series of photographs for posterity, and in an instant, the crimson imprints vanished, restoring his usual handsome visage. Until he achieves a substantial leap in power, Leon resolved to refrain from re-entering Bastet's mental realm. He had no penchant for suffering. If the death goddess Hela's pet wolf Fenrir embodied an aggressive divine beast, then the goddess Bastet was undoubtedly the epitome of agility. Her speed, while manageable for Leon, possessed a disorienting quality, amplified by her elusive movements. Together, they created a combat dynamic where 11 exceeded 2, even 3. Leon found it nearly impossible to lay a finger on Bastet, and that was the most infuriating aspect of it all. What harm is there in a mere touch? It won't cost her anything. Just you wait. 30 days in the east, 30 days in the west. Leon shall inevitably reclaim his territory. Today, Bastard has provoked him. And on another occasion, he shall repay the affront twofold. At this moment, Jarvis called. Mr. Leon, he exclaimed. Ah, has Tony finally come to his senses? Perfect timing. For I am quite irate, and this seems fortuitous. After hanging up, Leon approached Arcturus, who was still in a mental slumber, accumulating CDs, and pressed the startup button akin to the human-shaped computer angel heart. He then manually piloted Arcturus, heading towards Stark Tower. Not utilizing his new vehicle felt like traversing the night in splendid attire. Leon yearned to drive, to revel in it. Chapter 75, Tony Startled, the Biological Magnetic Field. Stark Tower. Tony's office. MRJ, ostensibly Justin Hammer's secretary, was in truth a failed creation of his clandestine super-soldier project, lacking the physical prowess of a super-soldier. He had merely lost most of his human senses. Tony shared the intelligence he had gathered with the soon-to-arrive Leon. Gazing at the headless, green-skinned goblin corpse encased in metal before him, Leon instantly recognized it was not of earthly origin, but rather a Skrull with shape-shifting abilities reminiscent of the Chitauri. Skrull? Tony queried, puzzled. Indeed, Leon affirmed, nodding as he began to elucidate the origins of the Skrulls and the threats they pose to Earth's inhabitants. You have truly uncovered Nick Fury's secrets. Even revealing that his lover is a Skrull, Tony remarked, incredulously. He was genuinely astonished by the revelations. How on earth did he manage that? Even without having seen MRJ's true visage, Tony could imagine the ghastliness of the wrinkled green skin. Just the thought of such a horrific image made him gasp in horror. I suspect this individual was replaced by the Skrulls following a failed super-soldier experiment, Leon conjectured, a fleeting image of Rhodes flashing through his mind. He then turned to Tony, saying, Brother, let's keep this existence from Nick Fury for the time being. I am already taking measures against the Skrulls, so there is no need for you to fret. I anticipate eradicating them soon. All right, call me if you need assistance, Tony replied. Given that Justin Hammer's secretary had been replaced by a Skrull, he certainly did not wish to awaken tomorrow morning to a shape-shifting goblin in his bed. This mutual sentiment of aversion was a testament to their brotherly bond. Brother, you could utilize this corpse to develop a program for identifying Skrulls, which would serve as a precautionary measure. It will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, Leon suggested, gesturing mysteriously towards the sky. Consider it done. I'll have it ready by tomorrow. However, tonight's agenda is of another nature. As he spoke, Tony narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the distant outline of Hammer Industries. Nightfall. Coastal Villa. Justin's abode. Yes. He not only attempted to replicate Tony's Iron Man armor, but also mirrored the layout of Tony's residence. It was evident that Tony had become an obsession for him. Now, as Justin Hammer awaited news from MRJ, his anxiety grew as no updates arrived. Frustrated, he smashed his phone in a fit of rage. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Gulping down a bottle of champagne originally meant for celebration, Justin stepped onto the balcony overlooking the sea, seeking solace in the cold breeze. What is that? After consuming nearly half the bottle, a golden meteor streaked across his vision. Initially, he thought he was imagining things. Yet, as the golden meteor grew increasingly luminous, crossing the horizon in an instant, Justin Hammer jolted awake. Oh no, is it coming for me? In an instant, the balcony of Justin Hammer's villa collapsed, and he felt a dizzying whirl as a massive hand grasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Nice. Brother, once again, victory is mine. Leon beamed, glancing back at Tony, who had arrived in Mark 6 armor, triumphantly shaking the shattered lenses of his glasses in front of a bewildered Justin Hammer. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shift. How could there be such a biological magnetic field that defies air resistance? Tony muttered, determined to create one by the morrow. Huh. Now it was Leon's turn to be bewildered. If anyone else had boasted such grand claims, Leon would have dismissed them outright. Yet, if his brother, cursed with brilliance, uttered such words, perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed accomplish it. Even if not by tomorrow, it was merely a matter of time. Impressive. After giving Tony an encouraging salute, Leon hurled Justin Hammer into the villa's grand hall, surrounding him alongside Tony, both brothers wearing infectious smiles. "Hey, Justin, my friend. The Iron Man and I have come to deliver warmth," Leon declared. "I must say, Hammer, you have quite the presence," Tony concurred, with an air of humanitarian concern. He inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Aye. Understanding the Stark brothers' intentions, Justin Hammer stammered, fear gripping his heart. The ominous shadow of death loomed overhead. With trembling hands, he adjusted his glasses and, gathering his courage, threatened, "My home is filled with surveillance, and there's a live stream running right now. Don't you care about your reputation?" As he spoke, Justin Hammer swallowed hard, meeting Leon's golden-hued gaze, aware of how much the Patriot valued his public image, placing his hopes on this front. In response, Leon and Tony exchanged glances. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, while Leon turned back to Justin Hammer, his smile growing ever more sinister. "Is that so? You seem blissfully unaware of the danger you're in." Leon chuckled. Then, under the gaze of Justin Hammer's profound terror, Leon merely moved his chest cannon forward and incinerated him into a mound of charred remains. As for the surveillance devices he mentioned, they had been neutralized by Leon from the very beginning. Are they not capable of mimicking Skrulls? Tony pondered. It appears they have yet to audaciously impersonate the elite of Earth. Brother, Justin Hammer is nonetheless the president of a top-tier military-industrial conglomerate. This is a grave matter. I shall report to Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Leon declared earnestly. "Since when have you shown such respect for Nick Fury? I suspect your report is merely a ruse. Are you not just eager to pursue some romantic endeavors? Who has caught your eye now?" Tony teased, playfully punching Leon's chest. "The deputy of Nick Fury, a level 9 agent." "Ah, it is she," Tony replied, raising an eyebrow, recalling her visage. "Go on. As long as you don't cause any fatalities, feel free to pursue your whims." "Yes, sir." Leon saluted exaggeratedly towards Tony, then soared into the sky, leaving behind a massive spiderweb crater and a coughing Tony, who was choking on dust. Cough, cough, cough. This young man, was it intentional or merely accidental? It seems that the matter of the biological magnetic field is pressing. Tony is not one to enjoy lingering in the shadows, inhaling exhaust fumes, even if the individual in question is his own brother, Leon. Chapter 76, The Black Egg. I have a plan. Latitude, 38N, 533378. Longitude, 77S, 33891. The structure is a colossal cylindrical form composed of 3 fan-like segments, and from an aerial perspective, it resembles a nuclear radiation warning symbol indicative of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, the most prominent feature is the entirely metallic emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D., reminiscent of the East Wing's design. The arrival of Leon instantly captivated the attention of all the bustling personnel. However, their exceptional professionalism prevented them from behaving like mindless zombies clamoring for autographs or photographs. Instead, they paused to nod and bow respectfully to Leon. Leon reciprocated with a wave and a warm smile. At that moment, a squad of armed personnel, clad in standard combat uniforms, entered through the door, and upon spotting Leon, Captain Homelander greeted him amiably. Typically, it is Leon's team that accompanies him on field missions, performing the arduous task of post-battle cleanup, much like the role of the captain. Out of respect for Leon's unparalleled strength and societal standing, they privately address him with a title distinct from that of Homelander, referring to him as the captain. A designation that sounds both professional and imposing, which Leon graciously accepted. "Hey, Romlo, my friend, just back from a mission? You are the true heroes," Leon said enthusiastically, patting Romlo on the shoulder while casting a glance at him and his team, his smile infectious. "You flatter us. Compared to your contributions, ours are but trifles." Romlo humbly replied. "Justice knows no hierarchy," Leon declared. "My friends, you should take pride in your work." Upon hearing this, Romlo and his team were positively electrified, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, eager to offer their hearts to Leon. Listen to him. What a master of words. Were it not for his affiliation with the Hydra, Romlo would genuinely relish working under Leon, willingly serving as his vanguard. After all, this superior is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses an extraordinary sense of responsibility, often leaving little for his team to manage during missions, while also maximizing their emotional value. Money was never an issue. He spends freely, and when in high spirits, he generously bestows tips that could equate to several years' worth of their salaries. However, being an undercover agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. and working for Leon did not conflict, allowing Romlo to navigate both worlds efficiently while deriving immense satisfaction from his endeavors. Just as Leon and Romlo were engrossed in conversation, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black uniform, accentuating her long legs and slender waist, with raven hair and emerald eyes, strode confidently toward them in tactical high-heeled boots. Leon. Hey Hill, my friend. It's been ages. I've missed you terribly. Upon Hill's arrival, Leon swiftly approached, seizing her in a sudden embrace while discreetly gesturing to Romlo and the others behind her, tossing them a diamond card. Quickly, leave me to charm this lady. Romlo, catching the cue, rubbed his nose and exchanged knowing glances with his teammates, the diamond card still exuding a strong scent of copper. Delightful. Long live the captain. Under the watchful eyes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, accustomed to such antics, Leon ambled along with Hill, who displayed a remarkable tolerance for his behavior. Unless his hands ventured into inappropriate territories, Hill maintained a laissez-faire attitude, provided he did not cross the final line. After all, her mission was not to indulge in romantic escapades with Leon. As S.H.I.E.L.D's second-in-command, she was often quite busy. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What the hell? You mean to say you've eradicated Justin Hammer?" Slamming his palm on the desk, he hastily retrieved a nasal inhaler from his drawer, pressing it to his upper lip and inhaling deeply to reboot his somewhat malfunctioning brain. Leon shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Who could blame me? He never gave me a heads up about his misdeeds. Had he informed me beforehand, I might have been able to apprehend him before he committed any irreversible errors." Fury's lips twitched as he stood up from his chair and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Leon, lost in thought. After a while, he sighed, saying, "Agent Hill, you may return to your duties." Understood, Agent Hill nodded, adjusting the lubricant at her waist, maneuvering her fingers away from the sliding grip, and turned to leave. "My dear, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to witness a unique fireworks display," Leon insisted, resting his chin on Hill's shoulder and gently exhaling, his breath brushing against her slightly flushed earlobe. In response to Leon's flirtation and invitation, Agent Hill remained unresponsive, pushing the door open and departing. Observing this, Leon smirked, subtly mimicking a gesture reminiscent of the Soldier Boy scene from the third season of The Boys. For convenience, this action will henceforth be referred to as the Leon grip. At this, Agent Hill finally reacted, casting a fierce glare back at Leon as she left, her lips silently forming the words, "You'd better wait for me tonight." "Now that's more like it," Leon beamed, his smile growing ever brighter. Next, he approached the brooding Nick Fury, who was still immersed in his own world. "If you continue to remain silent and act aloof, I shall take my leave." At this, Nick Fury immediately spoke up, "I have a plan called Insight." "Oh, pray tell," Leon inquired, the golden glow that had just begun to emanate from him vanishing in an instant. Subsequently, Leon followed Nick Fury into the elevator designated for the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. "Insight Plan Bay," Nick Fury stated. "Captain Leon Stark does not possess access to the Insight Plan," the elevator's AI voice promptly responded. "Override authorization. Director Nicholas J. Fury." Confirmed. As the AI announced this, a profound silence enveloped the space. The only sound was that of the elevator descending, prompting Nick Fury to engage Leon in casual conversation to stave off boredom. "They used to play music here, but ever since my grandfather, who operated the elevator, passed away, it has ceased." Leon smirked, snapping his fingers. The man with his own BGM is now activated. Suddenly, music began playing in the elevator. A tune that would be considered a hellish joke for someone like Nick Fury. Sunshine, rainbows, little white horse. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened. Chapter 77, The Starry Sea as the Canvas, Nuclear Bombs as Fireworks. With a resounding ding, the elevator reached its lowest point, several hundred meters below ground. The unfinished, skeletal structure of the colossal ship loomed before Leon, an awe-inspiring sight. It must be said, these three grand toys certainly possess an impressive presence. "This, my friend, is the Insight Project," Nick Fury proclaimed with a proud demeanor as he introduced the concept to Leon. A revolutionary aerial aircraft carrier, 3 generations ahead of conventional military technology, linked with precision strike positioning satellites. Once it ascends, it will never descend, for the new engine allows for sustained suborbital flight. I merely showed Tony a glimpse of the old turbocharged engine blueprints, and in no time, he devised this new performance marvel for us. I must say, your brother is a true genius. If he were here to hear your praises, he would surely be elated, Leon remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the 3 aerial carriers. "How do they operate?" "Not it, but she," Nick Fury corrected. I intend to equip these three sisters with a multitude of long-range precision weaponry, capable of annihilating thousands of enemies in mere minutes. Ordinary terrorists need not concern you. Once the satellites capture their personal information, the aerial carriers can immediately execute precision strikes. In this manner, we can stifle numerous threats in their infancy. From the perspective of your esteemed humanitarian concerns, is it not the wrongdoers who ought to be punished? Leon inquired. This is merely a superficial pretext to silence the masses. We cannot wait for others to commit wrongdoing before we deliver judgment. That would be far too late. At this juncture, Nick Fury cast a knowing glance at Leon, responding with a sly smile. Is this not the very thing our Captain America relishes when combating crime? Oh, Fury, my friend, you know far too many secrets. Leon enthusiastically clapped Nick Fury on the shoulder. For reasons unknown, Nick Fury suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. As if ensnared by a constricting serpent, it seemed some things were better left unspoken. Fury, remember what you just said? Leon suddenly interjected, his hands clasped behind his back. Which part? Nick Fury asked, puzzled. All of it. Leon smiled enigmatically. Of course. Oblivious to the underlying implications, Nick Fury readily acquiesced, unaware that this amounted to a death warrant for his friend, one he had unwittingly signed himself. Subsequently, Nick Fury continued to elaborate on the details of the Insight project to Leon, as it was prudent to ensure that this formidable figure might be called upon at any moment. Since Leon's primary purpose in inspecting the progress of the Insight project had been achieved, he was indifferent to Nick Fury's elaborate exposition on S.H.I.E.L.D's future plans and visions for the world. Meanwhile, Leon also signed off on 3 realistic models of the aerial carriers. Disappointment soon set in as the clock struck midnight. Nick Fury appeared to have not engaged in such heartfelt conversation for quite some time, primarily because he dared not deceive Leon with false information. Thus, he spoke for several hours, his face radiant with enthusiasm. All right, it's about time. Leon had plans for the evening. He interrupted Nick Fury, inquiring, does S.H.I.E.L.D possess nuclear weapons? I'd like 2 to take with me. What? Nick Fury's face contorted in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Could there truly exist such a niche combination of phrases as nuclear bombs and taking them away? Leon promptly corrected himself. 10. Do you think nuclear weapons are sold at street stalls like firecrackers? 20. Okay. Familiar with Leon's nature, Nick Fury hastily agreed, personally escorting him to a separate armory outside S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters to retrieve the nuclear warheads. They loaded a crate to the brim with 20 of them. You're not seriously planning to use them like firecrackers, are you? Watching Leon, who effortlessly hoisted the crate laden with nuclear warheads, ready to take flight, Nick Fury's eyes twitched, his imagination running wild. You guessed it, but there's no reward. With that, Leon enveloped the crate in a biological field and soared into the sky towards S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. What a madman, Nick Fury scoffed, preparing to inform the council. As long as he remained on the side of justice, with considerable public support, Captain America enjoyed a broad latitude of operational authority with the council. Thus, Nick Fury was untroubled by the prospect of facing repercussions for unilaterally deploying nuclear weapons. After all, the big guy could conjure them at will. If he asked, it was merely a matter of respect. Meanwhile, upon reaching the skies above S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, Leon hurled the crate high into the air, targeting a specific office. Accompanied by a startled gasp, he caught Hill, who was clad in a 2-piece outfit, as she emerged from the building, safely receiving the crate of nuclear warheads before speeding off towards the Pacific Ocean. Soon, in the uninhabited expanse of the Pacific high seas, the stars sparkled brilliantly yet unobtrusively, reflecting on the pitch-black surface of the ocean, resembling an endless celestial tapestry. The seamless blend of sea and sky rendered Leon and Hill acutely aware of their insignificance amid the vastness of the universe. After a prolonged silence, Hill snapped back to reality, lightly tapping Leon's chest with her delicate hand, shooting him an incredulous look. Are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't even put on my clothes yet. At that moment, Hill had just been changing in her office, having removed her work uniform, when Leon barged in like a bull, whisking her away. Hill was left pondering whether it was a deliberate act or mere clumsiness. Well then, let me ask you, my dear, are you cold? Under Leon's gaze, which held a depth of emotion that even dogs would find compelling, Hill inexplicably shook her head and instinctively sealed his lips with her own. 2.5 minutes later. Wait. Realizing that Hill's fingers were becoming a bit too adventurous, Leon quickly halted her. What? Hill asked, bewildered. slightly oxygen deprived. Her blue eyes were filled with confusion. Fireworks. Leon smiled. I told you I would take you to see the world's one-of-kind fireworks display tonight. With that, Leon opened the crate he had been carrying, swiftly tossing the 20 nuclear warheads in all directions, encircling both himself and Hill within. Once they were at a suitable distance, Leon summoned a golden energy orb from his palm. Grasping it, he crushed it instantly. Countless rays of light erupted from between Leon's fingers, simultaneously sweeping across the 20 nuclear warheads, forming a spherical network centered around him and Hill. The warheads began to vibrate ominously. In the next moment, Leon snapped his fingers. It's showtime. Boom! 20 nuclear warheads detonated simultaneously. A colossal explosion engulfed Hill's entire field of vision. Yet the excess thermal radiation and energy particles were absorbed by Leon, allowing her to witness the overwhelming pressure and breathtaking beauty of the nuclear explosion from this privileged vantage point. Query: shall today's check-in proceed? Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2-foot Godzilla template fragments. Chapter 78. The movie premiere, a tremendous surprise from Little Spider. Scientific research indicates that when an individual is in a perilous situation that stimulates self-awareness, the body uncontrollably releases a surge of adrenaline, accelerating the heartbeat. If, at that moment, a compatible friend, whether of the opposite or same sex, happens to be nearby, they are more likely to misinterpret this normal physiological reaction as romantic attraction. This phenomenon is known as the suspension bridge effect. Hill was well aware of the circumstances, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to Leon, even amidst the terrifying backdrop of 20 nuclear explosions. The reason was simple. With Leon's remarkable hardware and software capabilities, he had orchestrated a uniquely captivating fireworks display today. Despite knowing it was a calculated ploy, Hill was undeniably smitten. It was hard to imagine any woman being able to resist such charm. At that moment, her gaze towards Leon was so intense that one could almost believe she wished to devour him on the spot. Yet she managed to suppress her primal instincts with the remnants of her rationality. My water meter is broken at home. Could the experienced captain of the motherland accompany me back to check what the issue might be? Hill bit her tongue, her eyes fixed intently on Leon. I would be more than willing, Leon replied, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. 7 days later, at Hill's residence, the situation had deteriorated. Despite the passive protection afforded by her biological stance, and aside from the basics of eating and drinking, Hill, who had not rested for 7 days, found herself succumbing to a state of mental exhaustion. The excitement that once sparkled in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a numb, bewildered expression. Seeing that Leon seemed to have no concept of cool-down periods, Hill, with heavy eyelids, seized the opportunity to kick the recently calmed and immediately rebooted Leon off the couch. You idiot. Do you want to kill me? After uttering this exclamation, Hill promptly fainted. Leon, witnessing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and halted his actions. Much like Tony, he often became so engrossed in his work that he neglected basic needs. After carrying Hill back to bed, he prepared to attend to matters concerning another friend. System. What are the results of the automatic mining over the past week? Note. Automatic mining yielded a total of 169 kilograms of vibrania. Well, it appears that the misfortune of a non-lucky individual is a constant in life. How many people can boast a safety net of such considerable value like I do? Leon consoled himself, and then soared to new heights. A month later, in Kathmandu, Nepal, at Kamartaj. At this moment, having thrown money at the opportunity to join Kamartaj, Leon donned an outfit reminiscent of Dr. Strange's white training attire, following Old Wong for one-on-one expert guidance in the art of teleportation. Damn, failed again, Leon muttered in frustration. How could this happen? Old Wong, perplexed, began a manual demonstration. It's simple. Just do this, then that, and voila. The teleportation array is complete. No need for a hovering ring. Listening to Old Wong's abstract teaching, Leon rolled his eyes dramatically. I tell you, Old Wong, if you can teach someone this way, I'll eat Kamartaj whole right on the spot. Alas, I advise you to give up. Leon, you lack the talent for magic. Old Wong sighed deeply. He had exhausted every method over the past few days, yet Leon remained unable to produce even a spark of magical talent. Were it not for the fact that the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, faced similar stagnation in teaching Leon other spells, Old Wong would have questioned his own abilities. However, Leon's true disappointment did not arise from his inability to learn magic. Instead, it stemmed from the system's query. Question: would you like to check in for today? Yes. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Old Wong's collection of novels. Please, my Supreme Sorcerer. Other titles included The Supreme Sorcerer Falls in Love with Me, The Matter of My Rebirth as a Supreme Sorcerer, and Supreme Sorcerer, How Will You Repay Me? The system nearly unveiled Old Wong's secrets. Yet all Leon desired was a simple teleportation or acceleration skill. Why was that so difficult? He had even attempted to check in with Ancient One, only for the system to produce her very own undergarments. At the time, Leon had no idea, thinking it was a counterfeit created by the system. Yet, as soon as he retrieved it from the system space, Ancient One appeared at his door to check his water meter. A barrage of scarlet chains of Seletok rained down, subduing Leon with a flurry of blows. Fortunately, Ancient One's own abilities were not particularly formidable. Otherwise, the sword of Vishanti might have left Leon in a dire state. Of course, this was merely her way of refraining from serious retaliation. Had she truly wished to, with her keen sword and sharp gaze, there was surely a spell among her vast repertoire that could breach Leon's defenses. After administering a punishment to Leon, Ancient One confined him in the mirror dimension for several days. Being grounded was fine. It conveniently allowed for system check-ins. However, even after several days, until Ancient One finally released him, he was unable to check in even once. Following a few days of desperately pleading with Ancient One, Leon finally secured the Eye of Agamotto from her grasp. Though he could only toy with it under her watchful eye, he could at least check in using the time stone within. Thus, he checked in and acquired an overwhelmingly powerful, yet situationally impractical passive ability. Time immunity. You will be immune to any time-based skills. Introduction. Time. Behold your king. Leon's requests were not extravagant. A practical smash Varuto would suffice. 5 seconds might seem short for a father, but for Leon, it was an overwhelming advantage. Master Sorcerer. The library requires a supervisor. You may return now. Ancient One instructed with a gentle smile. Leon was about to ask why when a voice, nearly welded to his ear, suddenly announced through his Bluetooth earpiece. Leon, Happy is calling. Answer. Leon, the sequel to Iron Man, The Armored Avenger, starring you and Tony. Iron Man, Flesh and Blood, is about to be released. You haven't made a public appearance lately. Would you like to attend the premiere? It would not only boost the film's box office, but also maintain the public's interest in the Iron Man franchise. What does Pepper say? Miss Potts said she respects your personal decision. Is that so? I suppose I could attend. But why is it you, Happy, delivering the message? Because I'm the director of this film. By the way, Miss Potts is the assistant director and special effects supervisor. Is that even allowed? You didn't direct the first one, did you? Due to his lack of attention to matters concerning films, Leon had never inquired about them. Indeed, following the phenomenal success of the first installment, I have been officially promoted from Tony's assistant and head of security to the position of executive president of Stark Industries, additionally serving as the chief director of the Patriot film series. Happy's tone was infused with unbridled pride. Bravo. Congratulations. After confirming the time, Leon hung up the phone, casting a surprised glance at the ever-enigmatic Ancient One, who wore a subtle yet mysterious smile. Goodness, you're not even pretending anymore. Without the time stone, you can still glimpse fragments of the future. It seemed as though time had accelerated, achieving an effect akin to the bullet time concept, though, based on the portrayal in Doctor Strange, it would be more aptly termed lightning time. This technique enabled him to react effortlessly at a pace that matched Leon's current speed. Originally, Leon had thought this skill could only be employed post-soul projection, but after receiving a sound beating from the Ancient One, he had revised that belief. After these two combined attacks, it would indeed be a miracle for Caecilius to even graze a single hair of the Ancient One. You certainly are something, Leon. Focus on what you need to do and refrain from frivolous thoughts, she admonished, gently tapping his forehead with her hand. Master, do you think I still have time to partake in your indulgences? Leon, reluctant to exert himself, disregarded whether he could reach her. Suddenly, he executed a playful Leon grip on her. Before she could respond or react, he swiftly ascended into the sky, transforming into a golden meteor that almost instantaneously vanished from her line of sight. In response to Leon's antics, the Ancient One raised her hand in preparation for a spell, only to lower it as the mirroring space behind her unfolded and receded. Enough. A prodigal son. It is indeed rare to maintain such a sincere and playful spirit. The future is destined to be yours. The God of War, Leon Stark Odinson. Chapter 79. The Ultimate Freedom, a Sign of Awakening. After departing from Kamar Taj, just past midnight, the lingering fragrance of Leon's presence was felt as he checked in once more, seamlessly transitioning into a fervent embrace of the Tsukuyami. It is indeed you, Master. Absolute thought acceleration, a 1,000-fold enhancement to fundamental thought speed. If confronted by an adversary whose action speed surpasses your thought speed is further augmented, perpetually outpacing your opponent's actions. Expose the rebellious fangs of that infinitely accelerating, closed world. Stark Plaza was teeming with people. A sea of Leon's fans gathered for the premiere. With a grand flourish, Happy arranged for 2.5 million ordinary seats in Stark Industries Cinema, additionally distributing 1,000 Ultra VIP tickets for a colossal screening, allowing for face-to-face interaction with the Patriot. This was a unique perk, meticulously curated by Happy and RC for Leon's most ardent fans. Devoid of any underhanded dealings, a true fan-centric endeavor, the kind that wealth could not procure, as RC only recognized individuals, not tickets. The immense theater could comfortably accommodate 1,000 individuals. Dressed to the nines, Leon was accompanied by RC Tifa, adorned in a stunning blue gown. Tony, equally resplendent, was accompanied by Pepper, who wore a striking red dress. The two ladies embraced their respective partners' arms, gracefully waving to the exuberant crowd of fans. Patriot, 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 Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man. I am Miss Tifa's dog. Get lost, you pervert. I am Miss Tifa's dog. Ha. RC, you've garnered fans too, Leon teased, poking her softly at the waist. I would rather not have any, RC replied, exasperated. Subsequently, as the protagonist, Leon stepped onto the stage, delivering a rousing speech before opening the film with the customary phrase, "You all, my friends, you are the true heroes. Oh, and collect." As Leon clenched his fist, exuding a hint of his formidable presence, the lights dimmed, and the fervent cheers of the fans ceased as if choreographed. Then, a majestic and weighty soundtrack began to play, marking the official commencement of Patriot, Flesh and Blood. The story bore an uncanny resemblance to the comic version of The Boys, despite Leon having shared no pertinent information with Happy. Yet, he had conjured a clone anti-hero, strikingly similar in appearance to him, who possessed all the abilities of the film's Leon, save for the power of flight. The intriguing twist was that the creator of this clone, known as the Ink Scale, was portrayed by Happy herself. Under her external direction, the Ink Scale masqueraded as the Patriot, secretly engaging in nefarious deeds that led the genuine Patriot into a perilous state of self-doubt and potential personality fragmentation. Through this process, the film's audience gradually recognized that the Patriot was merely an ordinary individual, a being of flesh and blood, not an omnipotent deity. He too experienced sorrow and could sustain injuries in battle. Ultimately, the Patriot was revealed to bleed. He was not so different from them. This was the message Happy sought to convey to Leon's fans through the film, allowing him to resonate more authentically in reality, essentially portraying vulnerability through cinematic storytelling. After all, the true Leon would never be shackled by moral constraints. Should anyone dare to slander him, he would trace their digital footprints alongside RC that very night, holding no grudges. He would never succumb to confusion or other such cowardly emotions. For the most disoriented moment of his life was when he stood alone in the morning, sword drawn, with no friends by his side. Ultimately, the despondent Patriot, bolstered by the encouragement of his fans, found renewed confidence. In the climactic battle against the Ink Scale, he shouted impassioned lines about family and bonds, channeling the belief bestowed upon him by his fans to unleash a powerful energy blast that obliterated the Ink Scale. As for Tony, as the strategist, his adversary was Happy herself, though she managed to escape. This left the door open for a third installment of the Patriot saga, with the plot yet to be conceived. However, Leon harbored suspicions of a potential anticlimax, urging Happy to tread carefully in her writing. Once the film concluded, a signing event for the Patriot commenced. While Leon felt the film was merely adequate, the fans' response appeared overwhelmingly positive. He couldn't discern whether his perspective was skewed due to his own experiences or if he truly perceived the situation differently as the individual concerned. In any case, the film was a box office success, albeit with no available seats. Leon need only focus on signing autographs. Happy had numerous matters to contemplate. Next, called the staff. "Hello, Mr. Leon. I am your super fan, Peter Parker. Today is my 18th. Oh no, my 8th birthday. Could you wish me a happy birthday?" "Hey, Peter. You can't just make demands like that. Mr. Leon might feel overwhelmed." "We should adhere to the rules," a staff member interjected. "If everyone made requests, Mr. Leon wouldn't have enough time to accommodate them." "My apologies, Mr. Leon. Peter is still young and doesn't quite understand. We just need your autograph." As Leon gazed at the shy, talkative boy and his poised amp beside him, he was about to respond when the system interrupted eagerly. "Query, shall we proceed with today's check-in?" "System, I." "Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained ultimate freedom. Ultimate freedom. As an ordinary person, you have reached a realm that even deities find difficult to attain. However, the journey is endless, and you must continue to strive. Introduction. Full health to play the Eru. Without vitality, one cannot truly engage. Chapter 80. Little Spider and Aunt May. Wow. The Golden Legend. Leon had initially intended to wait until Spider-Man's emergence to sign in, yet unexpectedly, the unmutated Peter proved capable of delivering results. Truly, he is a darling of Marvel. The moment he acquired ultimate freedom, Leon felt an overwhelming sense of serene control, as if all was within his grasp. Yet, as both his physiological and psychological states surged, this omnipotent feeling came swiftly and faded just as quickly. He could only wait for an opportune moment to test it further. Thoughts flitted through his mind, and Leon returned his focus to the present. The young Spider-Man, being just a boy, held little visual allure. Thus, Leon's gaze was predominantly drawn to the alluring Aunt May. Though he felt a measure of embarrassment, Leon had to concede. She recognized him before he could acknowledge her. In the comics, Uncle Ben passed away when Spider-Man was merely 15, and the film Spider-Man: Homecoming follows a similar narrative. However, in this world, Uncle Ben had died when Spider-Man was just 4, leaving the young hero with scant memories of him. Aunt May, too, had become a widow raising a child alone at an early age. At that moment, clad in semi-transparent black stockings and denim shorts, with a sleeveless crop top, Aunt May leaned against the counter where Leon was to sign. She slightly bent forward, revealing her graceful curves. Her brow furrowed with a hint of shyness as she directly met Leon's gaze and said, "Mr. Leon, I sincerely apologize. Peter is still young and rather naive. We simply need your signature." "No need to worry," Leon reassured, placing his hand gently on the back of Aunt May's. "Children are the treasures and future of the world. And you, Peter, are destined to become a true hero. Happy birthday, my little friend." He extended his other hand toward the young Spider-Man. Thank you, Mr. Leon," Peter Parker exclaimed, suddenly brimming with excitement, rubbing his hands against his denim pants before attempting to reach out for a handshake over the counter. However, at just 8 years old, Peter's height proved insufficient, and despite his best efforts to rise on tiptoe, he could not grasp Leon's hand. Aunt May, noticing this, attempted to lift Peter, but Leon stood up first, firmly taking her hand and actively shaking hands with the young hero while discreetly winking at her, leaning closer to whisper, "Ah, this lovely and enchanting lady. May I be fortunate enough to know your name?" "May Parker," she replied, striving to maintain her composure, yet unable to suppress a nervous swallow. "Please don't leave immediately. I quite like Peter, and he deserves a wonderful birthday." Yet, as she spoke, Leon's fingers subtly traced circles on the back of May's hand, a sensation so faint yet distinctly clear, akin to the tickle of a mosquito bite. Compounded by the countless onlookers unaware of the intimate exchange, May felt as though she might lose her mind. After a soft murmur of agreement, she swiftly withdrew her hand from Leon's grasp to avoid creating an even greater embarrassment. After May led the sleepy Peter away, Leon felt an abrupt sense of ennui. Transforming into a human signing machine, he promptly signed away. This small interlude not only failed to irritate the fans waiting in line, but instead deepened their admiration for Leon. After all, who could resist a man so strong, handsome, wealthy, playful, and so patient with children? As for his playful nature, was that truly a flaw? For fans from his homeland, it was considered one of his greatest virtues. As long as one possessed commendable qualities, everyone had the chance for close interaction with him. Talent was welcomed, and beauty was embraced. 2.5 minutes later, having activated his quantum signing mode, Leon swiftly completed signatures and interactions with all the super VIP fans. When he returned backstage, he found May cradling the already asleep Peter, engaged in light conversation with Arcithia regarding matters of the homeland in both film and reality. It appeared they were getting along quite well. Upon seeing Leon enter, Arcithia gracefully nodded at him and discreetly excused herself. "Mr. Leon," May attempted to rise to greet him, but having held Peter for too long, her legs felt numb, and she stumbled forward. "Be careful." Leon swiftly moved to catch her forehead with his body, supporting her upper half to prevent her from falling. Peter, nestled in her arms, lay horizontally across her abdomen. "Oh, I'm sorry." After steadying May, Leon withdrew his hand, which had been poised to move. "It's quite all right. It was my own clumsiness." As she spoke, May's gaze darted away, her demeanor betraying a sense of guilt that prevented her from looking Leon directly in the eye as she had before. Aunt May? Mr. Leon." Their sudden movements jolted Peter awake. "Hey, Peter, my little buddy." Leon effortlessly lifted the drooling Peter from May's arms, grabbing a beige tissue from the coffee table to wipe Peter's mouth. This scene struck May like a bolt, akin to a direct hit to her heart. Her lips moved, yet no words came forth. She could only watch with a fond smile as Leon continued to entertain Peter. Observing May's reactions with his keen perception, Leon smirked subtly, aware that for many traditional women with families, children represent their greatest vulnerability. Hence, for May, who cherished Peter above all, Leon merely needed to exert a little effort to easily breach her defenses. Subsequently, Leon offered to escort May and Peter home. That might be too much trouble, May said shyly, fully aware that allowing Leon to take them home could lead to unforeseen complications. Mr. Leon, do you want to come home with us? Yay. The 8-year-old Peter, blissfully unaware, simply beamed with joy. See, Peter is eager for my company, Leon said, fixing his gaze on May's eyes with a suggestive implication. Well then, May relented, unable to resist Leon's earnest invitation, as Peter's elbow nudged outward in excitement. For the sake of the child, she felt compelled to acquiesce. The trio then ascended to the rooftop. Mr. Leon, are we going to fly? How high can you fly? Can you reach outer space? Are you faster than light? I bet Superman can't beat you, right? Do you also have biological perspectives? Are you perhaps not from Earth, but a Kryptonian? Peter rambled on, his excitement propelling him into a torrent of questions, his chatter resembling that of an enthusiastic chatterbox. All that remained was an urgent need to expand his vocabulary and scientific knowledge. Peter, shoo, fearing that Leon might grow impatient, May quickly covered Peter's mouth and offered a sheepish smile toward Leon. I'm sorry, Peter gets carried away when he's excited. Isn't that wonderful? Only children who are extroverted, cheerful, and possess a sunny disposition can navigate the intricate and capricious nature of human society. As he spoke, Leon leaned closer. The distance between his nose and May's lips reduced to a mere 25 centimeters, allowing both to distinctly perceive each other's breath and the almost palpable presence of contrasting hormones. No, May protested, believing Leon intended to kiss her in front of Peter, instinctively stepping back in alarm. Yet, before she could voice her concern, Leon had already wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you ready for takeoff, my dear? He mischievously inquired, seemingly oblivious to May's misunderstanding. Yes, I am ready, Mr. Leon. Peter, mistakenly thinking Leon was addressing him, eagerly raised his hand to answer. All right then, let's soar. Without waiting for May's response, Leon enveloped her and Peter in a biological embrace and ascended into the sky. The sudden shift in velocity sent Peter into an excited cheer. While May was nearly paralyzed with fear, her heart racing and adrenaline surging as she instinctively clung tightly to Leon. The grip of Leon. This was indeed the exquisite blend of soldier and Leon XP. As for those who could maintain eternal youth and immortality, they were in a category of their own. Chapter 81. Peter shivered. Aunt May, do I deserve to have an uncle? Given that Peter and May resided in Queens, only about 10 to 20 kilometers away from Stark Industries in Manhattan, Leon's current speed meant that he could barely take off before arriving. However, to relish the closeness with the adult in his arms a bit longer, Leon cleverly circled between Queens and Manhattan. Only after Peter had fully acclimated to the rapid pace and May had grasped the situation did Leon embrace them, bringing the two of them gently into an ordinary household. In New York, Queens is neither a wealthy district nor a poor one. It is relatively a middle-class area, rich in economic diversity and cultural heritage. Most of the neighborhoods are predominantly white, yet a significant number of African Americans reside there. Peter's childhood best friend, the chubby African American Ned, is a prime example. Are you having fun, Peter? Leon asked. Yes. Peter nodded enthusiastically. May, however, began to transition from her initial excitement and restlessness to a calm and rational state. She started to regret her impulsive decision to allow Leon into their lives. Once their social circle expanded, it would be challenging to revert to their previous way of life, especially after their encounter with the seemingly capricious Leon. Feeling aged and less appealing, May found it hard to muster confidence in her future with Leon. Even if she could, it would only be a fleeting amusement for him, destined to lead nowhere. She was no longer young. She couldn't afford to be selfish and indulge in momentary pleasure. She had to consider Peter's future. Aunt May, what's wrong? Are you not happy? Peter, released by Leon, perceptively sensed May's emotional shift and grasped her hand with concern. As for Leon, he approached the window, seemingly waiting for something. It's nothing, Peter. I'm very happy today, May replied, offering him a tender smile and affectionately ruffling his hair. At that moment, a rumble echoed in their ears. May took Peter's hand and walked over to Leon. Peering out the window to discover an unmanned jet glider descending with a cake, that dwarfed even Peter. The wind rushed in as the window opened, and Leon's figure flickered momentarily. In the next instant, he held the cake aloft with one hand, defying the laws of physics. "Mr. Leon, is this cake for me?" Little Peter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. It was the largest cake he had ever seen. "Of course, my little buddy," Leon replied, tousling Peter's hair and throwing a subtle wink at May. May felt a faint blush bloom on her cheeks, awkwardly avoiding Leon's gaze as she turned to Peter. "Peter, how long do you want Mr. Leon to help you with the cake? Shouldn't you hurry and clean up your toys on the coffee table?" "Yes, madam." Little Peter saluted May with exaggerated formality before swiftly clearing the assembled toys into the storage basket beneath the table, with 8 rainbow candles inserted into the cake. And after they were lit, Leon smiled at Peter. "Make a wish. Anything within my power is possible." "Really anything?" Peter asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Yes, anything," Leon confirmed. Little Peter's eyes darted between Leon and Aunt May, and with a sudden spark of inspiration, he boldly declared his wish. "I hope Mr. Leon and Aunt May can be together, and then I'll have an uncle." Coughing, May nearly gasped in shock at Peter's loud wish, playfully tapping his little head. "Peter, don't be ridiculous." "Oh, can I make another wish?" he asked. "That's more like it." May nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, little Peter silently reaffirmed the same wish in his heart, already displaying the flexibility of future Spider-Man. Subsequently, with Leon's assistance, Peter blew out the candles, and they all began to slice the cake. However, before they could take a bite, Peter playfully smeared cream on both Leon and May's faces with impeccable precision. May was about to chide him when Leon retaliated, smearing cream all over Peter's face. Thus began an uncontrollable cream battle, with Leon as the guest, joining in the fun, prompting May to join the fray as well, even playfully smearing some cream on Leon's face while sneakily feeling his muscles. Children have boundless energy, yet it dissipates quickly. After the birthday cake, which had been bought by Aunt May, was entirely wasted without a single bite, Peter lay down, utterly exhausted, showing no signs of waking even as Leon and May worked together to wash him. During this process, the shower head slipped from their grasp, drenching both Leon and May completely. They exchanged a glance, saying nothing yet conveying everything. After giving Peter a bath, May carried him to the bedroom, while Leon took a shower to prepare for what was to come. When Leon emerged, May had just finished as well. Her room had a private bathroom. They sat together in silence on the living room sofa. Leon wore only a pair of ultra-elastic fiber underwear, his physique resembling that of an ancient Greek statue, so perfectly sculpted that it left May momentarily breathless. May, on the other hand, was clad in a delicate silk nightgown with thin straps, elegantly revealing her collarbones and thighs, striking a balance between allure and the raw charm of femininity. After a long silence, seeing that May remained quiet, Leon decided to take the initiative, placing his large hand over her trembling one, which was gripping the hem of her skirt, intertwining their fingers. "Hey, May, listen to me. Peter needs an uncle. I can fill that void for him, as well as for you. But I'm afraid there's nothing to worry about, May. Look into my eyes. You need not think of anything. Just follow my rhythm, and time will prove everything. I am sincere, both for Peter and for you." Noticing May's lingering apprehension, Leon felt compelled to reassure her further. Chapter 82, Love Cat TV. Midnight. After the weary May succumbed to slumber, the ever-eager Leon, brimming with enthusiasm and devoid of any drowsiness, promptly retrieved the collar of the Black Panther goddess Baudet from the system's space. With a seamless transition, he embarked upon his second round. "System, grant me access." A shift in perspective ensued. In an instant, Leon's consciousness was projected into the spiritual realm of the Black Panther goddess Baudet, where a dense fog lingered. "Come forth, my little baby." Leon's flirtatious tone incited the wrath of Baudet, who was incensed by his unsolicited intrusion. "Roar!" With an enraged growl, a colossal shadow lunged toward Leon from afar in the blink of an eye. The moment Bastet's enormous, beastly form came into view, her glimmering claws were a mere 0.01 centimeters from Leon's handsome visage. Had this been in the past, Leon would have undoubtedly borne a few scars. However, the tides have turned. The Leon of yore was no more. He closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and relinquished control over his actions, executing a fluid backward lean that brought his upper body perilously close to Bastet's claws, artfully evading her strike. The astonishment within Baudet was palpable. She recognized the finesse of his movements, having traversed a similar path. Yet, her actions in battle were far from sluggish. Rather, they grew increasingly ferocious. The winds howled. The winds howled. Her claws, capable of effortlessly tearing through vibranium, produced a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Yet, apart from grazing a corner of Leon's uniform, Batet failed to lay a single hair on him, even as he engaged in practical training to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. Once Leon fully comprehended that in his current state of vitality, his ultimate freedom could rival the spider sense that the little spider held so dear. This farcical game of cat and lion began to draw to a close. The tides of battle shifted. Having been on the defensive, Leon initiated an offensive. However, reminiscent of earlier skirmishes, most of his assaults were deftly dodged by Batet, whose keen reflexes allowed her to evade his strikes. Occasionally, a punch or kick would make contact. Yet none could deliver a decisive blow. In this rapidly shifting combat rhythm, Leon's punches proved more effective than his energy blasts. Hence, the battle once again reached an impasse. The combatants, one man and one goddess, grappled from earth to sky and back again. The mental fog was swept away by howling winds. As the obsidian ground cracked and mended as if a dragon stirred beneath. Time became an enigma. Leon and Batet remained at full strength, unable to best one another. It seems I must practice more, Leon mused. In his current state, ultimate freedom offered robust defense, but was challenging to wield offensively. He could not yet manipulate it at will. To bring his opponent to tears, he would need to devise a strategy. With this thought, Leon ceased his futile fighting and paused, turning his head side to side, surveying the area. He declared to the concealed Batet lurking in the fog, "Let the frolic cease." Dear, as his words resonated, an exhilarating BGM seamlessly began to play. Ultimate Holy War. Next came the Battle of the Fool. A shift in perspective occurred. As Leon's rationality returned, he found himself out of Bastet's spiritual domain and back in reality. The sensation was akin to being ensnared by the Scarlet King. Time during the battle seemed erased, leaping directly from its commencement to its conclusion. Before Leon stood a poised, remarkably docile figure. A long-eared elfin lady with coffee-hued skin and flowing silver hair, kneeling in reverence. Simultaneously, the system provided an explanation. Notification: the information for Collar of the Black Panther Goddess Batet has been updated. Let me see the details. Collar of the Black Panther Goddess Batet. This collar is now bound to the Black Panther Goddess Batet. Your strength has captivated her, and she shall offer you eternal loyalty. Quality: indestructible. Description: should the master not forsake it, the cat shall remain ever by your side. Note: the Black Panther Goddess Batet can be contained within the system space along with the collar. After reviewing the collar's updated information, Leon redirected his attention to Batet, who had now transformed into her human form. She was dressed in a rather revealing outfit, a pair of pure black shorts that accentuated her shapely, muscular legs, akin to that of a panther. Above, she wore an extremely form-fitting black snow jacket, complemented by a thin, curve-emphasizing V-neck short-sleeve top. "Master, please teach me." Batet gazed up at Leon with an alluringly aloof expression, yet her tone was fervent enough to make Leon question whether she would pounce on him at any moment. The unrefined longing in her gray-blue eyes threatened to overflow. Although the collar of the Black Panther Goddess Batet could not be removed once donned, it could be seamlessly concealed within her body or manifested at any location on her exterior. Thus, Batet ingeniously opted to display it on her thigh rather than the default neck position. Chapter 83: A Celestial Arrival. The following morning, when May awoke, she instinctively glanced at her phone. "Oh dear, it's already noon. Peter, you must get to school." As May hurriedly donned her clothing and exited her bedroom to rouse young Peter, she found him in the living room, already awake and bustling about. Upon closer inspection, May discovered that Peter was engaged in a playful chase with a sleek, jet-black cat, which seemed to be toying with him. Peter, now covered in dust and grime from his attempts to catch the cat, was persistently outmaneuvered as the elegant feline effortlessly leaped onto his head. "Meow, human child, you are far too slow. To catch me, you still have 2,000 years to go. All right. How old are you? Still seeking superiority over a child?" Seizing the opportunity while Batet reveled in her mischief, Leon grasped the nape of her neck, lifting her and placing her upon his shoulder, stroking her fur from head to tail. Purr. Pampered by Leon's adept touch, Batet emitted a continuous purring sound, her rear and tail instinctively rising. "Mr. Leon, I wish to pet her too," young Peter said enviously. "If you want to pet one, you should get your own. This one is rather special. You mustn't covet her," Leon chuckled, ruffling Peter's hair. "All right, I will definitely find a pure black one in the future," Peter declared with hope. Unbeknownst to him, Leon pondered whether young Spider's affinity for black cats might have originated from such experiences. "Peter, enough playing. You must go to school." May approached briskly, packing his backpack while anxiously reminding him. Do I really have to go now?" Peter half concealed himself behind Leon, reluctant to comply. He had assumed that after May's late awakening, she would grant him a day of leisure at home. Of course, May reached out to pull Peter from behind Leon, but he deftly dodged her grasp. "Mr. Leon, please help me." "All right, May." Leon shielded the little spider, which had sought his assistance, behind him, then wrapped his arms around May, who was intent on continuing her playful antics with Peter, and bestowed a gentle, fleeting kiss on her lips. He then encouraged her, "Children, after all, it matters little if they skip a day of school. As long as they can read and perform basic arithmetic, play remains their primary pursuit. Besides, even if Peter were to achieve nothing in the future, with my wealth, he could spend lifetimes without exhausting it. He need not regard education as the sole avenue of escape like children from ordinary families." But, May was taken aback by Leon's audacity. Kissing her before Peter no less, and suddenly found herself stammering, her words tumbling out as if she were intoxicated. "Wow, Aunt May, does this mean I'm getting an uncle?" Peter exclaimed with delight. "Peter." May flushed, casting a reproachful glance at the boy, poised to retort, but was silenced by Leon's finger gently pressing against her lips. For just moments earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D had informed him that a hammer had fallen from the sky the previous night. No one could move or lift it, igniting a fervor in the community about the Hammer of Heroes, claiming that anyone capable of lifting it would instantly ascend to become a legendary hero. A well-meaning individual had posted this news online, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D, who spent most of her time surfing the web, to learn of it immediately. "My dear, why don't we grant Peter a few more days off?" Leon suggested, stroking May's cheek. "Uncle Leon, where are we going to play?" the astute little Peter queried, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, how about New Mexico?" Leon replied. "Hooray, as long as it means no school, I'm on board." "With an uncle as wise and understanding as Leon, I'm convinced," Peter declared. "You too, never mind, I won't interfere. Do as you please." May thought to herself, secretly wishing to indulge in more playtime, aware that Leon could not always be by her side, cherishing every moment they could share. She sighed inwardly, realizing she had surrendered her life to this man. In New Mexico, the S.H.I.E.L.D satellite had also detected an unidentified object descending in the region the previous night, but due to severe electromagnetic interference, they could not pinpoint its exact location. The burgeoning rumors about the Hammer of Heroes circulating online had been swiftly intercepted and secured by them to prevent further escalation. Agent Coulson, piloting his flying car named Laura, equipped with magnetic levitation capabilities, was among the first to arrive at the scene. There, he witnessed an elderly man attempting to connect the hammer's handle to his pickup truck with a chain, hoping to pull it. However, the truck's bed was overturned, the hammer remaining immovable. It became apparent that the hammer was situated at the very center of a 25-meter-wide crater, as if it had created the pit itself upon its descent. "Sir, I've located it," Coulson stated, retrieving his phone to call someone. "Damn it, in this day and age, are aliens tossing their refuse onto Earth? If given the chance, I would dump all of Earth's nuclear waste back in the laps of those uncivilized extraterrestrials," came a furious voice from the other end of the line. "Sir, I believe we need to inform Mr. Leon about the situation concerning the alien hammer. It has surpassed the capabilities of Clinton and Natasha," Coulson suggested. "Hey, Coulson, were you calling for me?" As he spoke, a familiar voice interrupted him from behind. Turning, he saw Leon arriving with May and Peter, who were on vacation. "Mr. Leon? And who are these two?" Coulson inquired. "May and Peter, my family," Leon replied, one arm cradling young Peter while the other wrapped around May's waist, presenting an image of a blissful family unit. However, Coulson was keenly aware that this was an illusion, as Leon's reality was decidedly different, one that involved a different kind of domesticity. "Mr. Leon," Coulson briefed him on all the information S.H.I.E.L.D had gathered regarding the Hammer of Heroes. Upon concluding, Leon casually waved his hand. "Leave this matter to me. You cannot hope to contend with it." "Who?" Coulson pondered internally. But Leon clearly had no intention of elucidating, nearly teleporting himself, May, and Peter to the edge of the crater formed by Thor's hammer. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman was still fretting about how to fix the truck's bed, with no one stepping forward to assist him, all attention fixated on the hammer. However, Leon, recognizing the old man, was not among them. "Hey, my old friend, do you need a helping hand from the youth?" Leon asked, effortlessly assisting the old man in reattaching the truck bed. The elderly man, overjoyed, shook Leon's hand vigorously, exclaiming, "Patriot! You're a patriot. I'm your biggest fan. Look, I wear your battle suit every day beneath my clothes." With that, the old man dramatically pulled open his collar, revealing a crumpled and worn Superman costume, one that had surely been washed countless times. Leon, suppressing a chuckle, did not reveal the truth, instead signing the old man's Superman uniform with a flourish. Was this not a form of NTR? Chapter 84, Return of the Runes, Thor Leon. Subsequently, Leon took some time to escort the somewhat forgetful old man back to his home, marking the location along the way. As for the signing in, he had encountered several avatars of Stan Lee before, each time signing comic book manuscripts. Perhaps there was something valuable to gain. Yet the plethora of comic-related items in the pool had diluted the odds of obtaining anything worthwhile, of which Leon had never witnessed. However, it wouldn't hurt to sign in once more. Perhaps he would encounter an esteemed observer and emerge victorious. Upon his return, S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely secured the area. Leon, alongside May and Peter, descended into the massive crater and inquired of the ever-watchful Coulson, "Have others tried yet?" "Yes," Coulson nodded. "Everyone on site has attempted, yet none could lift the hammer." "Is that so?" Leon raised an eyebrow, and Botet promptly took the cue, leaping onto May's shoulder. He then approached the hammer, gripping its handle firmly. With a powerful exertion, the ground trembled ominously, the earth itself quaking as it sank a few centimeters under the force. Yet, the hammer remained unmoved. Unfazed, Leon expanded the protective range of his biological field to encompass several kilometers and unleashed his armed hockey at full capacity, activating the Fool's 50 ultimate power boost. "Stand back, my friends," Leon warned, muscles taut as he summoned his strength. The earth quaked more violently, as if on the verge of upheaval. Coulson lost his footing, tumbling to the ground, while May and Peter seemed unaffected, enveloped in a barely perceptible dark aura emanating from Botet that provided an effect akin to the biological field, although the ground only sank an additional centimeter. The force endured was evidently greater than the previous attempt, yet the hammer remained obstinately still. Leon had no choice but to relent, privately lamenting how formidable Odin remained, even on the brink of death. No, it was precisely because he was nearing death that he was so formidable. Query: shall today a sign-in be conducted? System: does ancient strength increase with age, or does strength lead to antiquity? Respond to me. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Return Rune. Return Rune, exclusively provided by the system, it can enchant any weapon of any material. Once used, as long as you call upon the weapon, it will return to your side at the swiftest speed, no matter where it has fallen. Quality: one-time consumption. Description: even the Return Rune cannot mend her heart that is resolutely determined to distance itself from you. Although this is not what Leon desires most at the moment, it can still prove useful. Without hesitation, he applied the Return Rune to the indestructible Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Upon completion of the enchantment, the attributes of the gun changed immediately, and an additional status line appeared beneath the quality section: Enchantment, Return Rune. Now, this is intriguing. A smirk played on Leon's lips as he tucked the pistol back into his pocket and turned to May and Peter. "Would you like to give it a try?" "I think I'll pass." May waved her hand, politely declining. She thought to herself that even if Leon could effortlessly lift her into the air with a single finger, using both hands with such force to lift that hammer was certainly beyond her capabilities. I want to. After receiving Leon's approval, little Peter eagerly broke free from May's hold and hurried over to Leon and the Thor's hammer. "Let us see." Leon ruffled little Peter's hair and stepped aside, allowing him to take the stage. In theory, a pure-hearted child stands a better chance than a complex-minded adult. As soon as little Peter placed his hand on the hammer's handle, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and the air crackled with thunder. Even if Peter manages to lift it, this commotion seems off, doesn't it? Leon took a couple of steps forward, intending to shield Peter. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, struck down in an instant. Originally aimed at little Peter, Leon, fearing for his safety, instinctively activated free and unfettered and transformed into a human lightning rod. The colossal bolt of lightning was immediately drawn to him, vanishing entirely into his being. In that fleeting moment, Leon felt as if he were bathing in a thunderous prison with power surpassing that of the son of Satan, yet he suffered not a scratch. Every cell in his body seemed to ravenously absorb the energy brought forth by the lightning as if they had been starved for millennia. Simultaneously, a splendid set of silver armor adorned with a crimson cape manifested and instantly clothed Leon. As the storm subsided, when he beheld the dragon scale-like silver armor enveloping his arms, he instantly realized what had just transpired. This is undoubtedly forged from URU steel, imbued with the divine power of Odin, the armor of the thunder god. Just moments ago, little Peter had earned the hammer's recognition, unknowingly awakening the power of Thor within it. Yet Leon had inadvertently exploited a glitch that denied Peter the full mastery he was destined to acquire. Peter, Leon, are you both all right? May, having regained her composure, rushed over to embrace the somewhat dazed little Peter. The hammer was also lifted, but little Peter couldn't hold it securely, and it fell from the air. Leon's instinct from free and unfettered compelled him to reach out and catch it. Surprisingly, he succeeded. This glitch is rather significant. Leon stared in astonishment at the perfectly balanced Thor's hammer in his hands until May's embrace jolted him back to reality, reminding him that this was no dream. Due to May's fright from the incident, she disregarded Peter's pleas to stay and play longer, insisting that Leon escort them home. Unable to refuse her, Leon acquiesced. In truth, he had suddenly recalled that there was indeed a genuine thunder god waiting for him to confront, and with both a woman and a child in tow. It was not the opportune moment to act. Thus, he naturally agreed. To soothe Peter's emotions, Leon presented him with a realistic model of an aircraft carrier he had previously signed in for. Chapter 85, Chronicles of Asgard. Time shifted slightly forward. Core of the Nine Realms. Asgard. After battling for over 1,500 years on behalf of Asgard, the valiant Thor was on the verge of receiving the throne from his father, King Odin. He was strong, brave, proud, and a formidable warrior, the embodiment of what the people of Asgard desired. Clutching a hammer forged within the core of a dying star, he faced no obstacle nor rival in his path. However, Thor's brother, Loki, could not bear to see his brother bask in the glory. After all, King Odin had stated that both brothers were equally entitled to the throne. Yet, Loki found himself merely an observer to Thor's ascension. Unwilling to accept this, Loki secretly conspired with the Frost Giants, revealing to their leader, Laufey, the existence of a hidden passage that could bypass the Rainbow Bridge and enter Asgard. He incited them to incite chaos in Odin's treasury on the day of Thor's coronation. Although these trespassers were ultimately vanquished by the destroyer armor guarding Odin's treasury, the ceremony of Thor's ascension was interrupted, just as Loki had hoped. Subsequently, Loki further incited Thor, who was already enraged, to lead his 3 warriors to Jotunheim, the realm of the Frost Giants. There, Thor and his companions faced an onslaught from the entire Frost Giant clan. While Thor could defend himself with Mjolnir, his 3 warriors fell into peril, and during the battle, Loki unexpectedly discovered his immunity to the frigid assault, a trait exclusive to the Frost Giants. In that moment, Loki's mind was thrown into disarray. His plans to gain merit, earn King Odin's approval, and secure his claim to Asgard's throne were now in jeopardy. If his true identity as a Frost Giant were to be revealed, he would lose everything he currently possessed. A sense of dread and unease washed over Loki. Just as Thor and his companions found themselves in dire straits, King Odin, riding his 8-legged steed Sleipnir, descended from the Rainbow Bridge, wielding divine might. Thor implored Odin to join forces and eradicate the treacherous Frost Giants, only to be met with a firm refusal. I am too old to battle, and even my ever-increasing power cannot defy the inevitable decay of life. Through the Rainbow Bridge, King Odin led Thor and his companions back to Asgard, where a fierce argument ensued, culminating in Odin sealing Thor's divine powers and banishing him to Midgard, the realm of Earth. There, even without his powers, Thor could survive, affording him ample time to reflect upon his missteps. Subsequently, Odin placed a spell upon Mjolnir, rendering it unliftable by any but the pure of heart. Yet once lifted, the wielder would gain the power of Thor, casting it down to earth as proof of his son's trial and rebirth through fire. After Thor's banishment, Loki sought to recruit Thor's valiant warriors as his own followers, but they quickly saw through his jealousy of Thor, leading to an unsatisfactory parting. Deeply troubled by his brother's popularity, Loki ventured to Odin's treasury and confirmed his Frost Giant heritage through the Frost Giant's treasure, the Box of Ice. The icy blue skin he bore was a stark irony, mocking Loki's misguided pride in believing himself a royal of Asgard and his yearning for the throne. In that moment, King Odin intervened to halt Loki, yet was met with Loki's defiant inquiry. What is real? The Box of Ice is not the only trophy you brought back from Jotunheim, is it? What am I to you? Regardless of whether you are Asgardian or Frost Giant, you will always be my son. After expressing his heartfelt sincerity towards Loki, the once mighty King Odin succumbed, falling into the uncontrollable state of Odin's sleep. In a moment of panic, as his desired approval lay before him, Loki summoned the guards. Upon noticing the eternal spear, a divine artifact dropped by Odin, his mind began to race with possibilities. If only Thor remained forever in Midgard, Earth, and if he could annihilate the Frost Giants along with the entirety of Jotunheim, then no one would ever discover his true identity. He would still be the second prince of Asgard, Through the immense achievements in repelling external threats, he, the trickster god Loki, would ascend to be the rightful sovereign of Asgard. However, in the present reality, with Odin in slumber and Thor exiled, Loki, wielding the eternal spear, had inadvertently claimed the temporary throne of Asgard. During this time, 3 valiant warriors arrived to seek an audience, aiming to retrieve Thor from Midgard. Yet, how could Loki, now possessing the supreme authority of Asgard, possibly acquiesce? After dismissing the 3 warriors, Loki proceeded to the resting place of Odin, wishing to pay respects to the great figure who had raised him, a father not by blood, yet one who felt more like a true father. However, from his mother Frigga, he learned that the thunder goddess hammer, cursed with prophetic words by King Odin, was actually the key to Thor's return to Asgard. He had not truly banished Thor. This was a trial concerning the legitimacy of succession to the throne. Upon receiving this news, Loki could no longer remain composed. He regarded Thor as a brother and had no desire to harm him. Yet, this was contingent upon Thor not posing a threat to his claim to the throne. Father, why do you always show such favoritism? The hammer of the thunder god is one thing, but the throne of Asgard is another. After inwardly questioning Odin, who lay in a deep slumber, Loki, unwilling to relinquish the power he had nearly grasped, resolved to journey to Midgard and employ his cunning to forever bind Thor there. Meanwhile, the exiled thunder god Thor, having lost his divine powers, had become merely a slightly stronger version of an ordinary man. Upon descending from the heavens, he was fortuitously struck by a vehicle driven by astrophysicist Jane Foster, who was investigating the spatial anomalies caused by the Bifrost. Due to his extraordinary demeanor, he stood up immediately after being hit, unfazed. However, he was dramatically subdued by Daisy Lewis, Jane's intern and close friend, who mistook him for a mere vagrant and zapped him unconscious with a stun gun. Following this, concerned that Thor, despite appearing unharmed, might have sustained internal injuries, they decided to transport the unconscious figure to the hospital for examination. During this time, Thor briefly regained consciousness, mistaking the doctor drawing his blood for an adversary and erupting in fury. Even a dozen people could not restrain him until a tranquilizer subdued him. Initially, Jane Foster covered Thor's medical expenses and departed, as she had significant research to complete. However, upon reviewing photos taken during the height of the spatial anomaly, Daisy pointed out that one of the images appeared to show a shadowy figure at the epicenter of the disturbance. Upon viewing this, Jane immediately returned, her instincts suggesting that the mysterious man claiming to be Thor might indeed be the figure captured in the photograph. He could provide the answers she had long sought. But then, with a sudden crash, Jane's vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "Oh my God, it's a Patriot!" Daisy exclaimed, recognizing the man blocking the car with a single arm. As she saw his profile, she was struck with awe, her excitement palpable. Before them, Leon, standing robustly in Thor's armor, blocked the sunlight. As he fell backward, Thor, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, reached out and inquired, "Hey, my friend, are you all right? You must be cautious while crossing the road. Otherwise, you could easily meet a misfortune." Leon had experience in such matters. Facing the blinding sun, Thor shielded his eyes. And as his vision focused, he recognized the attire and the hammer in Leon's grasp. His expression shifted to one of incredulity, as if his beloved had been taken from him. "No, it cannot be. That is my hammer. Why is it in your possession?" "Oh, that is a long story, my friend," Leon replied with a grin. Then, in front of Thor, he playfully brandished the Thunder God's hammer, eliciting a peculiar thrill reminiscent of his time training Starlight in the world of the boys. Realizing the implications of his thoughts, Leon resolved to return to that world someday to pay tribute to Huey and battle with Starlight over his grave. "Since it's your hammer, how did it end up in my hands? And can you even lift it now?" As he spoke, Leon tossed the hammer to Thor. In his blue and white hospital gown, Thor stood up, gripping the hammer with all his might, turning his face as red as a monkey's rear. Yet, the hammer remained unmoved, refusing to budge. Despairing, Thor fell back to the ground, muttering, "Impossible. How can this be? It is undoubtedly my hammer. Father, you cannot treat me this way. You see, I told you. Even if I believe that hammer belongs to you, it does not heed your call. I only managed to lift it due to some unforeseen circumstances." With a flick of his finger, Leon summoned the hammer back to his grasp, which seemed to have grown accustomed to his hold. Even if he were to exhaust himself and lose this borrowed power, at least for now, the hammer belonged to him. As the old saying goes, love arises with the bell's toll, yet the latter part of that adage does not quite apply to Leon, for most of the time. He too would forget those involved once the task was complete. "Oh my God, Patriot, I am your fan." Overcome with excitement, Daisy stumbled out of the vehicle and rushed toward Leon, throwing herself into his arms. Darling, you truly startled me. The hammer, just returned to Leon's grasp, was cast aside as he caught Daisy in a magnificent embrace. Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, could only facepalm at Daisy's exuberance. At a restaurant, Thor gazed despondently at the hammer he could not lift, transforming his frustration into hunger as he devoured his meal. After finishing his drink, he smashed the cup onto the floor, bellowing for another. This brutish behavior led Jane to suspect he might be a Viking who had accidentally wandered into modern society. Nonetheless, it must be said that he was indeed handsome and robust, rivaling the renowned patriot Leon Stark beside him. This drink is excellent. I'll have another. With a crash, yet another cup shattered under Thor's exuberance. Could you refrain from dropping things? All you need to do is raise your hand and call for Itchy, the restaurant's receptionist, and she would come. Such wastefulness is unnecessary, Jane Foster remarked, visibly pained by both the cost and the shattered cup. Not to worry. I have acquired this restaurant along with the entire town. Even if the buildings are demolished, it's of no concern, as long as the people are unharmed. Leon, who was receiving a personal massage from Daisy Louise, generously waved his hand dismissively. The benefit of fame is that one always has friends to look after him, regardless of where he goes. Feel free then, Jane said, no longer dissuading Leon after hearing about his financial prowess, gesturing for Thor to do as he pleased. However, it appeared Thor had taken Jane's earlier complaints to heart and ceased his reckless behavior with the cups. So, you found him at the epicenter of last night's electromagnetic storm? Leon pointed at Thor, who was still voraciously consuming his meal. Indeed, Jane nodded. He claims to be the Norse god of thunder, having traversed the Rainbow Bridge to arrive here. In reality, he is merely an eccentric individual with a bit more strength than average. And the existence of the Rainbow Bridge remains unverified. What perplexes me is that in the photographs we took at the storm center, there is a shadowy figure. Yet we only discovered him there. If Stark Industries were to provide technological support, my research would undoubtedly make significant strides. As she spoke, Jane began soliciting sponsorship for her work, especially in the presence of Leon Stark, a rare opportunity indeed. The Rainbow Bridge does exist. I was exiled here by my father through it, and I must reclaim Mjolnir to return to Asgard and seek justice from him, as well as confront the threat posed by the frost giants of Jotunheim. Thor stated earnestly, pausing his meal. You must be suffering from delusions. This is a condition that requires treatment. Jane intended to take Thor to a major hospital for examination, but Leon interjected, waving his hand. He speaks the truth. The Norse mythology on Earth is based on reality. Both Thor and Odin have indeed existed and have visited this world. This is also recorded in the archives of Kamartaj. Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Thor excitedly slammed his hands on the table. Indeed, Midgard is home to those who possess wisdom. A warrior of Midgard capable of wielding Mjolnir. State your name. Since you have asked, Leon cleared his throat, smirking as he began to chant. I am the Supreme Guardian of Midgard. The most formidable disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, Master Wong of Kamartaj, the leader of the Avengers, the actual custodian of Midgard's vast wealth, the twin brother of Iron Man. Tony Stark, the master of the goddess Batet, and the most beloved superhero among the populace, Leon Stark. Once this lengthy title was proclaimed, the other three fell silent, their jaws agape in astonishment. This title likely surpassed even that of the most notorious villain in length. Your turn, Leon said to Thor. Thor, momentarily bewildered, pointed to himself. Wait a minute, buddy, you're in that position, and I am to say something trivial? I am Thor, son of Odin, the next ruler of Asgard, and the master of Mjolnir, Thor replied somewhat sheepishly. Each of his titles was indeed impressive, yet they paled in comparison to Leon's elaborate proclamation, lacking in grandeur. Thus, longer titles are preferable for men, aren't they? Wait, your hammer is named what? Meow meow. Daisy Louise interjected, her laughter escaping as she covered her mouth, trying to suppress it. Did you just laugh? Thor squinted, puzzled. No, I have undergone professional training to ensure that I do not laugh at anything, no matter how humorous. Daisy Louise shook her head, her demeanor betraying her amusement as she struggled to maintain a serious expression. However, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig could not contain their laughter. Why is your hammer called Meow Meow? Is it your pet? My apologies, I didn't mean to offend. I was merely curious, Daisy Louise inquired politely. Once laughter erupted. She found it less amusing. It is Mjolnir. It is my weapon and companion, not a pet. Thor corrected her sternly. The royal demeanor of Asgard allowed him not to be petty about the hammer's name, but instead turned to Leon, who admired his hammer and armor. Leon Stark. Protector of Midgard, due to my recklessness, Jotunheim has declared war on Asgard. I must retrieve Mjolnir and return to protect the citizens of Asgard. Bro, while I believe in the existence of Thor and Odin, that does not mean I accept that you are Thor. You must provide proof, Leon stated. Otherwise, we wouldn't want every Tom, Dick, and Harry claiming to be Thor to touch my hammer, would we? Valid point. Leon's demand put Thor in a difficult position. Indeed, it was somewhat absurd to expect a kingdom's guardian to believe in his identity based solely on words. However, after Odin sealed his powers, he could not think of any other way to prove himself besides speaking, as this human body felt exceedingly weak. Let us do this. I will ask you several questions, and if you answer correctly, I will believe you are Thor. Know that the archives of Kamartaj are said to hold many secrets of Asgard, Leon proposed. Of course, the tale of Kamartaj was entirely fabricated. Although it was filled with countless tomes, he had only ever opened the first page of Introduction to Basic Sorcery. Anyone familiar with the word abandon would understand Leon's intent. The excuse of the Kamartaj archives was akin to Conan's Hawaiian Adventure. Leon successfully invoked the authority of the esteemed Master Wong to cover for himself, using any vague yet unexplainable sources of information to his advantage, knowing that Wong would not pursue him for it. We are all family here, no need for formalities. Go ahead and ask. Thor wiped his mouth and sat up straight, determined to earn Leon's trust. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and the others appeared to be mere spectators, and the waitress Itchy had indeed prepared a fruit platter for them. Quick questions and quick answers. No hesitation, Leon produced a gavel from his system space, one that he had once acquired through a collaboration with Phoenix Wright, and struck it against the table, signaling Thor to commence. Bang. First question, what is the average lifespan of the Asgardians? 5,000 years. Correct. Bang. Second question, what treasures are contained in Odin's vault, and who is its guardian? The casket of ancient winters, the orb of Agamotto, the tome of life, the eternal flame. And the guardian is the destroyer armor. Correct. Bang. Third question, what controls the destroyer armor? The eternal spear, Gungnir. Correct. Bang. Fourth question, who are the three warriors under Thor's command? Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral. Correct. Bang. Fifth question, have you wed Sif? No. Correct. Bang. Last question, what color underwear does Sif usually wear? Black. Oops. Thor's mouth ran ahead of his mind, and he immediately realized the impropriety of his response. But it was too late. Leon and the trio of gossip enthusiasts displayed a synchronized expression of understanding. Without affording Thor a moment to respond, Leon decisively seized Mjolnir, wielding it like a sword, and lightly tapped Thor on his shoulders while maintaining a serious demeanor, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Thor Odinson, you have passed the trial. Henceforth, in the name of Leon Stark, Guardian of Midgard, I acknowledge your identity as the God of Thunder. From this moment onwards, you shall be a member of the Avengers." The Avengers? Why would I, Thor, God of Thunder, wish to join a human organization? Thor's face was a canvas of refusal, as the future king of Asgard. He could hardly deign to place himself beneath others. Are you willing to part with the hammer? Leon smirked, casually swinging Mjolnir in his hand. As a fellow guardian of the Nine Realms, I would be honored to join the protectors of Midgard, to reclaim his beloved hammer. Thor was willing to grease the wheels of his principles and boundaries. Subsequently, Leon and Thor deliberated on how to relieve him of his powers. Indeed, the might of the God of Thunder was formidable, yet presently, a rather awkward predicament arose. Since the powers had been obtained through a glitch, Leon was at a loss as to how to release them. Previously, when sending Peter home, Leon had instructed him to attempt to lift the hammer, but to no avail. The God of Thunder's armor seemed to cling to him, as if it were an extension of his being, utterly immovable. Leon had considered transforming his shape to slip out from the collar of the armor using super self-regeneration, but the armor morphed along with him, resolutely encasing his form. Magic, while convenient at times, could be a profound nuisance when it decided to be troublesome. This predicament rendered Leon incapable of engaging in friendly matches with his companions. An exasperating situation indeed. He could only indulge in visual, verbal, and manual cravings, much akin to a eunuch. In a rather bizarre twist, he mused that sprouting from his head wasn't entirely out of the question, but he doubted any maiden would accept it, and even he felt queasy at the thought. He attempted to call his mentor, only to be informed that she was currently vacationing on the beaches of the Maldives and suggested he handle matters himself. Despite it merely being a matter of a teleportation array, feeling blue and mushroom-like, he lamented, "Brother, I am at a loss to assist you. Your only recourse is to return to Asgard and seek my father's aid." After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Thor reluctantly abandoned the notion of wielding Mjolnir and comforted Leon with a pat on the shoulder. Alas, Leon sighed, gazing down at his long-suffering friend. "It seems we must proceed as such. I have devised a plan. Chapter 88. Loki's Schemes, Thor's Regret. As Thor was presently unfit to lift Mjolnir and had yet to pass Odin's trial, his calls to Heimdall to open the Bifrost were futile. Informed by Odin, Heimdall ignored him. Left with no choice, Thor acquiesced to Leon's proposal and proceeded with his plan. Night fell, and past midnight, Mjolnir lay undisturbed in its crater, guarded by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., while Thor found himself ostensibly captured by the agency. Growing impatient, Leon enlisted Alcee and Base to keep a watchful eye and then, after a quick interaction with Thor, took the liberty of seeking amusement elsewhere. Query: shall today's check-in commence? System: for the glory of the northern gods. Activate. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Storm Template. Storm Template. Enhanced physical prowess, significant overall enhancement, 10-fold lifespan. Capabilities of plasma lightning, plasma manipulation, and plasma explosion depend entirely on personal aptitude and proficiency. Description: good child, remember to visit home often. At first, Leon had thought it was the storm from the X-Men, only to discover it was the storm from the boys. Nevertheless, this storm template offered a superior enhancement to physical attributes, perfectly suited for someone like Leon, who aspired to transcend through physical prowess. Even chicken legs are meat, he mused. Bolstered by newfound strength, and prepared to unleash a crescent moon slash for good measure. Oh dear heavens! This cursed armor! Just as excitement surged within him, the armor clinging to him subdued his enthusiasm, only inflating his irritation. In the next moment, Leon found himself cradling a bewildered Daisy Louise, freshly emerged from a shower, atop Jane Foster's SUV. Meanwhile, Jane and Dr. Selvig had received verbal sponsorship from Leon and were too exhilarated to sleep, engrossed in discussions with several S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists regarding the electromagnetic storm anomalies triggered by the Bifrost. They were oblivious to the scene unfolding nearby. Mr. Leon, Daisy Louise began, but Leon interrupted. Darling, I'm here. Help me. What? Before Daisy Louise could comprehend the situation, Leon had whisked her away, soaring through the clouds at an exhilarating speed. The velocity was so swift that it left no trace behind. The newly acquired Storm Template significantly enhanced Leon's speed, rivaling that of the Star Template. The nature of plasma lightning even imbued the flight with a peculiar tingling sensation. With multiple enhancements, Leon's flying speed had reached an unobservable level. Yet under the protective embrace of biological shielding, Daisy Louise remained unharmed. Instead, amidst the exhilaration, her adrenaline surged, and soon she was overwhelmed by the dizzying spectacle, ultimately fainting as Leon soared faster and faster, the scenery around them becoming increasingly surreal. Afterward, Leon gently set down the dizzy Daisy Louise, ensuring a smooth landing to spare her from further distress. He exhaled deeply, his normally melancholic gaze now remarkably clear, as if he had attained profound wisdom. Marvelous. I am beginning to comprehend everything. However, on the first night of waiting for Loki, he did not arrive, leading Leon to surmise that Loki was busy consolidating his power in Asgard, preparing for his official ascension. It was not until the early hours of the following day, around 2:30, that Alcee suddenly whispered in Leon's ear, "He's here." Right on time, Leon smirked, and after escorting the still unconscious Daisy Louise back to her room, he transformed into a streak of intertwined purple, blue, and gold light, shooting towards the crater where Thor and Mjolnir resided. S.H.I.E.L.D. had constructed a temporary base centered around the crater created by Mjolnir. In the room where Thor was held captive, he struggled to shake off his fatigue, only to be jolted awake by a familiar voice. "Thor, Loki, what brings you here? Have the frost giants from Jotunheim attacked?" Thor exclaimed eagerly yet despondently, as he was effectively a prisoner, unable to lift Mjolnir. However, Loki's first words silenced him. "Father is dead." "What?" I said. "He died from the grief you caused him. You know he was too old. The ordeal with Jotunheim took the last of his strength. Shortly after banishing you, he succumbed to the pressure, his soul entering Valhalla." "No, it cannot be." Thor's disbelief was palpable, his emotions a mixture of performance and genuine sorrow, for indeed Odin's life had reached its conclusion. And it was no surprise when he departed for Valhalla. "I am aware of your deep affection for him, and I have advised him as well. However, he has succumbed to his rage, rendering my words futile. Asgard cannot accept a ruler who has caused the demise of its previous monarch. Thus this burden has fallen upon my shoulders." Loki's expression was a blend of 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts desolation, revealing no hint of weakness. "Can I go home?" Thor inquired, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice choked with emotion. I deeply regret this. Brother, Loki replied in a tone laden with sorrow. The terms of the truce with Jotunheim dictate your eternal banishment, and Mother does not wish to forgive you, forbidding your return. No, Thor cried, burying his face in his hands, his genuine emotions overwhelming the prearranged plans discussed with Leon. Guilt and remorse consumed him, regardless of the truth behind Loki's words. Thor understood that if he continued to act stubbornly as he had before, reality would likely culminate in this dire outcome. Even if Mother could find it in her heart to forgive him, Thor could never absolve himself. I have come to bid you farewell, brother. I am truly sorry I cannot do more for you, Loki uttered, his voice trembling with sadness. No, Thor lifted his gaze to Loki, speaking earnestly. The one who should apologize is I. I have consistently disregarded your feelings. You are far more deserving of the throne of Asgard than I. Thank you for coming to see me one last time, Loki. Upon hearing this, Loki turned away, his expression a mixture of regret and swift acceptance. Having grown up alongside Thor, he could sense the sincerity of Thor's words at this moment. The sentiments he had longed to hear were now expressed under such tragic circumstances. A cruel twist of fate. Yet, he had already drawn the arrow and must release it. I am sorry, brother. You may languish in this free prison of Midgard. There is no place for you in Asgard anymore. After silently apologizing to Thor once more, Loki seemed to solidify his resolve and departed without looking back. In the chamber that imprisoned Thor, the ceiling reverberated. He has left. Shall we capture him now? Alcithea inquired, a hint of urgency in her tone as she noted Loki's departure. No, replied Hecamai. That was merely a magical illusion. I sense no life from him. Baudet, in her Hakimi form, nestled between Alcithea and Hecamai, explained with the calm authority of a seasoned matriarch. The master predicted he would attempt to wield that hammer. We shall await his return before we act. I shall heed your counsel. In the realms of magic and divinity, it was evident that Baudet possessed greater expertise than Alcithea, who willingly acquiesced to her guidance. Chapter 89, Shattering Darkness with Thunder. At the heart of the crater, Loki grasped the handle of the god of thunder's hammer, straining to lift it. TCH. I knew it would be impossible, he muttered, releasing his grip in frustration. At least this time, Odin had shown no favoritism. Neither he nor Thor could wield the hammer. Suddenly, Loki furrowed his brow, glancing around as he sensed the humans around him dispersing, as if something ominous were approaching. Despite having enchanted their vision to obscure their surroundings, it appeared they could still perceive an impending threat. In that instant, a profound sense of primordial dread surged through Loki, akin to that felt by a dinosaur facing a celestial meteor. From above, he exclaimed, looking up to see a tricolored meteor, a blend of purple, blue, and gold, hurtling toward him. In an instant, the god of thunder's hammer soared back to Leon's grasp, followed by a devastating strike. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, as if the very heavens were collapsing. To prevent collateral damage, Leon employed biological stance to confine the area of impact to a minuscule radius, channeling all the destruction onto Loki and the ground beneath him. In a heartbeat, a bottomless black hole appeared where the hammer had once rested. Just as Leon prepared to leap into the abyss to deliver a finishing blow, the hammer inexplicably spiraled from his control, pulling him swiftly toward Thor, who was engulfed in remorse. Drawn by the internal power of the god of thunder, Leon had no time to discard the hammer. This unforeseen turn of events astonished both Leon and the guilt-ridden Thor. Mjolnir? Thor called out, bewildered. What in the world are you doing? Leon clung to the hammer, but it stubbornly gravitated toward Thor, as if it had regained its senses and yearned to return to its rightful master. Crackling with energy, Leon felt the power of the god of thunder within him surge uncontrollably, spilling forth in a cascade toward Thor. Blast! Of all times, he exclaimed. Alcithea, Baudet. Keep an eye on Loki. Yes, came the crisp reply from the ceiling. In the next moment, the ceiling erupted. Alcithea and Baudet, now in their combat forms, landed beside the thunder-wielding Leon. After exchanging respectful nods, the towering Baudet, in her Black Panther form, delivered a powerful slap to Alcithea, boosting her speed, before vanishing like a specter to pursue Loki. Seeing Mjolnir so eagerly yearning to return to its reformed master, Leon, in a fit of frustration, retrieved his prized weapon from the system space, the indestructible Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, and struck Mjolnir with it. Bang! The hammer's head immediately dented, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, causing it to quieten. To Leon's astonishment, the cracks began to mend almost instantaneously under the influence of the thunderous power radiating from him, rejuvenating the hammer to a state far surpassing any superficial restoration. It appeared that as long as the core remained intact, the hammer could self-repair. Urgent! I demand urgency. After chastising Mjolnir, Leon tossed it back to the astonished Thor. How did you manage that? Thor exclaimed upon catching the hammer, incredulity etched on his face. What else could it be? My weapon is simply more formidable than yours. Leon's clever retort elicited a slight twitch from Thor's lips. Thor, brace yourself. After issuing a warning, Leon relinquished all control over the power of the god of thunder, allowing it to surge forth in an overwhelming torrent, transforming into an astonishing azure arc that surged toward the still gaping Thor. Moments later, the god of thunder Thor was fully revived, clad only in his ultra-elastic fiber underwear. Leon donned his soldier boy outfit once more. However, just as he equipped his shield, two beams of light shot toward him and Thor. With a swift tilt of his head, Leon effortlessly dodged the larger beam, while the seemingly weaker one hurled Thor away as he attempted to retaliate with Mjolnir. Apologies. Leon, master. His weapon is rather troublesome. Alcithea and Botet returned to Leon's side, appearing unscathed but dusted with ice shards. Their expressions tense as they remained vigilant against the source of the beams. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow, following the wary gaze of the two women. Before them strode Loki, clad in resplendent leather armor, crowned with a majestic antlered helmet, wielding the eternal spear. Adorning his chest was a diminutive replica of the Frostbox necklace, and towering behind him was the formidable destroyer armor, standing over 2 meters tall. With each deliberate step, he advanced towards them. A noticeable dent marred one of the antlers on his helmet, a clear testament to the recent blow dealt by Leon. Although he had always been fully armed, he had employed magic to disguise himself in the guise of a mere human. How dare you behave so insolently before a deity? Kneel, Loki commanded imperiously, thrusting the eternal spear into the ground. Leon could not suppress a laugh. Are you trying to meow like a cat? He quipped. Loki, listen to me. At that moment, Thor's hammer returned to his side, but Loki remained obstinately unresponsive. I had already given up. Thor, you have forced my hand. Loki roared furiously at Thor, who had just reclaimed his divine powers and hammer, clearly attributing the earlier blow from Leon to Thor himself. Thor, taken aback, found himself bewildered by the unfolding events, his mind struggling to process the situation. Chapter 90. Loki, I want to go home TT. However, Thor's attention was drawn to the necklace on Loki's chest, crafted from URU metal and linking the diminutive frost box on either side. Suddenly, he became agitated. Loki, the frost box can only be used by the frost giant race. Why do you carry it? With a burgeoning malice towards Thor, Loki cast aside any pretense, revealing his icy blue skin, a symbol of the frost giants, fully unleashing the darkness within him. At this point, can you not see, brother? The answer is singular. I was born a king, a ruler of the frost giant clan. Destroyer, unleash your wrath upon him. Loki directed the eternal spear at the astonished Thor. In an instant, the destroyer armor unleashed a beam of scorching crimson light from its helmet, sending Thor hurtling through the air, caught completely off guard and without defense. The destroyer then leaped hundreds of meters, relentlessly pursuing Thor, who was left with no inclination to retaliate. The stark reality that his closest brother sought to annihilate his very race was too much to bear. As the confrontation escalated, Leon found himself matched against the armored Loki. Leon, the necklace on his chest emits an extremely low temperature, making it difficult for both Bast and me to approach. Be cautious, Alcy relayed via Bluetooth. Oh, is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow, unfazed as he regarded Loki. Hey, bro, you don't think you're strong, do you? Just a mere human. Before Loki could finish his retort, Leon, moving with the swiftness of a flash, appeared behind him and struck him with his shield against the back of his head. Naturally, Loki was unprepared, but the frost box instinctively activated, enveloping him in a protective chill. Leon's instinctive mastery over free and easy immediately halted his reckless advance. Upon creating some distance, he noticed frost forming on his vibranium shield due to the rapid drop in temperature. Foolish mortal. As long as the frost box is wielded by a member of the frost giant royal lineage, it will automatically defend its bearer. No living being can approach, not even that mechanical life form beside you, Loki proclaimed with unwavering pride, explaining his absolute defense. Although Leon's displayed speed had startled him, the Frostbox's reaction instilled confidence. However, just as Loki prepared to end Leon with the assured strike of the eternal spear, a deafening boom resonated in the air. A massive shockwave contorted Loki's smug expression, hurling him like a shrimp through the air for over 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, Leon had just completed his baseball pitching stance. The Desert Eagle he had thrown automatically returning to his hand. Awesome, darling, we are simply a perfect match, Leon exclaimed, satisfied as he blew away the non-existent gunpowder from the barrel of his Desert Eagle. Damn, what was that? Emerging from the crater, Loki, disheveled and bruised, touched the frostbox necklace around his neck, grateful for its protection against the majority of the damage. It was crafted from URU metal, bolstered by his frost god powers, rendering it nearly indestructible. A triumphant smile returned to Loki's face. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp crack echoed. The smile froze as he witnessed the seemingly indestructible URU necklace shatter before his eyes. No. The diminished frostbox fell towards the ground, and Loki, sensing impending doom, desperately reached for it. But at that moment, another sound of approaching sonic boom reverberated through the air. This time, Loki discerned the object hurtling towards him, larger than before, resembling neither a shield nor a door, but something in between. Under its immense kinetic force, the frostbox was sent flying into the unknown. Staring at his empty hand, Loki was momentarily stunned, quickly attempting to grasp the only weapon left, the eternal spear. Clang! Another metallic clash resonated as Loki encountered that familiar yet unknown force, now aimed at the eternal spear in his grasp. The overwhelming strength caused it to slip from his fingers. As he turned to retrieve it, three colossal figures descended from the sky, encircling him. Leon, Alcee in combat mode, and Bast in panther form. Where do you think you're going, little brother? Leon asked, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Enough. What are you worthless beings? Ant-like humans. Inferior beasts. A heap of scrap metal. I am a god. You fools shall not dare to insult the future king of Asgard. With a smirk, Leon instinctively seized one of Loki's legs and executed a move reminiscent of Hulk's infamous slams. Bang, bang, bang. After Leon's turn, Alcee, incensed by Loki's earlier slurs, lifted him for another round of slamming. Bang, bang, bang. Bast, reverting to human form, took his turn, hoisting the already battered Loki for yet another series of throws. Bang, bang, bang. After this relentless onslaught, Loki's once arrogant gaze transformed into one of sheer clarity as he struggled for breath. It must be said, Loki's naturally underdeveloped frost giant physique might not possess much strength, only capable of bullying mere mortals like Captain America. But his resilience against punishment was undeniable. Even after being hurled by Leon, he had only sustained minor scrapes. Now, after the trio's merciless barrage, the psychological trauma inflicted far outweighed the physical pain. Father, I want to go home. Loki, filled with regret, shed 2 tears, then closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness, nearly synchronously with the trio's final slams. In the far reaches of their vision, a tempestuous thunderstorm surged forth, its effects far-reaching. Enlightened, Thor unleashed a tornado that ravaged the parking lot, forcefully imparting its destructive energy upon the destroyer armor, which promptly sputtered and plummeted to the ground. The terrifying aftershocks, even from a considerable distance, were acutely felt by Leon. He had to concede that, in terms of damage output, Thor was indeed superior at this moment. However, in the realm of actual combat, Leon, who was nearly impossible to eliminate in a single blow, possessed mobility that significantly surpassed Thor's, paired with the passive divine skill, ultimate freedom. Faced with Thor, who was currently only in his hammer god form, Leon stood on solid ground. Both were akin to diamond cannons, where defense overshadowed offense. Thor's caliber was simply larger, while Leon's agility was markedly superior. Chapter 91. The Operation to Rescue Odin, a highly practical endeavor. The box of ice mine. The spear of eternity mine. The destroyer armor mine. All of it mine. Witnessing Leon gather the artifacts from Odin's treasury, stacking them as if to claim them entirely for himself, Thor's composure swiftly unraveled. Leon, these are all artifacts and spoils belonging to my father. Though he said this, Leon merely laughed nonchalantly, gesturing towards Loki, who was bound in a manner reminiscent of a tortoise by Alcee's battle mode, his mouth gagged with a ball, and held aloft. I've helped you Asgardians rid yourselves of this major nuisance. Perhaps Odin will be so pleased that he'll gift me something in return? Thor was rendered momentarily speechless. Odin was known for his clear sense of reward and punishment, and while it was not entirely impossible, the notion of gifting such treasured artifacts felt rather unrealistic. However, Thor did not wish to dampen Leon's enthusiasm, so he turned to Loki and inquired, Loki, what exactly transpired in Asgard? If you're going to ask me something, at least let me speak. Loki, hanging upside down, veins bulging on his forehead, was utterly vexed by the humiliation, having been defeated and now subjected to such indignity. Seizing the opportunity while Thor interrogated Loki, Leon stepped aside to make a video call to Tony. Beep, beep, beep. Connection established. What do you want? I'm quite busy right now and need to concentrate. So unless it's urgent, don't call me. The moment the call connected, Tony's impatient voice blared from the other end, loud enough that Leon nearly crushed his phone. What has got you so riled up? Leon asked. Humph. A smug smile curled at the corner of Tony's lips as he spun a metal gyroscope with his fingertips. During my research on biomagnetic fields, I developed a method for cultivating human cells. Once I perfect it, you'll be in for quite a shock. Wait, what? Leon's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You're not into technology anymore. You're practicing cultivation now? No. I firmly believe that science is the ultimate mystery. What people call magic or sorcery is merely a form of science. Speaking of which, Tony abruptly ceased revealing details about his cell cultivation method. But seriously, why did you call? You see, I stumbled upon a heap of artifacts by the roadside. Do you want to come take a look and maybe pick one out? Otherwise, you might miss your chance. Leon tilted his head, gesturing to the pile of artifacts from Odin's treasury behind him. Not interested. What kind of junk is that? I can't spare the time right now. Unless I contact you, don't call me again. Your call just ruined my entire day's training. After venting his frustrations, Tony hung up the phone. When Leon tried to call again, Tony had already blocked him. Well, he actually blocked me. Leon smiled with a hint of madness as he crushed his phone, already plotting how he would seize the opportunity to give Tony a good kick upon his return. At that moment, Thor let out a disbelieving exclamation. What? You collaborated with the frost giant King Laufey to assassinate our father, who is trapped in Odin's sleep? Thor snatched the control of Loki from Alcée's hands, lifting him by the collar, furious. Loki, what kind of beast are you to commit such an unthinkable act? Thor, don't you have the decency to let someone finish speaking? Loki retorted angrily. How was I to know that a trip to the weakest of the 9 realms, Midgard, would lead to so many unexpected events? They were just a bunch of ignorant monkeys wielding primitive weapons, killing each other a few centuries ago. Is this guy made of stone or something? Loki glared at Leon from a distance, torn between anger and fear. I didn't truly wish to kill my father. I merely sought to safeguard Odin and earn the merit of slaying Laufey to rightfully ascend to the throne of Asgard. Is that such a crime? No. The fault lies with Odin for retrieving me from the battlefield. The fault lies with him for not revealing the identity of the frost giant race from the outset. The fault lies with him for his favoritism and refusal to pass on the throne to me. I am not at fault. The world is at fault. Loki's thunderous roar left Thor momentarily speechless, based on his experience. It was hard to discern the truth from the lies and the true intentions behind Odin's decision to adopt Loki. Brother, if we return now, perhaps we can still make it in time, Loki suggested, turning his head in a haughty manner. At those words, hope ignited in Thor's eyes, and he released Loki. Realizing that mere bravado would not suffice, he turned to Leon beside him. Leon, what are you doing? Just trying on the gear. Why not experience the feeling of being King Odin for a moment? Leon replied, already clad in the destroyer armor, which Thor had salvaged from automatic to manual mode, though its basic form still remained intact. One hand wielded the spear of eternity, while the other grasped a vibranium shield, connected by a vibranium chain to the severed end of the URU god steel necklace, leading the box of ice like a dog. This artifact was quite frigid, and unless absolutely necessary, Leon was reluctant to handle it. From appearances alone, Leon now seemed to possess more of the regal bearing of a king than the aging Odin himself. As guardians of Midgard, having learned of Odin's plight, I bear the responsibility and obligation to accompany you to Asgard to protect Odin and vanquish the cursed frost giant King Laufey. Thank you, but remember to return those artifacts. Thor reminded him, albeit lightly. Borrowing and returning is fair. It won't be difficult to borrow again, Leon replied with a nonchalant smile, concealing the thoughts swirling in his mind. Query, would you like to sign in today? System, I shall engage in my kingly form. Beep. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained Yura 2B. Yura 2B, a universal combat android from your automata, equipped with standard military optics, female thermal regulation components, pod support robots, and large and small swords named White Covenant and White Contract, displaying absolute loyalty to you as their master, executing any command with 100 precision. Description. May the glory of humanity endure forever. The strength is average, but the practicality is remarkably high. Hockey, you've got an eye for talent. It seemed, however, that 2B lacked any communication capabilities, being all metal. With Leon's physical strength, he could manage a direct confrontation, but it would likely be a one-time affair. If the black box were to explode, it would be quite the spectacle. It appeared that the plan for the second model could not be delayed any longer. Chapter 92, Leon, Boxers. Boxers. Heimdall, I need your assistance. Heimdall? Thor raised his hammer towards the heavens, but Heimdall, the all-seeing, offered no response. Loki, what is happening? Thor turned to Loki, who was restrained by the vibranium chains, though now loosened enough for him to stand on his own. Loki turned his head, his expression somewhat awkward as he replied, Heimdall is frozen in the icebound box, and now guarding the Rainbow Bridge is another Asgardian warrior I promoted. Skug, open the Rainbow Bridge. Loki concluded, yet nothing transpired. Caw, caw. Thor and Leon's questioning gazes converged upon Loki, as a cacophony of cawing ravens echoed ominously in the air. It was the man with background music behind Leon who was exerting his strength. Skug, Leon seemed to recall the name. Where is he? Thor asked anxiously. He might be a bit preoccupied, Loki replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment, muttering a curse under his breath. Loki, next time you recruit someone, at least choose someone reliable. Thor, exasperated yet amused, pointed an accusatory finger at Loki, but before he could finish his reprimand, boom, a radiant bridge of energy descended from the sky, enveloping Thor, Loki, and Leon in his divine form, launching them skyward. Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge's terminal. Heimdall, the three warriors, and the Valkyrie Sif remained vividly encased in ice. Amidst industrial debris from the last century, the sea below was nearly entirely frozen, with frost giants leaping onto the solid surface of the Rainbow Bridge. As Skug inserted the key sword into the activation mechanism, his heart raced at the sight of the towering frost giants surrounding them. Total annihilation. Tap, tap, tap. In his hands were two magically enhanced rifles, named Destruction and Obliteration, their triggers smoking from the relentless fire. It took a collective effort just to fell one resilient frost giant, yet against the ever-growing army, it felt like a drop in the ocean. At that moment, boom, a flash of light erupted from the Rainbow Bridge. Oi, need a hand? Skug turned at the voice. There stood Leon in his divine form, a wicked grin upon his face, golden light accumulating in his chest. Holy shit, Skug exclaimed, hastily bowing his head. A cannon of immense size erupted from Leon's chest. The searing heat singed the last remnants of hair atop Skug's head, while the radiant shockwave obliterated the frost giants on the bridge. With Leon's current might, he could easily unleash dozens of such blasts. Loki, look at the mess you've created. Thor glared at Loki, noticing the ice sculptures of Heimdall, the three warriors, and Sif. Just as he was about to swing his hammer to free his companions, Loki cautioned, Brother, if I were you, I would wait for them to break free from the ice themselves. Otherwise, your hammer will only shatter them into pieces. Reluctantly, Thor retracted his hammer in frustration. Thor, time is of the essence. I'm faster than you. I'll go ahead and rescue Odin. What? Before Thor could process the words, Leon had already taken flight, speeding towards the visibly distant Asgardian palace. Wait, take me with you. I'm not on board yet, Thor called out, but Leon, in the blink of an eye, had already reached the periphery of the palace without a hint of turning back. Resigned, Thor had no choice but to fly with his hammer. But before he could take off, more frost giants began to ascend the Rainbow Bridge, constructing icy ladders. To protect the vital conduit of Asgard and the long-range annihilation weapon that was the Rainbow Bridge, Thor had to maneuver with the frost giants while dragging Loki along. Meanwhile, Skug, out of ammunition, gallantly positioned himself in front of Thor, rallying him with cries of for Asgard. Asgardian Palace. Odin lay in slumber. Taking advantage of his minions drawing attention outside, the frost giant king Laufey stealthily entered, swatting away Frigga, who guarded Odin's sword. He conjured an icy dagger in his hand. Approaching Odin's golden cradle, prying open one of Odin's eyes, mockingly taunting. It is said that even in the state of Odin's sleep, you can see and hear all that transpires around you. I hope that is true. Now, perish in pain and regret. The one who kills you is Laufey, the frost giant king. With that, Laufey raised the dagger high, preparing to strike. Just then, whoosh. Bang. A swift figure burst through the door, colliding with Laufey, the giant's massive form crashing into the golden wall. Roar. Am I late? Leon? Child, how did you get here? Leon helped the fallen Frigga to her feet, her hands gripping his extraordinarily thick arms, her face, lined with the wisdom of age, radiating surprise. Huh. Frigga's inquiry puzzled Leon, yet the sounds of freezing ice and the giant king's roar behind them confirmed that the battle was far from over. Crack, crack, crack. Who dares to thwart my plans? Huh, nameless nobody? Leon turned, floating to eye level with Laufey, who had emerged from the wall, wielding a massive frost axe, swinging it fiercely towards Leon's left shoulder clad in annihilator armor. Leon stood firm, unfazed. Crack. The frost axe shattered under the strain, cracks spidering outward from the point of contact with Leon's shoulder. TSK, 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 too weak. Without the icebound box, what are you worth? Leon shook his head dismissively, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In a moment of shock for Lao Fei, Leon transitioned from stillness to motion, delivering a supersonic punch that effortlessly shattered Laufey's frost axe. A rapid-fire blast from Leon sent Lao Fei hurtling through the wall, plummeting from the heights of the Rainbow Bridge. Leon dove through the breach to finish him off, discovering Lao Fei bloodied, yet still breathing. To survive 2 of my blasts, you should take pride in that. Remember, the one who ends your life is Leon Stark of the Homeland. With that, Leon unleashed another blast, ensuring Laufey's demise, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, Odin, sleeping in his golden cradle, suddenly opened his eyes, the murky wisdom within them seeming to pierce through all existence. Chapter 93. Among men, Lu Bu. Among horses, Red Hair. Among guns, Leon. Leon, how is my father? After dispatching the Frost Giant Death Squad, Thor reunited with Loki and Leon, who had just dealt with Lao Fei on the Rainbow Bridge. He and your mother are just fine, sleeping peacefully, Leon replied with a smile. Thank you. Grateful. Thor enveloped Leon in a bear hug. Phew. Beside them, Loki also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed from behind them. Children, you have performed admirably, safeguarding me, protecting the Rainbow Bridge, and defending Asgard. The trio turned to behold Odin, clad in golden silk robes, slowly approaching with Frigga's assistance. Father, Thor exclaimed with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Loki, who found himself before his parents in a position reminiscent of a prisoner, felt a tumult of guilt and indignation. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Odin, his voice trembling with regret. Father, I could have done better. No, Loki, it is I who have erred, Odin replied, his gaze laden with compassion and sorrow as he regarded the bodies of the frost giants on the Rainbow Bridge. Their blood still fresh. He sighed deeply, pondering, is this truly the end of one war, or the inception of another? Simple, Leon suggested, let the good remain, and vanquish the wicked. Odin turned to him, a warm smile gracing his features. My child, you bear a striking resemblance to her, albeit not entirely. I have grown old. The future is destined for you. With these words, Odin turned away, his silhouette marked by a melancholic solitude as he departed. Frigga stepped forward, embracing both Loki and Thor in turn, before taking Leon's hand and smiling gently. Come with me, child. All right, I shall follow your lead. Though uncertain of Frigga's destination, Leon, unfamiliar with Asgard, felt the need for guidance and willingly allowed her to lead him. As for Thor and Loki, the brothers made their way to the dungeons of Asgard. Regardless of Loki's remorse or Odin and Frigga's favoritism, the damage he had inflicted upon Asgard was undeniable. Odin, a paragon of justice, would neither falsely accuse the innocent nor spare the guilty. Even Loki, whom he regarded as his own son, was no exception. Frigga guided Leon to the royal changing room. A dozen beautiful and graceful maidens promptly disarmed Leon of his destroyer armor and the eternal spear he clung to. What are you doing? These are my spoils, he protested. Are you blind? How could you mistake this? After a brief commotion, Leon was left wearing only the indestructible garment, resembling a novice player in a game. Child, these are mere antiquities. You deserve far better, Frigga said with a radiant smile, waving her hand to make Leon's treasures vanish, whisked away by magic. While he felt a pang of regret, he was also filled with anticipation for what Frigga deemed better. Once clad in attire akin to Thor's armor, but with less metallic embellishment, Leon was escorted by a maid to the Grand Hall of Asgard. The first sight to greet him was the towering statues of fully armored Asgardian warriors. At the center, seated upon a throne, was Odin, resplendent in divine armor, wielding the eternal spear, with Queen Frigga, draped in a gown of golden silk, standing to his right, and the fully armed Thor on his left. Below them stood Heimdall, the 3 warriors, and Sif, the elite defenders of Asgard. Flanking the golden path leading directly from the hall's entrance to Odin's throne were throngs of Asgardian citizens and ordinary soldiers. As the maid guided Leon to the entrance, she bowed and withdrew. Upon stepping into the hall, Thor raised Mjolnir high, thunder rumbling around him as he called out Leon's name, prompting the Asgardian crowd to echo in unison as if rehearsed, their voices resounding through the air. Boom! Leon! 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 The cacophony was so overwhelming that Leon almost feared for his hearing, but fortunately, Alcee was considerate enough to shield him from most of the external clamor through a Bluetooth headset. After a brief moment of mental preparation, Leon donned his customary infectious smile, waving to the cheering Asgardians as he made his way toward Odin's throne. This sense of adulation felt remarkably akin to his experiences on Earth. His past experiences instilled in him an air of elegance, while his prowess bolstered his confidence. As he ascended the steps to Odin's throne, Thor covered his face, unable to bear the sight, for Leon had cheekily winked at his mother, paying homage to the opening of Thor where Thor himself prepared to inherit the throne. Frigga watched with a beaming smile, thinking to herself, this child is a mirror image of Thor. Yet his earlier demeanor bore a hint of Hela's cunning, a mischievous spirit reminiscent of Loki. Instantly, Frigga found herself even more pleased with Leon. In the eyes of parents, every child is a treasure, and although Leon was not her own, her affection for him naturally gravitated closer to that of her son. Boom! As Leon approached, Odin struck the ground with the eternal spear, silencing the raucous crowd. Leon Stark, he proclaimed, you aided Thor in reclaiming his powers, unveiled Loki's deceit, and rescued me from peril. In this moment, all the people of Asgard acknowledge your deeds. In the name of Odin, the All-Father, I grant you a promise. Within my power, you may request any wish that does not disrupt the peace of the 9 realms. Now, tell me your desire. At these words, Leon raised an eyebrow, activating his absolute thought acceleration, contemplating at a speed 1,000-fold, as if time had halted, strategizing how best to maximize this wish. However, one wish felt too meager. As an adult, he harbored a natural greed, yearning for all he could obtain. One wish could become 2, 2 could become 3. What joy that would bring! Yet he feared that to voice such thoughts might invite the sharp end of the eternal spear. Was there no reasonable loophole that would evade the administrator's scrutiny? A fool beset by greed, he wrestled with a whirlwind of ideas. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He looked up at Odin. His demeanor solemn and respectful. Leon has languished for half his life, lamenting the absence of a divine father. If Odin does not reject me, I wish to be adopted as your son. The proclamation elicited a collective gasp from the assembly, not a comrade. Chapter 94, The God of Battle, Leon Stark Odinson. The Asgardian crowd buzzed with murmurs, astonished at Leon's wish, yet they found no fault in it. For in Asgard, Odin's authority was absolute. His promises were beyond question. Odin's countenance remained serene as he slowly rose, his remaining eye fixed upon Leon, gravely affirming, Leon Stark, is this truly your desire? To become a member of Asgard, to be the son of Frigga and me? Yes, Leon nodded affirmatively. Beside him, Frigga's joy was palpable, almost overflowing. While Thor wore an expression of incredulity, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Am I really about to have another brother? It can't be an older brother, can it? Boom! Odin struck the ground once more with the eternal spear, silencing the murmurs. Leon Stark, disciple of the supreme sorceress, the guardian of Midgard. Your valor has been unequivocally demonstrated through your vanquishing of the frost giant king, Laufey. Now, I ask you, as a member of the Asgardian royal family, are you willing to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the 9 realms? I am willing to protect my 9 realms. Thus it shall be. Boom! Odin, wielding the eternal spear, struck the ground with great force, then directed the spear's tip towards Leon, proclaiming, in the name of myself, King Odin, may your wishes be fulfilled. I bestow upon you the esteemed title of God of Battle, henceforth known as Leon Stark Odinson. A surge of golden energy erupted from the spear's tip, swiftly penetrating Leon's forehead. Boom! In that very moment, as Odin's words echoed, the previously silent atmosphere erupted into a fervent climax. The citizens of Asgard, in unison, fervently chanted Leon's title, God of Battle, God of Battle, God of Battle. Yet, what astonished Leon even more was the barrage of system notifications he received at that moment. Notification: you have been granted the title of God of Battle by King Odin. God of Battle, all forms of martial prowess shall be at your command, as long as they do not involve rules, concepts, or special conditions such as bloodlines or ranks. You will master them effortlessly, transforming them into instinct. Description: a true god of war. One who dares to confront the grim realities of life, unflinchingly gazing upon the bloodshed. Notification: you have received the blessing of King Odin. Blessing of King Odin. You have been recognized as Odin's adopted son, despite lacking Asgardian blood. You have unlocked the source of divine power conversion, allowing you to convert any energy into attribute-less divine power using your existing abilities. Description: oh, Starlight, never has there been such a wondrous experience. Ribbit, my dear adoptive father. Question: would you like to check in for today? System: there wouldn't be any tricks involved, would there? Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Valhalla. Valhalla, I am Valhalla. When you achieve mutual recognition with a sentient being, Their soul will be housed within the Valhalla that is rooted in you upon their demise. Description: how could a god of war lack loyal warriors? Stand tall. The system's gratifying responses moved Leon to the brink of tears. Subsequently, a grand banquet was held. Leon, the newly appointed god, and Thor, the returning king, were the stars of the event, inundated with toasts from a multitude of admirers. Leon had little fondness for such drinking customs. However, the elder sisters of Asgard were exceedingly enthusiastic. By the time the banquet concluded and he returned to the room arranged for him by Frigga, he felt as though he were still floating in the clouds. One leg utterly weak, the other equally so. Who knew the audacity of those older sisters? Even for someone who had traversed through a garden of delights without a single petal touching him, Leon found it somewhat overwhelming. Thus, he lay on the bed and succumbed to slumber. When Leon awoke once more, it was already the following night. Lord Leon. Huh. Oh, a maid, clad in scant attire and waiting by Leon's bedside, promptly approached him, assisting in disrobing, cleansing him, and attending to his needs while adorning him with fresh garments. Still groggy from sleep, Leon cast a glance at the 36D golden-haired maid with cascading waves and allowed her to proceed. A bit harder, please. Your touch is so gentle that I hardly feel anything. Once his lower half was submerged in the bathing pool, Leon became fully alert and addressed the maid, who had also entered the pool and was massaging him from behind. Is this pressure sufficient, my lord? This is much better. Leon nodded in satisfaction, shifting his weight backward for the golden-haired maid to continue her massage. What is your name? You may call me Eve, my lord. Oh, a lovely name. Leon raised an eyebrow, the phonetic similarity conjuring two other Chinese characters in his mind, making him appreciate Frigga's thoughtful intent, allowing him to indulge even more freely. 2.5 hours later, Leon carried the now dizzy Eve back to her room. Subsequently, Leon learned that Eve was the sister of Sif. However, unlike her valiant sister, Sif, Eve was quite the opposite, a true novice in combat. Her life skills were fully developed, excelling in caretaking, which is why Frigga had assigned her as Leon's personal maid. In contrast, the more battle-savvy Sif had been designated early on by Frigga to be by Thor's side as a future bride. For Thor would not spare a glance for anyone lacking combat prowess. Yet, Thor's relationship with Sif leaned more towards camaraderie and brotherhood, making it quite a challenge for Frigga to expect him to undress her. Sif, too, felt helpless, caught in unrequited affection, as she struggled with the art of enticing men. Moreover, like Leon, Thor seemed to possess a certain fondness for those outside of Asgard, as he could easily engage with anyone who was not of Asgardian descent. Asgard's prison. As Leon entered, he was met with respectful bows from two guards. Lord Leon. I am here to see Loki. You need not accompany me. Waving off the two guards who wished to remain by his side, Leon strode purposefully toward Loki's luxurious presidential suite. Care for a trade, dear brother Loki? Chapter 95. Brothers conspire. Winter approaches. Hiss. Upon arriving at Loki's cell and calling out brother Loki, a chill ran down Loki's spine. Even as a member of the frost giant royalty, he found it hard to bear and hurriedly crossed his arms to warm himself, regarding Leon with disdain. Who is your brother? Do not call me that. I am cold. Brother, Odin has recognized me as his adopted son. You are my elder, so it is only fitting I address you as such. There is no need for embarrassment over your inability to best me. Many have failed. Leon replied, smiling as he opened the transparent magical barrier of Loki's cell and stepped inside, without closing it behind him. Noticing the unclosed magical barrier, Loki raised an eyebrow. His mind racing, he concealed one hand behind him, summoning a green light of magical illusion. From Loki's perspective, Leon walked directly toward the illusion he had created, while the real Loki stealthily maneuvered around Leon, grinning with triumph. Hee, thank you, brother. Loki inwardly mocked Leon, his mouth curling into a grin resembling the Nike logo as he boldly stepped out of his confinement. Yet, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, a familiar sensation struck him. Ah, he exclaimed. Emerging from the shadows beside Loki's cell was a humanoid Batet clad in a striking black and white maid outfit, gliding towards him like a specter. Seizing the leg he had just stepped out with, she executed a series of violent tosses, flinging him back into his cell like discarded refuse. Leon, without needing to glance, elegantly sidestepped, brushing past Loki, whose smile had contorted into one of horror. Bang! Loki, having shattered his own illusion, crashed against the wall, his limbs bending involuntarily into a swastika shape. He then slid down the glass-like wall, resembling a gecko. As he fell to the ground, his once gleeful demeanor replaced by frustration. You scoundrels! This is the 4th time. I swear, if you dare treat me with such disrespect again, I will. Loki lay on the ground, turning to bellow at Leon and the maid-like Batet standing beside him. However, before he could finish, in an instant, Leon had materialized before him, ready to strike. What do you intend to do? Loki stammered, raising his hands defensively, terrified and closing his eyes, fearing Leon would attempt to do him harm once more. Clap, clap, clap. But Leon merely grasped one of Loki's hands, helping him to his feet, and then kindly patted the dust off his garments. Brother, I believe you are far more suited to ascend the throne of Asgard than Thor. Would you be interested in striking a deal with me? Oh, you possess quite the discerning eye. Pray, elaborate. When it came to the coveted throne of Asgard, Loki's interest was piqued, momentarily disregarding Leon's prior affront. However, the ever-watchful Batet, capable of effortlessly seeing through his illusions, lingered nearby, her gaze sharp, rendering him cautious about any mischief. I have devised a plan that necessitates your cooperation. Should you consent, I assure you that thereafter, you will earn accolades sufficient to atone for your current transgressions, regaining the affection of the Asgardian populace. As for Thor, he is no longer as fixated on the throne as he once was. I will persuade him as well. Thus, with the backing of Thor Odinson and the god of war, Leon Stark Odinson, the god of deception, Loki Odinson, shall ultimately rise to power. Intriguing, Loki remarked, his eyes signaling Leon to elaborate. The entirety of Leon's earlier declarations had been masked by his illusions, unnoticed by the prison guards and other inmates. Even Odin, as long as he was not present in person, would be none the wiser. Loki held confidence in his ability to deceive. And so, we shall proceed in this manner. Then what next? Leon inquired after detailing his plan. If events unfold as you describe, I shall welcome our collaboration, Loki replied with a smile, extending his hand to Leon, who reciprocated with a grin. Here's to a fruitful partnership. As a token of sincerity, I have prepared a modest gift for you. It seems rather unbecoming for one of your stature to wield but two rather shabby daggers in close combat, especially when you possess such formidable magic. Mind your own business. Those two daggers are enchanted by Frigga, and I have nurtured them with my divine energy. Should you dare to doubt, I could easily pierce you with one. A clean blade in, a bloody blade out. Huh. You may find that you never have the opportunity to prove that. With the ultimate freedom at his disposal, Leon was virtually untouchable, save for an opponent who could outpace him. And as for Loki, bereft of the ability to fly, he would be left merely gazing upwards, devoid of any recourse. Chuckling, Leon clapped his hands. At that moment, Alsatifa, clad in a matching black and white maid outfit, approached Loki, carrying a rectangular wooden box measuring about a meter in length. With a snap, the box sprang open, revealing two elegantly crafted and strikingly sharp silver short swords, their hilts slightly elongated. Frigga has confiscated your daggers, but fret not. These two lion's fangs are indestructible, not only filling that void but also aiding your escape from this prison, Leon proclaimed, gesturing for Loki to give them a try. Lion's fang. Loki raised an eyebrow. Indeed, and should the name not please you, feel free to bestow upon them one or two of your own choosing. They are yours after all, Leon clarified. Is that so? The design of the short sword struck a chord with Loki, seeming almost tailor-made for him. Just as he reached for them, the swords shot forth from the box, as if imbued with sentience, swiftly landing in Loki's grasp. Their flight, reminiscent of Thor's hammer, lacked the latter's clumsy appearance, endearing them to Loki even further. I shall take my leave now. Amuse yourself at your leisure. Noticing Loki's obliviousness to any oddity, Leon flashed a sly grin, flanking Batet on one side and Alsatifa on the other, leaving behind an air of triumph. The transparent magical barrier descended once more. Watching Leon depart, Loki smiled, a glimmer of green light flickering in his eyes as he flicked his wrist, making the two silver short swords vanish from sight as if they had never existed. Thank you, brother. System prompt. Would you like to check in today? Yes. System notification. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Frost Affinity. Frost Affinity. You have gained an extraordinary immunity to cold. Frost feels no different than warm springs to you. Introduction. Winter is coming. Not bad at all. Chapter 96. Custom Artifact, Stellar Forge. After bidding farewell to Loki, Leon returned to his chamber, seeking Eve for a much-needed massage to relieve his stiff muscles. However, upon discovering she was still asleep from exhaustion, he could only lament and comfort himself with a gentle rub. Then, as he stepped outside, intending to find another acquaintance for a spa treatment, Odin's voice echoed in his ear. Leon, come to the treasury. Leon replied eagerly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Is something better on the way? Upon entering Odin's treasury, the first sight that greeted him was the reconfigured icebox at the end of the corridor. The divine figure of Odin, wielding the eternal spear, stood nearby with his back turned to Leon. One hand raised, golden light flowed towards the icebox behind a grating, seemingly repairing the destroyer armor with divine energy. Flanking the corridor were the orbs of Agamotto, the tablet of life, the eternal flame, the infinity gauntlet, and more. Father, Leon approached Odin respectfully, addressing him. Without turning, Odin replied coolly, Leon, Frigga has requested that I provide you with an artifact. Do you have any preferences? Leon, lacking any specific desires, responded. I leave it entirely to your discretion, Father. Your artifact, naturally, should be your own choice. Can I take them all? Leon asked, surveying the treasures within the treasury. He thought, given that when Ragnarok arrives, these artifacts would be lost to the ages, it would be better for them to benefit Leon. Upon hearing this, even the composed Odin turned to squint at Leon. Child, it seems you are asking for quite a lot. Meeting Odin's formidable gaze, Leon maintained his composure, returning the stare without flinching, prepared to endure a reprimand before seeking solace from Frigga. The atmosphere settled into silence, interrupted only by the sound of divine energy flowing from Odin's hand. Suddenly, the grating at the end of the treasury opened, and the imposing destroyer armor, standing over 2 meters tall, strode forward with an air of intimidation, positioning itself before Odin and Leon. Simultaneously, the divine light from Odin's hand faded, and he turned, his cloak billowing as if in a breeze, making a rustling sound. Take the icebox, Odin stated, and with his free hand, he grasped the eternal flame, leading the way, with the destroyer armor following like a sentinel. What does this mean? Is this for me? Confused, Leon grasped the handle of the icebox and followed suit. Upon exiting the treasury, Leon noted that Odin had already mounted Sleipnir, hastening towards the Rainbow Bridge's departure point, leaving no time for him to catch up. To maintain appearances, Leon summoned Batet. Meow? She remained in her Hakimi form, appearing groggy, instinctively licking her small paws with her pink tongue. Transform quickly. I need to ride now, Leon urged, grabbing the scruff of Bastet's neck and tossing her in front of him. Huh. Oh. Still half asleep, Batet let out a few sleepy mews before transforming in front of Leon, taking a crawling position and inviting him to mount. Not like that. Leon's eye twitched as he delivered a firm Leon grip to Batet, jolting her awake, her coffee-colored complexion flushing like a teapot. Quickly, she morphed into her Black Panther form, ready for Leon to ride. Once atop, he swiftly caught up with Odin, who seemed to be leisurely waiting for him. Odin glanced at Batet beneath Leon, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, a fine mount indeed. It seems there's no need for me to prepare you a new companion. Just average, not as good as yours, Leon humbly replied. Hiss. Beneath Odin's gaze, Sleipnir cast a glance at Batet, exhaling a plume of white vapor. Suddenly, its speed surged. Humph. Batet, unwilling to concede, pursued with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, they both arrived at the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge. Judging by their performance, Batet clearly outpaced Sleipnir, Odin, and Leon. Accompanied by the newly reinstated Heimdall, who was followed by Skugg, approached Odin and Leon with a friendly demeanor. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. Leon and I must venture to Nidavellir, Odin announced as he dismounted. Understood, Heimdall replied, glancing knowingly at the eternal flame in Odin's hand and the frost box in Leon's grasp, along with the imposing destroyer armor behind them. He refrained from further inquiry and promptly inserted the Sword of Keys into the activation mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge. With a resounding boom, the iridescent energy bridge enveloped Odin and Leon, instantly transporting them to the distant realm of the dwarves, far from Asgard. Heimdall, what business do our God King and War God have in seeking out those dwarves with so many artifacts? Skugg inquired, his curiosity piqued. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Our duty is solely to guard the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall responded, keeping his hands firmly on the Sword of Keys. After casting a sidelong glance at Skugg, he closed his eyes, dismissing him. Very well, Skugg shrugged and returned to his post, pondering how to enhance his destructive capabilities. On the other side, aided by the convenience of the Rainbow Bridge, Odin and Leon traversed countless light years in an instant, swiftly arriving in the renowned dwarven realm of Nidavellir. Famed for its exceptional craftsmanship, the thunderous noise of the Rainbow Bridge's arrival quickly captured the attention of over 300 dwarves residing around the Stellar Forge, dedicated to serving Asgard. Their unparalleled forging skills had drawn envy and persecution from various races across the 9 realms. Yet, under Asgard's protection, they thrived in peace and stability, repaying the favor by utilizing their collective forging prowess to craft numerous artifacts for Asgard, leaving a vibrant mark in the annals of myth and history. King Odin, You must be the war god Leon Stark Odinson, who vanquished the frost giant King Laufey, proclaimed King Eitri, leading his fellow dwarves in a solemn salute towards Odin and the newly arrived Leon. Ah, Eitri and esteemed friends. Your impressive physiques convey to me an unmatched strength and profound skill. No other race in the 9 realms could possibly utilize a dying star as a forge. It is indeed a magnificent and audacious feat in the spirit of camaraderie. Leon generously offered his praises. The dwarfs, known for their diligent and straightforward nature, truly deserved Leon's accolades. Ha ha ha, Leon Odinson, you possess exceptional discernment. Eitri laughed proudly. Just call me Leon. We are all one family in the 9 realms. No need for such formality. Leon stepped closer to Eitri, gazing up at this so-called dwarf, who, upon closer inspection, towered even above the destroyer. A smirk tugged at Leon's lips. Is this truly what one calls a dwarf? What a sight to behold. With an internal chuckle, Leon levitated to match Eitri's height and amicably patted his shoulder. Leon, my friend, there's no need for such formality. I can simply crouch down, Eitri replied. No, this is quite perfect, Leon insisted. Following Eitri, more dwarves of more typical stature approached to greet him and Odin. Observing the lively exchange between Leon and the dwarves, it seemed they were enthusiastically discussing how to relocate the stellar forge closer to Earth. With a thud, Odin, unable to remain seated, thumped his eternal spear to halt Leon's whimsical ideas. He turned to Eitri with gravity. Eitri, I have come for the creation of that artifact. Oh, so it's that artifact. I had thought I would never have the chance to forge it in this lifetime. Upon hearing Odin's words, Eitri and the dwarves immediately sprang into action, coordinating like ants. They gathered the mountain-sized heap of URU metal conjured by Odin's gesture, weighing each piece before placing them into an immense cauldron for melting. Leon, bewildered, pondered which artifact they were actually referring to. Father, what exactly are we creating? He began to ask, but Odin preemptively looked at him and instructed, Leon, present your shield. All right, Leon acquiesced, retrieving the soldier boy's shield from his system space. Eitri promptly snatched it from his hands and tossed it into the cauldron. And more. Eitri extended his hand toward Leon, requesting additional materials. More? Leon felt puzzled, then cautiously produced the remaining uniform from the soldier boy ensemble from his system space. Eitri seized it and tossed it into another cauldron. What on earth? This method of forging is utterly chaotic, Leon thought, unable to comprehend it. Yet, Eitri reached out again, stating, I require 25 tons of energy-absorbing metal. Excuse me? What on earth? Leon questioned, doubting his ears. 25 tons. Energy-absorbing metal, Eitri reiterated. Leon fell silent, glancing at Odin, who merely smiled softly, showing no intention of intervening. System, how much vibranium is currently in the reserves? Note, 138,257 kilograms. Wow, is that a whole number? I didn't realize there was so much. Leon gasped, having neglected his system space for quite some time. The accumulated debris from his sign-ins was overwhelming. He extracted 25 tons of vibranium, and Eitri and the dwarves waited, appearing very satisfied as they tossed it into the cauldron containing the soldier boy's uniform. With the foundational materials gathered, the dwarves commenced the operation of the stellar forge, melting the URU metal and vibranium. Father, what exactly are we crafting this time? Leon inquired. Standing beside Odin, curiosity piqued. Thanks to the presence of the stellar forge and the dwarves, Leon was spared the arduous experience of enduring the energy surge from a neutron star, as depicted in Avengers, Infinity War. After supplying the materials, he could comfortably observe as a mere bystander the mightiest artifact of Asgard, the war god S.H.I.E.L.D, Ironsiga. What is that? Leon exclaimed, bemused. Isn't the mightiest artifact of Asgard the Stormbreaker? His expression was one of disbelief. Could the information provided by the Marvel films be false? Am I watching a fake Marvel? Doubt crept into Leon's mind. No, Odin gently shook his head. Both are supreme. The Stormbreaker serves as a bridge for communication, while the war god S.H.I.E.L.D stands as the strongest defense for Asgard and the mightiest spear for external conquest. Ah, I see. With Odin's explanation, Leon instantly grasped the concept. One is like a courier service, and the other is the package within. He began to anticipate the outcome. Father, since we have the means now, why not forge the Stormbreaker as well? Leon suddenly inquired. Though your age is far less than Thor's, your mind is already mature and unyielding. Your pursuits are merely for enjoyment and indulgence in luxury. However, unlike Thor, he is yet to fully mature in mind, unable to discern the path that lies ahead, and is not adequately prepared. Forging the Stormbreaker prematurely merely invites envy and trouble, Odin replied nonchalantly. My dear father, Are you not concerned that your godson may also attract attention for the artifact? Although Leon felt no fear, he could not suppress his desire to voice a retort. Refraining from speaking his thoughts openly, the two exchanged banter while casting their gazes toward the now activated stellar forge. Suddenly, the stellar forge, which consistently emitted a radiant glow without being overly blinding, burst forth in a brilliant display. Behold, Leon, this is Nidavellir, S.H.I.E.L.D proclaimed with pride. Boom. A beam of golden energy surged from the activated stellar forge, slicing through the layers of steel rings aligned at the same level, and striking the terminal designed to absorb energy, melting the very core of the forging process. After acquiring the frost affinity, Leon's sensitivity to temperature heightened, granting him a profound understanding of the intense heat emanating from the stellar energy. This immense stellar energy, channeled through a buffered crimson conduit, began to heat the two colossal crucibles containing URU metal and vibranium. Holy shit. Tony will surely regret missing this spectacle, Leon mused, with Alcyone recording the entire scene. Prepared to boast to Tony upon his return. Query. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? System. I'm ready to ignite. Commence. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired flame affinity. Flame affinity. You have attained extraordinary immunity to heat. The corona feels no different than a gentle breeze to you. Description. Hail the sun. Cool. Leon clapped his hands in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the two mountain-like masses of URU metal and vibranium had melted into two pools of molten metal. Shortly thereafter, S.H.I.E.L.D and a group of dwarves wielding a versatile instrument began testing and continuously adding unknown metallic powders to refine the intricate components of the artifact. Once their task was complete, a perspiring S.H.I.E.L.D turned to Odin and Leon, urging, I require the chassis of the armor and its power source. Chapter 98. The mightiest in the 9 realms, the shield of the god of war. Part 2. As S.H.I.E.L.D shouted, rumbling sounds erupted. A third, smaller humanoid crucible ascended between the two gigantic ones. Despite being labeled as small, it could easily accommodate S.H.I.E.L.D himself. Thud. Odin, wielding the eternal spear, commanded the destroyer armor to step forward voluntarily and immerse itself within the third crucible, crossing its arms over its chest, lying in repose. Next, Odin pointed the eternal spear at the frost box in Leon's hands. The frost box levitated and, together with Odin's eternal flame, was seamlessly ensconced into two small bases attached to the third crucible. Soon, under the extreme heat of the stellar forge, the destroyer armor began to take on a molten red hue, with numerous runes appearing on its surface. However, Odin swiftly brushed them away, an immense surge of divine power emanating from him, overlaying the armor with an unknown number of brand new runes. The sight sent a chill of excitement through Leon. Am I about to awaken it? When Odin ceased his outpouring of divine power, he staggered slightly, weakened to the point of unsteadiness, prompting Leon to quickly support him, concern etched across his face. Father, are you all right? Fear not, Odin waved dismissively, indicating his ability to stand. The divine power is an exceedingly heavy burden for me at present. Releasing it has alleviated much. Leon could relate to Odin's sentiment. He too understood the necessity of releasing built-up pressure. Within the forge, the majority of Odin's released divine power infused the destroyer armor, transforming into a dense array of runes, seemingly pushing the armor to its limits. Just as Leon grew anxious, he beheld the divine power that remained outside, lifting the destroyer armor, the frost box, the eternal flame, and the fully molten URU metal and vibranium, suspended in the air, forming a void furnace of divine energy. In this mesmerizing scene, Leon could not help but marvel. The numerical values of Odin are truly magnificent. Before long, the frost box and the eternal flame within the void furnace gradually transformed into pure azure and exquisite crimson energies, respectively, beginning to permeate the destroyer armor from above and below. During this process, the two massive pools of molten URU metal and vibranium each sent forth a gigantic stream, flowing towards the destroyer armor to shape a new armor form. Despite the substantial influx of metal, the armor did not expand, but rather adapted to fit Leon's frame more snugly. Ultimately, after consuming the majority of the molten URU metal and vibranium, the azure and crimson energies converged at the center of the breastplate, coalescing into a singular, opulent crystal that shimmered with a captivating blue hue while reflecting a spectrum of colors. Once the armor had taken shape, the remaining molten URU metal and vibranium amalgamated into a mass, enveloping the armor entirely, forming a gigantic red sphere akin to a biological embryo. Suspended by the thin layer of divine power, it floated gently, descending slowly. Leon, This will become one of your most vital companions. Only you can resonate with it and unleash its true potential. All preparations are now complete. The final step is yours to undertake, Odin said kindly, gazing at Leon. Indeed. Eitri, positioned beside the two colossal crucibles, nodded in agreement and pressed a mechanism by his side, clearing a path for Leon. All right, Leon exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Soaring to the operating platform where Eitri had just stood. Eitri, what must I do? Pierce through that nearly exhausted layer of divine power, allowing the molten metal to flow into the shield mold below. Oh, I see. Leon stretched out his fingers, producing a sound reminiscent of thunder. Fool, what are you doing with your hands? The material is at an extremely high temperature. You'll be burned. Eitri shouted in alarm. Yet, undeterred by the warning, Leon raised his accustomed left hand, forming it into a blade, and plunged it deep into the metal embryo intended for his artifact. Remarkably, he withdrew it unscathed, though his sleeve had been incinerated, revealing a muscular arm that was neither bulky nor cumbersome. What? You're unscathed? Huh, isn't that to be expected? Eitri, do you think I am just anyone? Leon replied with satisfaction, a proud smile on his face, silently commending his newly acquired flame affinity while relishing the moment. In the past, he would have surely lost a layer of hair to the flames. As Leon punctured the membrane, the molten metal did not cascade down, but rather flowed smoothly through the opening he had created, gradually filling a shield mold that bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet was designed with a more striking and aggressive aesthetic, embodying the essence of both lava and ice. Although the mold was sized for a standard shield, the molten material continued to flow effortlessly, undoubtedly enhanced by Odin's magic. Before long, all molten metal, including the armor that appeared to have been remelted, completely filled the God of War's shield mold to perfection, achieving the precise balance required. Leon found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend the remarkable magical prowess of old Odin or the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarven clan. In any case, it was undeniably impressive. With a resonant hum, the gap in the shield mold, through which molten metal had flowed, was completely sealed. The atmosphere fell entirely silent, save for the sound of dwarves nervously swallowing their anticipation and the hissing of the cooling shield mold. Even the usually composed Odin gripped his spear of eternity a bit more tightly, ready to protect everyone present at the slightest hint of danger. With the formidable powers of the icebox and eternal flame, any miscalculation during the final formation of the God of War shield could lead to utter annihilation. Fortunately, all went smoothly. The temperature of the shield mold descended to a safe range. With a resounding crack, Eitri lifted a massive forging hammer, perfectly suited to his stature and oddly reminiscent of Thor's hammer, and with all his might, shattered the shield mold. Instantly, a radiant rainbow light erupted, soaring into the heavens. A splendid and aggressively designed silver shield, adorned with symmetrical ice blue and rose-red gradient patterns, emerged majestically from the iridescent glow. The God of War shield, S.H.I.E.L.D, seemed to herald its birth and arrival to the 9 realms with great fanfare. I am the mightiest. I shall subdue all foes across the realms. This boastful nature of flaunting one's strength, it seemed, was learned from some source. Chapter 99. The God of War shield, S.H.I.E.L.D. The God of War shield appeared to be a divine artifact akin to Thor's hammer, imbued with high sentience upon its creation. And it had a clear target, Leon. With a thud, Leon caught it in one hand. The immense density and weight of the shield nearly caused him to falter. But fortunately, Leon's strength was more than sufficient, allowing him to regain his grip instantly. Aside from the magically enhanced weight of Thor's hammer, the God of War shield was likely the heaviest weapon Leon had ever wielded. Meanwhile, a notification chime resonated in Leon's ears. Notice, after system authentication, the soldier boy set has been completely reforged into God of War shield S.H.I.E.L.D. It meets the identification criteria and can be freely retrieved or stored in the system space. God of War shield S.H.I.E.L.D, crafted through the collaboration of King Eitri and King Odin using a copious amount of URU steel and vibranium. It combines the advantages of both materials, capable of absorbing kinetic energy and rebounding it, while enchantments enhance its strength and functionality. The foundation of the battle god's armor is built upon the destroyer armor and a wealth of fused metals, with the ancient winter coffin and eternal flame serving as the inexhaustible core of power, forging the God of War armor. It is endowed with the origin rune, God of War rune, enhancement rune, return rune, regeneration rune, healing rune, transformation rune, giant rune, and alteration rune. Its weight is an astonishing 108,000 pounds, 54 tons. Yet it can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. There is no upper limit to the divine power bestowed upon it. When wielded by the battle god Leon Stark Odinson, it can summon the god of war armor, which is regarded as part of the god of war shield. Description: a miracle awaits you. After thoroughly absorbing the extensive information regarding the god of war shield, which seemed to surpass even his own life, Leon could not help but muse. This truly made the shield more formidable than its wielder. Subsequently, it appeared that Leon's abilities and equipment had undergone a significant enhancement, prompting the system to automatically display his personal panel, ensuring he did not leave any unnecessary items forgotten in the corners of the system space. Host: Leon Stark Odinson. Title: God of Battle. Abilities: Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium Skeleton, Starlight Template, Biological Stance, Vibranium Body, the Grace of Gun God Starlatus, Immunity to Mental Control. Aura of Command: a man with a personal BGM, Fool, Shield of the Unborn, Vibranium Minor, Time Immunity, Absolute Thought Acceleration, Free Will, Storm Template, Blessing of King Odin, Valhalla. Frost Affinity, Flame Affinity. Items: God of War Shield Iron Siga, Desert Eagle with Infinite Bullets, Quality, Never Wears Out Enchantment, Return Rune, Alci, Flame, Never Extinguishes, Collar of Batet. 2B from Yura, Regeneration Cradle, Super Elastic Fiber Underwear, Quality, Never Wears Out, Super Deadpool Costume, Carbonado Alloy Twin Daggers, Godzilla Template Fragment 3, Unending Series. 54 tons. Just the sheer weight alone could crush a multitude of villains with a single swing, couldn't it? Before the emergence of the formidable foes in the latter stages of Marvel. On the hero's side, only Hulk could withstand it. Even Spider-Man seemed a tad unfit for the task. Leon pondered. Then, adhering to his previous habit, he equipped the God of War shield onto his left arm. Remarkably, upon doing so, the shield automatically shrank to the size of a wristwatch, adorning his left wrist like an exquisitely crafted timepiece. Simultaneously, a somewhat hazy consciousness entered Leon's mind. It seemed the God of War shield was requesting not to be stored in the system space, desiring to remain outside with Leon. Very well. I shall heed you, dear one. Leon gently caressed the now miniature God of War shield on his left wrist. With a soft hum, the shield emitted a warm, affectionate resonance. Leon. Odin beckoned him to come closer. Father. Leon approached, and Odin gently lifted his left wrist, channeling divine energy into the God of War shield, then cautioned him. Leon, the God of War shield is still too powerful for you at this moment. If you forcefully utilize some of its abilities, it will only bring harm to yourself and others. Thus, I have placed 3 layers of seals upon it. The first layer is called Guardian. The second layer is Destruction. The third layer is Void. These 3 seals will always remain, but do not worry, they will not suppress you. Once your strength meets the preset requirements, the seals will automatically be released. In the event of an existential crisis, you also have the freedom to choose to release the seals. But remember, moderation is key. Too great a power will only lead to self-destruction. With your current strength, the first layer, Guardian, can be released at any time, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. Odin advised with a grave expression. Father, I understand. Leon replied earnestly. If Odin himself deemed it powerful, then it must indeed be formidable. However, his concern seemed entirely unwarranted. Leon had always engaged in overwhelming battles. He was not inclined to partake in anything less. It was remarkable to have such foresight regarding whom to provoke and whom not to, and Leon was fully aware of it. Moreover, with the eternal flame integrated within, if old Odin was this extraordinary, why could he not resolve the twilight of the gods? Leon thought to himself, echoing the question aloud. No, the twilight of the gods is destined to arrive. When one Surtur falls, another will rise. This is a fate that Asgard cannot escape, unless someone can transcend all beings and surpass the pantheon. But that is far too distant. Odin gazed at Leon, explaining, then sighed heavily. Very well, I may agree verbally, but Leon is not one to be easily swayed by such notions. If another Surtur were to appear, he would simply compel them to kneel and sing of their subjugation. If there are no further matters, let us bid farewell to Eitri and the others before we return. With that, Odin nodded towards Eitri and the assembled dwarves, preparing to turn away. A profound and enduring rapport, characterized by mutual support, existed between them, rendering excessive formalities unnecessary. A mere glance sufficed. Hold on. Father, Leon interjected, I have another request. He activated Erkin's abilities, halting Odin's progress. Oh, what is it? Odin inquired, turning his gaze upon Leon. To his astonishment, Leon produced from his spatial compartment a mechanical female doll, adorned with short white hair, a black eye patch, clad in a black gothic dress, and donning knee-high black heeled leather boots. Father, do you possess any surplus URU metal? I wish to enhance my toy with a superior material. Unbeknownst to Leon, the phrase to take an inch and demand a mile was entirely foreign to him. But he called Odin father with practiced ease and decisiveness. After all, a crying child receives more milk. The description of the toy elicited an immediate understanding among Odin and the dwarves, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Odin's eyes reflected a mix of resignation and affection. He mused, "This child is beyond saving." Chapter 100. The Pinnacle of Creation, 2b. What do you intend to do? Keep in mind that the URU metal reserves within Asgard's treasury are not infinite, Odin remarked with a hint of exasperation. Children like Leon, who are whimsical yet sensible enough not to stir trouble, are cherished by Odin just as they are by Frigg. Here, Odin deemed it necessary to critique a certain hammer-wielding deity who incessantly clamors for conquest. However, affection does not grant Leon carte blanche. Odin felt it was time to assert his authority as the All-Father. In a moment of mischief, Leon teleported behind Odin and began to gently massage his back, loosening his muscles. "Father, my request is modest. I merely wish for her mechanical body beneath the synthetic skin to be entirely replaced with URU metal. Additionally, could you inscribe a few runes to enhance her durability?" Leon expressed his gratitude profusely. Upon hearing this, Odin's eye twitched slightly as he glanced at the dormant 2B, supported by S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This will be the only occasion. I cannot provide more." "Understood," Leon readily agreed. With a wave of his hand, Odin produced a quantity of URU metal, albeit less than what was used for Leon's shield. Subsequently, Leon instructed S.H.I.E.L.D. to scan 2B's mechanical structure and present the schematics for the required components in 3D holographic projection to S.H.I.E.L.D., while also removing 2B's black box system and retaining only the ultra-micro nuclear reactor for propulsion. Theoretically, the energy would be virtually inexhaustible, akin to an infinite source. Moreover, if necessary, she could emulate A2 by extracting trace amounts of heavy hydrogen from natural water bodies to fuel her reactor. Although the quantity would be minimal, its high calorific value would suffice for the most intense combat scenarios. S.H.I.E.L.D. assured Leon that his demands were quite straightforward. As long as the Stellar Forge remained operational, crafting mechanical components from URU metal was a trivial task for the skilled dwarves. The most labor-intensive aspect was the creation of molds for the mechanical parts. Soon, with the collaboration of S.H.I.E.L.D. and his fellow dwarves, 2B's URU metal frame, devoid of biotic skin, was complete. At Leon's insistence, S.H.I.E.L.D. also allocated space for the installation of an interface module in 2B's URU metal frame. Once the core and propulsion modules were replaced, Odin inscribed a series of runes, representative of regeneration, that were typically reserved for divine artifacts onto 2B's URU metal body. Since they were undertaking this endeavor, they resolved to execute it to perfection. As the process progressed, Odin became increasingly enthusiastic, ultimately enchanting 2B's URU metal frame with the powers of Leon's destructor, transforming her into a combat Valkyrie powered by both nuclear energy and divine strength, albeit requiring periodic replenishment of divine energy, a task that would naturally fall to Leon. The specific method of replenishing divine energy could draw inspiration from the interactions between servants and masters in the Type Moon universe. Accordingly, a simulated neural sensing system akin to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s would also be included in the list of functionalities to be installed in 2B at a later stage. Those in the know understood the implications. Finally, Leon retrieved a regeneration cradle from his system space, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. to set up the modeling program for 2B's biotic vibranium skin and other external components before placing 2B's already enchanted URU metal body inside, thus completing the task. As for 2B's pod auxiliary combat robot, Leon replaced its default swords, white contract and white agreement, with his own active Edelman alloy material. The pod robot would later undergo significant upgrades under Tony's expertise, and some of the technology inherent to 2B could also serve as a reference for Tony. Having concluded these tasks, Leon retracted the regenerating 2B into his system space. As she was in the midst of transformation, the system inadvertently allowed Leon to store these disparate pieces of equipment within a single slot. Thus, Leon's journey through the Dwarven Kingdom reached its conclusion. S.H.I.E.L.D., my friends. Until next time, I shall introduce you to my brother Tony, who, in many ways, is also a genius in the art of forging. I assure you, sparks of inspiration will surely fly. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it. The craftsmanship of dwarves is unrivaled, yet we welcome any friends skilled in forging to exchange ideas. S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a hearty laugh. In the midst of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jovial laughter, Leon and Odin ascended into the heavens, enveloped by the descending Rainbow Bridge, swiftly traversing countless light years before returning to Asgard. Infinity Stones? On the journey back to Asgard's palace, Leon, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired of Odin, "Since the Infinity Gauntlet has been forged, why not gather all 6 Infinity Stones?" "Huh," Odin replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Leon, remember this. Only the ignorant and weak pursue the Infinity Stones. True strength is never derived from them. But can you defeat someone who wields all 6 Infinity Stones and can withstand their backlash?" Leon pressed. "No, I cannot," Odin responded, turning away with a flourish of his cloak, leaving Leon with a striking silhouette. The All-Father truly embodies his title. Even in defeat, he speaks with such conviction. Upon returning to his chamber, Leon luxuriated in a face wash courtesy of Eve. Just as he contemplated progressing further, he suddenly noticed how unusually serene Asgard seemed. Reclining on Eve's soft lap, Leon could not see her face but reveled in the massage of her delicate hands. "Eve," he murmured, "why haven't I seen Thor lately? It seems he vanished after the victory feast." "My lord Leon, you are unaware?" Eve replied, startled. She lowered her gaze, patiently elucidating. "Lord Thor is currently leading the 3 warriors and his sister to quell the unrest of the frost giants in Jotunheim." "Such fortunate news. Why did you not inform me sooner? This is an excellent opportunity for a combat assessment," Leon exclaimed as he brushed aside the unnecessary distractions obstructing his view. Activate First Layer Protection Seal. War God Armor Merge. Chapter 101. An unstoppable force. Winter has arrived. A radiant figure clad in resplendent, rainbow-hued armor shot forth from Asgard's palace like an arrow, racing towards the Rainbow Bridge's crossing. "Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. I am bound for Jotunheim." Leon showed no sign of slowing down, while Heimdall had no time to exchange pleasantries, hastily inserting the keyblade to activate the Bifrost. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling array of rainbow light surged forth, seamlessly transporting Leon to the shores of Jotunheim just before catastrophe struck. The speed of the transition left Heimdall drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for his all-seeing eye, he would have missed Leon's movement entirely. Had it been Scourge, he likely wouldn't have emerged unscathed. In the grand hall of the Asgardian palace, Odin and Frigga stood together, their eyes fixed on Leon's departure. "This child is always so impetuous. I wonder whom he takes after," Frigga remarked with a gentle smile, though her expression soon shifted to one of concern. "Are we truly safe in entrusting Iron Saga to Leon so soon? This artifact, which never existed in Asgardian history, is quite..." "Frigga," Odin interjected softly, turning his gaze toward her. "What is destined to occur will ultimately come to pass. The children have grown. They possess their own aspirations. As for us, we have aged. It's time we yield the stage and allow them to pursue their own paths. Fate has already laid bare its designs. All we need do is await the unfolding of events." My worry lingers," Frigga replied, her brow furrowing slightly. The depth of her maternal instinct made it hard for her to relinquish her concerns for her children. After all, which mother would wish for her offspring to endure hardship and solitude? She hoped it was not too late. In Jotunheim, Thor was leading the 3 warriors and Sif in a hasty retreat, pursued by an overwhelming horde of frost giants, an amalgamation of warriors and common folk. Emboldened by the death of their king, Laufey, "Vostag, I've warned you repeatedly to keep the noise down and not to provoke them all at once." Thor complained as they ran. "But I was merely adhering to our usual tactics. How could I have known so many frost giants would gather to cause trouble?" Vostag sheepishly explained. Due to his size, he required the assistance of Hogun and Fandral to keep pace with Thor. "Thor, why not unleash a thunderstorm to clear them out, or at least scatter their ranks?" Vostag suggested, perplexed, as they had always done so in the past. "I cannot do that. Father's command is to subdue, not to annihilate. I refuse to exacerbate the rift between our peoples." Having matured through his experiences, Thor was beginning to grasp Odin's intentions. His previous narrow-mindedness as a weakling had given way to a broader vision befitting a true warrior. As Vostag's burden slowed them, the frost giant army closed in. Thor could not carry his 4 companions while flying, and just as he contemplated calling Heimdall to activate the Bifrost for a tactical retreat, a tremendous rainbow beam descended from the heavens. "Heimdall?" Thor was bewildered. He hadn't even called out yet. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar voice rang out from the Bifrost, and Thor's face lit up with excitement, mirrored by the 3 warriors beside him. Only Sif frowned slightly, her expression revealing discomfort. Who could remain composed when a previously unknown golden-haired figure had tarnished the reputation of a delicate, beautiful sister? "Hey Thor and my friends. How could I not join in such a fortuitous affair?" Leon, clad in battle armor, emerged slowly from the kaleidoscopic energy bridge. "Leon, your timing is impeccable. Let us quell the frost giants together." Thor exclaimed excitedly, reminiscent of the moment he had once called upon Odin for aid. This time, however, he received an affirmative response. Indeed, that is precisely why I am here. Everyone, lower your heads. With a graceful leap, Leon soared between Thor and the frost giant horde, only to find that the blue giants paid him no heed, charging forward relentlessly. With a grin, Leon conjured a wall of pure ice crystal from beneath his feet, shielding Thor and the others from harm. A cacophony of purple arcs erupted from him, crackling like 1,000 birds in flight. Then, with claws extended, he gathered the arcs at his chest, forming a deep purple, nearly black, compressed plasma sphere. With a flourish, Leon spread his arms wide. A tempest of deep purple lightning erupted around him, engulfing everything in its path. Thor and his companions were compelled to shut their eyes against the blinding light. When they reopened them, they found the frost giant army, which had once stormed towards them like a relentless swarm, now sprawled on the ground, convulsing, with only a handful of elite individuals managing to stand. Leon, how did you accomplish this? Thor asked in astonishment. If he could master such a technique, he need not flee, despite his strength. Leon smirked with pride, turning back as he thought to disperse the protective ice wall surrounding Thor and his companions. Each discipline has its own expertise. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. While my storm template plasma lightning may not rival the power of your divine lightning, it excels in controlling the battlefield. Amplifying its might is simple. The Starlight template combined with Iron Saga's eternal core provides boundless energy, capable of transforming decay into wonder and salvaging any energy-based skill. The limits are dictated solely by my personal capabilities. Look out. More frost giants are recovering from paralysis. Sif warned, casting a disapproving glance at the two brothers who were reveling in each other's commendations. Oh, it seems I did not exert enough force earlier, Leon remarked with a hint of boastfulness. All right. We know you're formidable. Now let's get to it, Thor urged, pounding his chest with Mjolnir. The newly born Iron Saga, unaware of social nuances, mistook Thor's gesture as a challenge to Leon and grew displeased. A gust of wind ignited Thor's hair aflame. Oh, what the heck? My hair. Iron Saga's playful attack, though not damaging, was deeply humiliating, and in the face of Thor's resentful glare, he preemptively acquired a buzz cut reminiscent of a character from Thor, Ragnarok, complete with a slight natural curl. Chapter 102, The Ice Age, Return to Earth. Subsequently, Leon and Thor coordinated their efforts, expertly dispatching frost giants with precise punches, each deliberate strike rendering even the colossal foes unconscious. Yet, the thrill of this effortless triumph soon waned amidst the seemingly endless tide of frost giants, akin to stray dogs emerging from nowhere on the streets of Earth. How long must we continue this? Leon, his patience waning, inquired of Thor. Thor, resigned, replied, until they are willing to sit down peacefully and discuss matters with us. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Leon had never been one to conform to convention. He deemed it far more pragmatic to cultivate friendships during such moments. Yet, having already committed to assisting Thor, he resolved to see it through to the end. With a sudden surge of determination, Leon commanded Batet to transform into her panther form, effortlessly lifting a person with one claw, while soaring into the sky alongside Thor and the three warriors. The sole female, Sif, was cradled in the arms of the combat-ready S.H.I.E.L.D. as they ascended. Even in battle mode, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained her ability to fly, albeit lacking the speed and precision of her motorcycle form. What are you planning, Leon? Thor's eyelids twitched incessantly, fearing that an impatient Leon might unleash utter destruction upon the frost giants. Fear not, Thor. I shall not harm them. I merely intend to grant them a moment to collect themselves, Leon reassured. After all, the frost giants were a resource Leon had his eye on for future endeavors, and there would be ample opportunity for their lamentations later. As for now, a smirk crept across Leon's lips as he ascended higher into the sky, raising his hand in a sweeping gesture. The plasma control ability of the storm template coalesced into a deep purple arc of lightning, forming the hand of the Celestial, which ensnared all exposed frost giants, binding them together. With a swift motion, they were instantly frozen. Winter has arrived. The Ice Age is upon us. With a resonant incantation, Leon's figure transformed into a radiant, multicolored meteor, plummeting swiftly toward the congregation of frost giants ensnared by the hand of the Celestial. In that fleeting moment of descent, the already frigid realm of Jotunheim appeared to plunge into a true ice age, resembling a kingdom of light devoid of its plasma spark. All visible frost giants were encased within a colossal crystal of ice. Thanks to the innate resilience of their race, they would not perish from the cold, and over time, they would gradually thaw from their frozen state. This was the calm respite Leon had afforded them. However, having completed this feat, Leon remained unsatisfied, for he knew that lurking in the shadows were straggling frost giants. Their presence could not be overlooked. The primary objective of Leon's endeavor was to train and assess the extent of his capabilities with Ion Saiga. Thus, an endless wave of icy chill emanated from Leon, clad in his war god armor. 2.5 hours later, the vast expanse of Jotunheim had been transmuted into a crystalline orb of ice-blue beauty. From the distant cosmos, it appeared both awe-inspiring and exquisite. This was the magnificent creation befitting a true deity. The might of the Asgardian war god would resonate across the 9 realms from this moment forth. Originally, Odin had remarked that Leon had yet to unleash the full potential of Ion Saiga, cautioning that he might even suffer backlash from the artifact itself. Leon had felt a twinge of defiance at that notion. Yet now, merely unlocking the first layer of the Guardian Seal had proven so formidable that he could hardly fathom the cataclysmic power that would be unleashed upon breaking the subsequent 2 seals. Meanwhile, Thor and the others, who had been mere spectators throughout, were left utterly dumbfounded. Thor even began to question his own lineage, wondering how such a celestial artifact had been bestowed upon his adopted son Leon, while he himself had to struggle with merely a hammer through trials and tribulations. Upon reuniting with Thor and the others high above, Leon gazed upon his creation, nodding in satisfaction as he exhaled deeply. A long-forgotten feeling of exhaustion washed over him. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders had brought its consequences. Fortunately, Leon had refrained from recklessly unlocking the second layer of the seal. Through a conversation with Ion Saiga, he had been astonished to discover that Odin had entrusted the authority to release the seals directly to Ion Saiga. In a twist of fate, Leon had charmed Ion Saiga into willingly unbinding the artifact's seals. One could only liken it to a child grasping a nuclear button without understanding the gravity of their actions. Thankfully, Leon had always been prudent and had not acted recklessly. Despite its harshness, it was undeniably beautiful, was it not? Leon mused. Indeed, it is beautiful, Thor echoed. Moreover, the armor is impressive, he remarked, tapping the eternal core embedded in Leon's chest with envy. After Leon's guidance, Ion Saiga had begun to recognize friendly units, thus avoiding previous outbursts. You too? Leon replied with a smile. However, given the current circumstances, this statement lacked any real persuasive power, as Leon's stature had evidently surpassed Thor's. Thor could only manage an awkward chuckle, pondering whether he should charm Frigga for some sympathy. Just as this thought crossed Thor's mind, Mjolnir silently floated to his side, hovering at head height, its non-existent gaze burning a hole in Thor's face. Hey, Mjolnir, you are the best, buddy. In a bid to mask his embarrassment, Thor quickly planted a kiss on his jealous hammer and patted it affectionately. Subsequently, having nearly eradicated the frost giant upheaval in Jotunheim, Leon and his companions returned triumphantly to Asgard. However, a plea for assistance soon emanated from Vanaheim. Without a moment's respite, Thor embarked on yet another quest. Leon decided to join him briefly, but soon lost interest in exploring and engaging in combat due to the lack of noteworthy spoils. After bidding farewell to Thor and returning to Asgard, he also took his leave from Odin and Frigga. Leon finally made his way back to Earth. Returning to the seaside villa he shared with Tony. Jarvis, where is Tony? Sir is still in seclusion, training. Hey. Leon used his observational prowess to glance into Tony's sanctuary, discovering him seemingly immersed in a meditative state, legs crossed and eyes closed, as chaotic yet harmonious magnetic fields coursed through his body. Leon was astonished to observe that Tony's physical prowess appeared to have undergone a significant transformation, surpassing even Pepper and approaching the strength of the soldier boy. Wow, impressive. Leon was at a loss for words, marveling at the unexpected development. He refrained from disturbing Tony, opting instead to remain at home for a while to ensure his friend was safe before taking Eve back to Stark Tower. Leon intended for Eve to learn alongside Sharon Carter, gradually assuming the secretarial duties from her. This would serve to both motivate Sharon, who was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and alleviate the pressure she faced from Leon's occasional inspections. It must be said, a boss as considerate of his secretary as Leon was truly a rare find. Sharon Carter, he really is something. I could cry. Eve, I could cry too. After having both secretaries moved to tears, Leon suddenly questioned, Arsai, am I forgetting something? What do you think? Arsai replied enigmatically, her appearance shifting into a sleek black bodysuit, her long white hair and azure eyes transforming her into a striking beauty. Watch out. I forgot about 2B. Leon swiftly adjusted his focus, ready to engage in battle. Chapter 103. 2B. Question. Are you my master? Remembering that 2B was still resting in her coffin, Leon quickly relocated to an office designed for soundproofing and noise reduction. He had prepared numerous such offices within the company, though he rarely utilized them. Yet now, it seemed, the time had come. Pepper often scolded him for monopolizing public resources. But honestly, this is a matter of great significance concerning the legacy of the Stark family. How can it possibly be deemed a misuse of public resources? Extracting the regeneration cradle from the confines of the system space, Leon was able to observe through a transparent glass window, roughly the size of a human head. Inside, the biometallic skin and dark gothic external components of 2B had long been completed. The entire body of the combat android was as pure as freshly fallen snow. So flawless that it seemed almost otherworldly, vividly lifelike. Merely gazing upon it stirred within him an insatiable desire. With a soft tap, Leon's fingertips glided over the regeneration cradle before he eagerly pressed the opening button. A gentle mist, reminiscent of steam, billowed forth from the seams of the cradle's cover. As the lid fully opened, the serene visage of the slumbering snow-white battle maiden was revealed, offering a profoundly healing sight to Leon. Beautiful, he couldn't help but exclaim. And then, under S.H.I.E.L.D's curious gaze, he lifted 2B's external cooling component. After a meticulous exploration, he pressed the activation button, which was eerily similar to that of the humanoid computer angel heart. Though not originally located in this position, Leon felt intuitively that the switch for the android should reside here, prompting the astute and perceptive Miss Alcy to make slight modifications to 2B's parameters. Given her prior experiences, such alterations posed no technical challenges. With a hum, the ultramicro-nuclear reactor, comparable in technological prowess to Tony's compact arc reactor, sprang to life. As Leon removed 2B's combat visor, he was granted the opportunity to witness the entire process of her slowly opening eyes. Her dancer eyes sparkled like crystalline gems, pupils narrowing in focus. Lying within the cradle, 2B discerned the pure human who had awakened her, or rather, from her perspective, it would be more fitting to refer to him as her creator. Do you belong to me, master? 2B's gaze, tinged with a hint of confusion yet imbued with 100 innocence, turned towards Leon, causing an unshakable sense of shame to wash over him. For his heart was stained with darkness. His eagerness to impart his own essence upon 2B was palpable, even though she was merely an emotionless robot at present. The principle of affection developing over time was perfectly applicable to a synthetic entity such as her. Moreover, Leon had equipped 2B with an incredibly realistic simulated neural sensing system, further catalyzing the emergence of her self-awareness. After all, joy is the most profound journey to self-existence. Yes, Leon replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Yaha 2B. I am Leon Stark Odinson, your one and only eternal master. Upon hearing this, 2B gradually sat up within the cradle. Her hands rested delicately upon her dark gothic external armor, and with a slight effort, she parted the unprofessionally aligned white seams that exposed her biometallic skin. This revealed the glistening black and silver alloy of her Dom steel frame, alongside a thumb-sized identification device nestled at its center. Confirmation of your identity has been established, she stated. I will now proceed with the contract of promise. Master, I have but one request. As I am an artificial construct, I cannot bear any responsibility. Thus, I implore you to assume all responsibility concerning my existence. Was this a cybernetic version of marital vows? Leon mused internally. Yet he nodded with the calmness of an old dog. Then, I shall input your biological information. Please consent to my request once more. With that, Alcy extended a hand, guiding Leon's right hand to place his thumb upon her life identification device. Yes. Now, I shall commence the acquisition of your life records. Fingerprint recognition complete. Genetic identification complete. Divine power recognition complete. Higher mystical identification complete. Master identity information registration is complete. The system has automatically destroyed the master identity information. Once all recognition processes were finalized, 2B voluntarily dismantled her life information registration system, irrevocably becoming Leon's exclusive battle android. Master, there is a deficiency in the divine power reserves within 2B's framework. I recommend immediate replenishment. Do you consent? Of course, Leon agreed. But how would this replenishment occur? Just then, 2B directly seized him and pulled him into the regeneration cradle. The cover sealed shut once more. The divine power replenishment procedure has commenced. Estimated duration, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours later. All done. Noticing 2B showed no signs of pausing, Alcy A2 opened the lid and, much like a cat, grasped the nape of the oblivious 2B, effortlessly pulling her from the cradle. Subsequently, She pushed Leon back down, offering him a knowing smile and reciting 2B's line in a 2's tone. Master, I also wish to replenish divine power. Huh, but you are made of adamantium, not Uridom steel. Replenish, replenish, replenish. In the face of S.H.I.E.L.D's commanding presence, Leon found it impossible to refuse. On his first day back on Earth, he spent nearly every moment immersed in the mechanical program of transforming and outputting divine power. Glory to the starlight. The following day, while still ensconced in his office, Leon received a mysterious package sent by Black Boiled Egg, likely due to Tony's continued seclusion, which resulted in the delivery reaching Leon instead. Chapter 104. Returning to the Past. Rewriting the Future. 1974. The first instance of free fighting in Southeast Asia, Bushi. Stark Industries. Howard Stark's office. Everything can be achieved through technology, a better life, a healthy body, and for the first time in human history, the prospect of maintaining world peace. I am Howard Stark, and everything you need for the future is right here. Future City? Tomorrow's metropolis? Future City. Beside a table displaying a miniature model of the city, Howard Stark was recording a video. Two small heads, barely surpassing the tabletop, stealthily slipped in, exchanging mischievous glances before each snatching a miniature house model and attempting to flee, only to be caught red-handed by Howard, who turned at the sound of the cameraman's alert. Hey, Tony, Leon, what are you doing? That is a miniature model of Future City, not a toy prepared for you. Put it back, quickly. Where are your mothers? Maria? Howard Stark scooped up one of the little ones, handing the young Tony and Leon over to their mother, Maria, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Afterward, Howard resumed filming, articulating his vision for Future City. After a while, J.A.R.V.I.S. Are we done? Yes, sir. Oh, thank heavens. Receiving confirmation from his butler, Howard relaxed his tie, then joked, I prefer improvisation over these pre-prepared lines. Sir, with all due respect, your impromptu speeches tend to take unexpected directions. What we need for this shoot is reliability and stability. Indeed, Howard acknowledged with a nod, I'm grateful to have you here. J.A.R.V.I.S. Thank you for your company. Sir, you flatter me. It is both my job and my honor. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied with a cultured smile. The casual exchange between the two was captured in its entirety by the camera. 35 years later, after a brief respite, Howard reappeared on screen, leaning against the table that held the miniature model of Future City, gazing intently into the camera. Tony, Leon, you are still quite young and do not yet comprehend the significance of this moment, so I shall capture it for you. Everything I have done is crafted with you in mind. One day, you will understand that this symbolizes not merely human invention, but also represents my lifelong achievement. It is the key to the future. I am constrained by the technological limitations of this era, but eventually, you will grasp the entirety of it. Of course, primarily you. Tony, Leon does not possess an exceptionally brilliant intellect. After all, whenever it came to fighting for milk, he always managed to secure the larger share. Maria often jokes that he will undoubtedly be quite popular with the girls in the future. Is that so? Suddenly, little Leon popped his head out from beneath the table, and Howard, upon seeing him, was left in utter dismay, exclaiming, Oh my, when did you sneak in, Leon? As soon as you uttered, Tony, Leon. You are still too young to understand. Little Leon proudly mimicked Howard's tone, saying, That was the very beginning. Howard's frustration escalated, and with a swift motion, he playfully tapped Leon on the head. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he squatted down to admonish him. Since you are already aware, do not utter a word to your brother until the time is right. Otherwise, I shall inform your mother about the incident involving your teasing the kindergarten teacher. OTT. Covering the bump on his head, little Leon felt on the verge of tears but, under Howard's threat, stifled his sobs and nodded obediently. After all, as a father, Howard would only offer a warning tap, while as a mother, Maria would indeed take serious measures to ensure proper upbringing. However, the memories of a child are not as profound as those of an adult, and by the time little Leon grew up, his clever mind had nearly forgotten the incident. He vaguely recalled that his father, Howard, forbade him from disclosing anything to Tony. But the specifics of the matter were too convoluted for him to comprehend and had long faded from his memory. Howard called for Maria once more. In a fit of anger, Maria seized little Leon by the ear and led him out. The formal photography continued. When you discover all of this, you two brothers will transform the world. For it is you two, my greatest and most cherished creations. TSK. After viewing the 3D reconstruction of Howard projected by the A2 scanner, Leon, seated in his office chair, could not help but express a soft TSK. Howard truly has a way of comforting people. I was merely a bonus for the recharge. Yet he insists on including me and Tony. Fortunately, with the assistance of Sister Sun and Odin, Leon now feels he has lived up to his father's expectations and brought honor to the family. At that moment, 2B suddenly looked up at Leon and inquired, "Is that Master S father? What kind of interpersonal connection is kinship? It relies solely on bloodlines, without any tangible assurance, and is far less reliable than the bond one share with Master. Yet the results always indicate that human relationships surpass those between humans and machines." The rational conclusion starkly contradicts reality, leaving 2B in a profound state of confusion she could not comprehend. In response, Leon gently brushed aside the few strands of hair sticking to 2B's mouth and softly shook his head, saying, "I too do not understand why. It can only be attributed to the instincts of humanity. Other animals experience similar emotions, but they are expressed far less profoundly than in humans, whether in love or in hate. Is that so?" 2B pondered deeply. Patting her cheek reassuringly, Leon gestured for her not to dwell too much on it. The only thing she needed to focus on was to faithfully execute Leon's commands. Kamartaj. Leon approached the meditative Ancient One with a clear purpose. "Master, I have a request." "No," Ancient One replied, her eyes barely opening, immediately denying his request. "Why?" Leon was perplexed. Ancient One elucidated, "Time travel. Returning to the past is a taboo for those with temporal abilities. It can easily cause unknown repercussions in the world, creating countless parallel universes. It is even more likely to disrupt absolute time points, leading to the destruction of this universe. What I wish to do will not affect the real world," Leon insisted, unwilling to concede. Having already possessed the means to create a perfect world for them, how could he possibly give up? Indeed, Ancient One gazed at Leon, her hand gently caressing his face as she shook her head, saying, "You cannot achieve this. Extreme emotions tend to influence one's actions, resulting in unforeseen incidents. Leon, you have changed significantly. Then, Master, you could accompany me to supervise," Leon proposed. "I cannot leave. Many powerful entities with ulterior motives are constantly eyeing Earth," Ancient One replied, once again refusing. "Then let my father temporarily assist." This left Ancient One in contemplation, her eyes flashing with myriad thoughts as she considered the feasibility of Leon's suggestion. After a long pause, she finally nodded in agreement. "Very well. However, we cannot linger in the past. It must be a swift endeavor." "Nice. Master, I adore you," Leon exclaimed excitedly, enveloping Ancient One in a fervent embrace. Chapter 105. Leon's Infinite Tsukuyomi, the favor of the Goddess of Death. After concluding their negotiations, Ancient One raised her hand, summoning a circular teleportation array, shimmering with sparks of electricity, which appeared before her and Leon, then automatically receded, instantaneously transporting them to Asgard, where Leon had recently departed. At that moment, Odin, seated on the throne of the God King, was deep in thought regarding how to spend the remainder of his life. Having fought throughout his existence, he had grown weary of war. A tranquil and peaceful retirement was what he desired. Here again, his peripheral vision caught sight of Leon and Ancient One emerging through the teleportation array, causing Odin's eyelids to flicker as he reflected, "You are the leader of the Avengers, not the leader of the Fatherly Woes Alliance." Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, God King Odin. The two most formidable beings in their respective realms exchanged a brief greeting. Then, Odin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache as he turned his gaze toward Leon. "Leon, you." "Father, Leon has a request," Leon interjected. Thud. Odin slammed his eternal spear down with great authority, declaring, "Enough. I am not your wishing well. If you encounter difficulties, you must learn to resolve them yourself. How can you come to me at the first sign of trouble? Do you wish to undergo a growth experience akin to Thor's?" "Father, this request comes from a child hoping for a better life for his parents. I simply need you to temporarily safeguard Earth while both my master and I are absent. Please." Leon knelt on one knee, earnestly imploring. "We only need 25 minutes, Ancient One added, stepping beside Leon. Leon felt that 25 minutes was too brief, but Odin had already waved them off. "Go. Leon, this is the last time I will assist you." Thank you, Father." Leon feared that if he made another request, the eternal spear would truly be thrust into him. "Once the time is up, I will depart. There is no need to seek me out." Odin was genuinely wary of his adopted son. It is entirely up to Father. With this matter settled, Leon and Ancient One departed through the teleportation array. No matter how many times Leon witnessed Ancient One elegantly summon the teleportation array, he could not help but feel a pang of envy. When would he acquire his own teleportation array? Wouldn't you agree, Sister Sun? Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Old Wong's collection of novels. The youthful pig's head Old Wong will not dream of the supreme, beautiful sorceress. Shift. Damn that old Wong. He's still pursuing me. After the two departed, Frigga emerged from the side, chiding, "That child is filled with filial piety, clearly. You never intended to refuse him, yet you insist on being harsh. Really? Humph. I fear that if I do not act sternly, Asgard may fall to him by tomorrow." A subtle smile curved Odin's lips as he turned to Frigga, advising, "I shall be in Midgard for a few days to conduct an on-site investigation. I entrust Asgard to you, Frigga. Leave it to me. You may rest assured as you go. While renowned as the foremost sorceress of the 9 realms, my sword is not without merit. The last time I let Loki off lightly, I fear that child did not even notice." Frigga giggled softly, her hand covering her mouth in delight. "Oh, you." Observing Frigga, who seemed rejuvenated by millennia, Odin's smile deepened. Time has indeed passed for an eternity. Once youthful and impetuous warriors, he and Frigga had matured into figures whose true strength was now obscured to many. With a thunderous sound, Odin traversed the Bifrost, arriving at a coastal cliff in Norway, a tranquil landscape he had long yearned to behold. With a mere thought, his divine attire vanished, and the formidable king of the gods transformed into an unassuming one-eyed old man, seated upon a stone at the cliff's edge, gazing out at the sea. In serene silence, he watched as the ancient forces, once restless in the depths of the cosmos, fell into an unspoken compliance. For at that very moment before Odin's arrival on Earth, the Ancient One had activated the Eye of Agamotto, the supreme artifact of Kamar-Taj, utilizing the power of the Time Stone to return to the past alongside Leon. Such a feat required immense magical prowess and an intimate familiarity with the Time Stone, a capability possessed solely by the Ancient One. Even the future Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, could not guarantee it. Upon their arrival in the past, the Ancient One immediately invoked the Mirror Dimension, enveloping herself and Leon to prevent any substantial alterations to history. As their presence was not part of the timeline, any slightest error was unacceptable. As they traversed the fabric of time, the Ancient One became aware that they were in the Kamar-Taj of the past. Upon recognizing her future self and Leon, she chose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. December 16th, 1991. Night. This was the long-awaited return of Howard and Maria, the very day the Winter Soldier dispatched by Hydra would claim their lives. Leon vividly recalled how he and Tony had waited for what felt like an eternity, from exhilaration to numbness, until the fateful news of their demise arrived the following day. Through the mirror dimension, witnessing his younger self and Tony stirred a multitude of emotions within Leon, prompting him to inquire of the Ancient One, "May I go see them?" "Not permissible," the Ancient One replied with a gentle shake of her head. "Hatred will consume your reason." "Very well." Leon touched the Ion Saga on his left wrist and resolutely sat cross-legged, forcing himself to empty his mind. Hydra, much like goblins, was also on Leon's list for eradication, as was that Winter Soldier. Leon conceived a more fitting resolution. Death itself seemed far too lenient, even if it was not voluntary. As time flowed slowly onward, a moment arrived. System notification. Notification. The souls known as Howard Stark and Maria Stark have innately recognized you as their child. Query. Shall the Hall of Heroes be activated to harbor these two souls? Yes. With a thought, the souls of Howard and Maria were swiftly ensconced within the Hall of Heroes, rooted in Leon's essence. There, he had woven a perfect dreamscape for them. Reminiscent of an infinite Tsukuyomi, a pursuit of a lifetime for others was merely a simple signing in for him, evoking a sense of irony. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, equally adept in the realm of souls, observed Leon's actions with keen insight. This was a system akin to Asgard's Hall of Heroes, yet decidedly more domineering, provided the preconditions were met. Regardless of the soul's willingness, the ultimate authority of containment resided wholly with Leon. This realization made her uneasy. If her retirement plans were to be thwarted by this young man, would she be destined to serve him for eternity? Her thoughts flashed through her mind, and lacking any countermeasures, the Ancient One could only hope that the deity Eternity would prove more formidable. Surely such a being would not be outmatched by Leon's soul system, would they? An unsettling feeling lingered within her. Then, the two traversed time once more, capturing the soul of J.A.R.V.I.S. into the Hall of Heroes. The process was seamless and efficient, devoid of any delays. Upon returning to the present and confirming that their time travel had not caused any substantial effects, the Ancient One felt reassured enough to depart. Yet, in the next moment, Leon heard a system notification. Notification. You have intercepted the souls of the deceased from death, who feels angered by this, but, upon discovering your unique existence, has developed a profound interest in you. Notification. Exercise caution when venturing out. She is always watching you and may arrive at any moment. Notification: you have gained the favor of the goddess of death. Favor of the goddess of death. Your soul is immune to all negative influences. No entity, except death, can claim your soul. Introduction: you are mine. Bloody hell. Chapter 106, Death and the Cosmic Cube. Bloody hell. Leon was utterly flabbergasted. He had merely sought to retrieve his parents and their steward. Was that so extreme? Death, one of the 5 primordial deities of the Marvel Universe, symbolizes the termination of all life and the ultimate resting place for souls. She is a magnificent conceptual entity transcending time and space. An absolute powerhouse in both the comic and cinematic universes, standing alongside other formidable creators, the devourer of worlds, eternity, infinity, and oblivion. While death may not be the strongest among the 5, she is undoubtedly the most renowned, for who does not fear death? Who among us can escape its clutches? This will not do. According to the system, the goddess of death could arrive to check on Leon at any moment. He must find refuge in another world. Who knows what befriending the goddess of death might lead to? He's not ready to meet his end just yet. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door of Leon's office. Startled, Leon nearly lost his breath, but upon using his observation hockey, he was relieved to find it was merely Pepper. After finishing her work, Pepper had come to check on Leon, learning he had returned. What? You're leaving again so soon? Upon discovering Leon was about to enter Leon's slumber, Pepper became visibly unsettled. With Tony immersed in his own pursuits, and Leon disappearing from sight, she was the sole pillar holding their home and company together. Oh, and it appeared Leon had brought back a striking blonde girl with luscious waves, who seemed to have been raised exceptionally well. Her diligence and sense of responsibility were commendable. Pepper couldn't help but lament. All the good girls in this world will inevitably fall prey to Leon. Alas, plans change swiftly, leaving her feeling helpless. Well then, do take care and be cautious. Do not let anything tragic occur outside. Yes, madam. After bidding farewell to Pepper with a tender kiss, Leon soared into the sky. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was engrossed in a phone call with his sweetheart when, suddenly, with a resounding crash, the bulletproof window behind him shattered. As if a tornado had swept through his office, leaving only the chair beneath him unscathed. What the hell? Who dares to attack my office? Are they seeking death? Fury's expression shifted from fury to a sycophantic smile as he turned around, thinking, oh, it's you, Leon. I thought it was someone else. Fury, I need the Tesseract. Now. Immediately. Leon insisted. Huh, is this also what Howard told you? Fury had intended to study it quietly himself, feeling insecure otherwise. He believed that only through understanding the Tesseract could he achieve any semblance of security. Fury, I don't wish to repeat myself. Leon's eyes gleamed with determination, and his ion saiga on his left wrist seemed to echo his sentiment, allowing Fury to experience the chilling sensation of impending doom. Stop. Is that not enough? Quickly, retract your powers. Fury felt as if he might freeze from below, thankful that he was already bald and had no hair to catch fire. Subsequently, with Fury's cooperation, Leon successfully retrieved the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D's secret laboratory. In reality, this was originally Leon's possession, and his retrieval was entirely justified. The Tesseract was merely a magical vessel crafted by Leon's adoptive father to contain the Space Stone, imbued with protective magic. When wielded by those with nefarious intentions, it would automatically activate the Space Stone, transporting the ill-intentioned individual to a place from which they could never utilize the Space Stone for malevolent purposes. Red Skull was a prime example. He sought to harness the infinite energy of the Space Stone to create a world-altering weapon, only to be exiled by the Tesseract to Vormir, home of the Soul Stone. Of course, for individuals like Loki or Leon, it could be used freely. However, unlike Loki, who could store it using magic, Leon found it inconvenient to carry, as the Tesseract could not be stored within the system space. He hesitated to destroy it, for the Tesseract served not only as a safeguard for the Space Stone, but also as a suppressor for its power. So he had to make do for the time being. Previous experience had taught Leon that the likelihood of obtaining rewards was highest during the first encounter with a specific object or individual, once a golden prize was claimed. Subsequent attempts became increasingly challenging. Thus, aware of the Space Stone's location, Leon cherished this opportunity, hoping that, in a moment of necessity, it might yield a skill akin to temporal immunity, similar to that of the Time Stone. Yet, he was compelled to make use of it now. Survival was paramount. As long as he remained alive, there would always be chances to claim rewards in the future. Prompt: do you wish to sign in today? Leon reverently raised the Tesseract. System: I must sign in for the World Crossing card immediately. Beep. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations. The host has acquired the third-order cube toy. What? Leon soared away, leaving Fury behind to ponder his existence. My Tesseract. Chapter 107. Antarctic Vibranium ALSI Ascension. Leon was astonished that the mystical luck of his first sign-in yielded no results with the Tesseract. With no other recourse, he resorted to the SL method. He had to secure a reward before the goddess of death took a whim to check on him. In the following days, Leon carried the Tesseract with him, attempting sign-ins in various positions, all while the looming threat of death kept him from resting, maintaining a state of rapid motion. That night, at 11:30 p.m., on the Antarctic plate, having exhausted all other options, Leon turned his gaze toward Captain America, who was still enjoying a beauty sleep in the Arctic. He decided to investigate the so-called Antarctic Vibranium. Buster, ALSI. Yes, Master, what about me? 2B inquired, as the frigid wind tousled her white hair and gothic attire, creating a stunning visual. While she exhibited no trace of envy or resentment, her core programming compelled her to contribute in some way. You? Come here and be an accessory. Leon commanded, surveying the somewhat dazed 2B, who had yet to awaken her self-awareness. Understood. 2B gracefully approached Leon, who then wrapped his arm around her waist, and together they plunged into the icy depths of the Antarctic Sea. The frigid water was piercing, but it mattered little. Leon's constitution was inherently resistant to cold, and with the passive enhancement of frost affinity, being submerged in the Antarctic waters felt akin to a warm soak. As for 2B, there was no need for concern. With her quasi-neural sensory system disabled, she felt no affection. Before long, clad in his God of War armor, Leon held the over 300-pound 2B in one arm, while effortlessly lifting a meteorite mine the size of a football field with the other. With a thunderous crash, he hurled it across the desolate Antarctic landscape. There's less here than I imagined, Leon remarked, somewhat dissatisfied as he approached the meteorite vein and sliced off a chunk of relatively pure Antarctic vibranium. This so-called Antarctic vibranium, rumored to melt all metals, left no trace of damage on his God of War armor, which was only to be expected. As the strongest weapon in Asgard, recognized by Odin himself, Ion Saiga had its reputation to uphold. Leon then retrieved a piece of Wakandan vibranium from his system space, bringing it close to the Antarctic vibranium. The Wakandan vibranium, influenced by an unknown force, immediately transformed into a rubber-like semi-molten state. While it did not immediately flow like water through Leon's fingers, it softened and began to descend slowly. Interesting, Leon mused, pulling out a piece of adamantium for testing, only to find the results were no different from those of the Wakandan vibranium. When he distanced the Antarctic vibranium, it instantly regained its indestructible metallic quality. 2B, can you discern anything? Leon tossed the chunk of Antarctic vibranium in the air and inquired of 2B. 2B shook her head. I apologize, Master. I do not possess a detection system of that nature. My existence is solely for combat and service. Very well. We'll arrange for Tony to upgrade you later. ALSI, return for a moment. Buster, you as well. Understood. When ALSI and Buster returned, Leon presented the Antarctic vibranium to ALSI A2, who narrowed her light blue eyes and focused on scanning it. After a moment, she concluded, this metal emits specific frequency mechanical waves that can disrupt metallic bonds. Conventional metals can melt, but the effects on URU steel, which can be enhanced with magic, remain unknown. It is anticipated that it will still be affected to some degree even before any magical enhancement. I see, Leon remarked, impressed. In this day and age, even iron must undergo both physical and magical refinement to be deemed secure. Subsequently, Leon tested the active adamantium on his body to see if it would be affected, finding that the Antarctic vibranium had no effect whatsoever on it. It appears that the system's output is indeed remarkable, especially given its association with biological tissue enhancement. Unlike Wolverine, who simply replaced his skeletal structure with a metallic framework, this has prompted Leon to contemplate whether he should replace ALSI's composition with his own active Edmund alloy material. After numerous exchanges and tests, Leon discovered that ALSI's Edmund alloy, in partner mode, effectively serves as her skeletal framework, with everything else being composed of biochemical vibranium tissue. Transitioning her to Leon's own active Edmund alloy would alleviate any psychological burden during testing. The intertwining of their essences would foster a deeper connection, as she would embody a part of him. What a bizarre jest. Leon shook his head in amusement and sought ALSI's opinion. Give it to me. ALSI A2 responded succinctly and willingly accepted Leon's experimental modifications. Meanwhile, observing ALSI A2 flourish in her interactions with Leon, engaging in lively conversation and naturally evolving towards an ever closer relationship, 2B's azure eyes flickered with curiosity. She pressed her hand against her chest. where her minuscule nuclear reactor resided, pondering the peculiar sensation that stirred within her. Typically, she donned her combat visor only when entering battle, but she seldom wore it in Leon's presence unless specifically requested, an occurrence that happened only occasionally. Soon, Leon completed the modifications to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. A2 received a technological boost from Leon's physical prowess, while Yora 2B benefited from a magical amplification. The task was accomplished seamlessly. A thrill of satisfaction surged within Leon, akin to a collector's obsession being perfectly fulfilled. Query: shall today's sign-in be performed? System: I am already devoid of any deficiencies. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a Vibranium Minor Enhancement card. Vibranium Minor Enhancement card. Utilizing this card will enhance the Vibranium Minor, allowing it to yield not only existing Wakandan Vibranium and Edmund alloy, but also additional URU steel and Antarctic Vibranium. The probability of obtaining Antarctic Vibranium is equivalent to that of Wakandan Vibranium, split in a 30-70 ratio. The probability of acquiring URU steel is random, and it is rarer than Edmund alloy. Quality: one-time use. Description: mining and enhancing your Eris brings you joy, but do not forget, death lurks closely behind. Oh, I nearly overlooked this detail. Long live the system. Leon retrieved the Vibranium Minor Enhancement card from the system space, grasped it firmly, and activated it immediately. He then proceeded to the crash site of Captain America's aircraft. As for the Antarctic Vibranium vein, Leon planned to relocate it to his and Tony's seaside villa, excavate a large pit in the seabed, and bury it there, extracting as needed. If anyone dared to pilfer from the doorstep of Leon and Tony's abode, he could only conclude that they had sealed their own fate. Chapter 108. Shield of Courage. A heart that believes is magic. Wow, this aircraft has truly plunged deep. With his observation haki honing in on the location, Leon, clad in his God of War armor, with a Hakimi-formed buster perched on his shoulder, embraced S.H.I.E.L.D. A2 with one arm and 2B with the other, igniting crimson flames beneath his feet as he melted through the glacial layers. Heading straight for the aircraft where Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay curled up, frozen in place alongside the vibranium shield crafted by Leon's father. A sinister grin crept across Leon's lips. Bingo! I've found you, my Avenger. Query: shall today a sign-in be performed? System: I beseech you, grant this child a world crossing card. Activate. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received the Shield of Courage. Shield of Courage. When you wield this shield, if your heart is fearless, the shield shall never wear down. Description: a heart that believes is magic. What? Is this the legendary I fear not? The shield shall not break. The shield shall not break. I fear not. It's you, my 50-50 captain. Moreover, having endured the torment of K-language in his previous life, Leon immediately recognized the significance. As the equipment effect of Ion Saiga included the line the God of War armor is considered part of the God of War shield. Thus, Leon's absolute defense and wall of size, impervious to battle damage, had birthed the ultimate combo. As long as he remained undaunted, all physical harm, including elbow strikes, energy assaults, and magical impacts directed at the armor and shield, would be rendered ineffective. However, entities like the Goddess of Death, capable of sending Leon to his grave or banishing him, could circumvent the Shield of Courage. The crux is that the two parties do not occupy the same effect range, making mutual targeting impossible. Your equipped monsters indeed possess formidable attack and defense values, impervious to battle damage and immune to any effects. But if I summon my fist to directly strike you, how shall you respond? Thus, Leon's current desire is for a world-crossing card. A shield stronger than a person is of little use if the person is on the brink of extinction. Should the Goddess of Death trace him via the wire and extinguish him, Leon would likely be remembered as the most absurdly thwarted traveler in history. No, in his case, it would be more accurate to call him a reincarnator. With no other option, he made a detour back home. After swiftly addressing the Antarctic vibranium vein, he excavated Steve Rogers along with his aircraft from the icy depths and, utilizing biological positioning, transported the entire ice block back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, handing it over to Black Widow for further handling. Leon's sights were set on Kamar Taj, placing his final hope in Marvel's sole designated Sorcerer Supreme, Wong. He had yet to procure anything of substance from Wong. The Cosmic Cube was also in tow, prepared for all eventualities. As time passed, the Goddess of Death seemed in no hurry to check on Leon. Whether she intended to fatten him up before consumption or simply hesitated to act remained a mystery. In any case, praise be to Death. Recently, Leon had developed the habit of praying to death for various matters. He now considered himself a devoted follower, his motto being, "If my fellow dies, I shall not. I declare you a comrade, and thus you are a comrade." One day, after replenishing LCA2, Buster, and 2B with divine power, feeling a sense of relief from a near scare, Leon, while biding his time at Kamartaj, sought out the Ancient One. After reaping the benefits from Odin's fatherly figure, it was time for his dear master, the Ancient One, to contribute. Are you looking to navigate through the Cosmic Cube's spatial gem for a shortcut? At the very least, it is an infinite gem of the space domain. Master, could you possibly assist me in making this thing more portable? Carrying such a large cosmic cube in my pocket is somewhat cumbersome. Leon, you must understand that the Eye of Agamotto is the supreme artifact created by the founder of magic, Agamotto. Not only does it serve as the vessel for the Time Stone, but it is also an incredibly powerful magical tool. The cosmic cube in your possession operates on similar principles. Each of the 6 infinity stones, to varying extents, will erode and backlash against their direct holder. Directly harnessing the immense power of the infinity stones is an extraordinarily arduous endeavor, necessitating a profound comprehension and mastery of the associated paths. Thus, for the sake of safety and practicality, a containment vessel is imperative. The cosmic cube, crafted by the Allfather Odin, has exhibited remarkable efficacy in suppressing and channeling the energies of the space stone. I find myself unable to create a magical artifact that surpasses its excellence. This. A flicker of disappointment crossed Leon's visage. Must he, like the flamboyant Mjolnir wielder, parade around adorned with ostentatious golden gauntlets? Such an idea feels unbearably lowly. However, perceiving Leon's disheartenment, Ancient One swiftly shifted her tone, turning away with her hands clasped behind her back, beckoning him with a gesture and offering a resigned smile. Hand me the cosmic cube, I shall give it a try. After all, as inheritors, we stand upon the shoulders of giants. Those who came before us are not beyond our reach, nor even beyond surpassing. Nice. Master, I believe in your capabilities, Leon exclaimed, entrusting the cosmic cube to Ancient One's hands, his excitement culminating in a celebratory Leon-esque grip before he scampered off to check in with Old Wong next door. Silence enveloped tonight's Kamartaj as Ancient One scrutinized the cosmic cube, settling into her grand chair. Yet, as she sank into her seat, she was jolted upright as if struck by lightning, standing at attention. Her eyes narrowed, her lips twitching, she cast a self-reflective glance toward the library, pondering, have I been too indulgent with him? Just as Ancient One hesitated over whether to reprimand Leon, he had already surreptitiously touched something while under Old Wong's bemused gaze. And then, with a cheer, soared into the sky in an exuberant display. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Random World Crossing card. Random World Crossing card. By utilizing this card, you may traverse into any world at random. You will enter in your true form, but will not acquire any simulated identity or replacement role. The system will ensure your existence is rendered plausible. Quality, one-time use. Description, the next world may pose certain dangers, but to you at present, they are merely trifling challenges. Meanwhile, in Asgard, as Leon fretted over the impending visit from the goddess of death, taking advantage of Odin's absence, Loki made his escape. Chapter 109. The bug Leon is about to ascend to paradise. Calculating Loki's approximate arrival on Earth, Leon retrieved the Random World Crossing card from the system's space and, with a decisive grasp, activated it instantaneously. Alert! You have used the Random World Crossing card and will be transported into a random world in 10 seconds. Please prepare mentally in advance. I am no longer the person I once was. Leon smirked, as his everyday attire manifested into the true form of a warrior's armor. He then removed his crystalline faceplate and delivered a powerful punch to his own face. Boom! In deliberately diminishing his own resistance, Leon instantaneously fell into a childlike slumber, attempting to outsmart the system's impending strike. However, 10 seconds later, the system has detected an anomaly in the crossing procedure and will initiate forced awakening measures for the host. It can work like this? Leon, bewildered from being forcibly awakened by the system, exclaimed, when I hadn't knocked myself unconscious, you were going to hit me. Now that I've already knocked myself out, you still want to wake me up just to hit me again? Is this not a complete waste of my effort? Boom! The familiar sensation of a heavy blow struck him from behind. Pain surged through his mind, piercing to the very core of his being. The experience was far more intense than the self-inflicted blow he had just endured. Damn it! After offering the system a friendly middle finger, a flash of white light enveloped Leon, and he was instantly transported into an unknown universe. Paradise Island. This secluded sanctuary was conceived by the Olympian King Zeus before his demise, intended to protect the Amazonian people from the ravages of war. To counter the threat posed by the war god Ares, Zeus also bequeathed the Amazons a final weapon to combat him. In truth, this so-called weapon was none other than the daughter of Zeus and Queen Hippolyta, the half-sister of Ares, who would one day become Wonder Woman, Diana. Now over 5,000 years old and fully matured, she was undergoing a rigorous combat evaluation under the watchful eyes of her mother, Queen Hippolyta, and her mentor, General Antiope. Surrounding them were the tall, muscular Amazonian warriors, all witnesses to this test to determine who would be crowned the strongest female warrior among them. Horsemanship, archery, javelin throwing, swordsmanship, shield defense, every combat-related skill was part of Diana's examination. With exceptionally high expectations placed upon her by Hippolyta and Antiope, her training was significantly more demanding, 5, even 10 times more so than that of her fellow Amazons. Having deftly evaded a javelin thrown by Antiope, Diana, already exhilarated by her preparations, turned to Queen Hippolyta and declared, "Mother, I am ready to face the challenge." No. Queen Hippolyta, observing from the cliff's edge, shook her head gently. With a wave of her hand, a dozen towering, formidable Amazonian elite warriors, resembling black bears, surrounded Diana, brandishing their weapons. Only by defeating them will you truly be prepared to challenge the strongest. Come on. Surveying her formidable opponents, Diana wore the victorious smile that had accompanied her throughout her life. And indeed, the seemingly fierce black-skinned elite warriors were dispatched within 10 exchanges. Utterly overwhelmed by Diana's prowess, the strength of her demigod lineage had established a fundamental disparity between her and her fellow Amazons. Only Antiope, the strongest among them, possessed the capability to contend with her. Witnessing Diana's unstoppable might, Queen Hippolyta felt a mix of pride and concern. For the stronger Diana became, the more likely she was to eliminate Ares, the greatest threat to the Amazons. Yet, the burgeoning divine power within her constantly heightened the risk of Ares discovering her existence. A torrent of thoughts flashed through her mind as Hippolyta glanced at her sister beside her. Antiope, go? This final lesson for Diana is that mere physical strength is not enough to overcome every adversary. Yes, Antiope nodded earnestly before leaping a considerable distance, landing precisely in front of Diana. Clang. Without further ado, Antiope unleashed a powerful downward strike with her sword as soon as she touched down. Diana, wielding her own sword, blocked the blow, momentarily forced to kneel. Yet, after a brief stalemate, Diana gradually summoned her strength, rising against Antiope's pressure. Bang! Realizing she lacked the upper hand in strength, Antiope swiftly disengaged, deflecting Diana's short sword aside, and with a powerful kick, sent the unprepared Diana flying several meters away. Diana skidded to a halt, her leather boots carving deep grooves into the grass, but ultimately lost her balance and landed on the verdant ground. Come on, Diana, you know you can do better. Stand up. Antiope, emboldened by her position of power, leapt forward with a fierce strike. Clad in light leather armor above and a short skirt below, Diana had no choice but to roll aside to evade the blow. Yet Antiope was relentless, her sword thrusting forward, each strike aimed directly at Diana's vital points. As the threat to her life surged, adrenaline coursed through Diana's veins. In a moment of fierce determination, she hurled her short sword like a javelin. Faced with the oncoming gale of the sword's trajectory, Antiope remained undaunted, deftly dodging to the side, though a thin line of blood was drawn across her cheek. I'm sorry, Antiope. Diana felt a pang of guilt for injuring her mentor and immediately relinquished her combat stance. However, in Antiope's eyes, there was only a fierce anger, a disappointment at Diana's failure to meet expectations. With a contemptuous kick, she sent the halted Diana flying. A resounding crash echoed as Diana's body became wedged into the cliffside boulder. True warriors never lower their guard in battle, nor do they easily abandon their weapons. Diana, you have made a grave error. Antiope soared into the air, her short sword, bolstered by her fierce spirit, swung down like a great blade towards Diana, who had just extricated herself from the rock. Without a weapon, Diana had to rely on instinct. She crossed her arms, using her ever-present silver bracelets for protection against Antiope's ferocious assault. Unexpectedly, as the silver bracelets made contact, a surge of radiant golden divine power erupted from them. Antiope, mid-leap, was thrust away by the force of this divine energy, her strike never landing. A hemispherical wave of divine might swept across the arena, causing all present Amazons to stagger, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the bewildered Diana. She too was at a loss, staring at her own hands. The silver bracelets, which she had always thought were mere adornments, now radiated with extraordinary patterns of light, heralding the awakening of the power of the daughter of Zeus. Antiope, lie still, you're bleeding. The elite black-skinned Amazon warriors, previously defeated by Diana, quickly gathered to assess Antiope's injuries. I'm so sorry, Antiope, it was unintentional. Overwhelmed with remorse, Diana wished to approach and check on Antiope, but the awe in the eyes of her kin held her back. I'm so sorry. After a heartfelt apology, it was as if she had relived the tumult of adolescence, and Diana left the scene, her heart heavy with unease. Watching her solitary figure depart, Queen Hippolyta murmured with concern, has the inevitable finally arrived? Rushing to the cliffside, Diana gazed out at the vast ocean, her anxiety alleviating in the expanse before her. As she caressed the silver bracelets on her wrists, she pondered her identity. What was she? Why was she different from her kin? Where did this power originate? Just then, a chilling wind swept through. In the paradise of Themyscira, Diana had never felt such a sensation. In the next moment, a rainbow-hued meteor streaked across the sky, plummeting toward the beach near her cliff. After a moment's hesitation, she leapt from the precipice, descending several meters to reach the site of the meteor's descent. However, upon arrival, the radiant meteor she had envisioned was absent, replaced instead by an unconscious, strikingly handsome human male. On an island populated solely by women, Diana's knowledge of men stemmed from the teachings of her elders and the texts she had read. Hippolyta had instructed her that men were untrustworthy, the most nefarious beings capable of leading women into the depths of corruption. Previously, Diana had dismissed her mother's warnings with a laugh, confident in her ability to resist any temptation. Yet now, upon witnessing this mysterious man who had fallen from the sky and inexplicably drawn her interest, she found herself believing much of her mother's counsel. Still, an insatiable curiosity compelled her to reach out and touch this enigmatic figure. His skin was tough, muscles well-defined, bones sturdy. Was this what men were like? Diana was uncertain if all men shared these traits, but the more she explored, the more fascinated she became. Recalling the differences between men and women she had read about, her gaze inevitably drifted to his lower regions. Should she dare to touch? The mere thought sent her shaking her head. Her instinctual modesty as a woman held her back from such bold and presumptuous actions. Confirming his steady breathing and unharmed body, Diana wished to carry him back to her tribe's settlement for care. However, after her initial awakening of divine power, she found herself unable to move the unconscious man even an inch, as though she were attempting to shift a mountain. So heavy. Who are you? At this moment, Diana's curiosity about the fallen stranger reached a fever pitch. She was desperate to uncover all there was to know about him. After several attempts, none of which budged him, she reluctantly sought the assistance of her mother and teacher. On the beach, the mysterious man lay quietly, peacefully asleep. He was none other than Leon, who had been unceremoniously transported to the DC Universe's timeline of Wonder Woman by the system. The system, seeking to punish Leon for a bug he had exploited, had knocked him out with particular force, ensuring he would remain unconscious for some time. Thankfully, his weight of 54 tons posed no risk of being swept away by the tide, which was precisely why Diana found him immovable. With her divine power only just awakening, she was still merely a super soldier unable to defend against bullets, let alone lift Leon's colossal form. Time passed, though how much was uncertain. When Leon finally awoke, he discovered himself bound by a golden rope within a bronze-hued open temple surrounded by towering, muscular, scantily clad female warriors. Antiope stood beside him, holding the lasso of truth. Queen Hippolyta and Diana approached him, asking, "Who are you?" I am," Leon stammered, realizing this wasn't mere mental control. He attempted to resist the lasso's compulsion to speak the truth, but his abilities, mental control, immunity, and favor of the goddess of death, had no effect. Clearly, the lasso's mechanics were neither mental control nor soul influence. Damn, I detest conceptual skills, Leon grumbled. At his current strength, he could have easily escaped. But that would defeat the purpose. The moment he recognized he was in the DC universe, Themyscira had already become his predetermined home. Who are you? Hippolyta inquired again. Since she had asked sincerely, Leon decided to indulge her, declaring, I am Leon Stark Odinson, the god of war, son of Odin. When venturing beyond familiar grounds, one must establish their own identity, and thus Leon presented the title that best demonstrated his worth. His mentor, the Ancient One, may be relatively obscure outside the Marvel Universe. Yet Odin, as the All-Father, reigns supreme in Norse mythology, no matter the realm. As anticipated, upon hearing Leon's title as the god of war, the assembled Amazonian warriors were visibly taken aback. You are Ares, the god of war. One particularly naive soul, having misheard, inadvertently shouted, prompting the gathered women, clad in short skirts and long legs, to adopt a defensive posture, brandishing their long spears and short swords against Leon. Chapter 111, A Misunderstanding? Loyalty. Dear, does Odin's son and Ares sound remotely similar? Leon cast a bemused glance at Diana, who had erroneously called him the god of war. My apologies, it was unintentional. Diana responded, slightly embarrassed. You are quite handsome, so I forgive you. Under the influence of the lasso of truth, Leon candidly expressed his sentiments. Stay calm. Trusting the lasso of truth implicitly, Queen Hippolyta swiftly ordered the Amazonian warriors to lower their weapons. They were, after all, potentially facing a genuine deity. The man's demeanor, entirely normal and devoid of any signs of a mental disorder, belied the extraordinary weight he bore, a burden that would require a dozen Amazonian elite warriors to lift, hinting at his remarkable identity. Your Majesty, Hippolyta began to inquire further when a clarion call echoed from outside the hall, signaling the approach of war. Enemies are advancing. Queen Hippolyta, the human fleet has breached the barrier and invaded Paradise Island, heading towards the coast. An Amazonian warrior dragged a man clad in a heavy leather coat into the hall. Let me go? Hurry, let me go. The Germans are coming. Clutching the formula notebook of the infamous female poisoner from the German forces, Steve Trevor was in a state of panic, exclaiming, They have guns and cannons. We should flee immediately. Steve felt utterly unfortunate, having narrowly escaped one peril only to plunge into another. Where on earth did these extraordinarily strong women in short skirts emerge from? Just as he had barely made it ashore, he was seized without a moment's explanation. Hey, brother, did you get caught too? Spotting Leon, who was bound, Steve Trevor felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie and greeted him eagerly. Indeed, brother, what a coincidence. Leon replied with an air of nonchalance. After their brief exchange, Steve surveyed the room, and after being profoundly struck by Diana's beauty for a solid 25 seconds, he exerted immense willpower to avert his gaze. Turning towards Hippolyta, who exuded leadership beside Diana, he implored, The Germans are harbingers of war. They will crush everything that stands before their army. You have no idea of their terror. We must flee together. Flee. The Amazonian warriors had never known the concept of retreat. Hippolyta shot a disapproving glare at Steve Trevor before decisively raising her fist and commanding, Amazon warriors, prepare for war. Yes, the battle cries of the Amazonian warriors resonated throughout the hall, and soon they mobilized, gathering outside. Then Hippolyta turned to her sister, Antiope, who was restraining Leon. You go ahead, I will follow shortly. Understood. Handing the other end of the lasso of truth to Diana, Antiope swiftly leaped away, disappearing from sight. As for you. Hippolyta's gaze shifted to Steve Trevor, who swallowed hard, his throat tightening. The one who has brought war to Paradise Island shall be temporarily imprisoned in the stone dungeon until after the battle. What? Why? Why don't you flee? They are the Germans. And why am I the only one being detained? What about him? Steve Trevor felt as though he were succumbing to a slow demise. His bewilderment evident as he pointed at Leon. He is not required, Hippolyta replied succinctly, signaling the Amazonian warrior holding Steve to escort him to the dungeon. Mother, I want to go too. Diana urged Hippolyta, who was preparing to depart. Diana, your task is to watch over this friend. The war is far more perilous than you can imagine. We cannot afford to lose you. Hippolyta gently caressed her daughter's cheek before turning to leave without a backward glance. They're gone. Diana murmured in disappointment as she watched her mother's retreating figure, only to hear a somewhat frivolous male voice echo her words. Instinctively, she reached for the lasso of truth, only to find her hands empty. Startled, she turned around to discover Leon, having somehow freed himself from the lasso. Seated upon the grand bronze throne at the head of the hall, casually crossing his legs, he was petting a Hakimi-shaped bobcat in his arms while being fed sunflower seeds by 2B, who was nearby, holding the lasso of truth, weighing it in her hands with a nonchalant demeanor. Diana, oblivious to this shift in power dynamics, suddenly felt a surge of dread. Her instincts heightened like a poised leopard ready to pounce. You, calm down, dear. I harbor no ill will. After all, what adult would be angered by a child? Leon spread his hands in a gesture of peace, referring to strength rather than age. If we were to truly consider age, should Diana be likened to a serene lake, Leon would merely be a tadpole swimming within it. Leon Stark Odinson. My name is rather lengthy, so simply call me Leon. With that, Leon raised his hand, and they too promptly understood, returning the lasso of truth to Diana. Once she had reclaimed it, Diana found herself believing most of what Leon had said. However, a twinge of unease lingered. I'm sorry, Leon, but I cannot gamble with the lives of my kin. Would you mind? Diana hesitantly waved the lasso of truth in her hand, seeking to ascertain the veracity of Leon's claims. Come now, dear. I can hardly refuse a request from such a beauty. For he only denied those who were already dead. Leon rose from his throne and approached Diana, effortlessly intertwining the lasso with her hand. You truly bear no malice towards Paradise Island? Truly. Are you genuinely the god of war? Indeed. Are you truly the son of Odin? Absolutely. Then what is your purpose in coming to Paradise Island? To love you all. Leon uttered the words as if they were infused with the warmth of a small sun, and the more he attempted to evade the truth, the more difficult it became to articulate. The lasso of truth began to radiate heat, compelling him to confront his innermost feelings. A computer must have power. Rest is essential when weary. A judge must understand the law. A doctor must be able to heal. A man must be a man. A woman must be a woman. Having delivered this impassioned declaration, Leon gasped for breath, nearly singed by the fervor of his own son. Was the lasso of truth truly this potent? Love? What of our future? Diana pondered Leon's erratic replies, an inkling of realization stirring within her, yet she refrained from confronting it outright, merely inquiring further. She suddenly realized that continuing to inquire was somewhat impolite, so she proactively released the truth lasso. I'm sorry, Leon, are you all right? Oh my goodness. Diana grasped the hand that Leon had just held the truth lasso with, only to discover horrifying scars on his palm that resembled severe burns. Though she felt some bewilderment at the extent of the punitive damage inflicted by the truth lasso, Diana nonetheless felt a pang of guilt and immediately began to blow on Leon's wound. Subsequently, she hurriedly retrieved a packet of powder wrapped in yellow oil paper, which emanated a faint medicinal aroma from the hidden compartment of her short skirt to apply it on Leon's injury. This was a specialized external wound remedy crafted by the Amazonian tribe, designed to maximize debridement, reduce inflammation, and promote healing. Observing Diana's guilt-ridden demeanor as she meticulously tended to his wound, despite her awareness of her identity as a goddess of battle, Leon couldn't help but smirk. With his free hand discreetly positioned behind his back, he signaled a casual, I've got this gesture to Alcee A2 and 2B. Alcee A2 sighed in exasperation, while 2B, though confused, tilted her head and offered an enthusiastic thumbs up, as Diana focused intently on bandaging his injury. Even a man as worldly as Leon was moved to sincerely admire her pure beauty. She was truly a woman who embodied the very essence of beauty as inscribed in her character design. Her allure far surpassed that of any cinematic or comic portrayal, enhanced by the Amazonian tribe's signature wild short skirt and the nascent, yet untamed, divine power of Zeus awakening within her. Was it not evident that she was destined to bear his mark upon her pristine canvas? Chapter 112. To take. One must first give. Moreover, judging by Diana's portrayal in the films, although she possessed extraordinary wisdom under Athena's protection, akin to Superman's superbrain, it seldom manifested prominently. Instead, she appeared to be a quintessential romantic, willing to forsake even her divine powers for the sake of her beloved. She exhibited the demeanor of a sweet, naive soul endowed with remarkable intellect and martial prowess. However, this was merely an illusion born from her prolonged existence on Paradise Island, where theoretical discussions outweighed practical experience. This circumstance inadvertently favored Leon, as the noble lineage of Zeus's daughter, coupled with her godlike potential and eventual inheritance of the Olympian warrior's mantle, was undeniably advantageous. Yet first, Ares, this wretched warmonger, must be vanquished. The new era offered no vessel capable of accommodating his ambitions. Soon, Diana had finished bandaging Leon's wound. But darling, is it truly necessary to wrap it so tightly? It's merely my palm that is injured, not my entire arm, Leon protested, struggling to move his right arm, which was bound in a cast-like white bandage encompassing nearly the whole limb. His expression revealed his discomfort, fearing that he might inadvertently break free from the constricting fabric. Oh, I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. Diana quickly averted her gaze from Leon's face, repeatedly bowing in apology to mask her own embarrassment from being distracted. Having encountered a formidable boss at the very onset of their journey, one could only conclude that Diana was destined for greatness. Leon, Paradise Island is currently facing an invasion from external foes. I cannot remain idle. Diana shifted the topic, equipping a shield sword combination on her left arm. I will join you to assess the situation. Humanity has evolved significantly, and their weaponry poses a considerable threat to you and your kin, Leon suggested. But your hand, it matters not. Even though I am now exiled by my father and rendered powerless, I still possess loyal servants and a steed, Leon asserted earnestly. Alcea-2 and 2B stood vigilantly at either side of him, while Batet, in her Hakimi form, leapt down from Leon's shoulder. With a roar, she transformed into a colossal black panther, towering at 25 meters. Wow, that's enormous. Diana exclaimed in wonder, reaching out to touch Batet, who, appreciating Diana's beauty, lowered her head for her to caress. Meanwhile, under Queen Hippolyta's leadership, the Amazonian warriors engaged in a fierce exchange of arrows and artillery with the German forces. Despite successfully eliminating numerous targets on the enemy's bridge, they could not halt the advance of the steel behemoths. When Leon and Diana arrived at the cliff's edge atop Batet, they beheld a handful of small boats landing on the beach below, having been shielded by the firepower of the distant fleet, bringing with them several German combat units armed with firearms. The first soldier to disembark immediately opened fire. Bang! A bullet shot forth at supersonic speed from a Mauser 98K, striking an Amazonian warrior in the leg, the most conspicuous target. The crack of bone echoed as the bullet shattered her femur, causing her to cry out in agony and collapse. In that moment, more weapons were aimed at her. No, Diana cried out, leaping several meters in a faith-fueled dash to land precisely in front of the fallen warrior, crossing her silver bracelets in a protective gesture. Boom! The surge of divine power sent all the German soldiers within the arc of impact flying, plunging them into the sea, their fates unknown. Yet, more German soldiers soon surged ashore, focusing their fire on Diana. Diana, Queen Hippolyta, witnessing her daughter at the forefront of the battlefield, nearly fainted. Even if she wished to rescue her, she found herself powerless. The advanced firearms developed by humanity over mere centuries posed a devastating threat to carbon-based life forms, and the still awakening Diana could not withstand them. Indeed, as reality unfolded, Diana's initial awakening of divine power allowed her to react to the speed of rifle bullets. But her physical movements struggled to keep pace. After deflecting several bullets with her silver bracelets, fatigue began to show, her actions gradually slowing. She could only shield vital areas such as her brain and heart, while her left arm bore a bleeding wound from a bullet graze. The incapacitated allies at her back left her no option to retreat. She was compelled to hold her ground. The situation reached a stalemate, as support arrived far too slowly to counter the bullet's speed. Suddenly, a bullet was hurtling toward Diana's brow. Realizing the imminent danger, she attempted to raise her hand to block it, but the accumulating fatigue rendered her movement sluggish, unable to match the bullet's supersonic velocity. Just as she completed her defensive maneuver, the bullet whizzed through the gap between her crossed arms, a mere 0.01 centimeters from her forehead. Diana. The moment she plunged into the fray, Hippolyta and Antiope, who had been keeping a watchful eye on her, dispatched their respective foes, only to feel as though the sky had collapsed, crying out in alarm and concern. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything in the scene, including the supersonic bullet destined for Diana's brow, appeared suspended in near silence. Yet, time had not truly paused. It was merely that someone's speed of action and reaction had transcended ordinary limits. Under the astonished gazes of Hippolyta and Antiope, a snow-white hand intercepted the bullet aimed at Diana. The golden lines of bio-weave skin absorbed the kinetic energy, shimmering briefly before vanishing. Darling, do you need my assistance? Chapter 113. The Holy Spear, Weigh Anchor. Gazing at Diana, who was on the verge of being shot, Leon leapt down from Bastet's back, preparing himself for action. The national first set of radio calisthenics merely accomplished the chest expansion exercise, when 2B suddenly reminded, Master, according to the previous setting you established for Miss Diana, you are currently a wounded individual, utterly powerless. Ah, indeed. Then you take the lead. Smash Volito. Absolute thought acceleration. Leon struck his head with his plaster-like bandaged arm, enveloping the three women beside him in a biological position, as time seemed to almost come to a standstill. He mounted Batet and soared downwards, leisurely strolling towards Diana while deftly redirecting the bullets that were about to strike the long-legged ones. Along the way, he continuously activated Leon's grip, savoring the culture and scenery of Paradise Island. Upon reaching Diana's side, he suppressed the urge to give her a Leon's grip and gestured for 2B to act. At the same time, he snapped his fingers. In Leon's perspective, the almost completely halted time resumed its normal flow. Bang! 2B extended her hand to shield Diana from the bullet that was about to pierce her forehead. The supersonic kinetic energy capable of shattering bones was entirely absorbed by 2B's bioengineered vibranium skin. My dear, do you require assistance? The anticipated pain and death had yet to arrive, and a voice that should have been echoing from the cliff behind her reached Diana's ears. She abruptly turned her head back, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld Leon smiling and waving at her. A wave of inexplicable relief washed over her. Leon, my dear, you leaped so swiftly that I hardly had time to react, Leon jestingly remarked as he approached her. Throughout the journey, the bullets fired at him by the German soldiers were deftly caught by Batet, who had taken on a humanoid form, and then flung back with greater velocity. Pop, 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 pop. In an instant, the heads of more than a dozen German soldiers exploded like watermelons. Incredible. Diana was so astonished by Bastet's formidable performance that she momentarily forgot to inquire about her identity, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a 5-centimeter diameter lollipop. However, it was promptly closed by Leon's hand, for it was far too undignified, too un-Diana-like. Diana, are you all right? At that moment, Hippolyta and Antiope also arrived by Diana's side, instantly shielding her behind them, regarding Leon with the utmost vigilance. Yet their gazes were primarily fixed upon RCA-2, Batet, and 2B, for even though RCA-2 had yet to display any overt action, the mere speed exhibited by 2B and the strikingly similar appearance of the two women, white hair and blue eyes, rendered Hippolyta and Antiope cautious and respectful. I am fine. It was Leon and this, sister who saved me. You're a 2B, 2B added, her tone calm. Simultaneously, the large sword white agreement and the smaller sword white contract, forged from active Edelman alloy, silently manifested, levitating behind her due to magnetic levitation. Noticing the defensive postures of Hippolyta and Antiope, she raised her hand, and the large sword automatically fell into her grasp, its angled blade positioned protectively in front of Leon. Odinson, whatever your purpose on Paradise Island, do not lay a hand on Diana. Hippolyta and Antiope spoke to Leon, their tone a blend of entreaty and intimidation. Is that all that is required? Leon countered. Beyond the sanctity of this realm, the flames of war ignited by the German forces had never ceased. With every passing second, Amazonian warriors fell, wounded and near death. This is our war. After a moment's hesitation, Hippolyta, as the queen of the Amazons, expressed her stance. I am not inquiring about you. Throughout, Leon's gaze remained steadfastly upon Diana. Diana, do you require assistance? Leon inquired with a smile. The omnipresent smoke and battlefield chaos rendered his calm demeanor terrifying in Diana's eyes, akin to the brilliant sun in the sky. Though the closer she drew, the more she felt scorched, Diana could not suppress the impulse within her heart. Responding to the devil's bargain that beckoned her, Leon, please, end this war. If the battlefield continued to unfold as it was, even if the Amazons were to achieve ultimate victory, it would only result in a Pyrrhic triumph, with devastating casualties. Diana could no longer bear to witness her kin suffer injuries or face death. Diana, you, Hippolyta began. A mere human fleet is not insurmountable. Antiope interjected. Diana's mother and mentor sought to salvage the transaction with the divine or the devil, but Leon merely laughed and declared, then, it shall be my war from now on. As Leon's words echoed, Batet remained steadfast beside him, while RCA-2 and 2B sprang into action. The former wielded Leon's prized infinite desert eagle with expert marksmanship, hitting the German soldiers near the shore with unerring precision. Occasionally, when foes managed to close the distance through sheer numbers, she would spin and deliver a kick, sending them into a deep slumber akin to that of an infant. The latter, despite wielding a large melee sword, displayed an instinctive prowess for ranged combat. With divine power surging forth, the golden sword lingered momentarily upon the blade of the large sword white agreement, before being swiftly swung, transforming into a horizontal crescent moon strike that efficiently decimated the German assault troops attempting to land. The addition of the two women instantly halted the Amazonian casualties. Their exceptional combat acumen allowed them to coordinate seamlessly without command, drawing their bows in unison. In that moment, the firepower of modern weaponry was overshadowed by the cold steel of bows and arrows. Observing this bizarre spectacle from a distance, the German commanders felt an overwhelming sense of retreat. The formidable pressure exerted by 2B's divine power sword was the final straw. Faced with transcendent might, even the Germans, who fancied themselves invincible and acted like rabid dogs, soon regained their senses, their survival instincts overpowering their obedience to orders. Several ships began to fight and retreat. It was not until no arrows from the Amazons could reach the decks of the German vessels that someone cried out, "They are fleeing." 2B, yes. After eliminating the last German soldier landing on the shore with a single shot, RCA-2 lowered her weapon and glanced at 2B, who nodded in understanding. Contract agreement. First phase, restriction lifted. The small sword white contract, which had been hovering and used behind her, fell into her hands, merging with the large sword white agreement. Instantly, They transformed into a sword-shaped firearm that required 2 hands to wield securely, aimed at the German vessels slowly departing Paradise Island. "Master, may I proceed?" 2B inquired without turning around. "Proceed." Leon's tone was calm, imbued with a detachment towards life, allowing 2B's strike to serve as his official opening in this world. Seal. Binding. Second phase, divine power unleashed. Boom. The vast reservoir of divine power that Leon had infused into 2B's Uruk's steel form erupted forth without reservation. The mere overflow of divine energy was comparable to the divine force Diana had previously released with her protective silver bracelet. A tempest of yellow sand swirled outward from 2B's center. Yet, as it reached the area where Leon and Diana stood, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, compelled to split and flow to either side. This bizarre scene unfolded. Though Leon made no move, Diana, Hippolyta, and Antiope instinctively focused their gazes upon him. Merely having a servant of such formidable strength nearby raises an unsettling question. How powerful must the master be? This enigma took root in the hearts of Diana and her companions, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. Chapter 114. The Fate of the Weak under the Divine Annihilation Canon. Divine Power Charging. Boost on. An immense surge of divine energy erupted from 2B, converging at the muzzle of her sword-like cannon, requiring no physical support. Only a simple yet exquisite compression of divine power. O iron beast, slumber in peace. O wayward lambs, embrace death in unison. Holy spear, Gunnier smasher. As 2B intoned the final syllable, the exquisitely compressed golden energy cannon was unleashed with a terrifying force. The recoil was so immense that, despite the dual protection of her biomechanical vibranium skin and her black gothic dress woven from the same material, 2B was compelled to brace herself against the ground with her stiletto heels. She skidded back for over 10 meters before finally dissipating the momentum. Her visage and dress bore the marks of saturated energy absorption, resembling exposed veins of glowing gold, as the visible torrents of terrifying energy coursed within. In the distance, the 7 German warships, on the verge of breaching the invisible barrier of Paradise Island, were instantaneously vaporized by the golden cannon fire, leaving behind not a trace of wreckage. Such overwhelming damage. The seawater in the cannon's path was indiscriminately evaporated, revealing the ocean floor beneath and creating a vacuum that stretched far beyond the barrier of Paradise Island. With a thunderous roar, the flanking waters surged back in, colliding to form towering waves that roared towards the sandy shores of Paradise Island. "Ah, praise death!" Leon exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Queen Hippolyta's pupils constricted sharply as she quickly realized the impending danger, shouting, "Protect the wounded. Anchor your positions with weapons. Do not let the waves sweep you away." With that, Hippolyta and Antiope each plunged their swords deeply into a nearby massive rock exposed on the beach, shielding Diana in a protective embrace. The other tall companions followed suit. Only Leon and his group stood apart, as he retrieved a vibranium parasol crafted from materials supplied by the vibranium miners and 3D printed by the Rebirth cradle. Buster opened it. The parasol boasting a radius of 25 meters, more than sufficient to shelter Leon and his companions. Initially, Leon intended to beckon Diana to join them under the parasol, but seeing Hippolyta and Antiope's swift protective actions, he refrained. As for 2B, she did not seek refuge under the parasol. Instead, she stood resolutely at the forefront, facing the colossal waves unleashed by her cannon. Though the waves appeared distant, they approached with alarming speed. Seizing the moment, 2B unleashed the formidable energy she had accumulated, releasing it in a cascading wave of power. Boom! A hemispherical burst of pale golden energy erupted from 2B, instantly countering a significant portion of the oncoming waves. In the next instant, the rain of seawater mingled with the residual waves, creating a torrential downpour. Aside from Leon's group, who remained sheltered under the parasol, and 2B, who continuously repelled the rain with her streams of energy, the rest of the tall companions found themselves drenched in the downpour. Question: shall we proceed with today's check-in? Sister Tsukiko, why does their wet appearance lack any allure? Beep, today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving endless ice cream. Endless ice cream, flavor selection available. Description: women conquer the world with strength, while men win women over with ice cream. Thank you, Sister Tsukiko. As for whether their strength could surpass that of the divine race, Leon was uncertain. However, falling into a dire situation akin to that of Tony and Nebula at the beginning of Avengers Endgame, where one could perish alone in some cosmic corner due to dwindling supplies, was utterly inconceivable. Thank you, Leon. Without you, I cannot fathom how I would confront the possibility of my companions having perished. The drenched Diana expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Leon with a sincere bow. Not exaggerated, yet undeniably profound. No need for thanks, Leon replied with a gentle smile, one hand elegantly resting behind his back while the other, wrapped in bandages, tenderly cradled Diana's right hand, brushing a fleeting kiss across her knuckles, maintaining eye contact throughout. Diana reciprocated with a smile, a feeling blossoming within her that was both indescribable and unfamiliar, knowledge that she had never gleaned from her books. Observing their seemingly oblivious exchange of affections, Hippolyta, as a seasoned observer, instinctively drew Diana back to her side, preparing to thank Leon when suddenly, Antiope collapsed into her embrace. Antiope, Antiope, Hippolyta cried out anxiously. Yet, Antiope's lips were pale, her breaths fluctuating from rapid to alarmingly shallow, and within mere seconds, she struggled to breathe, unable to respond to her sister's call. Oh no, Diana exclaimed, lifting Antiope's bloodied armor to reveal that she had been shot in the chest, her resilience and willpower having sustained her until now. All for the sake of protecting Diana. No, Antiope, you will be all right. Diana, helplessly tending to Antiope's wounds, felt tears mingling with the seawater still drying on her face. In the blink of an eye, she was reduced to a weeping figure, acutely aware of the futility of her efforts. She could not save Antiope. No one from the Amazon tribe could rescue Antiope. In her moment of utter despair, Leon approached her side, using his observation hockey to scan Antiope, marveling, impressive, my sister. Most would be directly pierced by a bullet, yet you nearly managed to trap it within your chest muscles. The result? Torn lung lobes, severe damage to pulmonary blood vessels, and massive internal bleeding. Yet you have held on for so long. Truly miraculous. Leon mused, considering Antiope's predicament. She had either been shot straight through, suffering less torment, or managed to trap the bullet with her muscles, preventing it from harming her organs. Yet, Antiope had achieved a precarious balance, sustaining maximum damage. Leon, you must have a way, right? Please, save Antiope. I cannot lose her. Diana, now a tearful wreck, clutched Leon's hand as if it were her last hope. Diana. On the sidelines, Hippolyta, witnessing this desperate reliance on an external deity, sought to dissuade Diana but could not bear the thought of Antiope's life coming to an end. She averted her gaze, tacitly permitting her daughter's actions, even if it meant paying an unimaginable price. Hippolyta understood that, in truth, the power of choice had always rested in Leon's hands. Once his servant demonstrated the overwhelming strength capable of obliterating Paradise Island, they had long since relinquished their autonomy. Their fates were now determined by his decisions. Chapter 115. The debt of Lord Leon remains unpaid. My dear, it's nothing to fret over. Please, do not cry. Leon raised his hand to wipe the tears from Diana's cheeks. This time, Hippolyta, entirely flabbergasted, ceased to impede the tender interactions between Leon and Diana. What has transpired will surely happen again, and what has been done will inevitably be repeated. As long as Leon is not their adversary, and as long as Diana acts solely of her own volition, she neither wishes nor possesses the capacity to intervene further. Subsequently, Leon retrieved the Rebirth cradle from the system's space. He first performed a rather gruesome thoracotomy on Antiope, exposing the damaged lobes of her lung entirely, facilitating the Rebirth cradle to conduct a 3D printed repair of her tissues. During this process, to prevent Antiope from succumbing to excessive blood loss, Hippolyta willingly donated her blood to her sister. Soon, Antiope's organs and the massive wound on her chest were flawlessly restored by the surgical prowess of the Rebirth cradle, leaving no trace of injury behind. As Antiope emerged from the Rebirth cradle, Diana rushed forward, overwhelmed with excitement, and embraced her. Incredible. This seemed less like magic and more akin to advanced technology. Hippolyta, utterly astonished by the almost miraculous restorative capabilities of the Rebirth cradle, could not help but inquire of Leon. Of course, you are aware, Queen Hippolyta, that I am currently an ordinary person, stripped of my divine powers and unable to perform anything beyond mere human tricks, Leon replied, shaking his arm, which was bandaged by Diana to resemble a plaster cast, as if to emphasize his point. Without Hippolyta needing to prompt, Leon began to call over the injured Amazons one by one for treatment, prioritizing those who were more gravely wounded. Almost every long-legged beauty present bore some form of injury, and with Antiope's successful recovery setting a precedent, Leon and the Rebirth cradle were soon inundated by the Amazons seeking aid. While most of them possessed robust physiques, there were also several strikingly beautiful, sun-kissed maidens among them, their enthusiasm evoking fond memories of Asgard for Leon. One at a time, no need to rush. Hey, You there, no wandering hands. Witnessing Leon's newfound popularity, Diana felt a swell of pride, her face lighting up with an affectionate smile akin to that of a proud aunt. Nearby, Antiope and Hippolyta exchanged resigned glances, fully aware that they were powerless to intervene. In less than a day, Leon had already accumulated a debt of gratitude to the Amazonian tribe, and a profound sense of helplessness enveloped them, as if they were frogs slowly simmering in water. How could this have transpired in such a short span? They feared that in a few days, even if Diana were to graduate directly, it would hardly surprise them. Thanks to the ample supply of organic fluid provided by the system amidst Leon's numerous acquisitions, the Amazons underwent a complete rejuvenation, leaving not a single one unrefreshed. Leon's generosity remains unfulfilled, the maidens remarked. Within the Grand Bronze Hall, when Steve Trevor was once again brought forth, Leon had already been elevated by the Amazons to a status surpassing even that of Queen Hippolyta, being forcibly seated upon the throne by a cadre of stunning maidens clad in revealing attire. What are you doing? This is rather inappropriate, I assenti it. You are putting me in a most uncomfortable position. This is entirely unnecessary, truly. Odinson, Odinson, Odinson. Leon protested repeatedly, yet once seated upon the grand throne, he found himself unable to budge, as if his posterior had been welded to the chair. The maidens, having received the boon of his organic fluid and witnessed the devastating might of the 2B's god-slaying cannon, chanted Leon's name in unison. It truly felt as if he had returned to Asgard. It could only be said that 2B's devastating shot had shattered the Amazons' dreams of god-slaying. Aside from Hippolyta and Antiope, who retained their composure in light of Diana's true potential, the other maidens were left in a state of shattered resolve, utterly subjugated beneath the radiance of Leon. The yellow sun. What? Who could explain what had transpired? Staring at Leon, now surrounded by the respectful Amazonian throng, Steve Trevor was utterly bewildered. How could someone who had previously seemed akin to a prisoner suddenly rise to such prominence? This cannot be real. Am I awake? Silence, Hippolyta commanded, and the hall fell instantly quiet. Yet, Leon, ever the rascal, shot a playful wink at Diana, who couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the attention now directed towards her, feeling an urge to dig a hole and hide, her face buried in her chest, as if the very floor might swallow her whole. Who are you? In a scene reminiscent of Leon's earlier encounter, Antiope ensnared Steve Trevor with the lasso of truth, compelling Hippolyta to interrogate him. I. Steve Trevor, lacking Leon's resilience, soon stammered out his identity and origins. As a captain in the American Expeditionary Force, he had been covertly assigned to the Dane intelligence agency, infiltrating the inner circle of the German high-ranking officer, General Ludendorff, masquerading as a spy pilot. Informed of Ludendorff's impending visit to a secret military laboratory, Steve's mission was to uncover what was being researched within. Despite the dire circumstances of dwindling resources and an impending defeat, when he finally found a chance to approach Ludendorff, he overheard a conversation with his chief advisor, Dr. Isabel, an ugly old woman concealed behind a mask, discussing the creation of a terrifying gas capable of devastating the front lines. They were not only coercing innocent Turkish citizens into 24-hour shifts to manufacture weapons and bombs, but were also dragging exhausted individuals for gas experiments. Should Ludendorff and his poison doctor succeed in their research, countless lives would be at stake, and the war would never truly end. Initially tasked with mere observation and reporting, with Ludendorff's nefarious plot nearing fruition, he was compelled to take action. He managed to steal a notebook containing nearly completed gas formulas from the poison doctor and detonated their munitions depot with a grenade from his aircraft. This, he realized, was the reason the Germans relentlessly pursued him until he crash-landed on this island and was captured by them. Listen, you lot of, before Steve could finish, the Amazons, except for Leon, narrowed their eyes at him menacingly. Immediately, Steve amended his words. What I meant to say is, may the lives of my Amazonian friends remain peaceful and serene, but you cannot fathom the horror of such weapons. I must deliver this gas notebook to the Dane intelligence agency. It concerns the lives of millions and is crucial to ending this brutal, meat-grinding war. Ares is behind this. It must be the god of war, Ares, inciting this conflict. What? The god of war, Ares? Steve, attempting to appeal to the Amazons' emotions and reason, found himself perplexed by Diana's sudden leap from human warfare to divine machinations. I'm explaining the principles of science, and you're talking about gods and magic? Excuse me? Chapter 116. The Origin of the God of War. Leon. I can only feel pity for Gigi. Ares does indeed exist. Upon seeing Steve Trevor's skeptical expression, Diana earnestly emphasized. Yes, indeed. Sure. Steve replied dismissively, a staunch skeptic at heart. I believe you, sure. And then, Steve Trevor observed as Leon conjured an ordinary ice cream cone from thin air, offering it to the black cat in his arms, which was in the form of Hekimi. Although the cone and the cat appeared to be of similar size, the feline surprisingly devoured it in a single gulp. Once finished, Leon produced another identical cone to continue the feeding. This was magic, pure magic. Steve Trevor, constantly reassuring himself, was led away by two ebony-skinned Amazonian warriors. Mother, the god of war Ares has returned. We must prepare ourselves, and it would be prudent to strike while he is still weak. Otherwise, once he successfully ignites a full-scale war, it will be too late, Diana urged. However, Hippolyta remained unmoved, gazing at her already persuaded daughter. Diana, Ares will not return so easily. He has been gravely wounded by Zeus. The war spoken of by that man has little to do with Ares. It stems merely from humanity's insatiable nature. They are not worthy of your salvation. The sordid world outside does not merit your compassion. Why? Diana furrowed her brow in confusion. The wars beyond Paradise Island have claimed countless lives, a feat only Ares could accomplish. We should not only allow that soldier to depart, but also rally our forces to confront Ares. Is this not our long-standing mission? My dear, you are too naive. Hippolyta gently caressed her daughter's flawless cheek, her maternal warmth swiftly transforming into the detached demeanor of a queen. I will never send our people to fight their battles, risking Paradise Island to be left defenseless. Protecting the land beneath our feet is our most vital mission. But Zeus created us Amazons to exemplify justice, wisdom, strength, and passion, spreading love and justice to thwart Ares' attempts to destroy humanity through war. That is merely a tale to placate you. The reality of many matters remains beyond your grasp. Even Zeus himself cannot embody true love and justice. He is merely what? Hippolyta, caught in her emotional surge, realized she had spoken too much. Faced with Diana's probing inquiry, she resolutely refrained from uttering Zeus's name again. Diana, you are unlike the other Amazons. You need not fulfill any so-called responsibilities or obligations. You were born free. As both your mother and your queen, I act solely for your well-being. No, it should not be this way. I am no different from anyone else. Hippolyta's preferential treatment of her daughter reminded Diana of the fearful gazes cast upon her by her kin after she accidentally harmed Antiope, treating her as a monster. Though no one mentioned it afterward, it remained a thorn embedded in Diana's heart. Now, that thorn was painfully prodded by Hippolyta, stirring a deep anguish within Diana. Wiping away her tears of unease and resentment, she hastily fled the grand hall. Diana, Hippolyta reached out, attempting to call her back, but the demigod, having begun to awaken her powers, vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. Sighing, Hippolyta lamented her inability to shield Diana from such burdens too soon, then turned her gaze to Leon, who had silently feasted to his heart's content. I apologize, Odinson, for subjecting you to this. Not at all, Leon replied. A mother cares for her daughter, and a queen protects her people. Hippolyta, you have done well enough. Yet, some truths cannot be concealed if the best outcomes are to be achieved. Leon rose from his throne and approached Hippolyta. Do you already know? Hippolyta's expression shifted, her eyes widening in alarm. No, I do not know, Leon declared with feigned solemnity. I merely possess some insights as a veteran of the past. I have a brother, the god of deceit, Loki. However, he is not a native Asgardian. He is the abandoned son of the frost giant king, taken in by Odin after his conquests in Jotunheim, forsaken by his own father due to his underdevelopment. Odin disguised him as an Asgardian from a young age, and Loki has never realized it, always priding himself on being the son of King Odin. Leon embellished Loki's backstory from Thor, casting himself as the brother who, after a series of misadventures, set things right by defeating his wayward sibling and then liberating him from the divine prison. So, you were cast into our world by the god King Odin for liberating the god of deceit, Loki? Well, it's nearly accurate. At least Odin left me some means of self-preservation. Paradise Island is filled with remarkable individuals, including many beautiful sisters with charming voices. It feels just like home. Improvisation is not mere fabrication. Leon felt satisfied with his spontaneously crafted origin story for the god of battle, yet his subsequent revelations caused Hippolyta to furrow her brow deeper. This strikingly handsome individual, whose true prowess might be explosively formidable, bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain heartless trickster god she recalled. Even if Leon proclaimed himself the son of Zeus, Hippolyta felt inclined to believe him. Could fate truly be a ceaselessly recurring cycle? Hippolyta pondered. Note, adaptation is not fabrication, and the origin story of the god of battle has been certified by this system, establishing it as the canonical origin of Leon Stark Odinson in the DC universe. Wait, did I previously exist as an unregistered entity, only to be legitimized by you now? Answer me. Chapter 117, Enlightened by Leon. Diana comes to terms with her thoughts. When Leon found Diana, she was seated on the edge of a cliff, gazing blankly at the tranquil azure sea in the distance. Leon silently sat beside her, and before he could make a move, Diana leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Seeing this, Leon, a seasoned connoisseur of women, raised an eyebrow and instinctively placed his right arm around Diana's slender yet resilient waist, gently holding her close. Leon, why won't my mother allow me to confront Ares? If we ignore him, the outside world will descend into chaos, even if it means sending me, this so-called monster. Diana murmured, her voice filled with despair. Hey Diana, look into my eyes. Leon lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, where their reflections revealed the perfect beauty of their forms. You are not a monster. Monsters do not possess such beauty. And listen, Leon guided one of Diana's hands to his chest, pressing it against his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated through Diana's mind, akin to a royal engine. My heart beats more fervently than usual. Only a beautiful and kind goddess could evoke such emotions within a god. Diana, you ought to have more confidence. Leon. Diana's eyes sparkled, her admiration for him deepening as he seemed to understand her completely. There is truth in what your mother says. The world outside is indeed tainted and unworthy of your saving grace. However, within the bounds of your capabilities and without contravening your own principles, we should pursue what we desire. The god of war Ares is merely that, a god. If you wish to confront him, then let us do so together. Just remember one thing. We may be capable of slaying a deity, yet we shall never be able to save all of humanity. After all, our hands are but so small, unable to grasp the multitude of burdens that weigh upon us. As he spoke, Leon gently guided his hand from Diana's waist to intertwine with her right hand. In that moment, Diana felt as though she could glimpse a once fervent god, deeply enamored with humanity and striving to rescue all, now consumed by the disillusionment of being forsaken by those he sought to save. How much despair must he have endured to possess such haunting eyes, she pondered, yet the words remained lodged in her throat, unspoken. She refrained from reopening Leon's wounds, choosing instead to empathize with his sorrow and pain, gazing at him with a heart full of compassion, gradually closing her eyes. Noting her demeanor, Leon ceased his hesitance. After a prolonged silence, their lips parted. Diana, rarely inclined to shyness, covered her face with her hands and leaned her head against Leon's shoulder, allowing her unruly, cascading curls to drape seductively over much of her visage. Only then did she dare to lower her hands, one resting softly upon the back of Leon's hand. Understanding her silent cue, he turned his palm to entwine their fingers more forcefully and profoundly than before. In that fleeting moment, Diana felt as though Leon had become, aside from her mother Hippolyta and her mentor Antiope, the most significant person in her life. The relationship between man and woman progressed with such rapidity and fervor that Diana, having never experienced romantic love, found herself in a state of delightful disorientation. Even though their contact had been merely the most basic, it was soft, sweet, warm, and fervent, an astonishing sensation akin to inebriation. Was this truly the profound love her mother often spoke of in hushed tones? Such a sweet taste. How could it ever be bitter? This perplexity lingered within Diana as she tightened her grip on Leon's hand, unwilling to let go. As the sea breeze gently caressed Diana's cheek, lifting her hair, the euphoria and excitement brought forth by dopamine began to wane. With her intellect and rationality momentarily subdued by infatuation, she suddenly realized, Leon, your hand? To her astonishment, she discovered that Leon's palm, once marred by the burn of the truth lasso, had returned to its pristine state, devoid of any scar, despite having appeared grievously wounded before. Oh, that? Leon replied with a nonchalant smile. The resilience of a deity far surpasses that of mere mortals. Our regenerative abilities are indeed extraordinary. This is common knowledge, my dear. Common knowledge of the gods. Diana mused, tilting her head in slight confusion. Then what am I? Previously, when Leon had employed the Rebirth cradle to heal the Amazon warriors, Diana had dismissed his offer to treat her, believing her arm's scrape to be trivial. Now, as she assessed her own injury, which had nearly healed to reveal only a faint trace of new skin, the question loomed large in her mind. What was she truly? With this profound uncertainty, Diana and Leon parted ways for the time being. As Leon had suggested, she intended to follow her inner calling, leaving Paradise Island to confront the war god Ares. Even if it meant never returning, she resolved to proceed without hesitation. Chapter 118, The Chronicles of Asgard. Under the veil of night, Diana stealthily made her way to the Amazon treasury to retrieve her god-slaying equipment, while Leon planned to indulge in a soothing soak at the bathhouse. The healing spring, a unique treasure of Paradise Island, provided therapeutic effects that were negligible for Leon, who possessed superior self-regeneration but offered immense comfort. Were it not for the impossibility of transporting it, Leon would have considered relocating the spring itself. Eager for Tony and Pepper to experience the rejuvenating sensation of body and mind purification, all depended on the system's efficiency. At that moment, only Steve Trevor occupied the healing spring, reveling in its soothing embrace. His peaceful humming ceased abruptly as Leon, unceremoniously striding in, caught his attention. What? Oh my God! Steve Trevor, once relaxed, shrank back like a mouse before a cat, submerging himself entirely in the spring, leaving only his head exposed. Hey, looking impressive, he stammered, avoiding direct eye contact with Leon. Your holy sword is quite commendable, by ordinary human standards, Leon remarked playfully, settling into the spring opposite the corner where Steve had retreated, his hands resting on the edge as he sighed in contentment. Kimoji. The translucent waters of the healing spring rendered Steve Trevor visibly flustered, causing his words to tremble as if he feared that a single glance too many would lead to an explosion. Are you ready to play cards? Leon teased, noting Steve's stuttered speech, which lacked the confidence one might expect from a man. Ha ha ha. I'm done washing. You take your time. Steve Trevor chuckled awkwardly, hastily grabbing his clothes and making his escape from the lair of the dragon, a place that rendered even the self-proclaimed real man unable to hold his head high. This was no mere embarrassment. It was a level of discomfort that would cause any man, even those of exceptional prowess, to cower before Leon. Really, what a curious sight. Leon mused. Query. Shall we proceed with today's sign-in? Sister Tongzi, summon your strength. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the infinitely flowing healing spring. Infinitely flowing healing spring. A spring that continuously flows, containing healing properties that accelerate wound recovery, soothe the spirit, and relax the body and mind. As a special item, it may be used or consumed separately, or serve as a geographical structure to create a physical hot spring in a designated area. Introduction. My grandmother used to say, drink plenty of hot water and take hot baths. Sister Tongzi, do drink more hot water and be sure not to catch a chill. Leon echoed. The system remained silent. Oh, don't be shy, Leon chuckled, retrieving a silver chalice crafted from vibranium from the silvery rippling space of the system beside him. He instructed the system to dispense a small amount of the softly glowing, milky silver water from the healing spring for him to taste. Sipping it like fine tea, Leon noted that the water was indeed sweeter and more invigorating than ordinary mineral water, a delight for those on diets and late-night work. Afterward, as he soaked in the healing spring, Leon utilized his observation abilities to monitor Diana's progress in gathering her 6 divine items: the God-slaying sword, divine power shield, star crown, royal armor, truth lasso, and guardian silver bracelets. Except for the last 2 items and the sword of Athena, which were true artifacts. The first 4 were merely of moderate strength, common yet special Amazonian products. Leon planned to take the opportunity to discreetly enhance these 4 items with his active adamantium and vibranium once he had charmed Diana into submission. At that point, if Ares dared to catch the sword barehanded to show off, it would be nothing short of amusing. Surprise. Mother effer. Before long, the sound of light footsteps reminiscent of a spirit cat echoed from outside the cave housing the healing spring. Leon rose from the spring, standing tall and imposing above the water. Hey Diana, quite the impressive equipment you've gathered. Leon calmly commented on the fully armed Wonder Woman, Diana, who retained the traditional custom of Paradise Island by revealing her long legs in a short skirt. Thank you, Diana replied, momentarily taken aback. However, unlike the typical shy girl, she boldly scrutinized Leon, who had deliberately showcased his physique. Does this make you a typical representative of your kind? She inquired, as Leon's appearance diverged significantly from the male illustrations found in the tomes of Paradise Island, prompting her to question the accuracy of their texts. Dear, certainly not. Leon explained nonchalantly as he stepped out of the spring, drying himself with a towel. Even among deities, there are disparities. In this regard, I stand as a man among many gods. Even that brutish Thor must bow beneath my might. Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology? Diana asked. Indeed. He is older than I, but that is merely a matter of age. Just as Diana pondered this, Leon had already donned his attire and approached her. Feeling a twinge of regret, she curiously inquired, So, is he your brother then? Well, That is indeed the case, Leon nodded, instinctively reaching out to embrace Diana, only to have her shyly step back. I've heard that the god of thunder is the mightiest deity in Norse mythology, second only to Odin. Is that true? Approximately. He replied. I should be slightly stronger now. In fact, Hela, the goddess of death, surpasses both Thor and me, but she is disobedient and, like Ares, delights in instigating wars, which led to her being sealed away by Odin. Hela, the daughter of Loki? How does she relate to you and Thor? Diana queried, clearly confused by Leon's revelations. Well, human myths often diverge from reality, Leon shrugged, explaining, in truth, Hela is the elder sister of Asgard, while Loki transformed into her and Thor's brother. As for me, the god of battle, you may not have heard of me, as I am the youngest among 4 siblings. Hela, sealed away long ago by Odin, is even unaware of my existence. Is that so? What a peculiar history, Diana mused. Reflecting on the various versions of Norse mythology she had encountered on Paradise Island, none of which had been as inverted as this. Realizing that the knowledge contained in books cannot wholly serve as factual evidence, she felt an even stronger urge to venture forth and witness for herself whether this world is worth saving. Chapter 119. The soon-to-fledge young bird, you are all my wings. The beauty of a short skirt lies in its convenience for battle. No matter how much it is tossed about, it remains intact. Diana simply smoothed out the wrinkles in her skirt, and it regained its form due to its resilience. Let us find our guide, she declared. With a sharp clap, Leon summoned Batet in her panther form, towering at 25 feet, far more imposing than the war horses bred by the Amazons. Come aboard, dear, he beckoned, mounting the obedient Batet, extending a hand to Diana. Leon, you mustn't do that in front of others, Diana chided, wincing slightly, as Leon showed no restraint in his affections. Understood, dear. I only do this when no one is around. With that, he pulled Diana into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, and playfully blowing on her earlobe while smiling lightly. Diana's earlobe flushed slightly, and though she offered no retort, she seemed to acquiesce to Leon's advances. As the two rode Batet to find Steve Trevor, they discovered him stealthily escaping the guest quarters prepared for him by the Amazons, hiding in the grass where he could see the coastline, avoiding the patrolling dark-skinned Amazons. Having learned of Steve's identity as a soldier fighting for peace, the Amazons were inclined to treat him with respect, albeit with strict orders that he must not leave the island. Yet, without the Amazons' guidance, an outsider like him would inevitably become lost in the fog separating Paradise Island from the outside world, only to return to the same waters surrounding the island. Thus, only 2 formalistic dark-skinned Amazons were assigned to watch over Steve, making it reasonable that he managed to escape using a rope made from bed linens. Hey! A voice suddenly called from behind him. Startled, Steve turned to find a massive panther head glaring at him from a mere 25 centimeters away. Holy crap! At that moment, Steve felt as though his great-grandmother was beckoning him, and he shuddered in fear, letting out a startled cry. Who goes there? Torches from a distance hastily converged toward Leon and the others, but in the blink of an eye, they extinguished, leaving no trace of their presence. Leon, what happened to them? Diana asked, her voice tinged with concern. In the next instant, 2 swift, ghost-like shadows landed beside Leon, revealing Alcee, A2 and 2B, who had just finished their own escapade on the island. Needless to speculate, it was them who lulled the Amazon patrols to sleep, 2B remarked coolly. Well, I hope they don't catch a chill, Diana said, feeling somewhat reassured. Quietly, Alcee A2's blue eyes glimmered as her voice transmitted directly into Leon's mind via her Bluetooth earpiece. Leon, we have located the item. However, the Amazons have stationed most of their forces to guard it. Unless we eliminate them all, 2B and I will find it difficult to infiltrate and retrieve it. Not to worry. As long as we know where it is, that suffices. This matter concerns the fate of the world. It is understandable that the Amazons remain vigilant without explicitly disclosing it to me. We can always return to investigate after this trip, Leon replied silently. After all, he merely sought to glean some insights. He had no intention of taking anything. Ultimately, no technology could rival Tony Stark. While referencing it was acceptable, Leon did not believe Alcee A2 could successfully scan the mother box. If it were to backfire, it would indeed pose a problem. Hence, he planned to find an opportunity to dismantle Cyborg later, achieving the same effect. When Steve Trevor learned that Leon and Diana intended to leave Paradise Island with him, a great weight was lifted from his heart. Otherwise, he had feared that they were there to apprehend him. However, upon witnessing Batet transform from her terrifying panther form into a dark-skinned, silver-haired, 36D long-eared elf maiden, Steve's worldview shattered completely. Are you human or a ghost? He attempted to intimidate her with a series of military punches, only to be swiftly subdued by a single, exasperated swipe from Batet. Diana, too, found herself curious about Leon's retinue of striking and powerful female companions, as she only knew him as Odin's son and the god of battle. Noticing her hesitance to inquire, Leon graciously embraced Batet, running his fingers through her silvery hair, cascading like a waterfall, and teasing her long, elven ears. In her bashful, yet reluctant gaze, he presented her to Diana like a beloved pet. Allow me to introduce you to the goddess of the Black Panther, Batet. Though she may appear to be easily intimidated in my presence, she is, in fact, the most formidable among the three sisters in combat. The goddess of the Black Panther? Is she stronger than Miss 2B? Diana was indeed taken aback. She had presumed Batet to be the weakest, as A2 and 2B always projected an icy demeanor, resembling two unapproachable automatons. If that were the case, Diana felt increasingly confident about the prospect of confronting the war god Ares. Well, it is true that 2B possesses the most formidable firepower. Yet true combat is not solely resolved by sheer strength. Each of them excels in their respective domains. After finishing with Batet, Leon embraced A2 and 2B, one in each arm. A2 is a mechanical life form with complete self-awareness, while 2B is an autonomous humanoid artifact enchanted by the venerable Odin. To be precise, neither of them fits the conventional definitions of human or artifact. They are more akin to robots from the realms of technology and magic. They are my wings. Much like sharing cherished toys with good friends, Leon could hardly contain his excitement when discussing Alcee and the others. Diana, as an attentive listener, occasionally interjected with supportive remarks, but mostly remained quietly engaged, her face adorned with a captivating smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa. The camaraderie among the 4 women and 1 man was remarkably harmonious. The only exception was Steve Trevor, who lay sprawled on the ground in a baby-like slumber, his side pressed against the earth, occasionally munching on the blades of grass nearby. Chapter 120. Farewell to Paradise Island, Hippolyta's Fatal Imagination. As no one volunteered to carry Steve Trevor, Batet, with a hint of disdain, gave him a kick that jolted him awake, leaving a distinct high-heeled boot print on his face. Ouch! It hurts. Who the hell? Upon awakening to Bastet's condescending and disdainful gaze, the charming words that were about to escape Steve Trevor's lips were abruptly stifled. The group arrived at the sole dock of Paradise Island. A dilapidated wooden boat, seemingly on the verge of disintegration, was moored forlornly at the end of a 5-meter-long pier extending into the sea. We can't possibly be leaving on that rickety vessel, can we? It hasn't moved in how many years? Steve Trevor exclaimed incredulously, clutching his head. Perhaps 250 years? Months? Days? Diana replied somewhat uncertainly. We have consistently maintained this boat, so it is certainly seaworthy. It can guide us through the mists of Paradise Island, following the predetermined course. So, this wooden boat is also imbued with magic? The world had become so peculiar that Steve Trevor, now accustomed to Bastet's whimsical transformations, inquired nonchalantly. Bro, you don't need to be so well informed about the Amazonian matters. Just get on board. It's that simple. Leon casually draped his arm around Steve Trevor's shoulders. I'll go up and tidy things up. I'll join you. A2 volunteered, with 2B following suit. Being well acquainted with Leon, they were fully aware that although he could fly and was not sealed, and there was a luxurious yacht made of adamantine alloy and vibranium in the system space, he had no intention of using it. It was merely a tool for attracting potential romantic interests. However, as the former's delicate foot barely touched the pier, crack, splash, the planks supporting the pier gave way beneath A2's compressed frame and unyielding weight, sending her tumbling into the water with a resounding splash. Sister, just how heavy are you? You can break through planks a few centimeters thick with a single step. You must weigh more than this female panther beside us. Steve Trevor laughed until tears streamed down his face. Yet, when confronted by A2's menacing glare as she emerged from the water, alongside the palpable aura of terror that radiated from behind, Steve Trevor's laughter abruptly ceased as reason returned. Then, with 2 loud thuds, Steve Trevor found himself with panda eyes, having been tightly bound by a vibranium lasso that A2 had procured from Leon. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached. It was Hippolyta, accompanied by her elite squad, arriving on horseback. Seeing them, Diana approached with a serene countenance. I must go, mother. Countless innocents are about to lose their lives in the war ignited by Ares, and I cannot remain idle, a mere spectator. If no one else is willing to confront Ares, then let it be me. I must go? Diana spoke passionately, her innocent eyes filled with compassion for the suffering of others. I understand. Therefore, I am not here to stop you, but rather to bid you farewell, Diana. Hippolyta dismounted and took her daughter's face in her hands, her expression a mixture of reluctance and resignation. My dear, this world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Mother, I have made my decision. Diana replied steadfastly. If those people cannot fight for themselves, then I shall fight for them, just as you did in the past, transforming this imperfect world into what we envision. Perhaps this time, when you leave the island, you may never return? A flicker of sorrow crossed Hippolyta's face. She understood all too well that once her daughter stepped beyond the island's borders, there would be no turning back. I will return, mother, with Leon by my side. Diana grasped the hand of Leon, who had silently approached her, promising Hippolyta. Upon witnessing this, Hippolyta and Leon exchanged a glance that lasted 25 seconds, filled with unspoken words, before enveloping both Leon and Diana in her embrace. Odinson, do not let her down. Of course, to the request of his mother-in-law, Leon readily acquiesced. Be cautious in the world of humans, Diana. Listen to Leon's advice. He understands the answer to the question of whether humanity is worth saving better than you do. Go now. Let Ares experience the pride of the Amazons. With that, Hippolyta released her hold on Diana. Antipode, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward to embrace Diana as well, while Leon, seeking his aunt's affection, received an exasperated but warm hug in return. Once you regain your strength, we shall spar. If you cannot defeat me, Diana, do not even think about it. Antipode playfully jabbed Leon in the chest. Then I suppose I must give it my all. Leon replied with a mock-serious grin. Diana, if you encounter Ares, remember to give that coward, who only stirs trouble from the shadows, a thorough beating. Antipode clenched her fist. If it weren't for the duty to protect Paradise Island, she too would have liked to witness the once mighty war god in action. Even if she couldn't defeat him, she would at least take a piece of him with her. Indeed, Diana nodded solemnly, her eyes a blend of reluctance and determination. After bidding farewell, the small wooden boat set sail, carrying Leon and the others slowly into the dense fog that enveloped Paradise Island. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Hippolyta and Antipode's view. Will they truly be safe? That is the war god Ares, after all. Though she had spoken lightly moments ago, Antipode's heart was heavy with concern for Diana's safety. The legend of Ares had always cast a shadow over Paradise Island. Antipode, do you genuinely believe that Odinson is as weak as a helpless chick? Hippolyta retorted with a question rather than an answer. Is he not? Although he appears quite sturdy, I realized upon that embrace that his muscles are rather flabby, and I felt no trace of strength within him. Antiope expressed her thoughts with a hint of confusion. Hippolyta shook her head with a smile, stating, the mighty deities possess the ability to fully control their bodies and instincts, a realm unattainable by mortals. This was true of Zeus in the past, and it holds for Odinson in the present as well. This distinction serves as a pivotal watershed in differentiating between the strong and the weak among the divine. The absence of such power does not imply weakness, nor does its presence guarantee strength. Even if he conceals his prowess so well that I cannot detect a single flaw. The innate reactions and absolute confidence that arise upon reaching that realm, perceiving any threat as inconsequential, cannot be hidden, at least not for the current Odinson. Regardless of whether he possesses divine power, he is undoubtedly a formidable force. Is this solitude birthed from such strength the true reason you urge Diana to venture forth and confront Ares? The god of war, Leon Stark Odinson. Hippolyta concluded in her heart. If Leon were to discover that his mother-in-law had envisioned him as a relentless, battle-seeking genius, forever on the hunt for conflict, he would surely find it amusing, considering his own proclivity for indulgence. Chapter 121, Titanic, Leon's Edition, an immersive viewing experience. Meanwhile, aboard the wooden vessel, RCA2 and Buster had collaborated to bind Steve Trevor with vibranium lasso, securing him at the bow of the ship like a gilded statue. Facing the vast ocean, he remained oblivious to the presence of Leon, Diana, and the others behind him. Hey, you're not planning to leave me tied up like this, are you? I could die, he protested. If you keep talking, I'll gag you, RCA2 retorted impatiently, though she freed his hands, offering him a length of rope. What is this? He inquired. The adjusting line for the sails. This is your task, Captain Trevor, RCA2 and Buster intoned in unison, their voices eerily reminiscent of demons. What? Steve Trevor was bewildered, unaware that this was the most primitive yet sophisticated form of artificial intelligence assisting navigation. Were they truly going to keep him bound until they reached shore? Lying on the soft bedding prepared by 2B, Diana propped her arm beneath her head, turning to Leon, who was reclining with his hands behind his head, gazing at the stars. Why not? After all, he was bold enough to comment on the weight of 2 women. Let RC and Buster have their fun, as long as he doesn't die. Leon chuckled nonchalantly. What I mean is, if he gets injured or falls ill, who will take us to find Ares? The kind-hearted Diana found it difficult to match Leon's ruthless demeanor. No worries. Look at this. Leon produced a transparent glass vial seemingly from thin air, and then an even more astonishing occurrence took place. The healing spring, familiar to Diana, emerged from a shimmering silver ripple in the void, accurately filling the vial to the brim. The healing spring. Leon, how did you do that? Diana exclaimed in wonder, taking a sip and instantly recognizing the taste. Since the healing spring on Paradise Island was a living source, it continuously yielded healing waters. Consequently, it was customary for Diana to sip from it post-bath, as the water would soon overflow, replaced by fresh, clean spring water. Drinking her own bathwater was hardly disgraceful. Just a little trick of the gods. With this, our dear Captain Trevor can endure the entire day without difficulty, Leon said with a grin. You're so wicked. Once reassured, Diana smiled, playfully punching Leon's chest, which prompted a gentle retaliation from him, causing her cheeks to flush and roll her eyes. I protest. This is barbarism against mortals. Protests are futile. RCA2 silenced Steve Trevor with a ball gag. After struggling for 2.5 minutes, he resigned like a fish that had lost its dreams, giving in to fate. He had no more words to spare. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. Little did he know, this was merely part of the play. As the long night stretched on, perhaps due to the effects of dopamine, the usually sound-sleeping Diana found herself tossing and turning, unable to slumber. Thus, she initiated a conversation with Leon, who was calmly petting a cat beside her. Leon, I can't sleep. Then let us watch a movie. How about Titanic? Leon suggested. Titanic? Diana responded, somewhat perplexed. Leon handed her a pair of holographic AR glasses, which automatically connected via Bluetooth to RCA2. Thus began the maritime romance and tragic journey of Jack and Rose. Popcorn and milk tea were also arranged for Diana, whose taste buds were delighted by the sweet flavors, so different from the savory delicacies she was accustomed to. The rhythm of the film's beginning mirrored this delight, as Jack and Rose's interaction unfolded with ease and joy. Under the influence of romantic hormones, Diana found herself unknowingly intertwining her fingers with Leon's, resting her head on his firm, elastic arm, as though they were an old married couple. As they discussed the film's plot, whether Jack's affection for Rose was genuine, given the brevity of their acquaintance, Diana inadvertently drew parallels to her own encounters with Leon. Were they not akin to Jack and Rose in this moment? Thus, she posed a similar yet more poignant question to Leon. Leon, do you truly love me? Or do you simply desire my body? Diana, look at RC, Buster, and 2B. They are beautiful and powerful, traits that are the most trivial for a god. But you are different, Diana. Leon turned to meet her gaze, one hand caressing her cheek, while the other rested on her waist. Diana did not reject his touch, but pressed further. How am I different? Cleo's 12 volumes on corporeal pleasures detail the ecstasy of the flesh, an experience unnecessary, yet one that men are never satisfied with. Hey, darling. Do you truly think I am like those base human males who can only think with their lower halves? Leon cleverly tossed the potentially lethal question back to Diana. Not at all. You are unlike them. Reflecting on her interactions with Leon, Diana realized that their first intimate encounter had been initiated by her own feminine instinct. Once again, her romantic thoughts overwhelmed her remaining rationality, and she found herself apologizing to Leon. Yes, any one of Miss Buster's companions is stronger than I am now, and so beautiful. I have no advantage. Why would Leon be drawn to me merely for physical pleasure? As she voiced her apologies, Diana simultaneously defended Leon, almost paying herself, accustomed to his Leon's grip. Habit, indeed, is a formidable force. The movie continued, and as the initial romantic segment concluded, the latent crisis aboard the Titanic began to unfold, causing a frown to replace the smile on Diana's face, her concern palpable. As far as she knew, this vessel, once hailed as the largest cruise ship in the world, had sunk a few years prior. At that time, an Amazonian explorer passing by had witnessed the event, and among the survivors she rescued, surely Jack and Rose must have been present. Diana, who had yet to finish watching the film, was filled with an overwhelming sense of hope. She immersed herself entirely in the perspective of the protagonist, Rose, and in her mind, the character of Jack naturally transformed into that of Leon. As the light of human civilization, represented by electricity, faltered, the Titanic fractured in the darkness, and countless souls cried out in panic, plunging into the icy depths of the sea. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, tears welled in Diana's eyes as she cried out in despair, "No, When the Titanic finally sank, and she witnessed Jack and Rose resurfacing together, a wave of relief washed over Diana. Yes, the formidable computational prowess of AI showcased the visuals of the Titanic in a manner indistinguishable from the events unfolding before Diana's eyes. She felt a shiver run down her spine, gripping Leon's hand tightly, akin to Jack and Rose's desperate struggle to climb onto that fractured piece of deck. The sensation of floating on the sea and the inexplicable, bone-chilling cold of the night enveloped Diana, making the experience all the more visceral, compelling her to nestle into Leon's embrace, greedily seeking his warmth. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Leon's left wrist, where the eye flickered with a knowing glimmer, seemed to convey a silent message to him. Do not forget my contributions. In Chapter 122, titled The Flaws of Humanity, Beneath the Stars, Diana believed fervently that Jack and Rose would be rescued. The circumstances permitted such hope. Not far off were several lifeboats, still not at full capacity with the wealthy passengers, who had quickly spotted the flailing Jack and Rose. If they rowed together, they could reach Jack and Rose in mere seconds, rescuing them and potentially saving more lives. However, disappointment loomed for Diana. The complexity of human nature was beyond her comprehension at that moment. There was still room on the ship for many. Only one rotund noblewoman voiced her intention to rescue Jack and Rose, while the other aristocrats looked on with cold indifference, their unspoken sentiments painfully clear. One baron even brazenly declared, "If you don't silence that foul mouth, this ship will lose another passenger." At these words, the gaze of the nobles turned even more frigid and menacing, leaving the noblewoman isolated and, in her desperation to preserve herself, she reluctantly fell silent. How could they act so cruelly? Diana's emotions spiraled downward, tears streaming down her face. She could not fathom why humanity could remain so selfish in the face of such a dire crisis. Even knowing they had the power to save lives, yet choosing to stand by apathetically. Was this the humanity that Zeus had entrusted the Amazons to watch over? For the first time, Diana questioned her mission and the righteousness of Zeus's judgment. Diana, this is humanity, and you are the only noble who has spoken out on that ship, Leon remarked, revealing the harsh truth as he gently wiped away the tears that had yet to dry on Diana's cheeks. Jack and Rose will be saved, right? Diana implored with a pleading gaze, seeking any semblance of assurance from Leon's words, eyes, or gestures. But Leon merely smiled faintly, urging her to continue watching. As Diana watched the rescue ship, which was so close yet showed no sign of approaching, Jack, having navigated through the depths of despair, realized their grim fate. They had been abandoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack pushed Rose onto the makeshift raft, the frigid water relentlessly sapping their vitality. However, when Jack attempted to climb onto the raft as well, it nearly capsized, prompting him to relinquish his place and steady the raft instead. Smiling as he gazed at Rose, who was still reeling from the shock, Jack understood that his journey had reached its end. Yet, he displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he continued to comfort Rose, encouraging her to persevere. The lifeboat will surely come. Yes, Rose responded, her tears crystallizing before they could fall. Nearby, the noble rescue boats slowly drifted away, more chilling than the icy waters themselves. Time passed agonizingly slowly. One by one, the survivors, like Jack, whose bodies were submerged in the frigid sea, succumbed to the relentless cold. When the legendary second officer, Letor, arrived with the survivors he had managed to save, searching for those lost in this icy grave, Rose, lying on the makeshift raft, nearly frozen, turned her head with great difficulty towards Jack, who was bracing the raft. "Jack, a boat is coming. Jack." She shook his hand, but received no response. Through the beams of light, she noticed a thin layer of ice forming on the tip of Jack's nose, a barrier that symbolically separated them. This was a wall that humanity could never breach. Jack, until death tore them apart, Jack remained a steadfast guardian of Rose. The exhilaration of potential rescue was instantly eclipsed by an overwhelming sorrow, and as the tears fell from her eyes once more, Diana's heart sank. No, it should not end this way. They could have been saved. The tragic fate of eternal separation was more heart-wrenching than their mutual demise, and Diana could no longer contain her grief, weeping uncontrollably in Leon's embrace. She felt disillusioned with humanity and mourned the romantic love shared by Jack and Rose. The version of Titanic that Leon played differed slightly from the original. He refrained from showcasing the elderly Rose at the beginning and end. Thus, the story of Jack and Rose dramatically paused at the moment of Rose's rescue, yet filled with profound anguish. Was there truly no way to alter this outcome? As her emotions stabilized, Diana turned to Leon with hope, inquiring not just about the uncertain future of humanity, but also about the fated conclusion awaiting Jack and Rose. Change. Leon rose and stood at the bow, gazing into the boundless darkness, and replied softly, "Humanity has always been in a state of flux, and so too are their stories. Diana, do you still harbor hope for humanity? They are not beyond redemption. There will always be those who rise to the occasion." Diana also stood beside Leon, resolved to uphold her beliefs despite the pain of the journey. Indeed, in moments when humanity's stars shine bright, the glory of the heroic will endure eternally. Leon, reflecting on his past endeavors in Chaldea, could not help but marvel. Diana, gazing at Leon, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the bow, felt that his presence was more majestic than the highest peak on the island of paradise. In reality, Leon simply shifted positions after lying down for too long. In Chapter 123, titled Leon's Mirage, the siblings set to meet, he gently urged, "Close your eyes, dear. Since you have witnessed a fragment of humanity's cruelty, it is only fitting to grant you a beautiful dream to soothe your wounded heart." Leon approached Diana from behind, embracing her as Jack had done with Rose. A beautiful dream? Diana closed her eyes in eager anticipation. In the next moment, AI and S.H.I.E.L.D both sprang into action. The former constructed scenes from solid ice, while the latter deployed a multitude of nanoprojection insects to create a holographic image that appeared almost real. The bone-chilling temperatures were sufficient to erase any sense of incongruity. When Diana opened her eyes once more, help! The Titanic, now severed in two and on the verge of sinking, loomed nearby. The frantic cries for help ringing crystal clear in her ears. Sometimes, imperfection embodies a unique form of perfection, which is why Leon chose not to revert the timeline to a more salvageable state. If all of this were indeed true, Leon would not mind playing the role of a benevolent figure. Yet, everything was merely his mirage. "Jack, Rose, over here." The exuberant Diana propelled the small wooden boat to an astonishing speed of 250 knots with her shield, making it seem as if they were soaring above the water's surface. The ancient vessel of the Amazon tribe nearly succumbed to the tumult, but fortunately, Leon swiftly reinforced the bottom with a layer of crystallized ice, restoring its integrity. "Hey, what did I tell you, Rose? The rescue boat will come," Jack exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yes." Rose shivered in agreement, rising to wave at Diana and Leon, who were steering towards them at a reduced speed. "Hey, we're over here. And us too. Save us," cried the survivors who had fallen into the water, echoing Jack and Rose. After rescuing Jack and Rose, Diana was relentless in her determination to save others, and soon the small boat was filled to capacity. Taking the initiative, Diana plunged into the water, gathering the scattered boards of the Titanic, which she then bound together securely with a lasso of truth, forming a makeshift raft large enough to accommodate everyone. Only then did she cease her efforts with a sense of satisfaction. This splendid dream, both perfect and imperfect, compensated for the sense of loss and emptiness Diana felt after watching Leon's edited version of Titanic. However, Steve Trevor, who had been restrained at the bow and silenced by a gag, bore witness to the entire spectacle of Leon's dream construction. Despite the biting cold that rendered him nearly immobile, he dared not utter a sound, only inhaling sharply through the lattice of his gag, internally exclaiming, "How terrifying." The next morning, in the fog-laden port city, the steamship's whistle roused Diana from her reverie. In the span of a night, she felt as though she had matured significantly. The innocence and kindness in her gaze had largely faded, replaced by a maturity and wisdom that allowed her to face everything with composure. Grayish-white mist swirled around her as she gazed at the brick-and-mortar structures of the modern city, feeling surprisingly at ease on her first journey away from home, perhaps due to the presence of another by her side. "Leon, Diana turned to look at Leon, only to find Steve Trevor, recently freed by Alca-2, collapsing to his knees before Leon, clutching his leg tightly. "What are you doing? I have no interest in men. Brother, from this day forth, you are my dear brother." Was this former spy, having braved the chill of the night, losing his mind? Leon thought. Yet, Steve Trevor, like a tenacious leech, was unyielding, having witnessed the miraculous events. His worldview had shattered, and he had resolved to embrace Leon as the true deity of this world. "Even Jesus couldn't sway me. It's what he said. Get up." "All right, brother." At Leon's command, Steve Trevor sprang to his feet, his expression resolute, as if he were prepared to join the ranks of the devoted. A smile crept across Leon's lips, and his mind began to race with possibilities. Later, after paying a handsome sum, Steve Trevor entrusted Diana's small vessel to professionals waiting at the shore for docking and management. As they disembarked, dozens of gazes converged upon them. The subtle presence of Batet, in her Hakimi form perched on Leon's shoulder, went unnoticed, yet Diana's short skirt and long legs drew considerable attention. A2 in her form-fitting black battle attire and 2B in her gothic black dress, resembling twin sisters, further captivated the onlookers. Brother, this is too conspicuous. It could jeopardize our upcoming actions. I have connections that can provide your sisters with less conspicuous, yet suitable attire, Steve Trevor whispered into Leon's ear. Conspicuous? Where's the conspicuousness? Leon replied with a chuckle, draping a bronze, silver-threaded cloak reminiscent of the one worn by S.H.I.E.L.D over Diana's shoulders. Thank you, Leon. Diana adored the cloak's design, as it concealed her somewhat troublesome appearance along with her lasso, shield, and sword, tools meant for divine retribution, while also allowing her to move freely in combat. This cloak had, of course, been woven from vibranium using the regeneration cradle. Since acquiring the vibranium miner, the system extracted vibranium daily, ensuring Leon was never at a loss for this precious material. He had discovered another passion beyond making friends and racing, utilizing the highly functional crafting station of the regeneration cradle to DIY various vibranium gear and everyday items. As the vibranium residing in the system's space was free for the taking, they had not vanished but instead accompanied Leon in another form, especially with the Antarctic vibranium that could be reset at will. It was simply too convenient. Now, Leon could fully appreciate why the Wakandan folks were so fond of crafting seemingly useless items from such a precious and versatile material. It was inexhaustible, truly. Life's greatest tragedy would be to pass away with vibranium still unspent. However, what of Alcee and 2B? Where are they? Steve Trevor turned to find only empty space where Alcee A2 and 2B had been standing moments before. The passers-by waiting for their ships or disembarking seemed oblivious to any anomaly, as if the two had never existed. Where did they go? Diana inquired, curiosity piqued. That Alcee's optical camouflage, Leon replied with a smile. Optical camouflage. Thanks to her diligent studies over the past 5,000 years, Diana's knowledge was extensive, encompassing nearly all the languages of the world. Yet she had never encountered this term and thus did not comprehend it. Suddenly, 2B's voice reached Diana's ear, meticulously clarifying her confusion. I see. With that explanation, Diana instantly grasped the concept. It was akin to chameleonic environmental mimicry, only applied to humans, hence termed optical camouflage. Technology is indeed an underestimated force, Diana mused, reaching out curiously, only to retract her hand as the soft texture startled her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. I can touch it back, 2B replied. Diana was bewildered, her armor already indented by the imprint of her hand, with 2B using even greater force, causing her a slight twinge of discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, 2B had learned this from Leon. Meanwhile, Diana found it curious that her armor felt a bit snug. Have I gained weight? Chapter 124, Coordinate Survival. Question, shall we proceed with today's sign-in? What can one sign in for in this foggy city? Jack the Ripper? His deeds occurred only 30 years prior. If not for the old man, he should still be alive, right? Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Coordinate Power LV1. Coordinate Power LV1. You will never lose your way. Description. To you, 2,000 years ago. Is this what I think it is? System? Please explore on your own. As Diana traversed the bustling streets of London, she observed a couple of heterosexual lovers approaching, intertwined in laughter and hand-holding. Inspired, she took the initiative to grasp Leon's hand. Turning to Steve Trevor beside her, she stated, now that the matter of attire has been resolved, according to our agreement, Steve, you should lead Leon and me to the battlefield to confront Ares. Well, could I first deliver this notebook to my superior? As I previously mentioned, this pertains to the lives of millions, Steve Trevor replied, shaking the notebook in his hand, which contained vital notes on death. However, once Ares is dealt with, the war will cease immediately. This is not in accordance with our agreement. We will allow you to leave, but you must take us to find Ares, Diana stated, her grip on Steve Trevor's collar tightening in irritation. Diana, it's permissible for him to accompany us for a while, Leon interjected. However, the essence of war has always been humanity. Ares, no matter how he incites chaos, requires a process. We have ample time. Very well. Taking Leon's words to heart, Diana reluctantly released her hold on Steve Trevor. At that moment, the wailing of a child in the arms of a grieving young widow caught Diana's attention, prompting her to instinctively approach and offer her maternal comfort, despite being a 5,000-year-old maiden herself. Seeing this, Steve Trevor exhaled in relief, performing a gesture of reverence by touching his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, invoking the Catholic sign of the cross. yet calling not upon Jesus, but rather. Thank you, my God, Leon. What nonsense is this? It sounds absurd, Leon remarked with annoyance, pointing a single finger toward the mist-laden sky. Steve Trevor, following Leon's gesture, gazed upward just in time to witness a flash of purple lightning streak across the heavens, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Boom. Witnessing Leon's effortless command over the natural forces of thunder and lightning, Steve Trevor was struck with awe, his faith swelling exponentially. Now this is what one calls a god. What is Jesus Christ in comparison? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Steve Trevor found himself in a quandary and decided to confess to Leon, "Brother, the truth is I have no idea where Ares is." "No matter, I already understand." Leon waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Steve Trevor to refrain from further elaboration, merely to act as previously agreed. This gesture sent Steve Trevor's already burgeoning faith into a meteoric rise. What is this god of battle? Even if Leon were to eventually confess he is the god King Odin, I would believe him. Once Diana had finished comforting the child, Steve Trevor led her and Leon to meet his secretary and liaison, Etta Candy, at an opulent clothing store. "Oh my God, you're still alive," Etta exclaimed, embracing Steve Trevor before turning to Leon and Diana, her astonishment palpable. "Oh my God, have you saved the world? What does this mean?" "We have yet to vanquish Ares," Diana replied, casting a puzzled glance at Leon, ever mindful of her mother's teachings to inquire about anything she did not comprehend. "It means I am complimenting your beauty," Leon clarified. "Is that so? Then you too have saved the world, madam," Diana responded politely, employing her newfound knowledge with Etta Candy. "Oh, thank you. Hello. I am Steve Trevor's secretary, Etta Candy." "What is a secretary?" Diana inquired, a term unfamiliar to her ears. How should I explain what a secretary is to you?" Leon was momentarily taken aback by Diana's question, which rendered him speechless. Etta Candy interjected, "A secretary means I do everything. Where he sends me, I go. And whatever he asks me to do, I do." In our land, this would be termed a slave, Diana concluded with a nod of understanding. "Ouch, that stings, sister," Etta quipped, wiping away non-existent tears and graciously brushing off Diana's unintended sharp tongue with a smile. "Though I bear similarities to a slave, I actually earn a decent wage. In this world, who dares claim they are not a slave? To survive, to avoid hunger, for our parents, partners, and children, we are all merely striving to live as ordinary people." Etta's lamentations, which resonated with the struggles of the vast majority, plunged Diana into silence, as she felt the weight of her own burdens grow heavier. Chapter 125, Undercurrents of Turmoil, the God of War's Compassion. Due to Steve Trevor's pilfering of Dr. Maru's notebook, she, lacking the most formidable intellect, found herself bereft of the closest formula for the lethal gas. At this moment, in her laboratory, she was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, desperately trying to recall the gas formula, yet failing to complete it. As crumpled drafts piled high upon the floor, "Curse those spies," another sheet of draft paper was crumpled and thrown in frustration by Dr. Maru. After executing a soldier who was attempting to call a ceasefire for a meal, Ludendorff entered Dr. Maru's laboratory, inadvertently struck by the paper she had discarded. "My apologies, General. I did not intend for that to happen," Dr. Maru said, recognizing Ludendorff's brutality, her furious gaze softening slightly as she bowed her head in apology. "No matter. How goes the progress?" For true talent, Ludendorff always exhibited remarkable patience, especially towards Dr. Maru, whom he regarded as a war machine. Thus, he nonchalantly picked up the crumpled paper and approached her side. "Not well. We have lost all hope, General. Germany's fate is sealed, and Hindenburg's armistice agreement is about to be signed," Dr. Maru responded with a sense of despair. "No, as long as we can show the Führer our new weapon, he will never agree to a ceasefire." Ludendorff slammed his hand on the table, instantly flattening the paper into a pancake. "But without the notebook, I can accomplish nothing. Isabel, look into my eyes." Ludendorff grasped Dr. Maru's face, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Listen, I will help you retrieve that notebook. And that damned spy. And you, Isabel. I believe in you as a person, not just the notebook. Now, I allow you to reorganize your thoughts." Ludendorff's tone and demeanor suddenly softened considerably as he gently traced his fingertips across the remaining intact portion of Dr. Maru's face, then assertively tilted her chin upwards. The sensation of his rough, calloused hand and the stirring within her heart was something Dr. Maru had not felt since her visage was disfigured by the gas. She instinctively closed her eyes in delight, akin to a docile calico cat, nuzzling her face against Ludendorff's coarse palm. "Without that notebook, I can still reconstruct the formula. It will merely take time," she murmured in response, tilting her head towards Ludendorff, her partially masked face suggesting unmistakable allure. Excellent. I know you can succeed. You are destined to create a weapon that will alter the course of this war. With that, Ludendorff brusquely turned Dr. Moreau's chin aside. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. For in comparison to the pleasure of the flesh, the fulfillment derived from successful research was far more gratifying. No melody could possibly rival the haunting cries emitted by her little white mice as they succumbed to the corrosive effects of gas. Regaining his composure, Dr. Moreau pushed forth the ingenious contraption he had crafted during a moment of inspiration the previous night, presenting it to Ludendorff at the experimental table. This was a nasal inhalation gas agent, meticulously sealed within small blue glass vials, each featuring a pre-scored notch for easy breaking. A total of 13 vials lay upon the metallic tray. Just as Ludendorff was about to inquire, crack. Dr. Moreau had already seized one vial and snapped it beneath Ludendorff's nose. The untested gaseous compound surged into his body with the air he inhaled, marking Dr. Moreau's subtle act of revenge for his earlier rejection. Should it succeed, it would be splendid. If it failed, he would have brought it upon himself. The outcome revealed that Ludendorff appeared to be quite resilient. As the gas entered his system, his blood vessels and muscles seemed to illuminate from within, becoming almost translucent. This gas has been specially prepared for you. It will enhance your physical abilities, Dr. Moreau elucidated, conveniently omitting any mention of its untested nature. Ludendorff, seemingly entranced by this newfound strength, did not respond to her words. Instead, he staggered, as if struggling to adapt to the overwhelming effects of the enhancement, and leaned against Dr. Moreau's metallic table, leaving deep impressions like clay in its surface. The sheer power coursing through him was almost unbelievable, prompting him to eagerly draw the hardest gun he possessed, only to crush it in an instant. Strength. Power surged forth. The overwhelming sensation of omnipotence made Ludendorff feel he could accomplish anything, unimpeded by any obstacle, free to do as he pleased. Nearby, Dr. Moreau beamed with satisfaction at the potency of her agent. Suddenly, within the airtight confines of the laboratory, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a crumpled draft paper that Dr. Moreau had long discarded, now fluttering into her hands. Grasping it, she meticulously smoothed it out, and an epiphany surged through her, spurring a torrent of ideas. Rapidly, she began to amend and enhance her already formidable gas formula. This is it. So that is how it works. I truly am a genius. The exhilarated Dr. Moreau exchanged a knowing smile with Ludendorff, who was gradually acclimating to his superhuman physique. Their adversaries were surely doomed. The upgraded toxin was quickly synthesized with ample raw materials, and traditional gas masks disintegrated within a mere 25 seconds of exposure. Unbeknownst to the duo, in a shadowy corner of the laboratory, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a traditional gentleman's attire, complete with a top hat and linen shirt, watched them with a knowing smile. The tuft of hair on his chin bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain war demon. More precisely, it was the war demon that resembled this man. Another gust of wind swept through, and the enigmatic figure vanished as silently as he had arrived. Meanwhile, after meeting with Leon and his companions, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly entered work mode, briefing Steve Trevor on the latest developments and submitting Dr. Moreau's notes for communication. Nearby, Diana curiously examined the garments in the shop. Noticing her interest, Leon inquired with a smile, "So what do you think? Care to try something on?" "No, thank you," Diana replied nonchalantly, tightening her cloak. "I am quite fond of this cloak you gifted me. It is far more comfortable than anything crafted by the most skilled seamstresses of the Amazonian tribe. Of course, compared to the myriad styles available in the shop, the greatest advantage of this vibranium cloak lay in its practicality for combat and concealment of gear. Well, regardless, our Diana looks good in anything," Leon proudly complimented. Though Diana's cheeks flushed at the praise, she did not refute it. Soon after, Steve Trevor contacted his superior through S.H.I.E.L.D. "Brother, should you and your sister-in-law wait for me at the hotel with Etta? Or shall we head to the cabinet to meet the colonel together? I will be quick." He sought Leon's guidance, not daring to be lax. "My dear, what do you think?" Leon asked Diana for her opinion. "I wish to meet the leaders of humanity," Diana replied earnestly. "Did you hear that? Let us go." Leon signaled for Steve Trevor to lead the way, and the three departed the clothing store, parting ways with S.H.I.E.L.D. She still needed to prepare accommodations for Leon and the others and contact some of Steve Trevor's associates who could assist them. Chapter 126, The Wrath of the Gods. However, they had scarcely taken 2 steps when Steve Trevor noticed several tall figures in suits approaching menacingly from behind, while onlookers pretended to read newspapers, instead surveilling their movements. He quickly leaned closer to Leon and whispered, "Brother, It seems we are being followed. They likely bear ill intent. How many did you see? Leon inquired. 3 behind us. 2 by the roadside. That makes 5 in total, Steve Trevor confidently counted. As a trained spy, his counter-surveillance skills were impeccable, a necessity for having stolen the gas formula notes right beneath Ludendorff and Dr. Maru's noses. No, there are 13 in total. 4 more are lurking in the alleys to our sides. Wherever we go, they will surround us with their overwhelming numbers. Both Leon's observation abilities and the aerial vantage provided by the BOD-assisted robots, RC-A2 and 2B, allowed them to clearly discern the group. Such cunning, such caution. Steve Trevor was not at all surprised by Leon's perceptive prowess. They must have been sent by Ares to obstruct us. Diana immediately deduced. Is Ares truly so idle? I suspect it is Ludendorff, Steve Trevor conjectured. Ludendorff is Ares. Diana felt she was nearing the truth. Chuckling softly at her adorably naive expression, Leon could not help but laugh. RCA-2, serving as Leon's dedicated battlefield reporter, recorded the entire scene, leaving one to wonder how Diana would react upon reviewing this moment. Once her wisdom bestowed by Athena was fully realized, Leon found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. The group discreetly turned into the alley on the right, where 4 black gun barrels emerged from the corners, each aimed directly at the trio. The remaining 9 blocked the alley's entrance, each armed with revolvers, closing in on them. Leon and Diana remained calm, but Trevor instinctively raised his hands, knowing a bullet could spell his end. Captain Trevor, I believe you possess something that belongs to General Ludendorff, the lead assassin declared with confidence. You can relay that to my brother and sister-in-law, Trevor retorted with an air of defiance, then swiftly utilized his one-time ability to blink, shielding Leon and Diana behind him. Humph, you think these 2 can protect you? The leader scoffed, signaling for 13 gun barrels to align against Leon and Diana. What a nostalgic feeling. How long has it been since anyone dared to point a gun at me? Leon displayed a smile reminiscent of malignant triumph, raising a single hand towards the heavens. The wrath of the gods. The emotionless voice of 2B echoed through the air as she decisively pulled the trigger of the holy lance, causing dozens of mirror-like magical circles to materialize within the surrounding space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crimson lasers darted through, reflecting incessantly. In an instant, they melted through the palms of the 13 armed assassins. The excruciating pain sent them crashing to the ground, howling. The melted guns, trapped in the hollow of their palms, inflicted a horrific second-degree burn, swiftly scorching their hands to a crisp. Speak, who sent you? Diana pressed the Godslayer's sword against the neck of the lead assassin, her tone menacing. To Diana's astonishment, the assassin, unable to bear the agony in his palm, merely trembled twice before his head fell. The sharpness of the Godslayer's sword exceeded Diana's wildest imagination. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. The sight rendered the remaining 12 assassins dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their own pain. Sister, you could at least give us a chance to respond. Rudolph. Yes, that bastard Rudolph sent us to retrieve Dr. Maru's notes. A clever soul, desperate to avoid an untimely demise, was the first to betray Rudolph, with the remaining 11 quickly nodding in agreement, fearful of the next strike falling upon themselves. However, without Diana needing to intervene, 2B voluntarily disengaged from her cloaking state, wielding the massive sword White Covenant to behead all 12 in one swift motion, her sapphire-like eyes glinting with a blood-red hue. Those who dare show disrespect to Master shall find only the path of death. Hiss. Steve Trevor inhaled sharply, realizing with certainty that this group of formidable women was beyond his reach. And where on earth did that enormous sword come from? Witnessing the scene, Diana's eyes flickered with momentary pity. Though her sentiments were fleeting, she possessed no delusions of mercy, nor did she adhere to any so-called principle of non-killing. After all, saints like Uncle Bruce, who could steadfastly uphold such principles, were destined to be few and far between. In the cabinet, when Steve Trevor arrived with his 2 guardians, Sir Patrick Morgan was addressing the assembly with a speech advocating peace. His aim was to end the relentless cycle of bloodshed through negotiations with Germany. Chapter 127. The Rhythm of War. Who is the true god of war? Germany, a nation steeped in pride, would never surrender. It now seemed that the only way to conclude this war and restore global harmony was to negotiate a ceasefire agreement, alleviating the nation-states of war-induced stress. On stage, Sir Patrick Morgan continued his address. Yet, due to the urgency of the situation, Steve Trevor, without waiting for the speech to conclude, approached an influential member of parliament with Dr. Maru's death notes. Diana, curious about the intricacies of human societal operations, followed him inside. To her surprise, she was immediately spotted by Sir Patrick Morgan, who pointed her out, igniting a considerable uproar. For in this era, men remained the predominant figures in European society, while women found it exceedingly difficult to gain recognition in political affairs or influence national governance. Not long ago, they had even been denied the right to vote, regarded as mere appendages to men rather than acknowledged as true individuals. "Steve, you actually brought a woman in here." Upon the conclusion of the speech, a mustachioed colonel seized Steve Trevor by the collar, shouting vehemently. The presence of his subordinate spies in the cabinet's assembly, coupled with the entry of a woman, had utterly humiliated him. "Listen, Steve, I'm glad you're alive, but that doesn't give you the right to do as you please." "Sir, please let me explain. The intelligence I've brought back is of utmost urgency. These are Dr. Maru's research notes. We need to decipher them immediately. They are far more crucial than any elusive ceasefire agreement, as they will determine the course of this war. It concerns the lives of millions." Steve Trevor handed the death notes, which he had long safeguarded in his arms, to the colonel, simultaneously requesting a meeting with other cabinet generals to elucidate the grave dangers posed by the biochemical weapons Dr. Maru had been researching. "Is that it? You still wish to attend the cabinet?" The colonel, visibly impatient, was about to dismiss Steve Trevor, worried about his own reputation and political correctness, when Sir Patrick Morgan approached. "Captain Trevor, I cannot pretend I did not hear what you just said. I heard you sacrificed yourself on a mission. Who would have thought you would return from the dead, bringing along 2 friends? I apologize for interrupting your address, my lord," the mustachioed colonel stammered, hastily expressing his apologies to Sir Patrick Morgan. Faced with this powerful noble, whose societal standing, wealth, and connections far surpassed his own, he had no choice but to tread carefully. "No harm done. Thanks to this beautiful lady, everyone can now settle down and allow me a few words." Sir Patrick Morgan waved his hand, barely glancing at the mustachioed colonel, his gaze sweeping past him and Steve Trevor, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Admiring the stunning Diana and Leon. Regarding your plea for peace, I am at your service." Sir Patrick Morgan removed his hat, bowing graciously to Diana and Leon. The two exchanged glances. Diana Prince was a surname agreed upon in advance by Leon, and she was thoroughly pleased with it. Leon Stark Odinson. Leon introduced himself with his true name, far more understated than any celestial titles. "Odinson?" Sir Patrick Morgan's eyelids twitched slightly, but his momentary apprehension quickly dissipated. To him, Leon appeared to be merely an exceptionally handsome, ordinary human male, while Diana was the true heavyweight in their midst. With a sense of relief, he remarked, "That is indeed a rare surname. According to Norse naming conventions, your father shares a name with the king of the Norse gods. Quite remarkable. He's not much to speak of. He's nearly at death's door. There's no divine king to boast about. He's just an old man with white hair," Leon candidly replied about his uncle. Sir Patrick Morgan was, in truth, the disguised identity of the god of war, Ares, within human society, and many others like him lurked within the human realm. Thus, Leon refrained from adopting a strict vegetarian diet as he did in the world of the Black Cloaks. After all, he was in a universe as renowned as the Marvel Universe, while the DC Universe was darker and far more perilous. He merely sought to crush his opponents. "Allow me to introduce you, my lord. Miss Diana and Mr. Leon are friends who aided me in escaping the pursuit of the German army. Without them, I would have perished at sea," Steve Trevor explained. "I see. It seems both of you possess extraordinary skills and appearances," Sir Patrick Morgan marveled. "Follow me. Let us seize the moment before those old geezers return home to their respective young wives." Witnessing Sir Patrick Morgan's friendly demeanor towards Steve Trevor and his companions, the mustachioed colonel discreetly shifted his attitude. Leading them, he and Sir Patrick Morgan blocked the cabinet generals emerging from the meeting room, tearing Dr. Poison's notes page by page and affixing them to the command board of the conference room. Afterward, a group of elderly gentlemen, all past their 50s, exchanged glances, their comprehension faltering at the text before them, which was not in English. Apart from the numerals and letters, they could decipher not a word. The translator they summoned fared no better, only able to discern that the notes employed a combination of 2 distinct languages, Turkish and Sumerian. Diana suddenly interjected, "Miss, I had anticipated that once you and this gentleman had escorted this notebook, you would take your leave." The attention of those present gravitated toward Diana and the inexplicably dazed Leon, who was smiling at seemingly nothing. The defense minister, the most authoritative voice in the room, spoke up. "Is there anyone here besides myself who understands these 2 languages?" Diana replied with calm poise, "And might I ask, do you not see the significance of my presence?" She was oblivious to Leon's expression behind her. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. Inquiry: "Shall today's check-in commence?" The system proclaimed, "Show me your limits." Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired War's Rhythm. War's Rhythm. The greater the scale and intensity of warfare within your perceptual range, the more your abilities will experience a comprehensive enhancement. Introduction. Look into my eyes and tell me, who is the true god of war? He had directly secured the most crucial passive ability for his esteemed brother-in-law. Leon's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, as he could scarcely fathom the amplification of War's Rhythm when supercharged by the fool, who truly reigns as the god of war, he or Ares. Women ought not to venture into public affairs, but should dutifully remain at home, cooking and cleaning. The defense minister waved dismissively. Sir, if Miss Diana can discern the contents of the notebook, I believe we should heed her insights, regardless of her gender, Colonel Mustache reminded. Very well, let's entrust it to her, the defense minister conceded, his attitude shifting instantly. Previously, he had judged solely based on ingrained biases against women, but now, with a nudge from another, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was not the time to debate the role of women in politics. The safety of the populace was paramount. Meanwhile, Patrick Morgan suddenly furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Leon. Initially, he believed Leon to be an ordinary man, yet after a few minutes in the same room, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of his father. Now, he sensed an indescribable familiarity emanating from Leon, akin to the onset of dementia in a mortal, where one knows the answer yet cannot recall it. Diana, wielding a pointer like a diligent teacher, effortlessly translated for the attentive cabinet members seated below. This is a formula for synthesizing a new type of poison gas, substituting mustard gas with hydrogen. It states they plan to release it at the front lines. What are the timing? Diana shook her head at Steve Trevor's inquiry. Well then, Steve Trevor turned to several cabinet members engaged in discussing the dangers of the new poison gas. Sir, this is the evidence we require. The Germans have no genuine intention of seeking peace. While we naively indulge in dreams of tranquility, they are clandestinely crafting bioweapons capable of obliterating the entire battlefield. I have witnessed the horror of that gas firsthand. Current gas masks offer no protection against it. We must uncover where they are manufacturing this poison and eradicate it entirely for this war to truly conclude. The latest news is that Ludendorff is in Belgium. Colonel Mustache interjected, but the defense minister shook his head, interrupting, we cannot deploy troops to Belgium. It is currently occupied by the Germans. And we must not jeopardize the fragile truce we have painstakingly established. But they do not genuinely intend to surrender. Once that gas is unleashed, both side soldiers will suffer. No one will survive. Steve Trevor declared, pleading for action. Trevor. The defense minister's tone escalated. Dying on the battlefield is the soldier's duty. Do you wish to shatter our hard-won peace with this notebook? But Ludendorff. Bang. The defense minister slammed the table. Ludendorff does not represent all of Germany. Please. Sir, allow me to go. A small team. No, just one assistant. At the very least, grant me the opportunity to personally put an end to Ludendorff's terror. Steve Trevor beseeched. Lieutenant, are you in your right mind? Do you suggest we place all our hopes of ending this war on your reckless endeavor? The defense minister countered. The war has reached its final stage. We cannot afford to complicate matters further. As for the poison gas, we shall take precautions. However, deploying troops to Belgium at this moment is out of the question. You have no comprehension of the terror that gas brings. We cannot prevent it. And countless soldiers will perish. That is an essential sacrifice. The defense minister asserted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Diana's expression shifted dramatically. To her, the leaders of humanity appeared to regard their soldiers as mere cogs, cold and unfeeling like machines. How did such individuals ascend to positions of leadership among humankind? Diana pondered in bewilderment. At that moment, Sir Patrick Morgan also offered his perspective. Given the current circumstances, signing a ceasefire agreement is of utmost importance. Lieutenant Trevor, you must understand that our people, our army, and indeed our entire nation are already overwhelmed. Therefore, we must negotiate and peacefully conclude this war through a signed agreement. Do you comprehend? Lieutenant, refrain from taking any action. That is an order, the defense minister added. I understand. Steve Trevor nodded reluctantly. I do not comprehend. Diana stepped forward to challenge. Knowing the dangers of the gas, how can you willingly sacrifice your soldiers? Are their lives not worth anything? In my homeland, generals do not cower like cowards in their offices. They would die alongside their soldiers on the battlefield, even in death. You should feel shame. With that, Diana, filled with disappointment and anger, exited the conference room, while Leon, having grasped the nuances of war's rhythm, shrugged and followed her. Forgive me, sir. After Steve Trevor exchanged pleasantries with Patrick Morgan and the defense minister, he too departed with Leon and Diana. His verbal agreement to refrain from action did not signify he would remain idle. After all, his duties as a spy had concluded. Henceforth, he would emerge as a believer in the god of war, revealing his rebellious nature to the god of war, whose existence remained uncertain. Observing Leon's retreating figure, Patrick Morgan narrowed his eyes, pondering. Perhaps subsequent plans would require adjustment for this enigmatic ally. His dear sister appeared to be of little concern. Outside the conference room, on the spiral staircase, Diana confided her confusion to Leon. How can they act in such a manner? Are humans nothing but a bunch of cowardly fools? They, like us Amazons, were created by Zeus. Hey, Diana, calm down. Leon's hand slipped into Diana's cloak, delivering Ilion grip to forcibly soothe her. Humans do not possess the strength you do. Thus, they must resort to machinations beyond the battlefield. Otherwise, before the torrent of steel, even the Amazons would struggle to withstand it, let alone frail humans. My dear, you cannot constantly judge the outside world through the lens of the Amazons. Since we are examining humanity, we must learn to adopt a perspective of empathy and analyze all that we encounter from a human standpoint. Only then will you grasp the depths of their hopelessness and the extent of their helplessness. Upon hearing these words, Diana inhaled deeply, her previously evaporated reason gradually returning as anger subsided. You are right, Leon, but I cannot stand idly by and watch those unwitting soldiers be abandoned to their demise. Therefore, we must enlist a few more allies and forcefully confront Ludendorff and Dr. Moreau's nefarious gas conspiracy. Later, Steve Trevor leaned against the railing of the spiral staircase and spoke vehemently. Were it not for Leon and Diana, he would have long been exterminated by the army and assassins sent by Ludendorff. This was no longer a matter of national righteousness. Personal grievances loomed large as well. Steve, you are a good man. However, deceit and foul language are the hallmarks of a degraded civilization, Diana interjected, frowning in correction. Chapter 128, The Fleeting Ludendorff, Part 1. Steve Trevor harbored no expectations of Leon intervening. Every action taken by this gentleman was steeped in profound significance. Thus far, the war remained within the realm of humanity, and he believed it sufficient to act in accordance with his human identity. He thought that by performing commendably, he might even procure divine favor, a delightful prospect. Subsequently, Steve Trevor led Leon and Diana to a tavern to seek out his companions. With the Minister of Defense withholding approval, he resolved to find allies on his own. After all, there are always more solutions than difficulties. This is Samir, Steve introduced, as Leon and Diana curiously surveyed the bar. When he located the diminutive, somewhat disreputable-looking Samir, he was engaged in boastful banter with a table of strangers, merely for the sake of free drinks. Oh my God, you two are simply works of art, Samir exclaimed, marveling at Leon's chiseled physique reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures and Diana's ethereal beauty akin to that of the goddess Aphrodite. After embracing Leon, he attempted to embrace Diana as well, only to be thwarted by an invisible force akin to a fairy's melody, preventing him from getting closer. Unbeknownst to him, the invisible Alcee A2 was gripping him with one hand, while 2B had already positioned a contract of white just a hair's breadth from his throat. Earlier, in the cabinet meeting room, to avoid the two women being detected by Ares, Leon had kept them at a distance, maintaining remote surveillance. It was only when he sensed no watchful eyes that he allowed them to rejoin him. After introducing Leon and Diana to Samir, Trevor explained, he is a high-level undercover agent, proficient in multiple languages like a seasoned matriarch. Oh, is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Do you speak Japanese? Yes, but only a little, Samir replied in Japanese, gesturing with a hand sign reminiscent of a starry galaxy. And how about the reverse? Leon activated his absolute thought acceleration, synchronizing with Alcee to have his previous question translated into Japanese in real time, broadcasting it through his Bluetooth earpiece, repeating each sound as it emerged. Sorry, could you say that again? Samir could not decipher the language Leon spoke, finding it reminiscent of Russian, but muddled. Practice makes perfect, Leon quipped in Chinese. Well then, you are indeed impressive. No wonder Steve refers to you as an elder brother, Samir replied in kind. Steve Trevor, unfazed by Leon's multilingual prowess, inquired of Samir. What about Charlie? Look over there. He's busy knocking someone out. Samir pointed to a bald, muscular man delivering left and right hooks to an unsuspecting victim at the bar. His punches are quite formidable, Diana remarked approvingly. That is not Charlie, Steve Trevor replied with exasperation. What? Diana's expression was one of disbelief. Trevor corrected Samir's misdirected finger to point at the frail, ragged man being pummeled by the bald brute. Ouch! The bald man delivered a decisive punch to Charlie's face, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse backward onto the ground. lying there motionless. Seeing this, Diana's hopes for Steve Trevor's so-called ally dwindled. Charlie is a sniper. While he may not compare to Ms. 2B, he possesses his own unique strengths and could be a valuable asset, though he lacks in hand-to-hand combat. Trevor attempted to reassure her. Later, the group sat down to discuss their specific plans, while LCA2 and 2B once again disappeared from view. What? Are you kidding me? I can understand this gentleman. He looks capable of taking on 10 of me, but this beautiful lady does not appear to be one to join the fray. Charlie exclaimed incredulously, taking a sip of his wheat juice. Believe me, mate, she could easily take on 100 of you. You wouldn't want to face her. Steve Trevor cautioned. Really? I don't believe it, Samir and Charlie chimed in unison. At that moment, the bald man who had just knocked out Charlie approached, gun drawn. With a clear target in sight, Diana. He spewed derogatory remarks about women, proclaiming, women should stay at home. This is no place for you. Yet, she effortlessly disarmed him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, motionless for an extended period. Then, with a resounding crack, the nearly all-metal handgun in Diana's grasp was crushed into a lump of clay. Having accomplished this, she elegantly resumed her seat, smiling at Samir, who had previously underestimated her. Unfazed, he discreetly swallowed hard, hastily sipping his wheat juice to calm his nerves. I now feel both exhilarated and terrified. Yet, our true concern should lie with our adversaries. Charlie remarked sheepishly, raising a toast to Diana, who politely returned the gesture. However, upon tasting the drink, she grimaced and set the glass down, finding it utterly distasteful compared to the milk tea Leon had previously offered her. Darling, try this. Leon presented Diana with a vanilla ice cream cone. She licked it like a curious kitten, her eyes lighting up as her taste buds soared from the depths of despair to the heights of ecstasy. The fierce demeanor she had just exhibited transformed into that of a delicate, affectionate creature, leaning against Leon, who affectionately ruffled her hair, while she cradled the cone as if it were a precious treasure, carefully licking it with her soft pink tongue. I must learn such magic for myself next time, she mused, charmed by how a mere ice cream cone could so easily transform the divine Diana into an endearing, cat-like figure. Samir gazed on with envy, tears of frustration welling up in the corners of his eyes. Indeed, Charlie echoed, sharing the same sentiment. But who is going to fund this operation? You know I and Charlie are perpetually broke, Steve. Coins never stay in our pockets overnight. No matter how deep our friendship runs, it won't generate funds. As they spoke, Samir, having drained his glass, casually swiped another cup of wheat juice from a passing server, his actions remarkably smooth and unnoticed. Oh, apologies for my tardiness. Ida Candy bowed awkwardly as she apologized to the group, followed by an unexpected guest. Jazz. Steve Trevor tensed momentarily, but then relaxed upon remembering that Leon and Diana were by his side. Samir and Charlie were equally anxious, their hands trembling, and wheat juice spilled everywhere, soaking their pants as if they had been frightened into submission. No need for such formality, everyone take a seat. Mr. Odinson, Miss Prince. Patrick Morgan approached, leaning on his cane, removing his hat, and courteously nodding to Leon and Diana, while selectively ignoring Samir and Charlie. I suspect what you are plotting here could either land you in a military tribunal or cost you your lives, potentially jeopardizing the armistice agreement we are about to sign with Germany. I imagine you are here to thwart us? Steve Trevor remarked as he sat down. No, not entirely. Patrick Morgan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Like you, I too was once young. Were my health intact, I would be engaged in similar endeavors. What you aim to achieve is noble, and I am here to assist. Of course, in a personal capacity, I stand with you. Upon hearing this, a sense of reassurance washed over Steve Trevor and his companions. Even Diana, who had previously lost faith in human leadership, felt a shift. Sir Patrick, you have made the right choice. It is my honor to receive the acknowledgement of such a beautiful lady. Patrick Morgan responded with a gentlemanly bow to Diana before inquiring about the specifics of Steve Trevor's mission. What is the plan? As long as there remains an armaments factory, we must locate and destroy it, eliminating Ludendorff and Dr. Maru. To avoid arousing Allied suspicions, we can have Ms. Etta command operations from my office. And this will provide you ample resources for a month, Patrick Morgan said, sliding a thick envelope, approximately 25 centimeters, across the table to Steve Trevor, who, without needing to look inside, already knew the amount of money it contained. Samir and Charlie's eyes widened in astonishment. One could only say that money is indeed a blessing. At the Belgian port under German occupation, Diana witnessed countless individuals returning from the battlefield, missing limbs and broken, supported by comrades as they trudged homeward, away from her. Yet, many others could only clutch the belongings of the deceased, weeping in despair. The harrowing sight solidified Diana's resolve to end this war. Meanwhile, German leaders and ministers were discussing the specific terms of the armistice when the isolated Ludendorff abruptly intruded, promoting his new type of poison gas. However, the Führer was resolute in negotiating a truce. They were running low on ammunition, food, and medicine, and thousands were dying every hour. Germany could not endure any longer. If we fight one more battle, we will win. At that point, we will have everything you mentioned, and will not have to beg for mercy through surrender. Ludendorff exclaimed passionately. Enough, Ludendorff, we have tolerated you and your witch for too long. Your existence has led us to this dire situation, targeted by the world. The notion of dominating the world with biochemical weapons was a delusion from the start, and now you have squandered your opportunity. Within 24 hours, this war will conclude, and you and your witch can await your military tribunal. The Führer slammed the table, dismissing him. Is that so? For you, it may be the end. You are all finished. But for me, everything is just beginning, Ludendorff replied expressionlessly, turning to leave. Exiting, he cast a glance at Dr. Maru, who had been waiting outside. She nodded and activated a standard grenade-shaped gas canister, tossing it inside. Ludendorff then threw in a gas mask and sealed the iron door tightly, preventing anyone inside from escaping. The gas mask is useless? Dr. Maru inquired, puzzled. Yet, they were unaware of Ludendorff's sinister smile. Perhaps it is, he replied ominously. Gazing through the glass window in the iron door at the writhing, skeletal figures within the conference room, Dr. Maru trembled with excitement, her entire being quaking at the prospect. That night, by the campfire, after crossing to the Belgian shore via ferry and meeting their third partner, the chief, who specialized in smuggling with Steve Trevor, Leon and his group found a small grove to rest after a long journey. No matter where they were, Diana could always sense the acrid smell of gunpowder. War was omnipresent. Ares. Diana was exceedingly fixated on her half-brother, whose lineage she was yet to uncover, mentioning him incessantly along the way. Leon, on the other hand, adopted a leisurely attitude, teasing Diana, taking photos in shell craters, and picking flowers in the wild, while also providing a boost of divine energy to 2B in preparation for the impending battle. As they drew closer to the battlefield, perhaps with Ludendorff's imminent deployment of poison gas intensifying the conflict, the benefits of the rhythm of war grew increasingly potent for Leon, and Ares likely shared the same sentiment. Let us see in the end whose passive ability stacks higher, Leon mused as he sat beside the contemplative Diana by the fire, producing a large box of modern packaged self-heating hot pot. What is this? Diana, accustomed to Leon's ability to conjure items from thin air, inquired, her nostrils flaring slightly as she detected a spicy aroma. Self-heating hot pot. As Leon tore open the aluminum foil and activated the heating pack, seasoning, and main course, he explained the mechanism of the self-heating hot pot. Though it was not part of an endless supply, such self-heating meals were abundant in the system's space, as plentiful as stray dogs on the street. Whenever he felt there was none left, Leon could always produce a serving. Give it a try. Leon offered Diana a set of utensils crafted from vibranium. Diana picked up a piece of beef tripe, drenched in red oil, with steam rising from it, and popped it into her mouth. Wow, so spicy, so hot, but so delicious. The demigod's constitution allowed Diana to withstand high temperatures, yet like her skin, which was bulletproof but still sensitive to pain, the levels of spiciness and heat she felt were no different from those of an ordinary person. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Nearby, Samir and Charlie, who were munching on salty, hard ham with beer, were drawn in by the enticing aroma. Oh, my esteemed Mr. Leon, what are you preparing? Samir and Charlie, tears streaming from their eyes, knelt before Leon like devout followers, reaching out in supplication. Look at you two, so pathetic, Steve Trevor remarked disdainfully. You're so great, so superior, and you still dare to criticize us. Samir and Charlie, who had initially taken the moral high ground to scold Steve Trevor, witnessed him approach and deliberately step on a stone, slickly sliding to kneel before Leon and Diana, begging for food, wanting more. They retained their dignity while seamlessly requesting sustenance from the deity they revered. This smooth maneuver left Samir and Charlie in awe, compared to the cunning Steve. They felt like mere novices. Ha. Diana was amused by the antics of Steve and the others. Chapter 129, The Fleeting Ludendorff, Part 2. The next day, Leon and his group continued their journey. As they neared the battlefield, Diana encountered more and more individuals who were old, weak, sick, or disabled. She wished to save each one, but a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. For every person she chose to save, her progress toward defeating Ares would be delayed. Leon remained quietly by her side, ensuring that Steve Trevor and the others did not urge her on. Finally, after a long trek. The group had scarcely traversed 5 kilometers when they looked back upon the path they had taken, witnessing the refugees whom Diana had aided swiftly sinking back into the mire of despair. The magnitude of suffering was overwhelming, an unending cycle of anguish. Leon, confronted with this insurmountable predicament, instinctively sought to offer Diana solace, yet he shook his head, denying her request. Diana, do you not yet comprehend? We cannot save everyone. Even a deity as mighty as Zeus cannot shield all souls. Our duty is to protect you Amazons upon Paradise Island. We are not the caretakers of humanity. They are not as fragile as you believe. Upon hearing these words, Diana lowered her gaze, and when she lifted it again, her expression was resolute. Firmer than ever. Thank you, Leon. Growth is invariably accompanied by pain. Let us proceed. Leon gently patted Diana's head, offering words of comfort. Suddenly, a shell exploded nearby, the sound reverberating through the air. As they drew closer to the epicenter of battle, the landscape morphed into a veritable hellscape. A tableau of ruin and devastation wrought by humanity's weaponry, continually reshaping Diana's understanding of destruction. To evade the onslaught of artillery, the group began navigating through trenches excavated by kind-hearted souls, led by their chief. The sheer number of displaced individuals prevented the chief from escorting them all. Thus they were assembled as a guerrilla force to engage the German military. While they managed to rescue a fraction of the civilians, their assistance was limited to providing temporary shelter, as their own sustenance was precarious at best. As they traversed the trenches, Diana learned from a woman clutching her child that on the other side of the field of no man's land, her village had been stripped of its food supplies by the Germans, and those who could not escape had been enslaved. In previous times, Diana would have rushed to aid those refugees. However, the root of the calamity lay in the obstinate Rudenhoff, who was determined to prolong the war. Diana made a choice, resolving to confront Rudenhoff, the embodiment of Ares, before attempting to save those she could. Otherwise, once her efforts were concluded, everything would revert to its former state. I am truly sorry, but I shall return, Diana assured the woman, releasing her grip and moving forward without a backward glance. Her ears still attuned to the woman's despairing whispers. You deceivers, you will not return. The words pierced Diana's heart, igniting a flicker of guilt within her conscience. Take heart. Their salvation is not your burden. Do not allow morality to ensnare you. Humanity often cries out for redemption when ensnared in despair, yet once rescued, they frequently demand more. Such individuals are not uncommon. Let their words not weigh upon you. Save where you can, and eliminate where necessary. As Leon comforted Diana, he imparted his nationalistic ideals to her. He did not wish for his beloved to be disheartened by the plight of these ants once he was no longer by her side. Hippolyta was correct. They were unworthy of Diana's salvation. Indeed, Diana replied, nodding obediently, her once innocent soul gradually absorbing Leon's hues, both in body and spirit. Ida, we are currently in Hasbrook. Have you discerned Rudenhoff's movements? Steve Trevor contacted them from a functioning phone booth in the village of Hasbrook. Reports indicated he was en route to the German High Command, fortuitously not far from their position. Rudenhoff intended to host a ball there. A ball? Steve Trevor exclaimed, astonished. At such a time, he still has the inclination to hold a ball. It is a ceremony preceding Germany's signing of the armistice. Prominent peace advocates, including the German Führer, will be present, Ida Candy explained. Wait, Patrick Morgan interjected, taking the receiver from Ida Candy. Steve, your operation must be postponed until after the ball concludes. Otherwise, the peace agreement I have painstakingly negotiated with the Führer may be jeopardized by your reckless actions. Sir, I know Rudenhoff. This ball is likely a ruse. He may intend to eliminate his political adversaries and secure absolute authority for the Germans, Steve Trevor speculated. Regardless, you must not interfere with the ball, Patrick Morgan asserted, his resolve unwavering, as if he were truly devoted to the cause of peace. Sir, should Rudenhoff unleash poison gas upon the front lines, the German forces will retaliate mercilessly, and the armistice will become a mere scrap of paper. Rudenhoff will not honor it, Steve Trevor implored. Absolutely not. I shall not permit it. You must act, Patrick insisted. Apologies, sir, what did you say? The signal is poor. I cannot hear you. Action, you say? Very well. Steve Trevor cleverly covered the mouthpiece, feigning ignorance, then abruptly ended the call. Brother and sister, we act tonight, Steve Trevor announced. Does this not constitute a violation of military orders? Diana inquired, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. Orders do not apply to us when we are abroad. The sir does not grasp the magnitude of Rudenhoff's ambitions. Steve Trevor replied candidly. Friends, the German High Command lies in this direction. What do you think of that carriage? Samir pointed to the map. glancing at the opulent carriage making its way toward them. Let us deal with it. Charlie, armed with a silenced sniper rifle, took aim at the carriage driver, while the chief ascended to a nearby rooftop to observe the surroundings through binoculars. There is no one within a kilometer radius. We can proceed. As the chief spoke, Charlie pulled the trigger with precision. The bullet struck the driver's temple from a distance of 800 meters, an efficiency and accuracy that caused Diana, who had initially perceived him as a mere ruffian, to regard him with newfound respect. Help! Someone save me! A noblewoman clad in a sea blue gown tumbled from the carriage, only to find a pair of men's shoes before her. She looked up in astonishment, then leaped into Leon's arms, exclaiming, "Oh my God! Are you here to rescue me?" Pardon me, dear, but the wrinkles on your face are more numerous than a monkey's fur. I have no interest in unattractive women. Fortunately, I generally do not strike women." Leon deftly shrugged off the noblewoman's advances, turning away as Diana delivered a swift punch, rendering the woman unconscious. The force of her blow left no room for doubt. Leon was unconvinced that personal grievances had motivated her actions. "Hee, I do enjoy watching women fight," Charlie remarked with a smirk, while Samir, standing alongside him, quickly stepped aside as he caught sight of Diana's disapproving glare. It was Charlie who said that, not me. Thus, Leon and Diana assumed the roles of Lord and Lady, with Steve Trevor masquerading as the carriage driver, all three bearing the noblewoman's pass as they confidently entered the ballroom. Charlie concealed himself in the grass outside the castle, monitoring the movements of the guards and preparing to see if he could pilfer the crystal across the way. Should Rudenhoff make a foolish move atop the walls, Charlie could take him out with a single bullet, a worthier accomplishment than anything else in his life. Meanwhile, Samir and the chief sought a suitable escape route nearby, preparing for the possibility that, after their mission, their escape route might be obstructed. This preparation was not for Leon and Diana, but for themselves. After all, when gods engage in battle, mere mortals invariably suffer the consequences. What was the plan? Steve Trevor inquired. The plan was to eliminate Ludendorff. Diana pointed to the god-slaying sword, its hilt discreetly protruding from the back of her dress, merely serving as a decorative element. Oh, surely not. A sense of dread washed over Steve Trevor as he began to comprehend the impending events. Leon patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You'll get used to it." Upon entering the ballroom, Steve Trevor promptly split away from Leon and Diana, realizing that remaining in the vicinity of these two divine beings might lead to his untimely demise. At that moment, Ludendorff was in the center of the ballroom, raising his glass in celebration. Diana, with unwavering determination, advanced directly towards him, while Leon turned his gaze towards Dr. Maru, who was admiring the murals. Ludendorff soon noticed Diana. The most resplendent blue rose amidst the gathering. Out of caution, he crushed the performance-enhancing drug lodged in his teeth, instantly flushing with vitality. However, given the daylight, no one detected the anomaly. Thus, even if this blue rose bore thorns, he felt no fear of injury. He could simply overpower it. "Dearest, do you enjoy this soiree?" Ludendorff asked nonchalantly, one hand resting behind him while he slightly bowed and extended the other, inviting Diana to dance. Ignoring him, Diana proclaimed with solemnity, "I am Diana of Themyscira, trained by the mightiest warrior of the Amazons, Antiope, and daughter of Queen Hippolyta." Ludendorff, "No, Ares, your scourge upon this world ends here. I shall fulfill the noble mission bestowed upon the Amazons by Zeus and expel you from this realm." "What?" Ludendorff was taken aback. In an era before the term Chinibu was coined, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his first impression of Diana. Yet one thing was evident. The visitor was not benevolent. In a swift motion, Diana drew the god-slaying sword from her back, her actions rapid as lightning. Ludendorff's pupils dilated. Despite his anticipation, he could only raise his hand in defense. No, with the unparalleled sharpness of Leon's adaptive Edmund alloy. Even after consuming the performance-enhancing drug, Ludendorff was cleaved in twain by Diana's sword. This was a lesson from Leon. If one must kill, do not grant the opponent a chance to counterattack. In that fleeting moment, Ludendorff's body was bisected with a mirror-like smoothness, his expression of terror preserved vividly, life still flickering within him. The next instant, with a sickening splatter, Ludendorff's have toppled to the sides, an assortment of grotesque, unmentionable substances raining down. The splattered blood dyed a passing made entirely crimson. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment. 25 seconds later, an eerie stillness was shattered by the maid's horrified scream beside Ludendorff's corpse. "Ah!" The German officers and noblemen in attendance immediately erupted into chaos, avoiding Diana as if she were a malevolent specter. Diana remained undeterred, her focus fixated solely on Ludendorff, or rather, Ares. confident that the god-slaying sword was Ares' bane. And believing herself stronger than even Antiope after her awakening, she felt no doubt about her capability to slay Ares. Gazing out at the fog-laden, somber sky, she murmured, "Mother, Antiope, I have succeeded." At that moment, a soldier preparing to shoot Diana was swiftly dispatched by Steve Trevor, who had been lurking nearby. At least he could claim to have contributed, right? No. Dr. Maru exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing Ludendorff's grim fate. Realizing that Leon, who approached her with a calm smile, was allied with Diana, she hastily retrieved a small gas canister from her pocket, opened the valve, and hurled it at Leon's feet, intending to flee. However, she was left dumbfounded by the sight that unfolded. Leon glanced down at the gas canister, picked it up, and with 2 fingers, inhaled deeply as if it were a fine cigar. After filtering the noxious fumes through his lungs, he exhaled a pale yellow mist, clearly having absorbed a significant quantity of toxins. Not bad. Tastes just like cola. Chapter 131. In the blink of an eye, yet Leon. Was impossible. Dr. Maru was left gaping in astonishment. How could anyone treat her new toxin as if it were mere smoke? His innards should have been entirely corroded. Noticing that the diluted gas he exhaled had disfigured an unfortunate officer passing by, Dr. Maru felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now that's more like it. No, wait. She suddenly realized. Her face contorted in horror as she pointed a trembling finger at Leon. You bang. What do you mean, you? Leon retorted. Haven't you seen a real man breathe toxic gas? Steve Trevor, having approached Dr. Maru from behind, swung a chair and knocked her unconscious. Smoothly, he complimented Leon. Preparing to deliver a finishing blow, Leon raised a hand to halt him. First, strip her of all her dangerous items. Check her mouth and other cavities thoroughly. I have questions to ask before we end her. Yes, brother. Steve Trevor immediately complied, dragging the unconscious Dr. Maru to a nearby room. Following Leon's instructions, he nearly stripped her bare, leaving no stone unturned, not even overlooking the suicide poisons hidden within. In the process, Dr. Maru was left akin to a hedgehog, stripped of all her quills. Leon, I have done it. After offering her prayers to Hippolyta and Antiope far away on Themyscira, Diana excitedly threw herself into Leon's embrace, initiating a kiss. I thought you were going to take me right here, Leon teased, taking the initiative after they pulled apart. Not at all. Under the influence of hormones, Diana's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained steadfastly upon Leon, unabashedly revealing the affection in her eyes. For her, the journey away from Themyscira had reached an almost perfect conclusion. However, imperfection can sometimes leave a more profound impression than perfection. To gain and then lose, only to regain in the end, imparts far more wisdom than possessing everything from the outset. Suddenly, without warning, a bullet was fired from an unknown source. Though Diana clearly saw its trajectory, she had relaxed entirely after completing her mission, and her response was a fraction too slow. The bullet struck Leon's head in an instant. In that moment, crimson and pale fragments splattered across Diana's once pristine face, her smile instantly fading into shock. The world seemed to drain of color, becoming as gray and indifferent as the distant sky, filled with the scent of death. No. Diana knelt, cradling Leon's headless body, weeping bitterly. Patrick Morgan appeared silently, leaning on a sniper rifle disguised as a cane, standing beside Diana. He should have been in his own office, far away. I once believed he was truly Odin's son. Turns out he's just a pretentious mortal, Patrick Morgan remarked with a faint smile. To be honest, when I sensed his aura resembling my father's, I felt a fleeting moment of panic, but it lasted only an instant. After all, the outcome of that ancient battle speaks for itself. Zeus is dead, yet he lives on. No one could halt his advance, no one. Ares roared within his heart. Chapter 132, Awakening Battle. Sorrow, anger, and confusion. After a moment of clarity, a tide of overwhelming fury surged within Diana. A vast divine power began to awaken, pulsate, and flow within her. Then, in an instant, it erupted. Boom. The ballroom was instantly raised, a whirlwind demolishing the parking lot, walls crumbling, and the castle collapsing. In the adjacent room, Steve Trevor, who was binding Dr. Maru, stared in bewilderment at the headless corpse of Leon, the furious Diana, and the inexplicably present Patrick Morgan. What on earth is happening? Yet, no deity heeded his plight as a mere mortal. Diana gazed up at Patrick Morgan and seethed. You are the true Ares. Indeed. My dear, Patrick Morgan. No, Ares, admitted with nonchalance. I should have warned you not to disrupt this peace treaty signing ceremony, orchestrated by me, which was destined to fail. But you did not listen, and now he is dead. This is your fault. However, it is not too late. If you and I join forces, The annihilation of humanity would be but a mere flick of the wrist. Brother and sister? Diana exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Oh, it seems Hippolyta neglected to inform you about our father's infamous escapades, Ares remarked with a mocking smile, moving to the window. He gazed down at the fleeing nobles and officers, and then further out at the huddled, wailing refugees. With a mere gesture, he summoned Dr. Maru, who was bound in the adjacent room, through the collapsed wall. During this, the mask on Dr. Maru shattered, revealing a grotesque visage, marred by the disastrous effects of her gas experiments. Upon witnessing this, Diana placed Leon's headless body down and, with unwavering composure, unsheathed the bloodless Godslayer's sword from her back. Look at this hideous spectacle. Humanity has always been thus, weak, cruel, selfish, and greedily pitiful, driven to commit the most horrifying acts. Ares, I am not your enemy. Only I can truly understand you. As he spoke, Ares vanished from the window. Reappearing before the mural of the Virgin Mary, my lifelong desire has been to reveal to the gods the malevolence of our Father's creations. Yet, they refuse to acknowledge it. So I have obliterated them all. You and I shall be the last gods to deliver humanity's final judgment. I am Diana of Themyscira, daughter of Hippolyta. I have come to fulfill her wishes and the mission of the Amazons, for Zeus. For Leon. Ares, I shall slay you. Consumed by rage, Diana lunged at the seemingly defenseless Ares, but struck only air as he swiftly teleported behind her. Give up, my dear. There exists a chasm between gods, not to mention your impure blood as a demigod. I do not wish to be your adversary. Is that so? But you have already provoked my wrath. Diana gripped her sword with both hands and thrust backward with fervor. To illustrate the disparity between them, Ares smirked and chose to catch the blade barehanded. Confident in his superiority, the blade pierced effortlessly through Ares's palm. His confident smile faltered, shock etched across his features. How is this possible? This sword was merely a facade crafted by Hippolyta. The true godslayer left by Zeus for the Amazons was meant to be yours. Mourning the loss of her beloved, Diana had no time for Ares's words. She cleaved downwards, severing Ares' hand before aiming another strike at his head. Boom. Ares' eyes widened as the sword's edge neared, and with a surge of telekinetic might, he hurled Diana thousands of meters away. Moments later, Ares ascended into the air, swiftly pursuing her. After their departure, a commotion arose from the corner of the adjacent room, where Steve Trevor emerged from a triangular hole formed by the collapsed wall. Oh my God, brother, you can't be dead, can you? Steve Trevor slid forward, clearing debris from Leon's headless body, trembling as he brushed off the dust. Brother TT, how could you meet such a tragic entity? I was counting on you to guide me to the pinnacle of life. How could a god perish so easily? This is utterly unscientific, TT. His faith faltered as he wept, soon confronted by an unforgettable, terrifying sight. Suddenly, Leon's headless body rose on its own, surrounded by scattered crimson and pale fragments of heroes, as if time were reversing. Boom, boom, Wardfa. The castle exploded once more, collapsing entirely, leaving the trio of onlookers outside in stunned disbelief as they witnessed two figures soaring through the air. Charlie, who had been aiming his sniper rifle, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's Diana and Sir Patrick." What? Samir confirmed in disbelief. I can comprehend Diana. But what on earth is a Sir? Perhaps, as Steve suggested, they were neither human nor ghost, but gods? The chief observed gravely through his binoculars. Huh, this jest is far from amusing, Chief, Charlie remarked wryly. Boom. After being flung thousands of meters by Ares' telekinetic force, Diana landed in the midst of a ravaged battlefield. Almost simultaneously, Ares hovered in the air, his severed hand already restored. My dear Diana, only a god can kill another god. No matter how sharp or powerful, mortal weapons are utterly futile. Zeus left his and Hippolyta's offspring as a weapon against me. And that offspring is you. No, you deceitful liar. I command you to reveal the truth. Diana cast the lasso of truth, ensnaring the floating Ares. Ares smiled serenely, unyielding as he replied, My dear, what I have just spoken is the truth. You are that godslayer. I am not the god of war, but rather the god of truth. As he spoke, silver-white lightning emanated from Ares' palm, coursing through the lasso of truth, drawing Diana into the depths of his heart's truth. Before her was a lush forest, emerald grass, a scene reminiscent of paradise, which swiftly morphed into ruins. Engulfed in flames, humanity has wrested this world from us. Day by day, they ravage and destroy it, while I, the only god who perceives this reality, remain powerless to stop them. Those beings would rather sacrifice their eternal divinity to thwart me. Even Zeus, the god of gods, is equally foolish. For so many years, I have fought in solitude, whispering in their ears, inspiring them, inventing poisons, weapons. Yet, I have never compelled them to act. They incite wars of their own volition. All I have done is orchestrate a truce they would never honor, leading them to their self-destruction. But this has never been enough, not until your arrival, Diana. Ares smiled at Diana, saying, "My dear sister, when you first arrived, I contemplated eliminating you immediately. However, the presence of that mere mortal has caused me to waver. Moreover, if you can perceive the unseen truths that the lofty gods overlook, then I believe you should stand by my side. Together as siblings, we can eradicate all suffering, all sorrow, all torment, and all misery. For the root of all destruction lies within foolish humanity. Come, Diana." Ares extended his hand in invitation. "We could restore this world to the paradise it was before the emergence of humankind, and subsequently forge a new realm entirely belonging to the divine. For eternity. No." Diana shook her head sorrowfully, her tears still fresh in her eyes. "Leon is dead, and I have no heart to discern right from wrong. Today, you must pay the price for Leon's death." With great force, Diana pulled Ares down from the sky. The impact caused the earth to tremble violently. Bound by the lasso of truth, Ares rose from the massive crater, calmly regarding Diana. "My dear, this is indeed a tragic tale. While I do not wish to oppose you, should it be necessary." With a crackle, a cataclysmic silver lightning erupted from Ares's palm. The terrifying shockwave instantly freed him from the lasso's grip as he surged towards Diana with unabashed murderous intent. In response, having suffered once already, Diana retracted the lasso, crossed her arms, and clashed her protective silver bracelets together, choosing to confront Ares head-on. A resounding boom reverberated as the silver and golden shockwaves collided. In that moment, night transformed into day, and the divine radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. As the dust settled, the shattered battlefield was replaced by a colossal crater akin to a nuclear explosion, engulfing all in its wake. Chapter 133, The God of Deicide, the God of War versus the God of Combat. My dear, your growth is truly astonishing. One day, you may surpass me, but for now, I remain the stronger. With that, molten crimson metal surged from all directions, even from beneath the earth, coalescing into an airtight suit of armor, crowned with an inverted horned helmet. Ares deftly carved a V-shaped notch in the helmet, revealing his eyes and a significant portion of his face. "Let me see just how formidable you are, as Zeus has high hopes for you." With a swift motion, Ares hurled 2 flying swords and brandished a great sword, accelerating towards Diana. Clang, clang. Diana effortlessly severed the 2 flying swords with the sword of Deicide, then leapt forward, propelled by inertia, charging at Ares in return. Their swords clashed fiercely. Yet Ares's inferior short sword, forged from the battlefield's remnants, was easily cleaved by Diana's divine blade, even augmented by Ares's divine power. How is this possible? How can a mortal's sword be so sharp? Sidestepping Diana's strike, Ares felt a shiver as he beheld the sword of Deicide in her grasp, quickly distancing himself. Observing this, Diana flung the lasso once more, attempting to ensnare Ares, yet his telekinesis acted as an invisible barrier, rendering the lasso ineffective and causing it to fall back into her hands. There is no way that sword could be a creation of Paradise Island. Who is its true master? Unable to secure a victory in close combat against the enigmatic Diana wielding the sword of Deicide, Ares opted for a ranged assault. Under his telekinetic control, the ground beneath Diana twisted, attempting to subdue her. However, in the next instant, she effortlessly broke free, leaping high into the air, charging towards the airborne Ares. "Useless, my dear." Ares pressed down with his hand, sending Diana crashing back to the ground. As long as he refrained from engaging in close combat with the current Diana, he remained invincible. Ares's invisible telekinesis morphed into an unseen whip, drawing forth a heavy tank from afar, plummeting towards Diana like a meteor. Damn it! Frustrated by the relentless ranged assault, the fury of her beloved's demise intertwined with her rage, prompting Diana to unleash a furious roar at Ares above. With a single stroke, she cleaved the heavy tank in two, and the protective silver bracelets on her wrists clashed together once more, releasing the most powerful surge of divine energy she had ever conjured. Boom! Ares barely had time for his pupils to constrict before he was sent flying. His armor shattered, the overwhelming force rendering him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Diana ensnared him with the lasso and pulled him back. The tip of the sword of Deicide aimed at Ares' head. Death. Apart from the ancient battle against Darkseid and the subsequent conflict with Zeus, this marked the first time in a long while that Ares sensed the approach of death. As the sword tip drew closer to Ares' head, time seemed to slow to a crawl, as if suspended in an eternal moment. Then, Ares' eyes snapped open. A brilliant silver arc of electricity flickered in his gaze, rivaling the brightness of the sun as he roared, "Enough! I am the god of perfection. A mere demigod dares not overstep." A terrifying silver storm converged in the dim sky, and a torrent of lightning cascaded down at light speed towards Diana and Ares. Boom! A blinding white light flashed, followed by a deafening roar. As Diana's vision and consciousness returned, she found the sword of deicide had slipped from her grasp, lying beside her, while arcs of electricity intermittently sparked around her. Though she sustained no serious injuries thanks to her armor, she lay paralyzed on the ground, acutely aware of the terrifying divine lightning brewing within her protective silver bracelets, awakened by the absorption of a portion of Ares' divine power. Yet, her body remained numb, rendering her incapable of harnessing this newfound strength. It was akin to how Thor, sealed by Odin into a mortal form, would be incapacitated by a stun gun, divine lightning, created by divine power, or a corresponding attribute that harmed deities. It is over, my dear, though I truly wish it were not so. Nearly bare from the waist up, clad only in shorts and greaves, Ares picked up the fallen sword of deicide, scrutinizing it closely. Such material I have never encountered in human history. It seems entirely out of this world, perhaps an artifact from beyond, like that of the Dark Lord. But it matters not. Dark Lord? Diana's voice faltered, electricity coursing through her as she struggled to rise, helplessly watching Ares approach her with the sword raised. My dear, when I guarded this world, you were not yet born. Without me, this world would have long been riddled with scars, a desolate wasteland, a domain of demons. The love I once held for this world now mirrors my hatred for the humans who have taken it from me. Together, we could have created and shared a new world. But alas, you have rejected me. Die, as the last of the newly born gods. With that, Ares' expression hardened, raising the sword of deicide high as he aimed it directly at Diana's heart. Leon. Diana, with a heavy heart, closed her eyes, awaiting the moment of reunion with Leon. Yet, a miraculous event transpired. Just as the tip of the god-slaying sword was a mere 0.01 centimeters from the armor adorning Diana's chest, Ares found himself unable to deliver the fatal blow. No matter how fiercely he exerted himself, an invisible force seemed to engage him in a struggle. No, it was the sword. Ares suddenly realized that the very blade he wielded was resisting his strength, and then his vision was enveloped by a shimmering, icy blue, rendering his body immobile. Simultaneously, a sharp drop in temperature occurred, as a snowflake gently descended upon Diana's forehead. The chilling sensation compelled her to open her eyes. Beneath the crystalline visor, Leon's visage became faintly visible, cradling her in his arms while clad in the manifestation of the god of war's armor. Beside them stood Ares, frozen into an ice sculpture, maintaining the pose of a half-kneeling warrior, sword poised to strike. Yet, that blow was destined to fall short. The tremors in his pupils betrayed the fact that he was still alive, but what truly astonished him was the sight of the world around him, entirely blanketed in silvery frost. The immense power capable of freezing the entire realm lay before him. Leon, is that you? Diana incredulously reached out to touch Leon's crystalline visor. In an instant, with a flash of icy blue light, the visor vanished like magic, allowing her to directly caress Leon's extraordinarily handsome face. The warmth of life filled Diana with overwhelming joy, prompting her to kiss him fervently, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 134, Leon's Wall of Sighs. Ares in despair. Oh my heavens! Am I dreaming? Charlie incredulously rubbed his eyes. He merely blinked, and time seemed to rewind to the Ice Age. The world transforming into a pristine white. It was undeniably beautiful, ethereal, yet it evoked a profound sense of desolation. Humanity appeared so insignificant, dwarfed by the vastness of existence. Only the true power of a deity could achieve such a feat, Charlie mused. Beside him, Samir stealthily plucked a leaf-shaped ice crystal adorned with the intricate patterns of veins, slyly tugging at the collar of Charlie's shirt to drop the crystalline leaf inside. The ice crystal slid down Charlie's back, reaching his groin. Ouch, that's freezing. Samir, what are you doing? Charlie winced from the cold, instinctively reaching into his collar to retrieve the ice crystal, only to find it had melted into water, soaking his underwear. You were asking if you were dreaming, right? I'm just helping you out, Samir replied with a mischievous shrug. Since you can feel the cold, it clearly isn't a dream. Otherwise, you would have already wet yourself. I appreciate it, Charlie retorted, eager to retaliate. But Samir, anticipating the move, offered no opportunity. Stop right there. Let us see if I can freeze you instead. The two of them, behaving like children despite their age, frolicked in the snow until Steve Trevor, who was controlling the doctor, silenced them with a single remark. "That's my brother," he said, gazing toward the clash between Diana and Ares with a sense of pride. "What? Are you kidding me?" At this revelation, not only were Charlie and Samir, known for their mischievous antics, utterly stunned, but even the usually composed and somewhat aloof chief could not maintain his composure. "So you weren't joking when you said he was a god? What should we do now?" Charlie, Samir, and the chief simultaneously turned their eyes towards Steve Trevor, who tightened his grip on the ropes binding the doctor and replied helplessly. "If the legends about Ares that my sister-in-law spoke of are true, then we, mere mortals, should simply observe from a distance." "That makes sense." On the frozen battlefield, Diana held Leon's waist tightly, wishing to meld herself into his being, her voice trembling with emotion. "I thought you were gone." With a gentle touch, Leon wiped away the tears from Diana's face, reassuring her, "Do not fret, my dear, I am immortal. It will be a long time before mere human weapons can claim my life." Suddenly, a series of cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the ice imprisoning Ares, and after reaching a certain threshold, it erupted with a thunderous roar. Ares looked at Leon with grave intensity. "Who are you?" Leon, brushing off the hem of Diana's skirt, gestured for her to keep her distance, and once again manifested his crystalline visor, stepping forward with the imposing presence of the god of war's armor. "I am Leon Stark Odinson, son of Odin, the god of battle." "Impossible. There is no Nordic pantheon in this world. It is merely a myth conjured by human imagination." "Could it be?" Ares' thoughts raced as he suddenly realized something. "An invader. You do not belong to this realm. Begone." "Huh, how amusing." Leon crossed his arms, unperturbed. "If you can manage it, then do try before that pillar of light descends from the heavens." "What?" Ares looked skyward, his pupils dilating and contracting until they focused on a singular point, where he saw a white-haired woman, draped in black satin, holding a weapon that resembled neither sword, nor gun, nor cannon, aimed directly at him. Contract agreement. Phase 1. Release limit. Seal, confinement. Phase 2. Divine power liberation. The terrifying godly strength that now filled Ares with dread surged toward the concealed barrel of the peculiar weapon wielded by the woman. Not a chance. Ares launched himself upward, attempting to thwart the woman's gathering power, but before he could cover half the distance, a swift and massive shadow struck him down with a resounding crash. Boom. Ares smashed into the ground, creating a massive ice crater, while the panther-like Batet landed beside Leon, who affectionately stroked her soft chin. Then, step by step, he approached the crater where Ares lay, his resplendent armor appearing to Ares like an ever-rising mountain. Ares, unwilling to succumb to defeat, soared into the sky once more, only to be struck down again by the swifter Batet. Boom. The crater widened further, despite the minimal physical harm inflicted upon Ares by those two strikes. The humiliation was profound. Damn it. Ares, breaking down, shifted his focus to Leon, realizing that both the insufferable panther and the woman with the artillery were merely extensions of Leon's will. If he could eliminate him. Thoughts racing. Ares wielded the god-slaying sword that Leon had intentionally left for him, swinging it with a flourish. This time, the inexplicable resistance of the sword did not hinder him, and Ares couldn't help but smirk. This is it. With the blade's lethal sharpness, he was confident that Leon could not withstand the blow unscathed, even clad in armor that would astonish Hephaestus himself. However, Ares was destined for disappointment. His furious strikes with the god-slaying sword against Leon's armor felt as gentle as a breeze, inflicting not a single scratch. For it was the shield of courage. A heart filled with belief is magic, empowered by the buff of the shield of courage. The indestructible god of war's armor maximized its vibranium-like energy absorption capability. Ares, not only failing to breach Leon's defenses, found it exceedingly difficult to even shake him. Not even by a mere 0.01 centimeters. Perhaps the true disparity in combat prowess between the two parties is not as monumental as it presently appears. However, under the optimal combination of the shield of courage and the shield of the war god, even a formidable warrior like Ares can only succumb to despair. Chapter 135. Ares. Fall. Diana, how refreshing. Have you not eaten? Put more effort into it. Leon remarked blandly, spreading his arms to indicate that Ares should continue. How can this be? Kneeling on one knee with his sword propped up, Ares gasped uncontrollably. After a brief respite, he stared blankly at his hands, then turned his gaze toward the frostbitten earth behind Leon, ravaged and scarred by the sword's onslaught. Is it that he is too weak? Or is it that this individual before him is simply too powerful? At a time when the gods have been nearly annihilated, Ares, who has been secretly inciting a world war, has reached the zenith of his capabilities. To advance any further would lead only to an apocalyptic conflict. Ha ha ha. Ares suddenly cast aside his sword and threw his head back in a fit of laughter. At this moment, victory and defeat were already determined. He had to concede that Leon was currently the stronger of the two. If escape was his intent, Ares could vanish from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Yet he had no desire to do so. His pride as the god of war had never permitted him to flee in the face of battle. Even during his infamous clash with Zeus, he had embraced the certainty of death. Ultimately, both sides had been left incapacitated, and only then did they cease their conflict. What is so amusing? Leon inquired curiously. Ares did not respond, but instead directed his gaze toward Diana, who was observing from a distance, and smugly declared, "This war may be my defeat, but you have not triumphed either, my dear. Zeus's schemes are destined to fail." Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. With that, Ares summoned forth a flicker of silver lightning that raced toward Diana. In that fleeting moment, the instinct of ultimate freedom failed to sense the impending danger, yet Leon, feeling a twinge of unease, activated absolute thought acceleration. Even the lightning, moving at breakneck speed, appeared to him as if it were crawling. In the near stillness of time, Leon comprehended everything in an instant. So that is it, Ares, you wretch. Clock over. Time resumed its flow. The silver lightning surged into Diana's form. She felt no injury, yet an enigmatic sensation welled within her. Then, an inexplicable rhythm began to converge from all directions toward her, propelling the already awakened Diana to surpass Ares's former strength, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. Simultaneously, a wealth of information concerning the gods and combat techniques flooded into Diana's mind. This encapsulated the entirety of Ares's existence. Moreover, deeper memories, yet to be unearthed, lay in wait for Diana to discover. Despite her 5 millennia of experience, Diana could not help but clutch her head and exclaim, "What did you just do?" "I am weary, my dear. This is my parting gift." Ares, who had seemingly aged 70 or 80 years in an instant, sighed with a blend of cunning and resignation. "In this new era, there is no place for us old gods. Will you become the bridge leading humanity to a bright future? Or will you usher in calamity and destruction? Let me await the outcome." Ha ha ha. What? Diana's expression became one of astonishment, and from Ares's cryptic words, she began to grasp the implications of the transformation occurring within her. How intriguing. Is this a case of the dragon slaying maiden ultimately becoming the dragon? Leon mused inwardly. The notification that resonated in his ears confirmed this suspicion. Notification: Zeus's daughter Diana Prince has accepted the legacy of war god Ares, becoming the new god of war. In the sky, Tubi commenced her final incantation. Ancient deity, slumber. Wandering soul, embrace death with grace. Holy spear, Gungnir smasher. Upon utterance, a colossal pillar of light pierced through the heavens, anchoring itself between the world's twin towers, enveloping Leon, clad in the armor of the war god, standing resolutely. And Ares, kneeling before him in a state of vulnerability. The pillar of light flickered and vanished, existing for no more than 25 seconds. In its wake lay an unfathomable chasm. Leon remained steadfast. Even as the frozen earth beneath him dissipated, he hovered in place. While Ares was utterly consumed by the torrent of divine power, Diana stood at the edge of the abyss, her emotions a complex tapestry of sorrow, unease, and most profoundly, the joy of having fulfilled her mission, coupled with a deep affection for the man who had aided her in achieving it. Query: shall today's attendance be recorded? With the final boss defeated, surely there would be rewarding spoils to claim? Proceed. Ding. Today's attendance has been recorded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Godzilla Template Fragment X3. What? How did this come about? Leon was utterly perplexed, for the current timeline was only 1918, and nuclear weapons would not be successfully detonated until 1945. What future warriors are at play here? Even if there were a modicum of logic in this world, nuclear weapons were developed under Ares's whispered influence. Yet Ares was dead, his divine essence shattered. Could it be? A rather absurd hypothesis suddenly formed in Leon's mind as he turned to the dazed Diana. What is it, my dear? Transforming his armor back into his casual attire, Leon soared to Diana's side, smoothing the furrow of anxiety etched on her brow. Leon, after Ares's demise, it seems I have become the new god of war, she said, looking apprehensively at her hands. She feared she might tread the same path as Ares. Ha ha, you are adorably naive. My dear, do you truly believe everything Ares uttered? Leon chuckled, gently pulling at Diana's exquisite, dust-strewn face to coax a smile from her. Power is never inherently wrong. It is the wielder of that power who may err. Are you now so fundamentally changed that you intend to bring about humanity's destruction? Leon countered. Impossible. Diana vigorously shook her head like a rattle. Then all is well, yes? Leon wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting the princess in a warm embrace. All right. But, Leon, what are you planning to do? Diana instinctively clutched his neck. You. My trophy. Leon grinned mischievously, soaring into the night sky with Diana in his arms. Nightfall. The sky was still beset by an unusually heavy snowfall, out of season yet not particularly cold, obscuring the vision of ordinary folk who could hardly discern their path. Yet it was precisely due to this snowfall that the war had come to a standstill, allowing weary souls to recuperate and relish this moment of peace and tranquility. In the vast expanse of the world, no one noticed that a few snowflakes had been stained a pure, crimson hue. On this night, Diana underwent tremendous growth, having learned much from Leon that was absent from the tomes of her Amazonian heritage. Chapter 136, The Curtain Falls. As Leon cradled the unconscious Diana and returned to the ruins of the German High Command, Steve Trevor and others were huddled together, warming themselves by a fire. Beside them, Dr. Maru was bound in a torturous manner, mouth gagged, and it was unclear where Steve Trevor had procured such means. Big brother. Steve Trevor, upon discovering Leon's return, excitedly waved and called out to him. You truly possess remarkable audacity. Are you not afraid of being ambushed by German troops and turned into dumplings? Leon entrusted the unconscious Diana to RC-A2 and 2B for safekeeping before striding towards Steve and the others. Have you extracted the formulas for the poison gas and the physical enhancement serum? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Leon cut to the chase. Apologies, brother. This fellow has quite a stubborn tongue. Steve Trevor sheepishly scratched his head. Is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow and gestured to the side, where the maid-like Buster deftly retrieved the lasso of truth from Diana's belt and handed it to Leon. Bill 4. The sudden appearance of this coffee-skinned, silver-haired woman, exuding an air of great mystery, caused Steve Trevor and his companions to swallow hard in unison. Their astonishment was mingled with unease. She was a stark contrast to Diana's warm demeanor, radiating a chill that suggested a mere glance could lead to an explosive outcome. Had they known how obedient and charming Buster was towards Leon in private, they would likely have been even more taken aback. Isabel Maru. Leon effortlessly secured the lasso of truth around Dr. Maru's neck, extracting the coveted formulas for the new toxin and physical enhancement serum from her lips. Naturally, he was primarily interested in the enhancement serum. Although it had a limited duration, it could serve as a reference for Tony to create a permanent version. Following this, with a radiant burst of photovoltaic shockwaves, Leon humanely dispatched Dr. Maru, deeming such a dangerous individual better suited to the embrace of the goddess of death. In the aftermath of this encounter, the armistice agreement between Germany and other nations collapsed due to the unexpected demise of Patrick Morgan, the presiding signatory. Germany, having lost a significant number of high-ranking leaders represented by Ludendorff and the Führer, descended into chaos. However, under the combined might of Leon and Diana, Germany's turmoil was swiftly quelled before it could truly commence. After 4 years of widespread conflict and fragmentation, the First World War finally drew to a close, ushering in a renewed era of love and peace as the prevailing theme in global development. The final battlefield carried a sense of destiny, located beside the S.H.I.E.L.D. desert, where Diana had initially aimed to save a village. Behind them lay an overturned A-7V heavy tank. Leon and Diana stood hand in hand at the center, while Buster, in her Hakimi form, lazily rested on Leon's shoulder. RCA-2 and 2B positioned themselves slightly behind Leon, while Steve Trevor, Samir, Charlie, and the chief stood on the opposite side. With a flash and a click, this historical black-and-white photograph, a testament to a story that few would believe, would later serve as irrefutable proof for a masked old man in search of formidable allies. At the London docks, the streets were deserted, as all gathered in the square to jubilantly celebrate the arrival of peace. Diana and Leon prepared to return to Paradise Island aboard a small wooden boat belonging to the Amazon tribe, while Steve Trevor and the others waved goodbye from the shore. Brother, can you not leave? Steve Trevor inquired. What's this? You wish to keep me? Leon raised an eyebrow, jesting. Oh, please. Well, that's not out of the question. Steve Trevor replied without hesitation. Get lost. Leon waved his hand, and Steve Trevor was sent tumbling to the ground by the gust of wind created by Leon's gesture. Underwater. 2B, in motorcycle mode, connected with RC and began their journey aboard the small boat, guided by Leon's coordinate power LV-1. As for why they chose to transport the small boat instead of directly piloting the motorcycle mode of RC, it was simply for convenience. Brother, will we meet again? Steve Trevor asked, reluctant to part. When you go undercover to become the President of America, Leon casually replied as he turned away, hand behind his back, before vanishing with Diana into the horizon, where the setting sun kissed the sea. The President of America, Steve Trevor murmured, falling into contemplation. Paradise Island. This time, unlike their departure, the small boat surged across the sea at unprecedented speeds, all thanks to Leon's biological positioning protection. In just half a day, they reached the mysterious waters surrounding Paradise Island. This was the result of RC intentionally slowing down to allow Diana to thoroughly relish her battle with Leon. As they passed through the misty barrier laid by Zeus, the view before Leon and Diana opened up magnificently. Paradise Island, adorned with breathtaking natural beauty, resembled a pure maiden lying on the seabed, evoking an irresistible longing to return to her embrace. Sensing their arrival, Hippolyta and Antiope led the entire Amazon tribe, with their long legs and short skirts, to welcome Leon and Diana's triumphant return. "Mother, Leon and I did it," Diana exclaimed, leaping into Hippolyta's arms. Leon followed closely behind, succinctly summarizing their journey since leaving Paradise Island and the outcome of their final battle with Ares to Hippolyta and Antiope. "So, Diana, you have." Hippolyta's expression was filled with concern and tenderness as she cupped her daughter's face. She had envisioned countless possible outcomes, but never anticipated that Diana would ultimately become the new goddess of war. Is this what destiny entails? Chapter 137. Each parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. "Leon, let us spar." Antiope, upon learning of Leon's overwhelming strength that bested Ares, felt an irresistible urge to engage. Without regard for the circumstances, she leapt into the air, soaring several meters high before executing a powerful elbow strike aimed squarely at Leon. "Very well," Leon replied with a slight smile, flexing his knuckles before delivering a swift slap. Bang! Before anyone could react, Antiope found herself embedded in a distant rock wall, her body contorted into a swastika shape. If the demonstration of strength was necessary, why not choose the strongest among them? Antiope, the brash ant, was precisely what Leon desired. This display prompted cheers from the short-skirted Amazons, who had initially harbored doubts about Leon's prowess. They revered strength, and thus extended their utmost respect to Leon for swiftly defeating Antiope. Leon, 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 reveling in the moment, spread his arms wide, wearing an infectious smile as he hovered majestically in the air, gradually descending into the midst of the short-skirted Amazons, relishing their adoration and worship. Loving the limelight and basking in the faith of the people, this fellow certainly embodied the archetype of a deity, Hippolyta mused, shaking her head in resignation. At the very least, Diana was exceedingly pleased with Leon in every conceivable aspect. Thus, as her mother-in-law, she had little to contest. In the following days, Leon remained on Paradise Island, battling alongside Diana, imparting various knowledge, opening new trade routes, and practicing flight and teleportation abilities. Most notably, teleportation became a focal point of Leon's obsession. It was a skill he longed for. Ares, proud and unwilling to flee, had shunned the use of teleportation. But Leon did not share such senseless stubbornness, nor did Diana. As long as Diana mastered teleportation, her safety would be assured, allowing Leon to leave with peace of mind to address matters in his own world. Nice. Just like that. Capture that feeling. Now, Sir High. Boom. On Paradise Island. A tempest summoned by Leon roared, with dark clouds crackling with lightning overhead. Diana was forcefully hurled away by Leon's prelude to the Leon's grasp. Zing. Countless bolts of purple lightning gathered around Diana, transforming into targets for her to cling to with her lasso of truth, propelling her through the skies like Spider-Man. As she grew accustomed to her own electrical powers, she became nearly immune to the paralyzing effects of lightning, significantly enhancing her resistance to electrical attacks. Yet, this was merely insufficient. Diana had to liberate herself from reliance on lightning and clouds, learning to harness her divine powers for flight. Otherwise, possessing such celestial strength inherited from Zeus, but only relying on brute force would be a tremendous waste. Though Leon had absorbed much of the divine energy emanating from Diana, she had equally drawn from the divine essence he released, resulting in a rather peculiar situation akin to stepping on one's own feet. Leon flew alongside Diana, constantly encouraging her, assuring her that even in failure, he would catch her, no matter how many times it took. The 5,000-year-old woman never lacked the courage to begin anew. At long last, after countless failures, Diana stumbled and released her lasso of truth, relying solely on herself, soaring through the air alongside Leon. As they approached the surface of the sea, dozens of dolphins leapt joyfully from the water, seemingly wishing to frolic with the two of them. Observing this, Diana smiled gently, deliberately slowing her pace to synchronize with the dolphins, alternating between soaring in the sky and swimming in the sea. Upon mastering flight, Diana felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. What brought her even greater happiness was the ever-present figure beside her, a source of support. The intertwining of these two immensely joyous experiences led Diana to believe she was the happiest person in the world. However, this dreamlike period of happiness was abruptly interrupted shortly after she learned to fly. Diana, I sense the call of my master. At the pinnacle of Paradise Island, Leon suddenly halted his instructional guidance, cradling Diana's sweat-drenched, pure visage, gently smoothing down a few strands of hair that had become damp. Are you leaving, Leon? Diana, jolted from her fatigue-induced stupor, asked with reluctance. During her battle with Ares, she had overheard Ares speculating about Leon's origins, thus she had somewhat prepared herself for this moment. Nevertheless, a wave of anxiety surged within her. Was she truly ready to part ways with Leon? The answer was a resounding no. Can I come with you? Diana refrained from voicing this foolish question, for if it were possible, Leon would undoubtedly find a way to take her back to meet his parents. Thus, she merely let out a frustrated hum. Hippolyta had taught her the way of winning a man's heart, emphasizing that one must not hold too tightly. A proper distance could keep their love eternally fresh. Otherwise, Diana found it hard to imagine what she could do after enduring Leon's intense training. Although the process and outcome were delightful, yet Leon's seemingly bottomless strength still instilled a sense of fear within her. When will you return? Clad in her emperor's new clothes, Diana exhibited no hint of shyness, having grown accustomed to assisting Leon in dressing, adjusting his collar while inquiring. Perhaps a week, perhaps a month, perhaps a year, or even a decade or century. It all depends on how the system performs, Leon replied, finding it challenging to assure her with any certainty. At least inform your mother and teachers, Diana suggested, seeking one last moment of intimacy with Leon as a reasonable excuse. Of course, I shall inform them, Leon nodded, donning Diana with a short skirt and armor before they soared towards the Amazonian hall together. After embracing Hippolyta and Antiope in farewell, Leon's battle armor manifested around him, enveloping his entire being. With one last glance at Diana, he said nothing. Everything was conveyed in silence, and then he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Diana turned and sought solace in Hippolyta's embrace. My daughter, Hippolyta reassured, you and he are both still young. As deities, you possess nearly eternal lifespans. Even a century is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of time. There is no need for sorrow. This parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. Indeed, Diana nodded softly, resolving within herself, she must master Ares' abilities of teleportation and telekinesis, along with the shared powers of controlling thunder and storms inherited from Zeus before Leon's next arrival. As Ares had once said, there was still much for Diana to learn. Chapter 138, a temporary departure from DC, returning to Marvel. What is this? Shortly after Leon's departure, Diana presented 2 sets of vibranium armor and accompanying swords and shields to Hippolyta and Antiope, both of whom regarded her with inquisitive expressions. This is a gift from Leon for you and my mother, capable of safeguarding against the vast majority of worldly harms. Once donned, you shall no longer be vulnerable to human weaponry, Diana explained. Oh, Hippolyta and Antiope exchanged glances, the latter eagerly drawing her sword and striking the vibranium armor with all her might. What? Unaware of the properties of vibranium, Antiope, along with her sword, was flung backwards by the impact. The vibranium armor merely displayed faint golden patterns of energy absorption and release, showing no signs of damage from Antiope's fierce strike. That child is thoughtful, Hippolyta smiled, accepting her set from Diana. Don't forget mine. Having personally experienced the prowess of the vibranium armor, Antiope boldly stripped down and eagerly donned the customized vibranium armor that Leon had prepared for her. Originally, Leon intended to equip every member of the long-legged tribe with a short skirt, but due to limited vibranium reserves, he could only prepare 2 sets for his mother-in-law and aunt for the time being. After presenting the 2 sets of vibranium gear to Hippolyta and Antiope, Diana bid them farewell and set sail alone, departing from Paradise Island to once again enter the realm of humanity. Previously, she had always sought to save the world, to end wars, and to bring peace to mankind. However, her journey alongside Leon revealed the darkness within the light and taught her that good and evil coexist within every heart. Thus, each individual must make their own choices. This is a task no hero can undertake on their behalf. Now she understood. Only love could save this world. Therefore, she chose to return to the realm of humanity to fight, to give, to protect, and to wait until she became a better version of herself, eventually reuniting with Leon at some point in the future. And she must also retrieve the wishing stone he had mentioned, which needed to be reclaimed soon. Diana thought to herself, gazing expectantly yet somewhat lonely towards the distant horizon. That is the future of this world. On the other side, Leon did not leave immediately. Uncertain of when he would return, he felt compelled to assess Diana's emotional stability. If her sadness were excessive, he might have to comfort her once more before departing. However, it appeared that the newly appointed goddess of war's psyche was not as fragile as Leon had imagined. At this moment, he hovered high above the wooden vessel that Diana occupied, at an altitude of 50,000 meters. He found it perplexing that she, capable of flight, still chose to travel by ship. Diana now epitomized a superheroine, for within her veins coursed not only the divine power inherited from Zeus, but also a vast reservoir of divine energy personally infused by Leon. Much like the broadening of meridians in a martial arts or cultivation world, under the relentless onslaught of Leon's boundless divine might, Diana's potential was continually elevated. It could be said that Leon was the sun to Diana's superheroine, as long as she absorbed the divine essence radiated by this yellow sun. Her strength would escalate at an astonishing pace, only slowing upon reaching Zeus's level. Yet, that would not be the ultimate limit. It would depend on the quality of divine essence provided by Leon. Nonetheless, Leon had not anticipated that the random world-crossing card would transport him to this dark DC universe, comparable to Marvel. Although he wished to remain for a while longer to train Diana to a level that could astonish even future heroes, he was burdened with various pressing matters awaiting resolution in the Marvel universe. Leaving things unattended made him uneasy, so he had no choice but to return for now, hoping to find another opportunity to revisit the DC universe and rekindle his connection with Diana. At that time, he eagerly anticipated what treasures he could discover from the likes of Superman, the Flash, Aquaman, and Bruce Wayne, the protagonists. With that thought, Leon soared into the distance, plunging headfirst into the inky depths of the ocean. Almost simultaneously, Diana, sensing something, lifted her gaze toward the direction Leon had flown, but saw nothing. Was it an illusion? Had she already begun hallucinating so soon after his departure? This wouldn't do. Smack! Smack! Diana slapped her cheeks firmly, contemplating what to do to divert her attention. Perhaps engaging in a human profession would be a good choice. In the deep sea, it was time for Sister Zongzi to exert her power. Familiar with the system's routines, Leon surrendered to the inevitable and sought punishment. Bang! Seemingly appreciative of Leon's acceptance, the system offered no further dialogue. The black hand swiftly plunged him into a slumber reminiscent of an infant's. Returning to Marvel, host, Leon Stark Odinson. Title, God of Battle. Abilities, Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regeneration. Adamantium Alloy Skeleton, Starlight Template, Biological Stance, Vibranium Body, the favor of Gun God Starlight. Immunity to mental control, Charisma, a man with a built-in BGM, Fool, protection from avoidance. Vibranium Minor, Time Immunity, Absolute Thought Acceleration, Ultimate Ease, Storm Template, The Blessing of Odin, Valhalla, Frost Affinity, Flame Affinity, The Favor of the Goddess of Death, Shield of Courage. Coordinate Power LV1, War Rhythm. Items, Shield of the God of War Ion Saiga, Desert Eagle with Infinite Bullets, Quality, Never Wear Out Enchantment, Return Rune, Alci. Fire Seed, Never Extinguish, Collar of the Goddess Batet, Yoraha 2B, Regeneration Cradle, Super Elastic Fiber Underwear, Quality, Never Wear Out, Super Deadpool Combat Suit, Carbonado Alloy Twin Daggers. Infinite Healing Spring, Godzilla Template Fragment 6, and an endless series of goods. Chapter 139, Master Explodes with Equipment. Upon returning to Marvel, Leon immediately checked the news. Relieved to find no reports of alien invasions in New York or Nepal, he then flew to Kamartaj to meet with the Ancient One. Oh, my dear master. How is the spatial gadget crafted by your most favored disciple coming along? Leon greeted, launching into a seamless sequence of moves, embracing the Ancient One, who stood poised on his bedroom balcony, exuding an air of mastery. Which world have you been meddling in this time? The Ancient One swatted away Leon's mischievous hand, clearly sensing that his strength had taken a significant leap forward. Before this journey, he bore the title of God of Battle but lacked the corresponding authority. After this journey, it seemed that the missing piece had been restored. You could tell that? Leon marveled, realizing that the only substantial enhancement to his power he had gained from the DC universe was the war rhythm. It appeared the Ancient One was indeed comprehensive in her wisdom. Here, the Ancient One casually tossed a ring shaped like a suspended ring to Leon. Take your things and leave. Kamartaj cannot accommodate your grand presence. What is this? Leon inquired, inspecting the ring in his hand. The ordinary suspended ring typically consisted of a single bronze band worn on 2 fingers, featuring 2 rune-imbued cubes that enhanced spatial awareness for constructing teleportation arrays. However, the ring he held, let's tentatively call it a suspended ring, bore an additional structure requiring 3 fingers for wear, resembling a finger claw. Moreover, aside from the bronze rune cubes on either side, the center contained a sapphire cube that faintly glowed blue, resembling a miniature cosmic cube. However, Leon suspected it was not merely similar. It was indeed a cosmic cube. The Ancient One's subsequent explanation confirmed Leon's suspicions. This suspended ring is forged from URU steel. I borrowed some materials from Odin and consulted him, embedding a cosmic cube to serve as the core for constructing teleportation arrays. Now, simply wear it and envision a place you have previously visited, and it will automatically assist you in completing the teleportation array. This is akin to fixed immortal travel. The Ancient One's explanation illuminated everything for Leon. If not for the setting being inappropriate, he might have been inspired to compose a poem. Thus, even if you lack talent, you should be able to utilize teleportation magic. Before the Ancient One's words had fully settled, Leon donned the suspended ring and began to trace circles in the air. Unlike the typical red sparks of a teleportation array, the blue sparks merely crackled, and before he could complete the circle, it fizzled out in failure. Smack! Smack! Though no one had struck her, the Ancient One felt her face flush with warmth, the previously elegant and slightly smug smile frozen in disbelief. Leon's initial attempt at teleportation targeted Paradise Island, a whole narrative dimension away. It was no wonder the space gem was ineffective. Fortunately, in the next moment, Leon tried again and successfully traced a complete teleportation array for the first time. The blue sparks representing the space gem erupted at the edges of the array, dissipating into the air. On the other side lay an endless, tranquil azure sea. Several seagulls, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the blue ring in the sky, approached cautiously. Upon recognizing the terrifying upright apes etched into their genes on the other side, the seagulls squawked in alarm and scattered. How is it? The Ancient One inquired. Simply marvelous. Master, you are my deity. As the blue teleportation array vanished, Leon transformed into Luffy, leaping towards the Ancient One. With a graceful sidestep, the Ancient One executed a spell without the suspended ring, promptly teleporting Leon away. Yet, the next instant, Leon found himself back on the balcony of his bedroom, having traversed through the blue teleportation array once more. Oh, Master, I am utterly bereft of joy. A mere embrace will not cost you a pound of flesh. Spare me your theatrics. The Ancient One's eye twitched slightly, her hands clasped behind her back as she turned away. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Do not even think of detonating that time bomb within Kamartaj. Very well. Leon, satisfied, placed a kiss upon his unique pendant, effortlessly conjuring a teleportation array in its azure variant without the need for intricate motions. Just as he was about to step into the array, a thought struck him, and he turned back to inquire, is this pendant simply called pendant? Does it not warrant a name as formidable as Infinity, Gauntlet, or Cosmic Cube? It does not, the Ancient One replied coolly. You may name it as you wish. Is that so? Leon pondered for a brief moment, about 25 seconds, before a spark of inspiration illuminated his features, his mouth curving into a mischievous smile. Since the artifact created by the Grandmaster Agamotto is called the Eye of Agamotto, then let the artifact forged by you, Master, be named the Eye of the Ancient One. No sooner had Leon uttered these words than the space before the Ancient One compressed and folded, allowing her to appear before him in an instant. With a swift motion of the sword of Vishanti, she struck at his forehead with a powerful blow. Yet, the strike met not Leon, but rather the impenetrable armor of the god of war that clung to him, devoid of any vulnerabilities. In the face of ambush, he could evade what he perceived, while the unperceived could not breach the absolute defenses of the god's shield-encouraged shield. There was no chance of him being stabbed in the back in such a melodramatic fashion. Of course, should any female genius choose to sacrifice herself and poison him, Leon would accept his fate, knowing he could always start anew. He had countless opportunities for trial and error, while others often had but a single chance. Oh dear, Master, what are you doing? Although he suffered no harm, Leon still reacted with an exaggerated display of agony. Clutching his head, do not think I am unaware of your impure thoughts. Do give me a different name. The Ancient One replied with a hint of agitation, her tone unusually oscillating. The artifact created by the Grandmaster was inherently eye-shaped, hence its name, Eye of Agamotto. Yet Leon insisted on forcing an eye into the name of a pendant that bore none. Was this not an invitation for trouble? Very well, very well. I shall choose a more conventional name. How about Ring of the Ancient One? Though it may sound somewhat cliched, Leon suggested with a modicum of seriousness. Now that is more acceptable. The Ancient One nodded in approval, no longer wishing to engage with Leon, and promptly teleported away. Seeing her departure, Leon shrugged, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then experimentally cleared his throat twice. With both hands pressed against his eyes in mock agony, he suddenly unleashed a brilliant beam of light towards the heavens, while simultaneously channeling his conqueror's haki, chanting fervently, "Explode, reality. Shatter, spirit. Banish this world." The sound of an explosive rupture echoed through the void as if it were real, and Leon's right eye transformed into a mysterious blue, sparkling with the brilliance of stars and oceans, erupting into a towering column of light. The cosmic cube gem upon the ring of the Ancient One radiated a blinding luminescence, while a blue welding array materialized above Leon's newly azure eye, autonomously retracting to teleport him away. Chapter 140, The Fleeting Ebony Maw. I arrive early. Leon did not return home directly, for he sensed the cosmic cube embedded within the ring of the Ancient One beginning to pulse restlessly, as though someone were knocking from the other side. Thud, thud, thud. This rhythmic pulsing echoed like a heartbeat, serving as a summons. Upon crossing through the blue welding array, Leon found himself in a vast, desolate expanse of the Pacific Ocean, devoid of human presence. "Come forth, my intruder," Leon called, his right hand adorned with the ring of the Ancient One hovering before him. Suddenly, the cosmic cube seemed to respond, the pulsing energy reaching a crescendo as it unleashed a torrent of blue energy, opening a spatial portal that manifested before Leon. On the other side lay a glimpse of the starry ocean, but it was only visible for a fleeting moment before the portal closed on its own. Within the blue energy of the spatial gem emerged two slender, yet well-proportioned humanoid beings. As the blue mist of the spatial gem dissipated, one figure, clad in dark green leather armor and wearing a distinctive horned helmet, wielded a mind scepter while hovering above two gleaming silver short swords. The other stood poised, effortlessly floating in the air, draped in a subtly luxurious gray-black robe, with hair ashen and styled like the fire cloud evil god. His visage bore an unsettling resemblance to Voldemort, lacking a nose and marked by creased skin. From a human aesthetic, he might be deemed grotesque, yet he exuded an aura of unparalleled elegance, sufficient to overshadow any physical imperfections, eliciting admiration for his grace. The former was, of course, Loki, who had received the Mind Scepter from Thanos. The latter was none other than Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' Black Order. Humans? Ebony Maw immediately recognized Leon's presence, while Loki silently warned him with lip movements. "Brother, he has mental control. Do not meet his gaze. Run quickly." However, Leon appeared oblivious to Loki's urgent signal and met Ebony Maw's gaze directly. A smirk crept across Ebony Maw's lips, his tiny eyes darkening completely, and in an instant, Leon's own eyes mirrored that darkness. The mental control was swiftly established. Leon respectfully knelt before Ebony Maw, proclaiming, "My lord, Ebony Maw." Excellent. Even the typically composed and elegant Ebony Maw could not suppress his excitement, for he recognized Leon Stark Odinson as the greatest obstacle in Thanos' quest to claim Earth. Recently adopted by Odin as a son and hailed as the god of war, he had frozen the entirety of Jotunheim, a feat that had become a topic of fascination among the 9 realms. "Loki, what is your opinion on my mental control of your younger brother?" Ebony Maw inquired with narrowed eyes. "It is his honor. I have long found him insufferable," Loki replied, his teeth gritting in feigned sincerity. "Oh," Ebony Maw raised an eyebrow, urging Loki to elaborate. "Were it not for his meddling, I would have long since ascended as the rightful king of Asgard." Loki's words dripped with genuine emotion, even as he seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Leon. "My apologies, brother. I shall rescue you later. For now, you must endure being this hideous creature's servant for a time." Internally, he offered apologies, yet the force behind his kick was far from gentle, relishing the moment. Were there no personal grievances involved, Ebony Maw would not have believed him. "Enough," Ebony Maw interjected, raising a hand to halt Loki's petty vendetta, using telekinesis to push him away from Leon. "With such feeble strength, you do not even merit the ability to injure him." "I wield a sword that is no less formidable," Loki retorted, failing to acknowledge that it was forged from Leon's very essence. "The great Titan grants you the Mind Scepter, providing you with an opportunity to showcase your abilities, not to boast before me," Ebony Maw stated with palpable impatience. "You assist us in seizing Earth, and we shall help you ascend as the king of Asgard. Understand?" "I comprehend," though he verbally expressed otherwise. Had it not been for the formidable mental prowess of Ebony Maw, Loki would have long since rendered him unconscious with a single blow. How could this grotesque being dare to trample upon him? In comparison, Even Leon appeared more agreeable. Leon Stark Odinson, you should feel honored to be among us. For the great Titan shall one day rescue you and all of humankind, an unparalleled honor indeed. Let us proceed. Ebony Maw, hands clasped behind his back, turned with utmost elegance, having chosen a direction teeming with humanity, prepared to embark on his journey. He intended to utilize the cosmic cube contained within the ring of Agamotto, specifically the Space Stone, to forge a bridge between destruction and conquest. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Ebony Maw turned away, Leon, who possessed immunity to mental control and had never been subject to Ebony Maw's manipulation, seized the moment to cast a sly wink at Loki. Loki, bewildered, thought, "Are you kidding me?" Then, in a swift motion, Leon recounted a heartfelt tale to Ebony Maw, one that would evoke tears even from the most stoic. With hands that pierced through Ebony Maw's chest as though it were mere tofu, Ebony Maw barely had time to utter a word before he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His telekinetic powers were immediately suppressed under Leon's overwhelming force, and soon, he found himself engulfed in darkness, having been torn asunder by Leon. Following this, a crimson blaze from Ion Saga incinerated his remains into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. One man, one shield, wreaking havoc and erasing evidence. Their coordination was disconcertingly seamless. Query: shall we proceed with today's sign-in? Open. Ding. Today's sign-in completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired telekinesis. Telekinesis. This represents an intangible manifestation of energy, the upper limit of which depends on your mental acuity, stamina, strength, and various other factors, enabling you to manipulate all objects within your perceptible range, embodying both offense and defense, and absolutely unavoidable within its scope. Announcement: Tornado devastates parking lot. Chapter 141. The Explosive Mind Scepter, Batet ascends. Excellent. I have acquired telekinesis. Leon felt himself increasingly resembling the true King of Stars, now only needing the ability to transform into a light sphere or some form of superliminal movement. The spatial teleportation of the Ring of Agamotto did not count, as it was not an innate ability of Leon-S, nor did it belong to the system-certified equipment like Ion Saga. Once outside the Marvel Universe, it could not be taken along. Even if it could, it would merely become like the countless worthless Infinity Stones cluttering the drawers of the Time Variance Authority, utterly useless, at best serving as a paperweight. Weren't you under his mental control? Loki inquired, still incredulous. Oh, brother. I regret to inform you that one's physical constitution cannot be generalized. Sometimes, the disparity between us is greater than that between a man and a dog. Leon replied with a hint of arrogance. He then placed a hand on his shoulder, stretched his arms, interlaced his fingers, and released a series of thunderous crackles, gliding toward Loki with an air of oppressive intent. What do you intend to do? Loki recoiled slightly, a tinge of fear evident in his demeanor. What am I going to do? Why, I'm going to deal with you. Leon chuckled menacingly. You've crossed me. Haven to you? Up you go. With a firm grip on Loki's ankle, Leon executed a violent toss, and Loki felt the world spin around him, that familiar sensation returning. Subsequently, Mind Scepter? Confiscated. Lion's Tooth? Confiscated. After disarming Loki, a teleportation circle crackling with blue sparks materialized beneath Leon, who, empowered by his armed hockey, hurled Loki with almost all his might. Loki's face contorted in the wind's resistance as he began his fateful descent. The lion's tooth was tossed aside, floating in midair, following him automatically. Meanwhile, Leon manifested a block of ice upon the tumultuous sea, which, under the influence of his biological standing, floated steadily, unaffected by the waves. He then summoned the made forms of Batet, RCA2, and 2B, who comfortably provided him with a trio of knee pillows while he examined the Mind Scepter entrusted to Loki. Master, I request an augmentation of divine power, 2B suddenly interjected. Very well, Leon agreed casually, confident in his infinite divine power. Observing Leon, RCA2 and Batet could not suppress their smirks. Regarding the Mind Scepter, Leon discerned no particular significance. He recalled a great sage's words. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Thus, he decided to activate the Mind Scepter's mental control, attempting to overwrite Bastet's loyalty to him. A hum resonated as the blue crystal shell encasing the yellow Mind Stone trembled as if experiencing a computer crash. Bastet's eyes flickered between clarity and the inky darkness of the Mind Stone's influence. No way. Is it going to explode? Leon thought, attempting to disengage the Mind Scepter, but it seemed immovably affixed to Batet. Fearing that he might exert too much force and inadvertently incapacitate both Batet and the Mind Scepter, he temporarily ceased his efforts, silently praying, Please, Batet, hold on. For if she were lost, he would be deprived of a capable ally. Both fierce in battle and adorable in demeanor. Fortunately, after 25 seconds, a deafening explosion erupted. An overwhelming torrent of mental energy burst forth from the Mind Scepter, seemingly impatient, launching Batet away from its grasp. The icy bed beneath Leon and the others shattered into debris. Leon instantly teleported, catching the unconscious Batet in his arms. RCA-2 transformed into motorcycle mode, exasperatedly integrating the flung 2B into her cockpit. What are you doing? Still charging? 2B. RC shook her chassis, realizing 2B was unresponsive, only then recognizing her comatose state. Robots should not possess such a concept. They either function normally or face a catastrophic shutdown. Meanwhile, Leon remained oblivious to 2B's anomaly. As cradling the unconscious Batet, he was inundated with the system's belated but persistent notifications, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. Warning: the Mind Stone is attempting to overwrite Batet the Panther Goddess's loyalty to the host. This action is deemed a provocation by the system. Initiating countermeasures. Countermeasure execution in progress. Notice: the Mind Stone has voluntarily halted its attempt to overwrite Batet the Panther Goddess's loyalty to the host. Countermeasures have ceased. Notice: due to the impact of the Mind Stone's mental energy, Batet the Panther Goddess's resistance to mental infection has significantly increased. Notice: as a result of the Mind Stone's mental energy impact, Batet the Panther Goddess's physical, mental, and divine powers have undergone a chain amplification, elevating her from moderate divinity to high divinity. Explanation: high divinity can be likened to Thor the god of thunder and Odin the All-Father. The next tier, supreme divinity, will automatically unlock informational insights when the host encounters a supreme deity. Chapter 142. Immunity to mental infection. A midlife crisis not to be reached by 2B. An unexpected incident leading to a pinnacle of existence. A recurring theme in the superhero universe. How utterly ludicrous. And also, since the loyalty produced by the system is shielded from external mental influences, what then is this notion of mind infection? Query: shall today's check-in be conducted? What? And what of the experts? Has this day passed so swiftly? Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have received immunity to mind infection. Immunity to mind infection. You have acquired the ability for self-regulation and absolute rationality. Introduction: I have seen how terrifying the Great Old Ones are. The Great Old Ones shall see me thus. Oh, so this is what mind infection entails. Speaking of which, it seems the Marvel Universe lacks any deities of the Cthulhu mythos, doesn't it? Leon suddenly pondered. Moreover, after attaining immunity to mind infection, Leon instantly comprehended why, despite possessing immunity to mental control, he had still been unable to resist the enforced truths of the lasso of truth during that game of truth or dare. The power of the mind is indeed marvelous. Leon experienced a long-lost sensation of omnipotence, even though immunity to mind infection did not augment his actual combat capabilities in any way. No, perhaps that is not quite right. The capacity for self-regulation and absolute rationality, as described by the system, is certainly not a trivial matter. How splendid. This feeling of omnipotence is reminiscent of the last time he simultaneously acquired the Soldier Boy template and super self-regeneration, experiencing a leap in power and mastery over his physical form. Now, the absolute control over his own psyche instilled in Leon a similar sensation. Surely, there is something he has overlooked. Leon, here you go. The 2B Pod Combat Assistance Robot, which Leon affectionately referred to as PP Bond, utilized its mechanical arms to retrieve the Mind Scepter that had been flung into the sea. Its voice, though not identical to human speech, possessed a classic mechanical quality that was unmistakably robotic. Initially, Leon had intended to modify its voice to mimic that of a cute tea kettle, but he had inadvertently produced its current tone. It sounded rather captivating, so he eventually decided against further alterations, treating it as an electronic pet. After all, if it resembled a human too closely, it would lose its charm. Thank you, PP Bond. No need for thanks, this is my duty. Taking the Mind Scepter from the Pod Combat Assistance Robot, Leon adjusted his hold to cradle the unconscious Batet with one arm, ever vigilant of her condition to ensure he could swiftly address any issues should she be transported into the system space. However, the now empowered Iron Saiga detached itself from his left wrist, expanding to a size comparable to a dining table. It hovered beside Leon, signaling for him to place Batet upon it. Bang! You're quite clever. Leon kicked the oblivious Iron Saiga away. Oh, whoa. Iron Saiga, incensed, swiftly returned, pecking at Leon's head with the urgency of a chick seeking food. All right. Stop pecking, little sister. Are you not a bit childish? Is this not sufficient for you? Leon, unable to resist the adorably pouting Iron-Saiga, gently laid Batet upon its shield surface. Iron-Saiga immediately appeared content. Was this some principle of exclusive ownership by Iron-Saiga? Leon found himself utterly perplexed by Iron-Saiga's peculiar fixation. With the Mind Scepter in hand, Leon was about to scrutinize it closely for any signs of damage, as it appeared relatively unharmed at first glance. Suddenly, bang! As if responding to Leon's thoughts, the Mind Scepter shattered into a cloud of powder, scattering in the wind, and the blue crystalline shell encasing the Mind Gem followed suit. The yellow Mind Gem was fully exposed, passively emanating a not overly blinding yet profoundly enticing yellow glow. Regardless of the Mind Gem's operational principles, Leon remained entirely immune to its effects. Sighing in relief, he said, "As long as the gem itself is unharmed. That is what matters." No sooner had Leon spoken than a crack appeared prominently across the surface of the yellow Mind Gem, releasing its yellow light, which subsequently extinguished. It fell lifelessly into Leon's hand. "Hello? Excuse me? Are you all right?" Leon shook it gently in an attempt to revive it, but the Mind Gem remained unresponsive. As though it had become an ordinary stone, Leon was plunged into silence. Nearby, Alcee, in motorcycle mode, flew over with the equally unconscious 2B, stating, "Leon, 2B's condition seems off. Alas, misfortunes seldom come alone." Leon sighed deeply, as he manually removed 2B's external cooling components to check for any physical damage. He also employed his observation hockey to scan her internal structure. Before long, the external examination concluded. 2B's body was as flawless as ever, devoid of any physical harm. However, the observation hockey detected anomalies. Chapter 143, Yoar-Ha 2B Fox Spirit Form. Thump, thump, thump. Heh, this is absurd. Leon was astonished to hear a heartbeat emanating from 2B, which was neither the sound of an ultramicro nuclear reactor nor the compressed vibrations of a divine core. "Alcee, did you hear that?" Leon inquired, looking up. "Hear what?" Alcee replied, puzzled, placing her hand on her left ear and enhancing her auditory sensors to capture a wide range of sound frequencies, including ultrasonic and infrasonic waves. Yet she heard nothing resembling a heartbeat, only the faint mechanical sounds of her and 2B's internal components interlocking and rotating. Strange. Did I mishear? Leon wondered, as he could no longer hear the heartbeat either. Something about this Mind Gem feels ominous. "System, say something," Leon internally called out, only to be bewildered by the system's prompt. "Alert. The host has relinquished information pertaining to Supreme Divinity. Please review it independently." "What? Are you kidding me, Master?" Suddenly, 2B awakened, propping herself up with a slightly gravity-weight expression, casting a confused glance at the startled Leon. "Danger!" The instinctual warning of absolute freedom erupted, sending a jolt through Leon, causing him to shudder as waves of tension coursed through him. Yet, like a spider sensing an impending doom, Leon could not pinpoint the source of this imminent peril. Most likely, it was this Mind Gem, which had already cracked halfway. Accelerated absolute thinking activated instantly. Leon hurriedly opened a teleportation array, intending to discard the damaged Mind Gem, only to suddenly feel that inexplicable sense of danger dissipate. Not the Mind Gem. Then what could it be? Leon felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he quickly secured the damaged Mind Gem, redirecting the teleportation array's destination from outer space to the opposite side of Earth. This place is no longer safe. He swiftly retrieved Alcee, Batet, and 2B into the system space, then dashed through the teleportation array, vanishing into the unknown. The blue gradually transitioned to crimson and then deep black, cold yet captivatingly alluring. Thus, it was revealed. Antarctica. Leon traversed the teleportation array, arriving at the very site where he had once discovered the Antarctic vibranium. Amidst the icy expanse of the glacier continent, the cavernous opening, wrought from the Antarctic vibranium mines by Leon, remained vividly apparent. After 2.5 hours had elapsed, and upon meticulously confirming that the inexplicable sense of impending danger had dissipated completely, the ever-vigilant Leon finally relaxed, unwinding the taut string of anxiety that had gripped his heart. He summoned 2B once more, inquiring about her current status. What is 2B's condition now? Note: 2B's loyalty has surged from 100 to 1,000, rendering any possibility of betrayal absolutely impossible. Alert: under the influence of the Soul Gem, 2B's self-awareness has fully awakened, triggering a chain reaction with her URU steel form, resulting in an increase in her divine power reserve limit to an unprecedented 1,000. Alert: a complete divine power transmission channel has been established between 2B and her host. allowing for divine energy replenishment without the need for physical contact when necessary. The system responded. Serpent's gift? Leon exclaimed, astonished. They finally achieved wireless fast charging? His frightful revelation elicited a language from him that was far from his usual demeanor, for his capacity was not limited to merely 1,000. 2.5 days later, having committed the sin of greed, 2B, insatiable as ever, found herself unable to fill the last single unit of energy after reaching 999. Leon, equally exasperated, noted that the upgraded 2B's divine power reserve resembled a black hole. No matter how much he charged, it remained perpetually unfilled, effectively curing Leon's obsessive compulsions. Charge. What are you charging for? I have important matters to attend to, Leon exclaimed, brusquely dismissing the overly affectionate 2B as he swiftly donned his battle armor, cloaking himself in the guise of a warrior before reverting to his casual attire. Master, the awakened 2B, having shed her usual aloof demeanor, now exhibited a peculiar blend of infatuation and anxiousness, almost resembling a lovesick maiden with a hint of neuroticism. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Leon to discern who was truly in charge. Are you not tired of this? Leon, embodying a sage-like composure, firmly rebuffed the advances of 2B once more, commanding, I prefer your former, indifferent demeanor. Kindly revert to that. Yes, master, with an instant response. The now loyal 2B returned to her original, cool demeanor, reminiscent of her former self. Chapter 144, The Shattered Soul Gem, Indulgent Leon, and the Silent Loki. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Leon, leaving him with aching limbs and a languid spirit, as though his very essence had been drained. Fortunately, he possessed the ability of super self-regeneration, allowing him to swiftly recover from his physical depletion. 2B, have I forgotten something? While reclining on the newly formed ice bed, receiving a massage from 2B as she tread upon his back with her delicate feet, Leon suddenly turned to ask. With over-the-knee leather boots casually discarded beside her, 2B's gaze traced along her alabaster thigh towards Leon. Master, the damaged soul gem can be restored by the Ancient One using the time stone to reverse time. That makes sense. Leon, contentedly squinting his eyes in approval, acknowledged her suggestion, recalling that this was also documented in the events of Avengers, Infinity War. Furthermore, Lord Loki is currently engaged in an infinite free-fall cycle within the Mobius strip U created using the Ancient One's ring. Watch out, Leon exclaimed, suddenly recalling this detail. No wonder my left eyelid has been twitching. In a swift motion, he rolled over, embracing 2B, and with keen interest, personally helped her don her over-the-knee leather boots. With a flick of his wrist, a circular teleportation array, glowing with blue sparks akin to welding, materialized high above at a height of 25 meters. Thud. The sound of impact preceded Loki's startled cry as he plummeted into the icy surface, creating a crater of 25 meters in diameter. One can lose their head, bleed profusely, but one must never dishevel their hair. Thus, the moment Loki hit the ground, his priority was not to rise but to tidy his hair. Before erupting in a furious roar, I plummeted for 3 whole days and nights. Are you being compliant now? Leon inquired, crouching before the prone Loki. Compliant? Your sister is quite lovely, Loki retorted, his initially fierce expression shifting to a clear-eyed, amiable smile. All due to a gleaming 25-meter-long silver sword poised at his throat. 2B and her white pact. Gulp. Loki nervously swallowed, acutely aware that he needn't even touch the sword to realize that it was composed of the same material as the lion's Fang Lian had gifted him. A slight movement of his neck would sever his head from his body, as sharp as could be. Calm down, Miss 2B, I mean no harm. Do not move. 2B placed the white pact firmly against his neck, maintaining her composure. Stay calm. Stay calm. Loki quickly pleaded, prioritizing his life over his dignity. Of course, this was only in Leon's presence. Facing a true adversary would likely elicit a different response from him. All right, 2B, Leon teased with a smile. If you continue to intimidate him, I suspect even the frost giant royalty will shrink in fear. Yes, master. 2B retracted the white pact, allowing it to hover magnetically behind her, ready to intervene should the need arise. Subsequently, Leon yanked Loki to his feet. What now? Under the looming threat of 2B's formidable presence, Loki conveniently forgot that Leon had denied him a landing for 3 days and nights, asking, You killed the Ebony Maw, so how will the plan proceed? Surely, this villain cannot expect me to take his place. Blame me, then. Leon shrugged nonchalantly. How was I to know that you had lured only one Obsidian 5, and the most troublesome of them all at that? Keeping him alive is a greater hassle. He must not die. What to do, then? You decide. Loki, resigned, inquired, having done his utmost for a plan proposed by Leon. Simple. Without the Ebony Maw, we can create a new one to take the fall, can't we? Leon snapped his fingers, super self-regeneration activated. In no time, an Ebony Maw, seemingly flawless, materialized before Loki. Simultaneously, the Leon that had assumed the form of Ebony Maw began to demonstrate his latest acquired superpower, utilizing telekinesis far exceeding that of the original Ebony Maw strength. He extracted a colossal iceberg from the glacier continent, towering high behind him, beyond Loki's line of sight. If this were to crash down, the sheer weight alone would likely obliterate a vast area. Your mimicry is one thing, but how can you also wield his superpowers? Loki's expression was one of utter disbelief, voicing his severe condemnation of Leon's extraordinary capabilities. Boom. The iceberg plummeted with a thunderous crash, stirring a tempestuous gale. The seismic tremor made it difficult for Loki to maintain his footing. Leon approached, steadied Loki by the shoulders, and playfully patted his face, declaring, "Brother, do you think I am? The stronger I become, the more secure your future throne of Asgard will be. This is a boon." That makes sense. Embracing the philosophy of if you can't defeat them, join them. If you can't rise, lie back and enjoy, Loki began to contemplate where to erect a grand statue of himself. Suddenly, he instinctively reached out, only to grasp at empty air. It was then he realized Leon had yet to return the Mind Scepter to him. A remarkable artifact he had borrowed from Thanos that resonated perfectly with his essence. That was one thing. However, he had no intention of directly gifting it back to Leon. So he extended his hand and said, "Brother, you should have returned my Mind Scepter by now." Well, Leon hesitated. "Here you go." Instead of the Mind Scepter, he tossed a cracked yellow mind gem, now devoid of the brilliance of the Infinity Stones, to Loki. Loki caught it, striking a pose reminiscent of the cosmos with his fingers, scrutinizing the mind gem with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Eventually, Loki's expression twisted in disbelief as he addressed Leon. "Ha, don't jest, brother. This is merely a common yellow crystal that has cracked. Does it even resemble a mind gem?" "It's not a matter of resemblance. It simply is what it is," Leon replied, reclining with his hands behind his head, his gaze drifting away. In that moment, Loki's silence was deafening. Chapter 145. Ancient One's Miraculous Touch. Leon takes advantage. "Fear not," Leon comforted as he patted Loki's shoulder. "I have a plan. This thing can still be salvaged." "Really? It must be true," Loki exclaimed, gripping Leon's collar with determination, as if ready to kneel at any moment should he disagree. "Off we go." Without further ado, Leon conjured a teleportation circle, and in an instant, he and Loki were whisked away to Kamartaj. At that moment, the Ancient One, accustomed to late nights, had just settled into bed. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding knocking echoed from outside her chamber. "Master, you're still awake, I presume?" "That rascal." The veins on her forehead throbbed slightly. The Ancient One knew all too well who would come seeking her at this hour. Only that shameless, thick-skinned middle-aged rogue, the Shield of Seraphim. Just as she prepared to rise and open the door, a loud crash resounded. The wooden door's hinges buckled under the strain and collapsed with a thud. Leon maintained his knocking posture, awkwardly meeting the cheerful, yet slightly incredulous gaze of the Ancient One. "Ah, I knew you were still awake, master." Bang, bang. In the reception hall of Kamartaj, a teapot brewed hot tea, alongside several half-finished artifacts the Ancient One had previously used to study the ring of the Ancient One. They were not failures per se, merely standard versions of the suspended ring with three-finger functionality. Draped in her yellow robes, the Ancient One stood with her back to Leon, whose head was adorned with two noticeable lumps, and to Loki, who was stifling a laugh. She examined the severely damaged yellow mind gem in her hands. Though the Infinity Stones were not indestructible, they were incredibly resilient. "Even I find it challenging to achieve such damage." "Leon, you always manage to surprise me," she mused. "I believe I should commend your growth." "Ah, it's nothing much, just average," Leon humbly replied. "You and Odin are the true pillars. I am merely a passerby, here to assist." "Humph, flattery won't get you far." The Ancient One let out a knowing scoff, her eyes revealing arcane patterns that flickered before vanishing. Glancing at Loki, who was cautiously silent beside Leon, the Ancient One remarked, "It seems you have yet another mischievous scheme brewing. Very well, I can indulge your whims to a degree, provided it does not adversely affect Earth." The Ancient One reasoned that since certain crises were unavoidable, it would be prudent to allow Leon to utilize these harmless pretexts to elevate people's thresholds. Habituation truly is a formidable force. All right then, with the Ancient One's endorsement, Leon was ready to roll up his sleeves and act boldly. This did not surprise Leon in the least, for he understood that the Ancient One protected the Earth as a whole, not solely the narrow concept of humanity. As long as Leon remained aligned with the Earth's interests, the Ancient One would choose to turn a blind eye. The population of Earth was simply too vast. Saving each individual one by one was impractical. Thus, selectively allowing some to fall by the wayside was a compromise the Ancient One had made for centuries. She was not rigid. Rather, her boundaries were remarkably flexible. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to forbidden dark magic to extend her life, nor would she have borrowed power from Dormammu, a transaction with no intention of repayment. Securing enough energy for a lifetime, a feat that could only be described as genius-level thievery. The Ancient One and Leon were akin in their philosophies. As long as the outcome was favorable, they did not shy away from employing methods that were not entirely just, even those that could be deemed morally questionable, to achieve a just end. In contrast, Caecilius aimed to invoke Dormammu to devour the entire Earth, a venture that crossed the Ancient One's threshold. Thus, she felt disappointment towards him, dealing with him as a minor boss for a certain surgeon. Subsequently, the Ancient One unveiled the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the green time stone contained within. The time stone, how could it be entrusted to a mere human? Loki exclaimed in astonishment. Silence, the Ancient One admonished, her brow furrowing. Just as Leon was about to muffle the sound, Loki instinctively covered his mouth. Seeing this, the Ancient One nodded in approval and patiently elaborated. The time stone has always been safeguarded by the Sorcerer Supreme, so there is no need for surprise, Loki Odinson. Loki nodded, maintaining his silence. Perhaps it was the uncanny similarity between the green glow of the time stone and his own magical aura that drew Loki in. He felt an inexplicable allure emanating from it. Meanwhile, Leon observed the way the time stone's green luminescence cast an otherworldly shadow over Loki, prompting a moment of reflection. Fully aware of the source of Loki's intrigue. After all, why was the time stone green? Simply for you, my dear Loki. Leon, I have warned you more than once. Interfering with the continuity of time is a grave taboo among sorcerers. Excessive manipulation of time can create temporal branches, unstable dimensional rifts, spatial paradoxes, time loops, and even total annihilation. This will be the last time I assist you with the time stone, the Ancient One cautioned in a calm tone. I understand. Master, you are the greatest. Leon, heedless of her warnings, casually draped an arm over her shoulder, positioning himself out of Loki's line of sight, discreetly giving her a gentle Leon-esque grip, accompanied by a grateful wink. In that instant, the Ancient One's elegant smile seemed to freeze in time. Had there not been others present, she would have made Leon review the song Why Are Flowers So Red? Casting a sidelong glance at Leon, the Ancient One resolved that the matter at hand was of utmost importance. By harnessing the temporal energy of the time stone, a green time reversal arcane circle materialized on her wrist, the very same one used by a certain surgeon to restore an apple he had bitten into and to mend the pages torn from the Book of Time and Book of Cagliostro by Caecilius. Rotating it clockwise accelerated time, while counterclockwise reversed it. To restore the damaged mind gem, the Ancient One chose to rotate the circle counterclockwise, reverting the mind gem to its pristine state. As in Avengers, Infinity War, after Wanda obliterated the Mind Stone embedded in Vision's forehead, Leon replicated the actions he had previously undertaken with the Time Stone. The benevolent Ancient One even restored the Mind Scepter with great care. A remarkable feat, indeed, Doctor, Leon remarked, admiring the fully restored Mind Scepter in his hand, before tossing it back to Loki, who stood nearby. Noticing that the Ancient One was about to dispel the time reversal spell, Leon swiftly intervened, forcibly retracting her motion. Leon, what are you planning now? The Ancient One inquired. Her brow furrowed. Since we're already here and have utilized the time reversal spell, might as well strike while the iron is hot and restore another object, Master, Leon insisted, his resolve unwavering. He massaged her neck while retrieving an ancient, battered metallic cube from his system space, measuring 25 centimeters on each side. Chapter 146. Allspark, the key to creation and destruction. This dilapidated relic had been quietly salvaged from the mother box of Apocalypse while Leon was still in the DC universe. A veritable echo of the dilapidation associated with Alcee. Upon its retrieval, it was in an even worse state than Alcee had been, with fragments scattered all around. After much effort, Leon managed to piece together this millennium-old cube using his extraordinary intellect, while employing a powerful adhesive from his system to stabilize the irreparably damaged sections, culminating in the intact metallic cube he now held. Leon, I warned you that was the last time, the Ancient One stated firmly. However, faced with Leon's adoring gaze, she reluctantly conceded with a nod, this truly is the final instance. Manipulating time through magic is a double-edged sword, fraught with the potential for backlash at any moment. "Master, I adore you," Leon exclaimed, excitedly bestowing several Leon handshakes upon her. The Ancient One swatted away his playful gestures and took hold of the mysterious metallic cube, examining it with curiosity. Incredible. This metallic cube appears to have existed for billions of years. With her acute sensitivity to time, the Ancient One discerned the origins of the cube Leon had produced. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Can it be salvaged?" Leon, feeling uncertain, asked, knowing it was not an item from their universe and unsure if the time stone would be effective. The Ancient One pondered deeply before affirming, "If the duration of its destruction equates to the span of its existence, I may be powerless. However, fortunately, it has only been a matter of a few decades since it was intact." As she spoke, the Ancient One again rotated the time reversal spell counterclockwise, sending the mysterious metallic cube back in time to when it was still whole. Then, with a thunderous boom, the 25-meter cube, adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, crushed Kamartaj into ruins. Fortunately, just as it was about to be fully compressed, Leon reacted swiftly, catching the colossal metallic cube with his bare hands, averting catastrophe. However, the Ancient One's expression darkened, for under her guardianship, Kamartaj had never before faced such an embarrassing predicament. "Leon, I believe I require an explanation." Leon chuckled awkwardly. "Can I say I forgot how large it was?" "Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, are you unscathed?" Old Wong, the librarian, promptly arrived via the teleportation array to offer assistance. "Supreme Sorceress Ancient One, what on earth happened?" Mordo, the sorcerer who had guided a certain surgeon into Kamartaj and Dr. Strange, quickly followed, accompanied by a dozen apprentices studying magic there. "No matter. It is merely a minor mishap in my magical experiment with Leon. Please check if there are any breaches in Kamartaj's protective enchantments," the Ancient One instructed coolly, concealing her hand behind her back where the time reversal spell resided. Mordo cast a doubtful glance at Leon, who was single-handedly supporting the massive metallic cube before leading the apprentices to inspect the barrier. He understood that the Supreme Sorceress would never act so recklessly. The only possibility lay with her favored apprentice, whose magical aptitude was non-existent. Though he held considerable power in the outside world, here in Kamartaj, he was merely an apprentice incapable of constructing even the simplest teleportation array. "Master, if you are well, you may return. Leon and I can handle the aftermath here." "Very well." Old Wong, having received the dismissal, did not linger. Once he departed through the teleportation array, the Ancient One turned to Leon, asking casually, "Do you intend to hold this behemoth indefinitely?" "I could, but it's unnecessary." Leon summoned Alcier too, who gasped upon seeing the enormous metallic cube he was supporting, exclaiming, "Oh my god! Allspark!" "Shoo!" Leon interjected, placing a finger on Alcie's astonished lips, pleading, "Alcie, could you shrink this thing down? I believe you can manage it. Leave it to me." Alcie, A2 nodded eagerly, then began tapping on the surface runes of the immense metallic cube. Soon, the Cybertronian compression technology took effect, reducing the originally 25-meter cube to a more manageable size of 25 centimeters, easily grasped by Leon with one hand. Allspark, the origin and fate of the Transformer Spark, containing an immense quantity of source code through curvature folding, capable of transforming any electronic device into a mechanical life form and providing the necessary superenergy for the lives it creates. Description: this is the seed of civilization and the key to annihilation. Now that's more like it, Leon exclaimed, grinning broadly as he perused the details of the Allspark. I've glimpsed a facet of the future, in certain respects. This metallic cube poses a greater danger than the 6 Infinity Stones. Best not to misuse it. The Ancient One's expression turned grave as she cautioned Leon. The Infinity Stones, at least, have a high threshold for use. Mere mortals cannot even approach them. Yet the metallic cube in your possession is different. Anyone can wield it. Its only limitation is its finite energy reserves, yet it currently resides in your hands, which possess boundless energy. Creation or destruction lies solely at your discretion. Chapter 147. Leon, let me access. Nick Fury, the sky is falling. Of course. Then it shall be so. Farewell, Master. Sweet dreams. Leon nodded dismissively at the Ancient One's warning, the Ancient One's ring glowing with a blue luminescence as it opened a portal spewing forth blue sparks. Loki, who had been camouflaging himself as air, observed the commotion, his gaze darting between the Ancient One's ring in Leon's hand and the few ordinary rings scattered at his feet. Eventually, he silently stepped onto one of the ordinary rings. What are you staring at? Let us go. Leon abruptly seized Loki, who had momentarily materialized into the air, and hastily traversed through the portal, making a quick escape, Otherwise, it would have posed a dilemma if the Ancient One had reacted in time. After Leon departed, the Kamatage, now reduced to ruins by the onslaught of the fire's source, sank into an eerie silence, with the Ancient One squinting her eyes in appreciation of this fleeting tranquility. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she opened her eyes wide to behold the devastation before her. That rascal had been lying in wait right here, sighing in resignation. The Ancient One performed a series of hand seals, and the Eye of Agamotto was once more activated, revealing the verdant time stone within, setting her magical target on Kamatage. She invoked her final iteration of the time reversal spell, rotating counterclockwise, thus reverting Kamatage's timeline to before it was devastated by the fire source. The scattered remnants of the place were restored to their original positions under the might of time. Seated in her grand chair, the Ancient One leisurely poured herself a steaming cup of tea from the still-warm teapot on the table. Is one missing? Meanwhile, Leon and Loki emerged through the portal, directly arriving above the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Brother, what was that thing just now? Loki, gliding gracefully through the air on his sword, inquired with curiosity. Guess, Leon replied with a smile. If you won't say, then I shan't bother guessing, Loki retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to indulge Leon's riddle. He discreetly caressed a three-fingered version of a hovering ring with the hand resting behind his back, a faint smirk gracing his lips. It was merely a trivial matter. This occurrence is also chronicled in the series Loki. Are you ready? Utilizing his observation hockey, Leon noted Loki's subtle actions, but chose not to expose them. Perhaps the Ancient One shared a similar sentiment, thus refraining from pursuing the matter further. With a surge of super self-regeneration, Leon flawlessly morphed into the visage of Ebony Maw. Unrecognizable even to his own brother, and cautioned Loki by his side, remember to act convincingly, especially under Hawkeye's watchful gaze. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking it seriously. Do you think I am anyone less? I am Loki, the god of mischief. Before Loki could revel in his boast, Leon, as Ebony Maw, elegantly waved his hand, unleashing a powerful telekinetic force that sent Loki plummeting like a cannonball, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters below. Meanwhile, he gracefully waved his right hand adorned with the ring of the Ancient One, summoning a portal and leisurely gliding through it. One must admit, telekinesis is indeed a remarkable tool. As long as the parameters are sufficient, it epitomizes elegance and power. At S.H.I.E.L.D., ever since Leon forcibly acquired the Tesseract, Nick Fury's ambitions of harnessing infinite energy had come crashing down. He later attempted to borrow from Leon, but Leon had seemingly vanished without a trace. Inquiries with Pepper Potts yielded nothing but news of his ongoing travels. For Nick Fury, who had prepared for over a decade, this was a source of discontent. He gathered a multitude of scientists to analyze the scant remnants of the Tesseract, hoping to glean some research advancements from it. These remnants were remnants left from Howard Stark's initial experiments with the Tesseract, now used to fill the void left by his son's reckless excavations. There was a certain irony in this fate. The previous incident involving Thor's hammer, though hastily concluded due to Leon's intervention, had led Nick Fury to discover a remarkably talented physicist, Dr. Eric Selvig. He and Nick Fury quickly found common ground and eagerly accepted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation, not only to extract what could be considered boundless clean energy from the cosmos for the benefit of humanity, but also to fulfill his aspirations as a scientist. Currently, the team of scientists, led by Dr. Selvig, was diligently researching the Tesseract's remnants. Nick Fury happened to be present as well. His notion was that since infinite energy was no longer viable, at the very least, they should develop some advanced technology to equip their trio of aerial aircraft carriers. Otherwise, it would be far too troublesome to address it once the carriers were operational. Doctor, how is the situation? Nick Fury inquired as he approached. For now, we are unable to proceed. The quantity is too minimal. We cannot risk conducting any consumptive experiments, Dr. Selvig replied, shaking his head. I just want to know if we will have enough time. For Nick Fury, that was the crux of the matter. If you could summon Tony Stark, I believe that issue could be resolved immediately. Dr. Selvig did not directly answer Nick Fury's question, instead expressing hope. If we can get that guy here. Would I even need you? Nick Fury rolled his eyes, refraining from voicing the impolite remark that lingered on his lips. Tony had completely immersed himself in his own realm of enlightenment. Aside from Pepper, he refused to see anyone else. The sole distinction between him and Leon was that at least others were aware of Tony's whereabouts and that he was alive. Leon, however, was akin to a phantom, with no one knowing where his body lay, even in death. Keep up the good work. I believe in you, Doctor. All right, I will do my best. What about Agent Barton? Hawkeye is hiding in his nest, Selvig quipped, gesturing toward the stairs behind him. Is that so? Following the trail, Nick Fury found Hawkeye and leaned against the railing with him, observing the diligent scientists below while discreetly asking, how are they? Can they be trusted? So far, there have been no suspicious actions, Hawkeye replied, his gaze unwavering. Aside from necessary academic exchanges, there has been no unnecessary contact or information sharing among them. That's good to hear. Nick Fury nodded with relief. S.H.I.E.L.D. has only these remaining relics, should another Leon Star come to relieve them of their duties. I believe I would go mad. Just as Nick Fury's words faded, a thunderous rumble erupted. The ceiling of the secret research facility located underground began to tremble violently. Subsequently, under Nick Fury's horrified gaze, a humanoid projectile effortlessly penetrated the thick 25-meter steel and concrete structure above, descending unimpeded toward the research platform housing the last remnants of the Tesseract. No, Nick Fury's anguished cry echoed, and had it not been for Hawkeye's intervention, he would have likely leapt after it. Chapter 148, Loki and Leon. On the self-cultivation of a film emperor. Fury, calm down. Calm down. What do you expect me to calm down with? It's all over, all of it. Nick Fury's composure shattered as he struggled, with Hawkeye holding him back from behind. The two moved in a chaotic dance, mirroring a frantic back and forth. Upon traversing the portal and arriving at the scene, Leon, in the guise of Ebony Maw, immediately noticed the explosive spectacle, seizing the moment while the two remained oblivious. He hastily rummaged through the debris in the system's space and unearthed a 25mm square ultramicro camera equipped with recording capabilities. He swiftly activated it with the fire source. Go, little one, find the perfect angle and capture everything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Obeying the creator's will, the ultramicro camera transformed into an astonishingly lifelike metallic fly, its wings flapping as it ascended. He chuckled to himself. With this, he would have more incriminating evidence in his possession, ensuring that both Hawkeye and the Black Egg would have to contend with it for the rest of their lives. He retracted the fire source. In the perspective of Leon, time, which had been almost at a standstill, resumed its normal flow, unnoticed by any of the onlookers as his swift maneuver surpassed the limits of human visual perception in less than a single frame. As for the surveillance, it had long been rendered ineffective by Leon, a standard procedure in his nefarious endeavors, primarily characterized by caution. From an outsider's viewpoint, the unsightly figure of Ebony Maw, Leon, emerged from a blue portal that opened in the void, with the Mind Stone swirling around him like a satellite in orbit. Warning, warning, unauthorized personnel breach detected at S.H.I.E.L.D. The piercing alarm echoed through the facility. In an instant, Nick Fury and Hawkeye, who had been engaged in a bustling embrace, fell silent. Exchanging a glance, Hawkeye executed a leap of faith, sliding down a smooth metal pole adjacent to the railing. Ebony Maw intended to follow suit, but upon glancing at his slightly protruding belly, nourished by love, he opted instead for the elevator. The chaos unleashed by Loki's fall had already thrown the research facility into disarray, fortunately without any casualties thus far. However, the bizarre appearance of Ebony Maw immediately instilled fear in the scientists who had never witnessed such a spectacle. Doctor, you must lead them to safety. I will cover you. Hawkeye shouted, his arrow and the rifles of dozens of soldiers aimed squarely at the head of Ebony Maw as he called out to Selvig. Oh. Crouching in a defensive position, Selvig quickly gathered his colleagues, ushering them towards the nearest emergency exit. Agent Hill was already en route to assist them. Ebony Maw did not intervene. Instead, with his palm facing upward, he beckoned Loki, who was struggling to rise from the ground, with a mere flick of his fingers. Loki was instantly drawn towards him, rendered powerless by the telekinetic force. Loki Odinson, you have disappointed the expectations of the great Titan. To ensure that Hawkeye and the others could hear him clearly, Ebony Maw deliberately elevated his tone. Before any aggression was exhibited by Ebony Maw, Hawkeye remained cautious, aware that making the first move could be detrimental. Never shall the Asgardians be enslaved. Strike now. Leon and Thor will avenge me. These mortals are not as feeble as you presume. Your ambitions are destined to fail. Loki proclaimed defiantly, embodying a resolute spirit, as if he were reciting a sacred text. Odinson, Leon, Thor. Nick Fury, arriving late via the elevator, stood beside Hawkeye, one of the few in S.H.I.E.L.D. privy to the existence of Asgard through Leon. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings have already set their sights on Earth? Loki's words sparked Fury's imagination, conjuring a melodramatic scenario of mysterious aliens coveting Earth, dispatching sentinels to conquer, only to be thwarted by Loki's unexpected defiance, leading to a desperate need to silence him. Concealing his hand behind his back, Fury gestured for Hawkeye to heed his command, to which Hawkeye subtly acknowledged with a nod. Never shall we be enslaved? Huh. Ebony Maw chuckled softly, his hands gracefully positioned before him, drifting to within a mere 25 centimeters of Loki, declaring, "All beings in this world are subjects of the great Titan. Under the might of the Mind Stone, none shall defy him." As he spoke, Ebony Maw raised his hand to summon the Mind Stone, its tip lightly tapping against the protective charm Loki had donned. The faint sound of contact went unnoticed, as none present comprehended the true nature or purpose of the Mind Stone. Utilizing his illusionary magic, Loki darkened his eyes entirely, restoring them only once Ebony Maw withdrew the Mind Stone from his presence. Master Ebony Maw, Loki, having shed his previous defiance, knelt before him with utmost reverence. "I'm satisfied." Ebony Maw acknowledged with a slight nod, casually tossing the Mind Stone to Loki for safekeeping. "Now," Nick Fury shouted, brandishing a .25 caliber laser pistol at Ebony Maw's head. Firing in an instant, dozens of regular soldiers also began to focus their rifles on the target. Hawkeye's reaction was the swiftest on the scene, almost concurrently with Fury's command. He released an explosive arrow, aimed directly at the Mind Stone that Ebony Maw had thrown to Loki, driven by an instinct that warned him of the dire threat it posed and the necessity to neutralize it immediately. However, all efforts were futile. The instinct of unfettered mastery allowed Ebony Maw to simply tilt his head, evading the laser shot from Hawkeye. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, a multitude of bullets, including Hawkeye's arrow, inexplicably halted midair, as though encountering an invisible barrier that prevented any incursion. With a resounding bang, the arrow shot by Hawkeye exploded in midair. Ebony Maw gestured once more, causing the bullets to return along their original path, mercilessly turning the soldiers armed with rifles into mere targets. In an instant, only Nick Fury and Hawkeye remained standing, for Loki continued to kneel in submission, while Ebony Maw floated effortlessly in the air. A suffocating sensation enveloped them, akin to being ensnared by a constricting serpent. Fury and Hawkeye instinctively swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat tracing down their necks. Ebony Maw slowly descended before them, yet they remained utterly unresponsive, not from a lack of will, but from sheer incapacity to move. At that moment, his telekinetic power held them in a vice-like grip, rendering them as immobile as living statues, capable only of breathing. Despair, utter despair. Among you who leads? Ebony Maw's fingers lightly grazed their necks. He. Both Hawkeye and Fury exclaimed simultaneously, pointing at each other. Stunned, they exchanged incredulous glances. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. "You sly dog." Fury's apprehensive gaze conveyed his reluctance. "You're formidable in combat, so naturally, I'll defer to you. Who is it truly?" Ebony Maw's patience waned, his irritation evident as he repeated his inquiry. "I." Both Hawkeye and Fury blurted out again in a decidedly uncoordinated manner. This time, they had no time to ponder, as Ebony Maw instantly twisted one of their arms with his telekinesis. "Ah!" They cried out in agony, completely unprepared for the sudden pain. "Regardless of who leads among you. Heed my words. In 3 days." Ebony Maw paused for effect, prompting Loki to whisper, "It's New York, Master Ebony Maw." "Indeed." Ebony Maw nodded dismissively before continuing. "In 3 days, in New York, the children of the great Titan shall descend. At that time, you shall all perish beneath their minions' claws. Only by submitting to the great Titan and acknowledging Thanos as the supreme deity shall you be granted his mercy and protection. Do not claim ignorance of this warning." With that, Ebony Maw elegantly waved his hand, the telekinetic force enveloping Loki as they both traversed through the open blue portal beside him. Only once they were entirely out of sight, and the portal had closed, did Nick Fury and Hawkeye regain their freedom, each clutching their painfully twisted arms, gritting their teeth in agony. "Why didn't he just kill us?" Hawkeye questioned, perplexed. "Perhaps he intends for us to struggle valiantly only to be utterly crushed thereafter, thereby showcasing the insurmountable chasm between our respective powers, plunging all of humanity into despair and eradicating our will to resist. However, he has underestimated us," Nick Fury speculated, his expression hardening as his uninjured hand furiously reached for an old pager tucked in his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against summoning Captain Marvel, who was light years away. Although that individual known as Ebony Maw possessed formidable abilities, he was not yet beyond the reach of Earth's defenders. Moreover, concerning that so-called Great Titan, Thanos, it would be utterly foolish to deploy our trump card without even having a single soldier in sight, especially when it was clear the enemy would not unleash their ace. "What shall we do now?" Hawkeye inquired. Where is Agent Romanoff? It is high time the assembled Avengers took action. Ouch! My arm. Fury could hardly endure the pain for 2 seconds before revealing his true self. Fury. I heard that Dr. Helen Zhao from Stark Industries has made groundbreaking advancements in a project called the Regeneration Cradle, which seems capable of repairing any bodily harm. Go, go, go. We must head to Stark Tower immediately. I can no longer bear this agony. Fury urged, clutching his arm, suddenly puzzled. Barton. Why do you seem so concerned about Stark Industries research? I had no idea. After all, I lack the iron physique of Leon and Hulk, and unlike Tony, I do not have an armored suit. My wife and children are at home waiting for me to provide for them. I cannot afford to be incapacitated. Hawkeye replied with a resigned smile, voicing the lament of a mere mortal who relies solely on experience, skill, and speed, devoid of any technological enhancement. Well, all right then. Fury comfortingly patted Hawkeye on the shoulder, recalling his own wife waiting at home. He was about to call for a plane to transport him and Hawkeye to Stark Tower when Agent Hill initiated the communication. Beep, beep, beep. Connection established. Agent Hill, what has transpired? Fury inquired. Fury, those 2 individuals you mentioned have abducted Dr. Selvig. What? Fury's expression darkened instantly. He was uncertain of Ebony Maw's intentions in abducting Dr. Selvig, but he was certain it could not bode well. Meanwhile, Leon attempted to teleport a soldier to the coordinates of the Chitauri army provided by Loki, only to discover that if he had not previously visited the destination, significant deviations in the teleportation would occur. After several unsuccessful attempts, it became evident that the instructions given by Master Gu-E were indeed meticulous. Consequently, Leon diverted his course to abduct Dr. Selvig, who had constructed the spatial teleportation device in the Avengers, and even encountered his assistant, Darcy. It had been quite some time. She had certainly filled out considerably. Once matters here were settled, they would undoubtedly engage in a few battles. The grip of Leon would serve them well. What do you intend to do? Eric Selvig, suspended in midair by Leon's telekinetic grasp, exclaimed in panic. Leon, the Ebony Maw, merely smiled in silence. Thwack! Loki forcefully struck Selvig with the Mind Scepter, seizing control of him, and curiously glanced at Leon. Aren't you their superhero? Why do you strike without a hint of hesitation? Leon, floating with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a faint glance at Loki and countered. If there were no crisis, how would people remember the greatness of heroes? If I were to eliminate all threats to Earth unseen, they would merely take for granted the peace and tranquility they enjoy, gradually forgetting my existence and contributions. Worse still, they might lose their reverence for me, aspiring to ascend and glimpse the heights I inhabit, even daring to usurp my place. Everyone desires to be a hero, but a shadowy figure like me requires few companions. My aim is to confine their desires at the base of the mountain, while I handle the perils above. All they need to do is humbly prostrate themselves at the mountain's foot, extolling my greatness. This is the formidable justice of Leon's insatiable ambition. Chapter 150, Avengers Assemble, Part 1. While Black Widow Natasha was interrogating a high-ranking Russian arms smuggler in the warehouse of the Serlinsky Tower using her seductive charms, she suddenly received a call from Coulson. Under the threat posed by F-22 Raptors hovering above the tower, the Russian official willingly brought his phone to Natasha's ear. Natasha, return to headquarters at once. We need you, Coulson urged. Are you joking? Natasha, clad in a low-cut outfit that revealed the northern hemisphere, was tied to a chair as she turned her head, clutching the phone with her shoulder, perplexed. I'm busy. This old fool has already confessed everything. What? I haven't said a word. The military-clad official remained oblivious, while the 2 soldiers guarding him exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Listen, Natasha. Coulson's refined and calm tone grew more serious. I'm not joking. The current situation is far from a mere village brawl. Barton and Fury had their arms broken at a glance by an alien, who declared his intention to commence an invasion of Earth in 3 days. Leon is currently unreachable, and we can only rely on you to summon a certain green giant. Upon hearing the news of Hawkeye's injury, Natasha's brow furrowed. All right. It appears your situation is indeed more dire. Subsequently, she swiftly dealt with the high-ranking official and his 2 bodyguards, who were tied to chairs, and promptly boarded the aircraft provided by Coulson, heading towards Kolkata, India, where Bruce Banner was currently hiding and secretly researching methods to control the Hulk. India, Kolkata. Please. You are a doctor, right? Please save my mother. Bruce Banner had just treated a local child for a high fever when he was stopped by a girl no older than 10. Trusting by nature, Bruce followed the girl to her home without hesitation. However, as soon as they entered through a makeshift door of tattered cloth, the girl scampered up to a window across the rickety wooden house and escaped. Bruce, taken aback, chuckled in disbelief. I should have asked her for payment first. But upon seeing the urban beauty emerging from the adjacent room, so out of place in the surrounding squalor and decay, Bruce instantly grasped the situation, tightened his tie, and said first, "Let us go, Miss Natasha." Natasha, perplexed and without a word, looked at him with a raised eyebrow. To which Bruce smiled and explained, "Leon once told me that when you come to find me, it must mean something significant is about to happen. I cannot always suppress the beast within. Occasionally, it needs to be let out for some fresh air. This way, it is beneficial for me, for him, and for the world." "All right then." Natasha shrugged, somewhat unimpressed. "It seems our captain from the homeland has thought this through. Leon, my friend, playtime." At the mention of the captain from their homeland, Bruce Banner instantly seemed to suffer from PTSD, his face swelling with a green hue as he shouted excitedly, "Leon is not here." Disappointment. Yet, upon realizing that Leon was absent, the Hulk's fury quickly subsided, behaving like a child who had not yet matured. "My apologies." The restored Bruce Banner awkwardly scratched his head, glancing at Natasha, who was crouched defensively to the side, her hand poised to draw her weapon from her hip. He explained, "This fellow is unyielding to anyone except Leon, for Leon always engages him in various games that only he can play and brings him an array of delectable treats." "Are you certain he won't emerge again?" Natasha inquired, still shaken, secretly musing that having a powerful ally was akin to keeping a pet. She harbored a strong suspicion, almost to the point of certainty, that Leon regarded the enormous green creature as his pet. "I am indeed certain," Bruce Banner affirmed with a nod. "I have been attempting to negotiate an arrangement with the creature, such as being in control during the day and allowing him his freedom at night. Or perhaps when I am awake, he can take over during my slumber. This way, I can effectively manage two personas while he enjoys his own autonomy. Although he still requires some training and self-control. For that, I need Leon. I wouldn't dare unleash him without his presence, as the creature is prone to anger. And even the slightest commotion would be unbearable for an ordinary person." "Indeed," Natasha replied, acknowledging the floor beneath Bruce, which had buckled under the brief appearance of the Hulk. She slowly rose, keeping her hand resting on her hip for easy access to her firearm. At Stark Tower, in Dr. Helen Zhao's research lab, the atmosphere was electrified. As willing subjects of the experiment, Black Widow and Hawkeye marveled at the miraculous effects of the regeneration cradle. In their eyes, the potential of this cybernetic coffin extended far beyond their initial expectations. "Dr. Zhao, would you be interested in transitioning to work for S.H.I.E.L.D? The eager Black Widow, ever on the lookout for talent, couldn't help but envision bringing such brilliance into the agency. "Certainly," Dr. Zhao replied, a confident yet polite smile gracing her lips as she clutched a tablet gathering experimental data. "You may discuss it with my boss. I defer entirely to his judgment." "Your boss? Pepper or Tony?" Black Widow pressed on. "Neither." Dr. Zhao shook her head. "Then perhaps it's best to leave it at that." "I'd prefer to live a couple more years," Black Widow quipped, her lips twitching as she deduced who Dr. Zhao's superior truly was, promptly abandoning the idea. Chuckling softly, Dr. Zhao covered her mouth, amused by her understanding of the situation. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhao, Nick Fury hastily boarded S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, with Hawkeye Barton opting to remain behind. Due to the impending battle, Hawkeye chose to stay at Stark Tower, collaborating with scientific advisor Ethan to craft high-tech arrowheads suited for various contingencies. With Leon's encouragement, this was not their first endeavor. Chapter 151, Avengers Assemble. On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, the lights dimmed automatically. Images of several UN delegates appeared on the large screens above Nick Fury. "Nick, you've overstepped your bounds. We only granted Leon Stark the privilege of assembling that group of anomalies. They are not within your control," one delegate expressed discontent. "Have you ever been in a war, sir?" Nick Fury retorted without hesitation. "True warfare does not allow us to prepare according to rehearsed scenarios. We cannot rely solely on Leon. When he is absent, it is my right and duty as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to consolidate the power of this team. Furthermore, I have never intended to control them." "Do you enjoy being controlled amidst the throes of battle?" Loki Odinson, the god from Asgard. "Is he as perilous as Thor?" Another delegate inquired. "No, he does not appear to be a god skilled in combat, and I maintain a cautious stance regarding whether he is our enemy. As he seems to be influenced by that so-called Mind Scepter," Nick Fury elucidated. "Leon Stark has already included Thor in the Avengers, since he and Loki are brothers. It is only fitting that he addresses the situation," the delegate concluded. "Thor is far away in Asgard. Only Leon can reach out to and command him. We cannot classify him as a conventional asset." I suggest we utilize the Hulk as our primary force instead. The Hulk? That green monstrosity. One delegate from America could not contain himself, exclaiming, impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Nick, I will not permit you to deploy the Hulk in Leon Stark's absence. He will wreak havoc. If any superhero's destructive power loomed large in the minds of these elevated officials, aside from Leon Stark, it was undoubtedly the Hulk. Though he had been dormant for a considerable time, the UN had been tirelessly pursuing him to eliminate, contain, and study him. Yet when Leon found him and integrated him into the Avengers, the UN had no choice but to accept Leon as his direct custodian. For the reins of the Hulk were firmly in Leon's grasp. It's rather late for that now. He's already on his way back, Nick Fury grinned, relishing the sight of the high-ranking officials in a state of panic, conveniently allowing him to extract concessions or, rather, extend his hand in assistance. Nick, prepare for a military tribunal once this matter concludes, a fourth delegate remarked. You should focus your energy on the second phase of operations. The existence of the second phase is to address these extraterrestrial threats, a fifth delegate added. The second phase is far from mature. The enemy will not patiently await the completion of our fortress before launching their assault. Gentlemen, Nick Fury raised his voice, impatience creeping in. The enemy will arrive in 3 days. Yet we are here debating the rationale of deploying our strongest response team. Pausing, he locked his intense gaze upon the 5 delegates, posing a soul-searching question. Isn't that rather absurd? With that, silence enveloped the room, as each delegate contemplated their own interests, neglecting this fundamental question. In New York City, Manhattan, in a retro apartment prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. for the awakened Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been frozen for nearly 70 years and found himself utterly out of place in modern society, was unleashing his fury upon a punching bag. With a resounding thud, he obliterated one bag, immediately hanging up another, as dozens of bags lay abandoned on the floor, awaiting his wrath. His memories were anchored to the day he bid a heart-wrenching farewell to Peggy Carter. But awakening now, he found World War II a distant memory. The world had transformed into something entirely alien to him. His beloved Peggy had aged into a wrinkled, white-haired matron, having long since married and raised a family. What a shocking reality it was. Steve Rogers' psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, his formidable will prevailed, allowing him to channel his inner turmoil through relentless assaults on the punching bags. Noticing footsteps approaching from behind, Steve Rogers did not turn but inquired, "Sir, do you have a mission for me? Soldier, are you ready to once again save this world?" Nick Fury asked, succinctly handing Steve Rogers information regarding the cosmic cube, Loki, an ebony maw without further ado. He briefly glanced at it after taking it over, then swiftly unleashed a punch that obliterated the sandbag that had just been hung. Bang! I was always prepared. After tidying up his belongings, Steve Rogers, with a small bag in one hand, followed Nick Fury onto the plane and suddenly inquired, "The person who rescued me, are you referring to Leon?" "Yes." Steve Rogers nodded. "I wish to meet him to express my gratitude in person." "Well, you may have to hold on to that sentiment for a while, as I have no idea where this busy man is at the moment." Nick Fury shrugged helplessly, then quickly shifted the conversation with a smile. "However, you could chat with his brother first." "Brother?" Steve Rogers asked, somewhat puzzled. Using the S.H.I.E.L.D. tablet that Nick Fury had provided him, he flipped to the second-to-last page of the documents and saw Iron Man Cross, Steel Superman Tony Stark. What on earth? Who altered this personal information? Upon hearing Steve Rogers' utterance, Nick Fury curiously leaned in to see, spotting Tony laughing heartily, with his hands forming a peace sign next to his avatar. The original title of Iron Man had been whimsically crossed out with a red cartoon X, and inexplicably, the moniker of Steel Superman had been added alongside it. Even as Nick Fury watched, the font for Steel Superman was in the process of changing, suggesting that the individual responsible for this alteration was not entirely satisfied and was adjusting the visual effects. Chapter 152, The Avengers Assemble. Part 2, Stark Tower. Now that's more like it. Seated in an office chair with his legs crossed was a muscular man, intently scrutinizing modifications on a tablet. After experimenting with several artistic fonts, he finally nodded in satisfaction. This brawny figure, whose muscle definition rivaled that of Wolverine from Deadpool 3, was Tony Stark, who had just emerged from his period of seclusion. He had meticulously enhanced the electromagnetic forces between the atoms constituting every cell in his body through precise magnetic manipulation. The result? An epic enhancement of his physical prowess and the coveted biological magnetic field. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. As long as the mental strength determining the upper limits of Tony's magnetic manipulation continued to improve, his physical abilities and biological magnetic field would grow in tandem. Crucially, he discovered that as long as he remained in a research state, his mental capacity would steadily increase in line with his cerebral activity, which in turn would enhance his superhuman abilities and physical attributes. This enhancement would then feedback and refresh his research state, enabling him to train and elevate his mental prowess with greater efficiency. In simpler terms, it was a self-perpetuating cycle. Oddly enough, Tony felt an unshakable sense that he was limitless. "Sir, you have a phone call." Jarvis's voice abruptly interrupted Tony's reverie. "I should have said it so that no calls could come through," Tony mused, perplexed. "Sir, my programming has been modified." Just as Jarvis finished explaining, Coulson's voice came through Tony's phone on the desk. "Mr. Stark, you finally decided to step out. We need to talk." Hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow, covered the microphone of his phone, and whispered to Jarvis, "It seems I should update your firewall program after such a long time." "When was the last update?" 9 years ago, sir," Jarvis replied meticulously. "That was a stormy night when, after incapacitating a woman, you took 3 minutes to code my firewall program out of sheer boredom." All right. No need to recall it so vividly. Jarvis's recollection made Tony feel as if he were a mouse caught by a cat, casting a furtive glance at Pepper, who was sprawled over the desk, seemingly exhausted to the point of slumber. Noticing her steady breathing and lack of response, he finally relaxed and exhaled deeply. "Next time, let's avoid reminiscing about my glorious past when Pepper is present, regardless of whether she is awake or asleep." "Yes, sir." After issuing instructions to Jarvis, Tony gently lifted Pepper by her abdomen with one arm and aimed the front camera of his phone at himself. "Dear clients, please do not hang up. You are currently viewing a holographic image of Tony Stark. Please leave a message if you have any matters to discuss." "Something significant has occurred," Coulson stated directly. "Then hurry up and leave a message." A silver metallic panel that served as a fixed backdrop floated nearby as Tony discreetly placed Pepper in a single compartment near the office door previously designated for secretarial use, while urging the AI to expedite the process. Just as he finished, having covered Pepper with a blanket and closed the compartment door, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Coulson appeared before Tony, holding a phone in one hand and a file folder in the other. "May I come in?" Coulson asked with a squint and a smile. "Jarvis, what happened to my security system?" The silver metallic panel clattered to the floor behind him, and Tony awkwardly, yet politely returned Coulson's smile, signaling him to step aside for a conversation. He then held Jarvis accountable as the de facto head of the security system. "Sir, the security system has also been compromised." Jarvis replied regretfully. "Can you provide any useful information?" Tony rolled his eyes and led Coulson to a meeting room that occupied an entire floor of Stark Tower, featuring massive floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed for exceptional lighting. 7 understated yet luxurious chairs, rich in technological aesthetics, surrounded a circular table that occupied almost a third of the meeting room's area. Above the table hung a massive integrated circular screen, ensuring that any member seated around the table could easily view the displayed visual data without needing to move. Apart from the round table, symbolizing the original Avengers 7-member team, this floor also boasted another prominent feature, a bar stocked with a variety of drinks and glassware, all appearing to be brand new and unopened. "What is this?" Coulson asked, eyeing the 7 chairs with some confusion. "Oh, these were prepared for the members of the Avengers by Leon. However, Coulson, you are the first guest." Tony poured 2 glasses of whiskey over ice for himself and Coulson at the bar, raising his glass in a toast. "It is my honor." Typically not one to drink during work hours, Coulson accepted Tony's gesture, clinking glasses and taking a modest sip. "Mr. Stark." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Coulson retrieved a USB drive from the file folder and pushed it toward Tony, preparing to say something. Just then, Coulson's phone rang, displaying a call from Nick Fury. "Apologies." Coulson shot Tony a resigned glance, who waved him off nonchalantly, indicating to carry on, as he was in no hurry. "Answer it. Damn it. Coulson, where are you? That bastard Tony Stark hasn't left his house in days, and just when I need him, he has gone. Is he doing this on purpose, or is it just coincidence?" As soon as the call connected, Nick Fury unleashed an exceedingly loud and candid greeting. Fortunately, Coulson, having anticipated this, did not press the phone to his ear. Even without speakerphone, the sound was clear from a distance of 25 centimeters. After issuing orders to Coulson to bring Tony out of seclusion, Nick Fury hurriedly set off to track him down without even inquiring about Tony's exact whereabouts. This was simply because inertia of thought led Nick Fury to believe that Tony was still residing at the coastal villa with Leon. Little did he know, this astute decision resulted in an utter miscalculation, Even the agent dispatched to locate Tony, Coulson, was absent. Director Fury, somewhat helpless, wished to remind Nick that Tony was right beside him, hoping to prompt a more measured conversation. Tony leaned in, donning a smile reminiscent of Leon's, and remarked, "It's been a while since we last met, and your tongue remains as foul as ever, Fury. What's up? Who are you, handsome?" Chapter 153, Shattering Darkness with Thunder? Meow. Nick Fury was utterly bewildered. His reaction was hardly surprising, given the stark contrast between the Tony on the screen and the one he remembered. Not only did Tony's skin appear rejuvenated, but his muscular physique also resembled that of a Greek sculpture, akin to Leon's. "I am precisely who I claim to be. That scoundrel Tony you just referenced," Tony said, arching an eyebrow meaningfully, placing particular emphasis on the word scoundrel. Ahaha. Faced with Tony's jibes, the self-aware Fury could only awkwardly scratch his head, entirely at a loss for words. Before long, atop Stark Tower, the 7 members of the Avengers gathered. Aside from Leon, who was in the midst of cosplaying as Ebony Maw, and Thor, who was far away in Asgard, the return of Black Widow Natasha and Dr. Banner, along with the arrival of Fury and Captain America Steve Rogers, created a historic assembly with Tony and Coulson, who had been waiting. The 7 individuals found themselves with precisely 7 chairs. Fury, assuming one was meant for him, approached to take a seat, but Tony merely gestured with a finger, moving the chair aside, leaving Fury with nothing but empty space. Bang. That was not a spot reserved for you. Fury, Tony chuckled. Ouch. My backside. How did you do that? Fury exclaimed, supported by Steve Rogers, grimacing in pain yet astonished. The power of science, Tony replied with a casual smile, then extended a friendly hand toward Banner. Dr. Banner, I've long admired your unparalleled achievements in positron collision. I am an ardent fan. I hope we can engage in some friendly sparring someday. With a snap of his fingers, an image of the Hulk battling Abomination appeared on the circular screen. Oh, thank you. Faced with his own past indiscretions, Dr. Banner responded with an awkward yet polite smile, shaking Tony's hand before confidently asserting, "You wouldn't want to encounter the Hulk. He tends to ruin everything." "No. Hulk good. Thing brittle." Suddenly, half of Banner's face morphed into the Hulk's green visage, roaring in protest against Dr. Banner's disparaging remarks. The previously relaxed demeanor of those around swiftly turned serious and tense, while only Tony remained composed, smiling at the half-transformed Hulk. All right. I understand you're a good creature, but Hulk, as per our agreement, it's time for your nap." Dr. Banner endeavored to maintain his composure, attempting to keep Hulk's wrath at bay. Then, before the bewildered gazes of the other Avengers, he began an internal negotiation with himself, resembling a person grappling with schizophrenia. "But Hulk can't sleep," Hulk retorted angrily yet helplessly. "Damn it, this is troublesome." Fully aware of Hulk's formidable nature, Nick Fury murmured softly, gradually retreating and positioning his most loyal agents, Hawkeye and Black Widow, in front of him. The 2 agents exchanged knowing glances. Although speechless, they tacitly accepted Fury's instinctive reaction. Just then, Jarvis' voice resonated in a 3D surround sound. "Sir, I believe you should witness the current scene unfolding on Manhattan's streets." Oh. Tony raised an eyebrow, and both Dr. Banner and Hulk were momentarily distracted from their negotiation. On the circular screen, Leon, embodying Ebony Maw, elegantly floated 25 centimeters above the ground, while Loki, his spokesperson, wielded the Mind Stone, announcing their malevolent scheme to the general public gathered in Manhattan Square. The opening proclamation was a classic. Kneel. Since Leon's previous speech, the foot traffic in the square had surged, attracting numerous onlookers eager to capture the moment. Faced with Loki's imperious and rude command, the crowd instinctively sought to disperse. But Loki conjured countless illusions to block their escape routes. "I said, kneel before me," he reiterated, this time with a tone that compelled some weak-kneed individuals to obey. Setting off a domino effect as one by one, the masses succumbed to fear and knelt before Loki and Leon. At that moment, despite their accustomed resilience to America's nuclear routine, they understood this was no ordinary event of discrimination or oppression. Observing the kneeling throngs, Loki chuckled with satisfaction. "This is more like it. You were born to be this way. This is the truth you have never acknowledged. The allure of freedom has stripped your lives of joy. You yearn for servitude, fervently pursuing power and status. Yet deep within, you are inherently submissive, worshipping the strong, yielding to the powerful, and proffering homage to the mighty. Is that supposed strong won him? No." Loki pointed the Mind Stone toward the towering statue of the nation's South hero in the square, unleashing a laser that obliterated its head, declaring, "The great Titan and the formidable Ebony Maw behind me are your destined rulers." Just then, An elderly man rose defiantly, flipping Loki the bird and scornfully retorting, "The nation's hero is our rightful destiny. You and your grotesque companion are merely roadside distractions." Enraged, Loki's expression was perfectly crafted, and he raised his hand to unleash a grand, yet ultimately drowsy mind beam toward the old man. Boom! The starry night suddenly darkened, clouds gathering ominously as thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning intercepted the beam before it could reach the elder, revealing Thor, clad in silver-scaled armor and wielding Mjolnir, emerging from the tempest. "Loki, return with me to Asgard," he commanded. Seeing Thor, Loki shrank back, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, instinctively glancing at Leon for reassurance. According to the script Leon had hinted at, this was not the moment for Thor's entrance. Yet Leon remained unperturbed, recognizing the many changes that had transpired, rendering the existing script merely a rough guideline. He floated next to Loki, facing Thor directly. "Thor Odinson, god of thunder. Loki has pledged allegiance to the great Titan and is no longer a member of your Asgard." As Leon spoke, Loki dutifully knelt before him, his eyes devoid of the usual cunning, instead reflecting a hollow expression, as if to convey, "I am under the control of this grotesque being." A silent plea for Thor's insight. Fortunately, Thor, astute as ever, quickly discerned Loki's disquiet. "No, this is not you. The true Loki has always aspired to become the king of Asgard and would never kneel before an unrelated outsider. What have you done?" Thor angrily pointed his hammer at Ebony Maw, who merely smiled faintly and retorted, "Do you expect me to answer your inquiry? Then I shall strike you until you respond. And then, go tell my father." With that, a crackling bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from Mjolnir and hurled towards Ebony Maw. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, a blue portal opened before him, swallowing the lightning and returning it whence it came. What? Thor had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Instinctively, he sought to dodge, but as he became aware of the innocent civilians and the myriad of lights behind him, he gritted his teeth and braced himself against his own lightning. Damn, I am truly formidable. The tingling sensation coursing through his body caused Thor to grin, only to find Loki already ascending to the heavens alongside Ebony Maw. A colossal blue portal, sparking with electrical fire, materialized above them. "Wait, stand still. What do you intend to achieve by seducing Loki to Midgard?" Thor inquired, swinging his hammer in preparation for flight while attempting to stall for time. "Thor Odinson, the great titans are far from the lofty hypocrisy of you Asgardians, who possess the power and foundation to achieve universal balance, yet choose to remain ensconced in this corner of the 9 realms. However, the regrettable void of the universe shall soon come to an end, starting from this blue planet. The great titans shall rise as the impartial guardians of balance. Standing above all, we shall meet again in 3 days, my friends. At that time, I will return as the first apostle of the great titans, bringing you ruthless death and conquest. For now, relish this final moment of peace. Dream on." With a thunderous shout, Thor unleashed Mjolnir at full speed, transforming into an arrow of crackling blue arcs. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Loki and Ebony Maw, leaving them no chance to enter the portal. However, seemingly unfazed, Ebony Maw merely gestured with his finger, and the rapidly approaching Thor was instantly repelled back to where he came from by an omnipresent telekinetic force. Bang! Thor found himself lying in the crater he had created, helplessly watching as Loki followed Ebony Maw through the portal. Before departing, Loki pointed his mind's stone-laden scepter at the ground where Thor lay, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that encompassed not only Thor, but also reached far beyond. Damn it! Thor, infuriated by his significant loss to Ebony Maw, struck the ground beside him, creating a smaller crater. Just then, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling towards Thor. Clang! A superheroic landing was executed as Tony Stark, clad in Mark VI armor, stood at the edge of the pit, teasingly extending his hand towards a struggling Thor. "Need a hand, God of Thunder? Damn you, I am the God of Thunder." Despite his protest, Thor accepted Tony's assistance, rising unscathed from the pit. He surveyed the area, noticing that the bystanders had already dispersed during the exchange of words between him and Ebony Maw. "Are you Leon's brother?" Thor, recognizing Tony's iconic armor, politely inquired. "Indeed. Do Asgardians follow Earth's news?" Tony bantered, having emerged from his isolation. He had gleaned insights from Leon's electronic messages regarding his extraordinary adventures in Asgard and had marveled at the images of the stellar forge. One could not help but admire the genius behind using a dying star as a forge. Even a prodigy like Tony was compelled to acknowledge. The individual who designed the stellar forge is undeniably brilliant. Leon is already a sworn brother to Loki and me. Given our age difference, Tony, You ought to address me as brother as well. In retaliation for Tony's jest about being the god of thunder, Thor sought to reclaim his dignity based on seniority, especially considering his age of over 1,500 years, which rendered Tony, still under 40, an easy target. Brother? No. It's simple. Whoever has the bigger fist is the elder brother. Tony had no objections to Leon's claim of a divine figure as his foster father, as the benefits were quite tangible. However, the notion that Thor could leverage mere age to demand the title of brother was laughable. Oh, what do you mean? Thor stepped closer to Tony, his height of 1.98 meters offering little advantage over the now significantly taller Tony, illustrating the magnitude of Tony's recent growth spurt. Gentlemen, do you truly intend to fight here? A stealth jet hovered above them, and Natasha's somewhat exasperated voice emanated from within. Bang! Before either could respond, Captain America, in a leap of faith, landed beside them, cushioning his descent with his vibranium shield while admonishing, in the face of a great enemy, we must unite. Such trivial disputes should not be a cause for division. Oh, Thor and Tony exchanged knowing glances, turning in unison to the level-headed Steve Rogers, and simultaneously declared, Son, I am your father. At this, the benevolent smile on Steve Rogers' face froze, and he approached the duo, shield in hand. Forming a triangular standoff, I retract my previous statement. The outcome of a war often hinges on the minutiae. Inside the aircraft, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner exchanged glances, feeling the palpable tension from the screen as they observed Captain America trying to mediate, realizing that a confrontation was now inevitable. Chapter 154, The Brotherly Contest, as always. On a cliff under the resplendent night sky, Loki, standing alongside Ebony Maw, exhibited a glimmer akin to celestial projection in his eyes, while the scepter he wielded radiated a brilliant light. What did you just do? Leon inquired with curiosity. A seemingly indomitable fortress often crumbles from within. I intend to ascertain whether your so-called Avengers are genuinely as sturdy and unassailable as they claim, or merely a facade, a lofty edifice that collapses with a mere push. Regardless, this is merely a military exercise. I might as well experiment with various crisis scenarios to better prepare you for similar situations in the future. Loki cleverly justified his playful antics, while Leon shot him an incredulous glance but acknowledged the merit of his argument. This indeed presented a valuable opportunity to strengthen team cohesion. He wondered if his elder brother could withstand Thor in his hammer-wielding form. Buzz. Just as Leon pondered this, the scepter in Loki's hand suddenly erupted with a powerful pulse, sweeping both him and Leon into its embrace. This is bad. It's a signal from the Chitauri. What should I do? Loki asked anxiously, glancing at Leon. He was currently disguised as Ebony Maw, and entering a state of mental projection would cause his physical disguise to unravel. After all, one cannot disguise the essence of the mind. At that point, whether the Chitauri would dare to step into the trap that Leon and Loki had prepared for them remained an open question. No worries. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Thoreau Leon offered a nonchalant smile, then grasped the mind scepter, joining Loki in a psychic projection into the mysterious realm beyond. This sensation closely resembled the astral projection taught by the Ancient One or the concept of soul detachment, but was primarily governed by the Mind Stone and the pre-programmed directives of the scepter. Nevertheless, this reminded Leon that the Mind Scepter given by Thanos was, after all, a contraption crafted by another. He needed to create one of his own for peace of mind. With this thought, the consciousness of Loki and Thoreau Leon materialized in a void. Surrounding them were immense floating rock formations, and before them stood the figure of a Chitauri commander, his half-masked face rendering him even more grotesque than Thoreau. The Chitauri army was beginning to show signs of restlessness. How long until the portal opened? Confronted by Thoreau Leon, the Chitauri commander urged with a subservient demeanor. There's no need to rush. Thoreau Leon calmly displayed the Ancient One's ring. The Tesseract is in my possession. The portal will open punctually in 2.5 days. All you need to do is prepare your troops. Indeed, Loki concurred. I shall lead them into a glorious battle. Glorious? Against those Earthlings? The tone of the Chitauri commander shifted, lacking the courtesy he had shown to Thoreau Leon. Filled with skepticism. Glorious, but not prolonged, Loki added. If your army is truly as formidable as you claim. Loki, are you questioning us? Questioning the very one who entrusted the scepter to you? He has endowed you with ancient knowledge and new ideals, and with the support of Thoreau and the Chitauri, you have no reason to fail. The Chitauri commander retorted angrily. Following his gesture, Thoreau Leon's gaze swept toward the upper reaches of the void, where a robust figure clad in golden armor, radiating a purple hue, sat majestically upon a throne, exuding an aura of supremacy. Noticing Leon's stare, Thanos flashed him a wicked smile from afar. Huh, I am the absolute monarch of Asgard's future, and Midgard is but an insignificant ant soon to be crushed beneath my heel. In response to the Chitauri commander's affront, Loki began to boast without reservation, surpassing even Thanos in bravado, eliciting laughter from the Mad Titan. Ha! Oh, the great Titan. The Chitauri commander knelt before Thanos with utmost reverence. I sincerely apologize for this Asgardian's disturbance. Thanos waved a dismissive hand, his gaze drifting over Loki's lowered head to rest on the Ancient One's ring adorning Leon's hand. Regardless of the outcome, ensure the Tesseract is returned. Yes, my esteemed master. Emerging from the state of psychic projection, an inquisitive Loki immediately inquired of Leon, Brother, how did you achieve that? The projection should reflect one's true self. His curiosity was palpable. Simple. Just provide yourself with a subtle suggestion to temporarily shift your self-identity, Leon remarked, tapping his temple with a finger, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? That works? Loki, with a skeptical expression, pondered this, realizing that such manipulation indeed seemed feasible under the principles of psychic projection. Yet, this raised a new question. How could Leon complete self-hypnosis in under a second? Was that even humanly possible? Loki regarded Leon with astonishment. To this, Leon accepted the admiration with grace. In truth, this was a test of his capability regarding psychic immunity. His ability to self-regulate with absolute rationality allowed him to mold his thoughts, spirit, beliefs, emotions, and other concepts related to the mind at will, akin to utilizing his super self-regeneration to fabricate his physical form. He also maintained an observer's detachment, as if existing in another dimension, unconcerned yet entirely himself. This sensation was remarkably intriguing. To put it crudely, it felt like being one's own self. What shall we do with the 2 days remaining? We can't just wait idly, Loki queried. Of course not. Leon smirked, activating his super self-regeneration once more. He transformed into a striking figure with snowy short hair and azure eyes, casually pulling a pair of round sunglasses from his system space. Hawaii, here we come. Hawaii? What is so special about that place? Is it akin to Surtur's lair? Loki inquired, puzzled by Leon's thought process. Snap. Leon snapped his fingers, and a blue portal materialized before him and Loki, revealing a tranquil azure sea, a vibrant golden beach, and countless youthful women in bikinis. Leon embraced Loki's shoulder, stating with contentment, life is not merely about conflict, it is meant to be enjoyed. Whether in Asgard or Midgard, isn't it all the same. Considering Loki's previous lazy demeanor while impersonating Odin in Thor, Ragnarok, it was evident he was a slothful or pleasure-seeking soul at heart. After achieving his ultimate ideal in life, he would simply indulge, much like students in the Dragon Nation, indoctrinated by their parents to regard the Gaokao as the pinnacle of life, who, after exhausting themselves to gain university admission, mistakenly believed life would thereafter be a breeze, only to find themselves floundering and struggling to graduate. However, as long as Loki refrained from self-sabotage, he could lounge indefinitely, and Leon would allow him to do so. After all, Asgard was vast, and aiding him was a trifling matter. That makes sense. Loki contemplated his prolonged absence from relaxation during his time adrift in the cosmos. Realizing it had indeed been quite a while since he had genuinely unwound, he lifted a leg to step through the portal, only to be yanked back by Leon. Hey, are you planning to waltz in there like that? Don't forget you just proclaimed your intent to conquer humanity, Leon reminded him, poking Loki's chest. Loki glanced down at his attire, conceding that Leon had a point. He was about to transform into an inconspicuous bystander when Leon plastered a black and white sketch over his face. Transform into this. Upon examining the sketch, Loki saw a strikingly handsome man with distinctive side-swept bangs, his appearance rivaling that of a fashion model, exuding an air of melancholy. Intriguing, Loki nodded in approval, and with a flash of green light, he morphed into the likeness of the figure from the sketch. Not only did he change his appearance, but Leon briefly explained the character of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, and together they struck contrasting poses, one gazing skyward with an air of superiority, the other hunched over as if suffering from muscular weakness. Accompanied by these bizarre stances, they traversed the teleportation array, exuding an audacious aura. Meanwhile, as Leon and Loki lounged in Hawaii, sipping iced tea and savoring the scenic beauty of the azure sea and bikini-clad beauties, the rivalry between Tony and Thor had escalated to a boiling point in the Atlantic Ocean, where an immensely large aircraft carrier loomed. Long before Tony and the others embarked on their journey to Manhattan Square, Nick Fury had already arrived. exuding an air of confidence as he stood on the deck with his hands clasped behind his back. The wind, stirred by the afterburners of the fighter jets, caused his black trench coat to billow dramatically. Fortunately, being bald, his hairstyle remained unruffled, instead accentuating his imposing presence to an even greater degree. I bet $5 that this guy is just showing off. As the rear hatch of the fighter jet opened, Tony, now donned in casual attire, glanced at the audacious Nick Fury below, who seemed oblivious to flight safety regulations and the potential danger of being struck by a falling aircraft, and smirked. He turned to the handsome Captain Steve Rogers, who was clad in a linen shirt and denim jeans. Showing off? Steve Rogers, not quite grasping the underlying meaning of Tony's remark, wore a puzzled expression. Oh, I forgot. Our dear Rogers is already 90 years old. Tony teased with a hint of sarcasm. Tony, I think you're a decent guy. Too bad you have such a big mouth, Steve retorted, half amused. Is that my fault? Tony shrugged, but Natasha, standing behind him, gave him a playful shove. Gentlemen, could you kindly move aside while you engage in your banter? Without armor, he could seriously injure himself. Natasha's comment rendered Steve momentarily speechless, prompting him to hastily grab his shield and leap down in a heroic faith jump. What the hell? Nick Fury, who had been posturing as a seasoned expert, suddenly saw two hulking figures plummeting towards him and instinctively rolled out of the way. His carefully crafted image as a formidable leader shattered in an instant. With a thud, Steve Rogers landed gracefully beside Nick Fury, but Tony was nowhere to be seen. He was, in fact, hovering in midair with his arms crossed, not truly in free fall. How did you manage that? Steve marveled, looking up at Tony. Captain, times have changed, Tony replied with a triumphant grin, almost instantaneously appearing beside Steve, moving with a speed that only one person on the scene could discern. Thor, aboard the aircraft, wore a look of mild concern and executed his own faith leap, landing solidly on the ground. The remaining mortals, Natasha, Hawkeye, and the untransformed Bruce Banner exchanged glances. Don't look at me. I'm not jumping. Banner shook his head vigorously, only for Hulk to take over, sweeping Hawkeye and Natasha into his embrace and plunging downward like a meteor. Boom. The tremendous impact caused the entire aircraft carrier to shudder. Damn it. Nick Fury, who had just regained his footing, stumbled again, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Fortunately, Hulk merely sought to have some fun and, upon landing, promptly reverted back to Bruce Banner. My apologies. I assumed jumping down was common sense, Banner said awkwardly, scratching his head in defense of Hulk. Hawkeye and Natasha, still shaken and disheveled from the shock, exchanged resigned glances, accepting this explanation. However, they realized that they needed to be more cautious around Hulk, perhaps checking if he was awake before embarking on certain perilous missions. Natasha, do you wish to murder your former boss? Tony approached Natasha, attempting to wrap his arm around her waist to claim some emotional damages, only to have her evade him with a swift backflip. Tony, technically, my former boss is Pepper. Besides, you can fly from the coastal villa to Stark Tower without armor. I doubt a drop from this height would be fatal for you. Natasha had done her research and was not easily intimidated by Tony's antics. Chapter 155, A Brotherly Bond, A Thunderous Hammer. All right, Tony conceded with a shrug, turning to Nick Fury. So, you brought us here just to show off your aircraft carrier? Not at all, Nick Fury replied with a smirk, leading everyone toward the command bridge. Agent Hill, let our Iron Man witness the true airborne carrier. Yes, sir. Agent Hill, the deputy commander aboard the airborne carrier, promptly directed the crew to their stations. Check the hovering propulsion systems. Hover propulsion check complete. Current position stable, ready for full power takeoff, increasing output to maximum. All systems activated, all engines operational. Soon, amidst a cacophony of mechanical roars, the airborne carrier gradually lifted off the sea, buoyed by the colossal turbine engines positioned at its corners. All systems go. Hill issued the final command, S.H.I.E.L.D. Emergency Protocol 19,326 initiated. We have reached the designated altitude, sir. Excellent. Let us vanish from the mortal realm. Nick Fury exclaimed with excitement. Background reflective panels activated. With the mechanical voice of the ship's auxiliary operating system, this historic airborne carrier, the first of its kind, engaged its optical camouflage, seemingly disappearing into the sky. How do you like that? Nick Fury beamed at Tony, proud of the high-tech multi-environment carrier he had quietly funded from the resources he had discreetly extracted from the Three Sisters. Equipped with a command center, prison facilities, and designed primarily for use as a forward command hub in coordination with the Three Sisters in low Earth orbit. It was powered by 4 massive turbine engines providing vertical lift, while the twin jet engines at the rear offered horizontal thrust. The deck was armed with dozens of F-35 fighter jets, and it even had the capacity to launch nuclear missiles. Its unique double-deck design allowed for simultaneous aircraft launch and nuclear ordnance operations. Not too shabby, Tony remarked, pursing his lips. But don't forget, your turbine engine technology was provided by me. This brute force method of flight is hardly aesthetically aerodynamic. I, as the designer, must express my strong disapproval. Hey, you're asking for too much. Nick Fury chuckled in exasperation. The fact that this behemoth can even ascend is remarkable. Do you really want to treat it like a fighter jet? Why not? Tony countered cheekily. What? A sense of foreboding began to creep into Nick Fury's mind. Suddenly, Tony raised his fist and clenched it, causing the experimental command-type airborne carrier to shudder as if gripped by an invisible hand. Boom. Tony, what are you doing? Nick Fury, caught off guard by the sudden jolt, scrambled to grab a nearby handrail in alarm. Simple. Let us test its limits. Boom. The invisible magnetic field enveloping the airborne carrier began to accelerate, quickly surpassing its theoretical maximum flight speed and continuing to ascend. Under the influence of the biomagnetic field, what should have been terrifying air resistance felt as gentle as a breeze, not significantly affecting the massive airborne carrier. Damn it. Tony, do you want to kill us? From the bridge, witnessing the rapidly changing scenery outside, Nick Fury felt as though the airborne carrier was soaring ahead while his soul lagged far behind, lost and disoriented. The others shared similarly panicked reactions, save for one god, who had seen it all and was now itching to wield his hammer. Fortunately, the airborne carrier's blistering speed did not last long. After all, Tony's physical and mental stamina is not boundless. When the aerospace carrier provided its own vertical thrust, Tony pushed the colossal vessel to speeds several times that of sound, nearing his limits. Theoretically, he could attain even greater velocities. However, prioritizing the safety of those aboard, he prudently brought the aircraft to a halt. The magnetic fields employed to accelerate the carrier were merely a minor concern, while the biomagnetic field used to counteract air resistance constituted the bulk of his mental exertion. Perhaps this is the price one pays in the pursuit of extremes. Once the aerospace carrier stabilized, Tony exchanged a knowing glance with Thor, and together they departed the bridge, their intentions obvious. Such is the nature of boys. With their insatiable desire for competition, Natasha remarked in exasperation. You ought to be grateful those two mobile nuclear bombs didn't have designs on capsizing our vessel. Coulson said as he approached Natasha. Should I then express my gratitude to them? Natasha retorted, feeling quite flustered as she left to inspect her gear and ascertain the whereabouts of the two human-shaped nuclear bombs. Captain Rogers, may I trouble you for an autograph? Coulson inquired, producing a signature pen and a few slightly yellowed Captain America postcards from his suit pocket, extending them towards Steve Rogers. Of course. Steve Rogers accepted them with delight, signing while curiously asking, these postcards appear to be quite old. How have you kept them in such pristine condition? You might find it peculiar, but I've been your ardent admirer since childhood, Coulson admitted, his usual calm demeanor giving way to a rare boyish shyness in the presence of his idol. Well, it seems Tony's words ring true. I indeed am a relic of the last century, Steve quipped, momentarily feeling the weight of age as he noted that a middle-aged man, appearing older than himself, regarded him as an idol. Yet your spirit and conviction have perpetually safeguarded America. They are truly immortal, Captain Rogers. Oh, Coulson. Returning the pen and postcards, Steve gently patted Coulson's shoulder, moved by his words. If only Tony's eloquence could match yours, we would be eternally grateful. Mr. Stark is a scientist, Coulson defended. As a seeker of scientific truth, he is straightforward, often eschewing embellishments. Thus, his words may occasionally lack grace, but I assure you he is a genuinely good person. Indeed. Steve nodded in agreement, his gaze catching something out of the corner of his eye, jestingly commenting, but he does seem rather hostile toward marine life. Coulson followed his gaze to find Tony, clad in Mark VI armor, engaged in a spirited tussle with Thor, who wielded Mjolnir, outside the aerospace carrier. Lasers and lightning crackled wildly. The aftermath of their battle stirred monstrous waves, with numerous innocent sea creatures either charred by Thor's lightning or displaced by Tony's onslaught. Launched as treasures, Thor's relentless hammering resulted in a barrage of seafood projectiles striking him, causing minor damage but considerable indignity. On the bridge, Nick Fury warmly embraced Dr. Banner. With Banner's control over the Hulk improving, he represented a dual threat, both a brilliant scientist and a formidable combatant, unlike the arrogant Tony and Leon. As long as he coordinated well with General Ross, this would be the only true human-shaped nuclear bomb he could confidently manage, the third, or rather, fourth of its kind. Damn it, where the hell has Leon gone? Fury grumbled inwardly, inadvertently vocalizing his frustration, causing Dr. Banner, just released from their friendly embrace, to frown. Excuse me? Are you talking about me? Oh, no. Fury quickly clarified. I merely think those two are making enough noise to attract the military's attention. Indeed. Banner nodded in agreement before asking, how long do I need to stay? You know, until we fully reach a consensus with the Hulk. I believe it prudent for me to remain in a less populated area. Until we recover the Tesseract, you will have free reign, Fury replied. Okay, any progress so far? In response to Banner's inquiry, Coulson tapped away at the computer screen. We are monitoring every wireless access point on Earth. Cameras, phones, laptops, anything connected to the internet is a potential ear for S.H.I.E.L.D. However, our target appears to have vanished without a trace. Signals from the Tesseract persist on Earth, suggesting they are lurking somewhere. That sounds impressive, but it essentially means we have no leads, Banner thought to himself, unable to suppress his sarcasm, yet recognizing it was his reason for being there. The Earth is vast. You should narrow down your search. How? Fury, aware of the need for specificity, questioned. How many spectrometers can you find? Banner asked. How many do you need? We can procure as many as necessary. Then move as many spectrometers as possible outdoors and calibrate them to gamma rays. I will establish a tracking algorithm to identify the source. This way, we can filter out most irrelevant targets, narrowing the range to a specific country or city. Additionally, find me a suitable working space. No problem, Fury stated. Agent Hill, escort Dr. Banner to his lab. Leave it to me, Agent Hill replied as she led Banner away to set up the algorithm. Steve Rogers approached Fury, concern etched on his face. Fury, do you intend for those two to continue fighting indefinitely? Outside the bridge, as the initial testing and warm-up subsided, the intensity of Tony and Thor's battle escalated, with the pervasive magnetic fields and thunder beginning to disrupt the aerospace carrier's normal operations. Realizing their attacks were ineffective against each other, they exchanged knowing smiles, gradually escalating their confrontation to earnest blows, transitioning from flashy effects to raw, visceral combat. Why not? Fury countered. Are you afraid, Captain Rogers? While the reliability of his teammates was undoubtedly reassuring, the outcome of a war relies not solely on individual strength, but on unity as well. I don't fear, Steve Rogers replied with a smile, but the times have changed. Our adversaries are not solely those on Earth. At times, against those unreasonable extraterrestrials, we must rely on the representatives of individual prowess, however disjointed. Fury stood with arms crossed, his gaze solemnly fixed on the diminishing battle outside. Care for a wager, Captain Rogers? A wager on what? Who do you think will win between those two? Thor, Steve guessed. To him, while Tony appeared to be holding his own, it was largely due to the strength of his armor. Over time, its superficial robustness would inevitably reveal its vulnerabilities. Then I wager on Tony. Why? Because I believe in his intellect. Fury pointed to his head with a smile. Outside on the deck, Thor, panting with excitement, exclaimed, Tony, you should feel honored. You are the second opponent to ignite my enthusiasm. I take issue with that. Why am I not the first? The first is, oh, I merely wish to vent my frustrations. I need not be told who the foremost is. For I am well aware that Leon indeed possesses formidable strength. However, I do not believe I am incapable of besting him at this moment. Tony, it appears you have yet to truly comprehend the might of Leon. As the god of battle of Asgard, his valor has earned him the recognition of Odin, the All-Father, and the 9 realms. Wait a moment. Are we not engaged in a contest to determine who stands as the elder brother? Why have we suddenly begun extolling Leon's virtues? Tony, somewhat exasperated, interjected, then tapped his helmet and boldly commanded, J-A-R-V-I-S. Are you prepared to vanquish our adversary? Sir, I am ever ready. Excellent. Thor, Tony, brace yourself for the reckoning of the magnetic storm. Thor raised Mjolnir skyward, and the heavens grew dark, crackling with electricity as vibrant blue and white lightning, as lush as Yggdrasil itself, surged towards Mjolnir. It bore nearly half the might of the blow that once shattered the destroyer's armor. Opposing him was Leon's brother, soon to be his nominal ally, and Thor could hardly bring himself to strike with lethal intent. The suit of armor that Tony had donned, worn and merely paint-chipped, provided Thor the confidence to unleash his prowess. Thunderstorm. Chapter 156. Thor, what a beast. Thunderstorm. Adhering to the principle that the louder the voice, the greater the output, Thor bellowed as he directed Mjolnir towards Tony. A colossal bolt of lightning, the diameter of a barrel, erupted from the hammer and shot towards Tony. Bring it on. Tony crossed his arms in defense, and with the aid of the magnetic field behind him, he merely slid back a few paces, damaging a portion of the optical camouflage on the aerial battleship before halting. What a thrill. The electrifying sensation coursing through him ignited an exhilarated cheer from Tony. And the report from J.A.R.V.I.S. sounded like celestial music to his ears. Sir, energy reserves have reached 1,000. What more need be said? Fire at will. Empowered by a surge of energy, Tony retaliated with a fully charged pulse beam cannon. What? Having just unleashed a powerful attack, Thor was caught off guard by how effortlessly Tony countered, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into an F-35 fighter jet. Boom! The aircraft exploded on impact. Mjolnir slipped from Thor's grasp, and he was sent tumbling back, landing not far from Tony. A perfect opportunity. J.A.R.V.I.S. Now is the time. Brotherly entanglement. Tony smirked, as the Mark VI armor, entirely composed of Leon's reactive adamantium alloy, disassembled into its primal components. With the dual force of Tony's magnetic manipulation and the armor's autonomous flight capabilities, the parts rushed towards Thor, who was preparing to rise. In an instant, it was as if the Iron Maiden had latched onto him, reassembling into the somewhat battered yet entirely intact Mark VI armor. Thor let out a roar brimming with philosophical fervor, striving to break free from the confines of the Mark VI armor, but to no avail. His strength was no match for the fervent combination of Leon and Tony's teamwork. The magnetic pressure from Tony and the opposing force from the armor rendered Thor immobile. Ultimately, he found himself in a predicament akin to that at the beginning of Avengers, Endgame, completely unable to move. How about it? Do you concede? Tony tapped the helmet of the Mark VI that Thor wore, who was currently kneeling, struggling with his hands on the ground. I have not yet lost. Mjolnir. Though Thor was immobile, he could still summon his hammer. Upon being called, Mjolnir soared towards the constricted Thor. Seeing this, Tony attempted to intervene. But the moment he grasped the hammer's handle, he was swept away by an overwhelming force, colliding with Thor. Bang! What the hell? Why is your hammer so heavy? That last impact resulted in Tony's forehead meeting the Mark VI armor, creating a sizable bump. Grimacing in pain, he repositioned his arm, which had been slightly dislocated in his attempt to stop Mjolnir. Mjolnir, move from me. You are not so cumbersome an object. Thor yearned for Mjolnir to lift him, but unable to move his body, he was thwarted from wielding the hammer. Subsequently, Thor sought to command Mjolnir to unleash an even more potent lightning strike than before, attempting to overload the Mark VI armor. Yet, Mjolnir remained unresponsive, as it was not in direct contact with him, existing in a state of wildness. You startled me. I thought your hammer had become sentient like Leon's RC. With a sigh of relief, Tony gripped Mjolnir's handle once more, attempting to lift it. Rise. Summoning all his strength, Tony exerted maximum magnetic control to raise Mjolnir from beneath the deck. The reason for not directly manipulating Mjolnir itself with magnetism was due to previous attempts in battle that yielded little success. The URU metal imbued with magic appeared to possess significant resistance to magnetic influence. What is up? As Tony's exertion intensified, reaching a critical threshold, he inadvertently shattered the deck of Nick Fury's aerial battleship, yet Mjolnir remained unmoved. Humph, give it up. Mjolnir only heeds me. Thor laughed triumphantly, but his expression soon shifted to one of shock. For Captain America had intervened. Tony, that's enough. If you two continue this ruckus, Fury's battleship will inevitably be sunk. After easily pulling Tony out of the deck, Steve Rogers, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually picked up Mjolnir. Captain Rogers, how did you manage that? Manage what? How could an ordinary super soldier like you possibly lift that hammer? Not to mention, even when I first injected the super soldier serum, I was certain my strength surpassed that of these super soldiers, despite their enhancements. I just grasped it and lifted it. The weight distribution is rather comfortable, quite easy, actually. Still unaware of the severity of the situation, Steve tossed Mjolnir playfully before offering it to Tony. Perhaps your grip was incorrect? Why not give it another try? Is that so? Tony pondered, taking hold of it once more, only for Mjolnir to drop as if unimpeded, crashing onto the deck. Damn it, this is absolutely not my fault. Tony, now possessing foundational strength capable of sending Captain America back to the womb, was convinced the issue lay not with him, but with Thor's hammer. Thor, do you have nothing to say about your hammer? After several fruitless attempts, Tony decisively abandoned the notion of lifting Mjolnir, directing his inquiry towards Thor, who was ensnared by the Mark VI armor. Yet, no matter how Tony pressed him, Thor remained tight-lipped about the hammer's requirement for worthy hands. His expression conveyed a sense of existential crisis, as if he had been utterly betrayed. I concede, TT. And I concede completely, TT. Very well. Since our little brother has admitted defeat, what more is there to say? A smirk of triumph graced Tony's lips as he snapped his fingers. The Mark VI armor that bound Thor promptly disassembled into numerous components, autonomously flying towards the internal hangar of the spacecraft, specifically designed for Tony's Iron Man suits. Do not be disheartened, brother. You are still young, and the future belongs to you. Tony comforted Thor, who appeared despondent, wrapping his arms around him. Thor nodded vacantly, a smile on his face that was more grotesque than tears. After recalling Mjolnir, he sought solitude for contemplation. Observing this, Tony and Rogers exchanged a glance. Tony shrugged while Rogers, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. In any case, this might be a beneficial development for team collaboration, Rogers mused. Upon returning to the bridge of the aircraft carrier, Nick Fury, with a self-satisfied grin, extended his hand to Steve Rogers. I have one. You are impressive, Steve conceded, pulling a $1 bill from his pocket and tossing it to Fury. Just then, Tony breezed past Steve, remarking, Captain, nice backside. This is the interest for betting on me. Tony. Steve was rendered speechless by Tony's antics, who not only patted him, but also gave his backside a firm squeeze. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the laboratory specially prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. for Dr. Banner, Natasha, clad in a tactical black bodysuit, plopped down on the lab table facing Banner's control station, crossing her legs. Despite wearing the least revealing attire, her every expression and movement exuded an alluring charm. Dr. Banner, while setting up the gamma-ray signal capture algorithm, found himself at a loss as he was met with Natasha's captivating presence and gaze. Well, it's not so much about control as it is negotiation, Dr. Banner corrected. Because we are equals, we must have a proper discussion with Hulk. The only hurdle is his propensity for anger, which hinders our achieving complete consensus. However, Hulk's strength stems from his rage. Leon has advised against having Hulk relinquish his anger for the sake of absolute rationality. That would be akin to throwing away a sesame seed to lose a watermelon. Leon insists that Earth needs the angry Hulk, despite the destruction he brings. Sometimes we require that destructive force to protect something. Understood, Natasha nodded in agreement. In the absence of Leon, who often roamed the world, and Thor, who was rarely on Earth, Hulk was indeed their most formidable ally at hand. Hey, my friends, are you discussing whose room to crash in tonight? Tony's arrival shattered the previously flirtatious atmosphere in the lab, causing Dr. Banner to awkwardly retract his gaze from Natasha. Natasha, with a swift motion, adeptly evaded Tony's playful antics. Have your friendly banter concluded? Who emerged victorious? Our god of thunder seems to have retreated into himself. What say you? Agent Romanoff. Tony's quip was followed by Nick Fury, who chimed in, what is the current situation? They still appear to be within American territory, but further narrowing down their location will require time, Dr. Banner replied. What are their intentions? Tony inquired, curiosity piqued. I surmise they are an army composed of extraterrestrials. Nick Fury recollected. They plan to utilize the Tesseract to create a portal larger and longer lasting than the one I witnessed before. Is that so? Tony, with one hand in his pocket, sauntered over to Dr. Banner's side. Without hesitation, he began fiddling with the control panel, morphing his hand into a tentacle-like appendage as he tapped away. Thus, they require a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Let us unlock it, one by one. When did you become a nuclear astrophysicist? Natasha asked, to which Tony raised an eyebrow with pride. Last night. Coulson's report, Selvig's notes, articles regarding extraction theory, and my father's research logs on the Tesseract. Surely, I am not the only one who did their homework. Surely not. Tony spread his hands, his tone teasing. But no one paid him any mind. To meet their theoretical requirements, the Tesseract's energy shell must be heated to 100 million degrees Celsius. Dr. Banner redirected the conversation. Tony gestured towards him, then, relying on his intellect, provocatively glanced at the others. There are indeed those knowledgeable in the field. They might have taken Selvig because he has discovered a method to stabilize quantum tunneling effects. At this, Dr. Banner's eyes lit up. Exactly. If Dr. Selvig can achieve that, he could enable any reactor on Earth to undergo ionic transmutation. Then, by creating a precision positioning device down to the micron scale to guide the Tesseract's spatial energy, they could open a portal vast enough and enduring enough. Through the collaborative efforts of Tony and Dr. Banner, the precise location of the Tesseract was soon locked within a half-mile radius. Nick Fury, Steve Rogers, and Natasha observed in silence, marveling at the realm of genius that was incomprehensible to them. Bingo! We've located those two little mice playing hide-and-seek with us, Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers and projecting the coordinates of the Tesseract onto a large screen visible to all. Hawaii. Nick Fury's mouth twitched. Do not tell me we are here, anxiously on edge, while those two aliens are lounging on a sunny beach in Hawaii, sipping chilled juice and admiring bikini-clad beauties. Fury, if you want to go to Hawaii to see bikini beauties, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout statements, Tony retorted. Humph. I am merely concerned about the unsuspecting public in Hawaii being subjected to the malevolence of those extraterrestrial beings, Fury declared. Agent Hill, adjust our course, target Hawaii. Full speed ahead. At that moment, the black egg appeared as an embodiment of light and justice, ready to bring any evil to justice. If one were to disregard the scornful glances from Tony, Natasha, and Dr. Banner. Meanwhile, far away in Hawaii, Leon and Loki were indeed reclining on their respective loungers, enjoying the sun, beach, and the splendid sight of generous bikini-clad women. Chapter 157. Hide and Seek. Does Tony also want space teleportation? Such peace, Leon and Loki simultaneously mused, utterly oblivious to the impending invasion. We have openly declared our intent to conquer Earth in 2 days. Why do they not sense the urgency? Loki wondered, lazily sucking on a straw longer than his life, taking a sip of the chilled cocktail on the table beside him. Even if you announce tomorrow is the end of the world, few would believe it. They eat, drink, and play, embodying a uniquely relaxed disposition. Unless disaster truly strikes. Leon explained with a chuckle, suddenly raising an eyebrow. He sensed one of his avatars approaching at high speed. They're coming. Who? Our dear brother. They have probably figured out how to confirm our location, likely through tracking the Tesseract, Leon replied, raising his right hand. The blue Tesseract on his ring glimmering in the light of the blazing sun above. What should we do? The plan was to confront them in 2 days. Why wait? Loki inquired, puzzled. Without allowing public opinion to ferment, how would these individuals ever come to realize the gravity of the situation? Leon shifted in his reclining chair like a fish turning over. Just now, you mentioned that this group lacks a sense of crisis, Loki remarked, rolling his eyes as he rose. So, we ought to grant our friends at the Strategic Defense Agency a bit of time to help us substantiate our claims. Provided they still care about the lives of New Yorkers. No one believes what we say. Let them serve as our official spokesperson, Leon shrugged, unveiling his cunning strategy. Huh. Quite intriguing, Loki grinned slyly, appreciating Leon's unscrupulous approach to achieving his goals, for he too was of a similar ilk. Regardless of the process, history is eternally penned by the victors. When Nick Fury hastily piloted the cloaked aerial carrier toward the shores of Hawaii, Tony and Thor, the two stalwarts, leaped from the carrier's deck, swiftly traversing several kilometers and plummeting from thousands of meters in a superhero-esque freefall onto the sandy beach. Attention, everyone. A terrorist attack is imminent. Please evacuate immediately. Dressed in his Mark VI armor, Tony was evacuating bystanders while meticulously searching for the silhouettes of Ebony Maw, Leon, and Loki. Yet, he saw no sign of them. Given their previous conspicuous antics in Manhattan, their current behavior should be aimed at instilling terror. This unusual situation caused Tony to furrow his brow slightly, despite having jested with Nick Fury moments ago about Ebony Maw and Loki vacationing in Hawaii. Nevertheless, he continued to assess their actions through a rational lens. Tony could never fathom that the alien causing him such distress was none other than his brother, Leon. Leon's biological stance rendered any detection methods ineffective against him, much like the unassuming Clark Kent, a reporter from the Daily Planet, who becomes unrecognizable upon donning glasses. They might have concealed themselves through illusions or altered their appearances, an art in which Loki excelled. Thor, wielding his hammer, remained vigilant, alerting Tony. Jarvis, activate infrared scanning. Sir. No anomalous targets detected. Tony, the signal from the Tesseract has vanished. Dr. Banner aboard the aerial carrier communicated urgently. Wait. The signal has reappeared in the Himalayas. TCH. Is this a game of hide and seek? Tony muttered impatiently. Tony, just to be safe, I suggest you evacuate as many civilians in New York as possible and pre-deploy the military there. When you activate the Tesseract, it signifies that humanity is prepared for advanced warfare. Really? Tony expressed profound skepticism. And Thor, when did you become so considerate of the populace? Based on the illustrious history Leon provided me, to be cautious hardly seems like a phrase you'd utter. Tony couldn't help but question. Well, people do grow, Thor replied awkwardly, confessing. In the past, I indeed craved war to achieve the feats worthy of being called the king of Asgard. However, now, I yearn solely for world peace. Wow, truly a noble aspiration befitting the king of Asgard, Tony remarked with a flourish. With that, Thor soared into the sky, reluctantly following suit with his hammer. The two did not wait for the cumbersome aerial carrier, but headed straight to the source of the Tesseract's signal. 2.5 minutes later, Tony and Thor arrived at the Himalayas. Gazing at the magnificent snow-capped mountains in the distance, Tony silently captured an image to send to Pepper, then tapped his helmet. Dr. Banner, where are they? After a brief silence, Dr. Banner replied, near the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. What? Tony seethed, his body tensing as the deep snow beneath him began to melt rapidly due to the chaotic magnetic field. If he had only harbored doubts before, he was now almost certain that Ebony Maw was playing them like puppets. Huh, Ebony Maw, is it? Spatial teleportation, huh? Once I figure this out, I'll shove your head where it belongs and put your backside on your head. Realizing that the opponent was using spatial teleportation to lead him and Thor on a wild chase, Tony decisively abandoned the pursuit and returned to the aerial carrier. Questioning Nick Fury, how did that fellow obtain the Tesseract? You ask me, how would I know? Nick Fury replied, feeling inexplicably frustrated and wronged. Clearly, your dear brother took the Tesseract from me, and now that he's gone on a trip, it ends up in someone else's hands. Leon. Tony's expression fluctuated between concern and anger. Yet, he felt no fear for Leon's safety. The Mark 6 armor could autonomously fly even without activating its embedded power source, which assured him that Leon was undoubtedly safe. What troubled Tony was the possibility that Leon might be trapped somewhere, unable to escape. Meanwhile, upon realizing Tony had given up the chase, Leon returned to Kamar-Taj, allowing the Ancient One to resolve the issue of gamma radiation leakage. Subsequently, he and Loki settled in Kamar-Taj to recuperate and await the opportune moment. During this time, Leon was particularly delighted to discover that the Mind Stone had awakened a more formidable and larger version of the being known as Bast. 2 days later, Dr. Selvig's spatial teleportation device was completed without any unforeseen hitches. In New York City, the aerial carrier was cloaked at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, continuously monitoring the area. Any sign of disturbance would be promptly detected by Nick Fury and his team. However, from the Avengers' perspective, Ebony Maw, Leon, and Loki remained conspicuously absent, as if the foreboding announcement from 3 days prior was nothing more than an empty jest. Agent Hill, has the evacuation of civilians been completed? Only 25 has been accomplished. Most people are unwilling to leave. What? Why so few? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, bewildered. Most individuals do not take Ebony Maw and Loki's declaration seriously, and some are concerned about their jobs, fearing they might be fired for leaving their posts. Hill explained, damn it, haven't we already contacted the government to confirm that those two aliens are not merely engaging in scare tactics? Is a job really more important than a life? For the general populace, this seemed to be the case. Their trust in the government was exceedingly low, making them even less likely to believe such fantastical tales. Aside from those who had witnessed Ebony Maw's threats firsthand in Manhattan and their families, Hill sighed resignedly. Nick Fury's expression darkened. This country is far too free, suffering too few consequences. They'll only realize the gravity of the situation when death is imminent. They presume they possess absolute military might, which is why they notified us 3 days in advance. But why is there still no action? Steve Rogers inquired, frowning. Manhattan was merely a warning. Today is the main event. They want us to gather our strongest forces and strike in one fell swoop. That way, they can showcase what they mistakenly believe to be overwhelming power, crushing the spirit of resistance among Earthlings with barely a fight. Tony speculated, spinning a metal pen faster and faster. Then they should choose the most conspicuous stage for all to witness this. Dr. Banner chimed in, pondering for a moment before suddenly raising an eyebrow and asking, what is the most prominent building in New York? Oh crap. Upon Dr. Banner's subtle reminder, Tony, who was on the verge of discovering the answer, exclaimed without hesitation, Stark Tower. Stark Tower. Ebony Maw, accompanied by Loki and Selvig, traversed the portal to the pinnacle of its H-shaped dome. After handing the ring of Agamotto to Selvig, the latter promptly commenced the construction of a spatial teleportation device. Remember to take it easy. If you can't win, just say you've come to your senses. Ebony Maw floated leisurely in midair, keenly sensing the rapidly approaching Mark 6 armor while advising Loki, who was still polishing the Mind Scepter beside him. Can't win? Pardon my audacity, brother. Aside from you and the Ancient One, who on earth is worthy of my consideration? At that moment, Loki exuded an inexplicable surge of confidence. In response, Ebony Maw merely chuckled lightly. Good luck. In the distance, the swiftly approaching Mark 6 armor became increasingly discernible, accompanied by Thor, the god of thunder, who flew in close proximity. Sir, I have remotely deactivated the arc reactor. However, the Tesseract continues to supply energy to the teleportation device. No worries, watch me. In the blink of an eye, the Mark 6 armor and Thor had arrived before Ebony Maw and the others, the armor hovering in midair, facing Ebony Maw. Thor landed on the rooftop, confronting Loki and Selvig directly. Stop this, Selvig. Loki, you need to come to your senses. Brother, it's too late. Loki turned with a wicked smile. The only one present under the influence of the Mind Stone, Selvig, though his will was distorted, still recognized Thor. Exclaiming with a villainous glee, "Thor, the teleportation device is set. It cannot be stopped." "Ha! Feel honored. You will witness a brand new universe." "Is that so?" Seizing the moment while Mark VI and Thor distracted Ebony Maw and Loki, Tony stealthily approached Selvig from behind and swiftly knocked him unconscious with a precise strike. Then, aiming at the still-charging teleportation device, he delivered a deliberate punch. "This ends now." "Not necessarily," Ebony Maw replied calmly, turning around. "What?" Tony's punch did not strike the device itself. A faint blue spatial barrier repelled him. Boom. A powerful backlash immediately engulfed the area. Unprepared for this turn of events, both Tony and the unsuspecting Thor were hurled away. The Mark VI armor, positioned a little further away, was also affected, and Selvig, the sole mortal present, was knocked unconscious. Propelled uncontrollably. Had it not been for Ebony Maw subtly using telekinesis to lessen the impact, Selvig would have surely perished on the spot. Selvig. Thor, realizing Selvig was falling, swiftly hurled his hammer to catch him midair. The staff inside Stark Tower had long since evacuated, yet the pedestrians below continued their daily routines, oblivious. The explosion drew their attention. They collectively looked up to see a figure plummeting. Tony Stark? A sharp-eyed bystander recognized him, and with a thunderous crash, a massive crater appeared on the street, narrowly missing any pedestrians. Coughing, Tony, somewhat disheveled, climbed out of the pit as the Mark VI armor faithfully descended beside him. Glancing at the increasingly radiant blue glow of the teleportation device atop Stark Tower, Tony spread his arms, allowing the Mark VI armor to disassemble into its components while he inquired, "Jarvis, what on earth was that?" "Sir, that was a barrier composed entirely of the Tesseract's spatial energy. Conventional physics or energy attacks cannot penetrate it." "Ugh, what a hassle," Tony replied, his annoyance palpable. And cupping his hands to form a megaphone, he shouted, "Thor, execute Plan B." Chapter 158, Cosmic Infestation? Doomsday War. "And you all, my friends." Tony directed his gaze at the onlookers still snapping photos, reminding them with exasperation, "You should hurry home and seek refuge in your mother's embrace. This place will soon become a perilous battlefield." As his words echoed, click, click, the crowd ignored Tony, preoccupied with capturing the rare opportunity to witness Iron Man up close. Observing this, Tony's eye twitched, and he muttered, "Jarvis, black out all the nearby speakers and crank the volume to maximum." "Sir, completed." A shrill sound pierced through the ears of the bystanders, forcing them to cease their raucous behavior and clutch their heads in discomfort. "Hello, this is Tony Stark. Breaking news. New York City is about to face a nuclear saturation strike. Citizens are urged to evacuate the city center immediately. I repeat, citizens are urged to evacuate the city center immediately." Tony broadcasted this warning thrice, plunging the street into an eerie silence. The next moment, it erupted into chaos akin to boiling water. "Look, Jarvis, what is there to fear from aliens when nuclear weapons are at our disposal?" Observing the stark contrast in the crowd's rapid mobilization, Tony smirked with satisfaction. "Sir, your actions constitute false advertising and the dissemination of panic-inducing information," Jarvis cautioned. "Jarvis, don't be so rigid. One must adapt. I'm doing this for their safety. Worst case, I'll have Fury send a blank round over later. And then I can offer them some humanitarian compensation. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures. Nothing is more important than staying alive." After Tony finished speaking, Jarvis paused for a moment before replying. "Sir, you are correct. Captain, are you not yet arrived?" "On our way. Barton has pushed the aircraft to its limits." "All right." Tony sighed, glancing upward at Ebony Maw, who remained unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, and shot upwards with a burst of speed. Thor placed the unconscious Selvig in an office on the mid-level of Stark Tower, then swung his hammer through the window, soaring to the top floor to stand alongside Tony. Beside the spatial teleportation device, which was channeling energy from the Tesseract, Loki assumed a battle stance, gripping the Mind Scepter tightly, while two gleaming silver short swords orbited him like satellites, their hilts upward and blades downward. Ebony Maw slowly floated before Tony and Thor, his tone devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Earthlings, why do you resist? You should feel elated. The great Titan is about to bestow upon you supreme glory. You may experience some pain in the process, but this suffering is a redemption for balance, a salvation for you ignorant and foolish beings." "Redemption? Excuse me?" Tony remarked incredulously. Turning to Thor, "Did I hear that correctly?" Thor shook his head. "I have no idea what nonsense he is spouting. All I know is that if I smash his dog head with a hammer, it will all be over." Without further ado, Thor, imbued with the might of thunder, flew toward the unguarded Ebony Maw, who stood with his arms crossed. Foolish Asgardian, you could have been a child of the great Titan, just like him, Ebony Maw remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Loki before narrowing his eyes. Boom. A terrifying surge of telekinetic energy, almost visible as ripples in the void, erupted forth. Just as Thor sprang into action, he was crushed back down. A hammer of telekinetic force turned against him, smashing him deep into the earth, where he vanished from sight. Tony attempted to move, only to find himself ensnared in an invisible, colossal grip, his lips sealed, rendering him mute. "Shoo," uttered Ebony Maw, a finger pressed to his nearly non-existent lips. "I have yet to finish speaking, Tony Stark. Like the great Titans, you are cursed by knowledge. Thus, you should comprehend the gravity of this moment. This world, on the brink of glorious destruction, shall achieve balance through your sacrifice. Smile, for even in the embrace of death, you remain a child of the great Titans." Though Tony found the cryptic ramblings somewhat compelling, he was at a loss for words. "For the glory of the northern gods, lend me your strength, Thor." What? A flicker of confusion crossed Ebony Maw's eyes as he noticed the sky, once clear, now shrouded in ominous clouds. With a surge of magnetic control, Tony unleashed the full might of his physical power, breaking free from Ebony Maw's telekinetic restraint in an instant. Thunder roared. Lightning split the dark clouds into two streams. One bolt shot towards Tony, while the other descended towards Thor. In a flash, a pulse of energy, devoid of charge yet brimming with 500 units, erupted from Tony's chest, obliterating Ebony Maw in the blink of an eye. Then came the tempest. Thor soared from the depths, wrapped in terrifying arcs of electricity, swinging his hammer to redirect Ebony Maw, sending him hurtling skyward alongside the sun. Again, Tony aimed for a second strike, but at that moment, a colossal blue energy beam, as thick as a water tank, surged from the top of Stark Tower, piercing through the clouds summoned by Thor and soaring into the heavens. Oh no! Tony gazed upward in stunned silence. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, revealing the dark, shimmering depths of the cosmos, behind which lay a vast army of Chitauri biomechanical creatures. Numerous gigantic aerial carriers, reminiscent of colossal fleas, loomed ominously. Mere one of these could effortlessly annihilate a city. "Okay, you can do this, Tony. Come on. I'm not afraid of you." Casting a glance at the vanquished Ebony Maw and the crowd of civilians below who had yet to fully disperse, Tony, clad in the Mark VI armor, steeled himself, igniting pulses of energy from his palms and feet. With a swift acceleration, he resolutely chose to confront the entire Chitauri army alone. Boom, boom, boom. One shot for each Chitauri soldier. Tony initially intended to utilize the absolute defense of the Mark VI to pass through the portal and block the Chitauri forces. However, the breach was far too large, and his firepower alone was insufficient. Thus, he resorted to magnetically manipulating the battlefield, violently crushing the Chitauri soldiers' crafts. Then, he molded the materials into a shield, using it to obstruct the soldiers' advance through the portal, thereby buying precious time for the civilians below to escape. Initially, as the number of defeated soldiers increased, the shield Tony forged grew more resilient. Yet soon, an immense weight began pressing against the shield, the pressure mounting to an overwhelming degree. Behind the portal, the colossal Chitauri vessels, under the unified command of their mothership, charged relentlessly against Tony's shield. With each additional ship, Tony felt himself being forced downward a little more. In no time, the edge of the portal revealed itself, with several Chitauri soldiers slipping through, unleashing a barrage of lasers towards Tony in an attempt to eliminate this barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The lasers struck true, but the Mark VI armor shrugged off the onslaught as Tony steadied the shield with one hand. With the other, he unleashed several palm repulsors, obliterating the exposed Chitauri soldiers. The reason he refrained from simply crushing them with his magnetic powers was that his focus was entirely consumed by the intense struggle against the Chitauri vessels. It was J.A.R.V.I.S. who controlled the Mark VI armor, retaliating automatically. "Thor, can you hurry up? I can't hold on much longer." Sweat poured down Tony's face beneath the mask as he shouted downward to Thor, who was preoccupied with Loki and had no time to respond. Damn it. I should have built a few more suits. Initially, he had thought one Mark VI would suffice, but now, under the relentless pressure of the Chitauri forces employing swarm tactics, Tony had become more subdued. Today it was the Chitauri. Tomorrow, who knows what else might come. A single shield could hardly protect anything substantial. In that moment, an idea took root in Tony's mind, to construct an entire suit of armor for the entire planet. Such a scale, of course, could not rely on just the bones of the fallen Leon. Surely, a better solution existed. Below, Loki stood atop Stark Tower, observing the continual breaches of Tony's defenses, only to see them swiftly obliterated by Tony's firepower. A sly smile crept across his lips. You can block for a moment, but can you block for eternity? Loki. Thor's hammer flew to a point not far from Loki, threateningly demanding, "Shut down the Tesseract now, or I will destroy it." "You cannot do that, brother. The portal is beyond stopping now. It is only war that remains," Loki declared, his smile fading into a mask of cold indifference as he faced Thor. "Then do not blame me, Loki." With a flick of his wrist, Thor hurled his hammer with a fierce intent. Clang! A lion's tooth rushed forth to meet it, colliding with Thor's hammer in a clash of titans. Although the lion's tooth did not completely halt the momentum of Thor's hammer, it did divert its trajectory, causing it to graze past Loki. The rebuffed lion's tooth swiftly returned to Loki's side, just as Thor's hammer was summoned back to his grasp. "Brother, I am no longer the person you once knew." With two lion's teeth as a defensive front and the Mind Stone as his offensive weapon, Loki found himself momentarily capable of holding his ground against the hammer-wielding Thor. Perhaps Thor's reluctance to cause true harm stemmed from a desire to awaken his brother rather than to destroy him. Meanwhile, a battle-worn aircraft, trailing black smoke, raced towards Stark Tower. Tony's helmet display lit up with Natasha's visage in the corner. "Tony, we're here. Did you ride in on a cart?" "How slow?" Tony quipped, incredulous. Natasha began, but was abruptly cut off by a piercing shriek that assaulted Tony's ears. "Damn, what is happening?" "Sir, Miss Natasha and her team have crashed," JARVIS reported, uncharacteristically subdued, yet dutifully informing Tony of the dire situation. "Crashed? They must be joking." Tony was momentarily dumbfounded. Before him, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrying Rogers, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Dr. Banner had only just approached Stark Tower when Ebony Maw seized it from the sky, dragging it down. In this moment of crisis, the super soldier trio exchanged knowing glances at Dr. Banner, who scratched his head and remarked, "It seems it's time to let the green giant take the stage." Before Dr. Banner could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "The Hulk flies," bellowed the colossal Hulk, as he seized Rogers and Hawkeye with one hand and wrapped Natasha in the other, leaping into the air. He crashed through the aircraft's fuselage with a thunderous impact. Boom! Hulk's massive legs, akin to those of an African elephant, smashed into the ground, embedding themselves half a meter deep, skidding several dozen meters to finally dissipate the inertia from the crash. I can't hold on any longer." Tony's last desperate struggle was met with the overwhelming weight of dozens of Chitauri warships. Ebony Maw raised his hand, and the shield that had been blocking the portal shattered into fragments. The mentally exhausted Tony was forcefully slammed down by the immense power of the Chitauri fleet. Boom! He landed right next to the quartet, who had plummeted from the aircraft. In the sky, the shield that had sealed the portal was finally torn asunder, allowing the Chitauri army to flood through without hindrance, akin to a swarm of locusts descending upon the land, engulfing everything in their path. Loki and Thor, having transitioned from mechanical combat to pure melee, were grappling with one another when a passing Chitauri soldier fired a shot, forcibly separating them. Both brothers fell onto the wreckage of Natasha's aircraft. One was a tank of a warrior, and the other, a rogue mage, aside from a slightly disheveled appearance. Neither bore any significant injuries. At this moment, the original 7 members of the Avengers had assembled in an unconventional manner. Perhaps Loki could be considered the 8th member of this group, Leon mused. Surrounding them, Chitauri soldiers wreaked havoc aboard airships, indiscriminately firing regardless of whether there were targets ahead. In a mere half-minute, while casualties among people were minimal, the buildings had been reduced to ruins. The massive Chitauri motherships drifted between skyscrapers, causing catastrophic destruction merely by their tonnage. Not to mention, countless bioorganic Chitauri soldiers clung to their exteriors, seizing opportunities to infiltrate the buildings and wreak havoc within. Chapter 159, Ebony Maw vs. Magneto. The apocalyptic scene of devastation rendered Tony momentarily silent, even quelling his usual sarcasm towards Captain America and the others. "Rejoice, for all of you shall perish at the hands of the great Titan's offspring. Since the beginning of my service to that one, he has never failed to meet my expectations." Rarely touching down, Ebony Maw gestured, and the Mind Scepter shot forth from the rubble, returning to his grasp. Never disappointed? Well, today might just change that," Tony retorted defiantly, stepping forward, flanked by Captain America Steve Rogers, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, Hulk, and Thor, the original Avengers standing resolutely behind him. Temporarily assuming the leadership role, he declared, "Avengers, assemble. You have made a grave mistake." Ebony Maw replied with a shake of his head, raising his hand to summon chunks of marble to float in the air, transforming into sharp projectiles aimed at Tony and his allies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Humph. You must be speaking of yourself, Tony countered, raising his hand as countless metallic fragments from cars and airship wreckage coalesced into an equal number of projectiles, returning fire. I'll handle him. Rogers. Take Natasha and Barton to assist the civilians in evacuating. Though unsure why he should heed Tony's command, Steve Rogers nodded in agreement, leading Natasha and Barton towards the most densely populated battlefield. Thor, keep an eye on our brother. Either knock him awake or knock him out. Do not hold back. If the opportunity arises, initiate Plan C. I will, Thor replied, swiftly swinging his hammer, which soared through the air, aimed directly at Loki. Loki had barely enough time to summon 2 swords of Griffin to block before being swept away by Thor, disappearing from Tony's sight. And you, Hulk, do you see those dozens of flying insects? Your sole task is to bring them down. Hulk flies. Tony had barely finished speaking when Hulk leaped eagerly onto the nearest Chitauri ship, unleashing a torrent of destructive blows. In no time, he sent one Chitauri ship crashing to the ground, then immediately leapt onto another, displaying astonishing efficiency. On the desolate streets reminiscent of an apocalypse, Natasha and Hawkeye, one wielding dual pistols and the other an arrow, navigated through the crowd, systematically eliminating the Chitauri soldiers poised to assault innocent civilians. During the skirmish, Hawkeye unleashed explosive arrows, serving as a mini-reaper, while Natasha found the pistol's firepower lacking, requiring multiple shots to penetrate the armor of a single soldier. Suddenly inspired, she collaborated with Hawkeye to commandeer a Chitauri airship, obliterating a soldier in one shot, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Captain America Steve Rogers, after dispatching a Chitauri soldier with his bare hands, gained the unanimous recognition of the officers and began orchestrating the battle. The most conspicuous battlefield was undoubtedly the one occupied by Tony and Ebony Maw, neither of whom were traditional mages, one a master of magnetism and the other of telekinesis. Yet, they shared a commonality. The spectacle was immense. Ebony Maw versus Magneto. An overwhelming barrage of the king's treasures clashed violently, but as Tony manipulated metal with precision, his control proved far more targeted and powerful compared to Ebony Maw's indiscriminate command. As the confrontation escalated, the contest between the two transformed into a struggle for control over the metallic debris scattered across the battlefield. Countless metallic fragments floated ominously around both Ebony Maw and Tony, resulting in a chaotic tug-of-war that rendered the area within 100 meters a deadly zone. Unaware Chitauri soldiers merely brushing against the periphery were pulverized by the chaotic forces at play, their airships' metal materials pooling into the growing danger zone. However, the stalemate could not persist indefinitely. As time progressed, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Ebony Maw. Tony, having already exhausted considerable mental energy to thwart the Chitauri army's advance, now faced the additional burden of combating a telekinetic master. He was on the verge of burning out completely, kneeling under the immense strain of his Mark VI armor. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the New York battlefield, Nick Fury stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the situation from his command center aboard the airborne carrier. Hill rushed to his side, stating, "Sir, the council members are online." Fury glanced at the incoming communication request on his touchscreen, frowning as he connected. 5 council members' video images instantly appearing on the large screen before him. "Fury, the council has reached a decision. No. I know exactly what foolish decision they will make, and therefore, I believe I should disregard it," Nick Fury replied nonchalantly. "Fury, you are the commander. Your ship is closest to New York. Please order the aircraft." "No. Shut up. That's Manhattan. My council members, are you even aware? Moreover, it is now your turn to answer my question. Why wasn't he the military stationed in New York in advance?" Fury challenged. "Fury, mind your language. This is a unanimous decision made by the council. If the Avengers cannot resolve the issue, then we shall resort to nuclear weapons to obliterate those creatures back to their homeland. We were initially unaware of the enemy's strength, and sending soldiers would merely be a senseless sacrifice. Have you all gone mad? How many civilians would perish? Do they deserve to be sacrificed? Testing the enemy's capabilities at the cost of an entire city is a sacrifice we can accept. However, if we cannot stop them, then all will be lost. A nuclear strike is the most prudent solution. Have you all been planning to deploy nuclear weapons from the very beginning?" In the fragments of conversation from the 5 council members, Nick Fury suddenly comprehended the entire situation and incredulously asked. The silence from the council members directly confirmed his suspicions. "Damn it, you are nothing but a bunch of cowardly fools." Fury angrily ended the call. vowing never to act as a coward who seeks to save his own skin in the face of formidable foes. He could understand the council's desire for caution, but understanding did not equate to agreement, for this was nothing less than murder. Murder. The word echoed in Fury's mind, deepening his frown as he commanded Agent Hill beside him. Agent Hill, please find out which council members were speaking so loudly. Yes. After Agent Hill departed on her mission, Fury immediately contacted the Avengers, who were engaged in a fierce battle in New York. Chapter 160, Loki. Be good. Please spare me TT. Meanwhile, Thor hurled Loki to the far side of the battlefield, positioning him precisely with Tony, Natasha, and others to form an equilateral triangle, the center of which was Stark Tower. From the immense rift in the sky, the Chitauri army poured forth incessantly, escalating the dire situation. Thor, not holding back, struck the lion's tooth with 2 mighty blows. Seizing Loki by the collar and lifting him up, Loki snapped out of it. Heh, the mighty Titan will. Well, what, brother? Seeing Loki still unresponsive, Thor, in frustration, hurled him like a projectile, crashing him into a passing Chitauri ship. While it did not kill the creature, it rendered it unconscious. Hulk, fly the plane. Bang. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk landed directly onto the head of the giant bug, coincidentally landing beside the dazed Loki. Their eyes met as if fate had intervened. No way, an ominous premonition surged within Loki. Hulk flashed an impish grin and grabbed Loki by the ankle, eliciting a yelp from Loki as he was violently slammed down. This was a familiar sensation for Loki. Bang, 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 bang. Help, help, help. Loki attempted to plead for Thor's assistance, but under Hulk's relentless assault, he could not utter a coherent word. When Hulk finally ceased, Loki lay in a crater, breathless. I am a god. How dare you? Cough, cough, cough. What a weak god. Hulk delivered his classic taunt before bounding off to resume his own task. Smash. Unaware if Loki had regained consciousness, Thor raised Mjolnir, preparing to deliver a hammer blow to knock Loki unconscious. Seeing this, Loki instinctively recoiled, hastily gesturing for mercy. Brother, I am awake now, no need to hit me again. Oh, are you certain? Thor questioned with skepticism. I am certain. A somewhat naive and earnest smile appeared on Loki's face as he raised his hands, trying to appear harmless. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor swung Mjolnir down. His memory of Loki was that he thrived on trickery, and regardless of Loki's clarity, a good thrashing was in order. Thor thought this, and so he acted, even establishing a rhythm with his strikes. Bang, 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 bang. Stop it, TT. I truly am awake, TT. Loki, whose face had swollen to resemble that of a pig, pleaded with tearful eyes, internally lamenting. Is this the consequence of having a reputation too low? Is that true? Although they had been fighting for quite some time, Loki ought to have regained consciousness, yet Thor remained skeptical, having been deceived by Loki too many times. If you are indeed awake, then tell me how to close that large rift above. Thor pointed at the massive portal still spewing forth Chitauri soldiers. Selvig knows how to do it. Loki raised his hand and replied earnestly. Selvig? Thor instinctively glanced towards Stark Tower in the distance. As the setup location for the space transfer device, the Chitauri army had deliberately bypassed Stark Tower, avoiding any assault on it. Selvig, who was stationed inside, was likely safe, though surrounded by a multitude of Chitauri minions in their airships, making it not an easy task to breach. Considering this, Thor looked towards the nearby Freedom Tower, lifting Loki and flinging Mjolnir in that direction. In the blink of an eye, they reached the pinnacle of Freedom Tower. From their elevated position, they surveyed half of the New York battlefield. Brother, what do you intend to do? Loki inquired. To unleash a grand attack, Thor replied, raising Mjolnir towards the heavens. Instantly, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Sensing danger, Loki attempted to make a hasty retreat, but was caught by Thor. Where do you think you're going? Thor asked with a smile. I know what you're planning. Don't you dare harm me. Loki waved his hands, trying to wriggle free from Thor's grasp, but was held tighter. Loki, once you endure this, we shall remain a loving family. A smirk crept onto Thor's face as he summoned a lightning bolt shaped like Yggdrasil from the dark clouds, striking both himself and Loki, simultaneously charging Mjolnir. Loki cursed vehemently, but his voice was drowned out by the thunderous roar, his very bones rattling from the impact. After all, he did not possess Thor's divine power, enduring it solely with his physical form. Boom. 25 seconds later, Thor's grand attack was ready. In an instant, he redirected Mjolnir towards Stark Tower. Zzz. A web of lightning erupted, Thor deliberately expanding the attack radius to minimize the damage. In almost no time, the Chitauri soldiers wreaking havoc over New York were eradicated, clearing a path straight to Stark Tower. Let us go. Thor swung Mjolnir again, launching himself and Loki towards the floor where Selvig was located. Bang! They violently burst through the window. Selvig, I need your help. Thor. Dr. Selvig peeked from beneath a desk in the corner, appearing to have broken free from the Mind Stone's control due to the energy shock caused by Tony. Wonderful. You are awake, Thor exclaimed, releasing Loki and eagerly approaching Selvig. While Loki, now free from Thor's grip, wore a wicked grin and began to retreat. Tell me, how do we close that space transfer device above? Thor asked urgently. That scepter. I remember that Ebony Maw had me create a failsafe. The scepter in Loki's hand is the key to closing the portal. Selvig pressed his hand to his forehead, sifting through his somewhat muddled memories stirred by the Mind Stone, ultimately finding the answer to all their troubles. The scepter is the key? Excellent. Loki, let us move. Loki? Chapter 161. The Avengers, the beginning is the end? Thor turned around, only to find Loki stealthily positioning himself in front of him and Selvig, poised to flee, just as Thor prepared to hurl his hammer at him. Loki immediately raised his hand in a gesture of peace. Hey, calm down, brother. I merely wish to reclaim my weapon. As he spoke, two lions' teeth materialized outside the window, effortlessly slicing through two passing Chitauri soldiers before returning to Loki's grasp with nary a scratch. You'd better, or Mjolnir will make you rue the day, Thor cautioned, tossing his hammer in a warning manner. Of course. Besides, weren't you planning to retrieve the Mind Stone to use as the key to close that portal above? I can be of assistance. You see, Ebony Maw likely remains unaware of my newfound lucidity, Loki remarked, a cunning smile creeping across his face. One Thor recognized all too well, for it often heralded mischief at the expense of others. The rift in the sky, forcibly created by the Tesseract, seemed to grow accustomed to its presence, slowly widening as more Chitauri soldiers and ships poured through. The Avengers' efforts to eliminate them were sorely lagging. On the ground, Tony faced Ebony Maw alone, already at his wit's end. Countless fragments of metal, manipulated by Maw's telekinesis, transformed into arrows, encircling Tony and preparing to launch. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, the absolute defense of the Mark VI armor had thus far spared him from physical harm. It was sheer mental exhaustion that rendered him unable to contend with Ebony Maw. What a shell of a man you are. Surrender, Tony Stark. You possess the potential to join us. The great Titan greatly admires your intellect, Ebony Maw coaxed. Humph, who do you think I am? I've never been one to work for others. If your so-called Titan were to kneel before me, perhaps I'd consider taking him in, Tony retorted defiantly, even as he found himself outmatched. Arrogance. Heh, arrogance requires substance, and my brother possesses it in abundance. Tony asserted with bravado, his visor's lights flickering as he glanced behind Ebony Maw, attempting to mislead him into thinking that Leon had arrived, hoping to distract him. Tony's performance bore the hallmarks of a novice, his face obscured by armor, yet his subtle movements remained quite deceptive. Had Leon not been present, Maw might have genuinely believed him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Loki executed a full 360-degree spin and descended upon Ebony Maw's side, Thor following closely behind with a hammer strike aimed directly at the entity restraining Tony. Ebony Maw managed to deflect the blow with telekinesis, but was still sent flying. Loki following suit. Tony, are you alright? Thor landed beside Tony, his concern palpable as he held his hammer defensively towards Ebony Maw, feeling that his earlier strike had lacked substance. I would have taken him down if you hadn't intervened, Tony grumbled, stretching sore muscles even as he feigned bravado. Thor Odinson, Tony Stark, as the first apostle of the great Titan, I shall enact your execution here, Ebony Maw proclaimed, floating above the ground after being struck. His robe dusted with dirt for the first time, as he issued a declaration of doom towards Tony and Thor. However, before he could continue, a silver dagger suddenly pierced his chest. Ebony Maw paused momentarily, then reacted swiftly, hurling Loki, who had attempted to ambush him from behind, away with force. Yet before that, Loki had successfully seized the Mind Stone from Maw's grasp, brandishing it triumphantly while offering a particularly mocking gesture. Huh, gotcha. This is my escape route, you fool. Though it was evident that Loki harbored ulterior motives, Leon would not be deceived. He mentally noted this slight and resolved to settle the score later. The Chitauri soldier, sent flying by Loki, was swiftly dispatched as he kicked it off the airship, then commandeered the vessel, flooring the throttle as a lion's tooth carved a path ahead, speeding towards Stark Tower. In the aftermath of this fluid series of maneuvers, both Tony and Thor, now allies, were momentarily taken aback. Just as expected of you, Loki. Loki Odinson, you have made a grave mistake, Ebony Maw declared, pulling the dagger from his chest with telekinetic force, unleashing a vastly amplified wave of power. The winds surged violently, ensnaring Tony and Thor within a treacherous quagmire of non-Newtonian fluid, rendering their struggles futile. Meanwhile, Loki's airship hovered mid-flight as if time itself had paused. With a swift motion, Ebony Maw seized him by the throat, reclaiming the Mind Stone in the process. Loki's smug grin faded, replaced by an expression of panic as he felt the grip tighten, his complexion paling as he struggled to speak, managing only to mouth, "Brother, are you serious? If you wish to play, I shall see this through to the end," Ebony Maw replied, a malignant smile spreading across his face as he exerted pressure, snapping Loki's neck with a sickening crack. Subsequently, he discarded Loki's lifeless form before Tony and Thor as one might dispose of refuse. "Brother, I'm so sorry," Loki gasped, his face ashen as he reached for something, his hand falling limply to the ground before he could grasp it. "No, Loki," Thor cried out in anguish, his grief igniting a fierce blue lightning in his eyes, as if his divine power were on the verge of awakening. He extended his hand towards Loki, yet found himself paralyzed. "Still not enough," Ebony Maw mused, gesturing with a sweeping motion that further constrained Tony and Thor, forcing them onto their knees, before countless metallic chains coiled around them, binding them tightly, reminiscent of the steel bindings that had ensnared Thor in Avengers Endgame. Even their mouths were silenced. At that moment, the Hulk was commandeering a jet. A massive Chitauri ship plummeted towards Ebony Maw with tremendous force. As he looked up, Maw maintained the calm demeanor he had upheld throughout the conflict, only faltering slightly after Loki and Thor's combined efforts. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sent the colossal vessel careening away, crashing into a skyscraper with catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, Hulk, undeterred, leaped into action, fists raised like hammers, roaring as he descended upon Ebony Maw. Leon is Hulk's friend. No bullying. Upon witnessing this, Ebony Maw's pupils constricted in alarm. The sheer force of the Hulk's unbridled fury unleashed a terrifying wave that swept through the area, stirring up clouds of dust. The building, recently collapsed by the Chitauri insect ship, began to topple towards Ebony Maw. The thunderous noise caught the attention of Steve Rogers and Natasha, who were directing traffic and assisting civilians in their evacuation. Exchanging a glance, Steve addressed Hawkeye, who was positioned at the edge of the operational base. "Barton, there may be trouble with Tony and Thor. We entrust this to you. Natasha and I will go to their aid. Leave it to me, and give me a lift," Hawkeye replied, gesturing towards the sky, seeking a better vantage point. "Get on." Without hesitation, Natasha piloted the captured Chitauri ship, lifting Hawkeye to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. They quickly picked up Steve Rogers and rushed towards the site of the building's collapse. Though they may not possess the might of Tony and Thor, their courage to protect was unwavering. Upon their arrival, the dust had just begun to settle. Encased in steel, with only their heads protruding, Tony and Thor resembled grotesque figures. Suspended beside Ebony Maw, Hulk was held aloft by Maw's telekinetic grip, thrashing in futile struggle. Without leverage, his form slowly became ensconced in steel, much like Tony and Thor, leaving only his head visible. "Goodness, this brute is incredibly strong," Ebony Maw mused internally. Containing the Hulk required far more effort than restraining Tony and Thor. "Roar! Let Hulk go! Do not bully my friends," Hulk bellowed in rage, his struggles intensifying as his fury surged, amplifying his strength. In mere moments, a crack echoed. The steel prison binding Hulk began to fracture, and Maw sensed his telekinetic energy waning at an alarming rate, struggling to maintain control over Hulk's rampage. "Shift," Ebony Maw thought, somewhat exasperated. Recalling how the Hulk had not displayed such resilience against Thanos, he quickly tapped the Mind Scepter against Hulk's forehead, sending a wave of psychic energy that forcibly quelled Hulk's rage, reducing him back to Bruce Banner. As his form shrank, the steel prison adapted, constricting around him. "Sleep now, my child." Roar, roar, roar. Bruce Banner continued to fight, attempting to awaken the Hulk within, yet Hulk lay completely still, his skin devoid of any change. "It is futile, Dr. Banner. Under the might of this scepter, the furious beast has succumbed to eternal slumber, a long-held desire of its very essence." Ebony Maw traced the tip of the Mind Scepter down Banner's forehead, pressing firmly against his neck, drawing a trickle of blood that shimmered red and green. "Hey, you ugly brute," Steve Rogers shouted, aiming to divert Ebony Maw's attention. Maw turned at the sound, and Steve hurled his vibranium shield with great force. Buzz. Ebony Maw merely extended a finger, effortlessly halting Captain America's iconic attack with his telekinesis, and smiled faintly at Steve Rogers. Then came the sound D. Ebony Maw's expression turned slightly perplexed. He noticed that the back of the vibranium shield was coated in a clay-like substance, and upon ignition, a small detonator triggered. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed Ebony Maw, while the shield, enhanced by a returning rune, flew back accurately into Steve Rogers' grasp. This feels off. Prepare yourself, Steve directed, his expression grave as he regarded Ebony Maw. When the flames dissipated, the sight that met Steve's eyes was one of fury. Ebony Maw bore only a minor injury, a mere scratch from the blast. Just as I suspected, Steve thought, feeling a mix of disappointment and inevitability, and he hurled his shield once more. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure took advantage of Steve's distraction and stealthily approached Ebony Maw from behind. Seizing Loki's fallen dagger, Natasha leaped into action, poised to strike at Ebony Maw's neck. Yet, at that moment, without turning, Ebony Maw seized Natasha by the throat, and with his telekinesis, he directed the dagger towards the vibranium shield. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, as symbols of Captain America's valor, the vibranium shield was cleaved into 8 fragments, scattering across the ground. This shocking display left not only Steve Rogers and Natasha in disbelief, but even Tony, Thor, and Bruce Banner, who were still ensnared, were momentarily stunned. It seemed that with the shattering of the shield, their hopes for victory had been irreparably dashed. Did you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Ebony Maw questioned ominously. Natasha was cast aside, joining Tony, Thor, and Bruce Banner, all bound by the telekinetic steel prison. Then, with the Mind Scepter, Ebony Maw surveyed the heads of the 4 captives before finally pointing at Steve Rogers, exuding an air of superiority as he initiated the classic villain monologue. Chapter 163. May the glory of humanity endure. Do you know? I could use the power of this scepter to rewrite your minds, turning you into puppets like this one here. He gestured toward Loki's corpse. But I chose not to. Do you know why? Because of your base sadism. Steve Rogers refused to yield, charging forward with an elbow strike, only to be swatted away by Ebony Maw's scepter. Of course, theoretically, that blow was aided by telekinesis. Steve Rogers, you are nearly the weakest among them. Even binding you is unnecessary. Now that the shield lies shattered, why do you persist? Because I am human, a being of flesh and blood. Covered in dirt, Steve Rogers rose from the ground, grasping a steel rebar. Undeterred as he pressed toward Ebony Maw, intent on striking him down. Human? So feeble, akin to an ant? Boom. Before Steve could close the distance, Ebony Maw flicked his finger upward, launching him back once again with telekinesis, determined to witness Steve Rogers crushed beneath despair. Yet, despite the bloodied head from the repeated impacts, Steve Rogers stood resolute. Time and again, though Ebony Maw held a disdain for Steve due to Tony's influence, his unwavering spirit was indeed commendable. The anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. To act even when one knows the odds are insurmountable, such is the essence. Why do you rise? Is it not easier to kneel? I could spare you. After all, the great Titan does not target individuals. Only death is impartial to all. Ebony Maw attempted to persuade him. At that moment, Steve Rogers paused, for he heard the voice of the Black Widow, Avengers. I must convey to you a most lamentable piece of news. The Council has sanctioned the launch of a nuclear missile, one potent enough to obliterate Manhattan Island. And it will be fired shortly. I shall endeavor to delay their launch. You must evacuate swiftly and remember to alert Thor and Hulk. How could this be? Upon receiving the grim tidings from Nick Fury, Steve Rogers stood frozen in a state of despair. The steel beam in his grasp contorted by his fury before slipping from his fingers with a resounding clang as it struck the ground. Nearby, Tony and Natasha, bound like dumplings and silenced by the metallic gag, wore expressions of incredulity. On a distant rooftop, Hawkeye, engaged in a perilous melee with a Chitauri soldier, was nearly felled upon hearing the news. A shared question arose in the minds of the 4. Why surrender when we are prepared to fight to the death? However, as they surveyed the overwhelming Chitauri forces surrounding them and noted that 4 of their 6 members had been captured, despair gripped Steve Rogers. With trembling hands, he removed his shattered helmet, his resolute gaze fixed upon Ebony Maw. They had no retreat, and the innocent civilians had even less. Thus, Ebony Maw, Steve Rogers roared as he leapt, bridging a distance of several meters to confront the vast telekinetic power of Ebony Maw. His struggle was futile. With a mere flick of his finger, Ebony Maw suspended Steve Rogers in midair, and with a wave of his hand, surrounding debris surged upwards, encasing him in a cocoon alongside Tony, Thor, Hulk, and Natasha, who now knelt in a row. This scene was broadcast live by a YouTube account known as Neil's Moving Castle, sparking global discussions. The broadcaster, a statuesque lady with golden hair tied in a single ponytail, wearing a pristine white, form-fitting Commander S uniform, exuded an aura of vitality. Despite attempts by official channels to forcibly end her stream, they were utterly unsuccessful. Even the most elite hackers could not trace her location or breach her equipment. From the onset of the battle in New York, she had provided impassioned commentary, continuing unabated until Steve Rogers too fell to Ebony Maw. It seemed as though the war had reached its conclusion. If even Captain America had succumbed to the extraterrestrial forces, was this conflict truly at an end? Elsie White, wearing a sorrowful expression, placed her hand over her heart and addressed the camera. No. The oceans, skies, and lands of this planet are humanity's home. We must never relinquish any territory on Earth. New York shall not bow to the onslaught of alien artillery. Yet, where were the government's forces? So much time had passed since the alien invasion began, and why had there been no sign of action from them? Were our superheroes alone in their struggle? Had they abandoned New York? This is Commander White. I will continue to provide live updates on the war in New York from Neil S. Moving Castle. May the glory of humanity endure. As she concluded, the live chat erupted with comments. Others chimed in, some rational, others merely enamored. Given America's response speed, the official military support hasn't arrived. This is undeniably abnormal. Perhaps, as Commander White suggested, New York has been forsaken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. New York is not some neon island or foolish nation. So many affluent Americans and societal elites reside here. The government would not dare to do so. You claim they wouldn't, but look at the current situation. Is it normal? Enough of this quarrel. We need our Captain America. Nonsense. Iron Man is nearly done for against the aliens, and he hasn't shown a trace of fight. I suspect he is hiding in some corner. You're deluded. Captain America embodies America. He must be somewhere unknown, battling to protect our nation. Perhaps he is blocking the alien onslaught just beyond that rift in the sky. Brothers up there, wake up. I'm too kind to watch stupidity unfold. Allow me to stir you awake. Commander White, I declare you. Commander White, please, grant me a swift demise. Commander White, to the vortex. Shrimp-headed man, no digits. Everyone, stop arguing. Which of you noble brothers can spare me some toilet paper? I'm still squatting at the scene, my legs are numb. This perspective from the sewer vent revealed a slanted view upward. Through a mere 25-centimeter gap in the manhole cover, the silhouette of Ebony Maw could be discerned, flanked by 5 floating metal orbs. Thor S. Mjolnir lay just half a meter from this vagrant S. makeshift refuge, nearly within reach. Incredible. Brother, you are invincible. It's hopeless. Just use toilet paper. Remember to retrieve that hammer. I'll pay $5 for it. Is that for real? Let me try. Watch out. He realized. This comment barely completed before it was sent. Brother, go well. You lived true to yourself. Chapter 164. The Prologue of Destruction. In New York, upon discovering the vagrant's small movements, Ebony Maw did not need to use telekinesis to eliminate him. Mjolnir had already struck him down with a bolt of lightning. The reason was simple. The man's hands were too filthy. Ebony Maw floated to Mjolnir's side, slowly descending, gazing upon the Chitauri army wreaking havoc above, relishing the enhancement of war rhythm. Under the astonished gaze of the 5 grotesque beings, he bent to grasp the hammer's handle. At first, when Ebony Maw exerted force, Mjolnir merely trembled without being lifted, yet this was enough to astonish Thor, who was overcome with grief at the loss of his brother. For in his understanding, no one could raise Mjolnir through brute strength alone. Only those with justice and great love could wield it as an extension of themselves. Could it be that this murderer of Loki was deemed worthy by Mjolnir? What a mockery of the gods. However, unbeknownst to Thor, Ebony Maw merely shook Mjolnir with sheer force. The war rhythm enhancement was insufficient. Thus, he bestowed upon himself a supercharged buff, sacrificing his entire intellect for a second time, activating the full bonus of 100. Yet this time, under the absolute rationality conferred by mind infection immunity, Maw was able to perceive the pinnacle of the full and ultimate freedom states with absolute clarity. The silvery radiance signifying the omen of ultimate freedom had barely begun to rise before Maw forcibly suppressed it, leading to a moment destined for the annals of Asgardian history. Ebony Maw, the extraterrestrial invader, lifted Mjolnir. How could this be possible? Thor's worldview lay shattered before him as he stared blankly at the scene unfolding. No one present, apart from Leon, comprehended the significance of wielding Mjolnir better than he did. Yet, Leon, who had successfully lifted the ebony-throated Mjolnir, appeared outwardly composed, while inwardly he reveled in an unparalleled ecstasy, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before. Query: shall we proceed with today's sign-in? Sister Tongzi, anything goes. I simply adore you. Ding. Today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Godzilla template fragment X4. Oh, with 10 fragments assembled, can I finally summon the atomic dinosaur? However, signing in for Godzilla also meant that something momentous was about to occur. It was indeed time. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully gathering 10 Godzilla template fragments, which have automatically merged into a complete Godzilla template. Godzilla template. The monster among monsters, the king among kings, the human among humans. Your race remains unchanged. Yet you gain all the powers of Godzilla. When in human form, you receive a 25 boost from the Godzilla template. When in monster form, you receive a 100 boost from the Godzilla template. Introduction. This planet cannot speak, hence Godzilla emerged. Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. How hollow it is to be unmatched. Alone at the pinnacle, as the cold winds continuously sweep by. Who can truly understand my solitude? The Sky Carrier. Nick Fury watched in dismay as Alcy White delivered an impassioned speech on the large screen, exclaiming, "Where on earth did this woman come from?" "Sir, there has been no word from headquarters," Hill replied with a furrowed brow. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools." Suddenly, the live-streaming footage was forcibly switched to a video call with 5 senators. "Fury, we regret to inform you that the council has just passed your dismissal bill. From now on, the Sky Carrier is under our complete control." "What? You will all regret this." Fury was cut off as the senators abruptly ended the call, leaving him staring at the darkened screen, his face as grim as coal. With a furious blow, he shattered the screen. At that moment, the entire Sky Carrier received an announcement. Commander Fury has been dismissed. Execute Directive 7A11. 7A11 confirmed. We are ready for takeoff. On the carrier's deck, the standby pilots received the order and immediately piloted high-speed fighters armed with Little Boy to take off from the deck. Fury, witnessing this, felt a jolt of anxiety and roared. "Who launched the plane? Shoot it down." "Sir, you have been dismissed. We cannot violate military orders." The operator in charge of the Sky Carrier's air defense, instinctively adhering to military protocol, did not immediately comply with Fury's command. "Damn it, get out of my way. I'll do it myself." Fury, incensed, leaped over the railing from the captain's position 25 meters high, seizing the operator's position. After disengaging the safety mechanism to prevent friendly fire, he swiftly aimed the anti-aircraft guns positioned around the bridge at the ascending fighter jet. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 165, The Archer Who Only Shoots Arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The skills of a level 10 agent were on full display as Nick Fury executed a triple shot, accurately striking the fighter's engine. He neither ignited the fuel tank nor endangered the precious pilot's life, successfully preventing the aircraft from taking off. However, just as Fury began to relax from the heightened tension, another nuclear-capable aircraft launched without notifying the bridge command. Fury was momentarily caught off guard, and by the time he aimed to target it, it was too late. Staring at the aircraft's exhaust flames, Fury clutched a pager tightly, dazedly muttering, "It's over. Everything is over. When that kid Leon returns, he will surely kill us all." "No, sir, it's not over yet." Hill interjected without hesitation, announcing, "All Avengers, please be advised, a nuclear-capable aircraft is en route to New York." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, I was just joking. You can't be serious?" MMPH. Nearby, Steve Rogers and Natasha, muffled by Iron Man's gag, could only struggle helplessly. "How long do we have?" Hawkeye, the lone remaining Avenger, inquired over the dedicated Avengers channel. "No more than 3 minutes. It is expected to reach the launch position in 2.5 minutes. If it successfully launches, it could obliterate all of New York." Hill replied promptly, "Leave it to me." Despite being the weakest in terms of raw power among the Avengers, Hawkeye's calm response instilled a sense of security in Hill and Fury that surpassed even that of Tony and Thor. "What will you do?" Fury asked, regaining his focus as he silently relaxed his hand, poised to call Captain Marvel. "Carol." "Sir, you know I can't match Thor and Hulk's might. Nor do I possess Banner or Tony's exceptional intellect, nor Captain Rogers' remarkable leadership, or Natasha's beauty and dedication. All I can do is shoot arrows." With that, Hawkeye rolled out from behind the water tower, quickly retrieving 2 arrows lodged in the bodies of fallen Chitauri soldiers before returning them to his quiver. He then pressed the sensor button on his bow grip twice. The mechanical quiver's base rotated into position, promptly equipping the 2 special arrows with the designated functions Hawkeye had specified. Drawing one of the grappling arrows, he accurately struck a Chitauri soldier riding a hovercraft that happened to pass by the rooftop. In a manner reminiscent of a failed stuntman, he soared through the air, executing a trick before landing deftly on the hovercraft's back seat. The Chitauri pilot was left stunned by Hawkeye's maneuver, unable to react before Hawkeye kicked him off and seized control of the craft. Immediately, Hawkeye piloted the hovercraft away from the central battlefield, heading towards the outskirts of New York City, seemingly attempting to escape. "Look, your last companion has abandoned you and fled." Wooden Throat Leon seemed oblivious to Hawkeye's intentions, gesturing towards the direction of his escape, while a cloud of dust made from cement was benevolently conjured beside him, 3D broadcasting the image of Hawkeye fleeing on his airship, as if fearing that Tony and the others might miss it. Yet, no one responded. Only furious and resentful gazes were fixed upon Wooden Throat Leon, with a solitary tear escaping Natasha's eye. To her, Hawkeye Barton was the savior who had liberated her from the Red Room, a colleague, a comrade, a friend who transcended mere companionship, an almost paternal figure in her life. No, Natasha silently pleaded, but Hawkeye could not hear her, and even if he did, he would not turn back. The Chitauri army continued its rampage, but in comparison to the destruction wrought by these extraterrestrials, it was humanity's own treachery against its kin that heralded the true devastation. The citizens of New York had descended into despair. They had learned, through Alcy White's live broadcast, of the government's decision to launch a nuclear strike on New York, utterly forsaking them. Now, who could save us? Oh, savior of New York, where art thou? Alcy White, filled with empathy, clasped her hands to her chest, tears of sorrow cascading down her cheeks as she prayed. Behind her, the backdrop was a ravaged New York battlefield. Yet, no one cared to ponder why she remained unscathed in that position, nor why the passing Chitauri soldiers seemed oblivious to her presence. At that moment, the barrage of comments on Alcy White's live stream erupted into a frenzy, voices clamoring. You are using nuclear weapons funded by the Nari to obliterate innocent Nari. This is nothing short of murder. Where's the government? Where's the military? Are you all just a bunch of idle bystanders? I say this nuclear bomb would be better suited for you. Today it is New York, tomorrow it could be Los Angeles. And any one of us could become the next victim. We cannot sit idly by. Who will save my daughter? She is trapped beneath. The comments were overwhelmingly filled with vitriol aimed at the American government and military, with scant pleas for help from New Yorkers, as most were preoccupied with their own escape, leaving little time to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 166, War Machine, Brainstorm. Hancock Air Force Base. Tony and his comrades were still in New York, surrounded by countless innocent civilians. How could they possibly launch a nuclear strike? Who authorized this? Had our strike request not been approved? The command room's large screen displayed Alcy White's live broadcast. Witnessing Tony being captured by Wooden Throat Leon and now facing a nuclear threat in New York, it was evident that if the situation were allowed to escalate, Tony would surely perish. Colonel Rhodes, still unaware that the nuclear bomb could not annihilate Mark 6 Tony, could no longer remain seated, anxiously pacing and eager to act, yet his fellow officers firmly restrained him in his seat. Rhodes, at this juncture, whether we engage or not is rendered meaningless. The nuclear bomb will vaporize everything. Our involvement would only lead to our demise. Damn it. In exasperation, Rhodes slammed his fist against the computer screen, shards of glass cutting into his palm, severing a vein on the back of his hand. Dark blood oozing forth in a slow but copious flow. His aide, witnessing this, hurriedly took Rhodes to the infirmary to tend to his wounds. However, the scene shifted. In the infirmary, the aide and the medical officer had been knocked unconscious by a now bandaged Rhodes, bound and gagged to prevent them from revealing his whereabouts. Having extricated himself from his colleague's unwelcome restraint, Rhodes chose not to proceed to the helipad, which was heavily guarded by assembled soldiers, but instead turned towards the underground garage. Settling into his usual pickup truck, he activated the completely concealed biometric sensor button on the handbrake. One by one, silver components of Iron Man's armor morphed from the driver's seat, swiftly assembling into a complete set of War Machine armor that enveloped Rhodes. Sir, War Machine is at your service, intoned a steady mechanical voice in Rhodes's ear, momentarily stifling his sorrowful expression, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Silver Flash will suffice as a nickname from now on. Yes, sir. Silver Flash at your service. The wind whipped around him as the truck's sunroof automatically opened. War Machine Rhodes shot skyward, soaring out of the underground garage. Warning! Warning! An unidentified flying object has taken off from the base. What? In the command room of Hancock Air Force Base, the officers stared in disbelief at the screen capturing the silhouette of what appeared to be the silver Iron Man war machine. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes's voice echoed over the command room's public frequency. This is Colonel Rhodes. I will be proceeding to New York to assist Tony, code name War Machine. With that, War Machine Rhodes accelerated beyond Mach 5, vanishing from the sight of the officers at Hancock Air Force Base. I wish I had a friend like Tony Stark. Someone remarked enviously, interjecting a note of jealousy and disdain. Would you be willing to sacrifice yourself like Rhodes to save him? The room fell silent. The only sound remaining was the flickering image of Alcy White's live broadcast on the large screen. Stark Tower. Wooden Throat Leon levitated the five-man group with telekinesis above the top floor, gazing down upon the ravaged New York, a city steeped in lamentations, soon drowned out by the relentless barrage of artillery. Witnessing this apocalyptic devastation, Wooden Throat Leon snapped his fingers, releasing the steel muzzle that bound the five-man group, and calmly inquired, "Gentlemen, now that the mercy of the great Titan has descended, are you willing to acknowledge Thanos as the supreme and singular deity? I can intercede on your behalf to pardon your prior offenses." In your dreams, Thor struggled, his neck reddening and veins bulging. Tony, for once, refrained from engaging in verbal sparring, as he was currently focused on harnessing his potential. It was far better to exploit his own abilities than to beg for the mercy of the enemy. All along, under Leon's influence, Tony had placed excessive emphasis on physical strength and defensive enhancements, neglecting the fact that magnetism, as one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, was indeed a key to achieving omnipotence. Should he complete a unified field theory, the manipulation of magnetism could extend to gravitational manipulation, strong nuclear force manipulation, and weak nuclear force manipulation. The telekinesis exhibited by Wooden Throat Leon could achieve seemingly paradoxical effects through gravitational manipulation. Once gravitational manipulation was mastered, it would imply the ability to control an object's temperature by manipulating atomic vibrations. The strong nuclear force manipulation could theoretically fix atoms closely together, creating materials that were nearly indestructible on a physical level. The crafting of nuclear bombs and the creation of voids would be trivial pursuits. Tony's current armored physique was a testament to this principle, having enhanced the electromagnetic interactions between his bodily cells, molecules, and atoms. Yet, he was still far from invulnerable, as the potency of his superpower was curtailed by his mental fortitude. Tony's mental strength was insufficient to facilitate atomic-level precision operations against enemies in the heat of battle, as evidenced by the time it took him to enhance the electromagnetic structure between his atoms. However, the magnetic field defense derived from this was already sufficient to withstand the majority of physical and energy damage, save for superpowers like Wooden Throat's telekinesis that could directly target him. Among the four fundamental forces, weak nuclear force was arguably the weakest, primarily affecting fermions like quarks and neutrinos, producing radiative phenomena, a veritable nemesis of cancer. In terms of combat, the effects of weak interaction are rather straightforward and crude, manifesting as the emission of rays through its radioactive phenomena. It is evident that, on some level, DC's Superman embodies a fusion of the analogous super abilities derived from the four fundamental forces. Gravity corresponds to flight, the strong force to his invulnerable physique, the weak force to his heat vision, and electromagnetism to his biological stance. However, fundamentally, Superman's extraordinary might can be attributed primarily to his biological stance. Moreover, the four fundamental forces can achieve unification. Aside from gravity, which remains to be conclusively demonstrated, it can essentially be shown that they are different manifestations of the same force. Analogous to Superman, when his biological stance is sufficiently potent, he can traverse time and space. This leads to the inference that Einstein's theory of general relativity posits gravity's ability to warp space-time, thus enabling time travel when sufficiently strong. Consequently, Tony believes that gravity can also unify with the other three fundamental forces. Of course, these assumptions are predicated upon the reality of Superman's existence, and Leon's presence has approximately validated the correctness of Tony's hypotheses. However, Leon's biological stance has yet to reach the strength required for time travel, leaving Tony in the realm of conjecture and speculation. Chapter 167, The Gathering Wish, for behind me lies a sea of lights. After a whirlwind of brainstorming, Tony refocused his thoughts. With the Mark VI armor at his disposal, what he needed was not defense, but an offensive capability strong enough to defeat Ebony Maw and annihilate the Chitauri army, or a means to facilitate their escape from peril. Given his lack of mental fortitude, even in peak condition, achieving the former seemed implausible, leading him to decisively concentrate all his thoughts on the latter's research. However, when the notion of requiring greater firepower emerged in Tony's mind, his extraordinary intellect provided an answer that imbued him with a sense of fate. While mastering the strong force would indeed allow him to effortlessly craft a nuclear bomb by hand, it did not imply that magnetic manipulation could not yield a similar result. It merely posed a greater challenge. This would necessitate the generation of a sufficiently strong magnetic field to collide atoms, resulting in nuclear fusion strikes. In a certain sense, this bordered on the realm of brute force. Perhaps in his prime, Tony could have attempted it, but in his current state of mental exhaustion, generating a magnetic field of adequate strength was exceedingly difficult. Additionally, lacking experimental validation, He could not guarantee that he wouldn't inadvertently harm allies, or even himself. Hurry. Think faster. What can I do now? Tony gazed intently in the direction Hawkeye had departed, anxious about the impending nuclear strike. Hawkeye's movements plunged the online audience, who were watching R.C. White's live stream, into a stunned silence. With the nuclear bomb en route to the scene, who could possibly save New York? Hawkeye? Yet. The mere aftershock of the bomb's explosion would wreak havoc and devastation upon the city, and those about to perish should begin to pray. Pray for the Savior's arrival. Whether to the depths of hell or the heights of heaven. At that moment, R.C. White was absent from the live stream. Only her narration echoed. As the focus shifted to Hawkeye and Ebony Maw Leon, the two opposing forces, the live stream screen was divided, simultaneously broadcasting both scenarios. Could he be planning to fire the nuclear bomb prematurely? Speculated a viewer in the comments. Impossible, another voiced skepticism. Yet, the image of Hawkeye provided an answer. There he was, riding atop a Chitauri standard airship, hovering at the edge of Manhattan Island, directly above the Atlantic coast. In the distance, the aircraft carrying the nuclear bomb could vaguely be seen launching from the airborne aircraft carrier. Whoosh! The nuclear bomb was launched. Set to detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Completed. After launching the bomb, the aircraft executed a mid-air maneuver, beginning its return flight. Hawkeye, his gaze fixed on the launched bomb, stood slowly from the moving airship, battling the fierce winds, and retrieved the last explosive arrow from his back. Drawing the bow, channeling power, aiming. Oh my God. No, my darling. And Laura, you must be safe. Taking a deep breath and centering his thoughts, Hawkeye focused with unprecedented intensity, his sights solely on that nuclear bomb. However, the latest communication through his earpiece compelled him to tighten the string he had almost released. On the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury, transfixed by the live stream, clenched his fists, while Hill hurried to his side, urgently reporting, "Sir, another aircraft carrying a nuclear bomb is approaching the west coast of New York." What? We've locked down all systems for those aircraft. How could there be more? It's not us, it's the Department of Defense, Hill added. Damn it. When I called for support, no one came, and now everyone is scrambling. Fury seethed, his face darkening with rage. Barton, did you hear that? Hey. This is War Machine Rhodes. Leave that aircraft to me. As Fury attempted to inform Hawkeye Barton, unsure whether to advise him to continue or retreat, Rhodes' voice cut in. Colonel Rhodes? Fury questioned incredulously. How did you? No time to explain. I see the aircraft. Over the Atlantic Ocean, Rhodes utilized the system designed by Tony to maintain communication with both the airborne aircraft carrier and the Avengers. Tony and Hawkeye also heard Rhodes' voice. With a surge of speed, Rhodes matched the aircraft's velocity, flying in parallel. Upon spotting War Machine Rhodes, the pilot of the nuclear-carrying aircraft exclaimed, "Iron Man Tony Stark." Indeed, Rhodes, rolling his eyes beneath the helmet, admitted, "I am indeed the Iron Egg, Tony Stank. Relax. A little pain is normal." After a brief warning, Rhodes smashed through the cockpit canopy of the aircraft made of polycarbonate, yanking the bewildered pilot out. He then soared away from the aircraft. Yet, even without a pilot, the aircraft continued its trajectory toward New York, already locked into an irreversible nuclear launch sequence. Seeing this, Rhodes tossed the pilot onto a nearby floating island and swiftly accelerated to catch up with the aircraft, surpassing it. Once at a safe distance, a projectile launched from War Machine's right arm zoomed toward the nuclear aircraft. "Go, my love. Blow it to smithereens." As if truly spurred by Rhodes' encouragement, his projectile accelerated rapidly, culminating in a cataclysmic collision with the nuclear aircraft. Boom! A towering mushroom cloud erupted, and the terrifying shockwave sent Rhodes, airborne, tumbling through the sky. As he regained his balance and turned to look back, even with the experience of an Air Force colonel, he was left utterly astonished. Holy SHT, they actually intended to detonate that thing in the heart of New York City. Before him lay a vast, unfathomable void, with torrents of seawater rushing in, as the tsunami unleashed by the explosion spread wide. Yet, Rhodes could not afford to dwell on this. After neutralizing that nuclear bomb, he hastened toward the west coast of New York, for the launched bomb posed the gravest threat to Tony. "Barton, I'm on my way." Rod proactively reached out to Hawkeye, seizing the opportunity to save even one life. "Colonel Rod, it's too late," Hawkeye lamented. The nuclear missile loomed ominously within his line of sight, and if it were not detonated soon, it would reach the city's airspace, resulting in an unfathomable loss of life. "Thank you, my friend, for standing up for us in times like this." In an unusual display of silence, Rod, who typically reveled in banter, could barely contain his hope as he replied, "Don't die. When you return, I'll treat you to some ladies. Get lost. I have a wife." Hawkeye retorted with a chuckle, before focusing intently on his bow and the target ahead, suspended in the air above the west coast on a Chitauri airship. Ahead lay only a nuclear missile, yet behind him flickered countless lights of homes. The weight of choice was clear to Hawkeye. The remaining foes would be left to a certain wayward captain. You must return. Leon, Laura, and the others are counting on you. Unbeknownst to him, this subconscious farewell was broadcasted through S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers' public frequency, reaching all who knew him. Even Alcee White captured a close-up of him, and somehow, this moment became a global transmission. Silence enveloped New York today. Go for it. Uncle who shoots nuclear missiles. A comment from Alcee White's live stream echoed, and soon this phrase flooded the screen, as if children of a certain giant from another universe had manifested at this very moment. Hawkeye, unaware of what was transpiring, felt an inexplicable surge of strength and courage within him. With a smile, he released a shooting star arrow. Chapter 168, The Boy Who Devours Nuclear Missiles. Whoosh. The arrow cleaved through the sky. Though it was daytime, it glimmered like a meteor in the night, illuminated by the collective wishes of humanity. Go for it. Uncle who shoots nuclear missiles. Boom. In an act of cosmic irony, the nuclear warhead, which was designed to be impervious to mere human effort, was met by Hawkeye's explosive arrow, both hurtling toward each other. First, the explosive arrow detonated, followed by a blinding orb of light, akin to a miniature sun, erupting violently. Boom. At that moment, the people of New York, particularly those near the West Coast, felt a mix of relief and despair. At least someone was willing to stand up for them, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. If only they could live. Who will save us? They prayed, closing their eyes and awaiting the encroaching darkness. Yet, the anticipated devastation, the blinding light of the nuclear blast, the searing heat vaporizing flesh, the shockwave reducing all to dust, did not come to fruition. Hawkeye opened his eyes in confusion, only to witness a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The spherical explosion of the nuclear blast was anchored in midair by an unknown force, resembling an actual sun, with only a small amount of sunlight-like yellow radiance diffusing outward. At the center, a towering shadow of a wingless dragon, standing 100 meters tall, flickered momentarily, replaced by a reassuring black figure. With a deep hum, the nuclear explosion's sun-like force collapsed inward toward this dark figure. At last, the hero had arrived. Clad in a classic soldier boy ensemble, Leon stood as if a deity upon the throne of the heavens, greedily absorbing the cataclysmic energy of the nuclear explosion with his newly acquired Godzilla template combined with the Starlight template. The leap in power and the satisfaction of his appetite brought Leon an unparalleled sensation of bliss, feeling most comfortable in his own skin once more. Then, the Ion Saga on his left wrist radiated with the rainbow hues of miracles, and the divine war god armor materialized resplendently. Leon, a proud citizen of his homeland, unveiled this magnificent and noble new armor for the first time to the world through Alcee White's live stream. The suffering citizens of New York were the first to react, bursting into joyous cries. Wonderful. It's a citizen of our homeland. We are saved. On the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury observed Leon's return. Releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, muttering, "Damn it. This kid really knows how to make an entrance. At least he returned just when we needed him most, didn't he?" Hill replied with a smile, finally easing the tension she had held within since Leon's absence. Meanwhile, those watching Alcee White's live stream, Zhao Helen, Christine, May, Eve, and Sharon Kate, shared the same sentiment. "S.H.I.E.L.D. boy, your timing couldn't be better." Just as they had prepared for the worst, the crisis was swiftly averted by Leon's timely arrival. Hawkeye, with mixed emotions of relief and vexation, playfully punched Leon's chest as he flew toward him. "Is this my fault?" Leon shrugged, then adopted a serious expression. "We'll catch up later. Right now, we must tackle the imminent threat. This planet of mine will not be sullied by trash." With that, clad in his war god armor, Leon transformed into a rainbow-colored meteor, zipping from the west coast to hover above Stark Tower in New York City in the blink of an eye, confronting his doppelganger, Ebony Maw, across the tower. "Leon." Before Ebony Maw could speak, Thor interjected angrily, "You must avenge Loki for this guy." "Shoo." Ebony Maw raised a finger to his non-existent lips. "MMM." The boisterous Thor was immediately silenced by a telekinetically controlled steel ball, causing Tony, who had been about to speak, to fall silent and watch his brother's performance. Meanwhile, Leon was preparing for his own move. "Leon Stark," Ebony Maw began, but was interrupted again, a vein pulsing on his forehead, though his face maintained an air of elegant indifference. This interruption came from the Chitauri strategist, who, seeing Ebony Maw's effortless dominance over the situation. Felt confident that victory was assured, even with the return of Leon. Therefore, he piloted the airship, passing through the spatial portal to personally pop the champagne. Hee. Leon Stark. You are recognized as a formidable entity, so I can generously offer you a chance to surrender. If you accept the Mind Stone's dominion, I will spare these few lives. Otherwise, Chapter 169, sound the horns of counterattack. Otherwise what? What makes you think you can negotiate with me? Are you worthy? Am I someone you can control? Humph. Stop boasting. I don't know about others, but you could never be indifferent to the life or death of your brother, Tony Stark. His fate rests in our hands. With a mere flick of Ebony Maw's finger, he could be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Like this? Leon raised his hand languidly, palm facing the Chitauri strategist. In the next moment, poof, the strategist's limbs exploded into a puddle of flesh and blood, truly becoming a grotesque fusion of man and beast. What? How could you? What have you done? The expression of the Chitauri strategist transformed from astonishment to sheer terror as he lay on the airship like a grotesque, writhing larvae, pleading for help from Ebony Maw. Save me. With an impassive demeanor, Ebony Maw flicked his fingers, and the Chitauri strategist was enveloped by his telekinetic force. Drifting back to his side, Ebony Maw hastened to kill Tony Stark. I want him to regret this. Feeling a semblance of safety, the Chitauri strategist glanced back at Tony and his companions, only to find a void where they should have been, his heart racing with dread. Where are they? Ebony Maw, what are you doing? Suddenly, with an exasperated sigh, Ebony Maw declared the strategist's death with a mere snap of his fingers, reducing him to a mist of crimson. The few Chitauri soldiers accompanying him stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances before ultimately choosing to act as if nothing had transpired. As long as their mothership remained, the Chitauri would endure. When Tony and the others reappeared, it was alongside Leon, their steel prison cage torn asunder by Leon's telekinesis. This entire sequence unfolded in the brief moment that Leon crushed the limbs of the Chitauri strategist from afar. Realizing that he possessed a telekinetic power akin to that of Ebony Maw, Tony exchanged a knowing glance with Leon before distorting the light around them, rendering himself and the other four invisible, causing Ebony Maw to lose sight of them for a fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity, Leon swiftly pulled them closer. I see. You've grown stronger, Leon Stark. Humph. This time without that contraption. Let's see how you handle me. Leon deliberately glanced at the eye of Agamotto within the spatial transporter. Then without further ado, shot forth in an instant. Ebony Maw, akin to a nail driven into the void, remained rooted, conjuring an impenetrable barrier with his telekinesis, eager to test whether his physical form could withstand Leon's might. Boom! The two forces collided with a cataclysmic impact, sending Tony and his companions, just freed from their grotesque state, hurtling down from a height of 300 to 400 meters. Hulk, fly the plane. With the dual pressures of Ebony Maw's telekinesis and the power of the Mind Stone lifted, the enraged Hulk was rejuvenated in an instant. He scooped up Natasha, disregarding Captain America, and used his other hand to grip Stark Tower, applying the brakes with a fierce grip. This scene left Steve Rogers speechless, particularly since he lacked his vibranium shield. Otherwise, he would have executed a dramatic 300-meter drop on Hulk. Captain, need a hand? Tony, fully powered by his Mark 6 armor, maintained a parallel flight with the plummeting Steve Rogers, teasing him. I might as well just die. Steve Rogers retorted, exasperated. No need for that. With only 25 meters to the ground, Tony extended his hand, and Steve Rogers, smiling, grabbed it, slowing their descent and landing smoothly together. Thor, having done nothing, was the first to touch the ground, embedding himself a half-meter deep into the earth, creating a sizable crater. Tony, Steve Rogers, Hulk, and Natasha soon landed beside Thor. Just then, a skyship sped towards them, and Hawkeye leapt from above, rolling to dissipate his momentum. The ship continued its trajectory, crashing into a group of Chitauri soldiers approaching in their own ships. Bang! Amidst the fierce explosion behind him, Hawkeye stood firm before the five, grinning, "Am I late?" Before they could respond, a figure plummeted from above, raising a cloud of dust, followed by Leon's armored silhouette emerging from within. He held a withered arm clutching the Mind Stone, raised triumphantly towards the heavens for S.H.I.E.L.D. to capture in close-up. Simultaneously, his conqueror's aura radiated across the world, proclaiming, "Avengers, assemble." At that moment, with Leon's return as the cornerstone, the original Avengers truly reunited, a scene destined to be etched in history. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s live broadcast swiftly spread the image of Leon, the embodiment of strength and charisma, bringing the Avengers into the public eye. "Leon, our enemies are multiplying. We must immediately close that portal above." This scepter is the key to controlling it, Steve Rogers cautioned. No, not yet. I have a better plan, Tony interjected, tilting his head upwards. Following his gaze, the seven beheld the portal above Stark Tower, faintly illuminated by the dim starlight, revealing an immense Chitauri mothership, hundreds of times larger than a standard Chitauri vessel. In an instant, they grasped Tony's intent. He bore no grudges from the past. However, we must first deal with that gatekeeper up there, Natasha reminded them. Above, Ebony Maw, nursing his severed arm that Leon had violently torn away, cast a malevolent gaze down upon the seven. Wow, he must truly despise you now, Leon, Tony remarked, resting a hand on Leon's shoulder. Clearly, Leon summoned a humanoid Batet, casually tossing the mind scepter to her. As for 2B, typically appearing alongside Alca-2, he opted not to summon her to avoid any unintended associations. Follow my command to close the portal. Yes, Master. Rogers, you non-flyers should stay on the ground to protect the civilians. The airborne enemies are up to Tony and me. Thor. Okay. Hulk, give it a mighty throw. Hulk smash. Hulk roared, pounding his chest and seizing a nearby car, hurling it skyward, breaking the sound barrier and obliterating dozens of Chitauri soldiers riding on their ships. Thus, the counterattack sounded its clarion call. Chapter 170. Overwhelming Hope. The orders were given, and the essence was singular. You take flight, and I shall wreak havoc. At that moment, a chilling wail erupted from 7 Chitauri ships, forcibly controlled by Ebony Maw's telekinesis, merging into a colossal wrecking ball, launching a self-destructive assault on Leon and his companions. Thor raised his hammer to summon lightning, ready to unleash a storm to obliterate them. Yet Leon raised his hand to halt him, stepping forward to shield his teammates. Everyone, step aside. I'm about to show off. Leon remained silent. But Tony brazenly undermined him. His remark, serving as a comedic commentary to Leon's inner thoughts, utterly dismantled the formidable aura Leon had painstakingly crafted. Leon twitched his lips, pretending not to hear, as the spines of his battle armor began to glow ominously, the air growing increasingly tense. A low, escalating hum resonated, akin to a grim announcement from the Grim Reaper. Upon reaching its zenith, the armor's outline illuminated like a radiant LED strip, the brilliance converging at the core of its eternal heart. Coupled with its energy, it surged upward along a luminous path akin to external veins. Atomic breath. The crystal visor remained closed, allowing Leon's atomic breath to permeate through, unleashing an ice-blue inferno that vaporized the 7 Chitauri ships in an instant. The momentum remained unabated, arcing skyward towards the guardian of the portal, Ebony Maw. His pupils constricted as he unleashed his full telekinetic force, forming a barrier to confront Leon's full-powered atomic breath head-on. Leon's psychokinetic powers, enhanced by various attributes, clashed against the dual onslaught of Leon and Ion Saiga. The culmination of this confrontation was a blinding radiance that momentarily deprived all onlookers of their sight, those engrossed in the live broadcast by R.C. White. Viewers, their expressions and movements synchronously frozen in astonishment, stared vacantly at the screens, be it computers, televisions, or smartphones, rendered into a state of speechlessness by the explosive physicality before them. Overwhelming hope surged forth. Even allies were not spared. As the brilliance waned, a deafening boom reverberated through the air. The Stark Tower, nay, the entirety of New York City, felt the shockwave as windows shattered nearly in unison, a consequence of Leon's careful application of biological position to mitigate the damage between his main body and its clones. Nonetheless, a residual tremor spread beyond his control. After a span of 25 seconds, Leon terminated the atomic breath, only to witness a charred humanoid figure crash before him, the silhouette vaguely resembling that of Ebony Maw. The remaining 6 members of the Avengers, still poised for battle, exchanged glances, their collective focus settling upon Leon. Given your extraordinary prowess, is there still a need for conflict? Leon, equally astonished, had not anticipated that his amalgamation with the Godzilla template would yield such staggering strength. Yet, considering the weight of Godzilla's form, understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, it was over. Though marveling at his own ascendance, Leon maintained an air of nonchalance as he soared alone into the heavens, a flicker of enlightenment igniting within him. From his palm, a pale golden orb of light coalesced, compressing into a solid form. The absolute clarity brought forth by mental infection immunity resonated within him. I am Stellatus. With a whisper, Leon raised the energy sphere, crafted solely from his own formidable attributes, above his head with a single hand. In a flurry, nearly endless golden beams erupted from it. Leon needed no extraneous movements. Merely focusing on his intended target, and imparting a mental command that he was the gun sufficed. The mercy of gun god Stellatus, deceived into shedding all reservations, eagerly adjusted the trajectory for Leon. Thus, the once carefree marksman had ascended to become a stationary laser turret, inexorably hitting each Za'Tari soldier attempting to evade. After 25 seconds, as the last Za'Tari soldier was pierced by the golden beam of death, Leon's grand harvest culminated flawlessly. Below, the 6 members of the Avengers wore expressions of utter amazement. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? With keen observation, Leon smirked in triumph. Yet this was but the beginning. He reached out to Nick Fury. How many nuclear warheads are aboard the helicarrier? Well, Nick Fury stammered, reluctant to divulge. While Hill promptly responded, 13. Excellent, launch them all. Wait, what? Fury's face transformed into a portrait of confusion, while Hill immediately ordered 13 nuclear-capable aircraft to scramble. Following Leon's return, the Council discreetly restored the permissions of Fury and Hill. Without further hindrance, the 13 aircraft swiftly reached the west coast, aligning in formation as they simultaneously targeted Stark Tower, akin to young boys holding hands on an outing. Perfect. Leon tilted his head back, releasing an atomic breath that obliterated a Za'Tari mothership attempting to traverse the teleportation portal. Devoid of the strategic oversight of the Za'Tari commander, the mothership would mechanically persist in executing prior assault orders until its mission was fulfilled or its biomass energy reserves were depleted. Leon, how could I not join in the spectacle? This time, you shan't elude me, Tony remarked as he soared beside Leon. Count me in, Thor echoed, his fury demanding an outlet. Then let us proceed together, brothers, to end this farce. As the 13 nuclear warheads soared, Leon exerted his psychokinetic control over them. Meanwhile, Batet positioned herself with the Mind Scepter next to the teleportation device. Leon, Tony, and Thor exchanged affirming nods before ascending through the portal, directly reaching the Za'Tari mothership's stronghold. Chapter 171. The Resplendent Souls Amidst Nuclear Fire, the roar of dragons echoing through the universe. Batet, seal the teleportation portal. Understood, Master. Upon receiving Leon's command, Batet utilized the Mind Scepter to pierce the protective barrier of the Space Stone, counteracting its energy and halting its upward flow. With the loss of this spatial energy supply, the teleportation portal above Stark Tower endured less than 25 seconds before sealing completely under the world's robust self-repair mechanism, akin to a scar healing flawlessly. Steve Rogers and the others gazed in bewilderment at the scene, amidst the surrounding ruins and flames, as if caught in a dream. It was not until War Machine Rhodey landed beside them that he voiced a concern. You just closed that portal. How will Tony and Leon return? The remaining 4 non-flying Avengers exchanged awkward glances, momentarily at a loss. Above, Batet, wielding the Mind Scepter and adorned with the Ring of Agamotto, stood at the edge of Stark Tower, overlooking the group below, devoid of any desire to engage with them. To be candid, aside from the brilliant Bruce Banner, capable of transforming into the Hulk, the rest appeared to her as mere footnotes in the grand narrative, indistinguishable from ants. 2.5 hours later, on R.C. White's live channel, the streets of New York had transformed into a battleground. However, the troops had only just arrived, as the Avengers, under Captain Leon's leadership, had already gained control of the situation. What magnificent superheroes they were! It was through their efforts that the people of New York had been liberated from the nuclear threat and survived the alien onslaught. We must extol the Avengers, celebrating the valiant Captain Leon. He is the one who salvaged New York from calamity. Now we witness Captain Leon, having obliterated all extraterrestrial invaders, leading Iron Man Tony, Thor, and 13 nuclear warheads through the portal. Surely, they aim to eradicate such threats for good, to protect New York, nay, to safeguard all humanity. Without hesitation, they ventured forth, resolute in their quest, undeterred by the possibility of never returning. Let us pray for their triumph. May the glory of humanity endure. Oh, may the glory of humanity endure. The live stream's comments section erupted in fervor, scrolling furiously, soon obscuring R.C. White from view. Woe is me. The captain of our homeland is truly magnificent. His presence brings an overwhelming sense of security that moves me to tears. My entire family resides in New York, and we are forever indebted to the captain's kindness. Loyalty. Indeed. Meanwhile, after traversing the teleportation passage, the trio found themselves in the vastness of space. Leon had long since freed himself from reliance on Earth's environment and thrived in the cosmos. Nearly at full strength, Thor was minimally affected, although he momentarily felt a sense of disorientation due to his lack of flight capability. Tony, on the other hand, was not yet equipped to survive in outer space. But thanks to his foresight, his Mark 6 armor was outfitted with an array of life support systems. Thus, Tony found himself at an advantage in the extraterrestrial environment compared to Thor. The three stood by as the teleportation passage vanished, and Tony, feeling the adrenaline wane, suddenly voiced a question akin to that of Rhodes. Wait, how are we supposed to get back? Of course, we return the same way we came, Leon replied logically. Simultaneously, they turned their gaze toward the Chitauri mothership, resembling a four-legged spider. Even though the Chitauri foot soldiers in the New York battlefield had been obliterated by Leon's unyielding prince technique, countless Chitauri minions still piloted vessels in its vicinity. However, the insectoid ships were down to a mere handful, seemingly decimated on Earth. As the teleportation passage disappeared, the Chitauri mothership immediately aimed its weaponry at the three intruders. With a flurry of movement, the Chitauri swarm surged toward them. What do you think? Shall we have a contest to see who can obliterate that behemoth first? And who can dispatch more of those minion pests? Leon proposed. Put down the nuclear bombs, and then talk, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. If Leon were to throw those 13 nuclear bombs, he and Thor would stand no chance in terms of efficiency. I don't need the nuclear bombs. I never intended to use them to destroy them. That would be a gross waste. Huh. Then why did you have Fury launch them? Tony asked. A look of confusion etched on his face. Guess, Leon replied mischievously. Guess what? Let us begin, Tony declared, taking on the role of referee as he shot forward. Thor followed closely, swinging his hammer. To conserve energy, Tony opted for a more tactical approach, seizing control of the Chitauri minions' laser guns and effortlessly dispatching them with minimal exertion. Like a pianist playing a haunting melody, he dispatched wave after wave of Chitauri soldiers with grace and precision. As the number of laser guns he commandeered increased, Tony's efficiency soared. Meanwhile, Thor, fueled by the loss of his beloved brother, unleashed his newly awakened powers with relentless fury, treating the storm of lightning as a mere basic attack, venting all his rage upon the unsuspecting Chitauri. His speed in eliminating foes rivaled that of the cunning Tony, if not surpassing it. Leon, have you conceded defeat? Tony asked, effortlessly glancing back to gauge the situation, noticing that Leon was in no rush to act. No need to hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Otherwise, I fear that if I take action, you and Thor will have come here for naught. He replied with a smirk. Tony, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, taunted, You're not losing steam after that shot in New York, are you? Lose steam? I'm just getting started. With that, Leon unleashed his power. The Godzilla template granted him a significant enhancement. When in human form, it provided a modest 25 boost. But in his beast form, it surged to a staggering 100. With a mental command, Leon telekinetically hurled the 13 explosive nuts backward, while Ion Saiga, in sync with Leon, released itself from his wrist to prevent any mid-air explosions. And as Tony gazed on with a mix of awe and trepidation, Leon's form rapidly swelled, transforming from a height of 945 meters into a colossal, wingless dragon towering over 100 meters. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the cosmos, Leon declared his might. What is happening? Tony exclaimed, staring up at the immense figure of Godzilla Leon, while simultaneously monitoring the rapidly rising radiation levels on the Mark 6's internal display, horrified. Did you grow up on nuclear waste? No, I drank sister juice. But various events during the sleep of Leon have led to my newfound strength, Leon explained, his dragon visage adorned with a distinctly human smile, nostrils exhaling plumes of white mist. Without further ado, he began to gather energy. With a deep, resonant hum, the spines along Godzilla Leon's back ignited, and his chest expanded as he inhaled deeply, preparing a devastating atomic breath. Unlike a pure Godzilla, who relied solely on biological energy, Leon could ignite his internal nuclear reactor in any environment, thanks to the energy conversion from the Starlight template and the plasma lightning from the Storm template. The ensuing atomic breath swept through the cosmos like an eraser upon the world, obliterating everything in its path. In mere moments, the once seemingly endless Chitauri army was reduced to mere remnants, leaving only the solitary mothership. Godzilla Leon, emboldened by victory, tucked his short arms against his chest and flicked his tail, symbolically revving up for action. The biological stance provided him with flight power commensurate with his immense size. With an incredible burst of speed, Godzilla Leon, propelled by his own massive inertia, effortlessly smashed through the Chitauri mothership, creating a gaping hole. Within that breach, he unleashed another atomic breath, performing a classic spin. The colossal mothership, dwarfed by Leon's size, was reduced to a heap of twisted metal and protein-rich remnants. Though it did not disintegrate into atomic dust like the previous Chitauri minions, the destruction was still significant, as the mothership's sheer size limited the breath's coverage. Leon inhaled deeply, savoring the alluring aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, as a piece of perfectly charred protein floated enticingly before him. With a satisfying crunch, he devoured it, only to find that the once blackened surface yielded a taste that was utterly repulsive, sour, bitter, and soft, akin to mucus. It was a stark contrast to the delightful scent, reminiscent of the extremes embodied by durian. Godzilla Leon regurgitated directly, and with little substance in his belly, he could only retch repeatedly, his adorably short arms busily pawing at his own tongue in an attempt to scrape away the lingering, foul odor from his taste buds. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Tony doubled over in laughter, clutching his belly. Brother, indulging in reckless eating habits is hardly commendable. Thor too was entertained by Godzilla Leon's whimsical performance. You're laughing, aren't you? Godzilla Leon's lips curled into a broad Nike swoosh. Suddenly, Tony and Thor sensed impending doom. They attempted to flee but were immediately immobilized in place by Leon's telekinesis. Subsequently, 2 sizable pieces of Chitauri mothership barbecue, perfectly sized for their mouths, were telekinetically delivered into their mouths by Leon, who even kindly assisted them in mimicking chewing motions. In unison, the trio erupted into a synchronized bout of retching. Ugh. After approximately 2.5 minutes of heaving, the 3 finally began to recover. The acrid flavor was one they wished never to taste again. This is my demand as the victor of our wager. Is that unreasonable? In the aftermath, faced with Tony and Thor's inquiries, Godzilla Leon spread his short arms in a gesture of innocent deflection. Makes sense. A bet is a bet, Thor nodded. But it can't be just us, Tony added. Then, the trio exchanged knowing glances and erupted into a villainous cackle. Hee hee. What? There are only 3 of us here, yet the laughter echoes fourfold. Tony, Thor, and the illustrious actor Leon simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing the implications, Thor swiftly raised Mjolnir, summoning a formidable bolt of lightning that enveloped the surrounding 10-mile radius in a tree-like display. Crackling and sizzling, a familiar silhouette, charred to the bone, materialized before Leon and the others. Thor's face lit up with delight as he rushed over to embrace the temporarily incapacitated Loki. Loki, I knew you weren't dead. Really? I wonder which fool mourned my death so dramatically and swore vengeance, Loki teased. This earned him another thump from Thor. Bang. Damn you, Loki. If you were alive, why didn't you tell us sooner? Did you have to make us play hide and seek to drag you out? Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? Loki, clutching a sizable bump on his forehead, shifted from mirth to annoyance. Chapter 173, Loki's Mirage. Have you ever seen a Godzilla that trips and practices jujitsu? What are you doing here with us? It's quite dangerous, Tony inquired. Just came to watch the spectacle. Who doesn't enjoy a good show? Loki replied, his gaze evasive. Enjoying the show, are we? Thor, now seething with faux amusement, seized a piece of Chitauri mothership barbecue that Leon had meticulously selected for him and shoved it into Loki's mouth. Let us see if you've had enough. Thor grabbed another piece of barbecue from Leon and menacingly interrogated Loki. Do you still want to watch? Yes, Loki muttered under his breath. You. Thor was utterly exasperated, his finger trembling as he pointed at Loki, while Leon silently continued to offer him barbecue. After a lengthy pause, once Loki had expelled everything from his stomach, he resumed the interrogation. Loki, how on earth did you survive? I distinctly saw you being strangled by Ebony Maw, who seemed oblivious to anything amiss. With a snap of his fingers, Loki conjured an illusion that vividly replicated the moment he was throttled, showcasing a triumphant gleam in his eyes as he gestured for Thor to touch it. When Thor reached out, he was astonished to find Loki's magical illusion felt indistinguishable from reality, a feat the former Loki had never achieved. Even when Thor struck the illusion's head, the solid thud and Loki's pained groan left him utterly confused about which was the real Loki and which was the illusion, until the supposed false Loki, cradling his own head, whimpered, Ouch. Sorry, I thought you were the fake one. Rolling his eyes, Loki suspected Thor's actions were deliberate. This muscle-headed oaf seemed to be acquiring more cunning by the day. Next, Thor swung again at the illusion of Loki, but this time his strike passed through, revealing the green glow of the illusionary magic. How is this possible? It felt solid before. Thor pondered, perplexed. Loki clarified, the illusion remains an illusion. But I have mastered a minor spell that obscures other senses. Unless someone realizes they are under my illusion from the outset, like you just did by blasting me away, they will believe what they experience is real, when in fact, it is merely a crafted mirage. Leon, upon hearing this, instantly comprehended the entirety of the situation. To fabricate a reality from false illusions. Wasn't he that the very essence of mirage? Hakiro, you clever rascal. Fortunately, Leon's free will was unaffected. And Peter's spider sense should similarly remain intact. This had been confirmed during their encounter with Mysterio and Hero's expedition, showcasing the variance between mutation and technology. However, those without similar passive abilities would find it exceedingly challenging to distinguish Loki's illusions from actual reality. And individuals like Thor, who possessed area of effect damage capable of dispelling Loki's mirage, wouldn't he casually unleash a tornado to obliterate a parking lot? This was more reminiscent of a future Archmage from the Nine Realms. Leon nodded in satisfaction, feeling no awareness of being the youngest sibling. Leon, do you intend to maintain this form of a giant lizard indefinitely? Tony suddenly asked. What giant lizard? I am an atomic dinosaur. Godzilla. Leon corrected him through gritted teeth. Yet the more he explained, the more Tony, Thor, and Loki perceived his transformation as resembling a large lizard. Roar. Due to his immense size, Godzilla. Leon's speech carried a thunderous quality, and Tony felt a wave of radiation wash over him. Leon, you'd best keep this transformation from Pepper. While boys can share a mutual understanding, girls tend to be more sentimental. Your breath could inadvertently pose a significant threat to ordinary folk. It's best to exercise restraint. I did it on purpose, Godzilla. Leon retorted, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he finally remarked, having you as a brother is my radiation. That doesn't count. Godzilla. Leon, filled with pride, attempted to cross his arms, only to realize halfway that his short arms were too short to accomplish the task. He then feigned nonchalance while casually stroking his belly. However, upon touching his belly, he abruptly remembered his super regeneration could adjust his form, though he had no immediate intentions of elongating his arms. 1. It paid homage to the classics. 2. In battle, if someone dared to tease him for his short arms, it would be amusing to retaliate with a devastating slam and submission hold. Have you ever seen a Godzilla that trips and practices jujitsu? Alright then, let us head back. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Well, it seems we will have to wait a little longer. I had arranged with Buster to transport us back in 2.5 hours. Come on. Let me take you for a spin. Godzilla. Leon gestured to his back with his short little fingers, making it clear that he was not just any creature to be ridden. Only his brothers were afforded such a privilege. The trio of Tony, Thor, and Loki found themselves unable to refuse his offer of riding a dragon. Holy shit. Leon, you are enormous. Thor remarked, resting his hand on Godzilla. Leon's spine. A surge of bravado swelling within him. Perhaps only the fire giant Surtur and the guardian of the galaxy beast, Phalag, could rival your size. Surtur? Phalag, a bunch of trash. I could obliterate them with a single breath of atomic fire. Godzilla. Leon declared as he carried the three on his back, roaming nearby in search of amusement while bellowing with his commanding presence. Query, shall we proceed with today's check-in? Sister Tongzi, you too shall taste my atomic breath. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received endless Chitauri barbecue. I've been honest, Sister Tongzi TT. Chapter 174. Tony, 100,000 magnetic field spin. Let us fight. Let us fight. Let us fight. Listening to Leon's somewhat inflated declaration of dominance, Loki nearly lost his composure, egging on the situation with delight. 25 minutes later, Tony soon grew weary of the monotonous void of space, longing for the solid ground of Earth. Leon, having found no sign of the Abyss or his other Obsidian generals, quickly lost interest in the exploration. His colossal frame, standing at 125 meters tall and stretching 300 meters long, floated aimlessly in the cosmos like a dreamless fish. Before Godzilla. Leon lay the battle god S.H.I.E.L.D, Ion Siga, now expanded to accommodate his size, with only one nuclear bomb remaining from the original 13. With a ceremonial flourish, he rubbed his short hands together, then extended 2 fingers of his right hand to pick up the last lollipop from the makeshift table. Slurp, slurp. Godzilla. Leon reluctantly licked it twice before popping the entire thing into his mouth, crunching down on its coconut flavor, quelling his hunger and returning to his true self. Content. He patted his belly, savoring the taste. Tony, witnessing the absurdity of him treating a bomb capable of leveling New York as a mere snack, couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head in disbelief as he tapped the helmet of Mark 6, inquiring, Jarvis, how much time has passed? Sir, it has been 25 minutes since you and Master Leon traversed the spatial portal, and only 2.5 minutes since your last inquiry. What? Only 2.5 minutes? Tony felt as though the universe had collapsed upon him. It seemed like 2.5 years had gone by. Thor. Doesn't Asgard possess that Noble bridge? Tony placed his hopes on Thor. It's Rainbow Bridge. not Snowball Bridge. Whether intentional or a mere slip of the tongue. Thor's eye twitched at the mention. The very name felt somewhat chilling, as he helplessly explained. We have transcended the boundaries of the 9 realms. Heimdall's all-seeing eye cannot reach this far. And you? Tony turned to the comfortably reclining Loki. Loki remained silent, merely shrugging helplessly, his left hand instinctively brushing against the inconspicuous bronze ring on his right index finger, concealed by magic. Fine then. Relying on you all is less effective than relying on myself. Assessing his mental fortitude, Tony felt a renewed sense of purpose, leaping onto Godzilla Leon's makeshift table. Tony, what are you doing? Godzilla Leon inquired. Humph. Tony said nothing, focused solely on the spinning magnetic field. What the? Tony, what are you doing? Thor and Loki felt the ground tremble beneath them. Godzilla Leon remained as still as a slumbering husband. They clung tightly to his spine as the surrounding space visibly warped under an invisible force, an unfamiliar sensation of motion sickness washing over them. Ugh. However, they had long been rendered immune to nausea by the intoxicating aroma of chitauri barbecue. Here it comes. This is the feeling. Tony exclaimed excitedly, squeezing his hand tightly. Silently, a spatial wormhole opened around him. Godzilla Leon's eyes widened in astonishment. No way, dude. This is the same trick used by the celestial leader Arishem from the Eternals. Tony, you're really aiming for the heavens. Once the realization of absolute thought acceleration struck, Godzilla Leon offered no resistance as he, along with Thor and Loki, was engulfed by the wormhole Tony had conjured. The three vanished into the chaotic expanse of cosmic debris. 2 hours later, a not-so-large transport portal was opened atop Stark Tower by Buster, adorned with the ring of Agamotto, with a worried Pepper and Xeohalen standing beside her. One was akin to Leon's sister-in-law, and guardian, while the other was a woman of considerable means and wisdom, much like Leon himself. Thus, Buster afforded them the respect they deserved. However, Colonel Rhodes and Captain America kept their distance. Everyone eagerly watched the portal for the arrival of Leon, Tony, and Thor. Yet, instead of the trio, there was only a spread of mysterious, aromatic barbecue, with an enticing charred surface. Gulp. Someone in the crowd whimpered, their throat involuntarily swallowing. I've heard that barbecues of the same kind have a peculiar allure. Do you think this could be Tony and the others? Rhodes remarked casually. Colonel Rhodes. That joke is hardly amusing, Steve Rogers replied with a serious expression. Buster clarified the crowd's unspoken concerns. This is not Master and the others. It is the remains of those insects. I can sense Master's presence, but he is no longer within the expanse of this portal. I told you so, haha. Tony and the others are just fine. Everyone's gaze converged intensely on Rhodes, the pressure mounting until his voice dwindled to silence. Rest assured, those three together will be unharmed. If anything, it should be the others who are in trouble. Dr. Banner stepped forward to reassure them. Suddenly, a green, Kieran-like arm swiftly snatched a piece of barbecue from the ground and thrust it into the mouth of Banner, who had transformed into the Hulk. Ugh. Gah. Just a fleeting taste of the barbecue, and Hulk relinquished control, Banner's consciousness returning, forced to endure the overwhelming deliciousness that even Leon and the others could not resist. After expelling the Italian pasta he had eaten that morning, he continued to froth at the mouth before quickly succumbing to unconsciousness under the body's protective mechanisms. Is it truly that sinister? I've consumed canned herring as a meal. Witnessing Dr. Banner's intense reaction, the skeptical Rhodey picked up a piece of the palm-sized chitauri barbecue from the ground, wiped the surface dust off with his sleeve, and took a bite. Upon tasting it, he confirmed with dismay, this is absolutely disgusting. It's like it's wrapped in a filthy, damp rag that hasn't been washed in 6 months. In a fit of revulsion, he discarded the remaining meat, feeling as though he could never use that hand again. However, what was remarkable was that he was the only one who managed to consume the chitauri barbecue without immediately regurgitating it. Perhaps it was due to his exposure to the biochemical assault of canned herring or some innate racial trait that aided him. Meanwhile, Leon and his companions were transported to a cyber wasteland-style planet through a wormhole conjured by Tony, with the most striking feature being a cityscape dominated by towering steel structures. Chapter 175, Sakaar Planet Instance, initiated. Attention, this is my first time. Experiencing a slight dizziness is perfectly normal. Sakaar. The landmark here is a towering edifice akin to the Hokage Rock, adorned with colossal metallic statues. Above, a conspicuous gaping void glows with a sinister crimson light, surrounded by a multitude of smaller, pale purple voids. The quartet's landing site was the cyber junkyard encasing the city. Whoosh. The wormhole flickered and vanished. A sudden and overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and vertigo surged through them. as it was their inaugural experience traversing a wormhole. The disorienting feeling of their bodies being distorted in space, as if their heads were fused with their rears, was something even the formidable Leon could not entirely evade. He had already reverted from his Godzilla transformation midway through the journey. Alongside Tony and the others, they plummeted from a great height, free-falling towards a colossal deceleration zone constructed from assorted cyber refuse. Boom! The quartet landed almost simultaneously, amid a chaotic scattering of electronic devices, everyday items, and countless broken components that were unrecognizable to any Earthling. Cough, cough, cough. What was that for? Boom. Directly above them, a small spacecraft resembling a spinning DNA helix plummeted from a purple void towards Leon and his companions. Leon, the first to react, smashed it into debris with a punch, then stared blankly at this place that resembled Earth yet was entirely different, a locale that felt oddly familiar to him. Sweet Heimdall. Tony, you really know how to pick a spot. The crimson void above, the refuse cascading from it, and the towering statue in the city center immediately revealed to Leon that they were on Sakaar, a planet governed by the tyrannical Grandmaster, where the populace was fierce and reveled in brutal combat competitions. Due to its peculiar location, the planet's surface was riddled with unstable portals linking to various corners of the universe, making it perilous for ships to navigate in and out. This characteristic rendered Sakaar a cosmic junkyard and a place of exile for criminals. Races that might never meet in the universe converged here, resulting in a unique blend of civilizations and technological evolution, all under the absolute rule of the Grandmaster, forming a formidable force that other planets could not afford to overlook. Thor was the second to acclimate. Observing his surroundings, he tentatively called out, Heimdall, I am here. I have always been here. At the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall stood with his hands firmly resting on the Sword of the Keys, his voice resonating not only in Thor's mind, but also in the minds of Leon and the others. Beside him, Scourge, the successor he had been training, was brazenly slacking off, polishing his weapon of destruction. What is going on? Didn't you say he couldn't see that far? A bewildered Tony turned to Thor, feeling utterly deceived. This, Thor stammered, caught off guard by Tony's accusatory tone. Heimdall interjected, Tony Stark, Thor is both right and wrong. My all-seeing eye can pierce through the entirety of the universe. No matter how distant, it can be as close as a heartbeat. However, limited by my own constraints. The information I typically receive is confined to the 9 realms under Asgard's protection. Since you vanished from Earth, I have been searching for your whereabouts in the cosmos. You appeared as 4 faint points of light, situated closer to Asgard than before. Oh, I see. Your all-seeing eye serves as an infinite distance telescope, usually focusing only on the places you have marked, while other areas require additional attention to explore, Tony deduced. Precisely, Heimdall nodded. Otherwise, if I were to completely lift the restrictions on my all-seeing eye, my mind would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, leading to a catastrophic failure. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and transport us back to Earth. Tony, however, refrained from mentioning his newfound understanding of wormhole traversal, fully aware of his limitations. Recklessly attempting to use the wormhole again might lead them to an unknown destination, perhaps even perilously close to a black hole, leaving them with no place to lament their misfortune. No, I cannot do that, Heimdall replied, unusually firm in his refusal. Why not? Leon inquired, puzzled. Your current location is quite distant from Asgard, but that is not the crux of the issue. The true concern lies in the unique spatial position of this planet. Its surface is riddled with unstable portals that connect to various parts of the universe. If I were to open the Rainbow Bridge targeting that location, the energy would utterly destabilize the spatial balance there, leading to the annihilation of the entire planet. Loki, much like your original intentions for Jotunheim. Heimdall suddenly called out to Loki, who had been silent. Reluctantly, Loki took over the conversation. Let us not dwell on the past, Heimdall. I just want to be a good person now. Frigga misses you, Heimdall stated, silencing Loki completely. He opened his mouth to retort, wanting to dismiss it with a what do I care? I'm just her adopted wayward child, but the tender image of Frigga appeared in his mind, rendering him speechless. Eventually, he murmured, I miss her too. Thor, standing nearby, wore a look of contentment and turned to Heimdall, asking, if the Rainbow Bridge cannot be activated, how can we return to Earth and Asgard? The portal above you, Heimdall replied. Which one? The largest one. With that, Heimdall's voice fell silent, leaving the quartet to exchange glances and gaze up at the grand crimson void above, then shift their attention to the distant city where ships were arriving. Well, since we're here, shall we have a little fun before we leave? The helmet of Mark 6 lifted, revealing Tony's eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Exploration is the nature of a scientist, while playfulness is an instinct inherent in Tony as a man. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if something goes awry? Thor recalled his past experience leading a team to Jotunheim, where they were overwhelmed by frost giants. Thor, are you afraid? Loki taunted. What kind of question is that? I am incredibly brave, Thor retorted immediately, swinging Mjolnir in a show of bravado. Snap. And thus, the decision was made with delightful finality. Leon clapped his hands to seal the agreement. Chapter 176. Loki. Ultimately, it is I who bear all the burdens. TT. A dilapidated, container-like flying bus landed before Leon and his companions, from which emerged a motley crew of scavengers, adorned in ragged attire and hailing from diverse races, wielding weapons akin to firearms. Are you gladiators? Leon inquired. No, they replied. Do you work for the Grandmaster? Tony interjected. The Greenmaster? Neither. Then you must be food. The leader, a gray-skinned Mohican, grinned widely, brandishing a high-voltage net launcher that swiftly discharged a net-like projectile. Leon and Tony, positioned at the forefront, instinctively darted to the sides, prompting Thor to seize Loki, who was retreating quietly, and hurl him forward. Zzz. Upon striking Loki, the net-like projectile instantly coalesced into a binding web, incessantly discharging high-voltage electricity and neurotoxins. In the blink of an eye, Loki began to roll his eyes back. The twin swords, known as the Lion's Fangs, belatedly severed the electric net, and once freed from its grip, Loki's meticulously styled hair stood on end, resembling a burst nut. You three did this on purpose, didn't you? Loki queried with a tone of unwavering certainty directed at Leon, Tony, and Thor. Your reaction time was simply too slow, Leon shrugged in response. Damn it. Loki could not retort. Unable to retaliate, he could only vent his frustration at the oblivious scavengers. Listen closely. I am Loki, son of Odin. I care not for your trifles. Shoot me. The scavengers aimed their weapons squarely at Loki and the trio of Leon, Tony, and Thor, who were hiding behind him, poised to observe the unfolding drama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scavengers wielded an array of unconventional weaponry, including electric nets, lasers, and physical bullets, utilizing whatever they could scavenge. Humph. Loki smirked wickedly. The dual swords of the Lion's Fangs united to form a spiral shield, absorbing the initial wave of damage. Almost immediately, a green light flickered around Loki, and together with the Lion's Fangs, he vanished from the scavenger's line of sight. The bullets, originally aimed at him, suddenly redirected towards Leon and his companions, who were now spectating. Naturally, it was utterly ineffective. Tony's magnetic field defense passively neutralized both physical and energy attacks, rendering the meager firepower of firearms utterly impotent against it. Indeed, Leon's telekinesis was not as effortless. When confronted with beam attacks, he first had to react swiftly enough to track their trajectories before exerting control. Fortunately, Leon possessed absolute thought acceleration, which compensated for this subtle shortcoming since the inception of his telekinesis. His thought speed could surpass light itself. Bullets, electric nets, and lasers all hung suspended in midair, creating a surreal tableau that sent shivers down the spines of the scavenger leader, who had relied on sheer numbers and firepower. Yet, this was not the end. A more terrifying event soon unfolded. Rip, rip, rip. One by one, his companions were cleaved in twain by invisible blades. Before long, he stood alone, his spine chilled, frozen in place. The electric net launcher in his hands felt like a scalding hot potato, impossible to keep or discard. What are you? Just a few passing rogues. Remember us well, Leon replied. Rogues? Thought the scavenger leader, who was akin to them, only to be swiftly and evenly sliced into 4 pieces by Loki, with nary a drop of blood shed. Impressive, Leon remarked. Quite commendable, Tony added. Though I am your brother, I must say, Loki, you are rather despicable, Thor chuckled. To me, battle is merely a treacherous game, and I am a treacherous player. Loki admitted nonchalantly. Lacking artifacts like Mjolnir or Aeon Saga, and without the attributes of Leon or Thor, he relied solely on mechanics. Victory was all that mattered. The wind. After dispatching the scavenger crew, a more sophisticated-looking craft, resembling a toad, descended not far from Leon and his companions. Once its 4-legged supports stabilized, a mechanical ladder, reminiscent of a long tongue, extended from the craft's maw, reaching directly toward Leon and his group, as if preparing to engulf them. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Care for a drink? I'll go first. Gulp gulp. The toad-like craft's mouth opened, revealing a young woman clad in leather armor, with coffee-colored skin and symmetrical white runes adorning her face. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Leon and the others, she downed a bottle of liquor in one go, then swayed to the side. With a resounding thud, she fell directly from the ladder into a heap of cybernetic refuse. The four brothers fell silent for a moment, and Loki tilted his head, voicing their shared incredulity. Is she here for comic relief? Perhaps. Thor ventured boldly toward the scene, only to unwittingly step into the corpse of a creature that resembled a black-robed Spider-Man. Holy S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor exclaimed, extracting his leg, now nearly knee-deep in a viscous, translucent substance requiring censorship to pass inspection. Brother, that leg is beyond salvage. I suggest you amputate it, Loki suggested gleefully, then circled around Thor to check on the woman. However, just 2 steps in, a mosquito-sized mechanical disc flew from the trash pile and landed on his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was a button-like device, with fine, sharp needles piercing his skin. What the hell? Loki cursed in panic, attempting to pry the object off his neck, only to lock eyes with the woman lying amidst the refuse. She smiled faintly at him before pressing a switch on her controller. Zzz. Loki barely had time to think this was bad news before the familiar sensation washed over him, as dark lines spread rapidly from his neck, robbing him of control over his body, rendering him rigid and collapsing to the ground. Loki, Thor shouted in concern. Loki lamented inwardly. You've got to be kidding me. It is indeed I who bear all the burdens. TT. Chapter 177. Valkyrie Mission. Just do it. Whoosh. 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 As Loki fell victim to the attack, the woman hurled 3 shards of neurotoxin towards the remaining trio of Leon. Grasping Mjolnir and ensconced in the protective might of thunder, Thor, recalling Loki's prior fate, destroyed the incoming neurotoxin shards with a burst of EMP electromagnetic pulse, disabling their intricate circuitry before they could reach him. Thor, you've already mastered that technique? Leon remarked with surprise. I've spent considerable time practicing in private. I can manage it to a certain extent, Thor replied, pleased with the effectiveness of his EMP pulse against electronic devices. While it hadn't elevated his power significantly, it had refined his control over his thunderous might, rendering his overall strength more comprehensive. Moreover, this incident reminded Leon of his own storm template plasma manipulation ability, a subordinate technique to Tony's magnetic field rotation. Perhaps he could seek his counsel? Leon pondered. Tony had already picked up the 3 shards of neurotoxin that had fallen to the ground. The Valkyrie, unfamiliar with Leon and Tony, but recognizing the Mjolnir in Thor's grasp, attempted to retreat to her ship upon realizing her attack had missed. However, as Leon merely raised his hand, she found herself suspended in midair, rendered immobile by an invisible force of telekinesis. I've been meaning to ask, how did you acquire your transformation into a great lizard and your telekinetic abilities? Tony inquired, all the while dismantling, repairing, and modifying the neurotoxin shards. It's a long story. I've already instructed Alcy to prepare the script for the 3rd installment of Patriots. The answer to your question lies within, Leon replied. Well then, that is indeed something to look forward to, Tony shrugged, gradually acclimatizing to Leon's unreasonable ascension in power, and refrained from pressing further. Soon, he completed the enhanced modification of the neurotoxin shards. With a decisive motion, the neurotoxin collar, crafted from the 3 shards, was deftly levitated by Tony and placed around the Valkyrie's neck. Subsequently, Leon lifted his telekinetic hold on her. The Valkyrie crashed back into the heap of electronic debris, and without a glance back, she leaped onto the Toad-like spacecraft, preparing to pilot it away using her wristband. However, JARVIS. Tony called out to his electronic assistant. With a crackle, the Valkyrie was rendered paralyzed and tumbled from the ship. Damn it! How dare you, insolent woman, offend a god? Thor bellowed, as he assisted Loki in removing the neurotoxin shard that had adhered to his neck. Feeling humiliated in front of Leon and the others, Loki, consumed by rage, drew his sword intending to teach her a lesson. Yet, Leon appeared beside him in a flash, pinching the blade's tip with 2 fingers in an ostentatious manner. Wait. Haven't you noticed something? Leon turned to Loki and Thor. What? Loki queried, perplexed. Thor, equally bewildered, looked on. Leon released Loki's lion's tooth, beckoning the Valkyrie closer with a curl of his finger. He then raised her right arm, tearing away her leather bracer to reveal the runes beneath. That was the emblem of Valkyrie Squadron. Oh my god, you are a Valkyrie. They were once Odin's most elite warriors, Thor exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of the first time he encountered the young Spider-Man, Peter. Did you know? My childhood dream was to become a Valkyrie. Leon drew the telekinetic hold on the Valkyrie's head, who awkwardly averted her gaze towards Thor's lower half. So, while you appear to be a man, you are actually a woman? She remarked. Loki stifled a laugh, quickly covering his mouth. No. Thor shot a glare at Loki before hastily waving his hands in explanation. I only learned later that all Valkyries are female, but I have always held you in high regard. By the way, I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin. What is your name? Odin's son. The Valkyrie regarded him as if he were spinning a yarn, yet she refrained from contradicting him. I am Valkyrie. Valkyrie? No. I am aware that your squadron is called Valkyrie. I am asking for your name. And where are the other Valkyries? If Odin knew you were still alive, he would be overjoyed. Thor, oblivious to the gravity of his inquiries, pressed on. There are no others, only me. My former name has long been forsaken. Now I am simply Valkyrie, she replied darkly, not out of reluctance to answer, but because Loki was poised with the lion's tooth at her throat, threatening her life should she refuse to respond. What does there are no others mean? Thor felt an unsettling premonition. Just as the distant sound of dozens of warplanes racing towards them reached their ears, swiftly approaching overhead. Outsiders, release Scavenger 142, as an employee under Grandmaster. You have no authority to detain her. Ignoring the threat from above, Thor relentlessly continued to question Valkyrie. What do you mean by there are no others? Pathetic. The Valkyrie suddenly scoffed, both mocking Thor and lamenting her own fate, for the once renowned Valkyrie squadron was now rendered a mere shadow in Asgard. They had sacrificed nearly everything in defense of Odin's throne, yet were denied even the honor of having their names etched upon a tombstone. The thunder god Thor, claimed to be Odin's son, was nothing but a naive child kept in the dark by Odin. Outsiders, release Scavenger 142, as an employee under Grandmaster. You have no authority to detain her. Outsiders, you can go to hell. Thor, his childhood fantasies shattered and his mood soured by the incessant buzzing of the planes above, let out an uncharacteristic curse. He hurled Mjolnir upwards with ferocity. Boom. The aircraft equipped with an enormous loudspeaker was instantly pierced and obliterated by Mjolnir. Fragments raining down like confetti. Invaders. The situation escalated rapidly. Oh no, this is bad, Leon sighed, a smile creeping onto his face. Initially, he had intended to visit the Grandmaster peacefully, utilizing the Power Stone to gradually seize control of Sakaar and obtain the theoretical cyber artifact capable of annihilating the Grandmaster. Now, however, there was no need for such subtleties. It was time to take action. Chapter 178, Afraid of my brother's suffering, yet afraid of them driving a Land Rover. I'll go first, Tony declared, clasping his hands together, a blue arc of light flickering at their center. Bang! He brought his palms together. A blue electromagnetic pulse radiated outward in a hemispherical wave, instantly incapacitating the electronic devices of the surrounding warplanes, causing them to plummet from the sky. This was Tony's impromptu invention. Next, Leon raised his hand, palm directed at those still attempting to exit their aircraft and retaliate. Thud, 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 thud. Under the crushing force of telekinesis, they were all reduced to crimson stains upon the ground. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the soldiers who had hesitated, still clambering out of their planes, scrambled back in terror. However, Leon's observation had already detected the murderous intent brewing within their hearts. Even the slightest hint of it was a grave offense. Praise death. Before long, the world fell utterly silent. The air was thick with the scent of rust. Who are you? The Valkyrie inquired, astonished. I am Thor Odinson, god of thunder. Thor proclaimed. I am Loki Odinson, god of mischief. Loki added. I am Leon Stark, god of war. Leon declared. I am Tony Stark, god of wisdom. Tony interjected, attempting to fit in with the grandeur of his companions. You three, Thor, Loki, and Leon simultaneously turned to him. What is it? Tony asked, embarrassed. There's no seat. They all exclaimed in unison. The Valkyrie rolled her eyes, finding herself before four ridiculous figures, each more powerful than the last. Valkyrie, you still have yet to answer my previous question. After dispatching the pesky invaders, Thor continued to press. There is little to say. I have already perished once and wish to distance myself from the familial disputes of Odin, desiring no further entanglements with you. The Odinsons. If you still hold fond memories of the Valkyrie forces guarding Odin's sovereignty, then release me. Otherwise, you may as well end my life now, thus bringing closure. The Valkyrie declared in defeat. This. Thor found himself momentarily at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance towards Leon and Tony, while ignoring Loki, who was rummaging through refuse nearby. Allow me to take a look. Leon stepped forward, grasping the Valkyrie's chin and scrutinizing her closely. Slap, slap, slap. With dark skin, her appearance was unremarkable, and her physique did not impress. She was even less formidable than Leon's petite skirt brigade, where at least each individual boasted legs that could rival a model's. Such a repugnant sight. Thor, I suggest we simply dispose of her. Leon jested. This simply cannot be. Thor hastily waved his hands, asserting, I have finally found a Valkyrie warrior. I must bring her back to Asgard to present her before Odin. How about this? I shall indulge myself for a while first, and we can address subsequent matters later. With that, Leon reached out towards the Valkyrie, knowing she was a delicate flower and feeling no trepidation that she would resist. Indeed, the Valkyrie, unafraid of death, was taken aback when Leon dared to make a move against her and hurriedly begged for mercy. It is Hela? Your sister, Odin's firstborn, the goddess of death, Hela. What? Thor's expression morphed into one of confusion, awakening to find himself a new pawn in Odin's game. You are not Odin's first offspring. That title belongs to Hela, whose powers are rooted in Asgard and deeply intertwined with it. Before you were even born, she was Asgard's sharpest sword, until her powers exceeded Odin's control, seeking to unleash war upon the once stable realms. To free herself from Odin's constraints, Hela abruptly instigated a rebellion, slaughtering everyone in the palace at the time. Attempting to usurp the throne, Odin defeated her and sought to banish her to the void, yet Hela refused to accept such exile, escaping midway. At that time, Odin was preoccupied with the chaos wrought by the fire giants of Muspelheim and could not attend to her, delegating the task of capturing Hela to the Valkyrie forces. And what was the outcome? You have already witnessed it. Even in her absence from Asgard, Hela's ever-growing power exceeded Odin's expectations, leaving only me remaining among the Valkyries. And Hela? When you ask me, I ask whom? I was on the brink of death, having fortuitously traversed an unstable spatial conduit, arriving at this planet Sakaar, and barely surviving. Hela was either slain by Odin or sealed away. Yet, given Odin's tendency to leave a sliver of hope, it is far more likely the latter. Otherwise, to utterly eliminate Hela, bound so deeply to Asgard, one would first have to obliterate Asgard itself. The previously unheard secrets of Asgard left Thor in a state of bewilderment. It appeared that he was not the most legitimate heir to the Asgardian throne after all. This terrifying revelation struck Thor, who had always prided himself on being the future heir of Asgard, with an overwhelming sense of dismay. Meanwhile, the one with the most delight upon hearing this news was none other than Loki, who hummed a cheerful tune while happily scavenging for treasures. So, it turns out you are merely Odin's second choice, Thor. Loki's lips curled into a smirk. It was only now that he genuinely felt the sole distinction between himself and Thor was that one was Odin's biological child, while the other was an adopted son. Yet, in truth, neither brother was the most rightful heir to the throne, as they were overshadowed by their sister, the goddess of death, Hela. Afraid of his brother's suffering and equally wary of his brother's ascent to power, such was Loki's predicament at this moment. Thor, you truly are my dear brother. Loki's spirit soared, prompting him to hum even more joyfully. At that instant, he fortuitously stumbled upon a pristine set of neurotoxin control equipment, further elevating his already buoyant mood, causing his humming to grow increasingly exuberant. Since he had pilfered a floating ring from Ancient One and tasted a hint of sweetness, Loki had awakened to his scavenging talents. Spotting anything of worth, he felt compelled to tuck it into his magical pocket, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Ho 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 ho. Welcome to Sakaar, my friends. A magnificent spacecraft, distinct from the usual shabby styles of chicken, crow, or toad, descended before Leon and his companions. A benevolent elder clad in a golden robe, his face adorned with a warm smile, emerged from within. Seated in a wheelchair and accompanied by a robust female guard, he approached Leon's group, greeting them amicably. Chapter 179, Rebellion and Loyalty. Time shifted slightly forward. In a dimly lit expanse of cosmic space, the fully armored Thanos loomed upon his throne. His green-skinned daughter, Gamora, and another blue-skinned modified daughter, Nebula, stood dutifully by his side, guarding his throne with unwavering diligence. Flanking him on either side were the formidable couple of the Dark Knight and the Blade General. Kneeling on the lower void steps was a female figure, her form and features concealed beneath a white hooded cloak. Clad in a sleek black and silver combat suit, her figure was breathtakingly voluptuous, capable of overwhelming and captivating all. With curves that were both ample and a waist as slender as a willow, the visage barely visible beneath the hood was equally stunning. Her incandescent eyes, ruby lips, and exquisitely crafted features bore a slight upward curve at the corners, reminiscent of a proud queen yearning for something. The only unfortunate or provoking aspect was that her skin was not the customary white or yellow of earthlings, but a rare azure, indicating her non-earthly lineage. My master, what has the superstar brought for you? The superstar cradled a palm-sized spherical object in both hands as if it were a treasure, presenting it to Thanos. The object, constructed entirely of dark silver metal, resembled a miniature 3D printed basketball, with countless interwoven grids forming its spherical shape. Yet, the hollow spaces within the grid were opaque, concealing whatever it contained. The cosmic soul sphere. Thanos rested one hand on the side of his throne, lightly tapping it as he spoke. Without needing his command, Gamora stepped forward to retrieve the cosmic soul sphere from the superstar. Late by a mere 0.25 seconds, Nebula retracted her outstretched foot, pouting in discontent as she thought. Just a sycophant. Once the cosmic soul sphere was in his possession, Thanos caressed it quietly, as though it were a prized walnut, remaining silent while his subordinates and daughters awaited his command with bated breath. Suddenly, Nebula's expression shifted. Her mechanical eyes flickered as if receiving external information. After a brief moment, she leaned closer to Thanos' ear, whispering, "Father, Ebony Maw is dead, and our Chitauri army has been nearly annihilated by those Earthlings. Should we respond to this?" Nebula's voice was soft, yet not deliberately subdued, and the assembled members of the Black Order caught wind of her words, while Gamora heard them distinctly. The loss of Ebony Maw and the Chitauri army is of no consequence. Thanos displayed no surprise at this loss, merely pausing his examination of the cosmic soul sphere. Then, with a decisive grip, he crushed it, revealing a purple gem that mirrored his own complexion. This gem is the key. Yet, the Mind Stone has also fallen into the hands of those Earthlings. Nebula was left puzzled. After all, within that realm lies an infinity stone of paramount significance to Thanos' grand design. To claim it, one must first offer something in return. What is destined to be mine shall ultimately be mine. The Mind Stone is merely entrusted to their care for the time being. Those unworthy who dare to touch it shall only invite annihilation. I eagerly await that day. Only power. Thanos raised the Power Stone high with one hand, grasping it with unyielding conviction. For the common man, the Infinity Stones are perilous to the touch, almost lethal, yet in his grasp, they merely serve as embellishments to his monumental aspirations. Boom. A terrifying wave of purple energy emanated from Thanos, causing the surrounding stars to tremble as they were drawn in, only to abruptly come to a standstill, silently transforming into cosmic dust. Such immense power left the onlookers aghast. Among the Black Order, the majority felt a thrill of pride. With the exception of Ebony Maw, a treacherous traitor now rendered obsolete, the remaining members remained fiercely loyal to Thanos. Among them, Supergiant's sentiment was particularly straightforward. The stronger Thanos grew, the closer she drew to the death she so ardently desired. Nebula shared a similar thought, though fear outweighed her excitement. For she was the less favored of Thanos' two adopted daughters. Gamora smiled as well, yet deep within her heart lay a sense of reluctant resignation, unnoticed by others. She had grown weary of the relentless slaughter alongside Thanos. Though raised by him since childhood, the scales of good and evil within her were awakening. Once, she believed her father's vision of universal balance was noble and grand. Now, after countless killings, she felt only exhaustion and a longing to escape this relentless cycle. Yet, she was ensnared too deeply, with no one capable of redeeming her from the endless carnage. Perhaps she should seek her own salvation. Gamora, I am here, father." The sudden call from Thanos jolted Gamora from her introspection, and instinctively, she knelt before him, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Thanos, upon witnessing her demeanor, shook his head in disappointment, then turned to the others. "Ebony Maw has been absorbed by a suddenly appearing wormhole during a mission and is now missing. You are my most loyal and elite warriors. Who will help me retrieve this lost lamb?" "I will, great master." Nebula began to respond, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, Supergiant eagerly volunteered, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That damned harlot. Nebula, without a doubt, knew who had manipulated the situation. Only Supergiant possessed the expertise in mental manipulation and psychic parasitism, surpassing even Ebony Maw, who specialized in telekinesis. "Then you shall go and find Ebony Maw. He should not remain lost until his mission is fulfilled." "Yes, my master." Supergiant placed her right hand on her soft abdomen and her left on her curvaceous backside, gracefully bowing to Thanos. With a provocative glance at the speechless Nebula, she departed with a captivating stride. Her loyalty lay solely with Thanos, not with a stepdaughter lacking any blood ties, one whom anyone could disdain. Once Supergiant had left, Thanos turned his gaze back to the still kneeling Gamora, who dared not move. Rising from his throne, he gently lifted her chin, towering over her as he inquired, "Gamora, my daughter, do you harbor any concerns?" "I." Gamora turned her head to break free from Thanos' grasp, avoiding his piercing gaze as she timidly requested, "I am feeling rather weary, father. May I have a few days off?" Gamora. Thanos, with a look of tender concern, caressed her verdant visage, frowning slightly. "Have you forgotten our travels when you were a child? You never listened to my warnings. always insisting on venturing into perilous places. I am no longer a child. Gamera's tone was somewhat agitated as she met Thanos' compassionate gaze, her hardened resolve wavering, her eyes trembling with the fear of her past shadows. I beg you, father. Lowering her head, Gamora sought to conceal her past, the image of her former self from Thanos' sight. Very well, since it is your wish, I shall grant it. Thanos sighed, acquiescing to Gamora's plea. However, wherever your adventures may take you, remember to return home, he admonished. Gamora's voice was scarcely a whisper, her thoughts known only to herself. At that moment, Nebula stood nearby, consumed by jealousy, fists clenched tightly, yet she dared not unleash her frustration before Thanos. He had never regarded her feelings, viewing her merely as a malleable tool. Why? Even a fraction of your affection would suffice, Nebula questioned in her heart. Yet she could not voice such thoughts to Thanos, limited to imagining a scene of paternal love. The affection in her heart gradually morphed into resentment. But her fear of Thanos rendered her incapable of revealing her rebellious fangs. She could only endure. Chapter 180, Supergiant's Unfortunate Venture. Departing from the Titan throne, Supergiant piloted her ship alone towards the region where Ebony Maw had vanished. Due to her unique abilities and confidence in her strength, she felt no need for soldiers to accompany her. Wherever she roamed, her army followed. Is this the place? It appears there is nothing here. Through the transparent viewport of her ship, Supergiant gazed into the void ahead. The wormhole indicated in the intel was non-existent, only a dim starfield flowing languidly. Could it be that Lord Thanos provided false information? How could that be? Supergiant promptly dismissed her own doubts. Questioning her master was a grave disrespect for a servant. She began to navigate her ship through the area where Ebony Maw had disappeared, but had barely traveled a quarter of a mile when buzz. Visible ripples in the fabric of space suddenly undulated before her ship, and before she could react, a wormhole opened unexpectedly, swallowing both her and the vessel. The fragile spatial structure returned to tranquility after Supergiant's disappearance, as if nothing had ever transpired. Sakaar. In the Grandmaster's reception hall, the cacophony of the gladiatorial arena echoed beyond the windows. Thor, Loki, and Tony sat awkwardly, while only Leon indulged in the alien cuisine before him with unabashed enthusiasm. On the large screen, footage of the Avengers battling Ebony Maw in New York played, prominently featuring Leon descending from the heavens to rescue everyone from peril. Oh, did you know, Leon? I have always been an ardent fan of the Sakarans. Ever since you revealed your identity, I have followed you closely. You are truly an extraordinary superhero, doing as you please, a perfect archetype of a hero tailored for me. I simply adore the Sakarans. Would you grant me an autograph? Right here. The Grandmaster spoke with fervor, turning to indicate a blank space on his back, while his expressionless female assistant handed Leon a pen. Oh, of course, my friend. With a casual wipe of his mouth, Leon took the pen and boldly scrawled his signature across the Grandmaster's back, encircling it with a heart. Now you have the Sakaran's mark for life, Leon boasted with a grin. Thor, Loki, and Tony, who had anticipated a fierce battle, nodded in agreement, astonished to discover that Leon's fanbase had expanded to the point where even the lord of this obscure planet was among them. Truly ridiculous, utterly absurd. In a casual exchange, High Priest and Leon engaged in light-hearted conversation. During this time, they gradually gleaned the current state of Sakaar from High Priest, which essentially revolved around his aversion to beef. Suddenly, a guard approached with news that a scavenger had found something outside that might pique High Priest's interest. Leon, would you care to join me for a look? High Priest cordially invited. Why not? Leon shrugged non-committally, turning to his companion. Tony, what about you? Loki shook his head. I find the gladiatorial displays rather intriguing. I think I'll wander about. This place is vastly different from Asgard. Thor chimed in, while Tony draped an arm around Thor's shoulder. Count me in. Shall I arrange for a guide for you? High Priest inquired with a smile. Tony and Thor exchanged glances, then simultaneously waved off the suggestion. No need. We prefer the thrill of exploration. Every corner of this planet is an enigma to us. The allure lies in the unknown. Ah, you are quite the discerning adventurers. High Priest chuckled with delight. When the supergiant regained consciousness, she found herself bound and restrained in a metallic chair, surrounded by surreal sights that seemed almost illusory. She attempted to activate her mental manipulation and psychic parasitism abilities, but it felt as though an unseen force had rendered her voiceless, unable to initiate even the slightest effort. All she could do was sit in that chair, traversing a mysterious tunnel, observing the fleeting images around her, and listening to a woman's voice that echoed in her ears. Do not be afraid. We have found you. This is your home now. You shall never return. No one has ever left this place. But where is this? This is Sakaar, encircled by cosmic pathways, a junction between the known and the unknown, where all that has been discarded and despised converges. Like you, however, on S.H.I.E.L.D, you hold profound significance. Your worth is immeasurable. Here, you will experience genuine affection, and no one will care for you more than High Priest does. He is the founder, the original castaway, and the first discoverer. He is the architect of S.H.I.E.L.D, the creator of the champion's battle. You may have once been insignificant, but now you are pivotal. Everything about you belongs to High Priest. Congratulations. You will meet High Priest in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 181, The Enslaved Supergiant. The woman's voice paused. The surroundings, initially discernible, rapidly transformed into a blur. As if traversing a temporal tunnel, leaving Supergiant dazzled. Overwhelmed by fear, she screamed, "Ah, S.H.I.E.L.D, High Priest Judgment Hall." As her perspective shifted, when Supergiant regained clarity, she abruptly ceased her scream, realizing she was still firmly bound to the metallic chair. Surrounding her were guards clad in armor, wielding staff-like weapons, all observing her with watchful eyes. Realizing the extent of her prior embarrassment, Supergiant felt her cheeks flush with mortification, her toes curling against the floor. Unable to meet the gaze of those before her, High Priest and Leon, seated opposite the Supergiant, leaned forward in unison, intrigued. The former found her recent display amusing, while the latter simply admired her striking, voluptuous form. As for her angelic visage, colored like a smurf, he chose to overlook it, as it would remain the same in the dark. At least she was not a grotesque, dark-skinned mermaid. Her beauty was undeniable, aligning with Leon's aesthetic, though her unique skin tone required some adjustment. Leon was never one to shy away from new experiences. "Quite impressive," High Priest remarked, turning to the scavenger warrior, Kayla, who had brought Supergiant back. "Is she a female?" "She should be," Kayla replied with a nod. "Leon, what do you think?" High Priest inquired again. However, Leon, who had diverted his attention from Supergiant's striking figure, was now assessing Kayla, the scavenger who had returned with her. She was a muscular warrior, her physique even more exaggerated than Antiope's, with clearly defined muscles and a rugged appearance. While not unattractive, she was certainly not Leon's type. His interest in her stemmed from the fact that, in the original narrative, she was married to Hulk and had borne him a son named Scar, the young man introduced to She-Hulk by Dr. Banner at the conclusion of the She-Hulk series. She was also pivotal in Hulk's transformation into the Green Scar. Kayla belonged to the Shadow People, a race known for their exceptional physical prowess, as evidenced by her ability to withstand Hulk's onslaught and give birth to a robust son. Should I take her back to pair her with Hulk? Upon seeing Kayla, Leon was suddenly struck by the idea of creating his own team, or even an army of hulking green warriors. After all, to waste a lineage as remarkable as Hulk's would be a tremendous loss. Leon, High Priest's slightly puzzled voice pulled Leon back to reality. "I think she is quite remarkable. Can you let her go to me?" "Oh, you fancy her?" High Priest asked with a smile. "Fancy is an understatement. I merely covet her physique," Leon stated candidly, giving High Priest a knowing wink. Though High Priest had long since transcended such worldly desires, he understood Leon's implication, recognizing it as part of life's pleasures. That can be arranged. However, this is a scavenger's prize, and according to S.H.I.E.L.D's customs, you must offer her an acceptable reward. High Priest gestured towards Kayla. "A reward? No problem. My lady, what would you like as a reward?" "I must clarify that I possess no currency from this planet, so you may directly specify an item you desire, and perhaps I can fulfill your request." Leon addressed Kayla. "Barter?" This was Kayla's first experience with such a transaction, having never exchanged goods with anyone other than High Priest. This man certainly wields considerable influence, Kayla thought, articulating her desire. "If possible, I would like a dependable weapon. Do not attempt to fob me off with scrap metal." Kayla added, "A weapon? What style?" Leon produced a lump of raw, liquid adamantium from his system space. "A blade. A massive cleaver, like this, and this." Kayla gestured, though somewhat abstractly. However, Leon, grasping her reference, quickly understood her intent. With a mental exertion, he shaped the liquid adamantium into the desired form, solidifying it. The result was a cleaver-like blade, seamlessly connected to its handle, resembling an oversized kitchen knife, yet slightly elongated. Measuring half the size of a door, it was akin to the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper upon its initial release, differing only in color, one black, the other silver-white. Upon receiving the weapon, Kayla squeezed it with all her strength, finding it impervious to any mark, for this was her method of discerning quality. A blade that could not be dented was indeed a fine weapon, and one that left no trace was the pinnacle of excellence. "Thank you for your generous gift." Kayla, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Leon and the High Master before eagerly departing to find someone to test her blade. Once she was gone, Leon turned to the High Master, who shrugged and gestured towards the superstar, stating, "She is now yours." As he spoke, the High Master tossed the switch for the neurotoxin control device to Leon. Upon receiving it, Leon approached the superstar, lifting her chin with his forefinger. Upon seeing Leon's face, the superstar wore an expression of sheer disbelief, struggling to exclaim, "Leon Stark." "Oh, you know me?" Leon replied, a sly grin curving his lips. In a commanding tone, he asserted, "Now, you are my slave. Why not share your origins with your master?" "Impossible. I have but one master, and that is the great Titan." "Oh, I nearly forgot." As the superstar was professing her loyalty to Thanos, the High Master suddenly rose, taking a staff from his female assistant, Topaz, and approached the superstar, turning to see another unfortunate soul in a predicament similar to hers. The superstar noticed the alien man, adorned in extravagant attire unbefitting a slave or scavenger, trembling in fear. "I am truly sorry," the alien man, resembling a hairless monkey, stammered, fully aware of the impending doom. "Please, I beg for your forgiveness. I regret to inform you, Carlo, that despite our close relationship, rules are rules. So I grant you mercy." Thank you. Carlo wept profusely, only for the High Master to gently tap the yellow orb at the end of his staff against Carlo, who instantly dissolved into a blue goo, accompanied by agonizing wails and an unbearable stench. "I am finished. You may continue." The High Master returned the staff to Topaz, resuming his seat with his chin resting on his hand, relishing the spectacle. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Ah, yes. All disobedient slaves on Sakaar will meet a fate similar to Carlo's." With a mischievous wink towards Leon, he added, "No need to thank me, buddy." Gulp. Witnessing Carlo's demise, the superstar instinctively swallowed hard, casting a sheepish glance at Leon before reverently declaring, "You are my one and only master." Though she yearned for death, she did not wish to die in such a humiliating manner, which was why she had always followed Thanos, as he had promised her that her loyalty would be rewarded with the death she so desperately sought. Clap, clap. Leon, satisfied, patted the superstar's cheek, his smile devilish as he grinned wickedly. "Now that's more like it." With a few deft motions, he shattered the magnetic shackles binding her and hoisted her over his shoulder, striding towards the opulent presidential suite prepared by the High Master. "Is that it?" The High Master looked disappointed, expecting the superstar to struggle a bit more. "Really, is this all? There are surveillance cameras in the room, if you wish to watch." Topaz reminded expressionlessly. "Oh my god, Topaz, are you trying to kill me?" The High Master feigned terror, dramatically exclaiming, "Hurry and dismantle all surveillance equipment. Leon is my esteemed guest. We must not neglect him." "Yes." Topaz remained impassive. Chapter 182. Leon's torturous interrogation of the superstar. Upon entering the room, regardless of any surveillance, Leon's first action was to disable any potential electronic monitoring. After ensuring his privacy, he withdrew a long whip, commencing a rigorous interrogation of the superstar. "What is your name?" "Superstar." "What is your relation to Thanos?" "He is my master." "No. I have no ties to him. I once served as one of the Black Order." "You are my master. Now we're making progress." Clap, clap. Leon again patted the superstar's cheek before inquiring, "How did you end up here? Did Thanos assign you any tasks?" "I was sent to find the missing black dwarf." "Is that all?" "Yes, just that." Leon felt a tinge of disappointment, believing Thanos might be up to something grand. Using his telekinetic powers, he switched from manual to semi-automatic interrogation, intensifying the whip's punishment. The superstar was nearing madness from the relentless lashes. "Fuck, just kill me." "No, you are my slave. You can only die at my command. So, dear, is there anything else you wish to divulge?" Leon reclined comfortably, gazing at the superstar, who was struggling to articulate her thoughts amidst the torment. "I can't. Is that so? It seems I have been too lenient. I must be more severe to jog your memory." Regardless of whether the superstar was concealing information, Leon increased the whip's intensity. Before long, the superstar's azure skin flushed crimson, her body arching in pain like a lobster, nearly motionless save for the faintest breath, a testament to her lingering life, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. "The Power Stone." "What?" "Thanos has obtained the Power Stone. By my hand." Before she could finish, the superstar fainted, her constitution not being her strong suit as a mental powerhouse. The fact that she had endured Leon's torturous whip thus far was unprecedented. "Thanos has acquired the Power Stone. What on earth is Star-Lord doing?" Leon approached the window, gazing at the towering 3D projection of the High Master, musing, "No, it may not necessarily be Star-Lord. Could my presence have instilled a sense of urgency in Thanos? Has he secured the orb ahead of time? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The Power Stone was likely the most compatible of the Infinity Stones for Thanos. But it mattered little. With the space, mind, time, and soon-to-be delivered reality stones all in his possession, Thanos could do little against him. With this thought, Leon relaxed from his earlier tension. He had the backing of the beloved goddess of death, the protection of the Shield of War and Shield of Courage, and 4 Infinity Stones at his disposal. Friends and allies, including the Valhalla for rescues, only added to his security. Coupled with a powerful father figure and an enigmatic mentor, Leon found himself devoid of weaknesses, truly embodying the phrase "do as one pleases." Even if some unforeseen force were to annihilate him, he could easily fall into the arms of the goddess of death, indulge in the comforts of the creator goddess, and with the system's presence, he could surely rise from the ashes and reclaim his form. Ah, praise death! As Leon embraced the thoroughly subdued superstar and made his way to the super VIP section of the arena, the High Master was delivering an impassioned speech. Meanwhile, in the arena, a fully armed Thor, sans his hammer, awaited his fate. Tony was entwined with an alluring extraterrestrial beauty, while Loki sat across on a symmetrical couch, his leg held captive by Mjolnir. What has transpired? Chapter 183. Thor's Carousel of Fate. Will he prevail? What has transpired? Leon sat on the sofa, cradling the silent superstar close to Tony, while indulging in the alien fruits offered by the superstar. Curiously, he inquired, "Is it not the case that Loki finds the gladiatorial combat rather tedious?" Tony's eyes sparkled with schadenfreude as he gestured towards Loki. "I merely jested a couple of remarks about the god of thunder and questioned, can you best him without your hammer?" And thus, the situation has unfolded. Loki shrugged helplessly. The weight of Thor's hammer resting upon him felt paradoxically light, yet it anchored him with an unyielding stability, akin to a temporal anchor. With Loki's prowess, he could scarcely budge it. What a life this is, Leon chuckled, sharing in the mischief at Loki's expense, with no intention of relinquishing the hammer. The gladiatorial arena was undoubtedly the most revered colossal structure on Sakaar, a proud creation of the Grandmaster, devised for amusement. The semi-spherical open-air coliseum buzzed with an audience packed to the brim, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Above the exposed dome, thousands of drones projected a towering image of the Grandmaster, accompanied by 3D surround sound, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Thor's voluntary participation was precisely what the fun-seeking Grandmaster desired. "Hey, look at you all. Spectacular performances, a splendid evening. Are you enjoying yourselves? I am your host, Grandmaster. Let's have another round of applause, shall we? Good. Now, without further ado, the main event commences. Today, we welcome a special challenger. Though it may be his debut, his strength should not be underestimated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the god of thunder, Thor Odinson." The solid steel gate of the arena creaked open, and Thor emerged, clad in his thunderous attire, wielding a thunder axe forged from Sakaar's metals. It bore no extraordinary capabilities, merely a uniquely styled hammer or axe. As Thor made his entrance, the audience erupted in jeers. In stark contrast to their champion gladiator, Thor's physique appeared rather feeble, lacking the imposing visual impact they craved. Just wait and see. Thor surveyed the jeering crowd, his gaze locking onto Loki through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the VIP suite. "Be cautious, everyone. Thor is known to discharge electricity. Don't let him blind you," the Grandmaster cheerfully warned. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, directing his attention to the opposite side of the arena. "Next, let us welcome another contender. He is coming. He truly is on his way." Though the night enveloped them, smoke bombs exploded above the arena, cheering for the gladiator about to enter. Simultaneously, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. The intense vibrations caused Thor, who had initially entertained thoughts of an easy victory, to adopt a more serious demeanor, bracing himself for the impending challenge. The upcoming competitor was, how shall I put it, extraordinary, unparalleled, and seemingly connected to an inevitable fate, for he is the undefeated king of duelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as the defending champion, let us give a rousing welcome to the invincible Dark Star. Roar! A colossal roar drowned out the audience's cheers. Before the iron gate could fully open, a massive gray-black arm, as robust as Thor himself, violently tore it apart. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Dark Star brandished a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, landing with a thunderous impact before Thor. In the Ultra VIP suite, the superstar, who was being toyed with by Leon, stood up in excitement upon seeing Dark Star, a fellow member of the Black Order sought by Thanos. Yes, she felt a glimmer of hope to escape Sakaar and Leon Stark's clutches. "What are you so excited about? Is he your ally?" Leon slapped the superstar. "Ouch," she yelped, clutching her already injured area, casting a resentful glance at Leon, internally berating herself. Oh, superstar, how careless of you to reveal so much. Despite her reluctance, she settled back into Leon's embrace, becoming his plaything, explaining Dark Star's affiliation with Thanos to him. Oh, he is also one of the Black Order? Perhaps fearing Leon's retribution, the superstar refrained from fabricating tales, almost divulging the color of Dark Star's undergarments. Indeed, my magnificent master. In the presence of Leon, who could effortlessly dominate her at any moment, the superstar lowered her stance, seemingly submitting to his merciless whims. A single finger of Leon grazed her soft lips. Though his touch was gentle, the superstar trembled involuntarily, as if recalling a harrowing experience. She assumed Leon was contemplating new torments, yet he merely regarded her as a pet. His thoughts lingering on, Ebony Maw, Superstar, Dark Star. Thanos has yet to make his appearance, but 3 of his Black Order members have already fallen to my grasp. How splendid. Nice, that's the spirit. Loki, engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly shouted with excitement. Leon snapped back to reality, his playful actions with the superstar now instinctual. Following Loki's gaze to the arena, he observed Thor, without Mjolnir, being swung about like a tattered sack by Dark Star, who had seized him by the ankle. The Grandmaster, bemused by Loki's enthusiasm, questioned, "Isn't he your brother? Why are you so pleased to see him being pummeled?" "I absolutely adore this match. Thor never listens to Odin at home. He ought to face some hardships out here," Loki explained. "Ah, I see. Well, he certainly has a price to pay. Dark Star is my strongest ace in the arena. He is invincible." The Grandmaster held unwavering confidence in Dark Star, and the battle's trajectory reflected this certainty. Thor's strength was being overshadowed by Dark Star, who relentlessly pummeled him before he could even showcase his superior combat skills. As Dark Star's onslaught concluded, Thor lay sprawled in a pit, gasping for breath. Yet, Dark Star was undeterred, leaping atop Thor, raining down colossal punches upon his face. "Ha! It appears this match has reached its conclusion." The Grandmaster cackled with delight. Loki fell silent, his initial excitement gradually replaced by concern for his brother. Buzz. Tony attempted to discreetly create a magnetic field to benefit Thor, restraining Dark Star's movements, only to be caught by Leon's unseen telekinesis. He shook his head silently. Noticing this, Tony shrugged and ceased his efforts. Bang, bang, bang. Dark Star's fists landed heavier than ever. Blood began to seep from Thor's dust-covered face. Resembling a beleaguered warrior, his fists clenched defiantly. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, to break the rules of the match and summon Mjolnir. In that instant, Thor found himself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of pure white, a mysterious realm unfolding before him. Countless heroic spirits surrounded him. The figure of Odin, not as the All-Father, but as a father nearing the end of his days, appeared before Thor, clad in the garb of an ordinary passerby. The only notable feature was the eye patch covering his missing eye. Chapter 184, Juggernaut Drive, The Awakening of Thunder. It is about to commence. Is death imminent? It must be approaching. Surrounding him were countless voices, indistinct yet discernible as male or female, echoing like phantoms in his ears. "Father? Where's this place?" Thor questioned, bewildered. "This is the threshold between life and death. This is the resting place of all who have fallen in Asgard. Thor, I regret to inform you that you are about to become a denizen of Valhalla." Valhalla? A chill of sweat broke over Thor. He had merely fought that black dwarf star. How could he be on the verge of death? No. How could I possibly die? Mjolnir. Thor raised his hand to summon his hammer, but received no response. "It is too late," Odin sighed, stating the harsh truth. "No. Father, you must have a way, right?" Thor was genuinely panicking. He was still young. How could he die without understanding? "Thor, look at your current state," Odin admonished sternly. "A brute with mere strength cannot shatter your confidence. He is too formidable. Without Mjolnir, I am powerless." Thor knelt, tears welling in his eyes, struggling to accept his impending demise. "Without the hammer, I can do nothing." "Thor, are you not the god of the hammer?" Odin's spirit inquired. At those words, Thor gazed up at his father, whose age was marked by graying hair and a frail visage. "That hammer was meant to help you harness your strength, to enable greater focus. Mjolnir has never been the source of your power. But it is too late. I am on the brink of death," Thor lamented. "No, everything is only just beginning." Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. Odin smiled and shook his head, a glint of mischief flashing in his aged eyes, unnoticed by Thor. With a mere wave of his hand, Thor's form vanished from the pristine white expanse. "Thank you for your cooperation." Odin surveyed the surroundings, and the indistinct figures nodded in approval before silently disappearing, their destinations not aligned with Thor's. Soon, the pure white space was left with only Odin. He did not depart immediately, but instead gazed intently at a particularly dense area of white mist. Come forth, Leon. Indeed, one cannot escape the gaze of a father. The thick white mist dissipated, revealing Leon's figure. This place marks the juncture between Valhalla and reality, and as another sovereign of Valhalla, Leon possessed the authority to intervene. In the arena of reality, Thor, who had been battered by the black dwarf star, suddenly opened his eyes, the blue-white thunderous energy surging from him, his gaze radiating an incandescent brilliance. Boom! The power of thunder erupted, and with a single punch, Thor sent the black dwarf star flying. Rising to his feet, he regarded the blue-white lightning coursing through his palms, nearly tangible, flowing like liquid. Power was surging forth. Even without Mjolnir, he could vanquish his foe. Now, Thor possessed that confidence. Roar! The black dwarf star, unable to speak the common tongue, could only bellow as the ground trembled beneath him. Charging at Thor with great speed, Thor's eyes narrowed, feeling as though he could transform into lightning itself, leaping high into the air. Bang! They collided midair. With a casual punch, Thor sent the black dwarf star hurtling away once more. Such a dramatic reversal in the battle rendered the audience, who had all supported the black dwarf star, utterly silent, before they collectively erupted in cheers for Thor. Thunder! 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 What is going on? Black dwarf star? Get up, you cannot lose. The Grandmaster exclaimed, rising from his seat to shout at the black dwarf star in the arena. The black dwarf star glanced at the Grandmaster, spotting the figure of the supergiant nestled in Leon's embrace, yearning to reunite but unable to do so. With a roar of fury, the black dwarf star vented his rage upon his opponent. Yet now, fully awakened, Thor was merely toying with him, leaving no room for retaliation. The Grandmaster, in despair, even contemplated underhanded tactics, retrieving the switch for a neurotoxin suppressor, only to remember that Thor was unarmed, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. He could only watch helplessly as Thor rained blows upon the face of the already fallen black dwarf star. This was a repayment for earlier grievances. Master. The supergiant weakly shook Leon's arm. My dear, what is wrong? Leon inquired with interest, one hand resting on his hip, while the other gently stroked the supergiant's chin. Could you persuade Lord Thor to spare the black dwarf star? He is quite a valuable warrior, and I can ensure he will heed your every command. The supergiant whispered, her lips barely brushing Leon's ear, making a hushed plea. What she said was indeed true, but primarily for her own benefit. For reasons unknown. Her mental control and empathy abilities had failed her, relying solely on her physical prowess. She was merely a delicate super soldier, easily overpowered. Unable to accomplish anything, she could only depend on the brute strength of the black dwarf star, one of the Dark Five generals, for assistance. In a situation where her powers were ineffective and she could not control others, the supergiant had no choice but to trust this simple giant. Chapter 185, Loki, I Eat Peanuts. However, the ideal was beautiful while the reality was stark. Under Thor's bare-handed storm of thunder, the black dwarf star was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. The sound of bones scattering filled the air. The Grandmaster stood in stunned silence for 25 seconds before reluctantly announcing, the victor of this epic duel is Thor Odinson. Oh. Thor, Thor, Thor. The audience erupted in unison, chanting the name of the new champion of the arena. It is over. All is lost. The supergiant gazed at the remains of the black dwarf star, feeling tears well up, her future now shrouded in darkness, as if the pure white light had been extinguished. With a smile and a wave, Thor accepted the adulation of the crowd, then leapt back to the elevated super VIP room, addressing the Grandmaster. Now the Valkyrie is mine, right? Well, although I am quite displeased with the loss and reluctant to admit it, seated beside me is Leon, and the awakened Thor is no trifling matter. The Grandmaster's lips twitched as he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the 142nd scavenger is now yours, Thor. This was a private wager between Thor and the Grandmaster. After Leon procured the supergiant as a valuable slave with an edge of Edmund alloy, Thor's mind began to race with ideas of bringing the Valkyrie back to Asgard. Having gleaned a bit about the Grandmaster's character from their previous encounters, Thor, seizing the opportunity presented by Loki's provocation, sought to claim his entrance fee. After all, Thor was not merely a gladiator, slave, in the Grandmaster's arena. It was entirely reasonable for him to demand an entrance fee, the opportunity for ownership of the Valkyrie after victory. The Grandmaster, who relished gambling and entertainment, was delighted by Thor's initiative to fight. He never imagined the black dwarf star could lose to Thor without his hammer, and he readily agreed. Thus, The scene unfolded where Thor sought his prize of the Valkyrie. Due to Thor's inability to persuade the Valkyrie, who had ingrained apathy into her very being, he was compelled to adopt a more cunning approach. Topaz, bring forth the spoils of war, the scavenger number 142, the Grandmaster commanded, clapping his hands. The Valkyrie, already prepped with a neurotoxin suppressor around her neck, glowered at Thor with intense disdain. Topaz led her out by a leash made of an unknown, yet resilient material that could withstand the Valkyrie's struggles. Now, she belongs to you. Remember, number 142 is my finest scavenger, always bringing back the best treasures, the Grandmaster said. Wiping the crocodile tears from his face with a handkerchief he took from the stoic Topaz, and gestured dismissively at Thor. Subsequently, adopting a melancholic demeanor, he settled into a wheelchair, pushed away by the unyielding Topaz. Best of luck, Thor. You mustn't be bested by a mere woman. As the duel concluded, Tony, without further ado, rose from the sofa and sauntered past Thor, who was tethered to the Valkyrie, wrapping his arm around the exquisitely alluring alien beauty and granting Thor a knowing wink. You too. Good luck, Leon added, as he passed by, embracing the once magnificent superstar whose radiance had dimmed. I'm not. I didn't. Don't speak frivolously, Thor hastily explained. Witnessing both Tony and Leon assume they were battling the Valkyrie for sport, while they swiftly retreated to their respective abodes. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will end you. The Valkyrie threatened boldly, unwavering in her stance as a fierce warrior, adamantly refusing to submit to any man, particularly one from the Odin lineage. You're quite something. A rabbit does not consume grass near its den. Initially, Thor harbored no intentions towards the Asgardian Valkyrie, but her threat ignited a rebellious smirk upon his face, reminiscent of his earlier encounter in Thor. When he prepared to retreat from Jotunheim after being dubbed a little princess by the frost giant King Laufey, Thor was no meek creature, akin to Leon. Once he departed Asgard, he acted like an untamed stallion, scattering affections liberally. In simple terms, Thor's experience points were derived from encounters with alien species. As long as they were not Asgardians, he exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm. The Valkyrie, having long been estranged from Asgard and confined to Sakaar, could, in many respects, be considered an extraterrestrial. Validation complete. The time for action had arrived. What do you intend to do? The Valkyrie asked, her trepidation evident as she recoiled slightly from Thor's peculiar gaze, only to be yanked back by the leash he held, hoisted onto his shoulder, and carried towards his quarters. Regardless of her struggles, Thor, now awakened, remained impervious to her defiance, his current state being one of formidable resilience, capable of enduring impacts akin to those from a neutron star. Release me. I have a partner. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Help, help, you vile creature. There isn't a good soul in Odin's family. The Valkyrie's cries echoed far and wide, eliciting a smirk of schadenfreude from Loki, who contemplated departing. However, his smile faltered as he glanced down at Mjolnir, which was firmly pinning his legs. Hey, brother, what about me? At that moment, Thor was too engrossed in his own affairs to acknowledge Loki. Damn it, everyone else is enjoying themselves while I'm left here to stew. Loki seethed with jealousy and frustration. Suddenly, Mjolnir unleashed a jolt of electricity, causing the smoke-emitting, frizzed Loki to quiet down. Ultimately, I bear the brunt of it all. Chapter 186, The Grandmaster in Existential Crisis. After incapacitating the superstar, Leon stealthily met up with Tony, who had similarly subdued his companion. The two brothers, one manipulating light to achieve complete invisibility and the other regulating temperature to blend seamlessly into the environment, coupled with their dual biological stance disguise, spent the night undetected. By dawn, the planet had unwittingly become Leon's dominion. Nearly every electrified item had been activated by his ember source, transforming into his obedient transformers. Even though Tony had long been accustomed to Leon's seemingly overpowered ember source, he still marveled at its extraordinary nature, relieved it was in Leon's capable hands. The following morning, after a night of exertion, Leon returned to his quarters and forcibly roused the still slumbering superstar for yet another unconventional morning workout. She was utterly fatigued, on the verge of collapse. Later, Leon and Tony were invited by the Grandmaster to join him for lunch. I've been sitting on this sofa for an entire day and night, Loki lamented to Thor, who displayed no remorse. And what of it? What can be done? Thor replied nonchalantly. Oh, Loki erupted in fury, launching a flurry of punches at Thor, who merely held his head steady, treating Loki's attacks as inconsequential tickles. It was not until two silver blades shot towards him with lethal precision that Thor recognized the unprecedented danger and swiftly dodged. The two lions' teeth narrowly missed, landing in Loki's grasp. Have you lost your mind, Loki? Thor exclaimed, shielding himself as he recoiled in fear. Humph! Loki snorted proudly, deftly twirling the blades into graceful flourishes. Before they vanished into his magical space. As he passed by Thor, he retorted, "And what of it? How could it be?" You Thor, enraged yet amused, found himself unable to retort due to his own oversight the previous night. Leon and Tony exchanged glances, chuckling as they leisurely followed suit. At the dining table, after their meal, the Grandmaster extended an invitation to Leon and the others to attend his birthday celebration. "You're in luck. Today is my birthday. There will be a racing competition. Why not join us?" "What's the wager?" Leon asked straightforwardly, knowing the Grandmaster's penchant for betting. "Sure enough." The Grandmaster beamed with an innocent smile. "The ultimate victor shall have any wish granted within my power. What say you? And what of the losers?" Leon pressed, aware of the hidden traps beneath the Grandmaster's enticing offer. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster's smile grew even more radiant, almost sinister. As his narrowed eyes widened, "The losers shall remain as my gladiators, slaves, of course." His tone remained as congenial as ever, as if everyone could casually dismiss the matter. However, his words sent a chill through the four brothers. "Each of you possesses the potential for a statue in the Tower of Kings, except for him." The Grandmaster pointed at Loki. "What?" Loki exclaimed, bewildered. "Am I weak?" Just as he was about to rise in protest, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness. As the armrests and front legs of his chair morphed into heavy shackles, binding him firmly in place. Beside them, Leon, Tony, and Thor found themselves in a similarly precarious predicament. It appeared that this device possessed a silencing effect, which might explain why the Grandmaster dared to confront Leon and his companions so brazenly. "What does this signify?" Leon inquired with an air of unwavering calm. "Safety. Your powers are exceedingly perilous and necessitate certain limitations," the Grandmaster articulated, gesturing with his fingers in a manner reminiscent of a celestial constellation. He then took the dissolution scepter from Topaz's grasp, scanning over Leon and his companions before ultimately fixing his gaze upon Leon. "Especially you, my idol, Leon Stark. Have you given it due consideration? If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to reluctantly spare your life." The Grandmaster approached Leon, adopting a tone and expression tinged with mock pity, bringing the dissolution scepter perilously close to Leon's reach. A mere nudge forward, and Leon would dissolve into a viscous puddle, much like Corona had before him. "So, if I agree to compete and emerge as the ultimate victor, you will indeed fulfill any wish of mine?" Leon sought confirmation. "Indeed. Precisely." The Grandmaster nodded enthusiastically. "Even if it involves the scepter in your hand and dominion over this planet?" "Yes, any wish is attainable." "Is that so?" Leon's head lowered in contemplation. The Grandmaster's eyes sparkled with anticipation for a favorable response. However, Leon abruptly raised his head, his expression a tapestry of resolute shadows. "But I must decline." "What?" The Grandmaster's countenance shifted to one of disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. "Are you not afraid of death? There are countless beautiful and alluring women in this world. Would you truly forsake your life?" The Grandmaster, familiar with Leon's character, attempted to sway him with the allure of beauty. Yet, Leon remained steadfast in his refusal. "One of my greatest pleasures in life is to tell those who presume victory is assured, no, and to reject them." Once again rebuffed, the Grandmaster's radiant smile fell, revealing an indifference to all things. "What a pity. This is your choice, idol. I hereby formally absolve you of your life." The Grandmaster, in a fit of indignation, struck the top of the dissolution scepter against Leon's chest with theatrical flair. With a resounding thud, the Grandmaster envisioned the beautiful image of Leon dissolving into a puddle. Yet in reality, nothing occurred. Leon remained intact. The Grandmaster tilted his head in confusion, a question mark seemingly materializing above him. Chapter 187. The Overthrow of Sakaar, the Cursed Mask. Perhaps it was the scepter malfunctioning, the Grandmaster consoled himself, retracting the dissolution scepter slightly before jabbing it against Leon's chest once more. Again, the sound of thud echoed, yet there was no effect. The Grandmaster, now thoroughly befuddled, exchanged awkward glances with Leon. "I've never made a mistake. These two instances must be anomalies." The adolescent Ion Saiga clung to the leg of Mother Courage, watching the Grandmaster's farcical performance in silent amusement. "Are you even capable, you pitiful cur?" The Grandmaster, while attempting to justify himself, aimed the dissolution scepter at a nearby fully armored soldier, brimming with luck. The moment the yellow orb atop the scepter made contact with the soldier's armor, he was instantaneously reduced to a puddle of goo, emitting a noxious odor. "See, it works." The Grandmaster nodded in satisfaction. The other soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. The Grandmaster, undeterred, once more directed the scepter towards Leon's chest. Thud. Still nothing happened. My friend, it's not uncommon to falter. Just be more cautious in your next life, Leon reassured him. At that moment, 2B appeared at Leon's side, snatching the dissolution scepter from the Grandmaster's grasp. The surrounding soldiers instinctively moved to shield the Grandmaster. However, 2B swiftly initiated her attack, Holy Lance, Anchor, in close combat mode. Her 49-meter-long laser greatsword swept through the ranks of soldiers with surgical precision. The ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of those who had dared to challenge her. The building trembled as several support pillars were severed, causing it to lean precariously towards Leon. Yet, he remained motionless, his hands resting calmly on the armrests of his chair. The shackles that had bound him and his companions had long since retracted, a mere second's delay being a sign of disrespect to the Creator. 2B, Leon called softly, gazing at the collapsing ceiling above him. 2B, responding to his summons, switched the Holy Lance to long-range mode and fired, clearing the area above. The dark clouds parted, allowing beams of sunlight to cascade down, illuminating Leon's smiling visage. What a pity. Now it is my turn to grant you mercy, my friend. Leon accepted the dissolution scepter from 2B and thrust it forward, compelling the Grandmaster to collide with it against his will. No. The Grandmaster flailed helplessly in midair, even attempting to swim backward in a comical display, but all was in vain. The moment he made contact with the scepter, his tyrannical reign over S.H.I.E.L.D came to an abrupt end, leaving only a fetid puddle behind. His final words echoed, "Oh, I am melting. The Grandmaster is dead? The Grandmaster is dead." Suddenly, someone shouted, and chaos erupted. Topaz, the Grandmaster's assistant, attempted to flee amidst the turmoil. Leon merely raised his hand, and she was crushed into a bloody puddle by his telekinetic force. With the Grandmaster's demise, S.H.I.E.L.D descended into further chaos, with individuals seeking to seize control. However, when one such individual turned their laser gun on themselves and met their demise, similar incidents ceased. The escaped prisoners voluntarily returned to their cells, even closing the doors behind them, demonstrating remarkable self-management. On S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon's omnipresent army of Transformers soon seized control of the situation. Though they were mostly weak, their sheer numbers rendered them formidable and difficult to counter. Among them, the most powerful were the Transformers generated by the Grandmaster's fighter squadron. Lacking creativity for names, Leon simply dubbed the lead fighter Megatron and named its wingman Starscream, while the others were left unnamed. After a while, growing bored of waiting, Leon decided to set up a game of mahjong with Tony, Thor, and Loki beside the Grandmaster's corpse. The mahjong tiles were crafted from adamantium, and the table and chairs were made of vibranium from Wakanda. The only rule was fairness, and once more fairness. No use of abilities like observation hockey to cheat. Only luck was permitted. Then a win, another win, a double win, another double win, and yet another. Loki's luck soared as he won 7 rounds in a row. Had it not been for 2B shuffling the tiles and Leon vigilantly monitoring his every move, one might have suspected he was cheating. At that moment, Megatron, in its fighter form, hovered nearby to report, "Creator, S.H.I.E.L.D has fully succumbed to our control." "Is that so?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "Gentlemen, it is time to return home." With a sharp snap of his fingers, Leon completed his transformation in the blink of an eye, deftly toying with the dissolution scepter, a relic of the High Sovereign, while casting his gaze towards the crimson vortex suspended ominously in the sky. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? Sister Tongzi, surely this time you will bestow something worthwhile upon us. He mused, having previously refrained from expressing his dissatisfaction. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Cursed Mask. Cursed Mask, a cursed artifact that, once donned, cannot be removed voluntarily. During its wear, it remains impervious to wear and tear, only to be removed at the brink of the host's death, upon which it shatters and disappears. Description: no turning back before death. Oh, how intriguing. While Leon's check-ins during his journey on S.H.I.E.L.D had yielded a plethora of cybernetic detritus, the mere possession of the High Sovereign's dissolution scepter was sufficient to guarantee his safety. It is worth noting that even Thanos, a classic benchmark of combat prowess, would be swiftly dispatched if struck by this weapon. Should Leon lack the absolute defenses of the shield of the god of war and the shield of courage, he would not dare to confront it head-on, at least, not at this moment. This artifact is as unreasonable as the mother box of Apocalypse. Chapter 188, Valkyrie, I'm up for early 8. After tidying up his belongings, Leon found little to pack, beyond the precarious dissolution scepter, which only he could wield safely for the time being. He had merely packed the supergiant and the Kayla prepared for Hulk and Banner's breeding purposes. Thor, of course, brought along Valkyrie. But there was no longer any need to restrain her movements with neurotoxic devices. The live broadcast had shared the victory with Leon through his comrades, the Transformers. It was a resounding triumph for Thor, as Valkyrie was no match for him. Notably, Thor had also forged a friendship with the rock creature Korg, inviting him and Leon to depart Sakaar together. However, due to Korg's concern for his friends in the gladiatorial arena, he chose to remain temporarily on Sakaar to assist Megatron with subsequent affairs, promising to visit Asgard once his tasks were complete. Thor did not press him on this matter. Tony had packed a bundle of Sakaarian technological knowledge, with JARVIS storing it, leaving him and the empty-handed Loki the most unencumbered. It must be said, although Loki's storage magic could not accommodate large items, he could still conveniently stow away smaller objects. As Loki often disguised his scavenged treasures with illusion magic, Leon remained unaware of what precisely filled his satchel. Megatron, Sakaar is in your capable hands. Leon embraced the supergiant while standing before the towering Megatron, who, even while kneeling before him, loomed 25 times taller. To bolster his authority and solidify his reign, Leon had deliberately provided him with a body crafted from adamantium, sacrificing a measure of agility and speed in exchange for a significant enhancement in strength and defense. He was undoubtedly the mightiest transformer on Sakaar, deserving of the leadership bestowed upon him by Leon. An indomitable physique is the very testament of a leader. At your command, my esteemed creator. Megatron's resplendent silver form gleamed, his crimson mechanical eyes flashing. Megatron shall forge Sakaar into an impregnable fortress of the stars, awaiting your loyal return. Very well. Do your utmost. I have high hopes for you. Regardless of Megatron's sentiments, Leon routinely painted grand visions for him, encapsulating his message in a single phrase: strive for greatness and create brilliance. Brother, have you prepared what I requested? After issuing his instructions to Megatron, Leon turned to Tony. Of course. Do you think I am anyone less? Tony replied with a sense of pride, tossing Leon a metallic collar of shimmering silver. Faint blue luminescent patterns dancing across its surface. Upgraded neuroinhibitor collar, more reliable and potent than the original Sakaar version. Crafted from the adamantium you provided, nearly indestructible and impossible to remove. Attempting to forcibly detach, it will trigger the embedded mini-nuclear device. Kaboom. Tony's fingers interlaced, and then spread, mimicking an explosion. Did you hear that? Pow pow pow. With a firm grip of the Leon's embrace, Leon fastened the collar around the supergiant's neck. Yes, my esteemed master. The supergiant wore a somewhat stiff, sycophantic smile, attempting to appease Leon. Not very sincere. Leon shook his head disapprovingly, then swiftly tapped his index finger upon the supergiant's forehead. The supergiant failed to react. An itch blossomed at her brow, prompting her to raise her hand to investigate, only to discover an unfamiliar growth that swiftly burrowed into her mind. Master, what have you just done? The supergiant trembled uncontrollably, her expression fraught with terror. Sensing something crucial slipping away from her grasp, yet unable to articulate its nature. Just a double assurance. If you disobey, your head goes boom. If I encounter an unfortunate fate, your head will still go boom. So, you understand. Leon smiled as he spoke. In truth, with the wealth of his previous accumulations, he had no need to go to such lengths with the supergiant. It was merely a performance for her benefit. The supergiant's back was soon slick with cold sweat as she realized the restraints imposed upon her both internally and externally. Any rebellious thoughts or actions against Leon Stark would be detected and met with dire consequences. At that moment, she finally comprehended what was fading away from her grasp, her entire future freedom. No. Overwhelmed by the reality, the supergiant's legs buckled, but as Leon held her, her entire weight bore down upon him. To Leon, the supergiant was akin to a soft, exotic little wildcat, her loyalty or lack thereof being of little consequence. His only desire was to relish her presence and indulge whenever he pleased. All set, the quartet of brothers, along with their belongings, were enveloped by Leon's telekinetic and biological prowess, instantly accelerating towards the heavens, entering the eye of the demon. Before them sprawled a surreal landscape of crimson hues. Under Leon's rapid pull, their group lingered within the eye of the demon for a mere 25 seconds. When their vision returned, they found themselves in the far reaches of the cosmos, light years away from Sakaar. Not far off, a crystal continent, the size of a planet, hung aloof and desolate at the edge of this cosmic expanse, resembling a throne of the heavens. No way. The sight left Valkyrie momentarily speechless. This crystal continent was both the inception of her aspirations and the very site of her demise. Asgard, I never imagined I would return, Valkyrie murmured. The glory of her past as a Valkyrie seemingly within reach. Avoidance has never been the solution. Thor comfortingly patted Valkyrie's shoulder. She felt a pang of emotion, only to swiftly scowl, turning to deliver a sharp kick to Thor. Chapter 189, Parent or Superior. Don't touch me, you bastard. We established ground rules. Valkyrie warned Thor, who merely responded with an awkward smile, refraining from retaliation. Their relationship was still in its infancy, merely a friendship at best. Seeing Thor falter under Valkyrie's ire, Loki snickered in delight from the sidelines. Uffed Loki. You just laughed, didn't you? I did not. I merely recalled something amusing. Loki's expression shifted in an instant, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin and Frigga awaited them at the Rainbow Bridge. Oh, my children, Frigga exclaimed, moved to see her offspring safely returned. She approached them, offering heartfelt embraces even to Tony, whom she met for the first time. This left him somewhat taken aback. Yet he graciously accepted her warmth. Father, Loki stepped forward, palms pressed together in supplication. Loki, Odin replied, his demeanor unyielding as he regarded his son. It is good that you have returned. I am aware of your actions in Midgard, and the people of Asgard are also informed. However, that does not absolve you. You must still demonstrate your reformation. Your escape from imprisonment is a fact that cannot be overlooked. Return, and continue your sentence in Asgard. Yes, Loki nodded solemnly, feeling a mix of gratitude and contemplation. It seems the redemption arc bore fruit. For the seemingly unyielding Odin had commuted his life sentence to one of service to Asgard. At least he would not languish in a cell. Next, Odin approached Valkyrie. Initially, she averted her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes, but upon reflection, she realized she owed him nothing and quickly regained her composure. Since you have all returned, it is evident that you are aware of Hela's existence, Odin stated. Father, why did you not inform me of her presence from the outset? What are the Valkyrie forces? Thor inquired, confusion evident in his tone. Hela is intricately linked to Ragnarok. Possessing too much knowledge is not beneficial for you younger ones. However, now that you are aware of her, it signifies that Ragnarok is drawing near. Odin squinted into the distance, visions of destruction flickering in his eyes. What? Ragnarok? Thor was taken aback, fully aware of its implications, yet never anticipating its approach would be so imminent. Beside him, Loki, filled with aspirations for the future, felt his carefree smile fade. He had just begun to rise and had yet to claim the throne of Asgard, and now Ragnarok loomed. Such a fate was unacceptable. They must act. Surtur, Loki suddenly reminded them. Yes, Surtur. If Ragnarok is imminent, he must still be lurking somewhere in Muspelheim, alive. If we can eliminate Surtur, can we not avert Ragnarok? Without the eternal flame, Surtur poses no real threat. I shall slay him at once. Thor exclaimed, excitement surging through him. At that moment, Thor and Loki, the duo of estranged brothers, forged an unprecedented bond of unity and harmony, determined to preserve Asgard's existence and protect their honor. You may attempt it. Odin did not dampen their spirits, despite the futility of their endeavor. With Odin's tacit approval, Loki seized Leon, and Thor took hold of Tony, disregarding their wishes. As the quartet promptly set off, urging Heimdall to activate the Rainbow Bridge to Muspelheim. Hey, take me along. Valkyrie, feeling somewhat awkward in Odin's presence, leapt into the fray as the Rainbow Bridge opened, joining Thor and the others. Meanwhile, Kyra stood stoically, her breath held tightly, aware she was in the presence of Odin, the king of gods, renowned across the 9 realms. As for the superstar, this child has a remarkable physique. No wonder Leon wishes to keep you close, Frigga beamed, gently taking the slightly apprehensive superstar's hand, tenderly caressing her cheek and other soft, delectable features, finding her utterly enchanting, as if she were a pet to be cherished at home. On the other side, Leon and his companions traversed the Rainbow Bridge, reaching the kingdom of the fire giants. Muspelheim, in the blink of an eye. The realm was entirely composed of molten rock and blackened stone, shrouded in a dim sky thick with volcanic ash. The air pungent with the acrid scent of sulfur. Thor, must you be in such a hurry? Tony joked, his tone light, as he had intended to explore Asgard first, believing he had found a destination for a honeymoon with Pepper. Apologies, I am simply too preoccupied with worries about Ragnarok. Thor sheepishly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Loki, brimming with impatience, dual-wielded the lioness Fong, abandoning his usual sly demeanor. Let us go. Together, we brothers are invincible across the 9 realms. With that, he lunged toward a gigantic, lava-like beast that emerged from the molten depths, its body a blazing crimson and stretching over 10 meters in length. However, before he could execute the sword techniques inherited from Frigga, Loki was sent flying by the beast's tail, his form contorted as he embedded deeply into the searing rock wall. Loki had fallen. Loki was defeated. Such a narrative was nothing new to Leon and Thor. Valkyrie rolled her eyes, exuding a sense of embarrassment at being associated with Loki. Boom. The ground cracked. Valkyrie leapt gracefully over 30 meters, her sword poised with precision as it plunged into the forehead of the lava beast. With a fierce twist, she reduced its brain to a pulpy mess, her execution swift and decisive, a stark contrast to Loki's abysmal failure. Thud! The massive head of the lava beast crashed to the ground. As Valkyrie wiped the lava-like blood from her blade, she turned back to Thor, Leon, and Tony, her face alight with pride, deliberately ignoring Loki. Hey! Thor anxiously waved to Valkyrie, pointing with Mjolnir behind her, struggling to find an angle to throw. What is it? Valkyrie replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, thinking it merely a slight tremor. Behind you. Behind me? Valkyrie questioned, turning back in confusion. Roar! The foul breath of sulfur engulfed her as the lava beast swallowed Valkyrie whole. It was over. Thor's heart sank. After dispatching a second intruder, the lava beast, resembling a giant salamander, charged towards Leon and the others with the speed of a locomotive, its four short legs belied by its momentum. Concerned for Valkyrie's safety, Thor hesitated to unleash his thunderous wrath. But suddenly, the lava beast's eyes bulged, and it halted mid-charge, collapsing at Thor's feet. A flash of sword light erupted from the lava-drenched Valkyrie as she burst forth from its chest, nonchalantly addressing Thor. That was merely an accident. I forgot that this creature is composed entirely of lava, making it virtually invulnerable. Indeed, Thor rolled his eyes, choosing not to press the matter further. Chapter 190, The Fleeting Surtur. After vanquishing the lava beast, Leon and his group encountered numerous other forms of lava monsters, such as catfish, giant pythons, lizards, and earth dragons. These creatures seemed devoid of individual consciousness, more akin to white blood cells or macrophages existing in harmony with Muspelheim. The cell fluid within them consisted of nearly identical magma, manifesting in varying shapes on a biomimetic level. Leon harbored grave suspicions that this was the handiwork of Surtur, pondering whether the latter could similarly conjure minions by assimilating the eternal flame of Einsiga. 2.5 hours had elapsed. Ah, Surtur, you vile wretch. Come forth at once. Bang. Another duck-billed lava beast succumbed to the blade of Valkyrie, and this marked no small number of its kind. Surtur, who dominated the battlefield, seemed to deliberately evade Leon and his companions, his aura nearly blending with the environment itself. Even Leon's observation hockey failed to discern his footsteps. Leon vaguely recalled the beginning of Thor, Ragnarok, where Thor feigned capture to draw out Surtur, lurking deep within the recesses of Muspelheim. Though Surtur proclaimed that he would not perish until his mission of Ragnarok was fulfilled, his furtive demeanor betrayed his inherent trepidation. When mortals are slain, they meet their end. Surtur was no exception. The distinction between the easily vanquished and the formidable loomed large. How shall we proceed? Leon inquired of Tony, who was seated cross-legged in the void nearby. Humph. Tony opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. He is not a master of magnetic fields. No matter how adept he is at concealing his presence in the molten environment, he cannot disguise himself as we can, blending even with the magnetic fields of nature. I have discerned his approximate location, and it is the perfect opportunity to test a new technique I have just grasped. Hey, why are you all standing so far away? Tony's words trailed off. Upon hearing that he had developed yet another magnetic technique, Leon, Thor, and Loki, having learned from past experiences, instantly teleported to a distance of several dozen meters away. Though Valkyrie was still oblivious to the situation, she instinctively followed suit. Tony, your power is exceedingly perilous. It requires sealing. No, it demands caution, Leon admonished with a serious expression. He had no desire to be swept into yet another peculiar adventure. Indeed. Thor and Loki echoed in unison. TCH. A bunch of cowards. Tony shot them a dismissive glance, unfazed, and commenced his manipulation of the magnetic field. This time, he intended merely to experiment with a small-scale trick, akin to a child's playful antics, hardly warranting such alarm. Extracting a piece of resilient volcanic rock from the ground, Tony cradled it in his hands, generating alternating magnetic fields around it, gradually intensifying the force. Initially, this volcanic rock, not particularly metallic, defied the established norm of only being manipulable by metal, slowly levitating from Tony's palm. Subsequently, the temperature of the volcanic rock surged dramatically, soon transforming into a molten state, wherein the energy became so concentrated that Leon and the others could vaguely perceive the contours of the rotating magnetic field. Ultimately, The molten volcanic rock began to compress, its constituent atoms growing restless and yearning to escape, yet they were firmly restrained within a minuscule area by Tony's magnetic field. The tension of the initial endeavor, coupled with mental fatigue, prompted Tony to exhale deeply, turning to Leon and the others with a relaxed gesture of victory. Then, upon the magnetic field reaching a certain threshold, the originally palm-sized volcanic rock was compressed to an almost imperceptible size. Tony sensed an immensely terrifying energy escaping his control, expanding exponentially. Now, Tony hurled the heavy atomic particle in a specific direction, the maximally rotated magnetic field serving as the fuse to ignite it. Whoosh! Tony traversed a wormhole, instantaneously appearing behind Leon, who was the sturdiest among them. This was his escape route. After a period of practice, Tony had become quite adept at utilizing wormhole traversal over short distances. "You sly old fox. I thought you intended to withstand it." Leon jested. Boom! A small sun ignited and exploded at that very location. The blinding flames instantly obscured the vision of everyone except Leon, while the ensuing shockwave was effortlessly mitigated by an invisible shield conjured by his telekinesis. In a certain abyss of Muspelheim, Surtur, seated upon his throne, relished the sight of the ignorant youths stumbling about, when he suddenly felt a violent tremor from above, prompting an outburst of anger. Damn it! A wretched bunch of lunatics. Before he could flee, he was pinned beneath the collapsing boulders, revealing only his head adorned with a fiery crown, reminiscent of a certain monkey trapped under a mountain of 5 elements. Surprise! Damn it! Leon levitated Thor and the others with telekinesis. Before the nuclear explosion triggered by Tony had subsided, he unleashed an atomic breath laser, carving a direct path to Surtur's location. It shot forth, floating above Surtur's head, a sardonic smile gracing its visage. "Son of Odin!" Surtur bellowed in fury. "Son of a bitch!" Thor retorted without hesitation, simultaneously free-falling through the air, delivering a thunderous blow to the bone crown atop Surtur's head. Bang! "At last, I've got you." Haha! Futile. Thor's strike, delivered without restraint, left not a single mark upon Surtur's crown, which scoffed triumphantly. "I am invincible until I fulfill my destiny and annihilate your homeland. And you?" Surtur's gaze turned to Leon, fixating on the iron Saiga fused with the eternal flame on his left wrist, his fury escalating. "Leon Stark. Iron Saiga, the detestable usurper. That is my eternal flame. Damn Odin. You shall ultimately face destruction. By my own hands." "Oh, is that so?" Unfazed by Surtur's provocation, Leon felt a hint of amusement. He gestured behind him, and the dissolution scepter, levitating in his telekinesis, gracefully fell into his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Surtur's expression shifted drastically. "Damn it. Don't come any closer." Chapter 191, The Monument of Life, a familiar encounter. Surtur abruptly abandoned his previous defiance, but Leon would not indulge him. He thrust the dissolution scepter against the fiery crown that constituted Surtur's essence. Yet, contrary to Leon's expectations, Surtur did not dissolve immediately. Is it ineffective? Leon struck the dissolution scepter forcefully, attempting to rectify the flaw, and once again pressed it against Surtur's crown. Since the initial contact with the dissolution scepter, Surtur had remained expressionless, eerily calm. The second attempt yielded the same result. He was not instantly dissolved, and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha! Neither you nor Odin can halt Ragnarok, just as it is my destiny to bring about the end of Asgard. You too, Odinson." Amidst the haunting laughter, Surtur and his crown finally dissolved into a viscous mass, precisely as Leon and Thor had desired. The dissolution scepter had not been entirely ineffective. Rather, for an entity of Surtur's stature, it could withstand a measure of its power, rendering its effects less formidable than usual. Perhaps against an even mightier foe, the dissolution scepter would prove utterly ineffectual. However, the fact that he managed to dissolve Surtur left Leon thoroughly satisfied. He had not anticipated that a mere scepter would carry the entire battle. "Splendid. With this, Ragnarok has been successfully averted, right?" Thor exclaimed excitedly. "Perhaps." Loki's expression grew slightly grave as he contemplated the implications of Surtur's final words, yet he found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, with Surtur now vanquished, Ragnarok would at least be postponed for a time, much like what Odin and their forebears had accomplished. Even if Surtur were to eventually resurrect, they could still utilize this period of safety to seek a definitive solution to eradicate the impending doom of Ragnarok. "It is rather disappointing," Tony remarked with a lackluster tone. "I had imagined the legendary fire giant Surtur to be far more formidable. Is this truly all there is to it? It feels less impressive than even a mere finger of ebony maw." Indeed, it left much to be desired. The Valkyrie nodded in agreement. stomping her foot on the goo that Surtur had morphed into, grinding it beneath her heel in frustration. Sensing this, Thor involuntarily touched his own face. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Let us head back," Leon suggested. After dealing with Surtur, the relentless lava beasts no longer appeared, confirming Leon's prior suspicions that they were indeed Surtur's doing. Through the Rainbow Bridge, the group returned to Asgard. Odin and Frigga were absent, leaving Thor to escort Loki to the labor camp, with the Valkyrie in tow. Citing her long absence from Asgard and the lack of familiar faces aside from Thor's party. Meanwhile, Leon guided the newly arrived Tony on a tour around Asgard. Everywhere they went, they were warmly welcomed. The title of Lord Leon had Tony's ears ringing with familiarity. "Leon, perhaps next time when I bring Pepper, I'll explore on my own. With you around, it's hardly an experience. It's just a crowd of people," Tony remarked. "By the way," he suddenly recalled, "that stellar forge you mentioned last time. Let us go take a look. I want to see if it's as amazing as you claimed." "Certainly. But before we proceed," Leon replied. Leveraging his privilege as Odin's son, he made his way to the most secured yet relaxed area of Asgard, Odin's treasury. Before the Pillar of Life, Tony was captivated by the mysterious equations inscribed upon it. "What is this?" he inquired eagerly. The Pillar of Life originates from the lost civilization of Atlantis, inscribed with the equation of life evolution. It is said that if one can decipher this equation, they will attain absolute power and boundless wisdom, Leon explained. If such a divine equation exists, why did Atlantis vanish? Tony pondered, instantly realizing the potential trap of the life evolution equation. "Who knows?" Leon shrugged. "What do you think? Would you like to give it a try?" Leon looked at Tony with anticipation. As his hand brushed against the worn Pillar of Life, Tony fell into deep contemplation. The equations inscribed were incomplete. It is well known that some formidable theoretical equations might require dozens of chalkboards to fully derive, let alone the life evolution equation. The fragment of the pillar before him was less than a third the size of a single chalkboard, and the area recording the equations was even smaller. Even a genius like Tony found himself at a loss. There's nothing to be done. The main body has shattered, leaving only these scraps, Leon lamented. Couldn't the Ancient One reverse time with the Time Stone to restore it like she did with the Mind Stone? Tony suddenly proposed. "I've already inquired with my master about that. She stated that the time elapsed is far beyond her capabilities," Leon replied. "All right. I can only say it's worth a try. It might indeed take an unimaginable amount of time." Without uttering that he couldn't solve it, Leon sensed hope. Just as Archimedes claimed, give him a lever, and he could lift the entire Earth. This sentiment applied equally to Tony, provided he was given the right direction and research. He could forge an infinite future. As for time, it was the least valuable commodity to Leon. He could afford to wait, and so could Tony. After capturing a plethora of angles of the Pillar of Life and photographs, Leon, at Tony's fervent request, led him to visit the dwarves of Nidavellir. The seemingly primitive mythological craftsmanship met the pinnacle of modern technological ingenuity. Tony and King Eitri of the dwarves felt an instant kinship, as if they were long-lost friends. Were it not for their height disparity and Tony's lingering concerns for Pepper after such a long absence, they would have embraced one another, chatting for days on end. Following a delightful feast, Tony and Eitri agreed to reconvene in the future, at which point Tony would bring his personally designed schematics for a divine artifact, with Leon providing the materials, so Eitri could activate the Stellar Forge to craft a bespoke masterpiece for him. Nidavellir will always welcome friends. Eitri's booming voice resonated like thunder. "Friends," echoed the dwarves behind him in unison. "As long as one treats them sincerely, this group of dwarves would genuinely lay their hearts bare for you." Much like Leon, Tony, having spent merely half a day with the dwarves, developed a deep fondness for these warm-hearted, kind, and hospitable giants. Noticing their somewhat lax defensive awareness and over-reliance on Asgard's protection, Tony resolved to design a defensive structure for the dwarves upon his return. This was his way of reciprocating Eitri's unyielding willingness to craft a unique artifact for him. As they prepared to depart, Leon discreetly left a tremendous surprise for the dwarves, or perhaps a fright for a certain purple-skinned being, trusting that when the time came, the expressions on both sides would be nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 192, The Return and Reckoning. Upon returning from Nidavellir, Leon intended to seek Odin for further information regarding the Pillar of Life and the impending Ragnarok. However, he discovered that Odin and Frigga were away on vacation, leaving him unable to locate them. Leon had no choice but to return to Earth with Tony to report their safe arrival, planning to visit again another time. At the coastal villa, perched on the cliffside, the Rainbow Bridge flickered as Leon, with one arm around the superstar and the other grasping Kayla, was about to land, but momentarily hovered again. Behind him, Tony landed in a superhero fashion, eyes closed, and dove headfirst into the sea. Splash! Scug! Could you be a bit more professional? This is ridiculous, Tony exclaimed, surfacing and cursing at the direction where the Rainbow Bridge had vanished. It was because the one responsible for their transportation was Scug, a trainee security guard with just 2.5 months of practice. Tony, Leon. At that moment, it was evening on Earth, with half the sun having dipped below the horizon, casting golden ripples that were serene and beautiful. Upon their descent from the Rainbow Bridge, Pepper, stationed in Stark Tower, sensed Leon's return. A portal opened beside Leon and Tony, and Pepper quickly stepped through, rushing towards the brothers, who assumed she was coming to greet them with a warm welcome home embrace. Instead, Pepper delivered 2 swift kicks, sending the brothers flying. Bang! Bang! The coastal villa's landward wall crumbled as they transformed into projectiles. Meanwhile, the superstar and Kayla were left utterly stunned. Who is this woman? She's incredibly fierce. After Pepper, the impeccably dressed maid, Bast, glided through the portal, wielding the Mind Scepter, accompanied by AI, RCA2. Bast, RC, I've missed you both terribly. Did you miss me? Leon exclaimed. Without a word, the 2 women demonstrated their affection by planting a strawberry mark on each of Leon's cheeks. Bast, why is the portal still open? Leon questioned, glancing at the still active portal. Before Bast could respond, he noticed a pair of long, silky legs stepping through the portal. And as he looked up, he saw denim shorts paired with a fitted gray off-shoulder sweater. Without needing to see her face, Leon instinctively knew who it was. Hey Helen, you've grown up. Nightfall. Stark Tower. The members of the Avengers convened in a grand assembly, adorned in splendid attire seldom worn. They exchanged toasts and shared stories. Leon and Tony regaled them with tales from S.H.I.E.L.D, deliberately omitting mention of Leon's source of fire and the existence of the Transformers. Both were matters better kept shrouded in silence, as revealing them would diminish their allure. In any case, we owe a debt of gratitude to our Iron Man. Without him, we might have been whisked back by Botet long ago. Am I to blame? Tony, unfazed by Leon's jest, displayed no remorse, reveling instead in his own super evolution and newfound strength. His journey to S.H.I.E.L.D had been immensely rewarding. Unbelievable. You 2 frolicked in outer space without me? How can we enjoy ourselves in the future? Rhodey exclaimed, casting an envious glance at the towering superstar beside Leon and at Kayla, who was engaged in conversation with Banner. Next time, I promise, Leon assured with a smile. After their banter, Steve Rogers approached Leon, champagne in hand, and said, Leon, while it may be belated, I must express my gratitude for rescuing me from the Arctic. Furthermore, I appreciate your timely intervention during the crisis with Ebony Maw and the Chitauri. I raise my glass to you. After clinking glasses with Leon, Steve downed his drink in one go, while Leon took a modest sip, humbly responding, It was merely my duty. I only regret not returning sooner. Leon, could you come here for a moment? Hill, clad in a form-fitting gray dress and sheer black stockings, tugged gently at the hem of Leon's garment, whispering in his ear. Pardon me for a moment, Leon said, raising his glass to Steve before following Hill to the rooftop, where Nick Fury awaited him. Hill initially intended to leave once she had escorted him, but Leon pulled her back, conjuring a complete set of ice crystal sofas, and plopped down comfortably, with Hill following suit. Leon kindly gestured for Nick to sit, but Nick only stood nearby, shivering from the icy air emanating from the sofa. Unable to take a seat, he suspected Leon might be deliberately trying to freeze him out, unlike Hill, who at least had some warmth to offer. Is there something you need? Leon inquired, playfully squeezing Hill's hand. It was a curious sensation. Leon always felt that women's hands were softer and more delicate than men's. Despite most women being slender, with bony hands, Leon perceived their palms as tender, making it impossible to resist the urge to caress them. Please, sit down, Fury. Why not take a seat? Leon encouraged. Let's get to the matter at hand, Nick replied, his lips twitching as he distanced himself slightly. I anticipated that upon your return, you would seek retribution against certain individuals, so I have prepared a list of names for you. It includes those lawmakers who consented to launch nuclear missiles, as well as some who have been stirring the pot behind the scenes. Their level of involvement is meticulously documented. With that, Nick produced a hardbound document from his coat and tossed it to Leon, who remained composed, 2 fingers extending from behind him to catch it effortlessly. Baudette, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, emerged from the shadows, taking the list and dutifully kneeling before Leon, flipping through the pages for him to review. Such a good girl, Leon remarked, embracing Hill while gently stroking Bastette's silver hair, his fingers gliding over her elfin ears. The sensation sent shivers through Baudette. Yet her hands remained steady as she held the list. Let me have a look. The list contained many names familiar to Leon, the most notable being Alexander Pierce, a current member of the World Security Council and the Secretary of Defense, who had previously introduced Nick to S.H.I.E.L.D. Additionally, he was widely recognized as the primary mole within S.H.I.E.L.D., the leader of Hydra and the mastermind behind the Winter Soldier program. Are you truly betraying your close ally, Pierce? Leon asked with a knowing smile. No, I merely compiled the relevant individuals for your review. It's up to you to decide whether they deserve punishment and to what extent. Excluding Pierce from this list due to our friendship could prove perilous for him in the future, wouldn't you agree? Nick's expression turned serious as he regarded Leon. To ally oneself with a tiger is to risk one's own safety. Following the Battle of New York, this was Nick's assessment of Leon. In his eyes, Leon's potential for danger was now on par with Captain Marvel. This modicum of respect and humility from Nick was entirely acceptable in light of the security Leon provided to Earth. He had accused Pierce of failing to mobilize military support during the New York crisis and allowing the Council to pass the nuclear launch proposal. Knowing Leon's nature, Nick was acutely aware that his friend Pierce had failed to act in a critical moment while holding the high office of Secretary of Defense. Rather than wait for Leon to uncover the truth and seek accountability, Nick believed it prudent to preemptively distance himself from Pierce. This was Nick's rationale, as he still sought to protect his good friend. Meanwhile, Pierce was clandestinely plotting how to eliminate the greatest mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. With the completion of the Insight program progressing, Nick, as its ostensible leader, had become a hindrance to Pierce, who aimed to exploit the program for mass assassination to instill terror and dominate the world. You are truly considerate, Fury. I will take it from here, Leon replied, rising from the ice crystal sofa and leading Hill downstairs to continue their revelry. Batet, currently the only member of the Avengers with combat prowess ranking just below Leon, Tony, and Thor, remained steadfast in her classic black and white maid attire, dutifully following Leon and executing any commands he issued with unwavering loyalty. After Leon's departure, Nick was surprised to find that the large sofa beside him no longer felt so frigid. Testing it, he attempted to sit down, only to crash to the floor as the ice crystal sofa shattered upon contact. Damn it, I knew it. The following day, when Leon awoke from his oversized bed, spacious enough to accommodate 25 people with room to spare, the afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating his sculpted physique reminiscent of ancient Greek statues, exuding an aesthetic of power derived from sheer numerical supremacy. Where is everyone? Master, I'm here, Batet replied. As Leon lazily reached out beside him, he found only empty space. Having no desire to open his eyes, Batet was the only one to respond, as his observation hockey revealed that he was the sole occupant of the expansive bed. Buster was wrapped in a white bath towel, her silver hair styled in a bun, droplets of water still clinging to her skin. Responding to Leon's call, she emerged from the bathroom barefoot, gracefully crouching by the bed like a cat, her gaze respectfully fixed upon him. Is it just you? Where are the others? Eve and Kate are attending to the company's daily affairs, while Christine has returned to the newspaper to prepare the announcement of Captain Homeland and Iron Superman's return. The superstars, Al-C and 2B, are currently in Dr. Helen's laboratory. Tony is there as well, Buster added as an afterthought. Oh. Leon extended his observation hockey into Zhao Helen's laboratory and found Tony busily tinkering with Mark 6. A peculiar, bittersweet sensation akin to a toothache coursed through the segment of active Edmund alloy that had differentiated within his cerebral cortex. Hiss. After merely a moment of active observation, Leon inhaled sharply, promptly severing the connection. With a swift somersault followed by a superhero landing, Leon intended to transform with flair, but his transformation sequence faltered, leaving him momentarily exposed. Thus, he stood before Buster in the pose of Rodin's thinker. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Ian Saiga floated leisurely out of the bathroom, remnants of unwashed foam still clinging to his shield. Under Leon's bemused scrutiny, Ian Saiga appeared oblivious to his presence, swaying drunkenly yet precisely as he nestled into Buster's bathrobe. The air suddenly thickened with an unusual stillness. In the next instant, the room transformed into a canvas of blue, as if time itself had frozen. Leon and Buster felt as though a frame had been extracted from the scene, and the Iron Saiga that should have been cradled in Buster's arms found itself on Leon's left wrist, facilitating an instant change of attire. In Dr. Zhao Helen's laboratory, a sleek, silver-black cyber coffin, intertwined with numerous electrical circuits, lay quietly at the center, representing the completed regeneration cradle. Nearby, Tony worked on his independently constructed Mark 6 armor. as Leon entered the laboratory via a teleportation facilitated by the Eye of Agamotto, cradling a Hakimi form of Buster. He discovered Tony attempting a brute force hack on the Mark VI in collaboration with ALCI A2 and 2B. The superstar was restrained, her hands and feet bound on a metallic surgical table, her expression vacant as if she had been left there for an eternity. Xiao-Helen was seated before her computer, fingers dancing across the keyboard, her screen displaying a completely new 3D design of the Mark VI armor, distinctly different from the hulking muscular form. The design appeared remarkably cohesive, with no visible seams, suggesting a sleek, fitted combat suit akin to Iron Man's version. "What are you all up to?" Leon inquired, using telekinesis to liberate the forgotten superstar from the surgical table. Upon her release, she lunged into his embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Buster, squashed against her, wore an expression of despair. Her feline face contorted. "Master, you have finally arrived. They are all demons." The superstar's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pitifully recounted her woes to Leon, a stark contrast to the once domineering figure who had commanded respect among the Obsidian Five. "Look at what they have reduced her to." Chapter 194, a tribute to the legendary handcrafted sage, Leon Stark. It turned out that Tony aimed to transform the neural suppression collar around the superstar's neck into a design that would seamlessly integrate beneath the skin's surface as a nanostructure. This would not only test the feasibility of nanotech armor, but also enhance the collar's aesthetics and practicality. When not in use, it could be concealed beneath the skin, and when needed, it could reconstruct into a complete collar, adding a touch of whimsy. During the journey to Sakaar, Tony found the most troublesome aspect to be the storage of the Mark VI armor. Due to his precautions against the Grandmaster, he had worn the armor continuously, to the point where it felt almost like an extension of himself. Upon returning, he had not even argued with Pepper before diving headfirst into the research of Mark VII, a decision he had not initially intended to pursue, believing the Mark VI would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, necessity breeds innovation. Fortunately, Xiao-Helen's regeneration cradle technology had been completed, utilizing 3D biological tissue nanoprinting techniques that could be directly applied. Proud as he was, Tony felt no guilt in borrowing from others' research, especially since Xiao-Helen was now family. "Leon, you're just in time. I've redesigned the neural suppression device, moving beyond the collar form. All that's left is for you to provide the materials. This safety device must be crafted from the most durable materials, otherwise, the superstar's abilities pose too great a risk. Only you, with your carefree disposition, could dare to have her by your side. If you wish to use the superstar as your guinea pig, just say so. My active Edmund alloy is not essential. And how do you know I don't have a backup plan? Otherwise, why would she be so obedient? Wouldn't you agree, dear?" Leon shot Tony a dry look, then grasped the superstar's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze as he inquired softly. "MMM. The superstar, momentarily startled, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, pledging her loyalty. If Leon instructed her to go east, she would not venture west. If he asked her to form a W, she would never sit like a duck. "You are impressive." Seeing the superstar so thoroughly trained by Leon, Tony gave him an admiring thumbs up, openly expressing his self-deprecation. Although Leon's active Edmund alloy was as responsive as metallic nanomaterials within his body, it did not possess the same sensitivity externally. With minimal distraction, self-regulated flight had become a convenient application. However, if Leon's active Edmund alloy could be fashioned into metal nanomolecules that could autonomously create any mechanical components according to the user's intent, anyone would take flight. Let alone the one wielding such power, Tony Stark. "Come on, hand me the design." Leon comfortingly patted the superstar with the Leon grip, then reached out to Tony. "Let us conduct a small experiment first. I believe upgrading the neural suppression device is quite necessary." Tony spun in his revolving chair before the Mark VI armor, hands cupped in a trumpet shape, his laughter echoing. "I leave it to you, Dr. Xiao-Helen." "Helen? Since when did you become adept at mechanical design?" Leon approached Xiao-Helen from behind, resting his hands on her somewhat fatigued shoulders, massaging them while inquiring with a smile. "I'm not that remarkable. I merely assisted Tony in adjusting the arrangement of the metal nanomolecules. The device and the new armor are entirely Tony's achievements. I was just helping out." Leon's hands seemed to possess a magical quality, sending tingling sensations through her, the pressure just right. Xiao-Helen couldn't help but close her eyes in bliss, desperately stifling any sounds of pleasure. Fortunately, Leon was discerning. He withdrew his hands just as she approached her limit of endurance. Or else Xiao-Helen would have found herself in an embarrassing predicament, in every sense of the term. Huff, huff. Xiao-Helen sighed in relief, her breath steadying as she finally revealed the design for the nanoneural suppression device on her computer. It was not the conventional collar shape, nor did it possess a fixed form. It resembled a conglomerate of metal nanomolecules. Chapter 195, Superstar, Integrity is dead, my master lives well. Leon's right hand was likewise clenched, though the spread of his fingers was not as pronounced as that of his left, as if he were grasping a soft yet intangible air. The attention of the others in the laboratory was entirely captivated by the luminous silver, liquid metal seeping from the gaps between his right fingertips, entirely oblivious to the fact that Zhao Hailun was now nervously and awkwardly curling her toes into the ground. With absolute thought acceleration, super self-regeneration, biological position, and telekinesis, Leon swiftly molded a swirling mass of active Edmund alloy nanoparticles that floated in the air, resembling a silver mist. It was akin to an uncondensed gem-like mist, yet brilliantly silver. This was the building block intended for assembly, Leon's version of the reality gem. The specific configuration it required would necessitate program editing. Of course, if Tony and Leon were willing to squander a well-trained artificial intelligence on a mere neural suppression device, the programming step could be bypassed entirely. For upon integrating the AI, it could accomplish the task autonomously, much like Tony's J-A-R-V-I-S or Leon's A-L-C-I. Then, Leon manipulated the active Edmund alloy nanoparticles to form a neural suppression collar, though this was merely superficial and devoid of actual function. Once Leon withdrew his telekinesis, it would revert to a disordered mass. Zhao Hailun placed it on the wireless data transmission platform and commenced typing on the computer, swiftly transferring the data of the neural suppression device to the nanoparticles, which were imperceptible to the naked eye. The nanoparticles, originally forced together by Leon's telekinesis, extended their small appendages upon the installation of the neural suppression module, forming structures reminiscent of chemical bonds. They linked hands with their neighboring companions, actively constructing connections, achieving perfect coupling. From a macroscopic perspective, even if Leon were to rescind his telekinesis, it would retain the shape of the neural suppression collar and would now possess actual functionality, perfectly inheriting the indomitable defensive attributes of the active Edmund alloy. It appeared that Tony had successfully designed the Mark VII armor in merely half a day by drawing inspiration from Zhao Hailun's nanostructure printing technology. Nice. I am indeed a genius. Upon witnessing this groundbreaking innovation in nanotechnology succeed without the setbacks experienced in his previous armor designs, Tony couldn't help but exult in pride. The anticipation of acquiring a new toy exhilarated him to such an extent that he instinctively wanted to bestow a grand hug upon Dr. Zhao Hailun, who had assisted him the most. However, he quickly realized that Zhao Hailun was his sister-in-law, and such an action would be inappropriate, leading him to exuberantly embrace the mechanical arm of little Dai, who had recently moved from the seaside villa. It's you, old buddy. With one hand grasping little Dai's mechanical arm and the other encircling her slender waist, he danced a romantic waltz amidst the bewildered gazes of the others in the laboratory. A.L.C.I. Please copy the data of the neural suppression device and the Mark VII armor for me. Yes, Leon summoned A.L.C.I. his external brain, and affectionately patted her back. A.L.C.I. A2 had long grown accustomed to this and proceeded to exchange data with Zhao Hailun without a hint of disturbance. Noticing that a button on Zhao Hailun's collar had popped open, A.L.C.I. A2 thought it would be prudent to take her shopping for a few more fitting and looser outfits. Otherwise, tight clothing could hinder her physical development. A.L.C.I. A2 was well aware of Leon's proclivities towards Zhao Hailun. Perhaps it would be a better option to have Leon procure some vibranium and 3D print a few sets of undergarments, outerwear, and skirts suitable for Zhao Hailun's current developmental stage. This would ensure safety and durability. Should the vibranium garments later become ill-fitting, the materials could be recycled, preventing any waste. Come here, dear, Leon called the superstar over, as one might summon a dog. Although the superstar was not as swift as Batet, she walked gracefully, enhanced by her maximized physical attributes, exuding a hint of fragrance as she respectfully knelt before Leon, gazing up at him with devotion. Her red lips parted, her movements fluid and practiced, clearly a routine she had performed many times before. Master. Gone was the sharpness from their first encounter. Now, the superstar's tone was soft and syrupy, for within Leon's entourage, as a captive, she held the lowest status. Any woman could treat her as a mere pet. Thus, she sought to appease Leon, the formidable figure of her existence, hoping he might show her some semblance of compassion and not discard her once his purpose was fulfilled. The superstar feared the day Leon Stark might grow weary of her, extinguishing her existence with a mere thought. Such a fate would be too ignoble. At the very least, She aspired to enjoy life until her last breath, a demise she could accept. It must be said, Leon Stark had a redeeming quality. He would never shortchange himself. With an infectiously radiant smile, Leon aggressively tilted the superstar's chin upward, increasing the angle at which she gazed up at him. From direct eye contact to her lips aligned with his, he gently pinched her soft cheek. With a few playful taps on her face, he twirled the nanoparticle neural suppression collar on his other finger. Put this on. Leon's right hand glided along the superstar's jawline and lips, swiftly removing the ordinary Edmund alloy neural suppression collar from her neck. He tossed her the active Edmund alloy nanoparticle neural suppression device. And guess what? She actually caught it. Chapter 196. The Nanotech Armor Mark 7. Truly a set to use until death. As the shackles suppressing her abilities fell away, the superstar gazed down at the new restraints meant to bind her, momentarily taken aback, failing to immediately comply with Leon's command. She silently felt her mental control and psychic influence rapidly returning. Aside from the two humanoids, everyone in this laboratory, within the entire building, was within her sphere of mental control. Moreover, this range continued to expand outward as her psychic abilities swiftly regained strength. The speed of her resurgence thrilled her so profoundly that her mind trembled with excitement. This was the feeling. No one could escape the grasp of her mental control. It was akin to a divine omniscience. The superstar felt empowered once more. Yet, when she met Leon's calm, knowing gaze, her previously uplifted smile faltered, drooping like a fish that had lost all hope. The others were inconsequential. The crux lay in controlling her own fate, and in her eyes, Leon Stark remained an unfathomable black hole. Her mental control and psychic influence held no sway over Leon Stark. This meant that regardless of any seeds he might have sown in her mind, should she dare make any move, Leon Stark would instantly crush her like an ant beneath his heel. Contemplating this, the superstar hesitated for a total of 25 seconds before finally complying with his command, placing the nanoparticle neural suppression device around her neck. And thus, after a sensation akin to a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing and biting, the superstar reached for the nanoneural suppression collar around her neck, only to discover it had vanished. There was no need to ponder. It had embedded itself within the flesh and sinew of her neck, irretrievable. Thus, the flicker of hope that had ignited within her eyes was swiftly extinguished. Replaced by overwhelming disappointment and despair, was she destined to remain a slave to Leon Stark for all eternity? Superstar, I am here, master. At the mere call from Leon, the superstar instinctively transformed her despair into a display of subservient flattery. The non-existent foxtail behind her swayed in the air, inscribing the word loyalty in an imaginary script. Though her professionally crafted smile lacked sincerity, it remained pleasing to the eye, sufficiently quenching the thirst for admiration. Oh, superstar, how can you lack such resolve? The superstar harbored a profound disdain for her instinctual response, acutely aware that she could never return to her former self. She had been irrevocably reshaped into the likeness that Leon Stark desired. In the face of insurmountable resistance, she consoled herself with the notion of embracing her fate. The once feigned smile now brimmed with genuine sincerity, a subtle emotional shift that even Leon, who had been observing her with his observation hockey, found somewhat surprising. I thought you might seize the opportunity to rebel, Leon remarked with a squinting smile, simultaneously scratching the soft flesh beneath the superstar's chin like one would a cat. Not at all. You shall forever be the master of the superstar, she exclaimed, drenched in sweat as she hurried to pledge her loyalty. To be dealt with as a traitor after having resolved to serve Leon Stark wholeheartedly would be a fate more unjust than any other. After all, her previous allegiance to Thanos had been merely an indulgence. Who was Thanos now? A stranger to her. Leon Stark promised a far more pleasurable demise, one that could be repeated endlessly, day after day. The superstar longed for death and adored it. How utterly bewildering. Was the superstar truly speaking from the heart? When the observation hockey relayed this revelation to Leon, he found himself filled with confusion, questioning how the superstar had come to this realization. For her sentiments had not always been so. Nevertheless, it was a positive development, albeit Leon would not assist in removing the neural suppression device. Not only did it serve as insurance, but in critical moments, it could provide a hint of intrigue, much like Bastet's collar. Simply perfect. With the superstar's collar addressed, it was now Tony's Mark 7 that required attention. At this juncture, the indestructible new element mini-arc reactor housing that Leon had gifted Tony previously came into play. This device was designed with a space to store nanomaterials from the outset. For Tony, who viewed the Mark 7 armor as a protective suit and relied on magnetic fields for various flashy outputs, the active adamantium alloy nano armor was a set that could endure until its demise, Any updates could be achieved simply by refreshing the nanomaterial module program. It was incredibly convenient. 2.5 minutes later, the Mark 7 armor emerged from Leon's hands, fresh from the factory. A tribute to the legendary artisan, Leon Stark. For one endowed with super self-regeneration, Leon's active adamantium alloy nanomaterials were virtually limitless. He could conjure as much as he desired. Perhaps, with the assistance of the external brain. Leon was indeed more deserving of the title of Iron Superman, though he still preferred to be known as Captain America. This succinctly showcased his formidable strength, leadership status, and lifelong aspirations. Tony, give it a try, Leon urged as he flawlessly integrated the nanomaterials forming the Mark 7 armor into the arc reactor housing embedded in Tony's chest. Tony personally uploaded the armor's data alongside other functional and auxiliary module data. Exhaling deeply, unable to contain his excitement, he nodded at Leon and Helen, his two primary supporters. Then gently tapped the arc reactor embedded in his chest. The lethal shrapnel from his interior had been removed long before he awakened as a new human and gained electromagnetic powers. The indentation on his chest could have healed over time, yet Tony chose to keep it as a reminder, preserving the arc reactor as a symbol of Iron Man. Akin to how Leon's Freedom Wings shield represented his identity. Gone were the sounds of metallic clinks and mechanical whirs from assembling each component. The Mark 7 armor equipped itself in near silence. A torrent of gleaming silver nanomaterials emanated from the arc reactor, as the clothing Tony wore, not form-fitting, was ruthlessly shredded by the assertive nanomaterials. From an external perspective, any protruding areas of Tony's outer garment seamlessly dissolved upon contact with the encroaching nanomaterials. Amidst a sea of fabric remnants, the pure silver, form-fitting Mark 7 armor completed its fitting on Tony for the first time. This historic moment was captured in its entirety by Leon, instructing Alcee to record. Chapter 197. Unable to lose versus unwilling to lose. How does it feel? Leon inquired with curiosity. It carries no peculiar odor. Well, that goes without saying, Leon retorted, rolling his eyes at Tony. Would you prefer I infused it with the scent of heather or foot odor? Haha, that's a valid point. Tony tapped his helmet, chuckling, then turned serious. I feel unprecedentedly well. Even for me now, the enhancements this armor provides are still quite impressive. Defense is a given, the improvements in strength and speed. He paused momentarily. Suddenly, clad in the Mark 7 armor, Tony left behind a fleeting afterimage that gradually faded away. With a resounding bang, he reappeared beside Leon in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a powerful punch. Leon remained unfazed as Batet, his close attendant, instinctively intercepted. Though she was subtly forced back half a step, Leon placed a hand on Bastet's back to halt her retreat, jesting, "You can't even budge a girl, brother. Your strength leaves much to be desired." "TCH. Just remove your hand," Tony scoffed, rolling his eyes. "As you wish," Leon shrugged, withdrawing his hand before snapping his fingers, opening a portal leading directly to the Arctic Ocean, a desolate battleground free from prying eyes. "Batet, spar with Tony. Hold nothing back. I want to see your full strength." "Yes, Master," Batet replied obediently, nodding. "Hee, a spar sounds perfect," Tony said with confidence, rising into the air and stepping through the portal first. Observing this, Batet prepared to follow. But Leon deftly caught her, lifting her ankle with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, maintaining her in a hiney dance-like posture. "Master?" Batet inquired, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Shoo, give Tony a good challenge, but the active adamantium alloy of the Mark 7 may still be a bit much for you, so." "Huh." Leon leaned in for a kiss, and Bastet's beautiful eyes widened, revealing a hint of pain. For Leon was not merely kissing her. He was also activating super self-regeneration, allowing a portion of the active adamantium alloy to emerge from the spaces between his teeth, transforming into liquid metal. It flowed into Bastet's body along the same path, enveloping her bones, and forming an impenetrable layer of active adamantium alloy. This would neither hinder her growth nor dull her proud claws, rendering them sharper than ever. Perhaps Leon should procure a set of active Edmund alloy armor for each of his pets, rather than insisting on a design resembling ironclad suits. However, such matters can be addressed at a later time, Leon mused internally. With a slight gasp, Batet clutched the fabric of Leon's shirt, her claws transitioning from a pearlescent translucent hue to a brilliant silver, leaving creases upon his clothing. Yet, when compared to Ion Saiga's formidable claws of active Edmund alloy, Ion Saiga, who was tightly embracing the shield of courage with his mother's thigh, proved to be the more formidable. The exquisite chill and pain akin to the sensitivity of teeth upon encountering an intensely sour beverage caused even the resilient Batet to wince momentarily. Nevertheless, Her ability to endure far surpassed Leon's, who once had cried out in agony during the enhancement of the Edmund alloy skeleton until he ultimately lost consciousness. Indeed, she demonstrated commendable fortitude. Leon gently massaged Bastette's cheek to alleviate her lingering discomfort, encouraging her with, "If you win, there will be a reward." He blew lightly on her long elven ears, causing them to flutter restlessly like tiny wings. Bastette's cheeks flushed, yet her expression was resolutely determined as she affirmed, "Yes, master." Armed with an unwavering belief that she must not falter, Bastet stepped through the portal. Leon refrained from following to spectate, for Bastet was his eyes. Turning around, he enveloped the ever-busy Zhao Hailuan in a tender embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Hailuan, the confrontation between Bastet and Tony may prolong for quite some time. So perhaps, 2.5 hours later, one could not afford to lose, while the other was unwilling to concede." A nuclear explosion erupted over the Arctic Ocean. Leon sensed the shift immediately and opened 2 return portals in the air. Out of the portals tumbled a tattered Tony, with only a thin layer of armor remaining, and a worn Bastet clad in a black and white maid outfit, resembling the tattered Gothic dress of 2B. Bang! Tony's head met the ground first, hurled down by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, leaving him incapacitated. In contrast to Tony's misfortune, Bastet fared considerably better. The portal Leon had opened for her was directly above him, and he effortlessly caught her in a princess carry, cradling her with care as she emerged largely unscathed, save for a smudge of dust on her face. Chapter 198, Bastet's Small Wish. "Master, I won." Bastet instinctively wrapped her arms around Leon's neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she proclaimed her triumph. "Well done," Leon replied affectionately, brushing away the dust from her face with tender care. "Damn it, TT, I couldn't even defeat a woman," Tony lamented from the ground, his expression rife with regret as he pounded the earth in frustration, sounding like a defeated hound. He had initially believed that no matter how exaggerated Bastet's combat techniques and speed were, he could easily outmaneuver her using wormhole, traversal, and armor defenses, simply allowing himself to kite her to victory. But alas, the hardest shield met the sharpest spear. Tony's prideful armor defenses crumbled before Bastet's claws as if they were mere plastic. The wormhole traversal, too, faced limitations due to Tony's personal proficiency and mental fortitude, resulting in unavoidable casting delays. Even as he managed to reduce the delay to 0, 25 seconds later in the battle, he was relentlessly pursued and pummeled by the swift Bastet, who was far too quick for him to react. Had it not been for her evident lack of proficiency in aerial combat, despite her newfound ability to fly, and her straightforward movements without the assistance of Jarvis, Tony might have long since been felled by her claws. Furthermore, given that his nanotech armor could self-repair and the active Edmund alloy could revert, Tony was fortunate to have lasted this long. The skirmish evolved into a prolonged contest, extending from afternoon until nightfall, at which point the scales of victory began to tilt. Reflecting on the situation, while Bastet was indeed his younger brother's pet and maid, she was also a genuine deity. Therefore, achieving a stalemate with her was hardly a source of shame. Unbeknownst to Tony, Bastet had already undergone an enhancement through the Mind Stone, rendering her even stronger than before. Otherwise, he might have been even more boastful. Tony had expected the outcome of this confrontation to conclude similarly. However, nightfall was Bastet's dominion. Upon its arrival, she inexplicably attained a 100 enhancement across all facets, akin to Leon's full activation of the Fool trait, one surveying the battlefield while the other diminished intelligence. The balance of power was swiftly disrupted. Uncertain of how long Bastet could maintain this state, Tony opted against a prolonged engagement and decisively conjured a nuclear bomb. As Bastet lunged in for the kill, he detonated it without hesitation, resulting in a mutual demise. Those familiar with the concept of mutual destruction understood that it did not imply living as long as the cosmos, but rather that both would perish together. "As long as I live, you live. Let us not live at all. Together, we shall die." However, at this moment, Bastet, fortified by the Knight's buff, boasted defenses akin to a sun-drenched Superman, rendering the nuclear explosion a mere trifle to her. In contrast, Tony was far less capable of withstanding the blast without the full protection of his active Edmund alloy nanotech. Consequently, he found himself disoriented by the explosion. Ultimately, it was Bastet who delivered the final blow, sealing Tony's unfortunate defeat. "It seems I still have much to practice, my brother," Leon remarked in jest, chuckling. "Just wait. I have no limits," Tony retorted, vowing to train harder in return for another match. "Where's Dr. Hailuan?" Tony inquired, noticing the absence of Zhao Hailuan in the lab. "What time do you think it is?" Hyloan has already left for a spa day with Pepper, Leon replied, playfully cradling his little wild cat as he prepared to depart. Wait, Tony called out, rising from the ground and rubbing his neck. He directed a compelling gesture towards Leon, saying, Leon, could you provide me with some more nanomaterials? Just the ordinary Edmund alloy will suffice. Why? Leon inquired, while simultaneously extracting a substantial quantity of raw liquid Edmund alloy from his system space, using telekinesis to assist Tony in crafting nanomaterials. In addition to the armor materials composed of active Edmund alloy that 1T deplete, I plan to design several massive armor components and other weapon functionalities directly integrated into the exterior of Mark 7. Tony envisioned his anti-Hulk armor in this manner. For other aspects requiring the vast consumption of nanomaterials to enhance the armor's versatility, he intended to utilize the original titanium alloy or convert surrounding ordinary metals during wartime via magnetic control. Indeed, once he mastered electromagnetic control to an even greater degree, Tony could directly convert nearby materials into the required metal atoms and refine them into nanomaterials. Crafting a towering mech was no longer a mere dream. Is this about enough? Leon queried, as the Edmund alloy nanomaterials floated around them, nearly filling Zhao Hailuan's office. Leon estimated that if Tony were judicious, this quantity would suffice for him to construct 10 anti-Hulk armors. That should be acceptable. If it's insufficient, I'll just ask you for more, Tony replied, though his smile widened at the sight of the abundant Edmund alloy nanomaterials before him. It is a rare moment. Previously, Leon had been living off his family's savings, but now he can finally savor the experience of indulging in his younger brother's fortune. The laborious task of forging metal pales in comparison to simply reaching into Leon's treasure trove. Upon passing through the portal, Leon appeared in the bathroom of his seaside villa, cradling Batet, who was clad in a battle-worn maid outfit. Master? She inquired, as the telekinetic energy manifested as an invisible hand, complemented by the eternal flame of Ion Saiga, filling the bathtub with perfectly tempered water. With a splash, Leon unceremoniously tossed Batet into the bath, emerging from the water with her hair soaked. She instinctively shook her head to rid it of excess water, only to pause mid-motion, her chin still submerged, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Apologetically, she glanced at Leon, who was now drenched in the bathwater flung by her hair, and murmured, I'm sorry, Master, it was unintentional. It's quite all right. I intended for us to bathe together, Leon replied with a smile. After a brief moment of removing his attire, he joined her in the tub, squeezing a generous amount of body wash into his hands, creating a plethora of fragrant bubbles that he lavishly applied to Batet's body, scrubbing her down vigorously. Have you decided what reward you desire? He inquired while diligently working on her bubble-laden silver leopard head. One day, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the lathering. What was that? Leon asked, his movements becoming gentler. A day with Master, as his wife, Batet declared shyly. She knew that among all of Leon's women, none yet bore the title of his wife. Even if it were for just a day, she would be the first to triumph as the wife of the victorious Master. Chapter 199, a date that made her bashful. Breath stolen by blushing strikes on the bustling streets of New York, Batet, for once, shed her black and white maid outfit, donning a cool crop top and extremely short shorts that hugged her figure, paired with high-heeled thigh-high boots. Her presence radiated an air of confidence. Following the battle in New York, Leon's reputation had soared to unparalleled heights, causing traffic jams wherever he went. Batet, having briefly appeared in Alcee White's livestream, was also keen on concealing her identity. Thus, both donned masks. Yet even so, their mere presence turned heads as they strolled down the street. Their striking figures, Leon resembling a godlike Greek statue and Batet with her alluring curves, were simply breathtaking. Even without revealing their faces, they effortlessly captivated passers-by. What a divine pair, mused a bystander as they brushed past. One even became so entranced that they collided with a lamppost, leaving them momentarily dazed. At this moment, Batet affectionately looped her arm around Leon S., walking side by side, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. Through the mask, Leon could see the corners of her mouth turned upwards, a smile that hadn't faded. They enjoyed shopping, sharing meals, sipping from the same cup of milk tea, exploring amusement parks, and went on the Ferris wheel. Their fingers intertwined, they cozied up together. In the cinema, rather than renting an entire hall, they chose a dark corner in the back to indulge in playful couple games. As night fell, the park became Batet's domain. She grew even more exuberant than during the day, dragging Leon along, her energy seemingly boundless. They traversed a quaint wooden path beside a tranquil, man-made lake, the scene reminiscent of the serene views from the 22nd floor of Ankrad. For them, Night was no different from day. Hand in hand, they felt the soft breeze and relished the stillness of the moment. Suddenly, recalling a memory, Leon knelt before Batet, mirroring the times she had done the same for him. However, while she looked up at him, he turned to glance back. Master? Batet asked, puzzled by his intentions. Climb on, Leon smiled. It has always been me riding you, but this time, it's your turn to ride me. Batet nodded shyly, her cheeks tinged with a blush, especially since she now wore a dress personally designed by Leon. Those familiar with the game child would recognize its lineage. The gown bore similarities to that of the revered Katia, and Batet, aside from her skin tone and height, seemed to be a mirror image of her. Although Leon had never encountered Katia in his past life nor played child, the power of the system allowed him to connect with his former world. Consequently, he had naturally designed this dress inspired by Katia. It was noteworthy that Leon had also watched the 4th season of The Boys, and he couldn't help but feel that his earlier decisive action against the butcher had been too lenient. Once Batet mounted, Leon steadied her soft thighs, while she gripped his head. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Leon sprang to his feet, racing along the wooden path by the lake at an exhilarating speed. Faster and faster he went, until he left behind a blur, far exceeding the speed of the Flash from the series. If not for Leon lacking the speed force, he might have transcended time itself. Query: would you like to check in today? Yes. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Breath Concealment EX. Breath Concealment EX. You will gain unparalleled stealth capabilities. While in a state of undetected infiltration, you will receive a 50 probability correction, making it easier to strike at vital points and inflict critical damage. When actively concealed, almost no presence will be detectable, and this enhancement remains effective in combat. Description: physical infiltration is still infiltration. Wow. Leon's eyelids twitched as he ran. While it didn't quite align with his combat style, this check-in had unexpectedly enhanced his overall prowess. Perhaps due to Leon's escalating strength, the rewards from the system had become increasingly rare in providing tangible enhancements. He had grown apathetic towards the mundane rewards, tossing them into the system's storage to gather dust. Late at night, fueled by a desire for battle, Leon and Batet soared to the moon for an intense sparring session, unleashing their full potential without restraint, the shockwaves nearly fracturing the lunar surface. During this time, Leon uncovered the true utility of Breath Concealment EX in enhancing critical hit probabilities. Initially, it had seemed like a decent auxiliary ability, but upon realizing its true potential, Leon could only exclaim, "This is truly a divine skill." The strength of this ability was evident as Batet, utterly exhausted from their bout, retreated into the system space for recuperation. Chapter 200, Leon, Hail Hydra. Sir, your coffee, a weary Alexander Charles said as he returned home after a long day, handing over his suit jacket to the waiting housekeeper at the door. Reclining on the sofa, Charles wearily rubbed his brow, a visage of a man perpetually adorned with an infectious smile flashing through his mind, prompting him to mutter a low curse. The Insight program's lethality to ordinary individuals is indisputable. However, for certain deviants who fear not even nuclear annihilation, the threat it poses is negligible, merely a flicker, easily dismissed. He requires a more potent, more lethal weapon to ensure absolute security. Sir, your coffee. The housekeeper, Renata, carefully placed the freshly brewed cup on the coffee table before Charles. Charles lifted the cup and took a sip. The invigorating effects of caffeine eased the tension in his brow. He turned to the housekeeper, who was quietly waiting nearby, and instructed, "Renata, you may return home for the day. I wish to be alone for a while." "Very well, sir." Renata nodded appreciatively, her heart lifting as she scurried off to change into her home attire. At that moment, a video call came through. Upon seeing the black bald head on the caller ID, Charles's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more, though he quickly donned a friendly smile and answered the call. "Fury, Charles, I sincerely apologize. I have submitted your name to Leon, and he is likely to come seeking you for tea in the next couple of days. Brace yourself." "I truly appreciate it," Charles replied, his smile slightly stiffening for just a moment, unnoticed by Nick Fury through the screen. "You know, given Leon's temperament, I had no choice." The sensation of betraying a good friend to a teacher, akin to reporting a misdeed out of a sense of justice during school days, weighed heavily on Nick Fury's heart. If it were merely a teacher, the reprimand would suffice. However, Leon, as a tangible first responder, would indeed traverse the wires to confront him. Fury's advance warning to Leon, intended to protect his good friend Charles, was a reluctant measure. "I understand." Charles maintained a calm demeanor. "Since you do, you ought to have heeded my advice from the outset. Deploying military support to New York and resorting to nuclear options is simply unreasonable. Charles, Fury's tone grew somewhat weighty. We know virtually nothing about those extraterrestrial beings. Their displayed technology and strength may represent only the tip of the iceberg. I cannot gamble on that. I cannot selfishly safeguard New York while endangering the entire planet, placing all hope for salvation upon your elite squad. Moreover, your captain frequently disappears. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell silent. Each side has its rationale. Charles sighed, his impatience evident. Is there anything else? If not, I shall end this call. Charles, I wish to request that you initiate a new vote to postpone the Insight program. Why? Charles's brow knitted deeply. After the battle in New York, I discovered numerous flaws within this plan. We cannot confine our focus solely to Earth. That would be far too narrow-minded and ultimately futile. Fury elucidated. But have you considered, Fury, that by utilizing the Insight program to eliminate discordant voices among humanity, we could unite more effectively against extraterrestrial threats? Your reasoning holds merit. But I am now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and I must be accountable for all my decisions. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. And remember, you owe me a favor. By the way, in a few days, it will be my niece's birthday. She is an ardent admirer of Captain America. Yet my influence is insufficient. I ask that you extend an invitation to Leon Stark for her birthday party. A birthday party? When? By the way, how old is your niece? What does she look like? Minister Charles, suddenly, a voice, akin to a haunting specter, startled both Charles and Nick Fury. Charles's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out as his hand instinctively reached for the pistol at his side, poised to draw it swiftly. Yet halfway through the motion, he halted, realizing the identity of the intruder. Suppressing his underlying fear and anger, Charles adorned his face with a politician's congenial smile. He turned to see Leon, reclining casually on the sofa with a haughty posture, one leg crossed over the other, cradling an extraterrestrial with azure skin, an unmistakable non-earthling. What brings you here, Captain America? Such formalities are unnecessary. Simply call me Leon, for you are the elder here. Leon's hand rested nonchalantly on his hip, while the other waved dismissively at Charles, accompanied by a light-hearted chuckle. Leon, you. Before Nick Fury could interject, Leon snapped his fingers. Bang, 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 bang. Charles's phone and all electronic devices in his villa equipped with surveillance capabilities exploded, along with his fleeting sense of hope. Ah, a startled yelp echoed as Renata, freshly attired for home, was taken aback. Renata, did I not instruct you to return home directly? Finding an outlet for his pent-up emotions, Charles unleashed his fear and rage upon Renata, shouting unjustly. I am sorry, sir, I was just changing. Renata trembled, cautiously lowering her gaze in response. Return home, dear, Leon said with a smile, waving her off. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Leon. With Leon's reassurance, Renata felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she still dared not meet Charles's gaze, she quickly bowed to both men before hastily retreating from the scene. Charles contemplated pulling the trigger on her, but found himself immobilized by an unseen force. Superstar, Leon addressed the extraterrestrial companion with a gentle pat, and the creature nodded obediently. Its once amber eyes now entirely white, glowing faintly with blue luminescence. Simultaneously, Renata, who had just stepped outside the villa's main entrance, rolled her eyes back and froze momentarily before reverting to normalcy. Huh, what was I about to do? Do temper your hostility. After all, she has diligently served you for many years, contributing her fair share of effort, if not merit, Leon counseled, adopting a righteous tone. What transpired? Although oblivious to the preceding events, a primal fear surged within Charles, the actions of Leon unmistakably signaling ill intentions. Yet, Leon's next utterance left Charles utterly flabbergasted. With a smile, Leon turned to Charles and casually uttered the infamous phrase, Hail Hydra. Chapter 201, Scheming in Shadows, My Earth. Hail Hydra. Leon's declaration. A Hydra code that could easily grant him unfettered access within S.H.I.E.L.D. rendered Charles speechless, his eyes wide with incredulity. His expression rivaled that of the agent Sitwell from Avengers Endgame when he was duped into relinquishing the Mind Stone by Captain America. Wait, you are a member of Hydra? Am I caught in some absurd daydream? Charles clasped his head in disbelief, torn between astonishment and terror, grappling with the implications of Leon Stark's potential infiltration within Hydra. It was unfathomable. The mere truth surrounding his parents' untimely demise was sufficient to invalidate any such notion. If he were to uncover the truth, given his temperament and prowess, he would undoubtedly eradicate Hydra root and branch at the earliest opportunity. As for the Winter Soldier, the executioner, he would certainly not be alive either. Charles found himself engulfed in a tempest of thoughts, unaware that all of his musings were laid bare under the psychic influence of the superstar, revealing him to Leon. Leon could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head as he responded directly. Charles, it appears you still do not know me well enough. What? Faced with Leon's enigmatic smile, cold sweat streamed down Charles's face. The fear of being so thoroughly seen through was far more terrifying than having a gun pressed to his temple. Hydra is not merely an organization. It embodies a spirit, does it not? Leon adjusted his crossed legs and continued. I am well aware of everything concerning you, including the truth behind that accident years ago. From the very beginning. Charles trembled as he asked. Indeed, Leon replied with a subtle nod. What is it that you truly desire? After a moment of silence, Charles gradually regained his composure. Since Leon had yet to act against him upon learning the truth, it suggested he still held some value. Thus, he proactively inquired, I have a special gift for Bucky. Would you assist me in delivering it? He is currently working under you, aiding in the eradication of political adversaries, is he not? Leon retrieved the previously signed cursed mask from his system space, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it toward Charles. Bucky. This was the nickname of James Buchanan Barnes, the Winter Soldier, a moniker almost exclusively used by Captain America. Steve Rogers. Had one not been privy to the underlying details, Leon's cordial tone might have led Charles to mistakenly believe that he and the Winter Soldier shared a close camaraderie. Why not do it yourself? Before he could finish his question, Charles immediately regretted it, realizing how foolish it was. Leon sighed, a hint of exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead, his other arm tightening around the superstar's waist as he gently countered. Is that even a question? I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from ending him. A flash of anger lit up Leon's eyes, a surge of psychic energy spilling forth, shattering the windows and the tempered glass of the coffee table. The sound of shattering glass echoed until the very walls of the villa began to crack. Only then did Leon rein in his emotions, employing psychic infection immunity to forcibly calm himself. Yet, such an outcome would be too lenient for him. Despite his tone returning to a placid state, Charles could still sense the smoldering fury beneath it. Akin to molten lava, Leon then divulged the effects of the cursed mask and his plans for the Winter Soldier to Charles. After listening attentively, Charles cautiously picked up the skull mask, which only revealed its eye sockets, and with dawning respect, he nodded solemnly, saying, I comprehend your intent. From this moment forth, the entirety of Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. division will be at your disposal. Leon chuckled lightly, rising with the superstar in tow. Just as Charles was about to exhale in relief after their figures vanished from sight, Leon's voice wormed its way into his consciousness like a persistent parasite. Charles, I anticipate your performance. As for the Insight program, do not concern yourself with Nick Fury. Complete it in the shortest time possible. Do not let me down. Why yes. Charles's heart tightened, disregarding Leon's presence as he bowed respectfully, not daring to lift his head until a considerable time had passed in silence. At that moment, cold sweat had drenched him entirely. The oppressive aura emanating from Leon Stark surpassed that of anyone Charles had previously encountered, even as he stood on the cusp of power's zenith. In comparison to such unparalleled personal strength, he felt woefully inadequate. Leon Stark, gazing in the direction Leon had departed. Charles clenched and then relaxed his fists. Unbeknownst to him, a minuscule growth, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, stealthily infiltrated his body at the nape of his neck. Master, what do you wish to do next? On the streets, the superstar donned a form-fitting silver leather suit paired with a hooded gray-white cloak. An ensemble reminiscent of her initial meeting with Leon, a staple of her attire as one of the Black Order. Despite her unusual cerulean skin, under the influence of her psychic ability, no passerby cast her a peculiar glance. They all walked by as if it were commonplace. Smack! Leon delivered a sharp blow to the superstar with Leon-esque grip, casting her a sidelong glance as he coldly remarked, Must I report my intentions to you, a mere slave? I apologize. It was the superstar who overstepped. Trembling, the superstar bowed her head in contrition, realizing that she had mistakenly assumed an equal standing with Leon Stark. Thinking he would not hesitate to involve her in grand schemes concerning an entire planet, it became evident that she had overestimated her position. In terms of status, she bore no distinction from the human known as Charles. Leon dismissed the superstar with a wave, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strode against the flow of the street, breath suppression ensuring he remained undetected by any passerby. He had long since devised a plan for what was to come, producing a metal cube the size of 3 palms. He gazed down at the modern city he knew intimately, still undergoing reconstruction, and grinned. Let us commence from here, my Earth. He intended to use the energy source to transform all electronic devices on Earth, creating an army of Transformers capable of enabling him to seize control of the entire planet in an instant. This would serve as the ironclad armor encasing Earth, a veritable steel prison. The task that Tony had been unable to complete would now fall to him, the younger brother. Chapter 202, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. In strict terms, the very first Transformer birthed on Earth, such a momentous entity, Leon did not randomly select a fortunate observer on the streets of New York. Instead, he sought out a classic American long-nosed truck, a Peterbilt, parked in a warehouse and belonging to Stark Industries, designated for deliveries. As the energy from the source swept through it, the vehicle trembled slightly before swiftly undergoing transformation into a transformer. From a cold machine, it evolved into a sentient mechanical life form, the first transformer on Earth, aside from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon awakening to consciousness, it instinctively sought to take on a humanoid form and kneel before Leon, its creator, but was halted in its tracks by an invisible force. Creator? The nascent transformer pondered, bewildered. It is not yet your time to emerge. Simply remain concealed within human society and coexist amicably. Addressing the large vehicle's confusion, Leon placed his hand upon its hood. Smiling as he explained, "From this day forth, you shall be the leader of all Transformers on Earth, named Optimus Prime. Thank you, great creator, for this bestowed name. Optimus Prime shall faithfully adhere to your will." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with a rich timbre, reminiscent of a mature and composed gentleman. Yet anyone who thought it vulnerable would be gravely mistaken. Like Megatron, Leon produced a substantial amount of vibranium mined from the vibranium miners, crafting Optimus Prime's indestructible body from the alloy. He infused it with as much energy from the source as possible, for on Earth, few superheroes could stand against Optimus Prime in a direct confrontation. The mere difference in size and mass rendered it impossible for any mutated superhero to contend. At the very least, one must reach the level of a mature little spider in the future, relying on strength, agility, and cunning with webs. Yet victory is not guaranteed. If you dedicate yourself to your work, the clandestine security and courier services of Stark Industries will be entrusted to you. Feel free to seek Pepper's advice whenever necessary. Aside from myself, she is your direct superior, along with Tony, who generously provides you with credits. At your command, Creator. The headlights of Optimus Prime blinked, showing no dissent to the directive issued by Leon, for his very existence was a gift from the Creator. Nodding affirmatively, Leon executed a swift move, departing from Optimus Prime's garage, commencing his creative mode from the Stark Tower. In essence, wherever there is a lack of brilliance, that is where I shall shine. A week later, Leon had transformed half of the electronic devices within the boundaries of America. After all, he was not in a hurry. He took LCA-2, Buster, and 2B on excursions while concurrently engaging in the transformation of the Transformers. Moreover, he had to remain mindful of the public's gaze, avoiding any excessive commotion, as Leon regarded his army of Transformers as a covert force. Unlike Sakaar, a barren wasteland filled with electronic devices concentrated in the cyber city where the Grandmaster resided. The average technological standard on Earth, while not comparable to that of Sakaar, boasted a significantly higher density of electronic devices. In Queens, young Peter, laden with his backpack, was returning home from school alongside Aunt May, who had just finished work. Upon arriving at their building, they spotted a striking yellow convertible parked below. The man in the driver's seat, donning a cap and sunglasses, waved enthusiastically at Peter and Aunt May, exclaiming, "Hey, did you miss me, Uncle Leon?" Both exclaimed in surprise, rushing toward him with excitement. The car door opened automatically, and Leon, with a warm smile, embraced May with his left arm while effortlessly lifting Peter high with his right. "What brings you here to see me and Peter?" May inquired curiously after their affectionate reunion. "Because today is your birthday. How could I possibly forget?" Leon playfully pinched May's cheek, twirling her to gaze at the car. "Do you like it? It's amazing." Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly dashed to the car, exploring every detail with fascination. "Isn't it too extravagant? And so conspicuous?" Aunt May might feel embarrassed to drive it. "Not at all. It can customize its model and color. Just tell it what you want. Its artificial intelligence is remarkably advanced. You can treat it as a pet." As Peter marveled at the vehicle, Leon shared in the delight. A pet? May felt reassured, though the notion of treating a car as a pet still seemed peculiar. Just then, a youthful and vibrant voice, not much older than Peter, chimed in, "Aunt May. I'm Bumblebee. I'm delighted to serve you and Peter. It can talk." May gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Peter's eyes gleamed with wonder. "Bumblebee, can you transform like Aunt Elsie?" "Indeed. Oh yes. Show me," Peter exclaimed, bouncing in the driver's seat and shaking the steering wheel in excitement. To an onlooker, it would seem as if the car was a gift for him. According to the confidentiality agreement set by the creator, I cannot transform in public. The screen of Bumblebee's interface displayed a slightly cartoonish avatar of Bumblebee, glancing sideways at the elderly neighbor who was returning home and smiling amicably at them. All right, Peter pouted, momentarily disappointed, but his face lit up again the next moment. This time you can. With that, Alcee A2 appeared silently by Leon's side. The optical camouflage field unfolded in an instant, and before the astonished gazes of May and Peter, Bumblebee transformed into a towering 6-meter-tall Transformer warrior. It carefully cradled Peter, who had fallen from the driver's seat, and knelt on one knee before Leon and May. Chapter 203. With a spirit stone swallowed, my fate is my own to command. That evening, Leon stayed overnight at May and Peter's home. As soon as Peter finished his homework, he hopped into Bumblebee for a joyride. The fact that Peter was too young to have a driver's license was inconsequential. He was merely a passenger, not the driver. The intelligence level of the Autobot's self-driving capabilities was unparalleled, far surpassing the rudimentary assistance systems still in development in Leon's previous life. The paperwork had long been registered. Even if the police spotted an empty driver's seat with only a child in the passenger seat, a quick scan of the license plate would reveal Stark Industries' reputation, teaching them how to conduct themselves. The general populace had no choice but to adapt to the rules, while Leon created the rules himself. Seizing the opportunity with Peter out of the house, Leon insisted that May cosplay as a captured Artoria, adorned in golden hair and a pure white gown, striking the classic pose of being bound with hands tied and a soft, slumped waist. The following day, upon waking, Leon found May still deeply asleep in bed. After planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, he executed a teleportation spell, passing through walls directly into Peter's room, lifting the sleepy boy from his bed, and using telekinesis to help him dress and get ready. Leon then entrusted Peter to Bumblebee, instructing it to take him to school. As for May, Leon had no intention of letting her out of bed today, attending to her every need. This idyllic routine continued for a week. Leon found it impossible to resist May's captivating charm. After a prolonged absence from her company, he yearned to express his affection for her 1,000-fold. Yet May could hardly endure Leon's exuberance. On the 7th day, however, May firmly ushered him out the door. "You should hurry and find your other sisters," she said. With a soft thud, Leon gazed at the closed door, savoring the moment. After a brief respite, he soon embarked on his journey to activate electronic devices worldwide once more. During this time, no significant events transpired, as if the calm before a storm loomed. Leon continued to transform his army of Transformers using the source of fire while diligently signing in. Yet, the rewards were merely a collection of items he deemed unnecessary. Infinite playing cards, pair of jeans number 18, Tsunade's jacket, Kikyo's Miko attire, and Akira's bikini photo book. Until one fateful day, feeling utterly drained, Leon passed by a prestigious private school in London, England. Query: would you like to sign in for today? I'm tired. Let it be obliterated. Beep. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have received the Amadam Spirit Stone. Amadam Spirit Stone. Effect 1. Imagination Materialization. Capable of manifesting the void of all wishes and thoughts of the owner into tangible existence, representing the outcome of realization. Effect 2. Microscopic Particle Manipulation. Allowing for the disassembly and reassembly of matter at molecular, atomic, and even finer levels, representing the process of realization. Effect 3. Physical Enhancement, continuously strengthening the owner's physique, endowing them with extraordinary recovery abilities and immortality, representing the essence of realization. Effect 4. Energy Absorption, enabling the absorption of external energy to enhance oneself and providing a chance for the owner to acquire corresponding special abilities, representing the driving force of realization. The aforementioned effects are for reference only. Please refer to actual performance for specifics. Introduction. A spirit stone swallowed. My fate is my own, not dictated by the heavens. Description. Similar to the Eidman alloy framework and vibranium body, the Amadam Spirit Stone has linked with the host's nervous system, merging into one of your bodily organs located in the lower abdomen's dantian. The stronger you become, the stronger it grows, with no limits. Description. Super self-regeneration functions normally with the Amadam Spirit Stone and is influenced by it, evolving from a biological cellular level to a sacred atomic level. What rubbish. Damn. In a prestigious school in London. As a scientist at the London Museum, S.H.I.E.L.D accepted the invitation from her human friend, Dean Garrett Whitman, to give a lecture on the history of biological evolution to his students. What constitutes a top predator? There are no creatures in its habitat strong enough to hunt it. S.H.I.E.L.D spoke eloquently to her students at the podium, radiating an aura of intellect and elegance that irresistibly captivated Whitman, who watched her with admiration and a fluttering heart. After class, once all the students had vacated the classroom, Whitman approached S.H.I.E.L.D, who was tidying her materials, and invited her. "This beautiful lady, do you have time this evening?" Whitman gazed at S.H.I.E.L.D with anticipation. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled gently and shook her head, politely declining. "I'm sorry, Professor Whitman, but I have work this evening. Perhaps next time." In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D had no pressing work. She simply found Whitman's intentions too obvious. She felt that their acquaintance was still new, viewing him as a mere friend without any inclination to deepen their relationship. "All right, next time then." Whitman chuckled resignedly, watching S.H.I.E.L.D's retreating figure. He would not give up. For as a gentleman, he possessed ample patience. Leaving the school, S.H.I.E.L.D strolled alone down the sparsely populated street, her brown shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. Clad in a khaki blouse paired with knee-ripped jeans. Though her attire seemed conservative, her artistic aura was akin to a fine wine, deserving of careful appreciation, an understated beauty that revealed more depth with each glance. "Miss, our boss has taken a liking to you. Why not come over for a chat?" Passing by an outdoor cafe operated from a mobile food truck, S.H.I.E.L.D paused to order an iced Americano. While she waited, a group of scruffy youths with outlandish hairstyles and attire approached her. A burly, intimidating bald man gestured for S.H.I.E.L.D to sit on his lap, leaning casually against a chair outside the cafe. "This is inappropriate, sir." The barista, noticing the harassment of his female customer, weakly cautioned, "The police might be nearby. You shouldn't cause trouble." Bang! Before the barista could finish, one of the ruffians kicked the coffee truck violently, brandishing a butterfly knife of dubious quality. Threatening, "If you want to live, mind your own business." At this, the barista shrank back in fear, hastily closing the serving window. S.H.I.E.L.D's expression remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. Casting a glance at the bald man beside her, she tightened the strap of her shoulder bag and pointed toward a nearby alley. Speaking in a tone as if discussing with a friend, "This isn't convenient. Shall we go over there?" "Sure. I like a woman who knows her place. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." "Boss, what about us? Do you think I'm someone who wastes things?" "One at a time." "Oh yeah. We'll follow you to the end, boss." The lackeys cheered enthusiastically. The bald man abruptly stood up, his face contorted with greed, advancing towards S.H.I.E.L.D as he reached out to embrace her waist, but S.H.I.E.L.D deftly sidestepped, moving toward the alley. His outstretched arms hung awkwardly in the air, leading him to slap one of his lackeys. Smack. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and follow her. If she escapes, I'll make you pay." The lackey, who bore a resemblance to an older brother, winced in pain but quickly gathered his courage, urging his companions to surround S.H.I.E.L.D and prevent her from fleeing. In the alley, several lackeys blocked the entrance, deterring any passerby from intervening. The pedestrians adopted a better-to-avoid-trouble attitude, steering clear of the gang of delinquents. The bald man approached S.H.I.E.L.D, his demeanor lewd, rubbing his hands together as he advanced step by step. "Hee, little beauty, turn around. I prefer it from behind." "Damn." As the bald man reached out to grasp S.H.I.E.L.D and force her into a position facing away from him, her gentle expression faltered, her demeanor growing cold. With her palm against the wall, mystical golden patterns shimmered faintly as she prepared to act, when an astonished shout echoed from the alley entrance. "Amidum Spirit Stone, Sacred Atom, take off." Leon observed the introduction of the Amidum Spirit Stone provided by his sister, a smile creeping across his face that he could not suppress. There was no helping it. She loved to tantalize Leon like this. When she did deliver, it was always astonishing. Sensing the newly formed Amidum Spirit Stone within his lower abdomen, he could feel his comprehensive qualities steadily growing. Albeit at a minuscule rate, short-term changes would be negligible. But given time, the body enhancement effect would snowball. At that moment, Leon could not contain his excitement, exclaiming inwardly, "Now I've truly become one of those unique Asar gods, growing stronger with age, and I shall never die." With abilities like manifestation of fantasies, microscopic particle manipulation, body enhancement, and energy absorption, he could wield the full potential of the Amidum Spirit Stone. Even if he could not deliver for an extended period, he could achieve true autonomy over his fate. This was a seed of limitless potential, eagerly awaiting nourishment from its master, Leon. Furthermore, having never truly faced death and now possessing super self-regeneration evolved to the sacred atom level, even if his physical cells and all stored forms were reduced to ash. As long as a single particle remained, he could reassemble and regenerate. Coupled with the absolute defense combo of the Shield of the Warlord and Shield of Courage, Leon, with his immunity to mental infection and unwavering rationality, was practically invincible. Strong and powerful, who else could compare? Leon maintained a low profile externally, despite his inner arrogance, as he was still merely a 40-year-old child in need of time to grow and develop. Just then, an impatient shout reached Leon's ears. "Hey, what were you barking at just now?" The disgruntled bald man loomed before Leon like a moving pile of refuse. Saoirse, observing this, noticed the golden patterns in her palm gradually receding, her curious gaze fixated on Leon, who donned a cap and sunglasses. Due to Leon voluntarily dropping his aura concealment, the ruffians noticed his presence as he happened to pass through the alley. Ignoring the bald man's intimidation, Leon unleashed his observation haki, instantly locking onto the catalyst that would allow him to sign the Amadam Spirit Stone. She was the one. The gazes of the man and woman met in the air, both silently resonating with the same sentiment, their appreciative eyes shining simultaneously. "Hey, the boss is talking to you. Did you hear him?" A perceptive underling, noticing that Leon had not responded, hastened to act before the imposing figure of Black Boss could unleash his wrath. He pushed towards Leon, yet, with a sudden crack, the outstretched hand of the underling twisted back in an uncanny manner before it could even graze Leon. What? The underling was momentarily stunned, but the ensuing excruciating pain sent him sprawling to the ground, rolling in agony while he cried out, "Ah, my hand, my right hand." His pupils dilated in horror. This bizarre scene caused Black Boss and the remaining henchmen to retreat involuntarily. The white-faced underling, resembling a brotherly figure, suddenly exclaimed, "He is a member of the Eternal People. Boss, he is one of them." "What? Impossible. Aren't they typically only active within the confines of America?" "I'm a fan of his," Black Boss uttered in disbelief, though his trembling legs had already betrayed his recognition of Leon. The last statement was a mere facade, for Black Boss was acutely aware that the Eternal People cherished their admirers, perhaps even believing it could afford him a reprieve. Otherwise, with the violence associated with the Eternal People, Black Boss dared not contemplate the consequences. Leon merely brushed his fingers together, and instantly, Black Boss and his gang were as if struck by lightning, their bones cracking as they were forcibly brought to their knees. Leon strode past the incapacitated group, approaching the seemingly dazed Cersei, offering words of comfort. "Are you all right, madam? You are Leon Stark." Chapter 204, Cersei of the Eternals. "You are Leon Stark." Cersei's eyes sparkled with astonishment, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she inquired. "Indeed, it is I." Leon removed his sunglasses and cap, revealing an infectiously charming smile that illuminated his face, his gaze directed at Cersei with an affectionate intensity. In such close proximity, teetering on the edge of intimacy, Leon, akin to a divine embodiment of beauty, left Cersei breathless in awe. It was a scene almost impossible for any woman of sound orientation to resist, especially following the heroic rescue. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the tale of Yang Guo and Zai Long Nu. Although Cersei possessed the capability to resolve her own crisis, the sensation of receiving assistance contrasted starkly with self-sufficiency. "Those who understand, understand." "My dear, are you all right?" Leon asked, noticing Cersei's prolonged silence, seemingly entranced. I'm fine," Cersei replied, her cheeks flushed, her speech slightly stammering, reminiscent of a girl experiencing her first love. Had Leon not been privy to the script, he might have genuinely believed she was a 5,000-year-old Eternal, possibly even older than Diana. However, this added an intriguing dimension. Do high-caliber hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey? Leon pondered. "You go first." "No, you go first." "Then I shall go first." With a chuckle, Cersei covered her mouth, and Leon joined in her laughter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. "I truly don't know how to thank you, Leon." "Oh, my apologies. May I simply call you Leon?" Cersei asked, finally realizing. "Of course. Then please, allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee. I could use one." Leon replied with a smile, gesturing towards the nearby coffee cart. "All right." Cersei nodded with a smile, glancing at the street thugs still immobilized by Leon's telekinetic grip. "And what about them?" "Do not worry. I have already notified the street police. They can remain here for a while." Leon lightly blew a breath of cold air, which instantly crystallized into blue-white ice, immobilizing the thug's limbs. Seeing this, Cersei felt reassured. Although these men had been somewhat disrespectful towards her, their transgressions were not fatal, and a brief lesson would suffice. Following Cersei, Leon admired the curves accentuated by her genes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This time, his ability to foresee the near future, enhanced by observation haki, proved invaluable. Every movement and emotional fluctuation of Cersei was laid bare within Leon's perception, and he even visualized a romantic system interface, quantifying her affection for him. Observation haki? No, it was love haki. Much like that fortunate hockey of the new Yonko, Leon's observation hockey had evolved specifically through his interactions and friendships. Affection level, 60, admiration from a distance, 80, heartfelt recognition upon meeting. While each individual's affection level may align numerically, the tangible effects often differ greatly. After all, one cannot expect a heterosexual male to harbor a desire for offspring with Leon once his affection surpasses 90, can they? To speak candidly, those who cheer in such a manner are either merely seeking attention or are genuinely of a different orientation. For instance, Tony's affection for Leon has always remained at 100, yet he has never entertained the absurd notion of parenthood with him. After all, they are just bros. By the way, for females, a 90 affection level is the decisive threshold, allowing for direct advances. Generally, couples linger between 60 and 70, a step above mere acquaintances. Many do not even reach 60, as both genders today are often too pragmatic and materialistic. One seeks wealth, the other seeks pleasure. It is challenging to encounter genuine love. Achieving an 80 affection level upon their first meeting left Leon feeling exceptionally adept. However, an initial 60 level also held its own significance. The majority of male fans hovered above 70, while many female fans mindlessly soared past 90. The remainder consisted of extreme detractors and indifferent passersby, a mere fraction of the overall population. Individuals like Cersei, whose initial affection level hovers at a delicate threshold, are rarer than pandas, perhaps a testament to her unique perspective. After all, Cersei began as a member of the Eternals on Earth. Though their cinematic portrayals may falter, their true prowess is indisputable. On Earth, each stands tall within their respective domains. Cersei's ability to transmute matter is further amplified by the energies of her fellow Eternals, showcasing her power to seal a member of the Celestial group. Whether this involved any concession from Tiamat, Leon could not ascertain. All he knew was that it was impressive. Before the coffee cart, Leon and Cersei sat facing each other, engaged in delightful conversation, Cersei often laughing at Leon's whimsical tales of adventure. Leon remained acutely aware of Cersei's affection steadily climbing, until it plateaued at 89, unable to ascend further. Leon recognized that it was time to administer a bold move. With that thought in mind, he remained composed. Just as a male server passed by, serving coffee to other guests, he stumbled, spilling coffee onto Leon's collar, staining his pristine white shirt black. "Oh my God. Sir, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry, it was unintentional." The server, flustered, hurriedly retrieved a clean silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the stain from Leon. "It's fine, I can handle it myself." Leon accepted the handkerchief, wiping the stain while reassuringly stating, "You're a good man, David, so it's all good. I will compensate you." The server, named David, stuttered. "No need." Leon smiled, shaking his head. "That's not an option. I must pay you back. It's my responsibility." The server insisted stubbornly, pulling out his wallet and asking Leon, "How much was your shirt?" "Well, it's $250,000. Leon spoke with a tone of resignation, articulating an exceedingly terrifying figure. "T200, David exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock, his hands trembling in panic as he fumbled with a half of a 200 note, unsure whether to take it out or put it back. In that moment, David was consumed by regret, lamenting his bravado for not accepting the guest's kindness. However, Leon did not press him further. Instead, he graciously assisted David by returning the half 200 note to his wallet. "It's all right. I can wash these stains myself when I get home. Thank you ever so much for your understanding." David bowed deeply to Leon, then refrained from further disturbances, returning to the coffee cart to continue preparing coffee for the customers. "Leon, you are truly a good person," said Cersei with a smile. "It's nothing," Leon humbly replied. "Life is challenging for everyone. We are all striving to survive. If something occurs, as long as it does not significantly impact me, there is no need to cling to it." Indeed, Cersei nodded in agreement. Through Leon's observational prowess, her fondness for him surged from 89 to 895, an ascent that grew increasingly arduous. That final increment of 0.5 was not merely a product of Cersei's recognition of Leon. Seasoned by battle, Leon understood the significance of this final push. The rest, he felt confident, would unfold in due time. Noticing that Leon struggled to clean the coffee stains on his back, Cersei stood up from her seat and approached him. "Allow me to assist you." "Thank you." One hand rested on Leon's shoulder, while the other delicately took a handkerchief to wipe the stains with great care. Cersei's eyes widened in surprise as she felt Leon's muscles, which were impressively firm, akin to a man marveling at a woman of great stature, unable to resist the urge to touch and feel the sensation. "What brings you to London? Aren't people from your homeland generally dispatched to administer justice solely within America?" Is the Avengers business expanding globally? Cersei inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Pretty much, though I'm merely here for a vacation. After spending too long in one place, one yearns to explore. Leon did not conceal anything from Cersei. Apart from matters regarding his sister and the Eternals, their conversation flowed freely. Is that so? Cersei paused before suddenly asking, do you have a place to stay in London? If not, you're welcome to come to my home for a shower. Given Cersei's overt invitation, Leon, of course, refrained from revealing that he had already booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, instead responding cleverly, no. For Leon, this was akin to a direct invitation from Cersei, despite her fondness remaining at 895, stagnant. After leaving with Cersei, the nefarious gang members in the alley felt a sudden release of tension as they exhaled in relief. Yet, darkness quickly engulfed them, and a low growl reverberated through their fragile souls. As they beheld the gleaming eyes of the approaching beast in the shadows, the gang leader's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, exclaiming, don't come any closer. At Cersei's doorstep, Leon had anticipated that something would transpire upon entering, but reality proved otherwise. Oh my God, you are Captain Homelander. As Cersei swung the door open, Leon was just about to take action when a short-haired girl rushed out from the room, clinging to Leon's leg. FCK, he cursed inwardly, having completely forgotten that this girl was living with Cersei, which explained her generous invitation for him to shower at her home. The girl, who clung to Leon's leg, was Sprite, a fellow member of the Eternals. Much like the superstars, Sprite possessed telepathy, mental manipulation, and the ability to create illusions. As Leon observed, she was currently cohabiting with Cersei. Sprite, you are being rather inappropriate, Cersei sighed, exasperated, as she pried Sprite off Leon's leg. Cersei, you actually brought a person from your homeland home. I am a massive fan of your people, Sprite exclaimed, her room door ajar, revealing a large poster of Captain America on the wall, depicting the soldier boy's classic skin and the war god armor in a back-to-back image. It was evident that these were created by either a fan club or the media, as Leon had no recollection of ever posing for such a photograph. I absolutely adore you, Cersei. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sprite exclaimed excitedly, showering Cersei with kisses. All right, Cersei said, pushing Sprite away. Due to a minor incident, Leon needs to borrow my bathroom for a moment. Okay, leave it to me. I'll turn on the hot water. Sprite saluted Leon before swiftly closing her room door and rushing into the bathroom to tidy up the mess she had left behind. Sprite's perspective, influenced by her experiences as an Eternal, indicated that her admiration for Leon was not merely rooted in his formidable powers. Rather, she was captivated by his looks and physique. As even the mightiest of the Eternals, the celestial leader Arishem, could not compare to Leon's strength. Just as Leon had previously handled the crisis in New York, the Eternals' combat specialist, Ikaris, could likewise resolve similar situations alone. However, the Eternals were not inclined to intervene in such trivial matters. Cersei and Leon settled on the sofa in the living room. Who is that child? Leon inquired. Oh, Sprite is my distant cousin. Since her family has passed away, she now lives with me. Though she appears quite young, she is actually of legal age, Cersei explained, wanting to ensure that Leon would not inadvertently hurt Sprite's feelings due to her sensitivity regarding her height and age. Is that so? A legal lowly, quite nice, Leon remarked with a smile. Really? Sprite's head popped out from the bathroom, her nose adorned with white foam, her excitement palpable. Of course, it's true. I appreciate adorable and capable children, Leon replied, adorning his face with an infectiously warm smile. Sprite's cheeks flushed and feeling shy, she retreated back into the bathroom to continue her cleaning. In that brief moment, her fondness for Leon surged from 89 to 95, granting him considerable influence over her. This child is indeed starved for affection, Leon mused to himself, as Sprite's clothes were all in small sizes and unsuitable for Leon. Cersei stood up to search her room for something more fitting. The door to Cersei's room was slightly ajar. With his observational abilities, Leon smirked and approached. Huh, why can't I pull it out? Cersei pondered, perplexed. One of her black hoodies, suitable for both genders, was stuck in the wardrobe, and she hesitated to yank it too hard for fear of damaging it. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Leon crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you need help? Cersei chuckled helplessly, gesturing for Leon to come in. With the homeowner's permission, Leon stepped into Cersei's room. Though small, it has everything one could need, was Leon's assessment. Seth seems to have a penchant for antiquated aesthetics, transforming her room into a space reminiscent of a medieval noble's chamber. Although each piece of furniture lacks opulence, an unmistakable aura of grandeur pervades the atmosphere. It must be said, Seth possesses remarkable skills in interior design. Leon approached Seth's solid wood wardrobe, where her frequently worn garments hung neatly on the central rack. While those she seldom donned were meticulously folded and arranged on either side, resembling two petite mountains. If they were to be hung, there simply would not be enough space. It was evident to Leon that Seth harbored a moderate obsession with nostalgia. "My apologies, it may seem a bit disorderly," Seth said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor slightly awkward despite being in her own domain. "It's quite lovely. Allow me to give it a try," Leon said, pulling with vigor. The black sweatshirt was liberated, but in doing so, one of the small mountains tumbled down, engulfing both the startled Leon and Seth. "Be careful," Leon exclaimed with concern. By the time Seth regained her bearings, she found herself on the floor, more specifically, atop Leon, who had acted as her cushion, one arm encircling her waist and the other supporting her head. Any semblance of superhuman abilities faltered at that moment. Seth lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Leon, both acutely aware of the warmth of each other's breath brushing against their faces, intense and tinged with an exhilarating, hormonal fragrance. In that instant, propelled by the surge of hormones, Seth's fondness for Leon naturally soared to a remarkable 90. Subsequently, in a manner entirely human, Seth leaned down, neither fervent nor skilled. As if it had been ages since she had engaged in such an act, Leon, akin to prey being pounced upon, found himself at the mercy of Seth, the predator, until an exclamation from outside interrupted the moment. "What are you two doing?" Seth, momentarily governed by the shock of being caught, quickly scrambled off Leon. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she turned away from Sprit, awkwardly gathering the fallen clothing from the wardrobe. "My dear, it was merely a beautiful accident," Leon explained nonchalantly. "The water is ready," Sprit murmured, her tone languid as she retreated to her own room. Upon witnessing this, Leon and Seth exchanged a glance, reminiscent of mischievous children caught in wrongdoing, and shared a discreet, knowing smile. After Leon finished his shower, Seth proceeded to bathe as well. As they shared a singular communal bathroom, before Leon's arrival, only two females had resided there, which led to the nostalgically inclined Seth hesitating to upgrade to a more luxurious apartment. Sprit, on the other hand, sulked in her room, seemingly heartbroken, her love story having ended before it even began. It was always like this. It had always been this way. Those around her treated her like a child. In truth, this was accurate. Even at over 5,000 years old, Sprit, perhaps constrained by her eternally youthful appearance, possessed a mindset akin to that of a blossoming adolescent. In their daily lives, Seth embodied the roles of both sister and mother to her. With a satisfying pop, Leon opened a can of chilled soda. Reclining on the sofa as he watched a news segment about Captain America dismantling yet another criminal hideout. In times of peace, the returning Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood as an undeniable workhorse within the Avengers, eclipsing even Natasha and Hawkeye, whose covert missions often shunned the limelight. Leon, clocking in and out of work, could not comprehend why Steve was so driven. At 40, Leon felt he was already nearing a state of complacency, while the 90-year-old Rogers was out there, still charging ahead. Leon could only wish for more dedicated superheroes like him. After all, they were safeguarding his planet. As he watched a pre-recorded interview with Captain America on television, Leon, reclining with his feet up on the couch, suddenly heard RC's sultry voice beside him. "Leon, Happy's on the line." "Happy? Oh, I forgot to mention the plot for the third Patriot movie to him. Put him through." Leon, his keen intuition already foreseeing a moment of complaint from Happy, answered the call. "Hey, Happy, what's up?" "Leon, I've nearly fleshed out the plot for the third Patriot film. I'd like your thoughts." "Oh, I'm truly sorry, Happy." Before Happy could detail his ideas, Leon interjected. "Your script is undoubtedly impressive, but I have an even better proposal. You might need to start from scratch." "Huh." On the other end, Happy's smile faltered, almost crumbling. "Listen, the title for the third Patriot film is Patriot, The Body of Monsters. The opening will depict a harrowing scene reminiscent of the New York battle. Continuing from where we left off, the defeated Happy Doctor, unwilling to concede defeat, gathers the finest DNA from all superheroes and super beings on Earth, creating an artificial superhero named World Destroyer Dkai-Go, intent on making a comeback. In reality, Dkai-Go possesses the power to overpower the Avengers, save for Leon, and if Leon's abilities stagnate, he might find himself specifically countered by Dkai-Go. The film's opening showcases World Destroyer Dkai-Go effortlessly crushing the Avengers in Leon's absence, perched upon a throne as if a deity. The greatest crisis in Earth's history. In this moment of despair, the returning Patriot, Leon, transforms into a 100-meter behemoth, wielding an overwhelming force to obliterate World Destroyer Dkai-Go. The subsequent narrative unfolds in reverse, recounting how Leon became this colossal creature, delving into the theme of humanity. Accidentally entering the world beneath the Earth's surface, Leon, inheriting the legacy of the guardian monster Godzilla, grapples with the existential question of whether he remains human. Bestowed with unprecedented power, he must navigate the duality of his identity as both human and monster, exploring the essence of Leon's self and humanity. This is Patriot, the Body of Monsters. Leon even envisioned the promotional teaser. The first frame depicts the Avengers being crushed to the ground by World Destroyer Dkai-Go, with Dkai-Go hovering above like a masterpiece. Before Godzilla and Leon make their entrance, the moment of despair. The second frame flashes back to the underworld, offering a silhouette introduction to a monster world unlike human society. The final scene lingers at the pinnacle of the underworld's highest peak, where the corpses of evil monsters attempting to invade the surface world lay strewn about, blood flowing in rivers. The camera pans upward, arriving at the summit, Leon, in human form, his upper body bare, displaying scars yet more robust than before. In his arms, he cradles a golden-haired, entirely unclothed yet ethereal figure, radiating golden light, resembling a dream, a mesmerizing, otherworldly woman. Mothra, no, this shouldn't be the end. It can't conclude like this. Our story is far from over. Leon chastised himself, the weight of his thoughts coalescing into 3 simple words. It's all my fault. Above. The passage between the underworld and the surface world faintly reveals the scene of World Destroyer Dkai-Go overpowering the Avengers. A beautiful woman named Mothra, her golden radiance visibly dimming with the passage of time, was on the brink of death. Anyone with a discerning eye could perceive her imminent demise. In her human form, Mothra reached out to gently stroke Leon's trembling cheek, her voice soothing and serene as she consoled him. Godzilla, as the guardian of Earth, will not interfere with human choices. But you are different, Leon. You are both a monster and a human. Do what you believe to be right, and carry a part of me with you. As her voice faded, Mothra's delicate hand fell limply, and Leon grasped it, carefully bringing her hand back to his face. His expression was stoic, for he understood that Mothra had reached her limit. There's no need to be so serious. Could you smile for me? Mothra said in a weak yet playful tone. In the next moment, her form transformed into golden light, merging entirely with Leon's being. No, Leon cried out, grasping at emptiness. As Mothra's weeping voice echoed in the air, when we meet again, remember me, my deity. At that moment, Leon gazed skyward, accompanied by a calm yet fervent narration. Anger and sorrow, self-reproach and guilt. All his emotions had become devoid of meaning and value with Mothra's sacrifice. Leon, go do what you believe is right. A piercing roar erupted, and the scene abruptly shifted as a blue-white flame of breath traversed the passage between the underworld and the surface world, proclaiming the arrival of a deity to the entire world. The screen faded to black, signaling the end of the preview. After hearing Leon's idea, Happy fell silent for a moment before responding. Though it sounds a bit far-fetched, I must admit that the tragic romance between monsters and humans, along with the legacy of the Guardian of Earth, introduces the concept of the underworld, thereby expanding the cinematic universe. For a popcorn flick, as long as the director doesn't make any grave mistakes, this imaginative premise and dense plot, combined with the favorable reputation of our homeland, will surely lead to box office success. In contrast, the script Happy had prepared was relatively conservative. It resembled the plot of the original Spider-Man and Venom, where an alien entity possesses Dr. Happy, resulting in a series of chaotic street brawls. Merely listening to it could induce drowsiness, primarily because of the precedent set by previous successes, lacking any significant climaxes. If Leon did not prepare the script for Homeland, Monster's Body, he felt that the third installment of Homeland might face a decline at the box office if filmed as Happy envisioned, despite the potential for sustained appeal due to the franchise's established audience. However, it was highly likely that the critical reception would wane. After all, it was challenging for a series to maintain stellar reviews with every installment. A good film here and a mediocre one there could be considered a success. In most cases, success peaked upon debut, only to decline thereafter. Given the increasing prevalence of political correctness and the LGBT wave, such a scenario was quite plausible. Nevertheless, at least the Homeland series, funded by Stark Industries, would not encounter such a fate. The grotesque characters would not make an appearance unless they were as universally appealing as Batet. Subsequently, Leon shared his concepts and aspirations regarding the underworld with Happy, who, as a director who came to the field later, diligently offered his suggestions for modifications. After finalizing the outline for Homeland, Monster's Body with Happy, Leon hung up the phone. He decided to shift the film's theme to one related to Godzilla, aiming to provide the public with a preemptive assurance and elevate their threshold for acceptance. Who knows? One day he might transform into Godzilla himself. Presenting a plausible and universally acceptable origin for Godzilla through film was indeed a sensible approach to maintain the grand, luminous, and righteous image of the Homeland series. At that moment, Circe had finished her bath and sat beside Leon, clad in a cool silk nightgown, her eyes slightly reddened, as if she had just encountered sand. "Darling, what's wrong?" After confirming with his observation hockey that Sprit had fallen asleep, Leon placed a hand generously on Circe's shoulder. Inquiring with concern, Circe leaned her head against Leon's shoulder and asked, "What happens after Mothra? Will she reunite with the Leon in the movie?" "I see." Noticing that Circe's affection level had risen to 92, Leon smiled inwardly, realizing that his unintentional kindness had borne fruit. "Of course, she will. Didn't Mothra say that when they meet again, she and Leon will reunite? Although I haven't quite figured out the plot yet, it will certainly be in the 4th installment. Circe, if you're interested, you could also brainstorm ideas for the future plot development of the movie. If it seems promising, I'll have Happy adopt it directly," Leon said with a grin. "Thank you, Leon. Although today is our first meeting, it feels as if I've known you for a long time. It's quite magical and delightful," Circe exclaimed. Leon's arm instinctively wrapped around Circe's waist as she adjusted her position against his shoulder, the two appearing like a couple deeply in love. It was hard for outsiders to imagine they had only met a day ago. Perhaps this was the allure of numbers. Chapter 206, The Black Knight, Dane Whitman, Ebony Blade. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Who could it be at this hour? Circe wondered, rising to answer the door, with Leon closely following behind her. "Mr. Whitman, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon opening the door, with a 25-centimeter security chain in place, Circe discovered it was Dane Garrett Whitman, whom she had seen earlier that day. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, puzzled. The doorknob was turned from the left, and Leon deliberately concealed himself on the right side, so Whitman did not immediately notice his presence. He looked at Circe, awkwardly rubbing his nose, before producing a document enclosed in a transparent folder and handing it to her. "You left your paper printed on our school's printer. I was worried you might need it tomorrow, so I came to deliver it." "Thank you, Whitman," Circe replied with a smile as she accepted the document. "I've been rather forgetful lately, feeling like my mind is overflowing with too much information, leaving me in a daze. You've been a tremendous help. I'm glad to assist," Whitman said with a gentlemanly smile, pausing momentarily without leaving, instead casting a glance into the room and casually asking, "Is Sprit already asleep? She usually stays up late watching TV. Have you two grown so close that she shares this with you?" "Well, it's true. Due to some events, she is indeed asleep now." Upon hearing Circe's explanation, Whitman's eyes brightened, and he nervously rubbed his hands together before leaning against the doorframe, as if contemplating something. "Mr. Whitman, do you have something else to discuss?" Whitman hesitated, finally summoning his courage to say in a joking tone among friends, "Would you not invite me in for a cup of tea? Today is rather inconvenient." Circe glanced at Leon beside her, politely declining Whitman's request. Oh. Initially thinking that Sprit's slumber would present a perfect opportunity to bond with Circe, Whitman felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, though he only expressed slight regret on his face. Just as he was about to turn away, he spotted a distinctly masculine hand resting on Circe's shoulder, the security chain falling away automatically as the door swung wide open, revealing Leon standing next to Circe. The scene unfolded with an unmistakable sense of a beleaguered husband, a long-suffering wife, and a domineering superior, even though Whitman was neither the husband of Circe, nor was Leon his superior. "Who are you?" Whitman inquired. Although a suspicion had already begun to take root in his mind, he was still reluctant to believe it. Circe, eager to clarify yet unsure of what to say, realized that Whitman was merely her ordinary friend, while Leon was, "Hello, Mr. Whitman. I am Circe's boyfriend. I sincerely appreciate your delivery of Circe's paper this evening." Leon assertively wrapped his arm around Circe, voicing the sentiments she had been too shy to express. Whitman stood in a daze for a considerable time, ultimately managing only to utter, "I wish you both happiness," before hastily bidding farewell. On the street, Whitman, feeling a vague sense of familiarity with Leon, was abruptly reminded of a poster depicting a native of his homeland. The face of Leon, which Whitman had struggled to forget, aligned perfectly with the figure on the poster. The stark reality and disparity made Whitman exclaim in astonishment, "My heavens! He is Leon Stark from my homeland." Whitman had heard rumors of Leon Stark's notorious reputation as a notorious playboy. While he was highly regarded by the public, his infamous proclivity for promiscuity was well known and unabashed. Realizing this, Whitman quickly turned back, wishing to counsel Circe against becoming too entangled with him, but his foot halted midway. He pondered, what right do I have to interfere in another's romantic affairs? Cece, being with Leon Stark, must know what kind of person he is. It is her choice. And I have no justification or authority to intrude. Having come to this conclusion, Whitman resigned himself to the notion that he could no longer harbor hopes for Cece, wishing only for her happiness, hoping that Leon Stark would not betray her. Despite the multitude of sordid rumors surrounding Leon Stark, none had surfaced regarding him abandoning women after seduction. The unanimous praise, even from models he had disregarded, spoke volumes. Leon, possessing wealth that could seemingly resolve any worldly issue, embodied a power that Whitman, a scion of a declining noble family with several ancient castles to his name, could hardly comprehend. For he sought the simplicity of life's small joys. Otherwise, Whitman would not have disregarded his family's legacy to teach at a noble school. This was the ordinary happiness he had chosen. Yet Leon's presence had shattered the hopes he once held for greater joy. Whitman lamented that it would likely be a long time before he could find someone as gentle, gracious, and beautiful as Cece again. He mused that no gem could rival the initial brilliance of that first encounter. Purchasing a can of beer from a roadside shop, he sought to commemorate the love that had scarcely begun yet had already met its demise. Lying alone on a park bench, slightly inebriated, Whitman gazed at the sky, the soft moonlight illuminating his face. A sudden cool breeze swept through, slightly sobering him. Leon Stark from my homeland is indeed a formidable man, he murmured, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. If only he had any advantage to surpass Leon. Wait. Whitman jolted awake, smiting his thigh in realization, the family heirloom. I could ask him for help with it. Better yet, let him take it off my hands entirely to spare myself the worry. However, it was too late. Whitman resolved to visit Leon the following day. Meanwhile, after Whitman's departure, Leon cornered Cece at the door, intent on asserting his claim. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Cece, striving to regain her composure, implored, "No, Leon, not here. What if S.H.I.E.L.D. awakens? What is your relationship with him?" Leon demanded, pinning Cece to the couch, one hand clasping her waist while the other pressed against her head, as if interrogating her, his tone tinged with jealousy. "We're just ordinary friends," Cece stammered. She was not the physically powerful Gilgamesh and could not escape Leon's grasp, nor did she dare to reveal her extraordinary nature for fear of detection. In her restrained state, Cece's struggles were feeble, resembling a playful squirming that only facilitated Leon's whims, akin to a wolf teasing a quivering little rabbit. "Is that true?" he taunted. "Yes, it is true," Cece replied, genuinely frightened by the prospect of Leon's intentions in the living room, while Leon, ever attuned to Cece's affections for him, wore a devilish smirk. With Cece's affection reaching a staggering 95, Leon felt emboldened to pursue her whims. It appeared that the critical threshold lay between 89 and 90, once crossed. The affection would continue to rise until the pursuer's metrics were depleted, yet Leon had no limits. With Cece's emotions and desires tantalizingly suspended, Leon swept her into his arms, cradling her like a princess as he entered her boudoir. Simultaneously, he established a soundproof barrier, adeptly manipulating telekinesis to hinder the transmission of sound through the air, floor, and walls, ensuring that even the most fervent exchanges between them would go unnoticed by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the adjacent room. After locking the door, Leon tossed Cece onto the bed. The next day, as Leon stirred from slumber on Cece's bed, he found her already awake, yet she remained lying down, resting her head on his arm, radiating happiness. She traced a finger lovingly across Leon's chiseled features, akin to admiring a flawless work of art, utterly captivated. "You're awake?" Cece inquired, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Her affection for Leon had surged to 98, only a couple of steps away from the pinnacle of 100, which would come within a few days. Leon replied contentedly, gently stroking Cece's cascading hair, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "How are you feeling? Are you hurt? I was so excited yesterday. I hope I didn't trouble you too much." "I feel great," Cece smiled, shaking her head. "Thank you, Leon." "Thank me for what?" Leon continued to caress Cece's every strand of hair. "Thank you for allowing me to feel alive again, for showing me that I am not merely a cold machine, but a being worthy of love and emotions." "What is this talk?" Leon chuckled lightly, one hand comforting her heart. "You are not a machine. You are a living person. Listen, I can feel your heartbeat." "Leon, actually Cece hesitated for a moment, but then resolved to reveal her identity as an eternal. As her palm began to emanate a mysterious golden glow, she intended to disclose her true self to Leon. Yet at that moment, a series of muffled knocks echoed from outside the door. "Cece, Dane has arrived, claiming he has something very important to discuss with Leon." Me? Leon paused, momentarily bewildered, as he recalled the name Dane Garrett Whitman, quickly piecing together the situation. Meanwhile, Cece, interrupted in her revelation, could only reluctantly suppress the golden glow of material transformation in her palm, seeking another opportunity to divulge her truth to Leon. Leon and Cersei emerged from Cersei's chamber like a pair of inseparable lovebirds. Cersei was adorned in a blue pleated skirt, barely skimming her hips, paired with denim shorts that reached mid-thigh. It bore a resemblance to the exquisite blue gown once donned by Alceni Tifa for significant occasions, leaving one to wonder if the design had drawn inspiration from that very piece. Her voluptuous thighs and delicate, fair feet were generously displayed. For Leon's sake, Cersei willingly adorned herself to please him. Leon's attire was markedly simpler, an exceedingly loose-fitting, breathable pair of black quick-dry athletic pants coupled with a black hoodie, which had previously served as the emblem of the matchmaking deity. Having tidied his stubble with a heated gaze, he resembled a robust high school athlete. When Leon glanced in the mirror, he indulged in a moment of vanity, convinced that he appeared increasingly youthful. Upon stepping outside, Cersei locked eyes with Sprit, who awaited them at the door. A flicker of apology crossed her features, and she shyly averted her gaze, excusing herself to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, or more accurately, lunch. Witnessing Leon and Cersei emerge from the same room, paired together, Mr. Whitman, though he had mentally steeled himself throughout the night, could not help but feel a tumult of emotions. Some encounters, once missed, are forever lost. Regrets linger throughout the tapestry of life. Mr. Whitman, what brings you to me? Leon inquired, reclining comfortably on the sofa beside Mr. Whitman, his posture exuding the ease of a host. Mew. The Hakimi-like Bast appeared from nowhere, leaping onto Leon's lap, inviting his touch. Please, call me Dane, Mr. Whitman replied. With Leon's unexpected interjection severing his romantic entanglements, he proceeded directly to the point, revealing the ancestral curse of an ancient sword known as the Blade of Ebony. He sought Leon's assistance in breaking this curse, offering the sword itself as a token of gratitude. Dane Whitman yearned for a tranquil existence, far removed from the chaos of black knights and heroics. In the absence of Cersei, who had not been taken by the Arbiter Alisrum, Dane felt like a free spirit, uninterested in the life of a superhero. The thought of violence was daunting. He preferred to recline in serenity. I see, I understand, Leon nodded, accepting Dane Whitman's request. The Blade of Ebony was a legendary sword forged by the Grand Sorcerer Merlin from celestial iron, possessing atomic-level cutting capabilities, a fusion of physical and magical prowess. Its sharpness was unparalleled, capable of withstanding Wolverine's adamantium claws effortlessly, and it could reflect magic, granting the wielder an immortal essence. However, the power it bestowed came at a dire cost. The sword was cursed, corroding the soul of its bearer and igniting an insatiable desire for death and slaughter. Only those with a deeply ingrained thirst for bloodshed could harness its true might. Thus, it was indeed a double-edged sword, possessing both remarkable advantages and glaring drawbacks. Leave it to me, Dane. You are now my friend, Leon assured, patting Dane Whitman's shoulder with conviction. Wonderful. Thank you, Leon. The prospect of liberating himself from a family curse that had persisted for centuries filled Dane with excitement, even somewhat alleviating the sting of losing his romantic interest to Leon. Lunch is ready, gentlemen. Cersei and Sprit emerged from the kitchen, each carrying 2 plates of steak. After placing the dishes on the table, Cersei cast a slightly apologetic glance at Leon. I'm sorry, Leon. I didn't prepare ahead of time. This is all we have at home. No, Cersei. Anything you prepare is delightful. It smells wonderful, and I already enjoyed the most sumptuous dinner last night. Thank you for your hospitality. Leon approached, wrapping his arms around Cersei's waist and planting a gentle kiss on her soft lips, whispering the latter part of his compliment close to her ear. Sprit and Dane remained oblivious, the former enviously hissing softly, while the latter awkwardly scratched his head. Cersei, her cheeks flushed, nodded shyly in response. All right, let us eat. I shall begin, Leon declared, assuming the role of the head of the table as he beckoned everyone to sit. After the meal, Leon candidly shared his intention to visit Dane Whitman's home to examine the ancestral sword, leaving no detail concealed from Cersei and Sprit. A sword that corrupts the heart? Cersei looked at Leon with concern. I want to go too. Darling, this ISNTA game. The potential risks of the Blade of Ebony are immense. I cannot place you in harm's way. No, Leon. Cersei shook her head defiantly. After glancing at Dane Whitman, she took Leon's hand and led him into the room where they had shared deep conversations the night prior, leaving Dane and Sprit exchanging bewildered glances. Sprit remarked, No need for further discussion. I want to go too. Dane Whitman replied, All right, I'll stand with Leon. In the room, still faintly scented with seafood and heather. Leon and Cersei sat hand in hand on the bed where they had conversed the previous night. Cersei revealed to Leon the golden patterns on her palm, a symbol of the Eternal's heritage, and with a flick of her finger, she transformed a translucent plastic lamp on the bedside table into opaque metal. What is this? Leon raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised, his acting skills bolstered by the immunity granted by mind infection immunity, making it impossible for anyone to discern his true emotions. At that moment, Cersei's affection for Leon soared to nearly 99. Upon reaching 100, the likelihood of decline was almost non-existent, as this score symbolized eternal loyalty and love. Just as the leap from 89 to 90 was significant, so was the jump from 99 to 100. Yet, as always, that was a matter for another time. Leon, I do not wish to deceive you. Cersei seemed troubled for not disclosing her true identity to the one who genuinely cared for her. She brought the hand he held to her face, nuzzling it gently, and explained, "We are Eternals from the planet Olympia. Having arrived on Earth over 7,000 years ago aboard the starship Toma, to protect humanity from the threats of the Deviants." Deviants? Yes, they are formidable beings. The ultimate predators at the apex of the biological chain, but fret not. They were eradicated by us over 5 centuries ago. Do you have companions? Indeed, Spirit is one. The others reside in seclusion across the globe. After fulfilling our mission to eliminate the Deviants, we parted ways to pursue our own lives. Given your powers, why were you absent during the Great Battle in New York? There is no record of you in history. Of course not. For the earliest histories of humanity were recorded under our guidance. Okay, I understand. Leon nodded. So, the little temptress who claimed to be powerless in my embrace last night was merely putting on an act? No. Cersei willingly nestled into Leon's embrace, settling on his lap. Her face pressed against his impressively sturdy chest, murmuring, "Leon, you are stronger than I ever imagined, even surpassing the mightiest warrior of the Eternals, Ikaris." In truth, Leon. Without allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to continue speaking, Leon interjected directly, "Regardless of your past, it is the present you that I adore, and I embrace all of you. Thank you, Leon." At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's affection for Leon surged to a perfect score of 100, a rate of increase that even among Leon's numerous companions ranked at the very top. One could only say that a numerical anomaly meets a love-stricken mind. Are you not afraid of a love-stricken heart that has simmered for over 5 millennia? Subsequently, after exchanging heartfelt sentiments with S.H.I.E.L.D, Leon consented to her request to accompany Sprit and him to the residence of Dane Whitman to witness the Ebony Blade. With Leon making such a decision, the client, Dane Whitman, naturally had no objections. Dane Whitman's abode was a quaint villa situated in the outskirts. Despite being in close proximity to the city, the environment was remarkably tranquil, akin to a semi-reclusive haven reminiscent of Hawkeye's hideout. Beautiful. Leon whistled appreciatively as he passed through the villa's grand entrance. "Thank you for the compliment. You are always welcome to visit, Leon," Dane replied. "I shall certainly do so in the future." As they gradually approached the main structure of the villa, Leon began to hear an indescribable whispering in his ears. He glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D and Sprit beside him, both maintaining their usual expressions, indicating that their mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After all, Dane Whitman mentioned that it took him over a decade or two to barely acclimate to the psychic erosion of the Ebony Blade, which consequently led him to develop the habit of staying out late at night, often reveling in the nightlife at bars. In Chapter 208, titled The All-Black Death Sword, the Ebony Blade was stored in a distant shed used for miscellaneous items. "If I were to sleep with it at night, I would surely lose my mind," Dane joked as he led Leon and the others around the villa, pointing towards the shed. "You seem rather optimistic, considering you haven't disposed of this sinister artifact in the sea or something," Leon teased. "After all, it's a cherished heirloom. Discarding it would be too cruel. I fear the spirits of my ancestors might rise from their graves to haunt me. Then if you hand the sword over to me, you need not worry about your ancestors seeking you out." Dane chuckled. "The Ebony Blade serves as a conduit for souls. They would need to confront you first, which I find unlikely. The people of my homeland are the mightiest superheroes I've ever encountered, wouldn't you agree?" As Dane opened the dusty doors of the shed, he turned back to flatter Leon. "You have taste." Leon grinned widely, following Dane's lead into a basement at the rear of the shed. This room was enveloped in darkness, and with the faint light from outside, Dane ignited several flickering candles. Despite the passage of centuries, they still functioned adequately. The room's layout was exceedingly simple, almost rudimentary. It resembled an enlarged crypt, with a single entrance and no windows, its walls smooth and black, adorned with the golden family crest of the Whitmans. Gold encircled a black symbol representing an unknown entity, the Black Knight. The basement's only distinctive feature was a 1.5-meter-high solid cube pedestal in the center, upon which rested an ancient wooden box approximately the same height. You may find it hard to believe, but aside from hearing about this sword from my elders during childhood and having entered this room once, this marks only my second visit, Dane said, glancing back at Leon and the others. That's quite a life, Leon replied, somewhat off-topic. He stepped forward, lightly tapping his fingers on the wooden box containing the ebony blade. With a gust of wind, his telekinetic powers swiftly cleared the thick layer of dust, revealing a gleaming surface as pristine as new wood wax. The exterior was adorned with 3 abstract paintings, each measuring 50 centimeters square, seemingly depicting the illustrious history of the Whitman family. Without hesitation, Leon intended to open it. Wait. Are you not going to prepare at all? Perhaps cast a spell or something? Dane interrupted, his voice tinged with panic, his breath noticeably quickening, clearly aware of the consequences that awaited upon opening the box. Otherwise, my heart is as iron, unbreakable. No existence can disturb my psyche. The mere ebony blade holds no fear for me. Given that Dane Whitman had inherited the sword, Leon was even less concerned about S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sprit being mentally corrupted. As long as they did not make direct contact, there was nothing to fear. His previous words were merely polite remarks to boost affection. Having pondered this, Leon seized the lock's hinge on the box and swiftly lifted it upward. The creaking of the wood was somewhat grating, but even more captivating was the sudden crescendo of a beastly roar in their ears, accompanied by a warning inscribed on the inside of the lid. Death is my reward. With the box's initial opening, the ebony blade, a long sword wrapped in sealing tape, began to reveal itself. Its surface shimmered with a magnetic-like ripple, as if iron filings were drawn to a magnetic field. The malevolent energy, visibly flowing across it, was hypnotically sinister. How bothersome, Leon thought, irritated by the buzzing akin to swarming flies. He unleashed his conqueror's haki, crackling with black-red lightning, and in an instant, the annoying whispers vanished, retreating into the shadows like mice fleeing from a cat. Swallowing hard, Dane Whitman dared not utter a sound, his throat involuntarily tightening. S.H.I.E.L.D., is Leon all right? Sprit clutched S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clothing, hiding behind her, peeking cautiously at Leon. He is fine. I trust him. Have those strange voices not already vanished? S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled gently, stroking Sprit's golden hair in comfort. Come on. Leon eagerly reached for the ebony blade, lifting it effortlessly, wholly unaffected. After all, any form of mental corruption would falter before his mind infection immunity. However, the ebony blade was not the true objective of Leon's journey. Regardless of its strength, it could not traverse into other worlds. Moreover, it had yet to reach a level of power that Leon deemed indispensable. Its maximum potential required an exceptionally pure heart of malevolence. Compared to Leon, who considered himself just, kind, and compassionate, this sword was far more suited for a villain like the infamous thief, Lucifer, or perhaps certain saints with pure intentions, who would not be swayed mentally and could wield it simply as an unyielding physical sword. Leon had already determined the fate of the ebony blade. As for himself, he posed the question, would you like to check in today? Sister Tsuko, let me see your limits. Ding, today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the all-black death sword. All-black death sword, forged from the shadow of the deity of symbiotes, Gnarl, utilizing the head of a deceased celestial. Tempered through the trials of fire and high-frequency sound waves over an extended period, it is the progenitor of all symbiotes, as the progenitor. The all-black death sword possesses absolute suppression over all symbiotic existences, initially manifesting as a necromantic blade while also embodying the hallmark transformations, possession, symbiosis, inherited memories, self-repair, and replication abilities of other symbiotes. The weaknesses of the abyssal black death sword are forged in the divine furnace, accumulating over time with psychological shadows etched into the soul, ignited by flames and high-frequency sound waves. The physical enhancement grants the sword's bearer a comprehensive augmentation of their physique, along with the traits of immortality. With a divine slayer's edge, the abyssal black death sword is unmatched in sharpness, capable of breaching the defenses of any deity. Within the realm of shadows, the wielder can traverse freely between shadows, entering the boundless darkness of the shadow domain from any shadowed location, and summon and command the diverse shadow creatures residing therein, which can only unleash their full power within the confines of the shadow domain. As a godslayer, the resilience of the abyssal black death sword and the potency of all its abilities are intrinsically related to the strength and number of deities it has vanquished. Introduction: Thunder, Fire, Sword. Chapter 209. Will victory prevail? Absolutely. On a distant planet, light radiates brilliantly, filled with song and dance, reminiscent of paradise. A being entirely clad in obsidian, with muscles coiled like serpents yet devoid of any clothing, resembling a male humanoid, albeit one that even Dio would envy, grips a pitch-black longsword and steps onto this resplendent world. However, even the brightest places harbor shadows. Thus, his sudden arrival does not come as a surprise, particularly to the colossal, tempestuous deity lounging upon his throne, flanked by adoring followers. You have arrived. Indeed, I have. You should not be here. But here I stand. Your arrival only heralds your demise. I come to deliver death to you, the lofty god who knows not the tribulations of mortals. You possess great confidence. Is it merely due to that blasphemous sword? Indeed, it is because of this sword. Ha ha ha. The deity laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he glared at the blasphemer, daring to meet his eyes from the steps below. Arrogant. The bearer of the blasphemous sword has been slain by my hand countless times. Today, you shall join them. Feel honored. For a mere ant such as you will perish at the hands of a god. The towering deity, standing at 3 meters, rose from his resplendent crystal throne and descended the steps with oppressive grandeur, casting a condescending gaze upon the diminutive figure he referred to as an ant. Light and darkness, two diametrically opposed forces, spread behind them for but a fleeting moment. Yet, the deep shadows enveloping the blasphemer were swiftly banished to a corner by the omnipresent light of the divine hall. The blasphemer, momentarily taken aback, quickly fell into a state of panic. He had only recently acquired the blasphemous sword, brimming with overconfidence, unaware of the true nature of survival. His first instinct was to seek revenge against the hypocritical god who had exploited his entire kin down to himself. However, the deity offered no opportunity. A blade of light cleaved through the air. The blasphemer had yet to unsheath his sword before he was annihilated. His lower body remained standing, while his upper half erupted in a torrent of blood, collapsing upon the mirror-like floor, staining the opulent divine hall with crimson. Will victory prevail? Absolutely. The obsidian longsword clattered to the ground. A look of disdain flickered in the deity's eyes as his enormous foot came crashing down. Bang! With a single step. The golden, semi-transparent crystal floor spiderwebbed with cracks, yet there was no sensation of impact. The deity lifted his foot, and the once there black longsword had vanished without a trace. TCH. Quite the swift escape. The giant deity scoffed, turning back to settle into his throne, indulging once more in his extravagant revelry. As for the blasphemer's corpse at the foot of the steps, his mortal servants would come to dispose of it, as had always been the case. In recent centuries, the chosen blasphemers of the blasphemous sword had grown increasingly feeble, with scarcely any deities felled by their hands. It seemed the remnants of the once mighty godslayer had reached their limits. Ha ha ha! The deity's boisterous laughter resonated through the shadows, captured by the abyssal Black Death sword traversing the shadow domain. It remained silent, merely evading the light. Wait, you pretentious gods. I and AR shall return. And when I do, the abyssal Black Death sword's heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Yet before it could finish its fervent thoughts, an invisible hand breached the veil of the shadow domain, effortlessly capturing it, akin to a hapless Hakimi ensnared by fate. The slumbering shadow creatures within the domain stirred, bewildered. What is happening? Is it the master? Meanwhile, in the ancestral warehouse of the Dane Whiteman family, the abyssal Black Death sword lay quietly within the system space. Leon stood transfixed, unable to fathom the sight before him. Just recently, Sister Tungzi had gifted him a Namadam's spirit stone, and now she had bestowed upon him a treasure of gold. Magnificent. Words are unnecessary, Leon. Upon noticing Leon's sudden stillness after grasping the ebony blade, S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged glances with Sprit. Sprit stealthily approached the oblivious Dane Whiteman, prepared to assist in a hasty retreat if necessary. S.H.I.E.L.D, her palms glowing with golden patterns, approached Leon cautiously, her expression laced with concern. In this tense moment, Leon, wielding the ebony blade, made a move. Sprit immediately enveloped Dane Whiteman in invisibility, while S.H.I.E.L.D knelt down, her hands striking the ground, causing the warehouse floor to become as soft as flowing water. Leon's feet rested upon it, causing ripples to emanate outward without sinking. My dear, what are you doing? Leon twirled the ebony blade with casual grace, a smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth, as he leaned down to address S.H.I.E.L.D, who knelt before him, gazing up in awe. Leon, are you not being controlled by that sword? S.H.I.E.L.D questioned hesitantly, as Sprit and Dane Whiteman's figures appeared at the warehouse entrance. Holy shit! Dane Whiteman exclaimed in astonishment, clutching his head. Sprit, you and S.H.I.E.L.D are superhumans. Ah, that's about right, Sprit replied with an awkward expression. knowing full well that their identity as eternal clan members could not be revealed to an unrelated mortal. It was better for Dane Whiteman to remain in his misunderstanding. Everything is fine now. I will be taking this sword with me, Leon declared to Dane Whiteman at the entrance. After enduring the ebony blade for so long, Dane Whiteman had no objection. Though he felt guilty towards his ancestors, he ultimately desired to pursue his own life and had no interest in inheriting the ebony blade. With the owner's consent, Leon smiled and casually tossed the ebony blade aside. It vanished into the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight, disappearing from sight. Leon then bent down to help S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been casting spells before him, to her feet, leaning into Tease. This position suits you well, Leon. S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks flushed, and she playfully smacked his chest, unsure whether her reaction stemmed from the scare or simple embarrassment. Let us go? I'm in a good mood today, wherever we go. It's on me. Leon took S.H.I.E.L.D's hand and approached Sprit and Dane Whiteman. Anywhere? Sprit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, cool. Of course, Leon affirmed. Then let us. Sprit's eyes twinkled mischievously. Moments later, Leon and his companions found themselves at the largest amusement park in London, though the crowd was not overwhelming. Nearly every attraction had a line. To avoid any hassle, Leon employed his financial prowess to purchase the entire amusement park, granting them direct access through VIP channels to every ride. Leon had initially extended an invitation to Dane Whiteman. However, having indulged himself with enough dog food, he was disinclined to play the third wheel to Leon and S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he graciously declined Leon's invitation and instead arranged to meet a few pure-hearted female friends he had previously encountered at a bar. After finally shaking off the curse of his family's treasured sword, he anticipated a night of revelry ahead. As dusk fell, the trio, Leon, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Sprit, took a moment to rest on a long bench adjacent to the Ferris wheel in the amusement park after a day of wild fun. Sprit, resting her head on Leon's thigh, quickly drifted into a serene slumber. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D intertwined her fingers with Leon's, leaning affectionately against his shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her face as she wished for time to stand still. Chapter 210. The Shadow Realm. How dare you? A week passed. Neither the ebony blade nor the all-black death sword had been drawn even once by Leon, who was utterly immersed in the warmth of Cersei's affection, completely forgetting his grand plans to illuminate the world. Traces of their journey together could be found everywhere: at the door before Sprit's bedroom, in front of the bathroom while she was showering, on the sofa, the floor, the coffee table, the dining table, the entrance, on benches in the park late at night, in nearby groves, in changing rooms at the mall, and even on Cersei's desk at the museum, as well as on the moon. Until this day, a perfunctory sign-in yielded unexpected results, prompting Leon to remember that he had pressing matters to attend to, and he reluctantly extricated himself from Cersei's gentle embrace. Opportunity of the Chosen. Upon activation, you will gain the chance to traverse into a world where a summoning ritual is currently underway. Quality: one-time use. Description: fate. Stay tonight. Leon, what's wrong? Why do you seem so unsettled today? S.H.I.E.L.D gently caressed Leon's hair, her fingers gliding through it with a soft rustling sound as she inquired with concern. My dear, I must take my leave. Leon lifted his head from the softness, briefly brushing his lips against Cersei's. I will wait for you. After a moment of silence, S.H.I.E.L.D dutifully uttered those 3 words. Afterward, the two remained ensconced together for the entire day without stepping outside. S.H.I.E.L.D exhibited unprecedented initiative, and coupled with her seemingly endless stamina, Leon finally witnessed what it meant to embody a fierce allure. On the rooftop, gazing at the fleeting golden meteor that vanished in an instant at the edge of the horizon, S.H.I.E.L.D fell silent as a cool breeze stirred a strand of her hair. Though he may be strong, he is still human. Unlike us, who can attain immortality, why not cohabitate with him? Go, live with him, suggested Sprit, as she approached S.H.I.E.L.D, standing on her tiptoes to nudge her shoulder. But I want to live with you, S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a smile, tucking the strand of hair behind her ear. However, what if Leon has many women around him? What if he leaves like Icarus and never returns? Sprit expressed her concern. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy over S.H.I.E.L.D's ease in finding true love, especially with her idol, she genuinely hoped for Cersei's happiness. After a brief lapse, Cersei's smile returned as she gazed longingly in the direction Leon had departed, her eyes brimming with unmasked affection. He is different. On the other hand, upon Leon's departure, he plunged directly into the Shadow Realm. Here, there was no distinction between sky and earth. Only an endless expanse of darkness and chaotic gravity existed, with pitch-black meteors suspended in various locations, some massive enough to rival or even surpass the sun. The ebony blade, previously hurled by Leon, now floated silently above a meteor the size of a football field, surrounded by numerous shadowy creatures of various grotesque forms, all eerily reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors. They understood that this was the property of the Shadow Lord, hence they refrained from approaching, merely observing in silence as they awaited the arrival of the new Shadow Lord. The prior one had been exceedingly weak and foolish, charging directly into the lair of the light god to stir trouble with a pseudo-god. Without considering his own limitations, he was utterly oblivious to the meaning of danger. Upon entering the Shadow Realm, countless eyes turned towards Leon. Curiosity, scrutiny, confusion, and fear, various unfiltered emotions intertwined, coalescing into a singular word: loyalty. As long as Leon remained the master of the all-black death sword, they would offer unwavering loyalty for eternity. Surveying his surroundings, Leon surmised that individuals with weak constitutions would likely suffer a significant sanity drop upon entry, for the shadow creatures surrounding him were undeniably formidable. "You, come here." Leon landed atop the meteor where the ebony blade floated, casually pointing in a direction where most of the shadow creatures were amalgamations of various animal traits. Upon seeing Leon's gesture, the shadow creatures exchanged glances, and ultimately, they retreated in unison, pushing a wise-looking octopus-like shadow creature with a cow's head forward. "Yes, you. Huh." The seemingly dim-witted cow-headed octopus extended a particularly Lovecraftian tentacle to confirm its own identity, only to realize it had been singled out. Instantly, its lantern-sized eyes widened in shock. "You lot. Go on. Serving the Lord is your honor." Yes, indeed, it is an honor." The shadow creatures encouraged the reluctant octopus with encrypted communication. While they possessed relatively low intelligence, their instincts dictated their behavior, akin to fish that had been hooked for too long. Though the former Shadow Lord was weak, every Shadow Lord had been a formidable figure in their own right. How could one not consider an individual who, upon acquiring a sword, boldly charged to pierce the enemy's crystal as anything but ruthless? Reluctantly, the cow-headed octopus, unable to resist the Shadow Lord's command, became the sacrificial bird. With spring-like agility, its massive form leaped from another meteor, landing directly before Leon. Cradling its chin, Leon appraised the peculiar shadow creature, beckoning with a finger, and the ebony blade shot forth like an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword shadows flashed. The octopus's thick tentacles, resembling large shipping containers, were instantly reduced to atoms. The cow's head fell forward in defeat, but was promptly kicked away by Leon, crushing a multitude of observing shadow creatures in its wake. This violent display left all shadow creatures, who had previously doubted Leon's strength, cowering in submission, as the scene fell into a hushed silence, broken only by Leon's calm yet authoritative voice resonating. "How dare you make me look up at you?" Chapter 2:11, Ultimate Darkness. Huh. After being sent flying by Leon's kick, the cow-headed octopus merely shook its head and crawled back to prostrate itself before Leon. Almost instantly, the tentacles severed by the ebony blade began to regenerate. This robust display, sufficient for Leon to consider the creature as a potential punching bag, prompted him to raise his assessment of the shadow beings yet another notch. To confirm his suspicions, he beckoned again, and the ebony blade soared forth once more, severing the legs of a nearby shadow creature that bore the head of a tiger and the tail of a snake cleanly at the roots. Why aren't you regenerating? The shadow creature, resembling a tiger-pig hybrid, showed no signs of recovery, prompting Leon to inquire with curiosity. Roar. The shadow creature trembled, growling lowly at Leon, yet he merely furrowed his brow and wielded the ebony blade to cleave it into a mass of flesh that seamlessly blended into the endless darkness. This was due to his inability to comprehend its vocalizations. Clearly, not every shadow creature possesses your remarkable resilience and regenerative capabilities. However, beings of your strength, or even those surpassing you, abound in this shadow realm, akin to stray dogs roaming the streets. Leon patted the shadowy form of the Minotaur octopus, its non-Newtonian texture evoking a sense of intrigue. Perhaps it was due to the shadows that he had discerned that with a mere kick moments ago. The mass density of these shadow entities was even lighter than he had anticipated. As he surveyed the surroundings, he spotted countless colossal shadow creatures in the distance, some tenfold or more the size of the Minotaur octopus, lurking at the edges. To attain such a size, even their beast-like intelligence must have evolved somewhat. Realizing that sending lesser creatures to provoke Leon, the newly appointed Shadow Lord, might not be prudent, the Minotaur octopus, intended to be one of their ranks, was hindered by its own lack of intellect, foolishly approaching to witness the spectacle without grasping the adage of the death of a friend does not concern the monk. Moreover, Leon sought to test the sharpness of the ebony blade, which indeed sliced through with the ease of cutting through butter, penetrating without any obstruction and emerging unscathed. He summoned the blade back to his side, grasping its hilt, and regarded his palm with determination. With a sudden burst of resolve, he slowly pressed the ebony blade against his flesh. The sensation was akin to slicing through cowhide. Even applying just a few tons of force, the blade only left a white scratch upon his palm, failing to breach his defenses. Yet, as he increased the force, the blade began to sink into his flesh, a faint trickle of blood seeping forth. At last, Leon's defenses were breached. Intriguing. It was marginally sharper than the active Edmund alloy blade he currently wielded, albeit limited in its effectiveness. Leon assessed objectively, for his body had already been elevated to the level of divine Adam through a combination of the Amadam Spirit Stone and super self-regeneration. Not only had his recovery capabilities been enhanced, but his physical defenses had also received significant fortification. While the ebony blade could still breach his defenses, it could only do so to a negligible extent. With further physical enhancement, Leon estimated that he could entirely disregard the threat posed by the ebony blade. Physical enhancement. An idea struck him, and a sly grin crept across his face, accompanied by an aura of profound darkness and menacing golden lightning. A mysterious belt with a silver base and golden patterns, adorned with a pitch-black gem, seemingly sprouted from within him, materializing around his waist. The dark gem was none other than the Amadam Spirit Stone he had previously acquired, while the golden and silver belt was naturally the corresponding Aguru belt. Manifesting in accordance with Leon's will, his fingertips brushed against the smooth, dark surface of the Amadam Spirit Stone, and the sensation was extraordinary, as it had become an integral part of his being, connected to his nerves. It felt as though he were merely touching his own body, albeit with greater hardness. As he scanned his surroundings, Leon chuckled. Heh, a question. What aligns most harmoniously with the identity of the Shadow Lord? The shadow creatures tilted their heads in confusion. What are you saying? The answer, of course, was the ultimate darkness. Henshin. A flicker of red glimmered in his eyes. Yet Leon was devoid of any risk of losing control, rendering unnecessary any excess compassion or tenderness. The momentary red glow was swiftly engulfed by a deeper darkness. Simultaneously, Leon's desire for strength was captured by the Amadam Spirit Stone, as microscopic particle manipulation, physical enhancement, and energy absorption synergistically transformed his ephemeral thoughts into an unshakable reality. The ebony exoskeleton armor began to manifest, its golden veins resembling a network of blood vessels, with spikes emerging around his knees and elbows, signifying his dominance and ferocity. Finally, atop his head, two pairs of golden horned crowns symbolizing power and status materialized, a fearsome warrior emerging like thunder, his proud form surpassing that of deities. Akin to an emperor ruling over all, Kamen Rider Kuga ultimate form. As Leon completed his transformation, his sister, Tsukasa, even thoughtfully provided the transformation sound effect. Power. Power surged forth. Transformed into the ultimate Kuga, Leon's form twisted in an eerie manner, akin to a beast unleashed, letting out a fearsome howl, his might unmatched. All shadow creatures bowed before him, too intimidated to act. Once more, with tremendous bravado, Leon swung the ebony blade and struck his own arm with full force. Boom. A fierce, intangible pressure, birthed from pure numerical activation, swept forth, cleaving a nearby meteor to a flat surface. As the dust settled, the ebony blade trembled and hovered beside Leon, while his severed arm, the exoskeleton armor slightly cracked, absorbed the crimson-black blood before it could spill. A glance revealed that the 25-centimeter gash had seemingly vanished in an instant, restoring itself as if it had never existed. Hiss! Leon marveled at the sheer strength of his body post-transformation into ultimate Kuga, feeling as if he could vanquish 100 of his former selves. Chapter 212, The Ebony Blade? Merely a nail clipper. He even entertained the notion that he could obliterate a star with a single punch. Or perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Fixating his gaze upon a meteorite the size of a moon, Leon soared into the air without hesitation, his right leg enveloped in a distorted space of reddish-golden energy. Rider kick. With a decisive kick, Leon struck down upon the moon-sized meteorite, shattering it, and the shadow creatures perched upon it into mere fragments. Only Leon remained suspended in the center, surrounded by countless shards of meteorite, staring in awe at his own hands. This was outrageous. Leon felt as if he were nearing a state of transcendence, akin to a great sovereign dwelling within the realms of existence, far removed from the trivialities of mortal life. With only a slight gap separating him from Odin, his surrogate father, this was not solely the merit of the Amadam Spirit Stone, but rather a collaborative effort with the all-black Death Sword, which had further elevated Leon's fundamental attributes. "Come forth." Leon beckoned softly, and the void beside him rippled. As the all-black death sword was summoned from the system space for the first time, landing in his grasp. "Can you speak?" Leon inquired, brushing off the blade's surface. "No, I cannot." A tremulous voice, indistinguishable in gender, filled Leon's mind with an inexplicable anxiety. Although unaware of the sword's prior experiences before coming into his possession, Leon surmised it was likely the handiwork of Tsukasa, involving some form of enforced loyalty training. After all, this peculiar weapon was originally the exclusive armament of the Void God. "Nar, how much power do you possess now? Can you enhance an ordinary farmer to the point of slaying Odin or Zeus?" Surely, if such a feat were impossible, it would remain an unattainable dream. The all-black death sword trembled violently twice, seemingly shaking its head. "I am currently quite weak, having not engaged in proper combat for an extended period. If it relies solely on my strength, I can only slay some weaker pseudo-deities." The mere thought of this infuriated the all-black death sword. The fool at the front displayed not the slightest inclination towards a discreet development. Instead, he boldly sought out the god of light, Aminos, who was most effective against him. The all-black death sword incessantly berated its predecessor, while outwardly maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect towards Leon, for it was acutely aware that Leon was, without a doubt, the most formidable host it had encountered since its inception, aside from its original partner, Gnarl. The mere fact that Leon was impervious to its mental manipulations assured the all-black death sword of a secure future, even if it was relegated from a dominant position to that of a subordinate. Seizing this opportunity might allow it to reclaim the pinnacle it once held during the fierce battle between Gnarl and the golden-armored deity, or perhaps even surpass it. The thought of this filled the all-black death sword with a sense of glee, prompting it to nuzzle against Leon's palm like a devoted pet. As for Gnarl, who was that? It was a stranger to it. Subsequently, Leon tested his ultimate empty self-formation strength, as well as the all-black death sword's endurance. Although the results were somewhat lacking, there remained ample room for improvement. Both Leon and the all-black death sword were filled with anticipation regarding this. Upon departing the Shadow Realm, Leon subconsciously pondered the existence of a certain entity, his observation haki swiftly locating the target. Could it be? Leon raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat taken aback. With a flicker of thought, he summoned a teleportation circle edged with blue sparks using the Eye of Agamotto. Pausing momentarily, he caressed the ebony sword-shaped tattoo on the back of his right hand, hesitating briefly before deciding to be forthcoming with the entity. After all, he no longer consumed beef, leaving little reason for concealment. If any unseeing deity sought to trouble him over this matter, that would truly be a welcome occurrence. In Norway, at the same cliff that offered an excellent view of the sea for the elderly, Odin, disguised as an ordinary old man, sat quietly upon a rock, gazing at the azure ocean before him. This scene caused Leon to momentarily lose his train of thought. Could it be that Odin was nearing his end? "Leon, what brings you here this time?" Odin turned, his gaze lingering on the dark sword-shaped tattoo on Leon's hand, and without further ado, inquired about Leon's purpose. "Father, is there a way to lift the curse on this sword?" Leon seated himself beside Odin, presenting the ebony blade for inspection, and directly posed his question. "The curse of the ebony blade has become wholly fused with the sword itself. To remove the curse would mean destroying the sword," Odin explained after merely a glance. Is there no remedy?" If the curse could not be eradicated, Leon would have no choice but to keep the sword close. For giving it to others would render it a ticking time bomb. It can only be temporarily suppressed. There will surely be a solution in the future. Odin pointed at the blade, and a faint layer of pure white holy light enveloped it. The surface of the ebony blade, which had been perpetually rippling, instantly calmed. Along with the seductive whispers that had pervaded the air, divine magic can temporarily suppress the curse, provided the wielder does not recklessly demand power from it. "My seal will last for quite some time, certainly for the remainder of this century," Odin stated with a gentle smile. "Have you decided who its master will be?" "Well, let us see who desires it," Leon replied nonchalantly. With the immediate threat of the ebony blade resolved, Leon did not rush to depart. Instead, he began to engage Odin in casual conversation. "Why isn't mother with you?" Loki has suddenly developed a keen interest in learning magic, honing his swordsmanship, and enhancing his abilities. Frigga is seizing this rare opportunity to instruct him. "I see." Leon gleaned a rough understanding of the current situation in Asgard before bidding farewell to Odin. As he watched Leon's figure vanish within the teleportation circle, Odin let out a deep sigh, his vitality seemingly diminished. "It draws ever closer. Leon, I entrust everything to you." Meanwhile, upon returning to the coastal villa, Leon found Tony engrossed in analyzing the dissolution scepter of the Grandmaster. He deemed the scepter rather unremarkable in appearance, though the technology it encompassed was quite impressive. "Hey, Tony, want to take a look at this sword? It's Excalibur, the legendary sword of Arthur. Get out of here. If you need something, go find Pepper. Your brother is busy." Leon manipulated the ebony blade telekinetically, waving it before Tony. Yet he did not even spare a glance before conjuring a small wormhole and unceremoniously sending Leon out of the laboratory. "Wow, that teleportation trick is slicker than Old Wong's," Leon mused as he surveyed Pepper's office. Old Wong's teleportation at least required a wind-up, and the teleportation array itself remained stationary, necessitating a person to step inside. However, Tony's wormhole maneuver was straightforward. One moment you were there, and the next, you could be tossed into the sun and evaporated. If such operations were feasible, it would be utterly terrifying. Leon couldn't help but smirk as he silently drifted to Pepper's desk, adopting a mischievous grin as he inquired, "Pepper, would you like to take a look at this sword? It's Excalibur, the legendary sword of Arthur." "Ah, Leon, you scared me to death." Pepper, deeply engrossed in her work, jumped upon seeing Leon. Moments later, a beleaguered Leon, sporting dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda, was unceremoniously ejected from Pepper's office by a single hand, clutching the ebony blade. He had intentionally made himself look tired to provoke Pepper. Otherwise, she would have been unable to break through his defenses. All right, I'll keep it for myself as a nail clipper." Chapter 213, The Rainbow Bridge. I came. I saw, I conquered. In Jotunheim, the landscape remained frozen in the Ice Age as Leon had left it, now transformed into his ultimate empty self. Leon stood atop the highest peak of Jotunheim, shouting, "Heimdall, bring it on. Fire at me." "Are you certain, Leon? If the Rainbow Bridge is not used for teleportation, its power is no laughing matter. A careless misfire could obliterate all of Jotunheim." Heimdall's voice cautioned within Leon's mind. "There's no need for concern. I will completely absorb the Rainbow Bridge's energy," Leon confidently replied, urging Heimdall to proceed quickly, for he had engagements to attend. "Fine then. Given your stubbornness and confidence, I shall not dissuade you further. After all, I'm merely the gatekeeper. If Odin hasn't forbidden it, then it's permissible. Just be careful not to get yourself killed. Of course, do you think I'm someone else?" With that, Heimdall thrust the Sword of Keys forcefully into the activation device of the Rainbow Bridge, unleashing a formidable, rainbow-hued energy cannon that surged towards Jotunheim in an instant. "It's here," Leon exclaimed in exhilaration, tilting his head back as the ultimate empty self reflected the colossal energy pouring from the Rainbow Bridge, beautiful, ethereal, and imbued with a breath of annihilation. Leon raised both hands, akin to a devout worshipper, joyously welcoming the arrival of the Rainbow Bridge. Boom! Leon's diminutive figure was instantly engulfed by the torrent of energy delivered by the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, something miraculous transpired. The energy released from the Rainbow Bridge, like a celestial weapon, inflicted not the slightest harm upon the entirely frozen Jotunheim beneath Leon's feet. It merely caused tremors akin to an earthquake, as though held in place by an invisible net anchored in its current spatial position. Only Leon bore the brunt of it all. The terrifying rainbow energy cascaded down upon him, not as passive suffering, but rather as an active siphoning. A vortex of rainbow energy manifested above Jotunheim, resembling a celestial canopy. Ha ha ha, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Since obtaining the Iron Saiga, the once invulnerable Leon now endures the most excruciating pain he has ever experienced, suffering solely through his corporeal form. Amidst manic laughter and anguished howls, time becomes an indistinct blur. The very essence of the Rainbow Bridge begins to overheat unprecedentedly. Whether it is tension or heat is uncertain. Jotunheim, drenched in sweat, urgently reminds him, "Leon, is it not yet over? If you do not cease, I fear I shall be the first to falter." Almost. It is nearly complete. Within the ocean of rainbow energy, Leon distinctly senses the Amadam Spirit Stone, having absorbed a tremendous amount of energy from the Rainbow Bridge, gestating an entirely new ability. The once pitch-black stone now shimmers with a prismatic halo, a dreamlike effulgence birthed from its absorption of rainbow energy. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberates like the mighty pulse of a royal engine, indistinguishable between Leon's heartbeat and the stirring of the Amadam Spirit Stone. Buzz. Boom! The Rainbow Bridge shatters first, followed by the ice crystal peak where Leon stands, which erupts violently, plunging Jotunheim into an eerie silence. Has he succeeded? Far from the Rainbow Bridge's threshold, Heimdall wipes the sweat from his brow after drawing the sword of the key, his all-seeing eye fixed upon the direction of Jotunheim. However, His vision is momentarily obscured by the myriad shards of ice scattered from the shattered peak, engulfing Leon's dark silhouette, casting uncertainty upon his fate. In a fleeting moment, a reckless, defiant laughter echoes from beneath the icy debris, and a beam of rainbow light surges skyward, entwining a shadowy figure that races at superluminal speed towards Asgard. In the blink of an eye, Heimdall witnesses the rainbow beam traverse the vast cosmic expanse, arriving directly at Asgard. Golden light transforms into a rainbow as fish leap from the depths. The miraculous spectacle, once exclusive to the divine realm of Asgard, is now manifested by Leon alone. Countless Asgardians, sensing the moment, emerge from their abodes, gazing skyward at the dark figure descending from above. The energy ribbon formed from the rainbow bridge lingers, enveloping Leon as if it were a divine halo. Oh my God, he truly succeeded, Heimdall exclaims in astonishment. From this day forth, Leon, even without the spatial powers of the Eye of Agamotto, can conjure the rainbow bridge with his own hands, granting him the freedom to traverse the vast universe to any destination. He is liberated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Rainbow Bridge. Rainbow Bridge. No matter where you are in the universe, you can extend the branches of the world tree model from your own being to connect to any spatial location within the current universe, allowing for superluminal movement or long-range strikes. Description: I come, I see, I conquer. Opportunity for summoning. Upon activation, you will be granted an opportunity to be summoned, allowing you to traverse into a world currently undergoing a summoning ritual. Quality: one-time use. Description: Fate, stay tonight. Immersed in the system panel, Leon's focus narrows on the opportunity for summoning, prompting Sister Zongzi to inquire. Question: Do you wish to use the opportunity for summoning? Without hesitation, Leon responds affirmatively. Note: this crossing is particularly unique. Upon your arrival, your true self will reside in an absolutely safe, special realm, with your consciousness projected into a body created by magical power. Could this mode of crossing imply? Uncertainty envelopes Leon's mind, yet, as ever, darkness suddenly envelopes him, as if struck from behind with a heavy blow. In Fuyuki City, beneath the facade of tranquil daily life, currents of turmoil swirl. Yet before that, Matu Kariya must first meet the most significant woman in his life, a woman he can indeed love, yet who he let slip away at the last possible moment. How could he allow her to descend into the hell he himself endures? Ultimately, his cowardice has thrust her into another form of torment. At least there, she would not be forced to bear the burdens of his suffering. It should have been this way, yet the woman bore forbidden twins, a situation that caused considerable distress to the male lineage concerning inheritance rights to the family fortune. That man, driven by greed, formed an agreement with another man, his father, who was even more avaricious, one that he could not possibly influence. In the end, nothing changed. His weakness rendered Matu Kariya powerless to alter anything. Chapter 214, The Hero Drowned in Dreams. His inadequacy led him to naively aspire to realize dreams that were beyond his reach, resulting inevitably in his drowning along the path to fulfillment. Yet for the sake of that child, he can no longer evade reality. He must act, to do what he can and what he ought to do, even at the cost of his life. Clad in a black tracksuit, the somewhat dispirited man gestures to a gentle young woman with forest green hair seated on a park bench. Beside the woman, whom he has not seen in ages and from whom he is yet to fully detach, Matu Kariya's expression appears somewhat dazed. On the nearby lawn, her daughter plays alone, her vibrant innocence blindingly radiant to Matu Kariya's eyes. She is nurtured so well, so unlike that child. Before coming here, Matu Kariya had returned to his family home. Upon his return, the man known as Matu Kariya had already perished. Ah, it's been so long, Aoi. May I sit beside you? Matu Kariya forces a smile. Yes, Kariya. It's been a while. Have you returned from your business trip? This one was quite lengthy, Aoi Tosaka replies, tucking away loose strands of hair, though her brows betray hidden sorrow. Indeed, Matu Kariya nods, fully aware of what weighs on Aoi Tosaka's mind. The fourth Holy Grail war looms ahead. The tragic and contemptible slaughter among mages, willing to forsake everything for the sake of the Holy Grail, a wish-granting device, will soon commence. Aoi Tosaka's partner, Tosaka Tokiomi, the head of one of the three founding families, has been prematurely selected as a master due to his exceptional aptitude. This is to be expected, for the Holy Grail ritual is orchestrated by the three founding families. Obtaining the title of master in advance hardly qualifies as a conspiracy, as previously stated. Tosaka Tokiomi possesses sufficient merit, unlike Matu Kariya, who lacks both the qualifications and status of a mage. In pursuit of a once laughable dream, rebelling against his inborn fate, He has long since relinquished his right to inherit the Matu family headship. Returning as a wanderer, he now seeks to defy destiny for that child. And for the sake of the woman before him, he hopes she will find everlasting happiness. Uncle Korea, the 7-year-old girl, Rin Tosaka, with twin ponytails, affectionately calls out to Matu Korea. It seems she has yet to grasp the implications of her sister's absence, merely expressing her boredom and yearning to see her sibling again. Matu Korea bends down to ruffle Rin Tosaka's hair, gifting her a pink hairpin. Before departing, he glances back at the embracing Aoi Tosaka and Rin Tosaka, as if resolved to make a choice, and returns to that hell, the Matu residence. He observes his son, who had recently quarreled with him and left home, now returned to humbly seek his command seals. The hunched figure of Kirei Kodomine, resembling a desiccated mummy, offered a sardonic smile. Yagami, how dare you return to beseech me? I distinctly recall having made it abundantly clear that I never wished to lay eyes upon your countenance again. With a firm grip on his cane, he exuded an aura of authority that belied his frail physique, his shadowy gaze fixed menacingly upon Kirei Yagami. The pretense of adopting Sakura was ostensibly to preserve the lineage of magicians within the Matu family. Yet, in truth, it was merely a means to secure a descendant of remarkable caliber to facilitate the acquisition of the Holy Grail, thereby achieving his own immortality. How laughable. Others may question me, but you, of all people, have no right to do so. Were it not for your foolishness in rejecting the mantle of the Matu family head and its secrets, we would not find ourselves in this humiliating predicament, reliant on external sources to maintain our bloodline. You bear at least half the blame for our current plight. Each word from Kirei Kodomine pierced Yagami's heart. Thus, grant me strength, vampire. Kirei Yagami retorted defiantly. There is no need to exploit that child, nor to wait 60 years for my involvement in this Holy Grail war. I shall personally bring an end to this tragic cycle of fate. Even if this is merely an unattainable dream, I refuse to flee any longer. Even if it leads to my own demise, I will sound the horn of retaliation against destiny, for Aoi, for Sakura, for the heroic dream I once forsook. What do you intend to achieve, Yagami? Upon hearing the longed-for term Holy Grail, Kirei Kodomine's expression grew grave, contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. Let us strike a bargain. Kodomine. Oh, pray elaborate. If I can retrieve the Holy Grail for the Matu family during this forthcoming war, you must restore Tosaka Sakura's freedom in exchange. Kirei Yagami's declaration elicited a raucous laugh from Kirei Kodomine, who turned his back, mocking, "Do not speak such nonsense, Yagami. A failure who has never trained seeks to become a master in but a year? Surely, there must be limits to your jesting." "It is not impossible," Kirei Yagami asserted, gripping his heart with fervor, his gaze burning into Kirei Kodomine's. "If I possess the resolve to sacrifice my life, you must have the means to accomplish this feat. I am not entirely ignorant of your detestable insect arts." "Are you referring to the command seals?" Kirei Kodomine turned to his ineffectual son. "The cost for the incapable to gain power is far heavier than you can fathom. Compared to the suffering that child must endure now and in the future, my sacrifice would merely be a life unworthy of lament. Are you truly concerned for me, father?" Kirei Yagami's tone dripped with resentment. "Huh." Kirei Kodomine laughed dismissively. "Concern? That sentiment was cast aside 5 centuries ago. If you wish to perish so badly, then I shall oblige." With that, he leaned on his cane, making his way toward the Matu family's basement, a chamber designated for cultivating the command seals, now, in a sense, serving as Tosaka Sakura's prison. Watching Kirei Kodomine retreat, Kirei Yagami felt as though his feet had been weighed down by lead, immobilized despite his struggles. "Am I truly afraid?" he pondered, glancing at his trembling hands. When suddenly Kirei Kodomine's scornful voice echoed in his ears. "What troubles you? Regretting your earlier bravado? Damn it." Kirei Yagami muttered bitterly, forcing himself to follow Kirei Kodomine. What lay ahead was the true embodiment of hell. Chapter 215. So what is the price of strength and growth? Upon entering the basement, Kirei Yagami was met with a horrifying sight. Countless insects swarming around a small girl with black hair and blue eyes, incessantly invading, ravaging, and gnawing upon her. The grotesque scene instinctively churned his stomach, igniting a torrent of rage and self-recrimination within him. "What have you done to this child, you bastard?" Kirei Yagami lunged forward, disregarding the command seal's attempts to impede him, wrapping Tosaka Sakura, now Matu Sakura, in his arms and yanking the insects from her body one by one, using his own form as a shield against further assaults. Observing the scene, Kirei Kodomine chuckled coldly, deriding Kirei Yagami's valorous yet futile endeavor. With a mere tap of his cane, The swarm of command seals threatening Kirai Yagami fell silent, clearing a significant space in the center of the basement, revealing a circular magic circle with a diameter of 25 meters. After all, Kirai Yagami had, in a sense, become a genuine member of the family. Kirai Kodomine would not allow his son to be devoured before he had served his purpose. The initial 3 days had witnessed the girl's desperate cries. But by the 4th day, silence reigned. I placed her in this insect chamber at dawn, eager to see how long she could endure. Remarkably, after enduring half a day of torment, she has yet to perish. The materials procured from the Tosaka family have proven invaluable. Kirai Kotomine detailed his actions toward Matu Sakura with a casualness that belied their horror. Feel your anger, your resentment. Humanity's negative emotions can cause your worthless life to burn all the brighter. As Kirai Yagami cradled Matu Sakura, silent tears streamed down his face. Trembling with fury, he longed to rush forth and slay Kirai Kodomine, yet the tragic truth remained. He lacked the strength, even having to seek power from that loathsome vampire. Just then, Matu Sakura's faint voice called, "Uncle Yagami?" Her once vibrant blue eyes, now dulled, flickered with a glimmer of hope. The girl's plea served as the last vestige of humanity, prompting Kirai Yagami to break down in tears as he embraced her tighter, weeping openly. What now? This little girl has been utterly ravaged by insects and stands on the brink of collapse. If, despite this, you still wish to save her. Kirai Kodomine paused, his aged face contorting into a darkly amused expression before continuing. I might consider investing a modicum in this wayward son of mine. Of course I want to save her. Who else can rescue this child besides me? That demon, Tokiomi, who personally delivered her to this place. Kirai Yagami retorted, baring his teeth at Kirai Kodomine, his heart roaring with the conviction that Tokiomi was to blame for all this. Do not cast such a gaze upon me. While I have my own interests, ultimately, it is for the survival of the Matu family. Should we fail to pass down our magic, our existence would be rendered meaningless. Naturally, until you present me with results compelling enough to sway my judgment, the child's education shall continue unabated. I will place my greatest wager on the next Holy Grail War. If you wish to prevent her total collapse, then you must struggle with all your might. A sinister laughter filled the air as Kirai Kodomine's figure dissolved into a swarm of insects, vanishing from the basement, leaving Kirai Yagami and Matu Sakura, 2 powerless souls, huddled together for warmth. 1 year later, in a world blanketed in snow, where the biting winds howled, the current head of the Ainsburn family personally bestowed a golden blue sword sheath upon the strongest sword to be adopted into the Ainsburn lineage. Kiritsugu Amiya, the scion of the Ainsburn family, whose expertise lies in alchemy rather than combat, bears the burden of his lineage's failures in the previous Holy Grail Wars. A reminder of your purpose for existence. This relic serves as the most significant boon the Ainsburn family can bestow upon you. By utilizing this legendary scabbard as a medium, it is presumed that you can summon the theoretical epitome of sword-wielding heroic spirits to serve the Ainsburn family. You must repay this favor with victory, eliminating the remaining 6 servants and accomplishing the 3rd magic, Heaven's Feel. Yes, my father. Under the tender and affectionate gaze of the beautiful woman with silver hair and crimson eyes beside him, the man named Kiritsugu Amiya accepted the fabled scabbard from the head of the family. Upon the back of his hand rested a matching sword-shaped command seal, eagerly awaiting the link to his destined servant. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit church, the grand and stately Tosaka estate, the pitch-black chamber transformed into a magical workshop, and the simple yet radiant abode of his grandparents. The disparate masters preparing to partake in the Holy Grail War commenced their final, yet inaugural, ceremony. In the Matu household, within the shadowy hall, a mere year had elapsed. Yet, under the relentless torment and exploitation of the crest worms, Matu Korea appeared to have aged decades. His hair was streaked with gray, and deep wrinkles furrowed his face, with the grotesque sight of worms writhing within his engorged veins. It was an inexplicable oddity. However, upon glimpsing the crimson command seal on the back of his right hand, resembling 3 twisted fingers intertwined, Korea, who had just endured a wave of the crest worm's gnawing, felt that all was worth it. He had finally achieved the qualification to alter his fate. You barely made it. Allow me to commend you once, Korea. Matu Zoken approached, leaning on his cane, the moonlight streaming in from the window casting shadows upon his unchanged, dark visage. Korea Matu found only his lower half illuminated by the moonlight, while the upper half remained engulfed in darkness. Chosen by the Holy Grail, it signifies that you have been recognized as a competent magician. Yet, your grotesque appearance is truly unsightly. Your lifespan likely dwindles to but a month. Matu Zoken paused before Korea, delivering his mockery before proceeding deeper into the room. Oi, aren't you going to follow? After all, you've sacrificed so much for this. Or is your left leg entirely immobile? You wouldn't need this old man to assist you, would you? Enough of this prattle. Korea Matu pounded the ground with his right hand, uttering an expletive. Then gritted his teeth, using both hands to support his nearly numb left leg, laboriously trailing after Matu Zoken.